You made tens of billions in just 3 days, but your family thinks you're a waste. Not only do they give you a monthly allowance of 300, but they also want to force you to marry a wealthy woman just to climb the social ladder. You laughed at this, saying whoever wants to marry can go ahead, but you definitely won't agree. Grandpa Chen Shanhai advised, Xiufan, having more children is no big deal. Be a responsible man. Your aunt also agreed, saying the children can take your surname. It's not a big deal. However, Su Junyao coldly said, the children will take my idol's surname, Qin. After the engagement, you are not allowed to touch me, and I will meet my idol twice a month. Hearing this, Grandpa Chen Shanhai's expression changed, finding it a bit too much, but in order to form an alliance with the Su family, he persuaded again, Xiufan, Miss Su's conditions are not that bad, just endure it. You became even angrier upon hearing this. A year ago, your parents disappeared, and since then, you have been targeted in the Chen family. If it's so good, why don't you get engaged to Miss Su? Grandpa Chen Shanhai said with a stern face, if you are still part of our Chen family, you must marry her. Upon hearing this, you coldly laughed and declared, from this moment on, I cut off all ties with your Chen family. This statement angered the Chen family. Without our Chen family, you are nothing. If you regret and want to return, it won't be so easy. Actually, cutting ties with the Chen family is a huge benefit for them. In the future, when they divide the family assets, they will get a lot more money. You didn't waste time with them, you directly signed the document to cut ties. From now on, I have no relationship with the Chen family. At that moment, a notification sounded in your mind. On the first day of cutting ties, a reward of 10 billion. You picked up your phone and saw that 10 billion had been deposited into your bank account. In an instant, you went from being a university student with just over 300 yuan to a billionaire. My cousin Chen, how you felt that since you have already severed ties with our Chen family, you should return everything on you. Grandpa Chen Shanhai smiled and said, that's not necessary. I reckon he doesn't even have 500 yuan. After all, his monthly living expenses are only 800 yuan. Hearing this, you sneered inwardly, wondering what expression they would have if they saw their bank card balance. Su Junyao, I didn't expect you to have some backbone. How about this? As long as you marry me, it's not impossible for me to really marry you in the future. If you agree, I can make all the people of the Chen family kneel down and apologize to you. Su Junyao thought she had persuaded you. With a victorious look on her face, let the Chen family kneel down and apologize to me. I don't need your Su family, I can do it on my own. With that, you turned around and left gracefully, leaving behind a group of people gnashing their teeth. Are you ready to hail a taxi on the side of the road? Just then, the system's voice came. Ding! Challenge task, go buy a luxury car of your own. Reward with a set of top villas in Jiangzhou. Your eyes lit up. Coincidentally, you were planning to buy a car. You went straight to the Jiangzhou Lamborghini 4S store. As soon as you entered the 4S store, a beautiful saleswoman came over and asked, Sir, do you need any help? What cars do you have in stock at your store? The beautiful saleswoman explained to you with a strange expression. Sir, there are indeed a few cars in stock, but if you want to buy, you have to pay extra. Money is not a problem. The beautiful saleswoman suddenly smiled and led you to a top supercar. When the beautiful saleswoman was about to explain to you, you interrupted and said, no need, I'll take it. Afterwards, both parties signed the contract, and you paid 12 million to buy this top-of-the-line Lamborghini Aventador on the spot. As you officially purchased this luxury car, ding! Mission accomplished. Congratulations on winning a set of Villa No. 8 at Yujing Mountain Villa. It turned out to be Yujing Mountain Villa, the most luxurious villa area in the entire Jiangzhou, without a doubt. And Villa No. 8 is the most luxurious one inside, known as the #1 luxury mansion in Jiangzhou. In just a few hours, you have both a luxury car and a mansion. Amidst the envy of countless people, you drive the Lamborghini straight to the Yujing Mountain Villa area. Soon, you arrive at your destination, and the staff is already waiting in front of Villa No. 8. Are you Mr. Chen? They ask. You nod, and after completing the formalities, this top villa in Jiangzhou officially belongs to you. This house has everything you can imagine. Just the decoration alone cost over 30 million. Compared to the Chen family's villa, this Villa No. 8 is simply luxurious. You rest in the villa for one night, and the next day you go to school. After the morning classes, you go to see your girlfriend, who is also a sophomore. Before you can explain, Song Manyu coldly says, Chen Fan, let's break up. Hearing Song Manyu's words, Chen Fan was incomparably surprised. Last year, Song Manyu took the initiative to chase him, and the two of them came together, during which Song Manyu had been very considerate. How is it that now, as if he has changed, He suddenly wants to break up with himself. You've severed ties with the Chen family, haven't you? Song Manhwa said again. Yes, how did you know? Chen Fan nodded. Don't worry about how I know. I just want to ask, can you go and bow down with your grandfather and return to the Chen family again? If you're willing to return to the Chen family again, we'll still be boyfriend and girlfriend. If you don't intend to rejoin the Chen family, then we'll break up right away, and we'll be done with each other. Song Manhwa said icily. She wanted to force Chen Fan to go and bow down to the Chen family and return to the Chen family again. Yesterday, she accidentally learned that Chen Fan had actually severed his relationship with the Chen family, and this news was like a bolt from the blue for Song Manhwa. Why was she with Chen Fan? Wasn't it because Chen Fan was a member of their Jiangzhou's powerful Chen family? Although Chen Fan's status in the Chen family was very low, but after all, he was the Chen family's direct bloodline. Song Manhwa's dream since childhood is to marry into a rich family. Unfortunately, with her ordinary background, she can't contact the rich family that kind of level, until she met Chen Fan. Song Manhwa knew that this is her only chance, so she began to pursue Chen Fan crazily, and finally succeeded. She had been looking forward to the fact that when she graduated from college, Chen Fan would marry her and allow her to enter the rich family without any problems. During the year that the two of them had been together, she had worked hard to play the role of a gentle and considerate girlfriend, and it was really tiring to disguise a personality that was completely unlike her own. As a result, she had worked hard for a year, but now Chen Fan had voluntarily severed her relationship with the Chen family, which made Song Manhwa completely collapse. At this moment, she couldn't wait to strangle Chen Fan. Returning to the Chen family, impossible. Chen Fan refused. Chen Fan, severing your ties with the Chen family is the most wrong and regrettable thing you have done in your generation. Song Manhwa completely stopped pretending and hissed at Chen Fan. Without the Chen family, you Chen Fan are nothing. You are a waste and destined to be a poor man who accomplishes nothing in the future as well. Hearing Song Manhwa's words, Chen Fan completely understood. When you were chasing me, it was because I was a member of the Chen family? With things having come to this, Song Manhwa no longer pretended and nodded her head. Yes. I was so blind to take the initiative to go after you in the first place. I really should have picked Xianlingqiu in the first place, instead of picking you, a loser. At first, she had a suitor named Xianlingqiu, and it was said that her family's assets exceeded $100 million, but in order to be able to marry into a wealthy family, Song Manhwa gave up Xianlingqiu and chose to go after Chen Fan backwards. I didn't expect that now. Chen Fan had actually severed his relationship with the Chen family. Damn it, do you really think that without the Chen family, I will accomplish nothing? Chen Fan asked rhetorically. He came today, originally intending to bring Song Manhwa to stay in his own top-notch villa at Royal View Villa. Fortunately, just now he didn't open his mouth first. Otherwise, he really couldn't discover Song Manhwa's real face. So it turned out that she was with herself only because of the Chen family, and she didn't have half a relationship with herself as a person. Chen Fan inwardly laughed at himself. Yes, without the Chen family, you are nothing. You will definitely regret severing ties with the Chen family. Song Manhwa turned around and left angrily. She never wanted to see this trash Chen Fan again. After Song Manhwa left, a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove over and stopped in front of Chen Fan. The car window rolled down, revealing Su Junyao's face inside. How about it, Chen Fan? I told you. Do you really think your girlfriend is with you because she likes you? Su Junyao opened her mouth. You planned all this? Chen Fan asked with cold eyes. It counts and it doesn't. Su Junyao shook her head. Originally, my plan was to find someone to quietly tell Song Manhwa the news that you had severed your relationship with the Chen family, and then smash the money to get her to break up with you of her own accord. But what I didn't expect was that she decided to break up with you immediately after she found out that you had severed ties with the Chen family. And I didn't even have to contribute a penny. Su Junyao looked at Chen Fan sarcastically. At the very beginning, she was planning how much money she would spend or what she would use to threaten Song Manhwa to break up with Chen Fan. But she never expected that before she even made a move. She just had someone quietly reveal the news that Chen Fan and the Chen family had severed their relationship to Song Manhwa. And Song Manhwa decided to break up with Chen Fan. What a joke. Didn't this Chen Fan keep saying he had a girlfriend before now? I'm going to give you one last chance. Now get down on your knees and ask me to marry you in front of everyone and I can forgive you. What happened before? I can pretend it didn't happen. Su Junyao opened her mouth. Go in your wet dreams. Chen Fan replied without thinking. Good. Very good. You'll just wait to bear the wrath of my Jinling Su family. A glint of stern coldness flashed through Su Junyao's eyes. Saying that, she directly ordered the driver to drive. Standing in place, Chen Fan's emotions did not fluctuate much. As the saying goes, in times of trouble you can see true love. If not to cut off relations with the Chen family, but also really cannot find Song Manhwa and himself together. Actually purely because of the Chen family's reasons. It's good to break up like this. Ding! The day after the severance of the relationship, rewarding 100% ownership of the financial building in the center of Guangzhou, with a total value of $1.3 billion. Just then, the system's voice came. The reward for the second day of severing the relationship between himself and the Chen family came. And this time the reward was even more generous. It was a financial building in the center of Guangzhou worth a full $1.3 billion. Instantly, he or she breaks $2 billion. A few minutes later, Chen Fan unexpectedly received an unfamiliar phone call. May I ask if this is Mr. Chen Fan Chen? I'm Sun Junfa, the original owner of the financial building. You bought this financial building of mine. I've already received the money. May I ask when you have time to come over and we'll sign the contract? Oh, it's Mr. Sun. I have time this afternoon. Chen Fan opened his mouth, and the two sides made an appointment to sign the contract at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At 1 p.m. The two sides met in a conference room on the 33rd floor of the financial building. Chen Fan and Sun Junfa signed the contract after a few brief pleasantries. Just as Chen Fan was planning to visit this financial building of his, a tall figure walked in. The tall woman has exquisite features. Her face is perfect. Can't find any flaws. Snow-white jade-like skin. Long legs. Exquisite figure. Temperament cold. Like snowy mountains. At this moment, the stunningly beautiful woman was wearing a professional outfit with a pair of black stockings, which made her look unique. Mr. Xia is here. Let me introduce you. Seeing this, Sun Junfa got up and introduced himself. This is Mr. Xia Ruoxue Xia, the president of the Xia Group. Xia Ruoxue? Their famous first beautiful president of Guangzhou? Hearing Sun Junfa's introduction, Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. Xia Ruoxue's great name was known to several people from the powerful families in Guangzhou. Xia Ruoxue was in charge of the tens of billions of dollars worth of Xia Group at a young age, and was admired by countless people. This is the new owner of the financial mansion, Mr. Chen Fan Chen. Mr. Chen, our entire financial building is all leased to Mr. Xia's group. Sun Junfa presents. I asked Mr. Chen to meet here today in order to introduce both of you, and in the future, Mr. Xia's rent will be handed over to Mr. Chen. After listening to Sun Junfa, Chen Fan came to a realization. Chen Fan and Xia Ruoxue added contact information. Mr. Chen, I have to go to a meeting soon, so I'll leave first. After adding the contact information, Xia Ruoxue left in a hurry. Mr. Natsu is really busy. Sun Junfa couldn't help but feel emotional. Don't look at Xia always being a woman, but her strength makes these top bigwigs of our Jiangzhou sweat and feel ashamed of themselves. In just 2 or 3 years' time, the Xia Group, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, was developed to the current level. Just ask who can do it. Hearing this, Chen Fan had some admiration for Xia Ruoxue. 2 or 3 years, a company on the verge of bankruptcy, development to the current level. Xia Ruoxue can be called the first beautiful president of Guangzhou, not only because of the body and face value, more rely on their own strength. After that, Chen Fan also left from the financial building and returned to the school. In the evening, Chen Fan drove back to the villa. He had just parked his car in front of the villa when a white Bentley also slowly stopped not far away. Immediately afterward, a stunningly flawless figure walked out of the Bentley. Upon seeing this stunning figure, Chen Fan was incomparably surprised. This stunning figure was no one else. It was none other than the #1 beautiful president of Guangzhou, Xia Ruoxue, whom Chen Fan had met this afternoon. How did Xia Ruoxue show up here? Had he come to talk to himself about the financial building? Chapter 5. Xia Ruoxue takes the initiative to ask Chen Fan, my beautiful president neighbor. On the other hand, after coming out of the car, Xia Ruoxue also noticed Chen Fan, who was standing in the distance, and was equally a bit surprised. Mr. Xia, I didn't expect us to meet again. Chen Fan greeted. Mr. Chen. Xia Ruoxue nodded slightly. What are you doing, Mr. Xia? Chen Fan asked curiously. Oh, I live in Villa 9. Xia Ruoxue explained. Aha, Xia Ruoxue lives in Villa 9, so she's her neighbor. I'm staying at Villa 8. We'll be neighbors from now on. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Staying at Villa 8? Xia Ruoxue immediately looked at Chen Fan in surprise, her face moving a little for the first time. Legend has it that the owner of Villa 8 is a mysterious big shot. So it is this Mr. Chen, Xia Ruoxue guessed inwardly. After speaking briefly with Chen Fan, Xia Ruoxue returned to the villa. After putting down her bag, Xia Ruoxue saw Chen Fan, who was still in the courtyard, through the window and couldn't help but be curious inside. What exactly is this Mr. Chen? In the evening, after dinner, Chen Fan was looking at his cell phone. Ding dong, there's news coming. Does Mr. Chen, have time for us to take a walk around the villa area together? The message was from Xia Ruoshui. Looking at this message, Chen Fan felt very surprised. Xia Ruoshui in Jiangzhou, is notorious character High Cold? This time actually took the initiative to ask himself this, just know the boys to go for a walk. That's not normal. Chen Fan guessed that Xia Ruoshui was probably looking for herself for something. Could be. Chen Fan replied, just as it so happened that he was fine. He was also curious as to what exactly Xia Ruoshui wanted to say when she looked for herself. 10 minutes later, the two parties met in front of the villa. After exchanging greetings, both parties walked together toward the front. As the first villa area in Jiangzhou, Royal View Villa is built at the foot of the mountain, with good excessive greenery and extremely beautiful scenery. After walking for a while, Xia Ruoshui finally went straight to the point. I wonder how much Mr. Chen spent to buy the financial building? Hearing Xia Ruoshui's question, Chen Fan asked back, why is Mr. Xia asking this all of a sudden? Mr. Chen, I won't beat around the bush. I want to buy the financial building from Mr. Chen, no matter how much Mr. Chen spends. How about I give Mr. Chen an extra 300 million? Xia Ruoshui opened the door. After all, it was the location of their company, and renting it was still not as reassuring as buying it outright. 2 years ago, the company had various crises, and Xia Ruoshui could not get so much liquidity in one breath. Recently, the company had been flourishing, and she hadn't cared about this problem because she was too busy. Until this afternoon when she heard that Chen Fan had bought the financial building, Xia Ruoshui thought about this problem. Mr. Xia, I'm sorry, I don't intend to sell the financial building for the time being. Chen Fan shook his head. In theory, Xia Ruoshui's offer of an extra $300 million was not a low price. But the problem was that the financial building was Chen Fan's first and only property so far. Selling it, Chen Fan really had no other industry in his hands. Only money left. That's too bad. Xia Ruoshui was a little disappointed. In that case, if Mr. Chen wants to sell the financial building one day, can he contact me first? Xia Ruoshui changed her mindset. It's no problem. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. The two walked and talked, and just then, from around a corner ahead, a black, fiery dog burst out. Woof woof woof. This black fiery dog was not on a leash and showed its teeth as it charged straight towards Xia Ruoshui and Chen Fan. Seeing this, Xia Ruoshui's face turned white and she panicked. Xia Ruoshui just wanted to turn around, and in her haste, the heel of her right high heel suddenly broke. Xia Ruoshui fell toward the right. At the moment, Chen Fan was standing on her right side. Xia Ruoshui directly bumped into Chen Fan's arms, and Chen Fan subconsciously hugged Xia Ruoshui's soft and boneless waist. In an instant, Chen Fan felt an indescribable softness, soft jade in the arms. Compared to the flustered Xia Ruoshui, Chen Fan was very calm, and at the critical moment, he gave a hard kick to the fiery dog that rushed over. Being kicked by Chen Fan, this black fiery dog screamed miserably and took a few steps backward. Woof woof woof. Although it did not move forward, the black fiery dog still stood there, barking furiously at Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui, with an appearance of refusing to give up. Who dares to hit my son? A middle-aged man with a slightly chubby figure quickly ran over. You hit my son? The slightly chubby middle-aged man angrily rebuked Chen Fan. Your son? Chen Fan asked. It's my son. Why? The slightly chubby middle-aged man asked rhetorically. Oh, your son turned out to be a dog. Chen Fan slowly spoke. You. The slightly chubby middle-aged man was instantly furious. You hit my son. You're going to take him to the hospital for a checkup, and if he's even halfway decent, I'm going to make you eat your words. And you will bow and apologize to it. The slightly chubby middle-aged man looked at the fiery dog with incomparable heartache and threatened Chen Fan in a stern voice. This gentleman, you're the one who walked your dog without a leash. And if things get out of hand, you're the one who will be held responsible under the Public Order Punishment Act. Xia Ruoshui at this time also slowed down. She awkwardly came out from Chen Fan's arms and said seriously to the slightly fat middle-aged man. Oh, what law of public order? It's no use to me at all. The slightly chubby middle-aged man looked emboldened. People who could live in the Royal View Villa were either rich or noble, and I'm afraid that the identity of the slightly chubby middle-aged man was also very unusual. Who are you to threaten me with some law of public order? The slightly chubby middle-aged man asked rhetorically. I'm Xia Ruoshui, president of the Xia Group. Xia Ruoshui replied coldly. Xia Ruoshui? You're Xia Ruoshui from the Xia clan? After knowing Xia Ruoshui's identity, the slightly chubby middle-aged man's face changed slightly, but he still said with an arrogant attitude. Others are afraid of you, what Xia Group, but I'm not afraid. Today, this kid does not bow and apologize to my son. Things are not over. The slightly chubby middle-aged man looked at Chen Fan and said with a resolute attitude. Hearing this, Xia Ruoshui sneered. You're not afraid of me. Then aren't you afraid of Mr. Chen, this kid? I don't care who he is. Even if he's the king of heaven, he has to apologize to my son now. The slightly chubby middle-aged man looked indifferent. Mr. Chen is the owner of Villa No. 8 of the Royal View Villa, Xiao Ruoshui said slowly. In a flash, the expression on the slightly fat middle-aged man's face froze, and his body couldn't help but tremble. He is the legendary 8 Villa's owner? The slightly chubby middle-aged man ruthlessly swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and looked at Chen Fan with a stunned expression. I'm the owner of Villa 8. Why? Is there a problem? Chen Fan asked rhetorically. Receiving an affirmative reply, the slightly chubby middle-aged man almost blacked out and was stunned into fainting. Mr. Chen, I'm wrong. I'm the one who had no eyes and rushed you. It's all my fault. In the next second, the slightly chubby middle-aged man's attitude towards Chen Fan underwent a 180-degree change, as he repeatedly took the initiative to bow and apologize to Chen Fan in a humble manner. Chapter 6 Xiao Ruoshui's Secret. Intimate Encounter. The owner of Villa 8 is a legendary big shot of top status. This kind of level of big brother is something he absolutely can't afford to offend. In the face of the slightly fat middle-aged man who is arrogant, Chen Fan is a little surprised. I did not expect the identity of the master of the Royal View Villa 8 Villa. So bluffing. What kind of god is the former owner of this Villa 8 of the Imperial Villa? What? So you won't let me apologize to your son? Chen Fan asked rhetorically. Mr. Chen, it's my fault. What is your status? How can you apologize to this thing? It's me who walked the dog without a leash. It's me who had the eyes to not recognize MT. Tai and bumped into you. It's all my fault. The slightly chubby middle-aged man apologized repeatedly. I'm fine. It's mostly you who startled Mr. Summer. Chen Fan looked at Xiao Ruoshui next to him. Oh, the slightly chubby middle-aged man instantly understood and immediately bowed to Xiao Ruoshui to apologize. Mr. Xia, it was me who walked the dog without a leash. You taught me the right lesson. It's all my fault. I apologize. I'll never walk my dog in the villa area again, and I'll never scare Mr. Xia again. I promise. In the end, the slightly chubby middle-aged man gave his assurances. Mr. Chen is handsome and dashing. Mr. Xia is as beautiful as a flower. Mr. Chen and Mr. Xia are truly a pair of geniuses and a natural pair. It's my fault for not growing my eyes as Mr. Zhao has rushed your date. After that, Zhao will definitely apologize in person. The slightly chubby middle-aged man once again fawned. The slightly chubby middle-aged man mistook Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui for the couple that came out on a date in the first place. Xiao Ruoshui was just about to correct herself when the slightly chubby middle-aged man spoke again. Mr. Chen, this is my humble business card. Please accept it. Saying that, the slightly chubby middle-aged man took out a business card made of gold and respectfully handed it to Chen Fan with both hands. This business card of his was made of more than 20 grams of gold, and the value of the gold in this business card alone was more than 10,000. Chen Fan took the business card and took a look. Jiangzhou Qianbai Industrial Group Chairman Zhao Linyong. Qianbai Industrial Group? Chen Fan had some impression of this Zhao Linyong. The assets of Qianbai Industrial Group seemed to be around $10 billion, much worse than Xiao Ruoshui's Xia Group. And the reason why the slightly fat middle-aged man wasn't afraid of Xiao Ruoshui just now was mainly because he was the brother-in-law of Jiangzhou's top big shot, Sun Yongtai. Sun Yongtai is a big shot who will make the ground tremble when they stomp their feet in Jiangzhou. Zhao Linyong relying on this layer of Sun Yongtai brother-in-law identity. In Jiangzhou almost no one dares to mess with Mr. Chen. In the future, if there is anything you can use my humble servant for, you can speak at any time, and my humble servant will definitely be willing to listen to your commands. The slightly fat middle-aged man Zhao Linyong wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make friends with Chen Fan, who was the owner of Villa 8. Aha! Chen Fan nodded and put the business card away. By the way, when Mr. Chen and Mr. Xia get married, Mr. Zhao will definitely prepare a generous gift to come and congratulate them. Goodbye Mr. Xia. Goodbye Mr. Chen. I'll disturb Mr. Chen in your two-person world. Goodbye. After saying that, the slightly chubby middle-aged man quickly left. It wasn't until the slightly chubby middle-aged man left with the fiery dog that Xiao Ruoshui let out a sigh of relief. Mr. Chen, thank you just now. Xiao Ruoshui looked at Chen Fan, filled with gratitude. Just now that fiery dog suddenly rushed over. Xiao Ruoshui panicked. If it wasn't for Chen Fan, she almost fell down. And without Chen Fan, she really didn't know how to face such a fiery dog. No need to be so polite. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Isn't Mr. Natsu a little afraid of animals like dogs? Just now, Xiao Ruoshui had acted a bit too much. Xiao Ruoshui explained. I was bitten by a dog when I was a child, and I've always had a psychological shadow. and I'm very afraid of dogs, especially that kind of large, strong dog. So it is. Chen Fan nodded. Then Xia Ruoshui's behavior just now made sense. That, Mr. Chen, this thing about me being afraid of dogs, can you keep it to yourself? Xia Ruoshui whispered. The president of Xia Group, actually afraid of dogs. This thing if spread out, not too good. And the secret that she was afraid of dogs, besides her family, Chen Fan was the first outsider to know. No problem, Chen Fan agreed. Mr. Chen, let's go back. After saying that, Xia Ruoshui turned around and wanted to go back. Only she had just taken a step when she suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and her body couldn't help but tilt towards one side. Chen Fan hurriedly pulled Xia Ruoshui's arm and held her up. Mr. Xia, what's wrong with you? Chen Fan asked. The heel just broke off. I think it's crooked to the foot. Xia Ruoshui looked at the somewhat red and swollen ankle and said helplessly. Ah, why don't I send Mr. Xia to the hospital for a look? Chen Fan suggested. That's not necessary. I have a medical kit at home. Go back and apply a little blood-boosting and pain-relieving cream and you should be fine. Xia Ruoshui shook her head. In that case, I'll help Mr. Xia back. Chen Fan assisted Xia Ruoshui to walk forward. As a result, just after taking 2 steps, the expression on Xia Ruoshui's face became even more agonized, and she couldn't walk at all. For a moment, the 2 men were embarrassed to be where they were. That, if you don't mind, Mr. Xia, why don't I carry you back? Chen Fan asked tentatively. This should be the best way for now. Not good. Hearing Chen Fan say this, Xia Ruoshui's face immediately surfaced a scarlet red. She had never been hugged by a man before, so she was naturally embarrassed. But, Mr. Xia, can you insist on going back? Chen Fan asked. Being said so by Chen Fan, Xia Ruoshui was silent. Originally it was just a small injury. It would be fine after smearing a little medicine. If she continued to insist on walking, the injury would definitely worsen. By then, I am afraid that she would have to rest for a long period of time. What's the company going to do once she takes a break, right? And it's not far from home. Alright, then I'll trouble Mr. Chen. Xia Ruoshui gritted her teeth and agreed. After saying that, Xia Ruoshui closed her eyes in embarrassment. Chen Fan directly picked up the soft and boneless Xia Ruoshui in a princess hug, and in an instant, a faint fragrance was transmitted into Chen Fan's nose. As for Xia Ruoshui, who was in Chen Fan's arms, her heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate, and her face was rolling. This was the first time she had ever been so close to a boy. She had been studying all through school, and after college, she had gone straight into a corporate job, and had never been in a relationship at all. At this moment in Chen Fan's arms, Xia Ruoshui's head was a bit confused and blank. Chen Fan headed towards Xia Ruoshui's villa. A few minutes later, the two arrived at their destination, and Xia Ruoshui, in Chen Fan's arms, entered the password to the villa's gate. Chen Fan carried Xia Ruoshui into the villa. Yikes! Walking into the living room, Chen Fan was just about to put Xia Ruoshui on the sofa when suddenly, a scream came. The next second, only to see that on the stairs of the second floor, a pretty girl who had a 7 to 8% resemblance to Xia Ruoshui, but was a little younger, looked at the two of them, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui, with her mouth wide open and her face full of astonishment. Sister and this boy, this is going to be? Holy, is this something she can watch at her age? So exciting! Chapter 7 The Surprise of the Chen Family. Chen Fan has not even returned on his knees. A chance encounter with Puxin's ex-girlfriend. Sister, I'm sorry to bother you. The pretty girl spoke up in a hurry. You guys just pretend I didn't see anything. You go on. You go on. Saying that, the pretty girl turned violently and quickly fled back to her room on the second floor. Just after returning to her room, she didn't close the door, but quietly through the doorway, staring with big eyes full of curiosity towards the downstairs, her little face full of curiosity. Xia Mengmeng, don't peek. Go to my bedroom and bring the medical kit over. Xia Ruoshui shouted. Okay. Hearing her sister's words, Xia Mengmeng had no choice but to obediently come out of the room and honestly go get the medical kit. 2 minutes later, Xia Mengmeng came down from upstairs. Sister, I'm really going back to my room this time. You and sis, husband, continue. I won't disturb you. Xia Mengmeng said with a small, serious face. Brother-in-law? Hearing Xia Mengmeng address Chen Fan, both Xia Ruoshui and Chen Fan were embarrassed. Mengmeng, what are you thinking about all day long? This is Mr. Chen, my neighbor. Just now I broke my foot before Mr. Chen carried me back. Xia Ruoshui explained. Ah, is that so? Xia Mengmeng looked at Xia Ruoshui's somewhat red and swollen feet, and an embarrassed expression appeared on her face as she spat out her tongue. Compared to the mature and intellectual Xia Ruoshui, Xia Mengmeng is a bit more lively and playful. Sister, I'll apply your medicine. Soon. With Xia Mengming's help, Xia Ruoshui applied the medicine to her ankle, and the situation was slightly better. I guess I should be good to go tomorrow without delay. Xia Ruoshui breathed a sigh of relief. Right, Mr. Chen. I forgot to introduce you. This is my sister Xia Mengming. Xia Ruoshui suddenly remembered that she hadn't introduced her sister to Chen Fan yet, so she immediately opened her mouth. I said, why did I think she looked a bit familiar just now? It seems like I've seen her from somewhere. Chen Fan said. Ah, you've seen me? Xia Mengming looked at Chen Fan with a curious expression. Yes, aren't you the school beauty of Jiangzhou University? Chen Fan nodded. Seeing Chen Fan say this, Xia Mengming immediately stared with wide eyes, although she didn't like this title of some school flower very much, but he really knew her. How do you know? Oh, I'm a sophomore at JNU. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Aha! Hearing Chen Fan say this, both Xia Ruoshui sisters were incomparably surprised. Chen Fan's answer was something that none of them had expected. A sophomore? Mr. Chen is so young and promising. He's only a sophomore? That's too good to be true. Xia Ruoshui inwardly lamented. She was nowhere near Mr. Chen when she was a sophomore. For a while, Xia Ruoshui inwardly became somewhat impressed with Chen Fan. So it's the senior. Xia Mengming also greeted. She was a freshman at Jiangzhou University, and she didn't expect to actually be here, meeting a sophomore senior. Both parties got acquainted and added contact information. Thank you so much for tonight, Mr. Chen. Xia Ruoshui said sincerely. If Chen Fan wasn't there tonight, there would really be a lot of trouble. After briefly speaking with the two Xia Ruoshui sisters, Chen Fan left. On the other hand, in the Chen family villa, several core members of the Chen family had come. It's the second day. That bastard Chen Fan actually didn't come back to beg for our forgiveness? Second cousin Chen Haoyu said incredulously. Chen Fan's bank card is estimated to still have $300 or $400. Enough to live for 3 or 4 days. It's only been 2 days. It's reasonable that he didn't come back. The eldest aunt, Chen Yuzhen, opened her mouth. I'm sure it'll take 5 days at most. And after 5 days, Chen Fan will definitely come crying to beg for our forgiveness and return to the Chen family. Chen Yuzhen said with incomparable certainty. 5 days? That's too long. I'd guess 4 at the most. Chen Fan, this bastard, actually dares to cut ties with us. When he comes back and begs us, we must ruthlessly humiliate him and let him know that in the Chen family, he is nothing. That's right. When he was a member of the Chen family, he was still able to mix it up a bit outside. But now that he's severed his ties with our Chen family, outside, he's just a piece of trash, a piece of garbage, and by the time he's penniless and so poor he can only beg for food on the streets, he'll know the goodness of our Chen family. At that point, I figured Chen Fan would. The people of the Chen family were talking about how poor and downtrodden Chen Fan's life would be afterward. But Elder Chen, who was sitting there, was somewhat unable to stay. He originally thought that Chen Fan, that little brat, would come back crying today, kneeling and begging for forgiveness. But he didn't expect that by now Chen Fan actually had no news at all. He had promised Ms. Su that it would only take 2 months for him to let Chen Fan marry her willingly. Time is running out. No, he had to add to the fire. How you are also in Jiangzhou University? Tomorrow, you go and find Chen Fan. Chen Shanhai looked at Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu froze for a moment, then came to a realization. Understood, Grandpa. I will definitely take good care of Chen Fan tomorrow. Chen Haoyu nodded his head. Doesn't Grandpa mean that he wants himself to go to Chen Fan's trouble, to push Chen Fan even harder, so that he can honestly roll back to the Chen family? A small thing. Time flew by, and the next day at noon, Chen Fan was waiting for someone in front of the school cafeteria. A few minutes later, Song Manyu and her best friend Han Inger walked towards the restaurant in company. Ha, Manyu, isn't that your boyfriend Chen Fan? Han Inger pointed at Chen Fan, who was not far away, and said, let me correct that. It's an ex-boyfriend. I was blind before I got him as a boyfriend. Song Manyu spoke seriously. Yes, it's an ex-boyfriend. But what's he doing standing in front of the restaurant? He's not waiting for you specifically, is he? Han Inger guessed. The words of her best friend were the same as Song Manyu's inner guess. So Song Manyu came to Chen Fan in a huff and said in an incomparably icy manner, Chen Fan, I've already broken up with you. It's never going to be possible to get back together. If you still want to have a face, stop pestering me. Unless you rejoin the Chen family, or become a billionaire with billions, tens of billions of dollars yourself, it's impossible for us to get back together even if the sky falls. Breaking up and standing in front of a restaurant blocking me in order to beg for my forgiveness. What kind of childish tactics are these? Ridiculous. Song Manyu's words immediately caught the attention of the surrounding students who were entering and exiting the cafeteria. What's going on? In an instant, the number of people surrounding the neighborhood grew. Upon hearing Song Manyu's words, Chen Fan then shook his head helplessly. Why is she so confident? And sorry to say, he did have a few billion at the moment, albeit less, only 2 billion or so, but that was if. Today, the reward for the third day of severance had not yet been issued. Let me correct myself. I'm here waiting for someone else, not you, much less to beg for your forgiveness. Chen Fan replied calmly. Oh, waiting for someone else? Who else could you be waiting for but me? Don't lie to yourself? Song Manyu didn't believe Chen Fan's words at all. Only before Song Manyu's words fell, a crisp voice came. It's me that Senior Chen is waiting for. In the next second, a stunningly beautiful figure walked over. Chapter 8 Severing Relationships Day 3. Rewarding tens of billion group shares. A girl's voice? Seeing that someone actually refuted herself, Song Manyu twisted her head with a disdainful expression. She just couldn't believe it. Chen Fan had already severed his relationship with the Chen family and there would still be girls willing to eat with him. Even if they did, they certainly didn't look good. Nowhere near comparable to themselves. However, when Song Manyu turned her head and saw clearly the girl who walked over, she instantly froze in place. She was in a bit of disbelief. Not only Song Manyu, but the others at the scene were all dumbfounded after seeing this girl who was walking towards them. They are not dreaming. The person who came was no one else but their Jiangzhou University's famous school flower, Xia Mengmeng. Song Manyu's appearance can only be considered the class flower level. In the ordinary girls, it is considered very beautiful, but if and Xia Mengmeng stood together, it is obliterated. Very ordinary. Senior Chen, I'm really sorry for keeping you waiting. Let's go eat together. Xia Mengmeng came to Chen Fan and said with a bit of embarrassment. Just now the teacher dragged the class a bit and she came a few minutes late. Seeing this, the crowd became even more confused. What's the situation? How come Xia Mengmeng is having a dinner date with a mediocre-looking boy? Unbelievable. This is unbelievable. You know, although Xia Mengmeng is only a freshman, but because of the stunning beauty, as well as the dynamic personality, attracted the pursuit of countless boys, including a variety of rich and handsome, other departments of the student body president and so on. But no matter how good the boy was, he didn't gain half of Xia Mengmeng's favor. But now, how could Xia Mengmeng have a dinner date with a boy? This is so not normal. And on the scene, the one who was most shocked was Song Manyu. At this moment, she finally believed that what Chen Fan had just said was true. Chen Fan was indeed not waiting for himself, but for Xia Mengmeng. Compared to Xia Mengmeng, he himself was nothing. But it made her even angrier and more disbelieving. He had only taken the initiative to break up with Chen Fan on the front foot. And on the back foot, Chen Fan had hooked up with the schoolgirl? Why is it like this? Where did Chen Fan get this strength? Could it be that Xia Mengmeng didn't know that Chen Fan had already severed ties with the Chen family? Song Manyu guessed. Yeah, that's probably it. Just as Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng were about to enter the school cafeteria, Song Manyu hurriedly opened her mouth. Schoolgirl Xia, you don't know about the fact that Chen Fan has already severed his ties with the powerful Chen family. The current Chen Fan no longer has any semblance of relationship with the Chen family. Even if you were with Chen Fan, it would be impossible for you to marry into the Chen family. Song Manyu looks like a good person who wants to dismantle Chen Fan's conspiracy and save the kind-hearted Xia Mengmeng from Chen Fan's scam. Yeah, however, beyond Song Manyu's expectations, Xia Mengmeng's behavior was extremely calm. It's true that I don't know anything about Senior Chen's relationship with any Chen family, Xia Mengmeng said indifferently. And so what if Senior Chen has severed ties with the Chen family? Do you think I would care? Hearing Xia Mengmeng's words, no one dared to refute them. It was said that Xia Mengmeng also had a great background, and it was estimated that it was not inferior to any Chen family. This. Song Manyu froze on the spot. Not everyone is like you. In the end, Xia Mengmeng disliked Song Manyu if she meant it, and entered the school cafeteria with Chen Fan. In place, Song Manyu's toes buckled to the ground, itching to find a hole in the ground to burrow into, embarrassed to the extreme. Damn. Song Manyu clenched her fists, inwardly resenting Chen Fan even more. She really couldn't figure out why Xia Mengmeng, who was the school flower and had such a powerful identity and background, would hang out with Chen Fan. That's not normal. A deep jealousy surged up from the depths of Song Manyu's heart. It must be that Chen Fan had used other means to deceive the kind Xia Mengmeng. That's why Xia Mengmeng was defending Chen Fan like this. No, she must find a way to break up Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng, so that Xia Mengmeng could see clearly the true face of this waste of a man. Chen Fan. Song Manyu planned inwardly. On the other side, Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng had also bought lunch and found a corner to sit down. Senior Chen, how did you and my sister meet? After sitting down, Xia Mengmeng stared at Chen Fan with her big, budding eyes, looking at him with the appearance of a curious baby. Previously, she was the one who took the initiative to send a message to Chen Fan and asked him to come to the cafeteria for dinner together. As for the reason, it was also very simple. She just wanted to find out the relationship between Chen Fan and her sister from Chen Fan. Last night, although her sister had explained that she and Chen Fan were not related, Xia Mengmeng had only partially believed it. She believed what her sister said, that her sister and Chen Fan were not lovers, but she didn't believe that the two were just ordinary friends who had just met. She understood her sister Xia Ruoshui's cool character. If she didn't have a hint of good feelings for Chen Fan inside, even if her ankle was injured, even if it was hurt badly, her sister would never agree to let Chen Fan carry her back to the villa. Therefore, Xia Mengmeng guessed that her sister's relationship with Chen Fan must not be simple. This tickled the interest of the inquisitive Xia Mengmeng. I am the owner of the downtown financial building. Mr. Xia's company leases my financial building, Chen Fan replied. Xia Mengmeng asked a few questions in a row. Chen Fan's answers didn't give her any surprises. Chen Fan and her sister were indeed like ordinary friends. Those two are pretty tight-lipped. Xia Mengmeng inwardly spat in a small voice. But the more normal it seemed, the more fishy it was, and she wasn't going to give up. The two had dinner, and when Xia Mengmeng learned that Chen Fan didn't have classes in the afternoon and was going back to the villa, she immediately offered to take Chen Fan's ride, and she was going to her sister's house. Chen Fan promised that Xia Mengmeng would first go to the university dormitory to pick up some things, and the two sides agreed to meet at the entrance of the school. Chen Fan went to the parking lot to drive first. On the way to the parking lot, the system's voice rang in Chen Fan's ears. Ding! On the third day of severing the relationship, awarding 12% of the shares of Tengfei Group, a $10 billion group, and becoming the third largest shareholder of Tengfei Group. Ha! Chen Fan immediately brightened up. I didn't expect that this was only the third day. The system had rewarded himself with shares of the $10 billion group. He had leapt from a luxurious outcast to become the third largest shareholder of a $10 billion group. This reward was really timely. He himself is now short of industry. Tengfei Group, one of the big companies in Jiangzhou, strong, market capitalization is about a little more than $10 billion. The system rewarded himself with 12% of Tengfei Group's shares, and at a conservative estimate, it was also 1.2 billion. Adding to the previous one's worth has now broken 3.5 billion. In 3 days' time, the value of the body went from a few $100s to more than $3 billion. This promotion speed is also too fast. Previously, Chen Fan didn't have any idea that the system's challenge to bankrupt the Jinling Xu family had a 100-day deadline, and at this current rate, it seemed like it wouldn't take that long for him to step on the Xu family himself. That's nice. While thinking about it, Chen Fan came to the front of the school's parking lot. Only before he could walk into the parking lot, an unexpected figure suddenly appeared. Chapter 9, Important Discoveries. This person was no other than Chen Fan's previous second cousin, Chen Haoyu. At the same time Chen Fan discovered Chen Haoyu, Chen Haoyu also discovered Chen Fan. Ha! I didn't expect to run into it here. Chen Haoyu with a playful smile. He and his friend just returned to school, is ready to follow the grandfather's instructions, to find Chen Fan trouble, to combat Chen Fan? I did not expect to meet in the parking lot. Really coincidental. Save yourself in wasting time to find Chen Fan. Brothers, do you know who this is? Chen Haoyu looked at the 3 or 4 little brothers next to him and asked dejectedly. Isn't this Chen Fan? He's Yu's cousin, right? The minions replied in whispers. You guys are wrong. This is my former cousin, the current Chen Fan, who has voluntarily severed his ties with our Chen family, and he doesn't have any semblance of relationship with me anymore. Chen Haoyu said loudly. What? Taking the initiative to cut ties with the Chen family? Is he crazy? That's it. Is this kid's head in a hole? The little brothers looked at Chen Fan with a look of mental illness. They all dreamed of becoming the son of a powerful family. But in the end, when they arrived at this Chen Fan, they took the initiative to sever their relationship with the powerful family. If they were not sick in the head, who would do this? How about it? Chen Fan, severing ties with our Chen family. It should be the 3rd day now. Do you regret it? Chen Haoyu asked smugly. Regret? Ha! Severing ties with your Chen family is the best choice I've made in my life. Chen Fan replied with the same smile. Severing relations with the Chen family in the past few days, one's value has skyrocketed by more than $3 billion. And this is only the 3rd day. Behind them one's value will increase more and more until it exceeds the Chen family, and even exceeds the Jinling Xu family. Moreover, even if the Xu family's matter didn't happen, according to Chen Fan's position in the Chen family, it was estimated that he wouldn't even be able to share any property. Take this Chen Haoyu in front of me. Don't look at him now as very dejected. But in the Chen family young generation, Chen Haoyu is also considered a very ordinary existence. The future of the Chen family divided property, Chen Haoyu divided into the hands of the top of the day, will not be more than 10 billion. Chen Fan, just keep your mouth shut. Chen Haoyu sneered. He didn't believe Chen Fan's bull *******. And the best choice. Ridiculous. Cutting off relations with our Chen family. Now you probably can't even take out 1,000. No, not even $500. Becoming a real pauper. Poor thing. Chen Haoyu spoke with contempt. By the way, Chen Fan, thanks to you, Grandpa gave me a new car. See, my new car. Maserati Gran Turismo. The landing price of more than 2 million. How about it? Envy. Chen Haoyu pointed to a brand new sports car beside him and showed it off to Chen Fan. Chen Fan glanced at Chen Haoyu's Maserati Gran Turismo and did not say anything, but walked deeper into the parking lot. Do you guys think that Chen Fan is stupid for severing ties with our Chen family? Chen Haoyu asked his little brother. That's for sure. It's not generally stupid. There's not a person in the whole world who's stupid like that. The little brothers hastily echoed Chen Haoyu. You Chen Fan and our Chen family severed ties. In this life, not to mention a luxury car of more than $2 million, you probably won't even be able to drive a $500,000 broken car. Chen Haoyu watched Chen Fan walk away and thought that Chen Fan had wimped out, so he purposely shouted loudly, just before his words fell. In the next second, Chen Fan sat in his own Lamborghini worth more than $10 million, parked deep in the parking lot, and started the car. Seeing this scene, Chen Haoyu's jaw was directly dropped in shock. This is Lamborghini Big Bull? Chen Haoyu said with a trembling voice. Is he hallucinating? This is the landing price of more than $10 million of top luxury cars, and he compared to his own Maserati is a brother in the brother. With a clench of his teeth, Chen Haoyu fiercely slapped himself. Snap! The crisp sound came. Chen Haoyu felt a sharp pain coming from his face. He wasn't dreaming. He wasn't hallucinating. Even Chen Haoyu was like this, not to mention his several minions. At this moment, Chen Haoyu's several minions were stunned and could no longer speak. Immediately afterward, in Chen Haoyu's horrified gaze, Chen Fan slowly drove the Lamborghini Big Bull, which was worth more than $10 million, past him in style. How did that happen? How did that happen? Chen Haoyu was confused. In his imagination, after severing ties with their Chen family, Chen Fan should have gotten worse and worse, and would have been the penniless and poor type. How is it that Chen Fan is now driving a multi-million-dollar luxury car like the Lamborghini Dino? This kind of luxury car was not even available to their cousin from the eldest uncle's family, who was the best among the younger generation of the Chen family. What the hell? How is it that after leaving their Chen family, Chen Fan is getting better and better? It doesn't make sense, especially when he thought of just now. After he mocked Chen Fan and fooled around with his Maserati in front of Chen Fan, Chen Haoyu felt his face burning hot. This is a real disgrace for him. Standing in place, Chen Haoyu was completely messed up, while Chen Fan came to the school gate, picked up Xia Mengmeng, and the two of them went straight to the villa in the Royal View Villa. On the way there, Chen Fan received a call from the president of Tengfei Group, Zheng Xingde. Zheng Xingde first congratulated Chen Fan for becoming the third largest shareholder of their Tengfei Group, and then invited Chen Fan to have time to go to the group to sit down and get to know both sides. Well, how about this, Mr. Zheng? I'll go over tomorrow afternoon. Chen Fan thought for a moment and decided. Good, Mr. Chen, let's make an appointment. See you tomorrow afternoon at the group. Both parties agree on a time and place. After most of an hour, Chen Fan arrived at the Royal View Villa. Xia Mengmeng said goodbye to Chen Fan and went to her sister Xia Ruoshui's villa next door, while Chen Fan parked his car and returned to his own villa. Today there was just the right amount of time. Chen Fan wanted to study this system of his. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan made an incredibly important discovery. Chapter 10, Knowing Chen Fan's current situation. The shocked Chen family members. He seems to be able to upgrade this system. Instantly, Chen Fan got excited. It was great to be upgraded. The various rewards of the system were very generous now, so wouldn't the rewards be even more terrifying after the upgrade? Just as Chen Fan was surprised, the system's voice came. Ding! Whether to turn on upgrade mode. Yes. No. What happens when the upgrade system is turned on? Chen Fan asked. Once the upgrade mode is on, when the system releases a task, it will reward different amounts of experience value in addition to the normal rewards based on the difficulty of the task, etc. And when the experience value reaches a certain amount, the system will be upgraded by one level. After the system is upgraded, the value of the system's daily rewards, as well as the rewards of the tasks, will be increased by several times, even 10 times, several times, even 10 times? After listening to the system's explanation, Chen Fan's breathing became a little short. One should know that after he had severed his relationship with the Chen family, the system's daily rewards had been as high as about $1 billion. If the system could be upgraded, wouldn't the daily rewards become billions or even more? That's too scary. And that's still for upgrading one level. If one could upgrade 2 levels, or even 3 levels, then wouldn't the daily rewards be able to break $10 billion? With a horrifying reward of $10 billion a day. Stepping on the feet of whatever Jinling Xu family was a piece of cake. Chen Fan might even ascend to the throne of the world's richest man in a few years, or even less, and become the richest man in the world. In case I turn on the upgrade mode and fail in doing the quest, will there be any punishment? Chen Fan asked cautiously. Won't. The system's voice came. Chen Fan had an instant decision. Open upgrade mode. Turning on the upgrade mode, one's life in the future would become even more exciting, and as long as Chen Fan worked hard, the rate of increase in his value would be terrifying. At that time, let alone crushing the value of any Jinling Xu family, even if it was to crush the first family of Dixia and stand at the peak of Dixia, it was not impossible. And even if the mission wasn't completed, the system wouldn't have any penalties, and turning on the upgrade mode was simply 100% beneficial. Luckily, I found out about the system's upgrade mode today, or else I would have lost a lot of money. Ding! System upgrade mode on. Current system level 1, 0/1500. Requires 1,500 experience points to upgrade to level 2. The system's voice came again. Chen Fan's opening of the upgrade mode was successful. 1,500 experience points to upgrade. Not a lot. Chen Fan muttered in a small voice. Now that he was a level 1 system, the daily rewards were 1 billion. So if he rose to level 3, 4, or even higher later on, how terrifying would the daily rewards be? Chen Fan's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up for a moment. At this time, Chen Fan suddenly received a message. Chen Fan picked up his cell phone and looked at it. It was sent by Xia Mengmeng. She was going to Xia Ruoshui's Xia Group and asked Chen Fan if he wanted to go together. Just as Chen Fan was thinking, the system's voice came. Ding! Temporary mission release. Promise Xia Mengmeng to go to Xia's group together and visit your own financial building in the meantime. Duration of mission, 2 hours. Mission reward, 1 Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime. The world's finest wristwatch. Limited to 7 pieces. Mission reward, 53 experience points. Ha! Coming to the mission so soon? Chen Fan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that he had just turned on the system's upgrade mode, and in the next second, the system released a mission. Sure enough, after turning on the upgrade mode, the rewards for the quest had extra experience value. As long as he completed the challenge, Chen Fan would be able to gain 53 experience points, one step closer to the level 2 system. Moreover, the reward for this mission was a world-class wristwatch that was limited to 7 pieces worldwide, which made Chen Fan very excited. As the saying goes, if you're poor enough to play with cars, you're rich enough to play with watches, and having a watch that matches your status is, at times, still important. Patek Philippe, the world's top luxury watch brand, is recognized as the king of watches and a symbol of status and identity. Patek Philippe, loved by royalty, dignitaries, and the great and the rich, and the cheapest Patek Philippe watches cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. And this time, the system rewards one of the most precious watches in Patek Philippe. With curiosity, Chen Fan googled this Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime Master String Watch. It turned out that this was a special release by Patek Philippe to commemorate the 175th anniversary of the founding of Patek Philippe. Although there were a total of 7 pieces, but only 6 pieces were sold to the public. It's not impossible to think of it as a watch limited to 6 pieces worldwide. Okay, come along. Chen Fan sent a message to Xia Mengmeng. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan drove, took Xia Mengmeng with him, and went straight to Xia's group. On the other hand, Chen Haoyu also hurriedly returned to the Chen family. At this moment, in the Chen family villa, besides Elder Chen, Chen Yuzhen and the others were also there. How is it Haoyu? How are things done? Chen Fan, a little left our Chen family. Now living is not very bad? Seeing that Chen Haoyu had returned, Elder Chen casually asked. That's for sure. Leaving our Chen family, that little brat Chen Fan will definitely fall further and further behind day by day. The people of the Chen family chimed in. Hearing this, Chen Haoyu's face turned white and his voice trembled slightly as he said, Grandpa, I didn't fulfill your mission. Aha! Elder Chen frowned. Going to fall on the well and fix the miserable Chen Fan. This little thing Chen Haoyu couldn't even do it well? Just as Elder Chen was dissatisfied, Chen Haoyu suddenly spoke in a shocking manner. Grandpa, not only is Chen Fan not down and out now, but he's living a better life. I watched him drive a Lamborghini worth more than $10 million, driving past me with my own eyes. Aha! What? Haoyu? You're not kidding. Chen Fan is driving a $10 million luxury car? Chen Yuzhen asked with an incredulous face. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Chen Haoyu nodded his head. In an instant, the entire Chen family was plunged into a deathly silence. The development of things and their imagination is completely different. According to reason, and their Chen family cut off relations. Chen Fan will certainly become more and more down and out. How can it be more and more better? And also drove tens of millions of luxury cars. It's impossible. It's impossible. The faces of the Chen family were filled with shock, incomprehension, and doubt. As for the scene, it was Elder Chen who had the most ugly expression. He was unwilling to believe what Chen Haoyu had just said. Chen Fan, that little, how can it get better and better? Why? It's so unreasonable. There's definitely something fishy going on here. In Elder Chen's mind, Chen Fan was the most ordinary and mediocre among the younger generation of their Chen family, destined to not achieve anything in the future, the worst one in their Chen family. Therefore, Elder Chen would not hesitate to sacrifice Chen Fan to marry the Xu family in Jinling, but now he was told that Chen Fan drove a multi-million-dollar luxury car on his own. Doesn't that show that he has poor vision? No, never. He was not going to be wrong about Chen Fan, and he was still convinced that Chen Fan was destined to be mediocre and would not achieve anything. Chen Haoyu suddenly opened his mouth and added, "By the way, Grandpa, while I was returning, I heard something else about Chen Fan." Chapter 11, Elder Chen's Poisonous Plan. Oh, what is it? Elder Chen asked curiously. Grandpa, I heard that Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng, the school beauty of our Jiangzhou University, ate together at the restaurant at noon. Chen Haoyu replied. What? Elder Chen frowned. I know. A few people in the Chen family were still in a trance because Chen Fan had driven a multi-million-dollar limousine, when Elder Chen suddenly opened his mouth. What is it, Father? Q&A with Eugene Chan. I understand why that little Chen Fan can drive a multi-million-dollar car. Elder Chen looked as if he saw through Chen Fan's tricks. These words instantly piqued the curiosity of several people present in the Chen family, and several people looked at Elder Chen. It's very simple. That what's his name schoolgirl that you're talking about? Haoyu. The last name is Xia, right? Elder Chen looked at Chen Haoyu. Yes. If nothing else, this what's her name schoolgirl should be the youngest daughter of the Xia Group. Elder Chen opened his mouth. He had heard before that the owner of Xia's group had 2,000 girls. The eldest had taken over the company and the youngest seemed to have just started university and was local to Jiangzhou. What? The daughter of the Xia Group? The crowd marveled. Although the status of their magnificent Chen family was no worse than any Xia Group 1,000 gold, but if they were strictly counted, their gold content was far worse than the Xia Group 1,000 gold. The boss of the Xia Group only had 2 daughters, and in the future the Xia Group would definitely be owned by these 2 daughters. But the Chen family is different. Their Chen family is a large family. In the future, when the old man dies, there are so many of them, and each of them will certainly not share too much money. Grandpa, there also seems to be a rumor in school that Xia Mengmeng is the youngest daughter of the owner of the Xia Group. Chen Haoyu corroborated Elder Chen's speculation from the side. I guess that multi-million-dollar luxury car should belong to Xia's group's Qian Jin. Chen Fan somehow knew Xia's group's Qian Jin and borrowed this car from her to deliberately show off in front of you. Chen Fan wants to use this to prove that he's living a better life after severing ties with our Chen family. Elder Chen sneered. But the more Chen Fan is like this, the more it shows that after severing ties with our Chen family, his life is getting worse, and he can only rely on being handed out and pretending to prove himself. Haoyu, Yuzhen, come over here. I'll teach you how to deal with Chen Fan. Elder Chen had an idea. Chen Haoyu and Chen Yuzhen's eyes immediately sprang to life. They can't see Chen Fan's life is better than theirs. The worse Chen Fan's life is, the better to the kind of street. Clothes do not eat that kind of good. Then they are happy. Now that the old man had a plan against Chen Fan, they naturally raised their hands in favor of it. So the 2 of them rushed over and listened to what the old man had to say. On the other hand, Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng also arrived at the Xia clan group and went to Xia Ruoshui's office. In the office, Xia Ruoshui was handling things meticulously. Just then, Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng arrived. Sister. When she came in, Xia Mengmeng directly gave Xia Ruoshui a big bear hug. Ha, Mr. Chen Mengmeng, why are you guys here? Sister, I'm here to see you as I have nothing to do this afternoon, and Senior Chen is here to visit the company. Xia Mengmeng explained. Mr. Xia, I just bought this building not long ago, so I have time to visit today. Chen Fan nodded. Of course, Chen Fan's more important reason was to complete the system mission and get the global limited edition Patek Philippe wristwatch, as well as the system's experience value. That's right. Then I'll show Mr. Chen around. Xia Ruoshui got up. Just as Xia Ruoshui was about to personally show Chen Fan around, a senior member of the Xia group hurriedly rushed in and shouted, It's not good, Mr. Xia. Something's wrong. Chapter 12, Global Limited Edition Patek Philippe arrives. New quest released. What's wrong? Xia Ruoshui inquired with a slight frown on her brows. The company executives were just about to report, but they suddenly realized Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng in the room and wanted to speak. It's okay, go ahead. Xia Ruoshui opened her mouth. Mr. Xia, this is a company secret. Why don't you come out and I'll talk to you? Seeing this, Chen Fan opened his mouth. That Mr. Xia, since you have something to do, I'll just visit by myself first. This is someone's company secret, and it's understandable that this senior doesn't want to say it to his face. And things were more important now that he had completed the systems mission to visit his financial building. Alright then, Meng, take Mr. Chen on a tour of the building for me first. I'll come when I'm done with it. Seeing this, Xia Ruoshui asked Xia Meng to temporarily replace herself. Okay. Xia Meng had a big headache at the mention of company matters and didn't want to stay here, so she nodded her head in agreement. After that, led by Xia Meng, Chen Fan began to visit this financial building of his. It was only after Chen Fan left that this senior member of the company opened his mouth. Mr. Xia, our raw material supplier, South Trade Company, has suddenly announced that it has cancelled its partnership with us. What? Xia Ruoshui looked a little flustered. South Trade Group is their important raw material supplier. Now suddenly cancel cooperation with their group. It will cause huge loss to their group. South Trade Company and we have been working well together and for such a long time. How could they suddenly cancel their partnership with us? Xia Ruoshui said in disbelief. Suddenly, Xia Ruoshui's eyes stared and guessed. Could it be Yum Yum's doing? During this period of time, the conflict between their Xia Group and their old rival, Yum Yum Group, as a veteran enterprise in Zhengzhou, had a very strong heritage and was a bit stronger than their Xia Group. But if Xia's group wants to continue to develop, and Yum Group's this battle cannot be avoided. Recently Xia Ruoshui has been preparing for the war with Yum. Since their Xia Group side was actively preparing for it, Yum Group definitely wouldn't stop either. High probability that Yum is behind this. The executives nodded. In the face of the South Trade Company's problems, Xia Ruoshui became anxious. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. The more it was delayed, the more unfavorable it would be for their Xia Group. You immediately go and contact the Tengfei Group, Guifeng Company and Thousand Forests Group and ask them if they are willing to cooperate with us. We need to find a new partner as soon as possible. Xia Ruoshui immediately began to set up. Yes. The company executives nodded and went into action. On the other side, after visiting the building for a while, the system's voice came. Ding! Promise Xia Meng to go to Xia's group together and visit your own financial building in the meantime. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on winning a Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime, the world's finest wristwatch. Limited to 7 pieces, the watch has been placed in your villa's study. Please pay attention to receive it. Congratulations on gaining 53 experience points. Mission accomplished. This top-of-the-line Patek Philippe watch, limited to 7 pieces worldwide, and 53 experience points arrived without incident. Chen Fan was quite satisfied. There were now 447 experience points to go before the system could be upgraded. After visiting for another short while, Chen Fan and Xia Meng returned to Xia Ruoshui's office. At the moment, Xia Ruoshui was dealing with the problem seriously. Sister, what's going on? Xia Meng couldn't help but ask. Xia Ruoshui didn't hide it and said it directly. This matter wasn't too secret, and Xia Ruoshui was more confident in Chen Fan's character, which was why she didn't have any scruples. Yum? Hearing this name, Chen Fan's gaze turned slightly cold. The chairman of the Yum Group, Kong Baisheng, had a very good relationship with Elder Chen, and the Yum Group and the Chen family were considered allies. I didn't realize that Xia Ruoshui here and Yum Group were also competing. Chen Fan lamented in his heart. At this moment, Chen Fan thought of an important thing. A few hours ago, he had acquired the shares of Tengfei Group and had also become the 3rd largest shareholder of Tengfei Group. Just then, the system's voice came again. Ding! Temporary mission released. Help Xia Ruoshui solve this crisis. And by the way, strike Yum Group from the side. Mission time, within 48 hours. Quest reward, any skill selection card. You can select a skill at will, and after using the any skill selection card, you will completely master this skill. Mission reward, 58 experience points. Just as Chen Fan was studying this system quest, the senior suddenly barged in just now. At this moment, he was so flustered that he could no longer care about the presence of Chen Fan, an outsider, and spoke directly. Mr. Xia, I followed your instructions and contacted a few other companies, but they all refused as if they had unified their caliber. I suspect that Yum Group had greeted them in advance and bribed them so that they would not cooperate with us, blocking our back roads completely. After knowing this worse news, Xia Ruoshui's face became even more grave. Darn Yum. For a moment, she was at a bit of a loss as well. Mr. Xia, what raw materials does the South Trade Company mainly provide you with? In what ways do you work with South Trade? At this time, Chen Fan opened his mouth and asked Xia Ruoshui several specific questions in a row about the cooperation between their Xia Group and South Trade Company. Although Xia Ruoshui didn't know why Chen Fan asked this, she still talked to Chen Fan in detail. After listening, Chen Fan smiled mysteriously and spoke faintly. Mr. Xia, I may be able to help you in this matter. The Yam Group and the Chen family had an extraordinary relationship, and the day he and the Chen family went toe-to-toe, the Yam Group would definitely stand on the Chen family's side without hesitation. Now that he had stepped forward, he could complete the mission and get a generous reward, as well as help Xia Ruoshui, and also suppress the Yam Group, so it could be considered as a triple win. Ha, Mr. Chen has a solution? Xia Ruoshui's eyes immediately sprouted light, looking at Chen Fan with incomparable excitement. Well, I have a few connections within the Tengfei Group. Chen Fan nodded. Ha, this Mr. Chen, are you sure you can convince Tengfei Group? I just contacted a vice president of Tengfei Group, but the other party clearly rejected me. That senior member of the Xia clan expressed deep skepticism towards Chen Fan's words. This Mr. Chen, even if he had more connections in the Tengfei Group, could he be as powerful as that vice president of the Tengfei Group? Chapter 13. How is the Zhengzhou big brother like a little sheep in front of Chen Fan? I'm naturally certain. Chen Fan nodded his head. He, the third largest shareholder of Tengfei Group, was still very confident in doing this point. Give me half a day. I'll help Mr. Xia get it done. The senior wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Xia Ruoshui. Tough on Mr. Chen. Thanks. Xia Ruoshui looked at Chen Fan, her eyes filled with gratitude. Little things. Chen Fan spoke calmly, then took out his cell phone and made a call to Zhang Xingde, the president of Tengfei Group, asking him to have dinner with him this evening. Dinner tonight? No problem? Zhang Xingde immediately agreed. We'll meet at the Wangjiang Pavilion at 6 tonight. Chen Fan nodded. Wangjiang Pavilion? Their topmost upscale restaurant in Zhengzhou. Bar none. Okay. Both sides are about to make an appointment. Time flew by, and at 6 o'clock in the evening, Chen Fan arrived at Wangjiang Pavilion. Looking at the Wangjiang Pavilion, which covered a huge area and was ancient in color, Chen Fan was a bit emotional. Even if he was once a direct descendant of the powerful Chen family, he had never entered the Wangjiang Pavilion to eat. Instead, it was the first time he had come to Wangjiang Pavilion after he had severed ties with the Chen family. Wangjiang Pavilion is Zhengzhou's top restaurant. Per capita consumption without drinks, up to more than tens of thousands. If you add drinks, a meal to eat $100,000, or even hundreds of thousands are possible. Even the average rich cannot afford to spend. Chen Fan had just sat down when Zhang Xingde hurriedly arrived with two vice presidents of the Tengfei Group. After seeing Chen Fan, Zhang Xingde's three people were incomparably surprised. They were never expecting that Chen Fan was so young. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the three of them enthusiastically shook hands with Chen Fan and greeted him. Hello, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is young and promising. After serving the food and chatting for a while, Chen Fan went straight to the point. With the Xia Group? Hearing Chen Fan say this, Zhang Xingde was a bit surprised but smiled and nodded his head. No problem. Cooperating with Xia's group is a good thing for us. I'll be here. Xia's group's strength was evident in Zhengzhou. Cooperating with Xia's group would naturally be a good thing for their Tengfei Group, and he had no reason not to agree. Just as Zhang Xingde wanted to agree, the vice president on his left, Zhu Yunjie, immediately whispered in Zhang Xingde's ear. President, don't ever say yes. Zhu Yunjie, the very vice president of Tengfei Group who had previously rejected that Xia Group executive. Why? Zhang Xingde asked back in disbelief why he couldn't agree to such a good thing. Not allowing us to cooperate with the Xia Group was specifically ordered by Mr. Feng. Yunjie Zhu explained. Mr. Feng, the second largest shareholder of their Tengfei Group, had a higher position in the group than Chen Fan. What? Zhang Xingde's eyes narrowed. How is it that in this matter, the company's second and third largest shareholders are involved? For a time, Zhang Xingde was in a difficult situation. If he agreed, offended Feng. Did not agree, offended Chen. He is not a person inside and outside. This vice president. Is there something that can't be said in person? Chen Fan opened his mouth as he had a bad feeling in his heart. Sorry Mr. Chen, the group can't promise you that. Zhu Yunjie directly singled out and went toe-to-toe with Chen Fan. Zhu Yunjie was the general manager Feng's beloved, and wasn't afraid of Chen Fan, the third largest shareholder. Can't promise. Whether the group can or can't promise, it doesn't seem to be up to you, the vice president, to decide. Chen Fan responded coldly. Zhang Xingde still wanted to round up the situation, but Zhu Yunjie directly opened his mouth with a slight threatening tone. President, don't forget, Mr. Feng's shares are similar to the first major shareholder, Mr. Jiang. In case one day, Mr. Feng acquires a little bit more shares, he can become the new first major shareholder. Compared to this Mr. Chen. Hey. Zhang Xingda sighed lightly. Zhu Yunjie had a point. There was no way out. He could only offend Mr. Chen. Seeing this, a smug smile flashed across Zhu Yunjie's face. Just before Zhang Xingda could open his mouth, a cry of alarm suddenly came. Mr. Chen, you're here too. In the next second, he only saw a slightly chubby middle-aged man quickly walk over, then shook hands and greeted Chen Fan with a flattering face. When Zhang Xingda, Zhu Yunjie and the three of them got a good look at this slightly chubby middle-aged man, each of them changed their faces. Zhao Linyong? What's he doing here? The slightly chubby middle-aged man was none other than the domineering man who walked his dog without a leash that Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui had encountered earlier when they were walking around the Royal View Villa. After ascertaining Zhao Linyang's identity, the three of them, Zhang Xingda, hurriedly got up and respectfully greeted Zhao Linyang. Mr. Cho. Hello Mr. Zhao. However, Zhao Linyang acted as if he hadn't heard them, completely ignoring the three of them, and instead continued to chat with Chen Fan in a slightly flattering manner. Even though Zhao Linyang was so rude, the three of them, Zhang Xingda, didn't dare to make a single complaint. Not to mention the terrifying status of Zhao Linyang being the brother-in-law of their Jiangzhou big brother Sun Yongtai. They couldn't afford to offend Zhao Linyang himself alone. Zhang Xingda and Zhu Yunjie looked at Zhao Linyang, who kept pleasing Chen Fan, and were somewhat in a trance for a while. They hadn't seen it wrong, hadn't they? In their Jiangzhou had always been known as a flighty and domineering Zhao Linyang Zhao general manager. At this moment in front of Chen Fan, well behaved as a little sheep, and also had a look of pleasing Chen Fan. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. In shock, they thought of something horrible. To be able to make the hallowed Zhao Linyang so, then how powerful Chen Fan's identity would be. The more they thought about it, the more horrified a few people felt. Mr. Chen, the cooperation with Xia's group, I promise, no matter who comes today, it can't be stopped. Zhang Xingda immediately took a stance, then looked at Zhu Yunjie with a iffy look. Looking at Zhao Linyang's like this, as well as thinking that this Mr. Chen had acquired their group's shares worth more than $1 billion at such a young age, Zhang Xingda became more and more certain that Chen Fan was not simple, so he immediately made a decision. In an instant, Zhu Yunjie was embarrassed and fidgety. That, Vice President Zhu, our field branch is not doing too well lately. Why don't you go and give us some guidance? In order to show sincerity and position, Zhang Xingda Zhu Yunjie relegated to the field branch, compared to Mr. Chen, that second largest shareholder. Mr. Feng is nothing. Even if Mr. Feng came and saw Zhao Linyang, he would have to be respectful. Gulp. Zhu Yunjie's body went limp and he directly sat down on the chair. His career was considered completely finished. Mr. Zheng is decisive. Seeing this, Chen Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. Things get done. After saying that, Chen Fan took out his cell phone and sent a message to Xiao Ruoshui, asking her to immediately send someone and sign the contract with Zhang Xingda. On the other side, Xiao Ruoshui was still waiting anxiously in the office. Mr. Xia, don't hold too much hope. The cooperation with Tengfei Group, the probability is impossible. The same high-ranking person from before opened his mouth. This matter was the ghost of the hallowed Young Group, and it was absolutely impossible for that young Mr. Chen to crack it easily. The chances of Mr. Chen being able to get Tengfei Group to cooperate with us is less than 1%. Yeah? Xiao Ruoshui asked rhetorically. Unlike this senior, Xiao Ruoshui believed in Chen Fan. Before Xiao Ruoshui's voice could fall, Chen Fan's message came. Chapter 14, Mission accomplished. Could it be that Mr. Xia has already been taken down by Mr. Chen? Xiao Ruoshui opened her cell phone to take a look, and a faint smile appeared on her face, and in an instant, it was overwhelming. Seeing this scene, even if this senior in the office was a woman, she was a bit lost in thought. This was the first time she had seen Mr. Xia smile, and it was too beautiful. Director Zhou, what did you just say? Xiao Ruoshui looked at the company executives. Me? The company executive thought for a moment before answering in an uncertain manner. I said that the possibility of Mr. Chen letting Tengfei Group cooperate with us is less than 1%. What's wrong Mr. Xia? Director Zhou, your prediction was not accurate. This 1% happened precisely. Xiao Ruoshui slowly spoke. Mr. Chen really did it. What? Mr. Xia, do you mean that Mr. Chen has convinced Tengfei Group to cooperate with us? Director Zhou was directly stunned and dumbfounded. Yes, and Mr. Chen just sent me a message to send someone over so I can sign the contract now. Xiao Ruoshui adds. You can sign the contract now? Director Zhou people stupid. This is how she did not expect. Mr. Chen, this is also too powerful. This time in the past just a few hours, took care of the Tengfei Group. The Yang Group's conspiracy easily dissolved. Powerful that. Mr. Xia, why don't I go over and sign the contract? And by the way, apologize to Mr. Chen. It's my vision that's wrong. I underestimated Mr. Chen. Superintendent Zhou volunteered. I'll go myself. You can come along if you want. Xia Ruoshui decided. Mr. Chen had personally helped them with this matter, so she naturally had to go over and express her gratitude to Mr. Chen in person. After saying that, Xia Ruoshui and director Zhou moved off and headed to the Wangjiang Pavilion restaurant. On the other hand, in the restaurant, Chen Fan was chatting with Zhao Linyong, and as they chatted, the two of them talked about Wangjiang Pavilion. The owner of Wangjiang Pavilion is really making a lot of money. Wangjiang Pavilion is simply a money printing machine. Zhao Linyong opens his mouth and salivates over Wangjiang Pavilion. Oh, is Wangjiang Pavilion so great? Chen Fan asked in surprise. In fact, at Wangjiang Pavilion to make money is secondary. The most important thing is that Wangjiang Pavilion is our Jiangzhou's top restaurant. There are any important business banquets and so on. Jiangzhou's tycoons and bigwigs all like to come here. Over time, many bigwigs and tycoons in Jiangzhou have become members of Wangjiang Pavilion. And over the years, Wangjiang Pavilion has accumulated a very large network of contacts. Zhao Linyong opened his mouth. This network of contacts was what he was really salivating over. After listening to Zhao Linyong, Chen Fan's eyes lit up and he had an idea about Wangjiang Pavilion. Now that he had the system, his assets were growing by leaps and bounds every day. But unfortunately, there was no network of contacts to match it, which was Chen Fan's shortcoming. If he could have a network of contacts to match, Chen Fan would be like a fish out of water. It would be nice to take down the Lookout restaurant. Just as Chen Fan and Zhao Linyong were chatting, Xia Ruoshui and director Zhou came. Chen Fan helped both sides to introduce themselves, and under the witness of Chen Fan and Zhao Linyong, Xia Ruoshui officially reached a long-term cooperation with Tengfei Group, and Xia Ruoshui's trouble was easily lifted, and Yum Yum Group's plot was cracked. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding! Help Xia Ruoshui to solve this difficulty, and by the way, strike Yum Group from the side. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on obtaining any skill selection card. You can pick a skill at random and master it completely to become a master. Congratulations on gaining 58 experience points. The quest is complete and any skill selection card is in hand. In fact, at the very beginning when he saw this mission reward, Chen Fan was a bit surprised, but this was also good news. It sidestepped the fact that the system would not only reward specific assets, but also skills. Master level skills which can't be bought by any amount of money. Especially certain very powerful skills. It can play an important role in special moments. Now that he had completed the quest, Chen Fan could pick a skill of his choice as he pleased. And the gold content of this reward was no worse than that of a Patek Philippe. As for what skills to learn, Chen Fan would have to think about it. After the contract was signed, Zhang Xingde, Zhao Linyong left. On the spot, only Chen Fan, Xia Ruoshui and that director Zhou remained. Mr. Chen, I apologize for what happened before. Director Zhou spoke sincerely. Mr. Chen, there's one thing I don't know whether to ask or not. After hesitating for a moment, Director Zhou still couldn't help but open his mouth. Oh, what is it? Mr. Chen, how did you manage to get Tengfei Group to cooperate with us? It's only been a short 3 or 4 hours. Hearing this, even Xia Ruoshui could not help but look at Chen Fan. She was also curious. So well, the reason is simple. Because I am the third largest shareholder of the Tengfei Group. Chen Fan replied indifferently. Tengfei Group's shareholders? Mr. Chen is actually still a shareholder of Tengfei Group? Superintendent Zhou had a look of amazement on his face, full of astonishment. Mr. Chen is awesome. It was getting late, and just when Director Zhou planned to send Xia Ruoshui back, Xia Ruoshui refused her. No need. Superintendent Zhou, you go first. I'll just take Mr. Chen's car back. Aha! Hearing Xia Ruoshui's words, Director Zhou immediately froze. What? She didn't hear it wrong. Chief Xia took the initiative to go back in this Mr. Chen's car. Holy, something's going on. When Director Zhou looked at Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui again, the word gossip was written all over his face. In Jiangzhou, Mr. Xia is famous for being high and cold, not to mention to men. To women have a deep sense of distance. But now, Mr. Xia actually wants to take Mr. Chen's car to go back. That's not the way Mr. Xia acts. No, there is definitely something wrong with these two, and their relationship is 80% unusual. Has Mr. Xia been taken down by Mr. Chen? If this news spreads out, Jiangzhou does not know how many young handsome people hate to strangle General Chen. In that case, Director Zhou had the good sense to leave. Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui walked out of the restaurant. Chen Fan was just about to go back, but Xia Ruoshui suggested that she wanted to take a walk along the river. Wangjiang Pavilion? built right on the river. Mr. Chen, I really don't know how to thank you. Xia Ruoshui opened her mouth. If it wasn't for Mr. Chen, she would be facing a huge problem and the consequences would be unimaginable at this critical moment. I owe Mr. Chen a favor. This way, in the future, if Mr. Chen has anything, he can also come to me. I will never refuse. Xia Ruoshui gave Chen Fan a promise. Chen Fan froze for a moment. Xia Ruoshui's words did not even occur to him. The promise of the first beautiful president of Zhengzhou, the owner of the tens of billions of dollars market capitalization Xia Group. This gold content is not generally high. The two of them continued to walk along the riverside. Xia Ruoshui and Chen Fan chatted quite a bit, and without realizing it, the two of them got closer. After that, Xia Ruoshui then took Chen Fan's car to go back. After returning to the villa, Chen Fan couldn't wait to walk into the villa's study, where the Patek Philippe wristwatch, which he had just gotten today and was limited to 7 pieces worldwide, could be found. Arriving at the study, from afar, Chen Fan saw an additional mysterious wooden box on the desk. When Chen Fan went over to open it, an incomparably exquisite wristwatch caught Chen Fan's eye. This is the system-rewarded Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime. Chen Fan wore it and was satisfied with the Patek Philippe. A watch of this caliber, not to mention in Zhengzhou, even in the whole country, is one of the best. On the third day of breaking off relations, he rewarded himself with a generous share of the Tengfei Group. And tomorrow, on the fourth day, I don't know what kind of reward he will get. Chen Fan was quite looking forward to tomorrow's rewards and hoped that the system wouldn't let him down. Chapter 15, Day 4 of the breakup, rewarded with the finest fine dining restaurant. Zhengzhou, inside another luxurious villa. Two old men in their 60s and 70s were chatting. One of them was none other than Chen Shanhai, the Chen family's old man, while the other old man was the current chairman of the Young Group, Kong Baisheng. Old Chen, I heard that a scum came out of your family and severed ties with your Chen family in public? Kong Baisheng looked like he was watching. Humph, that little will regret it. Elder Chen spoke with a gloomy face. If you're not comfortable stepping in, do you need me to help you teach this asshole grandson a lesson? Kong Baisheng took the initiative to ask. No need. If I can't solve this matter, what kind of Chen family head would I be? Elder Chen rejected it outright. He estimated that in 7 days at most, Chen Fan would come back crying and kneeling to beg him. Unfortunately, it would have only taken 3 days if that little daughter of the Xia Group or whatever hadn't messed things up. Tomorrow, Chen Fan and that schoolgirl's relationship will break up, and that little Chen Fan will add insult to injury. Thinking about his previous plan and what he had told Chen Haoyu, Elder Chen was very confident. Seeing Elder Chen say this, Kong Baisheng didn't continue to open his mouth. He was just flirting a little bit. He didn't intend to really step in. After all, a junior like Chen Fan was not qualified enough for him to step in. Isn't it good to be the first family of a powerful family? But to cut ties with you, I really don't know if that grandson of yours has his head in the water or has been kicked by a donkey? Kong Baisheng opened his mouth in disgust. If he had a grandson like that, he would have broken the other guy's legs. However, just as he finished speaking, his cell phone suddenly rang. Kong Baisheng picked up the phone in surprise. Chairman, your plan against the Xia Group has been cracked, and the Xia Group has found a new supplier. Yum's managing director was anxious to report. What? How is this possible? Kong Baisheng looked like he had seen a ghost, and no longer had the composure he had just had. He guessed that Xia's group would solve the problem. After all, it was just a supplier thing. It wasn't a super big trouble. The problem is, he only took care of Xia's partner, South Trade, today, and it's only been a few hours. And Xia's group has solved the problem. What kind of joke is this? He had guessed that it would take Xia's group 10 days, or a week or so, to shed some blood to get it done. But it turned out that they had solved it in less than 7 hours. Didn't you greet the other companies before and tell them not to cooperate with the Xia Group? Kong Baisheng questioned. Greetings were made, but that Tengfei Group surprisingly didn't listen to us. The GM was also helpless, daring to disobey us. It's time to teach this Tengfei Group a lesson and let him know what happens when he goes against the wishes of our Parkson Group. Kong Baisheng ordered. At this moment, Kong Baisheng's face turned white with anger. This plan against Xia's group went bankrupt, and he could only reformulate the plan. Why, old Kong? Something seems to have happened on your side as well. Do you want me to help? This time, it was Elder Chen's turn to speak. No need. I don't believe it. Can't handle the district Xia Group, Kong Baisheng said with a gloomy face. He was going to be a bit tough. Seriously, if you need a favor, just ask. I'm pissed off at this Xia Group too. Elder Chen concurred. After all, they were allies. One for all, one for all. After that, Kong Baisheng had to go and arrange for a follow-up, and Elder Chen left. Time flew by, and the next day at noon, just after class, The system's voice came on. Ding! On the 4th day of the severance of ties, awarding 100% ownership of Wangjang Pavilion, the top upscale restaurant in Zhengzhou, and becoming the new owner of Wangjang Pavilion, the total value of Wangjang Pavilion is about $1 billion or so. Ha! After seeing the system reward this time, Chen Fan immediately froze. Holy, no kidding. He had only hit on the idea of Wangjang Pavilion yesterday, and the system had given it all to him today. Instantly, a great sense of joy surged through Chen Fan's heart. Great! The system is awesome. Having Wangjang Pavilion, one's value can increase by another billion or so, and now it has already exceeded $6 billion. And if one adds one's luxury car, mansion, and global limited edition Patek Philippe, it is estimated that it can reach $7 or $8 billion. Just the last $200 or $300 million away from breaking the $5 billion mark on their own. This is still second to the fact that, according to Zhao Lingyong, the most valuable thing about the Wangjiang restaurant is the rich network of contacts it has accumulated. Now that Chen Fan had become the new owner of Wangjang Pavilion, he would also be able to inherit this huge network of contacts, which would be just the thing to make up for his shortcomings and make himself like a fish out of water. What a great system reward for today. Chen Fan smiled and walked out of the teaching building, and as a result, under the teaching building, Chen Fan accidentally met Xia Mengmeng. Senior Chen, you're looking for me? Xia Mengmeng came over of her own accord. Ha! Chen Fan was confused. He didn't look for Xia Mengmeng. No. Chen Fan shook his head. No. Wasn't it you who had someone notify me that you had something for me and asked me to come to you in the school building? Xia Mengmeng was equally confused. Just as the two of them froze, Chen Haoyu walked over with his men. Xia Mengmeng was the one he sent to send a fake message and trick to come here. In order to dismantle Chen Fan's true face of heartlessness in front of Xia Mengmeng. Schoolgirl Xia, you've been tricked by Chen Fan. Just coming over, Chen Haoyu said with a pretentious expression. Ha! Xia Mengmeng didn't understand. Chen Fan is a scumbag who cheated on your feelings. He's not a good man. Chen Haoyu continued. Xia Mengmeng was even more confused. She looked at Chen Fan, meaning that this guy in front of her was a psychopath from somewhere. Let him perform. Just watch the clown. Chen Fan whispered to Xia Mengmeng. He wanted to see what Chen Haoyu could come up with. You say I'm heartless. Come on, tell me, how am I heartless? Chen Fan asked rhetorically. Chen Haoyu was just about to follow his own script, but since Chen Fan asked, he immediately answered without hesitation. For the sake of your own interests, you are willing to push our Chen family into danger, disregarding any semblance of kinship. What are you if not heartless and uncaring? Chapter 16, Chance Encounter with Chen Family at Wangjang Pavilion. Chen Fan doesn't deserve to eat here? What he said was true. If Chen Fan didn't marry the Xu family, once the Xu family took their anger out on them, they, the Chen family, would be the first to be unlucky. The anger of the Jinling Xu family was not something that a small Jiangzhou gentry like them could afford. Thus, Chen Haoyu put all the blame on Chen Fan. Ms. Xia, you're saying that Chen Fan isn't heartless? Chen Haoyu looked at Xia Mengmeng. What do you mean for my benefit? When it's clearly you who are going to sacrifice my life for your benefit. For the sake of your so-called family interests for me to marry a woman who is pregnant. Ha! Since you are so selfless, why don't you go and marry you are so great. If you marry, won't the crisis of the Chen family be solved? Chen Fan disliked it back. In an instant, Chen Haoyu was speechless. He is not stupid. How would he marry a like Su Junyao? Hearing Chen Fan say this, Xia Mengmeng also understood, especially when she heard the word marriage. Xia Mengmeng's emotions were even more touched. Directly dislike. Is this what you call heartlessness? If I were Senior Chen, not to mention severing ties with your Chen family, I would probably set fire to the Chen family directly. Xia Mengmeng disliked Chen Haoyu several times in a row. Chen Haoyu directly froze. This. Xia Mengmeng's reaction, how so excited. That's not quite what he expected. Senior Chen, your choice to sever ties with the Chen family is just too right. After saying that, Xia Mengmeng pulled on Chen Fan and left the place. In place, Chen Haoyu was confused. What's the situation? He was trying to come here to break up Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng, and now looking at it, it seemed that not only did he not achieve his goal, but instead, he made Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng's relationship a little better. He himself had helped Chen Fan instead. Darn, darn, darn. Chen Haoyu roared angrily in his heart. On the other hand, Chen Fan had already driven and brought Xia Mengmeng to Wangjang Pavilion. Today at noon, he's buying. After all, eating at Wangjang Pavilion as a guest and as a boss are two very different experiences. On the road, Xia Mengmeng's mood was a bit low. Senior Chen, how nice it would be if you and your sister were already together. Xia Mengmeng suddenly spoke. Aha! Hearing this, even Chen Fan, who was driving, was stunned. Senior Chen, I can actually understand you. Our Xia family's situation is even more complicated than your Chen family. Xia Meng whispered. Just now, why she was so emotional. It was not because most of them, the women of the powerful families, could not escape the fate of marriage. She was still young. It was fine, but her sister was different. Don't look at the fact that my sister is known as the #1 beautiful president in Jiangzhou, with such an action. But in front of the huge Xia family, the Xia Group in Jiangzhou was nothing at all. Strictly speaking, the Xia Group in Jiangzhou is just a branch. The headquarters of their Xia family is not here. Unless her sister made Xia's group go further. Otherwise, she couldn't make her own decisions about her sister's future marriage. On her last vacation, she'd heard vaguely that the elders of the family were beginning to make preparations for her sister to go to the union. The other side seems to be a much bigger family. In case the elders of the two big families finalized their ideas, then my sister would be in danger. Therefore, Xia Meng had just said that it would be good if Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui were already together. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan and Xia Meng arrived in front of Wangjiang Pavilion. Just as Chen Fan was parking their car, in front of Wangjiang Pavilion, Chen Yuzhen came with a few friends. Sister Chen, if we come all of a sudden, will there be a place at Wangjiang Pavilion? A companion asked. A restaurant like Wangjiang can be too much of a hotspot. Oh, even if there's no place for anyone else at Wangjiang Pavilion, there has to be a place for me. Hearing this, Chen Yuzhen said with incomparable braggadocio. I'm a premium member of Wangjiang Pavilion. I spend millions every year at Wangjiang Pavilion. Just as Chen Yuzhen was fooling around in front of the Wangjiang Pavilion restaurant, Chen Fan and Xia Meng also walked over. When Chen Yuzhen saw Chen Fan from afar, she first froze, then with a mean-to-the-core voice, she sarcastically said, "Aigu, a restaurant of the caliber of Wangjiang Pavilion is something a poor man like you can come to?" Chapter 17, shocked Chen Yuzhen. What are you worthy of comparing with Mr. Chen? Not to mention that Chen Fan had severed his relationship with their Chen family now. Even when Chen Fan was still in the Chen family, he couldn't afford to consume a restaurant like Wangjiang Pavilion. Seeing Chen Fan in front of Wangjiang Pavilion now, Chen Yuzhen felt it was a great irony. Chen Fan smiled coldly and opened his mouth. This is not a place I can come to. Is it a place you can come to? Seeing Chen Fan say this, Chen Yuzhen had a smug smile on her face and opened her mouth in a conspicuous manner. That's natural. Every month, I come to Wangjiang Pavilion at least 5 times. You say here is not I can come. You might have been able to before, but today, you won't be able to get in the door of Wangjiang Pavilion. Chen Fan slowly spoke. Saying that, Chen Fan casually sent out a text message. I can't get in the door of Wangjiang Pavilion today. What an international joke. Who do you think you are? Laugh me to death. Ha 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 ha. Chen Yuzhen laughed as if she had heard some heavenly joke. That's right. How dare you say that Sister Chen can't get into Wangjiang Pavilion? How is that possible? Is this kid not awake? In Jiangzhou, there are still places that our Sister Yuzhen can't enter? A few of Chen Yuzhen's companions couldn't help but open their mouths and satirize Chen Fan. Chen Yuzhen straightened her back and looked at Chen Fan with conviction. Chen Fan, now, I'll show you how I entered Wangjiang Pavilion openly and honestly. As for poor people like you, you are only worthy of sniffing the smell in front of the Wangjiang Pavilion. You can't get in for the rest of your life. And you are only worthy of eating that kind of roadside stalls that dogs don't even eat for the rest of your life. Let's go. After saying that, Chen Yuzhen held her head high and walked towards the front of Wangjiang Pavilion with big strides. Before Chen Yuzhen could walk in, the welcome staff standing in front of the main door of Wangjiang Pavilion stood out. I'm sorry ma'am, we're full for lunch today. There's no room for you. Next time you want to come, you can make a reservation in advance. The greeter apologized. Hearing those words, those companions of Chen Yuzhen were immediately embarrassed. On the contrary, Chen Yuzhen's expression was calm, as if everything was expected. Don't worry. Chen Yuzhen glanced at her companions, then chestily took out a special card from her bag. Look well, I'm a senior member of your Wangjiang Pavilion, Chen Yuzhen, with privileges such as no queuing and no reservations. Chen Yuzhen domineeringly threw her Wangjiang premium membership card to the staff. Premium membership? Hearing those 4 words, the greeter's face instantly changed. Why? Do you think I can get in now? Chen Yuzhen asked. Can. Of course I can. You are a senior member. Naturally you have this privilege. Just now it was me who had the eyes to recognize the mountain. Please. The staff member bent politely and made a motion to come in. Seeing this, the smile on Chen Yuzhen's face grew even wider. Chen Yuzhen twisted her head and said to Chen Fan in a million different ways. Little thing, see, I'm going to enter the Wangjiang Pavilion for dinner now. And you can only watch from outside. You can't enter for the rest of your life. After saying that, Chen Yuzhen took a big step and then intended to step into Wangjiang Pavilion. Unfortunately, before her feet could fall, A man in a suit in his 30s came from inside and stopped Chen Yuzhen directly. "Ha, Manager Joe. What are you doing?" After seeing the looks of the visitor clearly, Chen Yuzhen asked in surprise. The man in the suit was no other than the lobby manager of Wangjiang Pavilion. "What are you doing, Ms. Chen?" Manager Zhao asked rhetorically. "Me? I naturally went in to eat. What else was I going to do?" Manager Zhao, "Don't get in the way here. It's getting late." After saying that, Chen Yuzhen wanted to go in again, but Manager Zhao was once again stopped by her. Immediately afterward, in Chen Yuzhen's questioning eyes, Manager Zhao coldly announced, "Ms. Chen Yuzhen, I'm sorry to inform you that you can't go in today." "What? What did you say?" Chen Yuzhen became furious. In front of that little thing Chen Fan, as well as his own companions, this Manager Zhao unexpectedly wouldn't let himself in. Why? Why? There's no why. You just can't go in there. And if you have to have an answer, you can understand that there's no place for you in there. Manager Zhao shrugged and replied arrogantly. Just at this moment, Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng also walked over. "What? I told you you couldn't get in today. Now do you believe me?" Chen Fan said indifferently. In an instant, Chen Yuzhen's face reddened with embarrassment. Chen Fan went forward and whispered a few words to Manager Zhao. After hearing Chen Fan's words clearly, the arrogant Manager Zhao immediately revealed a fawning smile. Come in, come in." Manager Zhao respectfully invited Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng inside. "Chen Yuzhen, we're going in. And you can only watch from the outside." Chen Fan returned Chen Yuzhen's words from earlier, as they were. Chen Yuzhen instantly exploded with anger. In the next second, under Chen Yuzhen's exasperated look, Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng leisurely stepped into Wangjiang Pavilion and went to eat. Chen Yuzhen and the others were still stopped outside. "Didn't you say there was no room in there? How come if he can get in? He has a place. Why don't I?" Chen Yuzhen pointed at Manager Zhao and cursed loudly. Manager Zhao was amused by Chen Yuzhen's words. "What kind of status are you? And you deserve to be compared to Mr. Chen? Who are you?" Manager Zhao unceremoniously scolded back. "Who am I? I'm Chen Yuzhen, a senior member of your Wangjiang Group." Chen Yuzhen replied. "Oh yeah." Being reminded by Chen Yuzhen, Manager Zhao remembered. And immediately after, Manager Zhao took Chen Yuzhen's VIP card from that welcoming staff, and then took out a pair of scissors from his pocket that had been specially prepared. Manager Zhao, in front of Chen Yuzhen, as well as everyone at the scene, dryly and directly cut Chen Yuzhen's VIP card into two halves. Immediately afterward, Manager Zhao loudly announced, "From now on, you, Chen Yuzhen, are no longer a senior member of our Wangjiang Pavilion, and, from now on, you're on our blacklist at Wangjiang Pavilion, and you'll never be allowed to eat at Wangjiang Pavilion." Manager Zhao's words seemed like a shocking thunderbolt that landed in Chen Yuzhen's ears, and her entire body froze in place. "What's the situation? Blacklisted by Wangjiang Pavilion. We can stay away from her." A few guests who had finished eating from the Wangjiang Pavilion restaurant and came out heard Manager Zhao say that and talked. Being blackballed by Wangjiang Pavilion would definitely become a huge laughingstock in Zhengzhou's high society. Chen Yuzhen's face was completely swept away. "Why?" Chen Yuzhen yelled. "Why Chen Fan can go in, but he cannot go in, and his Wangjiang Pavilion membership card has been cancelled, and even pulled black by Wangjiang Pavilion." Chen Yuzhen was angry to the core. Today, she had really lost her face, especially in front of Chen Fan, whom she despised and looked down upon the most. How could she stay in Jiangzhou in the future? After spilling her guts for a while, Chen Yuzhen calmed down a little. At this moment, once again recalling what had just happened, Chen Yuzhen suddenly understood why. Chapter 18 Xia Mengmeng's bold plan. Terrible revenge on Chen Fan. Just now, she had put all her attention on Chen Fan, ignoring the pretty girl beside Chen Fan. If there was no surprise, this pretty girl who was similar in age to Chen Fan should be Xia Mengmeng, whatever school flower Hao Yu was talking about. And the reason why Chen Fan was able to go in just now, and the reason why he himself was stopped by Wangjiang Pavilion, cancelled his VIP card, and even blacked out, was definitely all because Chen Fan encouraged that Xia Mengmeng to do it. Xia Mengmeng is supposed to be a diamond member of the more powerful Wangjiang Pavilion. Chen Yuzhen attributed everything that had just happened to Xia Mengmeng. As for Chen Fan relying on himself and getting into the Wangjiang Pavilion, Chen Yuzhen did not think about it at all. Chen Fan what he counts, and their Chen family severed relations with the abandoned young. A waste just, how can it be to rely on their own to go into the Wangjiang Pavilion? It want to do something about this, Chen Fan or the next life. Damn Xia Mengmeng, damn Xia Group. Chen Yuzhen said through gritted teeth. Chen Fan the soft-eating trash. Without the big tree of Xia Mengmeng, you're just a piece of trash. And what's up with Hoyo? Wasn't he ordered by the old master to dismantle Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng? How come the two of them are now coming to Wangjiang Pavilion for dinner together? Chen Yuzhen muttered in dissatisfaction. That nephew of his, Chen Haoyu, is also a waste. At this moment, Chen Yuzhen was no longer in the mood to eat, so she immediately drove away and returned to the Chen family. Chen Yuzhen has just arrived at the Chen family home and finds that the old man is not at home, while Chen Haoyu and another girl are at home. Chen Yuzhen kept splitting her head and cursing at Chen Haoyu, having just been reprimanded by Xia Mengmeng for a period of time at school, and returning home, and then being scolded by his great-aunt Chen Yuzhen for a period of time. Chen Haoyu was also suffocating to the extreme, and was furious inside. What do you do for food? Why don't you follow the old man's orders when he laid it out so well? Chen Yuzhen took all the dissatisfaction she had just felt towards Chen Fan, as well as her anger, and scattered it all on Chen Haoyu in a brainstorm. Big aunt, I'm helpless too. Chen Haoyu defended himself. Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng both don't follow normal thinking at all. I haven't even had a chance to follow grandpa's instructions. I was taught a lesson by Xia Mengmeng for a while. There's no chance to speak at all. And the relationship between the two, it seems, is even better. What do you do for food? Chen Yuzhen scolded angrily. Alright, great aunt, Haoyu's ability is limited. It's better to let me do this matter of teaching Chen Fan a lesson. At that moment, another woman in the living room, in her mid-20s, spoke up. The woman's name is Chen Itsue, a junior at another university in Jiangzhou this year. Chen Haoyu's own sister, a sort of cousin of Chen Fan once. In the Chen family, Chen Itsue is better than Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu is relying on the prestige of the Chen family as well as connections to become the president of a department student union, while Chen Itsue is relying on the capital given by the Chen family to create her own personal studio, and currently earns up to tens of millions of dollars a year. It's fine, Itsue, if you step in, you can definitely teach that little thing Chen Fan a hard lesson. You are the hope of our Chen family. Chen Yuzhen nodded her head, confident in Chen Itsue's methods. I didn't realize that something like this was going on in the house after not being home for a week. Chen Itsue smiled disdainfully. Chen Fan went so far as to cut ties with our Chen family. Who does he think he is? Previously, Chen Itsue hadn't even said 2 words to Chen Fan, her cousin, who she couldn't even look at. But she didn't expect that now Chen Fan would actually have the audacity to cut off relations with their Chen family. Heartless dogs. Just evening a district Xia's group small 1,000 gold. And not evening Xia Ruoxue, the first beautiful president of Jiangzhou. Really think you are invincible? Chen Itsue didn't put Chen Fan in her eyes at all. If the person Chen Fan was currently evening was Xia Ruoxue, she would have turned her head and left without saying a word. As the president of the Xia Group, Xia Ruoxue can only be confronted by the old man's appearance, and their status is not enough. Chen Fan might really be able to fight against their Chen family if he could get on Xia Ruoxue's good side. Unfortunately, Chen Fan was only relying on Xia Ruoxue's sister, and the other party was only a freshman in college and just had a little money. Chen Fan wants to borrow Xia Mengmeng's momentum and their Chen family. Ridiculous, Hojo, this afternoon, I'll go with you to your school. Chen Itsue opened her mouth. Alright, sister, I'm counting on you to help me and help our Chen family regain face, Chen Haoyu said excitedly. The means of his own dear sister, Chen Haoyu is clear. This time his sister stepped in. Chen Fan is absolutely finished. On the other hand, Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng were eating at the restaurant of Wanzhong Pavilion. As the two of them ate and chatted, Chen Fan also largely understood the situation of the Xia family. I didn't realize that the Xia family was so big, and listening to Xia Mengmeng, I'm afraid that the Xia family is not worse than the Xu family. You see, are the big families 1,000 gold? People Xia Ruoxue Xia General, people Xia Mengmeng's person, and then look at Xu Junyao. Gap. Today at noon, Xia Mengmeng helped herself dislike Chen Haoyu, and before that, she also helped herself dislike Song Manyu, so Chen Fan was very grateful. In Jiangzhou, if there is anything, you and Mr. Xia can also look for me. Chen Fan opened his mouth. People helped themselves, and if something happened to Ms. Xia and the girls, Chen Fan would naturally not stand by. Well, thank you Senior Chen. Xia Mengmeng nodded. At first, Xia Mengmeng didn't have anything, but all of a sudden, Xia Mengmeng looked at Chen Fan and thought of her sister's situation, and a bold plan came to her mind. The more she thought about it, the more Xia Mengmeng felt that this plan was somewhat feasible. Of course, this is still just Xia Mengmeng's idea for the time being. Specifically, it's better to look at the back situation. After dinner, Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng left Wanzhong Pavilion and went back to school. At noon, because of Kong Baixing's command, the Yum Group had also begun to formulate a terrible retaliation against the Tengfei Group. Daring to go against them, the Yum Group will definitely not end well. Time flies. In the afternoon, Chen Itsue confidently came to Jiangzhou University with her younger brother Chen Haoyu. Chen Itsue was ready to take on Chen Fan. Chapter 19, Chen family siblings in action. Chen Fan's Patek Philippe is fake? Chen Yitsuei and Chen Haoyu just got down from the car. Chen Haoyu's little brother who had been waiting in the parking lot immediately came over. Brother Yu, I asked around. This afternoon, Chen Fan and his class, as well as other sophomores, are going to attend a lecture. The junior brother reported to Chen Haoyu. Very good. Chen Haoyu nodded in satisfaction. Hojo, I asked you to prepare ahead of time. Are you ready? Chen Yitsuei inquired as if she meant it. At noon today, Chen Yitsuei asked Chen Haoyu about Chen Fan's recent situation. When Chen Yitsuei learned a certain thing about Chen Fan from her younger brother, Chen Yitsuei immediately made a plan. Don't worry sister, I've already made the connection. The people will be here in a minute. Chen Haoyu replied dryly. This time, Chen Fan won't be able to escape, without Xia Mengmeng beside him to back him up. I'll see what this brat Chen Fan will do. Chen Haoyu sneered. Still, my sister was thoughtful, and just in case, she purposely picked the time when Xia Mengmeng was not by Chen Fan's side to do it. That way, their plan was absolutely foolproof. Today, I'm going to make Chen Fan, in front of all his classmates, in front of countless students of Jiangzhou University, lose face and become the laughingstock of countless people. Chen Yitsuei was satisfied with her plan. Next to him, Chen Haoyu also clenched his fist and wiped his mouth, eager to try being brought down by Chen Fan twice in a row. This time, with my sister's help. Chen Fan, you wait to become the joke of the entire Jiangzhou University. On the other hand, because of the school's arrangement, Chen Fan came with many sophomores to an oversized classroom in the school that could accommodate hundreds of people to listen to the lecture. Not long after Chen Fan and the others came in, Chen Haoyu, Chen Yitsuei, and a man in his 30s in a suit carrying a black suitcase also came in through the back door. Chen Yitsuei gave her brother a look, and Chen Haoyu immediately understood and walked towards Chen Fan in front. It's starting to move. Isn't this Chen Fan? I didn't expect to run into him again here. Chen Haoyu pretended to have a chance encounter and opened his mouth in incomparable surprise. Chen Fan glanced at Chen Haoyu and did not want to bother with him. It was just that the more Chen Fan ignored him, the more Chen Haoyu came forward. Gu, Chen Fan, you're wearing a watch Patek Philippe worth several $100,000. So rich. Suddenly, Chen Haoyu said loudly, hundreds of thousands of dollars of watches. These words immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. In an instant, the gazes of countless people at the scene coincidentally focused on Chen Fan and Chen Haoyu. The people on the scene were all sophomores, and $10,000 was a huge amount of money to them. And as for hundreds of thousands, it was absolutely astronomical. Now that I've heard of someone wearing a watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, I can't even think about not drawing attention to myself. Wearing hundreds of thousands of dollars in watches. Awesome. Who is this brother? So powerful? Who is he? He's a member of the luxurious Chen family. It's reasonable to wear hundreds of thousands of dollars of watches. The crowd at the scene muttered in whispers. But Chen Fan, you have severed your relationship with our Chen family, even netted out. Where did you get the money to buy hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Patek Philippe? You're not wearing a fake watch just to pretend to be a fool, right? Chen Haoyu said in a conspiratorial manner. A fake watch? Chen Fan sneered. This Patek Philippe he is wearing is a top-of-the-line watch limited to 7 pieces worldwide rewarded by the system. So how could it be fake? The system even rewarded itself easily with something worth over $1 billion. A watch in the district. It could still be fake. What? Chen Fan has severed his relationship with the Chen family, not being a member of a powerful family. Where did he get the money to buy a wristwatch of this caliber? It's definitely a fake. Yes. It must be a fake watch. A fake watch. This kid went so far as to buy a fake watch in order to pretend and fool around in front of us. It's really disgusting. That's right. All cut off relations with other people's Chen family. Still pretending to be a high-flying handsome. Wearing a fake watch. What a thing. Chen Haoyu's long ago arranged minions shouted loudly in the crowd, deliberately leading the rhythm. After hearing that Chen Fan wore a fake watch in order to pretend to be a bully, many people at the scene were also incited by Chen Haoyu and the others. And they rebuked Chen Fan. Sorry to disappoint you, but this Patek Philippe I have. It's a real watch, Chen Fan said slowly. A real watch? Not really. Chen Haoyu shook his head. We can't tell if it's real or fake for a watch of this level. Some of them say it's real. Some say it's not. But how can we tell if it's real or not? We're not appraisers. It's not easy to say who's telling the truth and who's telling lies. The crowd whispered. At the back of the classroom, hearing these voices, Chen Yitsuei glanced at the man in the suit, signaling that it was his turn to appear. The man in the suit acted immediately, stepping forward and speaking loudly. Don't worry everyone. I'm a professional watch appraiser. I can, right now, authenticate this Patek Philippe as real or fake. Chen Itsue stood in the distance, her hands clasped in front of her chest, looking coldly at Chen Fan in front of her, with an unconcealable smugness in her eyes. This is her tactic. Today at noon. From his younger brother, he knew that Chen Fan seemed to wear a piece of Patek Philippe today, so Chen Itsue immediately guessed that Chen Fan's watch must be fake. After all, really, how could Chen Fan afford to buy it after severing ties with their Chen family? So against this fake watch of Chen Fan, Chen Itsue made such a bureau. For this reason, she also asked her brother to bring this professional watch appraiser, in order to hit Chen Fan's face hard in front of everyone. Chen Itsue wanted to make Chen Fan lose face in front of his classmates, as well as the countless students of Jiangzhou University, making him a poor man who had no money and had to act like a pussy, the laughingstock of Jiangzhou University. The way things were going, it seemed like her goal was about to be accomplished. Fixing Chen Fan is too easy. It was unbelievable that his younger brother, as well as his great aunt, had actually lost to Chen Fan. It was unbelievable how it was possible to lose. Chen Itsue floated up inside. It's great to have a professional appraisal. Then appraise it. The crowd clamored. How about it? Chen Fan, didn't you say your watch is real? Do you dare to appraise it? Chen Haoyu asked provocatively. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding! Temporary task released. Agree to appraise your own watch and let Chen Haoyu know what it means to have a global limited edition Patek Philippe. Quest reward, top culinary arts. Mission reward, 37 experience points. Ha! Got a mission? What's not to dare? Chen Fan casually took off the Patek Philippe. The appraiser took out the professional instruments carried in the case and began to appraise them meticulously. After a few minutes, the appraisal put down the instrument and stood up in a serious manner, seemingly with results. In an instant, everyone present all held their breath and looked at the appraiser in unison. This Patek Philippe of Chen Fan, is it real or not? Chapter 20, the whole place is shocked. A horrible 8-figure price. Both Chen Haoyu and Chen Itsue were confident that Chen Fan's Patek Philippe must be fake. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to such lengths to make such a setup. Now, they were just waiting for the appraiser who had spent a lot of money to announce the results, and then they would push and push from there, spreading the news to the entire Jiangzhou University, so that Chen Fan would become the laughingstock of everyone, lose face, and ultimately not have the face to come back to Jiangzhou University. In this way, not only could Chen Fan be fixed, but he could also keep Chen Fan away from Xia Mengmeng, which was Chen Itsue's plan to kill two birds with one stone. This Patek Philippe is real, and of all the Patek Philippes, it's still the very best. However, the next second, that professional appraiser's words made Chen Itsue's siblings stay dumbfounded. Really? Chen Fan's Patek Philippe watch is real? Are you kidding me? How? The others at the scene were equally overwhelmed when they realized that Chen Fan's Patek Philippe was real. There is a saying that most of them thought Chen Fan's watch was fake before. After all, it was going to be a whole couple $100,000. Awesome! Only a sophomore and you're wearing a watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's awesome. The crowd murmured, envious of Chen Fan. You couldn't have misidentified it, could you? This watch is sure it's real? Chen Haoyu questioned the appraiser. This Patek Philippe is absolutely real. I can guarantee it 100%. Except, the appraiser wanted to say something. In the end, he clenched his teeth and still politely looked at Chen Fan. Sir, may I ask which Patek Philippe you have? He appraised all kinds of watches for 7 or 8 years. All kinds of top watches, from tens of thousands of dollars, to millions of dollars have encountered. But this piece in front of him, forgive him for his ignorance, really did not recognize. The one I have is a Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime Master Cord. Chen Fan replied casually. Oh, it's a Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime. No, what did you say? The appraiser didn't feel anything initially, but as a result, when he reacted, his face instantly changed drastically. He couldn't imagine his ears. Was this the Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime Master Strings? This is the legendary Patek Philippe, limited to 7 pieces worldwide commemorative watch? The appraiser asked with a shaky voice. A wristwatch of this level, not to mention him, even his master was not qualified to see it, and it was normal that he could not recognize it. Aha! Chen Fan nodded calmly. Hiss! The appraiser instantly sucked in a breath of cold air, deeply shocked. What? Chen Fan's Patek Philippe isn't even an ordinary model? A wristwatch limited to 7 pieces worldwide. Chen Fan is too good. I'm afraid a wristwatch of this caliber is more than a few $100,000. I'm guessing it's conservatively $1 million. As for the two Chen Itsue siblings, they were equally frightened. Appraiser, how much would a watch like this cost? Someone asked aloud in curiosity. How much is it? It's not easy to estimate a watch of this caliber anymore. You probably won't know until you go to auction. But I'm conservatively estimating how it's going to be 8 figures. The appraiser thought for a moment and answered cautiously. 8 figures? 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Wouldn't 8 figures be tens of millions? And the appraiser still hasn't said exactly what number this 8-digit number starts with. My god. A piece of Chen Fan's watch costs $10 million at the lowest minimum. That's wearing a top-notch villa on your hand. Instantly, the scene boiled over. Biggie, you're my idol. Young Chen, do you lack a little brother? I can be your little brother. Chen students, do you have time tonight? I invite you to watch a movie. I am 34DO. Countless people on the scene surged over, looking at Chen Fan adoringly. Chen Fan's reputation instantly peaked. Knowing the value of Chen Fan's wristwatch, the two Chen Itsue sisters were even more stunned, as if they had been struck by lightning. An 8-figure wristwatch. That's horrible. A wristwatch of this caliber that even they aren't qualified to own. Why does Chen Fan have such a wristwatch? Especially seeing now. Chen Fan not only did not lose face, but also gained fame and became the school's man of the hour. Chen Itsue's siblings hated them even more. They're doing Chen Fan a favor. Ding. Agree to appraise your own wristwatch and let Chen Hao you know what it means to have a global limited edition wristwatch. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on winning, Top Chef. Congratulations on gaining 37 experience points. At that moment, the system's voice came. Immediately afterward, a huge wave of proximity was transmitted into Chen Fan's mind. In an instant, Chen Fan possessed master-level cooking skills. A few minutes later, the professor of the lecture came, and only then did Chen Itsue and the others leave unwillingly. After the lecture ended, countless people once again surrounded Chen Fan, and there were even quite a few girls who were a bit bolder and made secret glances at Chen Fan. It took Chen Fan a long time to get away from the crowd. There were no more classes, so Chen Fan drove directly and returned to the Royal View Villa. It was like 5 or 6 in the afternoon when a knock came at the door. Chen Fan opened the door of the villa to see that it was Xia Ruoxue. At this moment, although Xia Ruoxue had changed into a very ordinary casual outfit, her stunning beauty was still hard to hide. Looking at Xia Ruoxue, who suddenly visited, Chen Fan was a bit surprised. That, Mr. Chen, I'd like to invite you to my home for dinner. Xia Ruoxue invited a little apprehensively. It was the first time she'd ever taken the initiative to invite a guy, and it was inevitably a little nerve-wracking to go to her house. In order to express her gratitude for Chen Fan's help in solving her raw material supplier crisis yesterday, Xia Ruoxue wanted to personally cook and treat Chen Fan to dinner tonight. Chen Fan happened to be fine, so he agreed. Half an hour later, Chen Fan took a bottle of nice red wine from the villa's private wine cellar and arrived in front of Xia Ruoxue's villa. Hearing the knock on the door, Xia Ruoxue, who was wearing an apron, came over to open the door. Mr. Chen is here. Please have a seat. The food will have to wait for a while. Good. Chen Fan sat down while Xia Ruoxue went to the kitchen. Not a moment later, there was the sound of clanging and banging in the kitchen. Out of curiosity, Chen Fan came to the kitchen and saw Xia Ruoxue, who was a bit frazzled. Seeing this, Xia Ruoxue said with a bit of embarrassment, "Haven't cooked in a couple years? A little rusty. I happen to be fine. Let me help you." Chen Fan opened his mouth. Today, he had just obtained the top-level cooking skill, and Chen Fan just wanted to test it out to see if the system rewarded skill was good or not, and what the level was really like. Chen Fan noticed that Xia Ruoxue had bought a very large Australopithecine and thought of the sheltered lobster he had eaten at Wangjiang Pavilion before. Chen Fan began to pack up the lobsters in the kitchen. A few minutes later, Xia Ruoxue's vinegared shredded potatoes were ready. Mr. Chen, try it. Xia Ruoxue took out her chopsticks and handed them to Chen Fan. This was the first dish she had made and she was looking forward to Chen Fan's comments. It was a pity that Chen Fan's hands were still dealing with the large lobster, so he couldn't spare any hands at all. It's not very convenient. Why don't we eat later? Chen Fan shrugged helplessly. Seeing this, Xia Ruoxue hesitated for a moment before she picked up a chopstick and tenderly fed it to Chen Fan. Chen Fan just opened his mouth. Just then, a shriek came out. Chapter 21, Day 5 of Severance. Reward for Top Shopping Center. Sister, Senior Chen, I was almost fooled by you guys. And you said you two were just friends. I caught you. Xia Mengmeng stood in front of the kitchen door, staring with wide eyes and a smug little expression. She had just returned to the villa and heard a commotion in the kitchen, so she purposely came over to take a look, not expecting to see the scene of her sister, Xia Ruoxue, taking her own chopsticks and feeding them to Chen Fan just as she arrived. To her sister, Xia Mengmeng knew her quite well. With my sister's character, she wouldn't have done it anyway if she was a normal friend and not half as good. That, Mr. Chen's hands were handling the lobster and it was inconvenient. That's why I fed it to him. Xia Ruoxue explained with a dry cough. Sister, you don't have to explain. I understand everything. Xia Mengmeng smiled mysteriously, then took the initiative to leave, leaving private space for the two. How does it taste? Watching Chen Fan savor the first dish he made, Xia Ruoshui asked with anticipation. It's okay, it's been so long since I've cooked. It's nice to have the first course made like this. Looking at Xia Ruoshui's expected expression, Chen Fan suppressed the thought of spitting. Really? Xia Ruoshui was instantly thrilled, so she hastily began to move on to the second course. Chen Fan's lobster is also almost processed, and the wind shelter lobster can officially start to do. After most of an hour, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui each came out of the kitchen with 2 plates of dishes. Whoa! Xia Mengmeng jumped at the chance. Meng, guess which 2 dishes were made by me and which 2 were made by Mr. Chen? Xia Ruoshui opened her mouth. Good. Xia Mengmeng picked up her chopsticks and tasted a few dishes, immediately making a judgment and guessing correctly on all of them. Mo, how did you guess so well? Xia Ruoshui asked suspiciously. Sister, these 4 dishes, 2 of them, the flavor is average, about the same as mine, and the other 2 are simply the best sheltered lobster and cola chicken wings I've ever had. Xia Mengmeng opened her mouth. It was too good to tell. Ah, is the gap that big? Xia Ruoshui was surprised and picked up her chopsticks and tasted them as well. She first tasted the 2 dishes she made. Not good, only edible. As a result, when she tasted a chopstick of the sheltered lobster made by Chen Fan, her expression instantly froze. Are you such a good cook, Mr. Chen? Xia Ruoshui's beautiful eyes were in a row, looking at Chen Fan with a million degrees of surprise. Barely. Chen Fan modestly opened his mouth. Just now in the kitchen, he had already tasted it. It was worthy of the top skill rewarded by the system. It could even crush the most powerful chef of his Wangjiang pavilion. You're good, Mr. Chen. Xia Ruoshui looked at Chen Fan with great admiration. Mr. Chen is so young and has such amazing cooking skills. Whoever marries Mr. Chen in the future will be blessed with good taste. Unconsciously, Chen Fan's position in Xia Ruoshui's heart rose once again. After having dinner at Xia Ruoshui's house and staying for a while, Chen Fan left. The next morning came the voice of the system. Ding! On the 5th day of severance, 100% ownership of the Wingate Shopping Center will be rewarded. Ha! Wingate Mall? Today's reward from the system was out of Chen Fan's expectation. Yangjia Shopping Center, one of their top shopping centers in Jiangzhou, gathers a lot of international luxury goods and is famous in Jiangzhou. Unexpectedly this time, the system actually gave the entire Yangjia Shopping Center to himself. The Wingate Shopping Center should be worth around $1.45 billion. In an instant, Chen Fan's value not only exceeded $5 billion, but also broke through a staggering $6 billion. 5 days to break $6 billion in value. This is simply amazing. A satisfied smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. If it continued at this rate, in 4 days at the most, one's worth would break $10 billion and become a 10 billionaire. By that time, he or she would be among the ranks of Jiangzhou's bigwigs and become the youngest 10 billionaire in Jiangzhou. Thinking about it, Chen Fan couldn't help but get excited. According to Chen Fan's estimation, all of the Chen family's assets should add up to around $40 to $50 billion. If we follow the current rate of increase in one's value, in a month or so at the most, one's value alone would surpass that of the entire Chen family. If the system could be upgraded by 1 level within this month, by then, not even up to a month, one's own worth alone could surpass that of the Chen family. In less than 2 months, Chen Fan would become the new richest man in Jiangzhou. When the time comes, look who's regretting it. Just as Chen Fan was planning, an unfamiliar phone call suddenly came. May I ask, is Mr. Chen Fan Chen? I am the former owner of Yangjia Shopping Center. The money I have received. May I ask when you have time to sign the transfer contract? The former owner of Wingate Shopping Center inquired. About 4:30 this afternoon would be fine, right? Chen Fan opened his mouth. 4:30 this afternoon. No problem. The parties agreed to sign the transfer contract at 4:30 p.m. At the Wingate Shopping Center. On the other hand, the news that Wangjiang Pavilion had changed its owner had also spread out, which made many bigwigs and tycoons in Jiangzhou incredibly surprised. As for who the new owner of Wangjiang Pavilion is, no one knows. For a while, just what kind of god-acquired Wangjiang Pavilion became the focus of attention of countless bigwigs in Jiangzhou. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a man dressed in a black suit and sunglasses, dressed as a bodyguard, walked into Wangjiang Pavilion. I need to see your boss. As soon as he came up, the man in sunglasses opened the door. Ha! Meet our boss? Our boss isn't here. Can I help you? I'm the manager of Wangjiang Pavilion. Manager Zhao asked in surprise. Under Manager Zhao's astonished gaze, the man in sunglasses took out an invitation and handed it to him in an incomparably formal manner. Manager Zhao took the invitation and opened it, and all of a sudden it was as if even his heart stopped. At the moment he couldn't believe that name on the invitation. Chapter 22 Special Invitation from a Big Brother in Jiangzhou. Reward for private ordering a top luxury car. My god. This invitation is from the big guy. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Please give it to your boss. After saying that, the man with the sunglasses left, while manager Zhao then prepared to call his boss and tell him about this invitation. Only just as he pulled out his cell phone, a waiter hurried over. It's not good, Manager Zhao. Something happened in room 7. The waiter reported in a panic. Ah, what is it? Manager Zhao hurriedly inquired. The guests in room 7 said that our food was not good today, and asked if we were targeting them on purpose, and acted as if they were going to make a move to smash something. The waiter replied. What? Manager Zhao frowned. Manager Zhao, I don't think these two people are here to eat, but rather like they're here on purpose to cause trouble. The waiter whispered. Come to screw up on purpose? Go on, check it out. Manager Zhao was led by the waiter to the No. 7 private room. At this moment, there were 2 middle-aged men with thin figures sitting in the private room, and beside them, there were 4 or 5 tiger-backed men standing, which seemed to be the bodyguards of these 2 middle-aged men. May I ask you 2 bosses what's going on? As soon as he came in, Manager Zhao asked with a compensating smile. Your food doesn't taste as good as it did the last time someone else treated us to it. Do you think we're easy to bully? And you're purposely making the food really hard to eat. That's right. Call your boss here and give us an explanation, or else we'll smash the store. 2 middle-aged men threatened. Ha! The 2 men's words confused Manager Zhao, who had never had a problem with their meals, and today's chef, who had been the same chef before. That, 2 gentlemen, it's our fault for poor hospitality today. How about this? We'll waive the bill for your meals today. Is that okay? Manager Zhou gave a solution. No, are we that bad? That's right, we must let your boss come. If your boss doesn't come, we'll smash the store today. The 2 middle-aged men screamed. Well, Manager Zhao left helplessly. At this moment, he was even more convinced that these 2 middle-aged men were definitely here to cause trouble, and the purpose was to meet their boss. Manager Zhao dialed the phone, and the 2 middle-aged men deliberately messing things up reported to Chen Fan. Getting things done? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding! Mission release, go to Wangjiang Pavilion and see what these 2 middle-aged men are up to. Mission reward, 1 Rolls-Royce Phantom with private customization. Mission reward, 47 experience points. Ha! Looking at the task sent by the system, Chen Fan was both amazed and surprised. Previously, Chen Fan had the intention of buying another business-oriented luxury car. After all, his own huge garage was now empty with only a Lamborghini parked in it, and the Lamborghini can only seat 2 people, so in case there are more people, there's no room. I didn't expect that this time the system mission reward was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and it was also a private customized model. This kind of is far more expensive than that kind of ordinary Rolls-Royce Phantom, and there are times when a private customized Rolls-Royce Phantom isn't available for the money. Okay, I'll go over there. Just in time for class to end, Chen Fan was leaving to go to the Yongjia shopping center. Now you can take a detour and go to Wangjiang Pavilion first to take care of things. Half an hour later, Chen Fan arrived at the restaurant. Guessing that the other party was going to cause trouble, Chen Fan gathered the 20 or so security personnel from the restaurant as soon as he arrived. A few minutes later, Chen Fan brought a whole bunch of Wangjiang Pavilion security personnel and arrived in front of the No. 7 private room, and before Chen Fan could enter, he heard rampant voices coming from inside. Why isn't your boss coming yet? That's right, believe it or not, I'll smash your store? The 2 middle-aged men screamed. The 4 or 5 bodyguards also jumped into action, looking like they were going to smash the store. Just before their words fell, a domineering voice came out. Trying to smash my store? I'll see who dares. In the next second, under the stunned gazes of the 2 middle-aged men, Chen Fan walked in with more than 24 security personnel in tow. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's several bodyguards instantly bowed their heads. Don't look at them as big, but in the face of 4 or 5 times the enemy, they could only obediently concede. Who are you? Me? I am the owner of Wangjiang Pavilion. Chen Fan slowly spoke. You're the owner of Wangjiang Pavilion. Are you kidding? The 2 middle-aged men were stunned, not believing Chen Fan's words at all. How old is this kid in front of me? I guess he is not even 20 years old. How can he be the owner of Wangjiang Pavilion? This is our boss, Mr. Chen. Seeing this, Manager Zhou stepped forward to reintroduce it. Now, the 2 middle-aged men were completely dumbfounded as they looked at Chen Fan with dumbfounded eyes. He's really the new owner of Wangjiang Pavilion. Holy, that's way too young. So what if you are the owner of Wangjiang Pavilion? Today we are not happy with the food. If you do not give us an explanation, there is a good time for you. One of the tall middle-aged men called out. Right, if you don't give us a satisfactory answer, When we go out, we will help you Wangjiang Pavilion to publicize well and make a good name for yourselves. Another middle-aged man even said if he had a point. Reputation can be so important to a restaurant. The tall middle-aged man still wanted to threaten Chen Fan. Just before he could open his mouth, Manager Zhao ran in. Sorry boss, I just realized you've arrived. Here's the invitation that was sent to you earlier. Manager Zhao opened his mouth. The invitation? Who sent it? Chen Fan asked. It's Wei Jingxiong. From Big Brother Wei. Manager Zhou replied. Wei Jingxiong? Hearing this name, the tall middle-aged man who still wanted to clamor instantly wilted. Wei Jingxiong, one of their Jiangzhou Big Brother. Hands have a large security company. Jiangzhou quite a few entertainment venues have his shares. Wei Jingxiong is the kind of stomping the ground to tremble 3 times the Lord. It's also something that those of them would never dare to offend. Oh, Wei Jingxiong, what did he invite me for? Chen Fan was even more surprised. Chen Fan had also heard of Wei Jingxiong's great name, but the two don't know each other. Big Brother Wei invites you to tea at his house tomorrow. Manager Zhou replied. What? Wei Jingxiong invited the kid in front of him to his house for tea. And the 2 middle-aged men who were looking for something were scared to death by Manager Zhao's words. Who was Wei Jingxiong? That was their big brother in Jiangzhou. What would be the status of the guest he took the initiative to invite? The identity. Even if it wasn't more powerful than Wei Jingxiong, how could it be similar to Wei Jingxiong's? Otherwise, how could Wei Jingxiong have invited him? The more they thought about it, the more scared the 2 middle-aged men looked at Chen Fan. And for a while, their legs went soft. Okay. Chen Fan nodded. Chen Fan picked up the invitation and then looked at the 2 middle-aged men. In a flash, the 2 middle-aged men directly knelt down and revealed the mastermind behind the scene. Chapter 23. What is Chen Fan's bank balance of? Mr. Chen, we were wrong. Mr. Chen, let's be honest. It was the owner of Drunken Immortal House, Luo Zhixin, who paid us to come to your place to find trouble. Yes, Mr. Chen, we are just getting paid to do our job. You shouldn't be general with us little people. The 2 middle-aged men didn't dare to hide and directly explained the reason to Chen Fan. Drunken Immortal House is the second-ranked restaurant in Jiangzhou, second only to their Wangjiang Pavilion. Luo Zhixin, the owner of Drunken Immortal House, saw that Wangjiang Pavilion had changed to a new owner, which was considered a period of turbulence. So he thought to take advantage of the opportunity to stink up Wangjiang Pavilion's reputation, and then surpassed Wangjiang Pavilion to become the number 1 in Jiangzhou. If it's possible, it would be better if he buys Wangjiang Pavilion at a low price after stinking it up. Did the owner of Drunken Immortal House, Luo Zhixin, send you here? This answer was expected by Chen Fan. Nice guy, bullying himself. Chen Fan sneered. This time, he messed with the wrong guy. Manager Zhao, send them directly to the police station. Chen Fan ordered. Don't, Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen, we were wrong. Hearing Chen Fan say this, the 2 middle-aged men immediately panicked. Eventually, these people were taken away by the security personnel of Wangjiang Pavilion. Chen Fan, on the other hand, opened the invitation and took a look at it. It was indeed from the big brother of Jiangzhou, Wei Jingxiong, and it seemed to be handwritten. Tomorrow? Chen Fan muttered in a small voice. Tomorrow is exactly the weekend. Let's see it then. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding, go to Wangjiang Pavilion. See what these 2 middle-aged men are up to. Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the winner, a Rolls-Royce Phantom with private customization. Congratulations on gaining 47 experience points. Mission accomplished. A private order model Rolls-Royce, and 47 experience points to hand. Chen Fan looked at his total experience value again. Current system level, level 1, 195/1500. There are still 1305 experience points left to upgrade. This speed is fine. Chen Fan was quite satisfied. It had only been 2 or 3 days since he had turned on the system's upgrade mode, and he had already accumulated almost 200 experience points. Right now, he had all but scraped together almost 1/7 of the experience value needed to upgrade. This is really fast. At this rate, even at the most conservative estimate, within a month, the system could definitely be upgraded to the 2nd level. By then, the system's daily rewards will increase a lot, and at that time, it will be even closer to one's goal of trampling the Jinling Xu family under one's feet. Drunken Immortal House, Luo Zhixin, Chen Fan muttered in a small voice. He has a little too much going on right now, and when he finishes the matter at hand, it will be Luo Zhixin's time for bad luck. Luo Zhixin is not trying to acquire his Wangjiang Pavilion. Then he will find a way to acquire his Drunken Immortal House first, to do the same thing to others. If you have any problems in the future, contact me first. Chen Fan left Wangjiang Pavilion after giving some instructions to Manager Zhao. When Chen Fan arrived at the Yangjia shopping center, it was only about 4 in the afternoon. The time that Chen Fan and the former owner of the Yangzhou shopping center had agreed on was 4:30 p.m. There was still half an hour left. Chen Fan happened to take advantage of this half hour to stroll around the Yangzhou shopping center. When he left Chen's house, he only took a few pieces of clothes with him, and now he was a little short of clothes, and he needed to buy some new ones. Chen Fan found the nearest store and walked in. It didn't take long for Chen Fan to pick out a large pile of clothes. Just as Chen Fan was about to go pay, a surprised voice came. "Ha, isn't this Chen Fan? You've severed your ties with the Chen family, and you still dare to come shopping in this kind of luxury store? Do you have money you?" A young man walked over and sneered. This young man's name was Zhu Pingyu, a member of the Xu family, another large family in Jiangzhou, and Zhu Pingyu and Chen Fan had always had a poor relationship. Although you are still in the Xu family, what difference does it make if you cut ties with the Xu family? Chen Fan disliked him unceremoniously. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Zhu Pingyu instantly exploded with anger. Zhu Pingyu was an illegitimate child. His status in the Xu family was extremely low, and he was probably no better than when he was in the Chen family. After saying that, Chen Fan directly ignored Zhu Pingyu and went to check out. "Humph. A dress here can easily cost tens of thousands of dollars, or even more than 100,000. You took so much at once. Can you afford it?" Zhu Pingyu said sarcastically. Chen Fan took at least a dozen various clothes and pants, and these added up to a conservative estimate of several 100,000. Zhu Pingyu couldn't believe it. Chen Fan, an abandoned young man who had severed ties with the Chen family, could take out so much money. "Let's see what you do when you don't have enough money later." Zhu Pingyu followed suit, intending to go to the theater. A few minutes later, the staff tally was ready. "Sir, these clothes of yours, a total of $1,276,000. Would you like to swipe your card?" Or, the staff said, "Over $1 million? Zhu Pingyu was shocked. "This is too much. A few pieces of clothing and it costs over $1 million. It's not a luxury item." Not to mention Chen Fan, an abandoned young man. Even if it was him, he couldn't get that much money. He would like to see how Chen Fan would take out the $1 million+ and pay for it. Compared to Zhu Pingyu's surprise after hearing the price, Chen Fan was calm, as if what he heard was not more than $1 million, but more than $100. "You sweep me." Chen Fan opened the payment code, then put his phone on the reception desk. "Okay." Staff scanning directly. The next second, the bank text message came. "Your tail number 5169 card has spent $1,276,000 and has a balance of $988. 100,010. 23. Next to him, Zhu Pingyu, who was planning to see Chen Fan make a fool of himself by not being able to get the money, happened to see the text message. Instantly, Zhu Pingyu stayed dumbfounded. My goodness, how did Chen Fan's balance get so many numbers? That balance seems to be a full 8 or 9 digits. If it's 8, that's over 90 million. If it's 9, that's over 900 million. At this moment, Zhu Pingyu's heartbeat seemed to stop. Let's not talk about 900 million plus. Even 90 million plus is a huge amount of money to him. Even if he was the son of the Xu family, there was only a few 100,000 in his bank card. Not even a fraction of Chen Fan's balance. Not to mention him, the bastard. Even if the most powerful one among the younger generation of their Xu family had a maximum of $20 to $30 million in his hands, it was still far less than Chen Fan. How did Chen Fan have so much money? This is too scary. Standing in place, Zhu Pingyu seemed as if he had been struck by lightning, motionless and stunned. Chen Fan, on the other hand, was carrying a large bag and left with ease. More than $1 million was not even a hair of a ninth cow to him. After Chen Fan put all the clothes he bought into the car, he saw that it was almost time. Chen Fan went straight to the top floor of the Yangzhou shopping center. A few minutes later, Chen Fan arrived at the office on the top floor. At the moment, the former owner of the Wingate shopping center was already there waiting. Both sides shook hands and got acquainted. After a few brief innuendos, both parties officially signed the contract. Once the contract was signed, from this moment on, one of the top shopping malls in Jiangzhou, Yangzhou shopping center, belonged to Chen Fan. After this was done, the former boss grabbed his things and left, and this luxurious office, too, became Chen Fan's. Chen Fan sat in his office for a while and suddenly thought of something rather important. Chapter 24, Day 6 of Severing Ties. Rewarded with the world's top black card. It was time to use that, any skill selection card, that I had gotten from doing the quest earlier. Before, Chen Fan hadn't thought about how to use this, any skill selection card, and what skill to select. But now he had an idea. Currently, there were 2 skills that Chen Fan thought of, which were the top fighting skill, and the top financial management skill. First of all, the top fighting skill was what Chen Fan thought of based on what happened at the Wangzhong Pavilion today. In fact, Chen Fan also had this thought before. Today if he wasn't on his own turf and really wanted to start a fight, he was an ordinary student. He was definitely not a match for those tiger-backed bodyguards. In the back, if you agree to the invitation and go to Wei Jingxiong's manor, who knows what will happen. Facing a lordly level big brother like Wei Jingxiong, mastering the top fighting skills can prevent it from happening. These were still secondary. The most important thing was that one had to deal with the Jinling Xu family later on. In case the Jinling Xu family jumped over the wall in a hurry and wanted to fight themselves to the death. Having mastered top-level fighting skills, Chen Fan also had the ability to protect himself. In the future, if you encounter any danger, you will be able to cope with it calmly. The second top financial management skill. As you become more valuable and have more properties in your name, financial management skills become more and more important. Chen Fan was, after all, just an ordinary sophomore, and didn't know much about economic management or anything. It was fine now, but if later on, the industries under Chen Fan's name reached a dozen, 2 dozen, or even more, Chen Fan would not be able to cope. Without top-notch financial management skills, things can easily go wrong, such as mismanagement, business bankruptcy, and so on. Unfortunately, Chen Fan currently only had any skill selection card, and could only pick one skill, not both. Chen Fan was in a tangle. A long time passed, and Chen Fan had an idea. Just pick the top fighting skill first to secure yourself first, and then learn this financial management skill later when you have the chance. After all, the industry in his hands wasn't too much right now, and he could still cope with it without being in that much of a hurry. And with the system in place, there's no fear of not getting top management skills for yourself later on. After having made a decision, Chen Fan opened the system and found the any skill selection card. Ding! Please enter the name of the skill of your choice. A system alert popped up. Top fighting skills. Chen Fan typed it in. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring a top fighting skill and becoming a top fighting master. A few seconds later, an extremely large brain memory as well as muscle memory flooded into Chen Fan's mind and body. It was only after a long while that Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes. Chen Fan clenched his fists and felt that his strength was much stronger than before. If Chen Fan were to encounter those 2 middle-aged men who were causing trouble at Wangjiang Pavilion again now, those few bodyguards of theirs would be able to be solved with one hand by themselves, without even taking a breath. Having become a top fighting master, Chen Fan would be able to face any dangers easily in the future if he encountered any. It was getting late, so Chen Fan left the office and drove home. On the way, Chen Fan sent a message to Manager Zhao of Wangjiang Pavilion. Chen Fan asked him to investigate the personal information of Luo Zhixin, the owner of Drunken Immortal House, and asked Manager Zhao to summarize this information about Luo Zhixin into a document and send it to himself before tomorrow night. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself. After that, if Chen Fan wanted to deal with Luo Zhixin, he naturally had to understand the other party first. Roger that, boss. Manager Zhou immediately went into action. Back home, Chen Fan just drove to the garage and saw a black Rolls-Royce parked there from afar. This was the privately customized Rolls-Royce Phantom that Chen Fan had just gotten from doing a quest. Chen Fan parked his car, got down, and walked over to this privately customized Rolls-Royce Phantom with some emotion. Chen Fan was too familiar with the Rolls-Royce Phantom. When he was in the Chen family before, several core figures of the Chen family, such as Master Chen's third son and others, drove the very same Rolls-Royce Phantom. However, there was no way their Rolls-Royce Phantom could be compared to this one of Chen Fan's, which could buy several of theirs. Chen Fan opened the door and went up to experience a business-type luxury car. And the feeling of supercar is indeed not the same. After admiring his private customized Rolls-Royce Phantom, Chen Fan returned to the villa. Time flew by, and the next morning, the system's voice came on. Ding! On the 6th day of severing relations, a world-class black card will be rewarded. A MasterCard black card of the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum States, now stored in your villa's study. Please pay attention to checking. Looking at the system's rewards, Chen Fan was a million times more surprised. He really didn't expect that what the system rewarded him with today was actually a First Royal Bank MasterCard black card of the oil country. Chen Fan had heard of the great name of this black card, the First Royal Bank of the Oil States MasterCard black card, one of the world's top black cards, is owned mostly by royalty, tycoons, and top dignitaries from countries around the globe. The First Royal Bank of the Oil States MasterCard black card is more special and rarer than black cards from other banks. What's more, this is the kind of black card that you can't have just because you have money. The Oil States First Royal Bank MasterCard Black Card is by invitation only, and you need to be invited by the Oil States First Group to become an owner of the prestigious Oil States First Royal Bank MasterCard Black Card. Even if you're rich, you can't own it without being invited. First Royal Bank of the Oil States has a 24/7/365 service team for all black card users that can address any request made by the cardholder. What's more, the First Royal Bank of the Oil States MasterCard Black Card has no limit and the holder can spend as much as they want. At the same time, owners of the First Royal Bank of the Oil States MasterCard Black Card also enjoy global airport lounge treatment, exclusive privileges at the world's top private clubs, and other awesome privileges that are a symbol of top status and position. If Chen Fan's guess was good, he should be the first person in the entire Jiangzhou to have the First Royal Bank MasterCard Black Card in the oil country. This special black card, not to mention any elder Chen, even the richest man in Jiangzhou didn't have it. This time, the system's rewards were generous. Thinking about it, Chen Fan couldn't wait to come to the villa study. From a distance, Chen Fan saw a very special black bank card being placed on his desk. Chen Fan walked up to take a look and couldn't help but feel that the oil country was worthy of being known as a landlord. This First Royal Bank MasterCard Black Card of the Oil States is indeed really different from those other black cards. Chapter 25, Joining Forces to Kick Chen Fan Out of Tengfei Group. Chen Yitsui's Actions. The perimeter of this Oil States First Royal MasterCard Black is accented by gold, and in the center of the entire bank card is a natural diamond. Not to mention, all this gold in the embellishments, and this natural diamond, is worth a lot of money. Except that this bit of gold and diamonds is nothing compared to the gold content represented by this Oil States First Royal MasterCard Black Card. Chen Fan quite liked the system's reward today, while Chen Fan's side was studying the First Royal MasterCard Black Card of the oil country. On the other side, in the Tengfei Group, Feng Yanli, the second largest shareholder of Tengfei Group, found Jiang Hao, the first largest shareholder of Tengfei Group and the actual controller of Tengfei Group. What is it that Mr. Feng is looking for me all of a sudden? Facing Feng Yanli, who made a sudden visit, Jiang Hao asked with a sense of distance. As the company's top two shareholders, the two men are naturally very uncomfortable. Especially Feng Yanli. Secretly there is the acquisition of shares of the company's minority shareholders, salivating at his position as the first major shareholder behavior. Mr. Jiang, I want to join forces with you to remove the third largest shareholder, Chen Fan, from all positions in the company and kick him out. Feng Yanli's tone was filled with resentment towards Chen Fan. Previously, Yum Group's general manager Kong had sent someone to specifically instruct him to control Tengfei Group and absolutely not allow Tengfei Group to cooperate with Xia's Group. As a result, this Chen Fan interfered and actually made Xia's Group sign a long-term cooperation agreement with their Tengfei Group. This drew the wrath of Mr. Kong, who scolded him, and later, Mr. Kong asked him to teach this disobedient Chen Fan a lesson. So Feng Yanli then put down his face and took the initiative to come and beg his opponent, Jiang Hao. He wanted both sides to agree and work together to kick Chen Fan out of the company. As long as these first and second largest shareholders of their Tengfei Group joined hands, together with individual minority shareholders, they could definitely do this with ease. Kick Chen Fan out of the company? Jiang Hao was incredibly surprised at Feng Yanli's request. As long as Mr. Jiang agrees to work with me, I'll do whatever Mr. Jiang tells me to do in the company in the future. I owe Mr. Jiang a big favor. Feng Yanli lowered his stance and turned to Jiang Hao for help. In the end, after a round of assurances and kind words from Feng Yanli, Jiang Hao agreed. Tomorrow we'll have a board meeting to deal with this. Jiang Hao opened his mouth. Those thanks to Mr. Kong. Feng Yanli smiled extraordinarily happily. By kicking Chen Fan out of the company, he was definitely able to satisfy Mr. Kong, and even gain his appreciation. With Mr. Kong's support at that time, wouldn't it be easy for him to replace Jiang Hao? He's just using Jiang Hao as a gun. Tomorrow, it's time for that Chen Fan to get the hell out of here. Dare to offend him. Offend Yum Group. Deserved it. Feng Yanli left satisfied. In the office, a cold smile also surfaced on Jiang Hao's face. In fact, compared to kicking Chen Fan out of the company, what he wanted to do more was to kick Jiang Hao out of the company. This was something that Jiang Hao had been dreaming about for the last 1 or 2 years, but unfortunately, the two had about the same shares in the company, and there was no way for him to do anything about Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's promise to Feng Yanli just now was just a promise on his lips. He actually had another idea in his mind. Since Feng Yanli wanted to target Chen Fan, could he himself in turn join forces with Chen Fan and kick Feng Yanli out of the company? It's not impossible. Of course, the premise is that the company's third largest shareholder, Chen Fan, has some strength, as well as vigor. If Chen Fan didn't have that strength, he could only say sorry to Chen Fan. What exactly was he going to choose? He decided that it would be better to meet Chen Fan before he said anything. Thinking about it, Jiang Hao called his beloved, that is, Zhang Xingde, the president of today's Tengfei Group. He asked the other party to ask Chen Fan to have dinner together tonight, saying that he had something important to discuss with Chen Fan. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan received a call from Zhang Xingde. Buy me dinner tonight? Chen Fan was a bit surprised. It is true that the more industry you have and the more assets you have, the busier you are. This afternoon, Zhangzhou big brother Wei Jingxiong invited him to drink tea, and now in the evening, the first largest shareholder of the Tengfei Group wants to invite himself to dinner again, and there are important things to discuss. Okay, I promise, I'll see you tonight. Chen Fan agreed. Since it was an important matter, Chen Fan naturally had to go. Not to mention, he was also the third largest shareholder of Tengfei Group, so there was even less reason to refuse. As for Wei Jingxiong's invitation this afternoon, Chen Fan was caught up in thought. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding! Temporary mission issued, promise Wei Jingxiong's invitation to have tea at his manor. Mission reward, 8% of Tengfei Group's shares. Mission reward, 51 experience points. Ha! Another challenge from the system? Looking at the system's mission, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Now, he had no reason to refuse Wei Jingxiong's invitation. What's more, he had just gained top fighting skills yesterday, so even if he went, he wasn't worried about any accidents. The reward for this mission was 8% of Tengfei Group's shares. If the mission was completed, together with the previous ones, Chen Fan had a full 20% of Tengfei Group's shares in his hands. As far as Chen Fan knows, Feng Yanli, the second largest shareholder of Tengfei Group, seems to have only 23% of the shares in his hands, and he is only 0.4% of the shares away from surpassing him. And by getting this 8% stake, Chen Fan's value could officially break through to $7 billion. On the other hand, in a cafe in Jiangzhou, Chen Yitsuwei was in a low mood due to the failure of her previous plan against Chen Fan. She actually couldn't fight a district Chen Fan. Shameful. Seeing this, Chen Yitsuwei's best friend was beside herself to persuade. Itsuwei, don't be sad. This afternoon, I'm going to visit a big brother from our Jiangzhou. How about this? You go with me? I'll introduce this big brother to you. At this time, Chen Yitsuwei's suitor, the direct descendant of the luxurious Xu family, Xu Hongyi, took the initiative to say, if you can be appreciated by this big brother, you might be able to use this big brother's hand to take that brat called Chen Fan and give him a hard time. Ha! Hiroshi, which big shot are you going to see? Chen Yitsuwei instantly came into the spirit and asked excitedly. Wei Jingxiong, big brother Wei. Xu Hongyi said adoringly. Wei Jingxiong, such a lord who fought from the bottom, is the idol that many young people worship. What? Wei Jingxiong, big brother Wei? Chen Yitsuwei was ecstatic. She had heard of Wei Jingxiong's formidable reputation. Indeed, according to what Xu Hongyi said, if he himself could be appreciated by big brother Wei Jingxiong, not to mention something as trivial as dealing with Chen Fan, even her status in the younger generation of the Chen family could be raised quite a bit. Hiroshi, you're the one who went to visit big brother Wei. Isn't it bad to bring me along? Although Chen Yitsuwei wanted to directly agree, she still disguised herself with a soft look that she didn't want to go for Xu Hongyi's sake. That's okay. Seeing this, Xu Hongyi hurriedly opened his mouth. Chen Yitsuwei said very right. He suddenly brought outsiders. Indeed not good. But looking at Chen Yitsuwei's soft appearance, what is good? Directly by Xu Hongyi threw away the brain. Thank you so much then, Hiroshi. Chen Yitsuwei held Xu Hongyi's hand and thanked him. I've never seen a big shot like Wei Jingxiong before, and when I see the other side today, you have to help me. Being held by Chen Yitsuwei's jade hand, Xu Hongyi's heartbeat accelerated even more rapidly. No problem. It's a small thing. I'll help you. For sure. Xu Hongyi nodded repeatedly. Time flew by, and in the afternoon, Chen Fan drove his new car, a private customized Rolls-Royce Phantom, straight to Wei Jingxiong's villa. On the other hand, Chen Yitsuwei and Xu Hongyi also moved. Chapter 26, Chen Yitsuwei, we can't see big brother Wei, and Chen Fan definitely can't see him either, because it was closer. Chen Yitsuwei and Xu Hongyi arrived in front of Wei Jingxiong's manor a little earlier. Xu Hongyi stopped the car. Chen Yitsuwei obviously nervous, a little afraid to get off the car. After all, Wei Jingxiong in Jiangzhou is a lord. With the name of ruthlessness resounded in Jiangzhou. This time she suddenly followed Xu Hongyi. Who knows if the other party will be angry after seeing Wei Jingxiong. In case Wei Jingxiong gets angry, what will happen to him? It's hard to say. The more she thought about it, the more fearful Chen Yitsuwei felt. Itsuwei, don't have any mental burdens. I know big brother Wei very well. When the time comes, I'll say something good about you in front of big brother Wei, and big brother Wei definitely won't have a bad impression of you. At that time, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to deal with Chen Fan? It's just a matter of a word from big brother Wei. Xu Hongyi comforted, and rightly so. Chen Yitsuwei nodded her head. Once she mentioned teaching Chen Fan a lesson, Chen Yitsuwei was instantly better. The thing she wanted to do most right now was to ruthlessly fix Chen Fan. If she could fix Chen Fan for a period of time so that Chen Fan would obediently kneel down and go back to the family to admit his mistake, and marry the Jinling Su family's daughter, Grandpa would surely be impressed with her, and give her more power in the Chen family, so that she could have a brighter future. Chen Fan was the stepping stone for her to go further. She had to fix it. Taking a deep breath, Chen Itsue and Zhu Hongyi stepped out of the car. As a big shot in Jiangzhou, Wei Jingxiong had quite a few enemies. So in front of Wei Jingxiong's manor, there were several bodyguards standing guard. Wei Jingxiong stepped forward and said politely to the bodyguard captain who was at the head of one of them, "Hello, please inform me that Zhu Hongyi, the third-generation direct descendant of the Xu family, has come to pay a visit to Big Brother Wei." "A direct descendant of the Xu family? You wait here." The bodyguard captain swept a glance at Zhu Hongyi before he walked inside the manor and went to inform. More briefings? Chen Itsue was a bit disappointed. She thought that Zhu Hongyi would be able to go straight in to see Big Brother Wei. "The briefing is just a process, and I'm sure Big Brother Wei will see me," Zhu Hongyi said with conviction. Just as Zhu Hongyi and Chen Itsue were waiting, a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly pulled up next to them. Immediately afterward, a person that Chen Itsue had never expected to see in a million years dashed down from the Rolls-Royce Phantom. "Chen Fan has arrived. A new Rolls-Royce Phantom?" Chen Itsue looked at Chen Fan's new car with surprise and envy. This level of luxury car, in their Chen family, only individual uncles could own it, and it was impossible for them, the young juniors. "I didn't expect that after severing ties with their Chen family, Chen Fan not only didn't fall even further and become a pitiful poor man, but instead, he soared into the sky, wearing tens of millions of Patek Philippes and driving tens of millions of Rolls-Royces. This was even better than the first person of the younger generation of their Chen family, Chen Jianshu, who was having a good time, soft eating trash, because she was too jealous and too resentful of Chen Fan. Chen Itsue had no way to satirize Chen Fan from anywhere else but from the top of the soft rice. After all, in her eyes, as well as the eyes of the other Chen family members, the reason why Chen Fan was able to used to have everything that he had now was because of eating the Xia Group's eating soft rice. "Ha? This Rolls-Royce Phantom was obtained by this guy on a soft diet?" Hearing Chen Itsue say this, Zhu Hongyi asked suspiciously. He himself drove nothing more than a $3 to $4 million Bentley Continental, and this outcast who had severed ties with the Chen family was actually driving a Rolls-Royce? Yes, not only this Rolls-Royce, but his other Lamborghini, and the Patek Philippe he wears. He got them on a soft diet, Chen Itsue said through gritted teeth. What? Zhu Hongyi was completely taut. At this moment, he was simply envious of Chen Fan to the extreme. Relying on soft rice and owning a Rolls-Royce, a Lamborghini, and even a Patek Philippe. This is simply a model for my generation. In a flash, Zhu Hongyi inwardly worshipped Chen Fan a little. Big brother, how do you do it? Little brother also want to learn. After all, soft rice is really fragrant. Only in front of Chen Itsue's face, Zhu Hongyi had to pretend to look down on Chen Fan. Oh, a waste indeed. Zhu Hongyi opened his mouth. In fact, he would like to say, Chen Fan is a fairy. Chen Fan, is this a place you can come to? Chen Itsue shouted sarcastically. If you can come, why can't I? Is this your home? Chen Fan disliked it indifferently. It's 80% likely that you're here to visit Big Brother Wei as well. But unfortunately, Big Brother Wei isn't something that an outcast of the Chen family like you can meet. In order to curry favor with Chen Itsue, Zhu Hongyi also chimed in. To tell you the truth, Hongyi and Big Brother Wei have known each other for a long time. And now the Wei family's bodyguards have already gone in to inform us. So we'll be able to see Big Brother Wei in a while. While you, Chen Fan, can only stand pathetically in front of the gate, never able to enter, Chen Itsue dejectedly said. Just then, the captain of the bodyguards, who had just gone in to brief them, walked back. See, Chen Fan, we're going in here. Chen Itsue straightened her clothes and took Zhu Hongyi's arm. Then she prepared to enter Wei Jingxiong's manor. Our boss said he has something important to do today and won't see any guests. However, the bodyguard captain's words were dumbfounded to both Chen Itsue and Zhu Hongyi. Not seeing any guests? They can't see it. They can't see Big Brother Wei? Zhu Hongyi froze there, and Chen Itsue is even more red in the face, embarrassed to the extreme. She just finished showing off in front of Chen Fan. The result? Humph. We can't get in. We can't see Big Brother Wei, and neither can Chen Fan. Chen Itsue comforted herself in her mind. Next to him, Chen Fan stepped forward and similarly came in front of that bodyguard captain. I want to see Wei Jingxiong. Big Brother Wei. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Hearing Chen Fan say that, the bodyguard captain became impatient. Didn't he just say that their boss doesn't see any guests today? This kid's ears. Isn't this asking for a scolding? Beside her, Chen Itsue gloated and muttered as she waited to see the scene where Chen Fan was driven away by the bodyguard captain. The bodyguard captain just wanted to reprimand Chen Fan, but without waiting for him to open his mouth, Chen Fan took out an invitation from his pocket and handed it to him. The bodyguard captain took the invitation and his face instantly changed. It's you? The bodyguard captain's attitude towards Chen Fan immediately became incredibly respectful. Please, in the next second, Under the stunned gazes of Chen Yitsue and Zhu Hongyi, the captain of the bodyguards respectfully invited Chen Fan to enter. Chapter 27, a billion or so is not much, just a day's harvest. What's going on? How did Chen Fan get in? Didn't the bodyguard captain just say that Wei Jingxiong had something important to do today and wouldn't receive any guests? How is it that now Chen Fan has gone in awe, while they are pitifully stopped in front of the gate? Not to mention seeing Wei Jingxiong, Wei big brother. Even his manor cannot enter. What the hell? Chen Yitsue's face blanched and she really couldn't figure it out. In the end, Chen Yitsue put all the blame on Zhu Hongyi. What's gotten into you? Chen Yitsue questioned with dissatisfaction. I didn't know this was going to happen. How did that kid get in there? Zhu Hongyi said helplessly. Chen Fan, an abandoned young man who has severed ties with our Chen family. A waste who can only eat Xia Mengming's soft rice. How can you get in? You're a direct descendant of the hallowed Zhu family. Chen Yitsue continued. What did you say? The soft rice that Chen Fan eats is from Xia Mengming? Zhu Hongyi's jaw was dropped in shock. Xia Mengming he had seen Xia Group's youngest daughter. Extremely beautiful, far from being comparable to Chen Yitsue. Just now when Chen Yitsue said that Chen Fan was eating soft rice, Zhu Hongyi thought that Chen Fan was eating the soft rice of a 60 or 70-year-old woman. But now Chen Yitsue told him that Chen Fan was eating the soft rice of Xia Mengming, who was young, beautiful and had a great background. This soft rice is too flavorful. If he could eat Xia Mengming's soft rice, he could wake up laughing in his dreams. And it wasn't even impossible for him to cut ties with the Zhu family. Who asked you that? I'm talking about how you can't get in there. Chen Yitsue angrily rebuked. Chen Fan is truly a model for my generation. An idol. A true god. Only at this moment, Zhu Hongyi could no longer listen to Chen Yitsue's words. His mind was full of worshipping Chen Fan. Surname Zhu. Did you hear me? Didn't you get to meet Wei Jingxiong, Wei big brother? How come we're stopped here now? Chen Yitsue rebuked again. You don't scold. Cannot see Wei big brother? Is not my problem. You have the ability. You go to see Zhu Hongyi said impatiently. You. What's your attitude? Chen Yitsue was confused. Zhu Hongyi was her suitor. How dare he talk to her like that? You what you? Go away. I don't want to see you anymore. I'm going to wait here for my idol to come out. I'm going to be his little brother. Zhu Hongyi looked at the manor with incomparable admiration. Chen Fan's distant back. At this moment, he worshipped Chen Fan to the extreme. He wanted to give Chen Fan as a little brother, as long as he could learn half of Chen Fan's. No. 1/5. No. Even 1/10. It would be fine. A green tea like Chen Yitsue, and with looks just like that, he was too lazy to chase after. And now he had a higher goal. You. Chen Yitsue was infuriated. First, she had been ruthlessly slapped in the face by Chen Fan, and now she was being talked about like this by her suitor. Chen Yitsue's face was really hanging in the balance. You guys wait. Chen Yitsue took a taxi by herself in a fit of anger. In the original spot, only Zhu Hongyi was left looking over his shoulder, waiting here for his idol, Chen Fan. Inside the manor, led by the captain of the bodyguards, Chen Fan walked towards the innermost part. Just now, the captain of the bodyguards had already notified the inside with his walkie-talkie. Knowing that the owner of Wangjiang Pavilion had come, Wei Jingxiong personally came out and welcomed Chen Fan. When Wei Jingxiong saw how young Chen Fan was, he was also ruthlessly taken aback. The new owner of Wangjiang Pavilion, Chen Fan. Chen Fan presents the owner of Wei's security company, Wei Jingxiong. Wei Jingxiong also spoke. After saying that, Wei Jingxiong took the initiative to reach out, wanting to shake hands. Chen Fan also reached over and shook Wei Jingxiong's hand. Just the moment their hands came into contact, Wei Jingxiong exerted his force violently, as if he wanted to give Chen Fan, whom he had just met, a hard time. There is a saying that Wei Jingxiong invited Chen Fan. No, more accurately, invited the new owner of Wangjiang Pavilion to be his guest, and rested on no good intentions. As a big man in Jiangzhou, Wei Jingxiong also hit on the idea of Wangjiang Pavilion. If he can take Wangjiang Pavilion, the #1 restaurant in Jiangzhou, the development of his industry, has a lot of help. Today, he invited Chen Fan to come here because he wanted to test Chen Fan's bottom. If Chen Fan really didn't have much strength, he was going to do it. Facing Wei Jingxiong, who suddenly exerted himself, Chen Fan's expression was flat, but he likewise increased his strength. Although Wei Jingxiong was a lord, fighting his way step by step to his current position, and his hands were formidable, he was far from being a match for himself, a top fighting master. Looking at it now, one's previous choice of obtaining top-tier fighting skills first was an incomparably correct one. Chen Fan had just exerted his force when Wei Jingxiong sensed that something was wrong. Wei Jingxiong was not willing to lose to Chen Fan just like that. He exerted himself once again, but unfortunately, no matter how hard he exerted himself, He ended up clenching his teeth a little bit and his body trembled slightly, but he just couldn't compare to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, on the other hand, stood there in a breezy manner, seemingly unaffected by the situation. Mr. Chen's power is amazing. Wei is convinced. In the end, Wei Jingxiong couldn't take it anymore and voluntarily admitted defeat. Is their own underestimation of this Mr. Chen, not to mention, this Mr. Chen's own hands, strength is not simple awe. Hearing Wei Jingxiong say this, Chen Fan then loosened his hand. First round, Chen Fan wins. Please. Wei Jingxiong made an inviting gesture and invited Chen Fan in. At this moment, there was a man with silver-rimmed glasses and a scholarly look in the living room. By way of introduction, this is my assistant, Lu Zhen. Mr. Lu, Wei Jingxiong said. To this Mr. Lu, Chen Fan had also heard a little about it, saying that he was an assistant. In fact, this Mr. Lu was more similar to Wei Jingxiong's military advisor. Chen Fan and Mr. Lu nodded to each other and got acquainted. Just after sitting down, Wei Jingxiong intended to start formally testing Chen Fan. Just now it was just an appetizer. It's nothing. Below, it's the real thing. How does Mr. Chen feel about Wei Mao getting this manner? Wei Jingxiong asked. Nice. Chen Fan nodded his head. This manner of Wei Jingxiong's was indeed good. When he had the chance, Chen Fan also wanted to make a big manner. Mr. Chen is too kind. This manner of mine is actually quite average and not large enough. I plan to buy all of the surrounding 2 kilometers and use it to expand the manor. Wei Jingxiong opened his mouth. By the way, Mr. Lu, how much would it cost to buy the 2 kilometers around here? Wei Jingxiong looked at Mr. Lu. It's estimated to be over $1 billion. Mr. Ru intended to estimate it. It's just over $1 billion. It's a small amount of money. It's just a few months' profit for our group, Wei Jingxiong said with great wealth. Next to him, Chen Fan didn't say anything, but just spat out a sentence in his mind, more than $1 billion. It was indeed considered a small amount of money, but it was just his one day's harvest. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't seem to be shocked by his financial power, Wei Jingxiong changed his approach. Chapter 28, The Jiangzhou Big Brother Who Grew Under Arrogance. By the way, Mr. Ru, how about the MasterCard Black Card I applied for? Wei Jingxiong looked at Mr. Lu again. Boss, it's been sent for review for almost half a month now. I think it should be almost done. With your stature, boss, there won't be any problem for the application to pass. Mr. Lu seconded. For what the boss wanted to do. Mr. Lu knew exactly what he wanted to do. These few ideas to test Chen Fan were what he had mentioned to Wei Jingxiong before. That's okay. Wei Jingxiong nodded his head in satisfaction before looking at Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, have you ever applied for a MasterCard Black Card? Just without waiting for Chen Fan to answer, his cell phone suddenly rang. Chen Fan took a look. It was an unfamiliar number. Chen Fan was surprised and picked up the phone. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chen Fan? A middle-aged man's voice came from across the room. I'm Chen Fan. And you are? Hello, esteemed Mr. Chen Fan. I am one of the heads of the first royal bank of the petroleum nation in the country. And because you have become the owner of our first royal bank of the petroleum nation's MasterCard Black Card, the bank has assigned me to act as your bank steward. The man across the table introduced himself. Oh, you're the steward assigned to me by the first royal bank of the oil states. Chen Fan nodded his head and understood the identity of the other party. Aha! Beside them, hearing Chen Fan's words, Wei Jingxiong and Mr. Lu's expressions were frozen. Hadn't they researched the various black cards some time ago, and thus had seen the information on the first royal bank of the oil states? All kinds of black cards also have a grade of high and low. The first royal bank of the oil country black card is one of the top black cards, and Wei Jingxiong apply for that black card can only be regarded as the middle grade of the black card. There is no way to compare with the first royal bank of the oil country black card. Most of these world-class black cards are invitation only and you can't apply for them on your own. Now how did the first royal bank of the petroleum state assign Chen Fan some kind of steward? What's the situation? Could it be that Chen Fan had some important cooperation with the first royal bank of the oil country? Wei Jingxiong and Mr. Lu were a bit confused. On the other side of the phone, hearing Chen Fan's words, the man assured, yes, Mr. Chen, if you have any orders after that, you can contact me anytime. Just ask and we at the bank do our best to fulfill any request you make. Chen Fan and the other party chatted briefly before hanging up the phone. Seeing this, Wei Jingxiong couldn't wait to ask, Mr. Chen, what kind of relationship do you have with the first royal bank of the oil country? And why did they assign you some kind of butler? Because I'm just a black card user of the first royal bank of the oil states. Nothing special. Chen Fan replied flatly. What? Wei Jingxiong instantly couldn't sit still. And beside him, even Mr. Lu, who had always been calm, was dumbfounded at this moment. Mr. Chen is a black card user of the First Royal Bank of the oil country? Wei Jingxiong was a million times more surprised. You call that nothing special for a reason? That's pretty special. The black card user of the First Royal Bank of the petroleum state, not to mention their city of Zhangzhou, even their entire province of Zhanghai didn't necessarily have one. But now Mr. Chen was telling himself that he himself was a black card user of the First Royal Bank of the oil country, and this identity was too powerful, not to mention that you haven't applied for your own MasterCard black card yet, and even if you did, it's still not as good as others. Instantly, Wei Jingxiong had a feeling of shame inside. He had just wanted to show off his wealth in front of others. Ridiculous. To be able to become a black card user of the No.1 Royal Bank of the oil country, Chen Fan's financial strength was absolutely terrifying. Wei Jingxiong's heart was overwhelmed with emotion. Or else, let's forget about Wanjiang Pavilion. The black card user of the First Royal Bank of the oil country is definitely not to be messed with. Wei Jingxiong looked at Mr. Lu if he had a point, and Mr. Lu understood Wei Jingxiong's meaning, but he still didn't quite want to give up. Unwillingly, in the end, Mr. Lu had a decision to test Chen Fan one last time. If the test came out that Chen Fan's strength was truly terrifying, they admitted defeat. Mr. Chen, the boss is especially thankful that you can come to the boss's manor as a guest. May I ask where Mr. Chen lives? And next time, we'll go pay Mr. Chen a visit at his door as well. Mr. Lu asked politely. He naturally didn't dare to directly ask Chen Fan how exactly his strength was and how much money he had left, so he could only learn about it from the side, the place where he lived, which could tell quite a lot. Me, I'm staying at Villa 8 in the Imperial Villa, Chen Fan replied casually. Villa 8 of the Imperial Villa? Wei Jingxiong and Mr. Lu's faces changed drastically. They had heard that the owner of Villa 8 of the Royal View Villa was an incomparably mysterious big shot. I didn't expect that mysterious big shot to be the Mr. Chen in front of me. Awesome. Mr. Chen actually lives in the Royal View Villa. He's really young and talented. Mr. Lu was too impressed. Mr. Lu rose and said respectfully. At this moment, he no longer had any desire to test Chen Fan, the owner of Villa No. 8 of the Royal View Villa, the one who possessed the black card of the No.1 Royal Bank of the Petroleum Kingdom, was not someone he was qualified to try out anymore. Mr. Chen is awesome. Wei Jingxiong couldn't help but open his mouth as well. These two layers of Chen Fan's identity were envied even by him. At this moment, Wei Jingxiong no longer dared to underestimate Chen Fan. Wei Jingxiong personally poured tea for Chen Fan, no longer having any trace of big brother posture, a posture of wanting to be on equal footing with Chen Fan. Suddenly, the system's voice came. Ding! Agreeing to Wei Jingxiong's invitation to have tea at his manor. Congratulations on obtaining 8% shares of Tengfei Group. The share acquisition contract has been placed in your villa's study. Please pay attention to checking. Congratulations on gaining 51 experience points. The task was completed. 8% of Tengfei Group's shares arrived smoothly. At this moment, Chen Fan already had 20% of Tengfei Group's shares in his hands, and 1/5 of Tengfei Group belonged to Chen Fan. With the completion of the mission, Chen Fan's value also smoothly broke through the 7 billion mark, and it was not far away from Chen Fan becoming a 10 billionaire. After that, Chen Fan chatted with Wei Jingxiong for a while, and Wei Jingxiong even warmly invited Chen Fan to dine at his place tonight. I'm sorry Boss Wei, I have other plans tonight. Chen Fan apologized and spoke. He was going to meet with Jiang Hao, the first major shareholder of the Tengfei Group, tonight, and the other party seemed to have something important to talk to him about. That's too bad. Next time Mr. Wei is inviting Mr. Chen here for dinner. I hope next time Mr. Chen must not refuse. Wei Jingxiong opened his mouth a bit lost. Wei Jingxiong also took the initiative to add Chen Fan's contact information when Chen Fan was planning to leave. Mr. Wei in Jiangzhou still has some strength. In the future, if Mr. Chen has anything, he can contact me. Wei Jingxiong purposely made a gesture of goodwill to Chen Fan, clearly wanting to befriend and bring his relationship with Chen Fan closer. Then thank you, Boss Wei. When people were so polite, Chen Fan naturally had to be polite as well. Definitely don't underestimate the influence of a Jiangzhou big shot. In the end, Wei Jingxiong personally escorted Chen Fan out of the manor. Chen Fan had just stepped out of the manor's gate when suddenly, a black shadow pounced over. Chapter 29 Descending Strikes? Just when Chen Fan, as well as Wei Jingxiong, thought that they had encountered some assassin and were in danger, a funny scene happened. Idol, my idol, I finally met you. Only to see this rushing black shadow directly pouncing on the ground and hugging Chen Fan's thigh as he spoke excitedly. After seeing clearly who this chubby person hugging Chen Fan's thigh was, Wei Jingxiong opened his mouth. Zhu Hongyi? Hello, big brother Wei. Xu Hongyi twisted his head to greet Wei Jingxiong, but still hugged Chen Fan's thigh. Xu Hongyi, are you from the luxurious Xu family? Chen Fan looked at Xu Hongyi. Yes, idol. Xu Hongyi looked at Chen Fan with eyes full of admiration and nodded repeatedly. What idol? You get up first. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Being hugged by a man's thigh, Chen Fan felt especially awkward. Good. The idol had spoken. So Xu Hongyi immediately got up, straightening his clothes in the process. Hello idol, I'm Xu Hongyi, a direct descendant of the Xu family. I especially admire you and want to be your little brother. I hope you won't refuse. Xu Hongyi spoke seriously. Being my little brother, if I remember correctly, you should be with Chen Itsue, right? Chen Fan opened his mouth. He had just seen this Xu Hongyi and Chen Itsue together. That, idol. Before, I was all fooled by that green tea Chen Itsue before I had the eyes to not recognize him Tai and rushed you. Idol. I'm really sorry. Xu Hongyi gave Chen Fan a bow to apologize. You will take me as your little brother. Xu Hongyi said sincerely. Seeing this scene, next to Wei Jingxiong on Xu Hongyi is a little bit higher. This kid's vision is good Now you know that Mr. Chen's thighs have eyesight Be my little brother? I'm not going to take on minions for a while. Chen Fan refused. He didn't know this Xu Hongyi. The other party was with Chen Itsue just now, and he was even a direct member of the powerful Xu family. Such a person suddenly wanted to be his little brother. Who knew what purpose he had and what he was resting on? Being rejected by Chen Fan, Xu Hongyi instantly wilted. Extraordinarily lost. Chen Fan said goodbye to Wei Jingxiong and left. In the original spot, only the disoriented Xu Hongyi and Wei Jingxiong remained. Looking at Xu Hongyi's appearance, Wei Jingxiong couldn't help but mention a word. Kid, you have a good vision. You know to evening Mr. Chen's thigh, but you want to be someone's little brother. Just say so. No action. As well as indicated, when you came to visit me before, you were carrying all sorts of expensive gifts. Now you want to be someone's Mr. Chen's little brother. Just say so. Other people might give you the face of a direct descendant of the Xu family, but this status of yours is worthless in front of someone else. Mr. Chen. Hearing Wei Jingxiong say this, Xu Hongyi suddenly realized that he understood. It was true that he wanted to be someone's little brother, but he was just saying that for a moment, so why should they agree to him? One must do something to get the idol's approval before the idol will take him in Thanks for the heads up on the wee big brother. Thanks. Xu Hongyi gave Wei Jingxiong a bow and then left with his ass in the air. Since the idol was in conflict with the Chen family, what he was going to do was well understood by Xu Hongyi. This kid has promise, Wei Jingxiong muttered in a small voice. On the other hand, Chen Itsue also returned to the Chen family, wanting to seek help from the rest of the Chen family, but Chen Itsue still didn't see Elder Chen on this visit. Fourth uncle, where did Grandpa go? I've been here several times. Why isn't Grandpa here? Chen Itsue questioned a slightly chubby middle-aged man who was in the Chen family suspiciously. The slightly chubby middle-aged man was named Chen Jinping, the fourth son of Elder Chen, one of the core figures of the Chen family, and very much loved by Elder Chen. Oh, your grandfather and your eldest uncle went out of town on business, so I don't expect to be back for a few days. Chen Jinping opened his mouth. Going out of town? Chen Itsue was a little lost. By the way, Yetsue looks like you have something going on. What's wrong? Chen Jinping asked. Oh, fourth uncle. I just ran into Chen Fan again. I wanted to fix him up, but I ended up getting hit in the face by him. Chen Itsue opened her mouth in embarrassment. It's this little Chen Fan again. Chen Jinping's face clouded over. How about this? Itsue, go find Xing Rong and ask him to step in and help you out. And in the meantime, also ask Xing Rong to ruthlessly fix Chen Fan, so that Chen Fan rolls back to marry the Xu family's young lady. Chen Jinping opened his mouth. Chen Xingrong, Chen Jinping's eldest son. The Chen family young generation in the best. In the Chen family dozen young generation. Ranked in the first few. Chen Xingrong's people tall horse. Close to 1 meter 9. Very good hands. At present has been a Jiangzhou a certain underground forces of one of the leaders. Under the hands of nearly 100 minions. Mixed is the wind and water. Let brother Starling step in? Hearing fourth uncle say this, Chen Itsue instantly became excited. You and Xingrong strive to solve the problem of this little Chen Fan earlier. And when your grandfather comes back in a few days, give him a surprise. Chen Jinping opened his mouth. Of course, his main purpose was still to let his son show his face in this matter and win the old man's regard. For his son's means, Chen Jinping is still very confident. With my son's ability to teach Chen Fan a lesson, it would be a descending blow. Okay, Uncle 4, I'll make a note of that. Chen Itsue nodded. Brother Xingwing stepped in and Chen Fan would probably be scared silly. After saying that, Chen Itsue left in a huff and went to find her cousin Chen Xingrong. After 20 minutes or so, Chen Fan arrived at Wangjiang Pavilion. Today, the place where Jiang Hao, the first major shareholder of the Tengfei Group, invited Chen Fan for dinner was in one of the private rooms of the Wangjiang Pavilion. When Chen Fan arrived, Jiang Hao, as well as Jiang Hao's beloved, now Tengfei Group's president Zhang Xingde, were already waiting there. After both sides got to know each other, Jiang Hao went straight to the point. Mr. Chen, do you know that you have offended Feng Yanli? Offended Feng Yanli? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. This he really didn't know. Jiang Hao asked Zhang Xingde to tell Chen Fan about the cause and effect of the incident. This morning, Feng Yanli came to see me, wanting me to cooperate with him and come together to deal with you. Mr. Chen, Con Ho adds. He wants me to team up with him and together we'll kick Mr. Chen out of the company. Really? So what's Mr. Kang's plan? Chen Fan asked rhetorically. Jiang Hao suddenly came to find himself, and even took the initiative to speak with himself about the matter. Definitely had ulterior motives. Ha ha ha, Mr. Chen deserves to be smart. Jiang Hao laughed out loud. I do have other ideas. I and Feng Yanli have always been at odds. Rather than work with Feng Yanli, why not work with Mr. Chen? But well, halfway through his speech, Jiang Hao suddenly stopped, then looked at Chen Fan with deep meaning. Chapter 30 Board of Directors begins. Top financial management skills emerge. But what? Chen Fan was in no hurry to make a statement. That what's-her-name Feng Yan ideal was going to deal with himself and kick himself out of the company. And if it was true, he definitely wouldn't let the other party off the hook either. Chen Fan was not some big good guy who let people bully him. But now that Jiang Hao was just saying that, Chen Fan wasn't quite sure what Jiang Hao was up to. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding! Temporary mission issued. Counterattack Feng Yanli. Treat him the way he wants to be treated. Kick Feng Yanli out of the decision-making level of the Tengfei Group, and make him lift a stone to hit his own foot. Mission award, top financial management skills. Mission reward, 53 experience points. Ha! Looking at the system rewards, Chen Fan was overjoyed. Holy, the system is so user-friendly. Previously, he had been a bit regretful that he couldn't get the top-tier financial management skill himself because the any skill selection card could only pick one skill. He just prayed that behind him, the system would show up with top financial management skills. I didn't expect the system to show up today with the top financial management skills that I had been so eagerly awaiting. The system is wonderful. Now, it was even more impossible for Chen Fan to let Feng Yanli go. But I don't know clearly about Mr. Chen's idea and ability. Jiang Hao opened his mouth. Let's be clear with Mr. Chen. I currently have 22.5% of Tengfei Group's shares in my hands, and Feng Yanli has 23% in his hands, which isn't that much of a difference from me. And I heard the news that Feng Yanli still has shares to acquire from those minority shareholders, salivating over the identity of my group's first major shareholder. I don't have any conflict with Mr. Chen. Instead I have a conflict with Feng Yanli. Instead of helping Feng Yanli against Mr. Chen, I would rather kick Feng Yanli out of the company together with Mr. Chen. That's proof enough of my sincerity. After listening, Chen Fan nodded his head as he roughly understood what Jiang Hao wanted to do. Of course, there are conditions for me to do so, and I hope that Mr. Chen can promise me. Con Ho adds. Jiang Hao saying this was expected by Chen Fan. Why would people help themselves if there were no conditions? Say, Chen Fan opened his mouth. When I join forces with Mr. Chen and kick Feng Yanli out of the company, I will also dismiss Feng Yanli's inner circle, together and all. By then, Feng Yanli and his inner circle's position in the company will be empty. I will arrange for my people to take over. Jiang Hao opened the door. Can become Feng Yanli's beloved? Is definitely Tengfei Group's senior? Jiang Hao is planning to take advantage of this opportunity. These important positions, all inserted into their own beloved, so as to facilitate the control of Tengfei Group. When the time comes, I hope Mr. Chen will support me in the board meeting. I promise. Chen Fan nodded. Chen Fan himself was completely uninterested in these positions, and even if Jiang Hao didn't say anything, Chen Fan wouldn't intervene. Mr. Chen is really painfully honest. Jiang Hao was overjoyed and took the initiative to get up and shake hands with Chen Fan. Good cooperation. Chen Fan also got up. Both sides agree. After eating, Chen Fan left. On the way, Chen Fan intended to arrange a backstabbing just in case. Thinking, Chen Fan took out his cell phone and made a call. On the other side, Drunken Immortal Building. The owner of Drunken Immortal Building, Luo Zhixin, looked at the two middle-aged men in front of him with a gloomy face. These two middle-aged men were the two he had arranged to go to Wangjiang Pavilion yesterday to make things happen. Yesterday there was no news for a day. Luo Zhixin thought what was wrong, but when he inquired, these two guys and the bodyguards he sent were sent to the police station by the new owner of Wangjiang Pavilion. He used his connections and had a hard time getting these guys out. What do you guys do for a living? Why can't you do something like this right? Luo Zhixin angrily questioned a few wasteful henchmen. Boss Luo, there's nothing we can do. You don't know that kid has received an invitation from Wei Jingxiong Wei Big Brother, and he's still in someone else's territory. Even if the few of us do it, we're not even a match for them. A few of the men replied helplessly. An invitation from Big Brother Wei Jingxiong Wei? Luo Zhixin was a little bit unable to sit still. Are you kidding me? This new owner of Wanzhong Pavilion is sucking up to Wei Jingxiong? Really? Luo Zhixin inquired cautiously. Of course it's true. It's from that lobby manager of their Wanzhong Pavilion himself. Hands down additions. What? It's the lobby manager of Wanzhong Pavilion who said that? Luo Zhixin expressed deep skepticism. What if people are using Wei Jingxiong's name to scare you? Did you see Wei Jingxiong's men come to Wanzhong Pavilion to deliver the invitation with your own eyes? Luo Zhixin asked rhetorically. That's not true. The henchman shook his head. Asterisk. You losers. You've been fooled by others. In a fit of anger, Luo Zhixin surged forward and viciously kicked these trashy henchmen a few times. He guessed that this what's-her-name Wei Jingxiong's invitation should be the new boss of Wanzhong Pavilion. In order to scare him and these few underlings, so that his lobby manager said so, and the other party was trying to use Wei Jingxiong's prestige to fox the tiger. Sure enough, the losers fell for it. But boss, what if it's real? We can't afford to gamble. The henchman replied. Luo Zhixin calmed down. It makes sense. In case it's true, even if this possibility is only 1/10, it's still a gamble they can't afford. After all, once a big shot like Wei Jingxiong was offended, they were done for. Someone, prepare a car for me and go to the Maple Bridge Villa area. Luo Zhixin shouted. He's gotten to where he is today, and he's backed up. Now in this situation, Luo Zhixin had no choice but to go to his backer, Fan Hongkai, the chairman of the Zhangzhou Fan Group. This was a big shot whose status was no weaker than Wei Jingxiong. The driver went to prepare the car, while Luo Zhixin took out a brocade box from the safe with a face of flesh pain. Reluctantly, going to beg others for help. Surely you can't do it empty-handed. If he didn't really dare to bet on the relationship between the new owner of Wanzhong Pavilion and Wei Jingxiong, he wouldn't have gone to beg Chairman Fan. As long as he had Chairman Fan's support, he wasn't afraid of any Wei Jingxiong. At that time, Chairman Fan can involve Wei Jingxiong. He himself dealt with the young boss of Wanzhong Pavilion in the district. That is not a piece of cake. A few minutes later, Luo Zhixin went straight to the Maple Bridge Villa area. A new day arrived, and at 9 in the morning, Chen Fan set off, heading straight for the Tengfei Group. On the other hand, the glowing Feng Yanli had already arrived at Tengfei Group in advance, ready to participate in the board of directors. Today was the day he kicked Chen Fan out of the company and fulfilled Mr. Kong Baishang Kong's request. He contacted Mr. Kong yesterday, and Mr. Kong promised him that as long as he could teach Chen Fan a lesson and kick him out of the company, he would help himself become the top shareholder of Tengfei Group. Today was the day he stepped on Chen Fan and soared into the sky. The more he thought about it, the more excited Feng Yanli became, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Right at this moment, one of Feng Yanli's inner circle suddenly came over and whispered a few words in Feng Yanli's ear. In an instant, Feng Yanli's expression collapsed. Chapter 31 Accidents happen. Chen Fan and the others are at a disadvantage? Are you telling the truth or not? Feng Yanli asked seriously. Of course it's true. I'm quite sure that last night, Zhang Hao and Chen Fan had dinner together at Wanzhong Pavilion. That's what Zhang Xingda's driver, who I paid off, told me. Feng Yanli's beloved nodded confidently. Damn. Feng Yanli slammed down on the table, exasperated. It's a good thing I left the killer in, or else I really would have gotten screwed today. Feng Yanli sneered, angry but not a bit discouraged. He was so worried about accidents that he purposely made some deployments yesterday, and fortunately for him, those deployments yesterday have now become his greatest dependence. Zhang Hao, this asshole, actually went to that Chen Fan. Feng Yanli sneered. At the most critical time, Zhang Hao suddenly went privately and quietly to find Chen Fan for dinner. What else could he do? It must be that Zhang Hao wanted to go back on his words, and in turn teamed up with Chen Fan to try to deal with himself. Unfortunately, no matter what agreement Chen Fan and you, Zhang Hao, have reached, in the end, it's a basket case, and in the end, the victor will still be me. Feng Yanli opened his mouth confidently. These two are just clowns. Come on, follow me to set up. After saying that, Feng Yanli left with his inner circle and went to make other arrangements in order to deal with Chen Fan and Zhang Hao's joining forces. Time passed little by little. At 9:30 in the morning, in the large conference room of Tengfei Group, a group of shareholders of Tengfei Group, and most of the company executives had arrived. Zhang Hao arrived first, followed by Feng Yanli with his men. Upon seeing Zhang Hao An odd smile flashed across Feng Yanli's face and he didn't directly lash out. "How's it going, Mr. Kong? Is everyone here?" Feng Yanli inquired. "Most of them are here. There are only a few shareholders left, as well as executives who have things to do today and can't make it." Zhang Hao opened his mouth. Feng Yanli scanned the circle and nodded in satisfaction. "It's only a few people short. It doesn't matter." At this moment, the executives on the stage, the shareholders are whispering. Not long ago just held a meeting of the group's senior management. How to suddenly convene again today? What happened? Quiet everyone. I know you're all curious as to why a high-level meeting has been called all of a sudden today. I'll tell you now. Feng Yanli said loudly. The entire conference room was immediately silent, and everyone looked at Feng Yanli curiously. Today, we have brought you all together for the purpose of. Just before Feng Yanli could finish his words, Chen Fan arrived. This is our group's third largest shareholder. Mr. Chen. Right? Looking at Chen Fan, Feng Yanli opened his mouth with a cold smile, and as he said that, he turned his head to look at Zhang Hao again. What do you say? Mr. Zhang, you and Mr. Chen should be very familiar with each other, right? Ha? Zhang Hao opened his mouth with a bit of trepidation. What do you mean? What do I mean? Mr. Zhang just had dinner with Mr. Chen at Wanjiang Pavilion last night. Why don't you know what I mean? Feng Yanli questioned. Hearing Feng Yanli say this, Zhang Hao, as well as Zhang Xingde both changed their faces immediately. What's the situation? How did Feng Yanli know about their dinner with Mr. Chen last night? And how did Feng Yanli know about last night's events? Only a few of them know. At the scene, the only one who remained calm and collected was Chen Fan, who did not become the least bit flustered because he was discovered by Feng Yanli. The arrangements he had made last night, just in case, were, in hindsight, uncannily correct. Zhang Hao, don't think that you can deal with me just because you've teamed up with Chen Fan. If you want to deal with me, you guys aren't qualified enough, Feng Yanli said with all the arrogance in the world. Today, I gathered everyone here in order to kick this Chen Fan out of the company's decision-making level, Feng Yanli announced loudly. The entire conference room immediately boiled over at these words. It's not normally a big deal to kick the company's dang third largest shareholder out of the company. If this matter had not been said by Feng Yanli, the second largest shareholder, they would not have believed this possibility to death. Kicking me out of the company. I think the one being kicked out of the company today should be you. Feng Yanli. Chen Fan took a step forward and went toe-to-toe with Feng Yanli. Feng Yenyuan wanted to kick him. He also wanted to kick Feng Yanli. This is the task that the system gave himself. Seeing Chen Fan's words, the entire audience once again talked. And finally, everyone in the scene looked at Zhang Hao without fail. Now that the company's second and third largest shareholders are fighting, it will be important to see who Zhang Hao, the first largest shareholder, sides with. I agree with Mr. Chen's opinion. Kick Feng Yanli out of the company's decision-making level and no longer participate in any of the company's affairs. Zhang Hao stood out without hesitation. So what if he was discovered by Feng Yanli? Zhang Hao siding with Chen Fan was expected by the crowd. After all, Zhang Hao and Feng Yanli were notorious for not getting along. Just when many people in the scene thought that Feng Yanli was destined to be a loser, Feng Yanli laughed arrogantly. Want to kick me out of the decision-making level and out of the company, just with you and Chen Fan? Are you guys strong enough for this? You, Zhang Hao, have 22.5% of the company's shares in your hands, while this Chen Fan merely has 12% of the shares. You guys together, only a mere 34.5%, less than more than 50%, and you still want to kick me out of the company. Do your daydreaming, a mere 34.5%. It's true that we account for less than 50%, but you're only 23%, so who are you to be arrogant? Zhang Hao asked Feng Yanli rhetorically. What qualifies me to be cocky? I'll tell you right now. Feng Yanli turned around violently and looked at the other shareholders at the scene, asking loudly. I announced that I'm kicking Chen Fan out of the decision-making level and out of the company. Anyone in favor? Me. I'm for it. Instantly, 3 or 4 minority shareholders stepped forward. Seeing this, Zhang Hao sneered. These few people are Feng Yanli's beloved. All the shares together, but also only 2.7% of the shares. Pressure is not important. At this critical moment, the company's fourth largest shareholder, Feng Lei, who had always been a neutral party, suddenly stood up. I support Mr. Feng's suggestion to kick Chen Fan out of the company. Feng Lei has a full 10% of the company's shares in his hands, and his standing is still very important. Seeing this, Zhang Hao was confused. When did Feng Yanli convince Feng Lei, a neutral party? However, fortunately, even if you add Feng Lei and so on, Feng Yanli's side is only 33% of the shares, which is even less than them. Zhang Hao was just about to let out a sigh of relief. Then the next thing that made him even more unbelievable happened. I also support Mr. Feng, kicked Chen Fan out of the company. And me, I support Mr. Feng too. Immediately after that, the other two larger shareholders of the company, Meng Dong and Dong Ziyun, came forward and expressed their support for Feng Yanli. The shares of the company in the hands of Meng Dong and Dong Ziyun together are a full 12.1%. Coupled with the support of these two people, the shares held by Feng Yanli's site quickly increased to 45.1%, directly crushing Chen Fan and Jiang Hao. In an instant, the scene actually reversed. Chen Fan and Jiang Hao were at an absolute disadvantage, and the two were in a crisis. Chapter 32, Reversal. Tengfei Group's new top shareholder is Chen Fan? Jiang Hao directly panicked. This is bad. You guys. Jiang Hao angrily looked at Meng Dong, Dong Ziyun and the others. These people, usually in the company, are neutral faction. Do not participate in the struggle between him and Feng Yanli. Otherwise, Jiang Hao and Feng Yanli would not have fought to the present indistinguishable. But now, these three neutral people, how all defected to Feng Yanli ah. Why? Jiang Hao was a bit desperate. He and Chen Fan had lost completely. And with the support of these shareholders, his control over Tengfei Group will be greatly weakened by Feng Yanli, and he and Chen Fan are finished. Compared to Jiang Hao's anger, Feng Yanli was extraordinarily happy and smiled exceptionally brightly. This was his bottom card, and this was why he was still emboldened and confident even though he was angry when he heard that Chen Fan and Jiang Hao had teamed up. He had the support of Dong Ziyun and the other three, so he naturally wasn't afraid of any Chen Fan or Jiang Hao. As for how he had bought off the three who had been neutral for so long, the reason was simple. Naturally because of the help of the Kong Group. Without the help of the Kong Group, he couldn't handle these difficult neutrals. With the support of these three shareholders, Feng Yanli had full confidence in defeating Chen Fan and the others. Chen Fan, you're ready to get out of the company. Feng Yanli looked at Chen Fan with an undisguised excitement, as well as complacency. Get out of the company. Ha, just you? Chen Fan calmly asked back. Feng Yanli has an undercard, doesn't he have one? You only have 45.1% of the shares on your side, not even 50%. I don't know where you get the confidence, Chen Fan retorted. We don't have it here, so do you have it? Talking like you have it on your side? Feng Yanli sneered. Sorry, we really do have it on our side. Saying that, Chen Fan casually threw a few contracts on the table. Just yesterday, I personally acquired 11.2% of Tengfei Group's shares, and since then, I have 23.2% of Tengfei Group's shares in my hands, making me Tengfei Group's top shareholder. Chen Fan slowly spoke. Yesterday, Chen Fan completed the system mission and received 8% of the system shares. Last night, Chen Fan was worried that there would be an accident today, and purposely contacted the exclusive butler that the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum Kingdom had sent to him, asking him to help him contact the shareholders of Tengfei Group, and that he was going to acquire another 3% or so of Tengfei Group's shares. Incidentally, Chen Fan was also able to test whether or not what the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum Nation said, that it could fulfill all the requirements of its guests, was true or not, and whether or not it was good. Sure enough, the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum State did not disappoint Chen Fan, and an hour or two later, the bank steward contacted Chen Fan, saying that they had found two minority shareholders of the Tengfei Group, and that these two people were willing to sell the cumulative 3.2% of their shares in their hands. That night, Chen Fan met with the two men and formally signed the share acquisition contract, and since then, Chen Fan had easily become the new number one shareholder of Tengfei Group. It is also for this reason that a good number of group shareholders did not come today. Their shares have all been sold to Chen Fan, come what may. He himself now had 23.2% of Tengfei Group's shares in his hands, plus 22.5% in Jiang Hao's hands, and 6.1% of Jiang Hao shares from a few of his beloved ones combined, which was more than 50%. When Chen Fan said this, the entire audience was in an uproar. What? Mr. Chen acquired 11.2% of the shares? My God, I didn't expect that in the end. Mr. Chen would become the group's top shareholder? The crowd murmured. This result was something they had never expected. At this moment, even Jiang Hao was confused. This hand of Chen Fan's was something that even he hadn't expected. In just one day yesterday, Chen Fan had acquired 11.2% of the group's shares, directly surpassing him and becoming the group's new top shareholder. He had even played mind games with Chen Fan before, asking Chen Fan to agree to his various conditions, wanting to install his inner circle in the group and control the company, but it turned out that he had completely wasted his efforts. As for Feng Yanli, after hearing Chen Fan's words, he was even more dumbfounded and the entire person was dumbfounded. No, it's not true. It can't be true. Feng Yanli yelled out in resignation. These shareholders of the Tengfei Group were each stubborn and didn't want to sell the shares in their hands, or else he would have long ago acquired these shares and surpassed Jiang Hao. You must be lying to me. You must be. Feng Yanli stepped forward and picked up the share acquisition contract that Chen Fan had thrown on the table with trembling hands. Feng Yanli won word-by-word check. But the more you look, Feng Yanli's face is getting more and more ferocious, especially after discovering that the last few signatures, there is no problem. Feng Yanli's face is as white as if he had just crawled out of the grave. Feng Yanli read these documents from Chen Fan over and over and didn't find any problems. Feng Yanli froze there, his expression frozen. Chen Fan, on the other hand, slowly moved forward and stood in the very center of the entire front of the conference room, then looked at the crowd and said loudly, I propose as the company's new first major shareholder to kick Feng Yanli out of the company's decision-making layer. Does anyone agree? Jiang Hao took the lead after a slight hesitation. I agree. Although Chen Fan surpassed him and became the new number one shareholder of the group, he was more willing to stand on Chen Fan's side compared to Feng Yanli. Yesterday, he had already made an agreement with Chen Fan. Even if there was an accident now, Chen Fan would have to give himself a face anyways. But if it was Feng Yanli who won, he was afraid that he would be ostracized in the future. Until he ended up being kicked out of the company's decision-making hierarchy as well. I agree. Me too. I agree with Mr. Chen's experience. Seeing that Jiang Hao had spoken, those in his inner circle also spoke up. At this point, Chen Fan's side of the support exceeded 50% of the group's shares. As for the three larger shareholders who had just announced their support for Feng Yanli, the three of them looked at each other. And in the end, Dong Ziyun took the lead in speaking. I take back what I said before, and I'm willing to agree with Mr. Chen's proposal. Me too. I also agree with Mr. Chen. It was now impossible to stop Chen Fan. Feng Yanli had already lost. Feng Yanli's previous conditions for them didn't count anymore. Therefore, they might as well be a wallflower and still sell this Mr. Chen a favor. Together with them, the percentage of support on Chen Fan's side directly exceeded 70%, and Feng Yanli was a complete failure. I now announce that more than 70% of the company's shareholders have agreed to kick Feng Yanli out of the company's decision-making hierarchy from now on, and Feng Yanli can no longer participate in any of the company's decisions. Chen Fan loudly announced the final result. No! Feng Yanli roared out in resignation. In the next second, Feng Yanli's eyes went black, and he collapsed to the ground in a fit of pique. Soon he was taken to the hospital. The board of directors ended, and countless executives and shareholders of the company flocked up, surrounding Chen Fan with all kinds of pleasing and fawning. Mr. Chen, can you come over? I have something I want to talk to you about. At this time, Jiang Hao apprehensively stepped forward and asked in a low voice. Chapter 33, 7th Day of Severance? Reward of top group shares. Could be. Chen Fan nodded. After that, the two of them, Chen Fan and Jiang Hao, arrived at Jiang Hao's office. Mr. Chen, this should be your office from now on, Jiang Hao said with a bit of loss. After all, Chen Fan had become the company's top shareholder. That's not necessary. This office is still Mr. Kang's, Chen Fan said with deep meaning. Although he had become the top shareholder of Tengfei Group, Chen Fan did not want to replace Jiang Hao and manage the entire Tengfei Group. First of all, although Jiang Hao also had his own agenda, but after all, he had also helped himself. Without him, it was not that easy for Chen Fan to kick Feng Yanli out. Secondly, managing a company required a lot of energy and time, and Chen Fan didn't want to invest all of his energy in a small Tengfei Group. The market value of Tengfei Group is only about $10 billion. Chen Fan wants to exceed the Chen family, and even step on the foot of the Xu family. Relying on the Tengfei Group cannot be. Moreover, Chen Fan's value has broken 7 billion yesterday. Today's reward has not yet come. After coming, it may be possible to break 8 billion, and it will be closer to 10 billion. Which one was important? Chen Fan was still very clear. Jiang Hao understood the meaning of Chen Fan's words and was overjoyed. Mr. Chen, are you telling the truth? Jiang Hao asked with a trembling voice. That's natural. Tengfei Group is usually still managed by Mr. Jiang. If there's anything major, we'll discuss it together. Chen Fan nodded. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Jiang Hao grabbed Chen Fan's hand and couldn't stop thanking him. When things ended, Chen Fan left Tengfei Group and just sat in his car. The system's voice came. Ding, counterattacking Feng Yanli, treating him in the same way as others, kicking Feng Yanli out of the decision-making layer of the Tengfei Group, making him lift a stone to hit his own feet. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on obtaining top financial management skills. Congratulations on gaining 53 experience points. The mission was completed, and a huge wave of memories flooded into Chen Fan's mind. A few minutes later, after digesting this memory, Chen Fan possessed top-notch financial management abilities and became a top financial management master. Not only that, Chen Fan had also gained 53 experience points from this mission. Chen Fan tapped on the system to take a look. Current system level, level 1, 303/1500. He had already accumulated more than 300 points, and had already scraped together 1/5 of the points needed to upgrade the system. Today was only the 7th day since he had gotten the system. And what's more, the system's upgrade mode was only discovered by Chen Fan on the 3rd day of getting the system. Technically speaking, together with today, Chen Fan had only used 5 days to gather 1/5 of the shares needed for the system upgrade. If he followed this rate, the remaining points needed for the upgrade would only take Chen Fan about 20 days to accumulate. This is very fast. A smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. While Chen Fan was happy, another surprise arrived. Ding! On the 7th day of severing the relationship, he obtained 4% of the shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group, one of the top enterprises in Jiangzhou, and became the vice president of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Shares in Yongtai Real Estate Group? Chen Fan's eyes widened at once. Yongtai Real Estate Group, one of their top companies in Jiangzhou, is exceptionally strong. Currently, the market capitalization of Yongtai Real Estate Group was about $30 billion, and the 4% shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group were worth about $12 billion. In an instant, Chen Fan's value reached $8 billion, and was closer to $10 billion. What's more, the system rewarded not only the shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group, but also becoming the vice president of Yongtai Real Estate Group. This identity is definitely very powerful in Jiangzhou. It's been a very rewarding day for myself. Just as Chen Fan was planning to return to the villa, he suddenly received a text message. Chen Fan looked down. It was sent by Xia Mengmeng. Xia Mengmeng asked Chen Fan if he had time today and asked him to come out to play together. If Chen Fan has time, meet there at the Yangjia shopping center afterwards. Going to the Wingate Mall? Could be. Chen Fan agreed. Just as he went to the Yangjia shopping center to take a look. After all, he had only been to the Yangjia shopping center once since he got it, and the purpose of that time was still to buy clothes, as well as sign a contract. Chen Fan had not inspected the Yangjia shopping center. Today you can take this opportunity to make a private visit to see the Yangjia shopping center. After 20 minutes or so, Chen Fan took the lead and arrived at the Yangjia shopping center. Before Xia Mengmeng arrived, Chen Fan went into a nearby cafe and ordered a cup of coffee to drink while waiting. A few minutes later, Xia Mengmeng arrived. Chen Fan went out. Senior Chen, wait a moment. Xia Mengmeng suddenly said mysteriously, as if there was something important. Chen Fan was very curious as to what she was going to do. Chapter 34, Reward 100 times Cashback Card. The identity of Chen Fan's boss was revealed, shocking the crowd. After another 2 minutes, Xia Ruoshui arrived in a hurry. Ha, Mr. Chen is here too? After seeing Chen Fan, Xia Ruoshui greeted him with some surprise. Mo, what's wrong with you? Xia Ruoshui asked with concern. Her parents are not in Jiangzhou, so her sister is under her care. And just now her sister sent her a message saying that she is not feeling well, and asked Xia Ruoshui to come to Yangjia shopping center quickly. So Xia Ruoshui hurriedly put down her work and accelerated to come. Sister, I'm fine. Oops, I forgot. I still have homework to do. Too bad. Tell you what, sister. You can just go shopping with Senior Chen for 2. I'll leave first. After saying that, Xia Mengmeng quickly buggered off. Today, she had successively asked Senior Chen, as well as her sister out, in order to create an opportunity for the two to spend time alone. Xia Mengmeng really felt that her sister and Senior Chen were a good match, and it would really be a shame if the two didn't get together. So Xia Mengmeng acted as a matchmaker to bring the two together. If you ask your sister and Senior Chen here today, and the two of you have dinner together, watch a movie, go shopping or something, won't the relationship between the two of you heat up quickly? Hey, you've really worked yourself to death for your sister's happiness. It's so hard on yourself. Looking at Xia Mengmeng who had suddenly left, Xia Ruoshui and Chen Fan were both a bit stunned. For a while the two were a bit overwhelmed. Mr. Chen, are you short of clothes? It just so happens that you're here. I'm going to go buy some clothes. Xia Ruoshui thought for a moment and opened her mouth. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding! Mission release, shopping with Xia Ruoshui. Mission reward, 100 times spending rebate card, limit 500 million. Mission reward, 51 experience points. Here comes another quest. And this time the reward is a 100x spending rebate card. It's okay. In other words, one only needs to spend a $5 million to return a full $500 million, making $495 million out of nothing. This level of rebate is just horrible. This reward is cool. It just so happened that he had bought 3-point-something% of the Tengfei Group himself for more than $300 million. Now that the mission was accomplished, The liquidity in one's hands could instantly increase by another $490 million. And with the addition of the nearly $500 million, he's that much closer to being a $10 billion man. I'm all for it. So let's go along for the ride. Chen Fan nodded. He came here mainly because he wanted to make a private visit to see how Yongjia Shopping Center operates. It doesn't matter what purpose you go in for, but of course, if you have the right clothes, you can buy a few more. What's more, there are system quests now. After saying that, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui both walked into the Yongjia Shopping Center. The two of them wandered through several stores and, eventually, stopped at a larger luxury store. Xiao Ruoshui was satisfied with several dresses from this store. Mr. Chen, what do you think of this jacket? I think it suits you. When Xiao Ruoshui was picking out clothes for herself, she also deliberately paid attention to the men's clothing next to her. And after seeing a black jacket, Xiao Ruoshui couldn't help but open her mouth. After saying that, Xiao Ruoshui took this dress down and wanted Chen Fan to try it on. Chen Fan took it and just wanted to try it out. Just then, a dude, with his girlfriend, walked in. Get all the customers out of your store. My girlfriend is going to pick out a dress. As soon as he came in, the man dressed as a dude flew into a rage. Hearing this, the store staff had a hard time saying anything. They looked at the store manager, who had no choice but to nod his head. Eventually the staff complied and started kicking people out. The staff came over and told Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui to leave for the time being. Chen Fan asked with some dissatisfaction, "Is this guy a premium member of your place? How come he still has such privileges? I was just about to try on a dress myself." Bummer. No, he's Su Zhouchuan, the son of Su Li, the vice general manager of Yongjia Shopping Center. In the Yonkers Shopping Center, he's the little bully, and no store dares to go against his word. The staff replied helplessly. There was a big-name restaurant that closed down within a few days because it offended Su Zhouchuan, and it was said to be Su Zhouchuan's mess. The staff whispered. Hearing this, Chen Fan frowned. I didn't realize that my private visit this time. So soon there is a harvest. A son of a district deputy general manager dares to be so lawless in Wing Tai Shopping Center? He, the boss, didn't even have a bigger rack than Su Zhouchuan. No wonder the Wingate Shopping Center seems to be doing less and less business in the last few years. The internal management is really bad. Before, he had nothing to do with Yongjia Shopping Center, so naturally it didn't matter. But now, as the owner of Yongjia Shopping Center, Chen Fan naturally couldn't ignore it. If he continued to let it go, his Wingate Shopping Center would sooner or later close down one day. Who gave you the right to have the shopkeeper drive away all the customers and serve you alone? Chen Fan opened his mouth, not spoiling this Su Zhouchuan. Ha? And pricks? Looking at Chen Fan who stood out, Su Zhouchuan sneered. Who gave me the right? My father gave me the right. No, my father is the vice general manager of the Yongjia Shopping Center. I can do whatever I want. Su Zhouchuan replied with a million dejections. Oh, how dare you go against my boyfriend in the Yongjia Shopping Center? In my boyfriend's territory. Are you not sick in the head? Next to him, Su Zhouchuan's girlfriend chimed in with a pleased voice. Oh, on your boyfriend's turf? Your father is the vice general manager of the Yongjia Shopping Center, right? Well then, from now on, he's removed from his position. Chen Fan sneered and opened his mouth in a domineering manner. Listening to the attitude of this staff, Su Zhouchuan in Yongjia Shopping Center for wrongdoing. Lawlessness seems to be not a day or two. As the deputy general manager of Yongjia Shopping Center, Su Li must have known, but he let his son do so. In that case, there is no need for this deputy general manager to continue to stay. What's the point of spending your own money and keeping such a half-assed useless piece of? Oh, from now on my dad is removed from office. Who do you think you are? Su Zhouchuan laughed maniacally, as if he had heard some heavenly joke. Who am I? I'm Chen Fan, the new owner of the Yongjia Shopping Center. Chen Fan replied indifferently. The moment these words came out, the scene was plunged into a deathly silence. The new owner of Wingate Mall? He's the new owner of the Wingate Shopping Center? Oh, my God. The crowd looked at Chen Fan with awe-filled eyes. Su Zhouchuan, in particular, froze on the spot. He seemed to have heard his father say yesterday that the Yongjia Shopping Center had a new owner. But what that new owner's name was, he forgot. It can't really be this kid. Humph, trying to scare me. Do you think I'm intimidated? I'm calling my dad right now so he can break down your scam. Su Zhouchuan didn't believe that the kid in front of him, who was even younger than him, would be the owner of the Tang Yongjia Shopping Center. So he called his dad to ask for details. Son, what's wrong? On the phone, came Su Li's lazy voice. At this moment Su Li is in the office drinking tea and listening to music. So happy. Dad, I'm at the Wingate Shopping Center. There's a kid who actually dares to pretend to be the new owner of your Wingate Shopping Center. Dad, you have to call out for someone to take this kid down. Su Zhouchuan sued. What? Daring to impersonate the owner of our Yangjia shopping center? Really looking for death? Su Li sneered. Okay, I'll send someone over there right now and arrest that kid. Su Li agreed with his son and pressed the matter to the heart. Just before Su Li planned to send someone, he asked another casual question. By the way, what's the name of that kid who's pretending to be the owner of our Wingate shopping center? It's called Chen Fan, Dad. The kid's name is Chen Fan. Su Shouchuan replied. What? The teacup in Su Li's hand slid straight to the ground and shattered. What did you say the name of the person who is posing as the owner of our Wingate shopping center is? Chapter 35. Just one last step away from breaking through the $10 billion value. Su Li asked cautiously. It's called Chen Fan. What's wrong, Dad? Su Shouchuan replied indifferently. Chen Fan? The man's name is Chen Fan? Su Li got up violently, his face white with shock. That's the new owner of our Wingate shopping center. Not a fake. Where are you now? Su Li asked eagerly. Su Shouchuan told Su Tai his location. 3 minutes later, Su Li rushed over in a panic. From afar, he saw Chen Fan standing there with a cold face. Boss, why didn't you inform us when you came? Su Li hurried over and said to Chen Fan with a pleasing look. The crowd in the store was dumbfounded at the sight. So this young man is really the owner of the Yangka shopping center. How could I have seen this without informing you of it? When I did. Chen Fan opened his mouth indifferently, hating this Su Li. Asshole, what are you waiting for? Get over here now. Su Li angrily scolded his son next to him. Hearing this, Su Shouchuan immediately came over shivering. What are you waiting for? Don't apologize to the boss. Su Li wanted to make up for his mistake earlier. There's no need to apologize. I've just informed the personnel office that you can pack up and leave my Wingate shopping center. Chen Fan ordered. At that moment, the store staff brought over the clothes that had just been packed. Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui took the packed clothes with them and left the store. In place, Su Li's entire body was dumbfounded. He was supposed to be a few years away from retiring with a pension and a comfortable old age. Now it's good that he's been removed from office just because of this rebellious son. Su Li was furious to the extreme. In a fit of pique, Su Li pulled out the crocodile belt, intending to give this rebellious son a little childhood memories. Soon, the screams resounded throughout the Yonkers shopping center. Su Shouchuan dreaming back to childhood. On the other side, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui were going to put the clothes they bought in the car first. I didn't realize that Mr. Chen is still the owner of Yangjia shopping center. Mr. Chen is really young and talented. Xiao Ruoshui couldn't help but lament. At this moment, she was becoming more and more curious about Chen Fan. She generally knew from her sister that Chen Fan was a member of the powerful Chen family, but had severed ties with the Chen family and was considered an abandoned young man of the Chen family. But it was such a heavy identity that Mr. Chen instead became more and more powerful, which made Xiao Ruoshui inwardly admire Chen Fan. In a way, she and Chen are always in the same category. I'm sorry to make Mr. Xiao laugh. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Having such a henchman, Chen Fan had a disgraceful face. After putting their things away, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui continued to stroll around the Yangjia shopping center. When they arrived at the supermarket, Chen Fan had an idea when he saw the freshly cut beef and lamb. Would Mr. Summer like to have a barbecue? Chen Fan asked Xiao Ruoshui. Barbecue? I haven't eaten. Speaking of this, Xiao Ruoshui looked a bit gloomy. When I was a child, my family was strict. She simply did not have the opportunity to eat a variety of snacks and so on. And now manages the huge Xia Group. Usually socialize and so on. Xiao Ruoshui in and out of all kinds of high-end restaurants, eating top private dishes, or French food or something, and will not come into contact with barbecue and so on. Not only barbecue, but also some other snacks that she hadn't eaten before. Never had one? That's too bad. How about this? Mr. Xia, tonight you'll be at my house and we'll have a barbecue dinner. Chen Fan suggested. The yard of his villa was huge, just perfect for having your own barbecue. Good. Xiao Ruoshui nodded. Subsequently, Chen Fan bought a variety of barbecue ingredients, as well as barbecue grills, and smokeless carbon and other barbecue materials. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding! Mission release, shopping with Xiao Ruoshui. Mission reward, 100 times spending rebate card, limit 500 million. Mission reward, 51 experience points. With the mission completed and the 100x spending rebate card arriving. In a way, Chen Fan's value had increased by nearly 500 million more. Now, Chen Fan's value was just one last step away from breaking through $10 billion. After buying the ingredients, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui returned to the Royal View Villa area. The two of them were in the yard, and began to pack up the ingredients. Although Xiao Ruoshui's cooking skills were not good, the most basic chopping vegetables and whatnot was no problem. Just as Chen Fan was preparing to barbecue, Wei Jingxiang suddenly called, Mr. Chen, do you have time to have dinner tonight? Chen Fan picked up the phone and Wei Jingxiang invited. Tonight? I'm sorry boss Wei, I have a date tonight. His barbecue has all started. That's too bad. What about tomorrow? Tomorrow Mr. Chen should have time, right? Wei Jingxiang asked again. Tomorrow is fine. Chen Fan nodded. Alright then, tomorrow morning is my treat. Mr. Chen must come by then. Wei Jingxiang invited. No problem. Chen Fan promised the other party and both parties agreed. More than half an hour later, the first barbecue that Chen Fan had grilled was finished. Chen Fan asked Xiao Ruoshui to try. Xiao Ruoshui curiously picked up a skewer and tasted it. It's a very different flavor from the barbecue you get in a restaurant. Hey, Xiao Ruoshui lamented. I've eaten too much of that upscale restaurant barbecue, but now I'm eating this kind of barbecue, which has a different flavor and is really tasty. Right. Chen Fan nodded. He already knew how to barbecue, and having been given top-notch cooking skills, the barbecue he was making now did taste absolutely amazing. It was no fun to just eat like this. Chen Fan turned around, went to the wine cellar and took a few bottles of wine. He poured a glass each for himself and Xiao Ruoshui. Anyway, Xiao Ruoshui lives next door and doesn't go out at night, so it's just not a problem to drink too much. Looking at the wine Chen Fan brought over, Xiao Ruoshui hesitated for a moment, but still picked it up. Xiao Ruoshui's alcohol consumption is very poor. Usually socializing, pressure is not a drop of alcohol. But now Mr. Chen personally poured for her, and the recent work things, so Xiao Ruoshui is under a lot of pressure. So drink some. Xiao Ruoshui just took a sip and her face turned red. After drinking a cup, Xiao Ruoshui, who originally had a cool personality and didn't have much to say, suddenly turned into a chatterbox. Because both of them are considered to be the sons of the rich and powerful, there are many common topics. The more they talk, the more they get along with each other. That Mr. Xia, it's almost time. Why don't you stop drinking? Looking at Xiao Ruoshui as if she had drunk too much, Chen Fan advised. It's okay, I'm a great drinker. I didn't drink too much. Xiao Ruoshui waved her hand, her face flushed. Xiao Ruoshui, who originally had a cool temperament, had another kind of different flavor at the moment. Right, Mr. Chen, we are also considered good friends, and there is no need to address Mr. Chen. Mr. Xia, it's awkward, Xiao Ruoshui offered. At home, Mr. Chen, Mr. Xia, whatever, it always feels like work. How about this then? I'll call you Ruoshui from now on, and you can call me Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded his head. He also had this feeling. Wakamizu? Hearing this name, Xiao Ruoshui froze. Normally, only her parents and the elders in her family would address herself this way. That's kind of a very intimate term of endearment. If it was another man shouting at her like that right now, Xiao Ruoshui would already be angry and turn around. But now that Chen Fan said this, for some reason, Xiao Ruoshui didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance within her heart. At this moment, even Xiao Ruoshui didn't know why this was. Chapter 36, Gathering hundreds of people to fight Chen Fan? The terrified Chen Xingrong. More than half an hour later, Xia Mengmeng returned. She was just about to open the door when she smelled the fragrance coming from it. And in the next second, Xia Mengmeng arrived at Chen Fan's villa as if she was a little greedy cat, smelling the smell. When Xia Mengmeng saw Chen Fan and her sister eating happily, she cried with envy. If I'd known I'd have come back sooner. Xia Mengmeng opened her mouth. She couldn't stop thinking about Chen Fan's cooking. After saying that, Xia Mengmeng picked up a skewer of mutton and ate it. After eating for a while, overheard Chen Fan actually shouted Sister Ruoshui, and Sister actually readily agreed, and did not half angry look. Xia Mengmeng suddenly bright eyes. I'll go. Is the relationship between Senior Chen and his sister progressing so fast? Looks like your plan worked today. Since the plan was so successful this time, there's a need to do it again. According to this progress, if things went well, it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for Sister and Senior Chen to finalize their relationship. Xia Mengmeng's mind pondered. After eating, Xia Mengmeng and Xiao Ruoshui left. Chen Fan simply washed up and went to rest. He couldn't wait for tomorrow. Currently, he was worth more than $8 billion, and was just short of the last billion or so to break the 10 billion mark. With a little bit of luck, once the reward comes tomorrow, he or she will become the youngest 10 billionaire in Jiangzhou. Can this not be exciting and happy? The next morning, after class, Chen Fan drove and left the school. In front of the school gate, Chen Haoyu saw this and hurriedly called his sister Chen Itsue. Chen Fan has left from school. Okay, I know. Chen Itsue nodded her head. After hanging up the phone, Chen Itsue looked at the tall, fit youth next to her. Brother Xingrong, Chen Fan has already left Jiangzhou University. This tall young man is Chen Itsue's fourth uncle Chen Jinping's eldest son, Chen Xingrong. Chen Xingrong is currently mixing well in Jiangzhou, is one of the leaders of an underground force, with nearly 100 minions under his command. Good. Chen Xingrong nodded. After saying that, he sent a message to his little brother to follow Chen Fan's car. With brother Xingrong stepping in this time, Chen Fan definitely won't be able to escape. Chen Yitsue excitedly opened her mouth. This time, in order to deal with Chen Fan, Xingrong brother began to call out a full 20 to 30 underlings minions. Absolutely 10 to 9. In the eyes of Chen Yitsue, as well as Chen Xingrong's father, Chen Xingrong stepping in to deal with Chen Fan was a descending blow, and Chen Fan didn't have the slightest possibility of resisting. Brother Xing Wing is their hope, that's for sure. Those moves you guys made before were too much work. Why don't you just go ahead and do it? Truth comes out from under your fists. Chen Xingrong clenched his sandbag-sized fists and said with ruthless eyes. This time, he was going to use his fists and beat Chen Fan into submission, making Chen Fan immediately go back and kowtow to his grandfather to apologize for his mistakes. Soon after, Chen Xingrong received a message from his little brother. Boss, the kid got off at Tan's Cuisine and seems to be going in for dinner. Little brother reported to Chen Xingrong. Tanjia Cuisine, one of the very famous private restaurants in Jiangzhou, not open to the public, only serving their members, is one of the famous upscale restaurants in Jiangzhou. That Chen Fan kid still has the interest to eat Tan family food. Ha, I'll beat the crap out of him in a while. After saying that, Chen Xingrong waved his hand and brought along the 20 to 30 minions that had been prepared long ago, and set off with great vigor. 10 minutes later, Chen Xingrong, with Chen Yitsue, and his minions arrived at the Tan family cuisine restaurant in an aggressive manner. At this time, the little brother who was following Chen Fan came over and told Chen Xingrong where Chen Fan was in the inner private room. Chen Xingrong immediately rushed in with his men and kicked open the door of the private room. In the private room, Chen Fan was looking at his cell phone. Just now Wei Jingxiong sent a message that he had some things to deal with there, and would temporarily be half an hour late. Chen Fan, finally found you. Chen Xingrong looked at Chen Fan with an extraordinarily grim smile on his face. Looking for me for what? Chen Fan asked rhetorically. Looking for you to do what? Beat you up. Of course. Chen Xingrong opened his mouth. If you're sensible, go back now. Apologize to grandpa on your knees. Rejoin the Chen family, and then go greet the Xu family's daughter. I can spare you. If you don't agree, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Xingrong looked like he was rubbing his fists and ready to strike. Let me go back to the Chen family. Dream on. Chen Fan disliked it back. Chen Fan, I didn't expect you to be so tough-talking now. Brother Xingrong give him a lesson. Chen Yitsue fanned the flames from the side. Good. Chen Xingrong told his younger brothers not to fight. He now wants to personally educate this cousin who does not know the high ground. Arriving in front of Chen Fan, Chen Xingrong violently swung his sandbag-sized fist and fiercely struck towards Chen Fan. Just when Chen Xingrong felt that he could crush Chen Fan with his stance and his strength, an accident happened. Only to see Chen Fan suddenly get up and with a slight dodge, he easily dodged Chen Xingrong's fist. In a flash of lightning, Chen Fan grabbed Chen Xingrong's arm and then fiercely exerted his force. Boo! A loud sound came from the ground, and Chen Xingrong fell hard to the ground. Chen Xingrong screamed miserably. Seeing this scene, everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. What is the situation? Next to him, Chen Yitsue was even more dumbfounded. This plot isn't right. Shouldn't it be brother Xingrong who knocked Chen Fan to the ground? How come the one lying on the ground right now became the taller brother Xingrong? Chen Xingrong's juniors rushed over and helped Chen Xingrong up. Damn it! Chen Xingrong got up with difficulty, his face grimacing. Even he was a little afraid to imagine how he, who was a full 1.9 meters and more than 200 pounds, was dropped by Chen Fan in a single glance. Surprisingly, he himself was no match for Chen Fan. Is that your bottom line? Chen Fan looked at Chen Xingrong. The top-level fighting skills that I had gotten from the system earlier could be really good. Chen Fan, I didn't expect you to be so good with your hands. I underestimated you. Chen Xingrong still spoke confidently. I can't beat you, but I have my brothers? Dare to hit me. Do you see my brothers agree? No promises. Chen Xingrong's minions shouted in unison. With a look from Chen Xingrong, the 20 to 30 minions he brought immediately rushed into the huge box, surrounding Chen Fan with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. He was not Chen Fan's opponent, but he had so many minions, so many people, he still didn't believe that he couldn't teach Chen Fan a lesson. Do it! The furious Chen Xingrong was already on the verge of anger and directly ordered his men to take action and teach Chen Fan a hard lesson. I'll see who dares to move. Just before Chen Xingrong's words fell, a majestic voice came from behind. Chen Xingrong twisted his head angrily. He wanted to see who dared to go against him. However, when he got a good look at the visitor's face, he was instantly shocked. Chapter 37 Learning the Secrets of the Chen Family. Chen Fan's plan to deal with the Chen family. At this moment, The person who walked into the private room was none other than the big brother of Jiangzhou, Wei Jingxiong. Big brother Wei? Chen Xingrong asked with a trembling voice. Not to mention that now he was only one of the leaders of an underground force in the district of Jiangzhou. Even if it was the boss of this force of theirs, he would have to be respectful when he saw Wei Jingxiong. Are you guys trying to tear down my restaurant? Wei Jingxiong asked with an icy voice. Aha! Hearing Wei Jingxiong's words, Chen Xingrong and the others froze. His restaurant? Big brother Wei, this Tan family cuisine is your property. Ha? Chen Xingrong asked in surprise. Exactly. Wei Jingxiong nodded. It was also because of this layer of reason that Wei Jingxiong had previously thought of annexing Chen Fan's Wangjiang pavilion. It was only after knowing Chen Fan's identity that Wei Jingxiong had changed his mind. I'm sorry, big brother Wei. It's my fault. We'll take the boy away now and settle this outside. Chen Xingrong hurriedly opened his mouth, intending to force Chen Fan out, unbridled. Just what Chen Xingrong never expected was that hearing him say this, Wei Jingxiong not only did not subside, but instead became even more furious. How dare you try to make a move on my guest? You're good. A terrifying smile flashed across Wei Jingxiong's face. There aren't many people in the whole of Jiangzhou who would dare to do that. What? What do you mean? Big brother Wei? Chen Xingrong didn't quite understand. What do I mean? Mr. Chen Fan is my guest. You're going to lay hands on my guest now. Isn't that stepping on my face on the ground? Wei Jingxiong replied in a cold voice. What? Chen Fan is Wei Jingxiong's guest. What kind of international joke is this? What is Chen Fan's status? Why should he be invited to dinner by a big brother like Wei Jingxiong? Big brother Wei. Chen Xingrong still wanted to explain, but was stopped by Wei Jingxiong. Let your boss talk to me. You're not qualified, Wei Jingxiong ordered. Knowing that he was not qualified to talk to Wei Jingxiong, Chen Xingrong had no choice but to helplessly contact his boss, Bai Lingyuan. Knowing that Chen Xingrong had offended Wei Jingxiong, Bai Lingyuan rushed his ass towards here. Get out! Wei Jingxiong angrily rebuked Chen Xingrong's minions. Facing the reprimand of the hallowed Jiangzhou big brother, Wei Jingxiong's juniors didn't dare to disobey for a second, and hurriedly went out, making room. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I was a little late for something, and for something like this to happen in my restaurant. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Wei Jingxiong apologized to Chen Fan. Men, serve the food. Soon the waiters began to come in with a variety of delicacies. Chen Fan and Wei Jingxiong chatted as they ate, looking at Chen Fan actually talking, laughing and eating together with Wei Jingxiong, the titular Jiangzhou big brother there, and the two clearly looked like they were on an even keel. This further dumbfounded both Chen Itsue and Chen Xingrong. How did Chen Fan obtain Wei Jingxiong's approval? Chen Itsue couldn't figure out how. Last time, when Chen Fan went to visit Wei Jingxiong, that could still be borrowing the Xia Group's name. But now, Chen Fan and Wei Jingxiong were talking and laughing. This was not right. Wei Jingxiong was the lord of their Jiangzhou, with a strong and domineering character. Not to mention that Chen Fan and that Xia Mengmeng had a special relationship. Even if Chen Fan and Xia Ruoxue, the president of Xia Group, were together, it was impossible to make Wei Jingxiong so. At this moment, Chen Itsue had to admit that Chen Fan was able to achieve parity with Wei Jingxiong entirely by himself. But why is that? Chen Fan, an outcast young man who had severed ties with their Chen family. On what basis could he be on par with Wei Jingxiong? Chen Itsue couldn't understand even if she thought about it. As for Chen Xingrong, he is even more dumbfounded. Chen Itsue, they are outsiders, do not mix with the underground, and are not clear. But as a person in the line, Chen Xingrong is more aware of the gold content of Chen Fan and Wei Jingxiong's equality. Even his boss couldn't do that. That Chen Fan, who once had an underground status in their Chen family that he couldn't even look at, now possessed such a terrifying ability and status. By the way, Mr. Chen, I invited you here today because there is a very important matter I want to talk to you about that you must be very interested in. Wei Jingxiong said mysteriously. I must be interested? When Wei Jingxiong said this, it had aroused Chen Fan's curiosity. It's inconvenient to have outsiders around right now. I'll talk to Mr. Chen privately in a while. I definitely won't let you down, Wei Jingxiong assured. A few minutes later, Chen Xingrong's older brother, Bai Lingyuan, came. Your little brother went so far as to lay hands on my guest. What's to be done? You see to it? Without waiting for Bai Lingyuan to speak, Wei Jingxiong gave him a choice. Big brother Wei, it's my fault for poor discipline. Bearing Yuan hastily apologized. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you come over here and kneel down and apologize to Big brother Wei, as well as Big brother Wei's guests? Bearing Far commands. Get down on your knees and admit you're wrong? Hearing these words, Chen Itsue people were dumbfounded. Didn't this mean that brother Xingrong was going to kneel down and apologize to Chen Fan? What's going on? Shouldn't brother Xingwing be descending on Chen Fan? How come? In the end, It turned into Chen Fan descending to strike at brother Xingrong. Chen Xingrong hesitated for a moment, and finally took a deep breath, took a few steps forward, and knelt on the ground with a thud. Big brother Wei, Chen Fan, Chen Xingrong, was wrong. Chen Xingrong knelt down to apologize and kowtowed. From now on, I'm quitting the underground world of Zhangzhou. Chen Xingrong knew the rules. After what happened today, he would never be able to mix in the underground world of Zhangzhou again. All his years of fighting, all those years of hard work, all for nothing. In the Chen family, he couldn't compete with a few other cousins, which was why he came out to hang out in the underground world. And now well, all his years of hard work were all for naught. It turns out that Chen Fan isn't that punk. He's the one who is. At this moment, Chen Xingrong's gaze was dull, and his entire body seemed to be wasted. Next to her, Chen Yitsuwei was also completely desperate. Get lost. Wei Jingxiong waved his hand. He still had important things to say to Mr. Chen. Thank you, big brother Wei. Thank you. Bearing Yuan hurriedly led the men out. In no time, only Chen Fan and Wei Jingxiong were left in the room. Mr. Chen, I know something about you and the magnificent Chen family in general. Wei Jingxiong opened the door and said directly, this important matter I'm talking about is related to the Chen family. Mr. Chen, do you know that in the past 2 days, the Chen family's old man secretly left Zhangzhou and went out of town? Unclear. Chen Fan shook his head. I know the reason why Elder Chen secretly left Zhangzhou this time. Wei Jingxiong explained. The matter is something I learned by accident yesterday. It concerns the Chen family's secrets. I think Mr. Chen is definitely interested. That's why I invited Mr. Chen to dinner. The Chen family's secret? Hearing Wei Jingxiong say this, Chen Fan immediately became interested. Elder Chen quietly left Zhangzhou with his eldest son this time. He's gone to talk about cooperation with Wanheng Software Group, a big company in our Zhonghai province. Wanheng Software Group? Hearing this name, Chen Fan frowned as he had heard of this company. Wanheng Software Group was one of the leading enterprises in their province of Zhonghai and was exceptionally strong. However, in his impression, the Chen family was not involved in the software industry. So what was the Chen family doing in Wanheng Software Group? Noticing Chen Fan's doubt, Wei Jingxiong explained. There's news that Wanheng Software Group wants to build a large-scale industrial park in Zhangzhou and now needs a real estate developer in Zhangzhou. If we take over this project from Wanheng Software Group, we can make a conservative estimate of a few $1 billion. And it is for this reason that Elder Chen quietly went to Wanheng Software Group, in order not to attract the attention of the other big real estate companies in Zhangzhou. Master Chen is all over this project and is determined to win. This news, Wei Jingxiong had only told Chen Fan alone so far. That's right, Chen Fan was in deep thought. The Chen family was indeed involved in the real estate industry, and it was also one of the Chen family's pillar industries. Hearing Wei Jingxiong's words, Chen Fan could not help but have a bold idea emerge in his mind: snipe the Chen family. Chapter 38, the 8th day of severing relationship. Rewarding shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Just as Chen Fan was thinking, the system's voice came. Ding! On the 8th day of severing the relationship, awarding 5% of the shares of Wingtai Real Estate Group and becoming the 4th largest shareholder of Wingtai Real Estate Group, the share acquisition contract has been placed in your study. Please pay attention to check. Aha! Looking at the system's reward for today, Chen Fan's heartbeat instantly accelerated. Today's reward is even more generous than yesterday's. Yongtai Real Estate Group has a market value of around $30 billion, and a 5% stake. That's worth a full $15 billion. More importantly, with the addition of these $15 billion, Chen Fan's value instantly exceeded $10 billion. From now on, Chen Fan is the youngest 10 billionaire in Zhangzhou. Sitting on tens of billions of assets, Chen Fan is also considered to be among the ranks of Zhangzhou's real tycoons. From the time he had severed his relationship with the Chen family, it had only been 8 short days, and he had gone from being an ordinary poor student with only a few $100s in his pocket to becoming a tycoon worth tens of billions of dollars. It's so cool to have a system. Together with today's, Chen Fan had exactly 9% of Yongtai Real Estate Group's shares in his hands, making him the 4th largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Now, this bold idea of Chen Fan seemed to have been able to remove the word bold. Since the Chen family attached such importance to Wanheng Software Group's project to build a large-scale industrial park in Zhangzhou and was so determined to get it, Chen Fan was all the more determined to get a foot in the door. Now sitting on tens of billions of dollars and fighting against the Chen family, Chen Fan already had a certain number of cards. Moreover, he was also the 4th largest shareholder and the vice president of the titular Yongtai Real Estate Group. And with these 2 layers of status, it was even more convenient. It was important to know that if we were talking about the real estate industry alone, Yongtai Real Estate Group was stronger than the Chen family. If one could represent the Yongtai Real Estate Group and snatch this project of building a large software park, which the Chen family was bound to win, from the Chen family's hands. Elder Chen, as well as the rest of the Chen family, will be very happy. You can also make a killing out of it yourself. The more he thought about it, the more Chen Fan felt that this plan was feasible. Mr. Chen, if there's anything you need help with, you can find me. We're friends. Wei Jingxiong opened his mouth as if he meant it. The reason why he told Chen Fan about this Chen family secret was to sell Chen Fan a favor. As for the loss of the Chen family's interests, what did it have to do with him? An outsider. Thanks, Mr. Wei. Chen Fan nodded his head. He took note of Wei Jingxiong's kindness. After deciding to snipe the Chen family's business, there are now two problems in front of Chen Fan. First of all, he doesn't know that what Wanheng Software Group person want to snipe the Chen family and take this project from the Chen family. First of all, he must first know the top management of Wanheng Software Group, and the more powerful the position of this top management, the better. Chen Fan asked Wei Jingxiong who was next to him, and Wei Jingxiong said that he didn't know anyone from Wanheng Software Group either. This matter is put aside for the time being. The second problem was that Chen Fan had to find a way to convince the shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group to agree to his plan to snipe the Chen family. This question is a little easier. This is a full of billions of dollars of profit. Who cannot be moved? With his status as the fourth largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, it would be easier to convince others. Just as Chen Fan was thinking, he suddenly received a call out of the blue. The call was from Yang Shengping, the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group and the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Yang Shengping firstly congratulated Chen Fan for becoming a shareholder of their Yongtai Real Estate Group, and secondly, he also wanted to meet Chen Fan and get to know both sides. By the way, Mr. Chen, I'm hosting a reception tomorrow and have invited quite a few rich and powerful people from Jiangzhou. I wonder if Mr. Chen would like to take advantage of it? Shengping Yang invites. Could be. Chen Fan nodded. It just so happened that he also wanted to meet with Yang Shengping to talk about sniping the Chen family's business, and now that Yang Shengping took the initiative to invite himself, he naturally agreed. Okay, I'll send someone to deliver the invitation to Mr. Chen in a moment. Where to? Yang Shengping asked. Chairman Yang can just send it to Jiangzhou University. Chen Fan replied. JNU? Yeah, I'm taking classes at JNU this afternoon. Chen Fan replied. Still taking classes at JNU? After realizing that Chen Fan was still a student, Yang Shengping was surprised in a million ways. Mr. Chen is too young and promising. After eating, Chen Fan left. In the afternoon between classes, Chen Fan received an invitation from Yang Shengping. Chen Fan was stunned when he saw the invitation, inviting Mr. Chen Fan and his female companion to participate in the reception tomorrow night. He didn't have a female companion, but it shouldn't be a problem to go by yourself. After the afternoon session ended, Chen Fan returned to the villa. In the evening, Xia Ruoshui sent a bit of fruit to Chen Fan. When looking at Chen Fan again, Xia Ruoshui was a bit embarrassed. Chen Fan, I can't hold my liquor. Did I lose my temper in any way last night? That didn't. Chen Fan shook his head. Xia Ruoshui, who was a bit drunk yesterday, was kinda cute. The drunken Xia Ruoshui had a contrasting beauty to the usual Xia Ruoshui. Ha! Xia Ruoshui unintentionally saw the invitation that Chen Fan had casually put aside. Chen Fan, did you also receive Chairman Yang's invitation? Xia Ruoshui asked in surprise. Wakamizu, you were invited too? Chen Fan asked. Yeah, but I don't have a male companion, so I didn't think to go. Xia Ruoshui opened her mouth. Without a male companion, if she went, there would definitely be some annoying suitors to annoy her, which gave Xia Ruoshui a headache. Rather than that, it was better not to go. I don't have a female companion either. Why don't we get together tomorrow? Chen Fan invites suggestions. Hearing Chen Fan say this, Xia Ruoshui brightened up. Good. Xia Ruoshui nodded in agreement. With a male companion, I don't think there will be any suitors to harass me when I go to the reception tomorrow. And Chen Fan as a male companion should be pretty good. Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui chatted for a bit. Chen Fan suddenly thought about the Wanheng Software Group, so he asked Xia Ruoshui to see if she knew any. It was just that what Chen Fan didn't expect was that he had gotten an unexpected answer when he had just casually asked. Chapter 39, The Terrifying Strength of the Xia Family. Elder Chen's most valued grandson. Wanheng Software Group? I know. There are some shares of our Xia family in the Wanheng Software Group. Xia Ruoshui opened her mouth. What? Chen Fan was very surprised. He knew that the Xia family was very powerful, and that the Xia Group in Jiangzhou was just one of the Xia family's industries, but he never thought that the Xia family was so powerful that even a behemoth like the Wanheng Software Group, which had the Xia family's shares in it. One of the vice presidents of the Wanheng Software Group is my cousin. Xia Ruoshui continued. Why are you suddenly asking about the Wanheng Software Group? Here's the deal. Chen Fan roughly told Xiao Ruoshui about his plan to snipe the Chen family and take away the Wanheng Software Group project from the Chen family. Well, tell you what. I'll contact my cousin Xiao Wenyu now and see what's going on over at Wanheng Software Group before I say anything. Xiao Ruoshui opened her mouth. Last time Chen Fan had helped himself. This time when it was finally his turn to help Chen Fan, Xiao Ruoshui would definitely do her best. Xiao Ruoshui took out her cell phone and dialed that cousin of hers. Xiao Wenyu. Hey, Wakamizu. Why did you remember to call me? Soon, a woman's voice came from the other side of the phone, and it was Xiao Ruoshui's cousin, Xiao Wenyu. Xiao Wenyu's father was in the Xiao family, so Xiao Wenyu followed her mother's surname. Sister Wenyu, I've heard that the Wanheng Software Group you work for is planning to build a large-scale industrial park in Jiangzhou, isn't it? Xiao Ruoshui inquired. Yes, we also had a meeting this afternoon to discuss it, but Ruoshui, why are you asking about this matter? Doesn't the branch you manage in Jiangzhou have no real estate business? Xiao Wenyu asked in disbelief. If the company managed by Xiao Ruoshui also had a real estate business, the first cooperation object of Wanheng Software Group would naturally be Xiao Ruoshui. Have you decided which real estate company you will give this project of building a large industrial park to? That hasn't been decided yet, but listening to Vice President Han, who is in charge of this matter, he seems to want to give the project to Chen's construction company in Jiangzhou. Sister Wenyu, a good friend of mine's real estate company has also taken a fancy to this large-scale industrial park project. I wonder if you can help. Xiao Ruoshui tried to say. I can't help it. I'm not in charge of this area, and I have a poor relationship with VP Han who is in charge of this, so I can't help it. Xiao Wenyu said regretfully. Sister Wenyu, just do me a favor. This way, as long as this is done, this year's family annual meeting, if we compete on, I will take the initiative to admit defeat. Xiao Ruoshui said through gritted teeth. The Xiao family would organize an annual meeting every year, when there would be competition and evaluation within the Xiao family. In previous years, Xiao Wenyu was not even a match for Xiao Ruoshui, and now in order to help Chen Fan, Xiao Ruoshui had paid a small price. Hearing this, Xiao Wenyu instantly detected an abnormality. Ruoshui, this isn't like your character. This good friend of yours, is he a man? Is he a woman? Xiao Wenyu asked nosily. It's a boy. Xiao Ruoshui replied a little embarrassed. Hey, I get it. I'll try my best in this matter. I'll contact you as soon as I hear anything. Xiao Wenyu hemmed and hawed and instantly understood. With Ruoshui's character, the one who could make her do this, her relationship with her was 80% not simple. The other party might even become her brother-in-law. Then thank you, Sister Wenyu. After a few polite words, Xiao Ruoshui then hung up the phone. Just as Chen Fan was discussing this matter with Xiao Ruoshui on his side. In Jiangzhou, the Chen family, Chen Jinping, the fourth oldest member of the Chen family, called Elder Chen. Father, how are the talks about Wanheng Software Group's project to build a large-scale industrial park going? Chen Jinping asked curiously. Already almost. I have a good chat with Vice President Han of Wanheng Software Group who is in charge of this matter. In 2 days, Vice President Han will come to our Jiangzhou to inspect. You guys prepare well in these 2 days. You must entertain Vice President Han well and make him satisfied. Sign a contract directly with us when the time comes. Elder Chen admonished. As long as they took down Vice President Han, this project would be their Chen family's, and at that time, billions more in profits would flow into their Chen family's wallet. Just thinking about this, Elder Chen couldn't help but have a smile on his face. By the way, how is Chen Fan that little thing? Elder Chen specifically inquired. Father, that brat Chen Fan somehow climbed into a relationship with Wei Jingxiong. And now Wei Jingxiong wants to protect him, and Xing Rong and the others have failed again. Chen Jinping said helplessly. Rubbish, not even Xing Rong was able to solve that little thing Chen Fan? Elder Chen was furious. Just let Chen Fan that little complacent for a little while. Let's take the project of Wanheng Software Group first. This is our top priority. When we take the matter of Wanheng Software Group, then we will solve the matter of Chen Fan that little. Elder Chen thought for a moment to make a judgment. The matter of Wanheng Software Group could be finalized within a few days. With billions of dollars of profit at stake, Elder Chen was determined to win, and could only temporarily put Chen Fan's matter slightly behind. Father, why don't I call Fei Ming back and let him deal with that little bastard Chen Fan? Suddenly, the Chen family boss next to him suggested. Chen Feiming, the eldest son of the Chen family's boss, the Chen family's eldest grandson, was one of the best among the younger generation of the Chen family, and had entered the nation's top institutions with the city's first place in the college entrance exam. Chen Feiming was called the Chen family's unicorn by Elder Chen, the hope for the future of the Chen family. Elder Chen valued Chen Feiming highly, and felt that the future of the Chen family depended on Chen Feiming alone. Bring back Fei Ming. No, Elder Chen flatly refused. Fei Ming is the hope of their Chen family. Time is so precious. Absolutely can't be wasted on dealing with Chen Fan, that little man. Chen Fan. He doesn't deserve it. Chen Fan. That little man. Can't use Fei Ming to step in. Let us do it this way. Let the oldest three call Wen Jing back. Let her deal with Chen Fan. Elder Chen hesitated for a moment and decided to let Chen Wenjing step in. Chen Wenjing, in the Chen family, after Chen Feiming, was considered the second person in the younger generation of the Chen family. If Chen Wenjing is placed in the Jiangzhou's other big families, with her excellent degree, enough to become the first person in the young generation. But the Chen family out of the Chen Feiming, this unicorn son, the Chen Wenjing's light to all the suppressed. Yes, father. Chen Jinping nodded. After hanging up the phone, Chen Jinping went to contact Chen Wenjing. On the other side, after receiving the call and hearing that it was ordered by her grandfather, Chen Wenjing, who originally didn't want to get involved in this matter, had no choice but to agree. She would return to Jiangzhou in the next 2 days to deal with Chen Fan. A little bit of time passed. The next day at noon, Chen Fan had just gotten out of class when the system's voice came. Here comes the reward for the 9th day of severance. And this time, the rewards were greatly out of Chen Fan's expectations. Chapter 40, 9th day of severing relationships. Becoming the major shareholder of the $30 billion group. Ding! On the 9th day of severing the relationship, he rewarded Wing Tai Real Estate Group with 5% of its shares and became the third largest shareholder of Wing Tai Real Estate Group. After seeing today's reward, Chen Fan was overjoyed. Another 5% stake in Wingate Realty Group. Great! Compared to other rewards, the share rewards of Wingtech Real Estate Group are better for this period of time. Together with these 5% shares, Chen Fan's hands owned 14% of the shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group, and he had successfully become the third largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. In this way, Chen Fan's chances of convincing the other shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group were a few points higher. The success rate of his own plan to snipe the Chen family had increased by a few points. Moreover, the 5% shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group were also worth a full $5 billion. And with him, Chen Fan's worth was already more than $11.5 billion. It would be best if the rewards for the following days were all shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group as well, directly making himself the first major shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Chen Fan said expectantly. Becoming the first major shareholder of a large group with a market capitalization of $30 billion is exciting to think about. At that time, it would be easier for him or her to deal with the Chen family. In the afternoon, Luo Zhixin, the owner of Drunken Immortal House, once again went to his backer, Fan Hongkai, the owner of Fan Group. Today he got the news that Wei Jingxiong and Chen Fan had dinner at Tanjia Cuisine yesterday. And now Luo Zhixin was sure that Chen Fan and Wei Jingxiong had an extraordinary relationship. If he had known this, Luo Zhixin would not have laid his hands on His Excellency Wang Zheng before. But things have come to this point. It is too late to say anything. In order to protect themselves, Luo Zhixin can only ask his backer Fan Hongkai to step in. Oh Luo, you are just so short-sighted. A small owner of a district restaurant has made you mentally deranged. Fan Hongkai said with great disgust. You're my man. Look at the long term. What's the owner of Wangjiang Pavilion? What's the great relationship with Wei Jingxiong? What's that? That Chen Fan is nothing in my eyes. Fan Hongkai simply did not put Chen Fan, the small boss of the restaurant, in the eyes. What Wangjiang Pavilion, death of a billion or so? Not worth mentioning at all. I'm going to a big shots reception tonight, so I'll tell you what. I'll take you with me, so you can get a long look and broaden your horizons, so you don't have to think of a small restaurant owner as a big enemy every day. Fan Hongkai was in a good mood today and intended to mention Luo Zhixin. Really? Thank you, Mr. Fan. Thank you, Mr. Fan. Luo Zhixin was overjoyed and instantly exhilarated. If he could take this once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity to meet some big shots tonight, he could completely disregard that what's her name Chen Fan. At that time, he only needed to say one word, and Chen Fan would be scared less, obediently handing over the Wangjiang Pavilion with both hands, and begging to take it. In the evening, Chen Fan received Xia Ruoshui. Tonight Xia Ruoshui was wearing a black evening gown, revealing her snow-white jade-like shoulders and collarbone. Absolutely flawless. At the first sight of Xia Ruoshui, Chen Fan was stunned. More than half an hour later, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui arrived in front of the estate of Yang Shengping, the first largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Chen Fan let Xia Ruoshui get off the car and go in first. He went to find a parking space. Tonight Yang Shengping invited some guests. The parking space is too tight. Just now he didn't see any free ones. Xia Ruoshui got out of the car and walked inside the manor first. Discovering the arrival of Xia Ruoshui, the first beautiful president of Jiangzhou, the scene immediately boiled over. In the next second, Many of Jiangzhou's rich and powerful people took the initiative to come over and greet Xiaoruoshui. President Xia, I don't think you have a male companion yet. Why don't you let me be your male companion tonight? At that moment, a slender, handsome-looking boy stepped forward to invite. Hearing this, some of the men around them immediately got angry. They were also for this purpose, just that they hadn't said it yet. How could someone dare to say it before them? It was only when these unconvinced people took a good look at the looks of this slender man that they were instantly convinced. This slender man was Qian Bowen, the eldest young master of the Jiangzhou's powerful family. The Qian family, who was the number one of the Qian family's younger generation and was internally designated as the future head of the Qian family. There's no way they can compare to Chambers. No, I have a male companion. Facing Qian Bowen's invitation, Xiaoruoshui refused without hesitation. Among the obnoxious suitors that Xiaoruoshui had mentioned earlier, there was this Qian Bowen. Got a male companion? Why didn't I see that? Qian Bowen scanned around, still pestering Xiaoruoshui. President Xia, you wouldn't be pretending to have a male companion on purpose just to reject me? You're pressed for male companionship, so you might as well consider me. Chambers said in a deadpan voice. Who says Wakamizu doesn't have a male companion? Just then, a faint voice came. Immediately afterward, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Fan walked over. Xiaoruoshui, on the other hand, very naturally took Chen Fan's arm as a way to prove to the crowd that Chen Fan was his male companion. Qian Bowen, as well as the other men, immediately looked at Chen Fan with envy and jealousy, their eyes glaring out in anger. Before, Xiaoruoshui was not half scandalous in Jiangzhou, attending all kinds of cocktail parties, dances and whatnot, all alone, never having a male companion. How is it that today, there is suddenly such an additional male companion? Compared to the others, Qian Bowen was even more embarrassed. What did you just call Mr. Xia? Qian Bowen asked incredulously. Just now he was a little afraid to imagine what he had heard. Wakamizu, what's the problem? Chen Fan calmly asked back. Wakamizu? This guy called President Xiaoruoshui, such an intimate name? Noticing Chen Fan's address to Xiaoruoshui, the crowd was even more astonished. If it was someone else, shouting at President Xia like this, President Xia would have rolled her eyes and left. But now, President Xia was even holding this guy's arm, as if she had already acquiesced to this intimate name. This reinforces the uncomplicated nature of the relationship. Xiaoruoshui, the first beautiful president of Jiangzhou, finally has a master? In a flash, the crowd was even more jealous of the teeth. Sheep this kid. Damn it, President Xia, you chose such a mediocre kid as a male companion. You have a problem with your vision. Looking at Chen Fan, Qian Bowen was furious. On the looks, handsome degree, as well as family background, and so on and so forth, which point he is not better than this kid. Xiaoruoshui actually chose this kid as a male companion, but also do not choose their own. In a huff, Chambers twisted his head and went elsewhere. Chen Fan could see that Xiaoruoshui didn't like being surrounded by so many people, so he also led Xiaoruoshui towards one side. Chen Fan took 2 cups of juice and handed one to Xiaoruoshui. Mr. Yang's set of manners is nice. Chen Fan scanned the entire manor in a circle and said with emotion. The last time he went to Wei Jingxiong's manor, he was a little envious. When you have the chance, you should get yourself a set of such a large estate to live in and see what it's like. Growing up, Chen Fan hadn't lived in an estate yet. Not bad indeed. Xiaoruoshui nodded approvingly. Just as Chen Fan and the two of them were chatting, an alarming voice came. Chen Fan, how did you sneak in while the security guards weren't looking? Chapter 41, the whole audience is shocked. Chen Fan is the third largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group? Chen Fan turned his head in surprise, only to see a somewhat thieving middle-aged man standing there, looking at Chen Fan with a sarcastic expression. You are? Chen Fan thought for a moment and didn't recognize this guy. I'm the owner of Drunken Immortal House, Luo Jixin. The thieving man proudly introduced himself. Oh, you're a drunken immortal mansion owner who doesn't dare to confront me head-on and make small moves behind my back, Chen Fan said with disgust. Didn't this guy send someone to his store to mess things up last time? And he was easily solved and sent to the police station. Being said so by Chen Fan, Luo Jixin's face was a bit untenable, so he hurriedly changed the topic. What happened last time was just a pure accident. How did you, a small restaurant owner, come to Chairman Yang's manor? You didn't sneak in while the security guards weren't paying attention, did you? Luo Jixin was shady. If you can come in, why can't I? It would make a little more sense for me to come in than you. Chen Fan opened his mouth as if he meant it. Whether it's popularity, strength, and reputation, etc. Chen Fan's Wanzhong Pavilion can hang with Luo Jixin's Drunken Immortal House. You, being said so by Chen Fan, Luo Jixin was furious. Mr. Law always follows me here. What's the problem? A strong voice came out. Immediately after, Luo Jixin's backer, Fan Hongkai, chairman of the Fan Group, walked over with a confident stride. Mr. Fan, this kid is the owner of Wanzhong Pavilion that I told you about before. Chen Fan, Luo Jixin whispered to Fan Hongkai. That's him, ha? Looking at Chen Fan, and then at Xiao Ruoshui sitting next to him, Fan Hongkai was a little surprised inside. He didn't realize that this kid seemed to have become Xiao Ruoshui's male companion. TSK, young age, actually become a soft-eating white boy, really don't even have a face, Fan Hongkai said with a look of disgust. So this kid is eating Xiao Ruoshui's soft rice, just a small restaurant owner, not far away. Hearing Luo Jixin and Fan Hongkai's words, Qian Bowen, the eldest young man of the luxurious Qian family, was instantly filled with contempt for Chen Fan, but while despising it, he was envious of Chen Fan's teeth. Xiao Ruoshui, who he couldn't even chase after, was actually chased by Chen Fan, and he was able to eat Xiao Ruoshui's soft rice. Damn it! It was estimated that this kid was able to come here thanks to Xiao Ruoshui, not much of a loser on his own. Qian Bowen comforted himself by mocking Chen Fan inwardly. The more he saw Chen Fan staying with Xiao Ruoshui, the angrier Qian Bowen became. Surname Chen, wait for me, I won't let you go. Qian Bowen put harsh words in his mind to Chen Fan. Out of sight, out of mind. In a fit of anger, Qian Bowen huffed and puffed and left early. Continuing to stay here, he was probably going to be pissed off for a long time with less to live for. A soft meal? Hearing Fan Hongkai's words, Chen Fan nonchalantly disliked them. What's wrong with eating soft food? If you want to eat soft food, just like this, you still can't eat it? What did you say? Fan Hongkai burst into a rage. He seemed to have been mentioned something sad. Kid, you wait for me. Your Wanzhong Pavilion will surely close down in 3 days. If it doesn't, I, Fan Hongkai, will follow your last name. Fan Hongkai swore. I can't deal with anyone else, but I can deal with you, a small Wanzhong Pavilion owner, too easily. At this moment, the host of this reception, Yang Shengping, the owner of Yongtai Real Estate Group, came over specially after entertaining other guests. Are you Mr. Chen Fan Chen? Yang Shengping asked tentatively. I'm Chen Fan. Hello Mr. Chen. I'm Yang Shengping. Both sides shook hands and sort of got acquainted. Mr. Chen can come today. My place is really fluffy. In a moment Mr. Chen will sit next to me. We have a good chat. Having just met, Yang Shengping was extraordinarily polite to Chen Fan. Seeing this, Fan Hongkai beside him was a bit dumbfounded. What was the situation? How the hallowed Chairman Yang actually came over to take the initiative to greet this kid, and even let this small Wanzhong Pavilion boss sit beside him. Are you kidding me? Those who could sit beside Chairman Yang were all big shots, and even he didn't have the qualifications. How does this kid, a small owner of a district restaurant, deserve it? Chairman Yang, this guy is. Fan Hongkai wanted to remind Yang Shengping that Chen Fan was just a small restaurant owner. Just without waiting for him to finish his words, Yang Shengping took the initiative to open his mouth to introduce himself. Mr. Chen is the new third largest shareholder of our Yongtai Real Estate Group. This is his first time here, so let's all get acquainted. When Yang Shengping said this, the smiles on the faces of Fan Hongkai and Luo Jixin froze. What? What did Chairman Yang just say? Chen Fan is the third largest shareholder of the titular Yongtai Real Estate Group. My god, did Chen Fan still have such a horrible layer of identity? This is an identity that Fan Hongkai wouldn't even dare to offend. After finishing himself, noticing that Chen Fan, as well as Fan Hongkai and Luo Jixin's gazes were a bit off, Yang Shengping asked in a puzzled manner, did something happen just now before I came? It's nothing, it's just that this Mr. Fan, he wants to close down my Wanzhong Pavilion restaurant in 3 days, Chen Fan said casually. He was really curious as to who had given this Fan Hongkai the confidence that he was going to put his restaurant out of business in 3 days. Fan Hongkai instantly fidgeted and inwardly cried out that he was finished. What? A cold glint flashed through Yang Shengping's eyes. Chen Fan had become the third largest shareholder of their group, and Yang Shengping had specially invited Chen Fan here because he wanted to get acquainted with him and make good relations. But he didn't expect Chen Fan to be threatened by this Fan Hongkai just after he arrived. Fan Hongkai, it seems that my inviting you here was really the worst decision I've ever made, Yang Shengping said in a cold voice. That Mr. Yang, I really don't know that he is the major shareholder of your Yongtai Real Estate Group. If I knew that, if I borrowed a few guts, I wouldn't dare to say so, Fan Hongkai replied helplessly. In front of the huge Yongtai Real Estate Group, he was nothing. If you dare to lay your hands on any of Mr. Chen's properties, you'll just have to wait for our Yongtai Real Estate Group's retaliation, Yang Shengping threatened. In the future, I won't invite Fan Hongkai, chairman of the Fan Group, to any receptions, balls, or whatever I organize. Someone, take Fan Hongkai and his friends and throw them out, Yang Shengping announced loudly. In an instant, all eyes gathered here. Hearing Yang Shengping's announcement, all the guests immediately murmured. To be able to force the good-tempered chairman Yang to do this, Fan Hongkai is really detestable. At this moment, Fan Hongkai even regretted his intestines, just now by Mr. Yang so said. His reputation in the circle of Jiangzhou high society is considered completely finished, so he hurriedly begged Chen Fan for forgiveness. I'm sorry Mr. Chen, just now it was my eyes that didn't recognize Tai Shan. I didn't know Mr. Chen's identity and rushed you. I apologize to you. Seeing this, Fan Hongkai was no longer as arrogant as he was just now, and was humbled. Even Fan Hongkai did so. Luo Zhixin even begged Chen Fan for forgiveness with a trembling voice. The Yang family's bodyguards came over and directly threw Fan Hongkai and Luo Zhixin out in an incomparable mess. This night, Fan Hongkai and Luo Zhixin lost face and became the laughingstock of the entire Jiangzhou high society. At this moment, Chen Fan no longer wanted to focus on the two clowns, Fan Hongkai and Luo Zhixin. Yang Shengping had appeared and it was time for him to go straight to the point. Mr. Yang, I have something I want to discuss with you. Can we find a place and talk in detail? Chen Fan opened his mouth. Oh, Yang Shengping froze for a moment, then immediately nodded his head to indicate that there was no problem. Soon, under Yang Shengping's leadership, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui came together in the inner study. Yang Shengping had just sat down when Chen Fan suddenly spoke out. Chapter 42, Severing Relationships Day 10. Rewarding Jiangzhou's top manner. Mr. Yang, I have a project here with a profit of billions of dollars. I wonder if you're interested. Billions in profits? Yang Shengping, who had just sat down, got up violently and looked at Chen Fan incredulously. Their Yongtai real estate group doesn't even make billions of dollars in profits every year. Mr. Chen, you're not kidding, are you? Yang Shengping inquired cautiously. Naturally not. Chen Fan nodded. Tell me quickly. Mr. Chen, Yang Shengping cannot wait to ask. Businessmen, the most important thing is profit. I don't know if Mr. Yang has heard about Wanhong Software Group's intention to invest in the construction of a large-scale industrial park in Jiangzhou? Chen Fan inquired. I've heard of it, but I'm not sure about the specifics. I don't know many people over at Wanhong Software Group. Yang Shengping replied helplessly. Currently, the Chen clan's Chen's real estate company has its eyes on this project, and I intend to snipe the Chen's real estate company to take this industrial park project, which has a profit of up to billions of dollars. Over. Chen Fan explained. Chen clan's Chen's real estate company. Mr. Chen, you wouldn't be related to the Chen clan, would you? Shengping Yang guessed. I was a member of the Chen family before, but have severed my ties with them. Chen Fan opened his mouth. It wasn't a secret. A little bit of inquiring would be enough. It's like this. Yang Shengping nodded. He understood what Mr. Chen was doing. Mr. Chen, profits worth billions of dollars are indeed very substantial. The question is Mr. Chen, will you make some costly deals in order to deal with the Chen family? Yang Shengping asked meticulously. That naturally won't be the case. I definitely won't do a deal that hurts the enemy 1,000 times and loses 800 times. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Yang Shengping was in hesitation. He and Chen Fan were not too familiar. Just met. He did not quite dare to believe Chen Fan's words, and by doing so, there's the possibility of offending the Chen family. Chairman Yang, I can vouch for Mr. Chen, and if anything goes wrong, you can look for me. Right at this critical moment, Xiao Ruoshui opened her mouth and incomparably sweetly took the initiative to vouch for Chen Fan. Hearing Xiao Ruoshui say this, Yang Shengping's eyes lit up. Just met Chen Fan. He did not believe Chen Fan, but Xiao Ruoshui's reputation in Jiangzhou he knows. There is Xiao Ruoshui as the president of the Xia Group to Chen Fan guarantee. This can be By the way, Chairman Yang, the vice president of Wanhong Software Group, is my cousin. Xiao Ruoshui added. Hearing these words, light sprang out of Yang Shengping's eyes. Billions and billions of dollars in profits. It's dry. Let's offend the Chen family. Okay, Mr. Chen, I promise you, as the first major shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, I'll give the project of Wanhong Software Group to you in its entirety, and you can make all the decisions on behalf of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Yang Shengping spoke with a clench of his teeth. As for the board side, I'll handle it. Both sides shook hands and formalized their agreement. His own purpose was reached. The chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group's side, Yang Shengping, would deal with it, and the rest was the side of Wanhong Software Group. Chen Fan began to conceptualize in his mind. Jiangzhou, the powerful Xu family. The last time he was in front of Wei Jingxiong's manor, that Xu Hongyi, who immensely admired Chen Fan and wanted to recognize Chen Fan as his big brother. was walking around in the courtyard. He still hadn't figured out how to do it and get his idol's approval. Just then, Xu Hongyi's own sister Zhu Yao walked out with her bag. "Sis, what are you doing this late?" Xu Hongyi asked in surprise. "Oh, my best friend Chen Wenjing is taking a plane back to Jiangzhou today. I'm going to the airport to pick her up," Zhu Yao explained. "Sister's best friend, Chen Wenjing? Isn't that the posh Chen family? Sis, I'll go with you." Xu Hongyi opened his mouth. He was trying to find a way to please the idol who had severed ties with the Chen family. Chen Wenjing seemed to have a higher status in the Chen family, so he might be able to get some information from Chen Wenjing. "You, what are you going to do?" Zhu Yao refused. "Sis, I'm begging you," Xu Hongyi hurriedly pleaded. In the end, under Xu Hongyi's pestering, Zhu Yao had to agree. Xu Hongyi drove and went straight to Jiangzhou Airport. After waiting at the airport for a while, Chen Wenjing dragged her suitcase and walked out of the airport. Chen Wenjing met with Zhu Yao's best friend and chatted for a while. Xu Hongyi took the initiative to pick up the suitcase, and seeing that it was the brother of her good girlfriend, Chen Wenjing was not much wary. On the drive to Chen's house, Zhu Yao chatted with Chen Wenjing. Chen Wenjing also told Zhu Yao about the news that she had come back on her grandfather's orders to deal with Chen Fan, and even told her part of the plan. In front of him, Xu Hongyi had memorized all that Chen Wenjing had said. "Humph, still trying to deal with his idol. Tomorrow I'll go and tell the idol about your plan." Xu Hongyi was sarcastic inside. The next morning, Chen Fan had no classes. I hadn't been up for a while when the system's voice suddenly came on. Ding! The 10th day of severing ties. Rewarding a top manor in Jiangzhou, manor location, Jiangzhou Dan District. Ha! Looking at the rewards from the system today, Chen Fan was a bit surprised. It was only yesterday that he discussed with Xia Ruoshui, saying that he was a bit envious of Yang Shengping and Wei Jingxiong's manor and wanted to get one as well. I didn't expect that today. The system had rewarded himself with an estate, and it was still the top one in the entire Jiangzhou. The system is so user-friendly. He loves it. What a great day to just wake up with such good news. A faint smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. After simply eating a little something, Chen Fan drove out and went straight to his manor according to the address the system said. After more than 40 minutes, Chen Fan arrived at his destination. Looking at the building in front of him, Chen Fan was directly dumbfounded. Chapter 43, A Way to Hit the Chen Family Tough. Undefeated Chen Fan. Is this your own manor? This is outrageous. This is not a manor. It's like a palace. Looking around, this manor at least covers dozens of acres of land. Far more than before Chen Fan saw Wei Jingxiong, as well as Yang Shengping two people's manor to be much larger. Chen Fan estimates that even if they two people's manor combined, the area is not necessarily as large as his manor. Are you Mr. Chen Fan? At this moment, the manor manager who had long been waiting inside the manor walked over. Right. Chen Fan nodded. Hello Mr. Chen. After you sign this contract, the manor belongs to you. The money, our boss has already received. Saying that, the estate manager handed the two contracts to Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked at it. There was no problem. And signed separately, he kept one copy, and the other party gave it to the former owner of this manor. From now on, this huge manor belonged to Chen Fan alone. By the way Mr. Chen, do you need me to take you on a tour and introduce this manor? The estate manager asked politely. Needed. Chen Fan nodded. Then please come with me. With that, the estate manager called out for a small tour bus. Mr. Chen, the entire manor covers more than 40 to 50 acres of land. The area is too large. If we walk little by little, it is estimated that it will take most of the day to finish the introduction. Let's take the sightseeing bus and roughly browse around first. The estate manager describes. 40 or 50 acres or so. That's too big. Chen Fan was a bit shocked. This area was even beyond his expectations. It's very important to listen to his introduction, or else you'll easily get lost in the house later. Chen Fan and the estate manager got on a small sightseeing car and began to browse the entire estate. Mr. Chen, in the early years of this manor, our boss invited foreign architects to mimic the architectural style of the world's top palace, Versailles. When the construction of the entire manor alone, it cost $800 or $900 million. That's $800 or $900 million from 6 or 7 years ago, the estate manager describes. At the peak of real estate, the entire estate was valued at more than $2 billion. And even if the real estate industry is in a slump now, this place is conservatively worth $1.45 billion. The entire estate is equipped with private tennis courts, private golf course, private library, private wine cellar. Listening to the manor manager's introduction, Chen Fan was in a bit of a trance for a while. Even private tennis courts? Private golf courses? It's outrageous. Compared to this manor, the Chen family's Chen family compound was simply on the level of its younger brother. It is also fortunate that this manor is built in this slightly remote place. If it is built in a better location, it is estimated that this piece of land is more than $1 billion. Together with this manor, Chen Fan's worth reached $13 billion. After taking a tour bus and visiting the front of the property, they made their way to the back. Just after arriving at the back of the manor, Chen Fan's eyes were attracted to a huge, beautiful lake in the distance. This lake was dug by hand and belongs to you as well. Account manager introduction. Not bad for a top-of-the-line estate. It even has a lake of its own. Chen Fan had his eyes open today. After the general tour, the manor manager left, and Chen Fan sat alone in the middle of the first living room of 700 to 800 square meters. Today's reward from the system was really good. Chen Fan quite liked it. Just as Chen Fan was lamenting, an unfamiliar phone call came, and Chen Fan subconsciously picked up the phone. May I ask if it's brother Chen Fan? I'm Xu Hongyi, the little fatty who wanted to recognize you as his boss before in front of Big Brother Wei's manor. The phone connected and Xu Hongyi's voice came from inside. Oh, it's you. What's the matter with you? Chen Fan asked. It's like this, brother Fan. I've gotten a little bit of information about the Chen family here, and I'd like to report it to you. With that, Xu Hongyi told Chen Fan all about what he had heard last night, Chen Wenjing's plan and so on. Chen Wenjing is back? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Chen Wenjing is the entire Chen family. The Fu and Chen Fan relationship can be. Chen Fan on the third year off of school. Chen Wenjing also tutored their own learning. Chen Wenjing in the Chen family is considered quite good. Brother Van, there's something I don't know if I should say? Xu Hongyi hesitated for a moment, but still opened his mouth. Oh, what's the word? I listened to Chen Wenjing's tone yesterday. She seemed to have some admiration for brother Fan's way of dryly severing your ties with the Chen family, and listening to her chatting with my sister. It seems like she was forced to make an enemy of you as well. Xu Hongyi said. Well, Chen Fan nodded. He was not very skeptical of Xu Hongyi's words. Previously, when they were in the Chen family, their relationship was okay, and a more important point was that in the Chen family, the difference between her and Chen Fan's situation wasn't really that much, only that she was treated much better because she was too good. In fact, in Elder Chen's eyes, only the eldest grandson, the Chen Faming, whom he called the Chen family's unicorn son, was his own grandson, and no one else mattered. Even if it was an excellent granddaughter like Chen Wenjing, it was estimated that in Elder Chen's eyes, she would only be of value for future marriages. After listening to Xu Hongyi, a plan emerged in Chen Fan's mind. Chen Wenjing was also a smart person, and knew his position in the Chen family very well. If he could turn Chen Wenjing, he would definitely be able to hit the Chen family, as well as Elder Chen's face hard. Moreover, if we can turn Chen Wenjing and keep her in the Chen family, the Chen family will have a time bomb, which is a greater threat to the Chen family. Turning against Chen Wenjing and dealing a blow to the Chen family was definitely much more valuable than destroying her plans by herself. Thinking about it, Chen Fan decided to give it a try. After briefly speaking with Xu Hongyi, Chen Fan hung up the phone and then began to make a two-handed arrangement. Chen Fan set up his backhand first, so that he could easily crack Chen Wenjing's plan in case the counterattack did not work. Taking a step back, even if the rebellion did not work, Chen Fan had nothing to lose. But if the rebellion succeeded, that would be great. No matter what, Chen Fan was invincible. After arranging all this, Chen Fan took the initiative to send a message to Chen Wenjing, asking her to come out and meet her. On the other side, after seeing Chen Fan's message, Chen Wenjing was a bit puzzled. After a moment's hesitation, she finally agreed. For this once mediocre cousin, Chen Wenjing was now curious. In fact, if it wasn't for the old master's order, she wouldn't be willing to lay her hands on Chen Fan. I heard that the current Chen Fan's life was far better than when he was in the Chen clan, and he had even made friends with bigwigs like Wei Jingxion. She was curious as to how Chen Fan managed to do it. Half an hour later, the two met at a cafe in Zhangzhou. After seeing Chen Fan again, Chen Wenjing froze. The current Chen Fan and the once Chen Fan seemed like two people. The once Chen Fan was rather ordinary, but now Chen Fan, between his hands and feet, was full of calmness and indifference, and that was because there was enough backbone to form an aura. Just as Chen Wenjing wanted to open her mouth to greet her, Chen Fan suddenly spoke out of the blue. Chapter 44 Learning the Chen Family's Secret. Sniping the Chen Family. Want to cut ties with the Chen family? Chen Fan opened his mouth. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Chen Wenjing froze, and a sudden flutter arose within her originally calm heart. Ever since her mother's death, she didn't really have any feelings for the Chen family. Chen Wenjing's expression was well controlled, and after only a slight freeze, she smiled faintly. I don't have that drive, as well as the strength you have. Chen Wenjing sat down, her eyes revealing a hint of admiration for Chen Fan. Fifth uncle and fifth aunt treated me well before, although the two of them disappeared. I can't be ungrateful. The old man specially called me over to deal with you this time. And I've also formulated a detailed plan. Chen Wenjing hesitated and didn't hide it from Chen Fan, telling the truth. I don't want to deal with you, but if I don't, the old man will definitely punish me. How about this? We pretend to confront each other for a bit, put on a show, and end up with a scoreless tie. In this way, you won't have any losses, and I can explain to the old man. How about it? Chen Wenjing had taken a huge risk with this decision, and once the old man learned of it, she would be finished. The 5 uncles and 5 aunts in Chen Wenjing's mouth are Chen Fan's parents, who strangely disappeared a year ago. Chen Fan, as well as the Chen family, and even the police department have searched for a long time, but unfortunately there is no half news. Chen Fan's parents as if the earth disappeared in general. Chen Fan had also quietly sent people to look for his parents' whereabouts since he had gotten the system, but unfortunately there was still no half-hearted news. Chen Fan looked slightly gloomy. His parents love him very much and he will never give up. He must find them. It was because of the lack of parental shelter that Chen Fan's status in the Chen family became the lowest level this year. Returning to his senses, Chen Fan felt that he should have a higher possibility of turning her when he looked at Chen Wenjing again. You should know what kind of person Chen Shanhai is, and you should also know that those of us are of no importance at all to him, and that only Chen Feiming is his own grandson. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Hearing the name Chen Feiming, Chen Wenjing's emotions fluctuated. If it wasn't for Chen Feiming, Chen Wenjing would be the number 1 person in the younger generation of the Chen family and wouldn't be in such an awkward position right now. If there are no surprises in the future, you should also be used by Chen Shanhai for marriage with the big families, Chen Fan said again. Chen Wenjing's face instantly sank. It's the last thing she wants to talk about. She's worked so hard, to get out of the possibility of being a marriage chip. Unfortunately, no matter what she does, the old man just doesn't value her, and although he doesn't want to admit it, there is a high probability that she will be used for marriage in the future. I can help you get rid of this fate, and I can even help you realize your dreams. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Chen Wenjing in front of the eyes of the light suddenly emerged. Real or not to realize the dream, it does not matter, as long as she can let her get rid of the fate of the union. Anyway, she is willing to try. I'm not you. I don't have the vigor to sever ties with the Chen family, as well as the strength. Chen Wenjing replied helplessly. When she first heard that Chen Fan had taken the initiative to sever ties with the Chen family and refused to join the marriage, Chen Wenjing was excited inside and wanted to follow Chen Fan's example, but on second thought, even if she also severed her relationship with the Chen family, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to escape the old master's hand, and she alone couldn't fight against the huge Chen family. Today, if she disassociated herself from the Chen family, it was estimated that she wouldn't last more than a few days before she would lose at the hands of the Chen family. I can help you if you come on my side. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Chen Wenjing was a bit moved, but reason suppressed the impulse again. She wasn't clear about Chen Fan's strength. She wasn't clear about who the future victor would be when Chen Fan fought against the Chen family. What if she promised Chen Fan, broke away from the Chen family and sided with Chen Fan, and one day in the future when the Chen family was victorious, what could be done? If she wanted her to rebel against the Chen family, she had to see how strong Chen Fan was first. Thanks for the kind words. I'm thinking about it. Chen Wenjing didn't say yes or no. I'll tell you something, the old man hasn't been in Jiangzhou for the last few days. He's now fighting for their project at Wanheng Software Group, and 2 days later, invited by the old man, the vice president of Wanheng Software Group, Mr. Han, will quietly come to Jiangzhou. The old man has already made arrangements, and when the time comes to bribe Vice President Han, the Wanheng Software Group's project will be the Chen family's. Chen Wenjing lowered her voice and told Chen Fan an important secret as a favor. Oh, Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. This information from Chen Wenjing was indeed an unexpected pleasure. Chen Fan's mind instantly had a method to snipe the Chen family and take away the Wanheng Software Group's project. With this method, sniping the Chen family will be easy. Ha, Wenjing, you went back to Jiangzhou? Just then, a surprised voice came, only to see a youth with dyed yellow hair walk over, looking at Chen Wenjing with an excited expression, his eyes filled with greed. Seeing this yellow-haired youth, Chen Wenjing had an incomparable headache. This yellow-haired young man was named Sun Yuanshu, the son of Sun Yongtai, a big shot in Jiangzhou, and one of her suitors. The reason why Chen Wenjing is not willing to stay in Jiangzhou, not willing to see this disgusting Sun Yongtai is one of the reasons. Sun Yuanshu's reputation in Jiangzhou is stinking to high heaven. Step aside and give me your spot. Sun Yuanshu commanded Chen Fan in a domineering manner and gave him the position. After saying that, Sun Yuanshu once again pestered Chen Wenjing, leaving Chen Wenjing overwhelmed. Chen Fan was just about to open his mouth when he suddenly received a call from another neighbor he knew from Royal View Villa, Zhao Linyong. Chen Fan picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Chen. My brother-in-law wants to get to know you. Zhao Linyang explains. Today he went to his brother-in-law's house and accidentally talked to him about Chen Fan. Zhao Linyang's brother-in-law immediately became interested in Chen Fan and wanted to get to know him. After saying that, Zhao Linyang handed the phone to his brother-in-law. Is that Mr. Chen? How are you? I'm Sun Yongtai. On the phone, the voice of Sun Yongtai, Zhao Linyang's brother-in-law, came. Aha! Hearing this voice, Chen Fan had an odd expression on his face. It's Mr. Sun. Hello. Chen Fan greeted the other party. Are you kid deaf? I told you to give up your position. Didn't you hear me? Seeing that Chen Fan had not yet gotten up and obediently gave up his position to himself, Sun Yuanxiu said extremely wildly. I can't believe you're still on the phone? Give up your seat first and let the grandson you're on the phone with wait a while. Sun Yuanxiu commanded domineeringly. Ha? Are you sure you want to put this grandson on the phone with me on hold? Chen Fan inquired seriously. Of course. Sun Yuanxiu nodded without hesitation. Well then, talk to him yourself, and as soon as he agrees, I'll give you my place right away. Chen Fan smiled kindly and handed the phone to Sun Yuanxiu. Sun Yuanxiu was also not polite and took the phone and ordered with all arrogance. Grandson, hey, I'm looking for this kid for something. Your business. Give me a moment. Chapter 45, Terrifying Mission Reward. Chen Wenjing, who was shocked after seeing Chen Fan's strength. On the other side of the phone, Sun Yongtai was just about to exchange pleasantries with Chen Fan when he suddenly heard someone on the phone who dared to talk to him like that, and his anger immediately surged. Who is he? He is a big shot in Jiangzhou. I don't know how many tycoons and big shots in Jiangzhou have to be polite in front of him, and no one has ever dared to curse him. Now someone dares to call him a grandson? This Chen Fan is so bold. Ha! No! That voice just now was clearly different from Chen Fan's. Why is this second voice so familiar though? Suddenly, Sun Yongtai came to a sudden realization and remembered. Grandson, hey, didn't you hear me? Get out of the way first. Seeing that the person on the other side of the phone was slow to respond, Sun Yuanxiu said with some impatience. Say that again, little brat? Sun Yongtai became furious. I say it again and again. Here no grandson. You first give me a roll to the side. And you who dare to call lousy little brat? Sun Yuanxiu was still very arrogant. Who am I? I'm your old man. Sun Yongtai yelled. Enraged. My old man. I'm still your old man. Sun Yuanxiu subconsciously blurted out. Just finished. Sun Yuanxiu suddenly froze. Not right Just now this voice on the phone is indeed very much like his old son Sun Yongtai Dad. Is that? Are you? Sun Yuanxiu asked with a trembling voice. What do you say? At this moment, Sun Yongtai was infuriated and couldn't catch his breath. Dad. Really? You? Sun Yuanxiu had an ugly expression of having eaten Shang. Next to her, hearing Sun Yuanxiu address the other person on the phone, Chen Wenjing was dumbstruck. The person on the other side of the phone turned out to be Sun Yuanxiu's father, Sun Yongtai. A big shot in Jiangzhou? She didn't know what was going on. She didn't think anything of it. But in retrospect, there was a big show going on. As for Chen Fan next to him, he couldn't help but spit out that it was really hard to hold in his laughter. The play just now was so wonderful. When he met Sun Yuanxiu, a good son, Chen Fan felt sorry for Sun Yongtai, a big man in Jiangzhou. For a second. Asshole, what are you doing now? Sun Yongtai reacted quickly. He didn't lecture his son about addressing him in the first place, but thought of another key point. This phone call, I heard my brother-in-law say, was from the owner of the mysterious No. 8 villa in the Royal View Villa. But now, it was in the hands of his son, and the son just said he had something to do with this kid and told him to get out of the way? What does this mean? It means that at this moment, the son is messing with this mysterious owner of Villa 8 of the Royal View Villa. The issue of his son's addressed to himself. This latter he could use the family law and solve it by himself. It was considered their family matter, but the matter of his son's offending the owner of Villa No. 8 of the Royal View Villa could not be solved well. What I'm doing? Sun Yuanxiu was confused. I'm not doing anything. I'm just telling a kid to get out of the way and give me the seat so I can get closer to Chen Wenjing. Sun Wanwook explained uncertainly. Letting a kid get the hell out of the way. You say that kid wouldn't be the owner of this cell phone, would it? Sun Yongtai asked cautiously. Yeah, what's up? 2 seconds later, Sun Yongtai got the answer he had guessed, but was unwilling to accept. Really? The son really and the Royal Villa 8 villa owner had a conflict, and the son also arrogant, even let the Mr. Chen get out of the way? Asshole, you can't get comfortable without causing me trouble all day long, can you? Just as Sun Yuansu was confused, Sun Yongtai's furious voice came. Ha? What's wrong? Sun Yuansu didn't get it. The owner of this phone is a very powerful big man. It is my initiative to want to get to know people. Now well, you are really my good son Sun Yongtai said through gritted teeth. What about the fact that he still wanted to get to know and befriend the other person to increase his network of contacts? Now it's good. Thanks to this good son of his, now it's the opposite of what he was aiming for. What? The owner of this phone is a big shot? Hearing his father's words, Sun Yuanshu's face was filled with surprise. When he looked at Chen Fan again, his face was filled with awe and fear. Ha! Next to her, after hearing what Sun Yuanshu said and seeing Sun Yuanshu's expression, Chen Wenjing similarly froze. Just now, Sun Yuanshu's words, 80% is what his father said. Who is Sun Yuanshu's father? That is a big man in their Jianzhou. In Sun Yongtai's place, Chen Fan turned out to be a big shot, and Chen Wenjing was a bit unable to sit still. She did hear last night that Chen Fan had risen to prominence and was even on good terms with Wei Jingxiong. But Wei Jingxiong was just an ordinary Jianzhou bigwig. But Sun Yongtai is different. Sun Yongtai's status and position in Jianzhou is higher than Wei Jingxiong. Now even Sun Yongtai called Chen Fan as big man. Does this not mean that Chen Fan's identity strength is far more powerful than what he had guessed? At this moment, Chen Wenjing's heart really shook. Chen Fan really did have the strength to defeat the Chen family. Dad, what do I do now? Sun Yuanshu inquired. What do you say? Sun Yongtai questioned angrily. In the next second, Sun Yuanshu fiercely hugged Chen Fan's thighs and cried to Chen Fan with a handful of snot and tears. Big brother it's my eyes are blind. Rushing you. Don't take me seriously. I'm wrong At this moment, Chen Fan also picked up the phone again. On the phone, an apologetic voice came from Sun Yongtai. Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry. I didn't discipline well and gave birth to such a bastard. Don't be angry. It's all my fault. After that, I will definitely come to my door to make amends and apologize. So don't be general with this loser. Mr. Chen, being hugged by a big man in broad daylight. Chen Fan was quite disgusted. He waved his hand, and Sun Yuanshu was ready to leave as if he had been amnestied. Only that just as he turned around, he was shouted at by Chen Fan. One more thing. You tell me. I'm all ears. Sun Yuanshu did not dare to show any hint of disrespect. Don't stalk Chen Wenjing in the future. And don't ever show up in front of her again. Understand? Chen Fan ordered. Got it. MS. Chen, I will never harass you or appear in front of you in the future. Sun Yuanshu hurriedly assured him. Seeing that Chen Fan did not say anything, Sun Yuanshu hurriedly left. Chen Wenjing immediately cast an incomparably grateful gaze at Chen Fan. Thank you. Chen Wenjing really thanks Chen Fan 10,000 times for helping her solve this one big trouble. At this moment, Sun Yongtai's voice came back on the phone. Thank you Mr. Chen for not having a general understanding with that bastard boy. Mr. Chen's this love. Sun Mao has remembered. In the future, if Mr. Chen has anything that needs Sun Mao's help, Sun Mao will definitely be obliged to do so. In Jiangzhou, Mr. Sun still has some strength and connections. In order to show his gratitude to Chen Fan, Sun Yongtai purposely said that he owed Chen Fan a favor, and that in the future, if Chen Fan opened his mouth, he would definitely help out. By the way, is Mr. Chen at home tonight? I want to personally come to Mr. Chen's door to apologize. Finally, Sun Yongtai asked. Chen Fan was just about to reply when the system's voice came. Ding! Mission release. Promise Sun Yongtai's request for a door-to-door apology. Mission reward, 1 town-level top antique from a large museum, with a guaranteed price of more than 9 figures. Mission reward, 61 experience points. Chapter 46, Successful Countermove. Elder Chen's return suddenly changes action. Ha! Looking at the system's mission this time, Chen Fan was a bit surprised. The reward for this mission is actually a top-class antique, and it is also the museum's town hall level, which is definitely a heady treasure. This mission should definitely be taken. Moreover, the experience value rewarded this time was a full 61 points, and with these experience values, Chen Fan's experience value reached 360 points. Another step forward from upgrading to level 2. I'm home tonight. Chen Fan opened his mouth and promised Sun Yongtai. Okay, Mr. Chen. See you tonight. Sun Yongtai said politely. Seeing Chen Fan hang up the phone, Chen Wenjing said with some emotion. I didn't realize that you can already make friends with a big shot like Sun Yongtai now. Now who do you think will be the victor? Me or the Chen family? Chen Fan asked. Chen Wenjing was silent for a while before finally speaking. You. Chen Fan's strength, which she had seen just now, shook her. The most crucial thing was that Chen Fan was still young. He was only 19 years old this year and in his second year of college. As long as Chen Fan was given a certain amount of time, surpassing the Chen family, that was the nail in the coffin. Moreover, the current Chen Fan had become extremely terrifying. I still say, If you come to my side, I can help you get rid of the unfair fate of marriage and just be yourself. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Chen Wenjing looked serious. Her mind was spinning rapidly, and finally, with a clench of her teeth, she made a difficult decision. Okay, I promise. Knowing Chen Fan's strength, as well as her heart's unwillingness to be a marriage bargaining chip, Chen Wenjing finally agreed to Chen Fan. But I can't immediately cut ties with the Chen family. I still have to prepare and make arrangements. Chen Wenjing opened her mouth. No problem. Chen Fan nodded. Now that Chen Wenjing had severed ties with the Chen family, the blow to the Chen family, to the Chen family's old man, was just that. But if at some critical moment, Chen Wenjing suddenly announced that she had severed ties with the Chen family and sided with herself, the blow to the Chen family, as well as elder Chen, would be the greatest. Moreover, the value of the current Chen Wenjing continuing to stay in the Chen family was far greater than immediately severing ties with the Chen family. Thank you for understanding, Chen Wenjing said sincerely. Whenever you're ready to sever ties with the Chen family, you can contact me and I'll help you make arrangements behind the scenes. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Aha! Chen Wenjing nodded her head. From now on, she and Chen Fan would be on the same boat. Her fate, handed over to Chen Fan's hands. I hope Chen Fan will not fail her expectations. Chen Fan must surpass the Chen family. You made the right choice. Chen Fan replied with a smile. Chen Fan still knew a lot about Chen Wenjing's character. In fact, for Chen Wenjing to become the second person of the Chen family's younger generation to be so outstanding was not because of how great her talent was, but simply because she was hardworking enough. When Chen Wenjing was in her senior year of high school, in order to get into a good university, she only slept 3 or 4 hours a day, and that drive made Chen Fan a little impressed. Having successfully turned Chen Wenjing, he had an extra general on his side. After you return to the Chen family, pay attention to exactly when that Vice President Han of the Wanheng Software Group comes to Jiangzhou, and what kind of agreement he's reached with the Chen family. Chen Fan admonished. Contact me at the first sign of news. Chen Fan just thought of a way to snipe the Chen family, and it was very important when that Vice President Han came to Jiangzhou. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. Chen Wenjing nodded. Chen Fan was willing to help herself, and she certainly wouldn't let Chen Fan down. She would show her worth. After chatting with Chen Fan for a while, Chen Wenjing left. When she returned to the Chen family again, she unexpectedly found that Chen Shanhai, the Chen family's oldest son, and the Chen family's boss had already returned from the Wanheng Software Group. Not only Chen Wenjing, the rest of the Chen family was also surprised. Father, didn't I say that in 2 days, you'd be back with Vice President Han of the Wanheng Software Group? Why are you suddenly back? Chen Yuzhen asked in surprise. Things changed, so I came back early. Elder Chen inquired seriously. There's no need to wait for 2 days later. Tomorrow afternoon, Vice President Han will quietly come to Jiangzhou. I asked you to prepare the place. Are you ready? Chapter 47 Accidental Sudden. Major changes in Wanheng Software Group. Don't worry, father. I've already contracted one of the most upscale tea houses in our Jiangzhou, Listening to the Rain Tower, so when the time comes, we can talk in detail at Listening to the Rain Tower. Chen Yuzhen replied. Listening to the Rain? That's a good place. Master Chen is very satisfied with this place. The place has been taken care of. The rest is to buy the money of Vice President Han. The conversation between Elder Chen and Chen Yuzhen was heard in its entirety by Chen Wenjing. So when everyone wasn't paying attention, Chen Wenjing told Chen Fan all about Vice President Han's change of date, his arrival tomorrow, and the news about Listening to the Rain building. After receiving Chen Wenjing's message, Chen Fan was all flabbergasted. I didn't expect the Chen family to suddenly change their plans, and it was fortunate that they had turned Chen Wenjing, or else they would really be in trouble. After learning the news, Chen Fan also began to set up. A little time passed, and in the evening, a knock came at the door. Chen Fan got up and went forward to open the door. At this moment, only a man who was wearing casual clothes but still had difficulty in concealing his majesty stood there, accompanied by Zhao Lin Yong, Chen Fan's neighbor from Royal View Villa. Mr. Chen, let me introduce. This is my brother-in-law Sun Yongtai. Zhao Lin Yong smiled and introduced both sides. Brother-in-law, this is the Chen Fan I told you about. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is also too young. Looking at Chen Fan, Sun Yongtai couldn't help but sigh. Hello. Both sides shook hands and sort of got acquainted. After that, Chen Fan invited them inside the villa. After coming in and exchanging a few pleasantries, Sun Yongtai opened the door and apologized to Chen Fan for what happened to his son. In order to express my apologies, Mr. Sun has prepared a small gift. Please accept it, Mr. Chen. With that, Sun Yongtai took a document out of his bag and put it in front of Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked down and instantly stared. Only on the cover of the document were the words Voluntary Gift Agreement for Partial Shares of Hearing Rain Building. Not only Chen Fan, even Sun Yongtai's brother-in-law was astonished. He never thought that his brother-in-law would take out some of the shares of Listening to Rain House and give them to Mr. Chen as a gift. His brother-in-law is generous. I'm sure Mr. Chen also knows about Listening to Rain House. Sun Yongtai opened his mouth. Well, I did hear about it. Chen Fan nodded. Especially just now. Chen Wenjing had sent a message saying that the location of this sneaky meeting between the Chen family and Vice President Han of the Wanhong Software Group was at the Listening to the Rain building. Seeing that Chen Fan knew about the Hearing Rain building, things would be better. Sun Yongtai said again. Truth be told, Listening to the Rain Mansion is precisely one of my hidden properties. In Jiangzhou, our Listening Rain House is still very powerful. Mr. Chen, this is the voluntary gift contract for 30% of the shares of Listening Rain building, as long as Mr. Chen signs it. Mr. Chen will also be one of the owners of Listening Rain building. This big gift from Sun Yongtai was a bit beyond Chen Fan's expectations. Listening to the Rain building is very famous in Jiangzhou, more not to mention, at least worth 300 or 400 million. 30% of the shares, how to say it is also worth about 100 million. Seeing it for the first time, Sun Yongtai gave himself a gift worth $100 million as soon as he came up. It is indeed a big deal. This is not good. Chen Fan opened his mouth. What's wrong with that? It's a small token of Sun's appreciation, so don't reject it. Mr. Chen, as long as Mr. Chen accepts it, we will all be the bosses of Listening to the Rain building in the future. We can all operate together, and we can also discuss anything together, Sun Yongtai said with a smile. In fact, he had prepared two gifts in his hand, one of which was the shares of this Listening to the Rain House, and the other, a piece of car key, which was the car key of a Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth $8 or $9 million. Sun Yongtai was thinking that if he thought Chen Fan was average after meeting him, he would give Chen Fan the Rolls-Royce Cullinan as a gift. If he found that Chen Fan was not simple and worthy of deep friendship, he would take out the shares of Listening to the Rain building. Having just met Chen Fan, and in the course of chatting with Chen Fan, Sun Yongtai became more and more certain that Chen Fan's achievements would be unlimited in the future, and thus took out the shares of Listening to the Rain building. Next to him, looking at his brother-in-law's big gesture, Zhao Lin Yon couldn't help but feel emotional. Otherwise, how could brother-in-law become a big shot in their Jiangzhou? How could he have the status and position he has now? Brother-in-law's vigor, as well as vision, is not comparable to ordinary people like them. Just ask how many of the $100 million meet and greet gifts are willing to part with. At this moment, Chen Fan also understood Sun Yongtai's meaning. Sun Yongtai was trying to use the shares of Listening to Rain House to enhance the relationship between the two and expand his network of contacts. Alright, then I'll thank Mr. Sun. Chen Fan agreed. As the saying goes, a hand is not a handful, and when people are so proactive and enthusiastic about making friends with themselves, how can he refuse? What's more, becoming one of the bosses of Listening Rain House now would be of no small help to sniping at the Chen family behind himself, not forgetting that the Chen family and Vice President Han of the Wanhong Software Group were planning to conspire at Listening Rain House, and for that reason, they even wrapped up the entire Listening Rain House. Now that he had become one of the owners of the Hearing Rain House, the success rate of sniping the Chen family would increase. Moreover, Sun Yongtai expanded his network of contacts, and he himself increased his network of contacts in the process, which is a win-win situation. Seeing that Chen Fan agreed, Sun Yongtai also smiled. The two sides exchanged contact information and agreed to have tea together sometime, and after staying for a while, Sun Yongtai left. After Sun Yongtai left, Chen Fan continued to set up the sniping of the Chen family tomorrow. It was so sudden that it left him a little frazzled. Sun Yongtai hadn't been gone for a while when the system's voice came. Ding! Agree to Sun Yongtai's request for a door-to-door apology. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on obtaining top treasure, one piece of root kiln sunflower wash with celadone glaze. The treasure has been placed in your study. Please pay attention to checking receipt. Congratulations on gaining 61 experience points. Root kiln sunflower wash and celadone glaze? I'll go. The system rewarded me with a root kiln this time. My god. Chen Fan marveled at dinner. Root kiln, one of the 5 famous kilns of the Northern Song dynasty. Since ancient times, root kiln is the royal collection of treasures, even if the emperor is treated as a treasure. Currently, 1,000 years have passed and only a handful of root kilns have survived, and it is the absolute top antique treasure. Put in any museum, root kiln is the absolute treasure of the town, and even many provincial museums, there is no root kiln such a treasure. But now, the system actually rewarded himself with a root kiln. Chen Fan couldn't even think of not being excited. Chen Fan couldn't wait to arrive in the study. From afar, Chen Fan saw an incomparably gorgeous brocade box on his desk. Chen Fan went forward and carefully opened the brocade box, and immediately afterward, a warm, jade-like Azure-colored brush wash came into Chen Fan's eyes. This is the 10,000 precious piece that the system rewarded itself with Rukiln Celestial Green Blaze Sunflower Wash. Such a treasure of the town hall level. Chen Fan had not seen much of it before, but now he had the opportunity to hold it in his hands and play with it. It's cool to have a system. Chen Fan gently picked up this Rukiln and carefully observed it. The more he looked at it, the more Chen Fan felt the superiority of the ancient skills. This was too beautiful. After playing with it for a while, Chen Fan put this Rukiln Celadon Blaze Sunflower Wash back into the brocade box. With a strong curiosity, Chen Fan went online and looked it up. The Rukiln Celadon Glaze Sunflower Wash is currently conservatively valued at between $300 and $400 million. And this Rukiln has an infinitely higher appreciation value. After all, there's only so much of it left in the world, and it can't be recreated. The rewards for this mission are really good. Chen Fan, satisfied with this Rukiln Azure Glaze Sunflower Wash, put away. Late at night, just as Chen Fan was still preparing, he suddenly received a call from Xiao Ruoshui's cousin, who was the vice president of Wanheng Software Group, Xiao Wenyu. Chen Fan, Han Zhaowei won't be able to go to Jiangzhou tomorrow, and in the last few days, he won't even be able to take half a step away from the company. Xiao Wenyu suddenly spoke out of turn. Something big has happened to our company. Chapter 48, Severing Relationships, 11th Day. Rewarding Jiangzhou's top hotel. Han Zhaowei, the vice president of that Wanheng Software Group that Master Chen had pulled in. Ha! Chen Fan froze. What's the situation? Chen Fan froze. Well, it's like this. Just a moment ago, the company was suddenly attacked by a mysterious hacker organization, and many of the company's secrets were leaked. So the chairman hastily gathered all of us at the top to deal with this crisis. Xiao Wenyu thought for a moment, but still told Chen Fan about this company secret. I estimate that without 4 or 5 days, things cannot be resolved. This time, the chairman of the board of directors ordered, all company executives must be in the position of a strict standby. Do not allow anyone to leave. So Han Zhaowei absolutely cannot go to Jiangzhou. If Han Zhaowei wants to quietly go to Jiangzhou, he must wait until this crisis in the company is over. At the very least 4 or 5 days later. It's like this. Chen Fan nodded. This unexpected situation was actually considered good news for Chen Fan. Han Zhaowei will come tomorrow. Time is too tight. He's not prepared enough, and the success rate isn't too high. But if Han Zhaowei was to come back to Jiangzhou 4 or 5 days later, then Chen Fan would be very well prepared, and the success rate of sniping the Chen family would become strangely high. More importantly, after giving Chen Fan 4 or 5 days, Chen Fan was certain that his value would break through $20 billion, and could even go one step further and become the first major shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. In this way, Chen Fan would have a stronger bottom line, and he would be able to get more of those billions of dollars in profit after he succeeded in sniping the Chen family. I know. Hard work, Sister Wenyu. Chen Fan thanked. This news from Xiao Wenyu was timely. After the matter is completed, there is absolutely no way to treat Sister Wenyu poorly. If you want to thank, you don't need to thank me. You go and thank Ruoshue. Sometimes I envy you. Chasing Ruoshue to your hand. Did you kids save the world in your previous life? Xavier opened his mouth. The reason why she was helping Chen Fan so much was naturally because of her cousin Xiao Ruoshue. If it wasn't for Ruoshue, she wouldn't have helped this Chen Fan, who was a complete stranger. Well, Chen Fan nodded. It was indeed thanks to Ruoshue. Okay, I'm hanging up now. I'm easy to spot at the office, and I'll be in touch at the first sign of any breaking news. Xiao Wenyu said and hung up of her own accord. Not long after Xiao Wenyu contacted Chen Fan, Chen Wenjing also hurriedly contacted Chen Fan. She told Chen Fan, originally all rested Elder Chen, do not know how, and suddenly hurried to Zhonghai. And before he left, he also asked Chen Yuzhen to delay the time of bagging the Listening Rain Pavilion a few days back, as if something had happened. The old man tossed the whole night, tired, half dead, before leaving also spit. These uncompetitive children and grandchildren, let him, this old bones so tossed, sure to live a few days less. Chen Fan let out a cold laugh after hearing this. Even if the Chen family plans well, what's the point? In the end it can't withstand accidents. I know, thanks. Chen Fan nodded his head, which side by side also showed that what Xiao Wenyu said was true. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan stretched his back. He could finally get a good night's sleep tonight. With the Ru Kiln that he got tonight, and the shares in Listening to the Rain Tower that Sun Yongtai gave him, his own worth has grown by a few $100 million. If there were no surprises, once tomorrow's rewards appeared, one's value would be about to exceed 15 billion. One person owning $15 billion. Not to mention to ordinary people, even to many great tycoons, this was already a terrifying figure. It was one step closer to surpassing the Chen family by himself, as well as bankrupting the Jinling Su family whole and stepping on the Jinling Su family. At night, Chen Fan slept beautifully. The next morning, Chen Fan leisurely went to class. Chen Fan had just gotten out of class when the system's voice came. Ding! The 11th day of severance. Awarding 100% ownership of the top 5-star hotel in Guangzhou. The Wankai International Hotel. Ha! Mankai International Hotel? Chen Fan was a bit surprised by today's reward. Wankai International Hotel. Jiangzhou's top-notch, top-ranked 5-star hotel. The Wankai International Hotel, with 52 floors, has a total of 373 rooms, as well as 3 pillar-less grand ballrooms of more than 800 square meters, each of which can accommodate nearly 1,000 people. In addition to this, the Wankai International Hotel has 6 large meeting rooms, as well as a top-quality restaurant and a spa of more than 1,000 square meters. Even the most ordinary, cheapest room in the Wankai International Hotel costs more than $2,000 a night. I didn't expect that this time. The system had rewarded the Wankai International Hotel to himself. Not bad. According to Chen Fan's knowledge, the value of the Wankai International Hotel should be around $3 to $4 billion. It's a pity, just 1 or 200 million short of being worth over 15 billion, Chen Fan said with a bit of pity. Just then, Chen Fan suddenly received a call from the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group, Yang Shengping. Mr. Chen, do you have time this afternoon? I told them about our plans to compete for Wanheng Software Group's project, and a few of the company's other major shareholders want to meet you and talk about it in detail. Shengping Yang explains. But don't worry, Mr. Chen, I've pretty much talked them down. You just need to come over and show up for a brief chat. Chen Fan was just about to reply when a message suddenly came from the system. Ding! Mission release. Go to Yongtai Real Estate Group and convince other shareholders. Duration of mission, 5 hours. Mission reward, 2 residential buildings in upscale neighborhoods, worth about 300 million. Mission reward, 53 experience points. Looking at the system's mission, Chen Fan was suddenly overjoyed. The system is so user-friendly. He himself had just lamented that he was just short of being worth more than 150. I did not expect the system to immediately come to the task, rewarding the value of $300 million of 2 high-grade residential buildings in the district, which can be If he completed the mission and obtained these 2 buildings, Chen Fan's value would immediately exceed $15 billion. Okay, I promise. I'll see Chairman Yang this afternoon. Chen Fan promised the other party. Time flew by, and after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Fan went straight to Yongtai Real Estate Group. On the other hand, in the chairman's office, several other powerful shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group were here. Several large shareholders sat on the sofa and listened to Yang Shengping's narration. Gentlemen, as long as you take the project of Wanheng Software Group, but you can get several billions of profits. All of you are the shareholders of the company, and there is a share of you in it. Aren't you moved? Originally, he had pretty much talked up a few of the other shareholders, but with the arrival of the company's second largest shareholder, Feng Ziyuan, things were different again. Feng Ziyuan, this bad old man, life conservative, cautious to the extreme, to put it bluntly, is the goat's life. As soon as he heard that this project is in the Halochin family competition, immediately disagreed. The profit is indeed very high, but the problem is that this project is going to compete with the Chen family. As a hallowed powerful family, how strong is the Chen family, and how powerful are the means of Chen Shanhai, the head of the Chen family? There's no need for me to say more, Feng Ziyuan said in an old-fashioned manner. Right, Director Feng has a point. The Chen family is not one to be messed with, and Chen Shanhai is even more so. After Feng Ziyuan finished speaking, a few people in the office agreed. Doing everything are afraid of this and this. The company should not develop. Stubborn, just wait for death. Shengping Yang retorted. That's billions of dollars in profit, as long as we take the project. So what if we offend the Chen family? Chairman Yang has a point. But you are talking about victory. Winning and taking the project is naturally no problem. But in case we lose and can't get the project, and also offend the Chen family, wouldn't it be a loss of a lady and a loss of a soldier? When Chen Shanhai takes time out, with his character, he will definitely take revenge on us. Are you not afraid? Feng Ziyuan questioned. Instantly, the scene was silent, and even Yang Shengping was unable to answer. Just then, an abrupt voice came. Fear? Why fear? Immediately afterward, in the crowd's astonished gazes, Chen Fan slowly walked in. Chapter 49, Chen Fan Oil Country's first royal bank black card exposed. Worth over 15 billion. Director Chen is here. Let me introduce to you all. This is Director Chen Fan Chen, the third largest shareholder of our group. This is Director Feng Ziyuan Feng, and this is Yang Shengping. Introduced each other. Yang Shengping invited Chen Fan to sit down. Facing Chen Fan, Feng Ziyuan didn't have a good attitude and asked directly, I heard that Director Chen was also a member of the Chen family before, but he just severed his relationship with the Chen family. And this competition with the Chen family for the Wanheng Software Group project is what Director Chen proposed and was mainly responsible for, right? Yeah. What's the problem? Chen Fan nodded. What's the problem? Has Mr. Chen ever thought about what will happen if he fails? If he fails, it doesn't matter to Mr. Chen. Anyway, Mr. Chen has already torn his face with the Chen family. Tit for tat. Fong Ziyuan questioned. But what about us? In case Mr. Chen fails, we'll be the ones in bad luck. What makes you so sure that we will fail? Chen Fan asked rhetorically. Why? It's simple. I don't believe in Mr. Chen's ability, as well as his strength. Fong Ziyuan didn't pretend and told the truth. After all, Chen Fan was too young, about the same age as his grandson, and he suspected that Chen Fan simply didn't have the strength to snipe the Chen family. My strength, I think there should be no need to doubt. Saying that, Chen Fan got up and wanted to go to the side to pour a cup of water to drink. As a result, Chen Fan got up a little too much and a card fell out of his pocket. Snap! Seeing this, a nearby shareholder helped to pick it up. This shareholder thought that this was just a card and was about to return it to Chen Fan. However, when he inadvertently looked at the full face of this black card, he was dumbstruck. My God! This shareholder's jaw was dropped. Noticing the abnormality of this shareholder, the others also looked over curiously. What's wrong? Old Lu, what's wrong with this card? The others asked in disbelief. It's a MasterCard black card from the First Royal Bank of the Oil States. The first shareholder exclaimed. Everyone here is a tycoon, so naturally they have heard of the horrors of the First Royal Bank of the Oil States MasterCard black card. In an instant, the other shareholders gathered around, checking it out curiously. At this moment, even Fong Ziyuan was not calm anymore and came over with the same excitement. Mr. Chen, this MasterCard black card of the First Royal Bank of the Oil Countries is yours? The first shareholder asked while respectfully handing the black card to Chen Fan. Yes, I think it just fell out of my pocket. Thanks. Chen Fan picked up the black card. Director Chen, may I ask if you are a black card user of the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum Nation? Fong Ziyuan asked with a slightly nervous voice. Yeah, what's the problem? Chen Fan nodded casually, receiving an affirmative answer. Everyone at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air. My God, Director Chen is actually a black card user of the First Royal Bank of the Petroleum State. In the whole of Jiangzhou, it is estimated that there is no one else who has this level of black card except for Director Chen. No wonder Director Chen is so confident. No wonder he dares to snipe the Chen family. People have this strength. Director Chen, I agree with your plan to snipe the Chen family. I agree. The shareholders were in favor of it. At this moment, even Fong Ziyuan could not help but let out a light sigh. The latter is a fearful man. It is I who am short-sighted. I also agree with Director Chen. When Fong Ziyuan looked at Chen Fan again, the previous contempt and skepticism had long since disappeared from his eyes, and instead, there was a hint of awe in them. By now, all the shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group had agreed to Chen Fan's sniping plan. The system's voice followed. Ding! Go to Wingtai Real Estate Group. Convince other shareholders. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on winning 2 residential buildings in a high-class neighborhood, worth about 300 million. Congratulations on gaining 53 experience points. The mission was completed. 2 buildings worth $300 million arrived, and in an instant, Chen Fan's value exceeded $15 billion. On top of that, Chen Fan also gained 53 experience points. Currently, Chen Fan had already gathered 413 experience points, almost reaching 1/3 of the upgrade. As long as he gathered 1500 experience points, Chen Fan's system would be successfully upgraded to level 2. By that time, the daily rewards will be increased substantially again, with a conservative estimate of billions per day. By the time Chen Fan's system was upgraded to level 3, 4, or even higher, at that time, it was estimated to be tens of billions of rewards every day. Chen Fan's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up at the thought. Must find a way to upgrade soon. Chen Fan couldn't wait to plan. After convincing the other shareholders, the Yongtai Real Estate Group's side was considered completely fixed. After leaving from here, Chen Fan quietly went to a very special place. Chapter 50 Severing Relationships Day 12. Rewarding top international golf courses. The place where Chen Fan had come was none other than the Rain Listening Tower. Afterward, the secret meeting between the Chen family and Vice President Han of the Wanheng Software Group would be here. And now, Chen Fan was already one of the owners of Listening to the Rain Building. Chen Fan came to Listening to the Rain Building and immediately called the manager to his plan. One of the points of his plan was centered around Listening to the Rain Building. Chen Fan asked the manager to make some special arrangements, and specially reminded the other party that the news of his arrival should never be known to others, especially the people of the Chen family. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. I'll arrange for someone to go now. It'll be 80% done by tomorrow afternoon, so you can take the time to look at it. As for the news of your arrival, I will keep it absolutely secret and make sure that no one else knows about it, the manager assured him repeatedly. Well, I'll be coming by in the next couple days to check it out. After making the arrangements, Chen Fan left. The next morning came the voice of the system. Ding! On the 12th day of severance, 100% ownership of the Guanshan International Golf Course, the largest international golf course in Guangzhou, will be rewarded. Looking at today's rewards, Chen Fan was a bit surprised. Guanshan International Golf Course, the largest and the top golf course in Guangzhou, bar none. Guangzhou Guanzhen International Golf Course, with an extremely large total land area, is a standard championship golf course with 18 holes and a par of 72. At the same time, the Guangzhou Guanshan International Golf Course is also the preferred leisure and entertainment venue for countless dignitaries and tycoons in Guangzhou. Chen Fan had only heard of it before, and had never been to the Guangzhou Guanshan International Golf Course, but he didn't think that now. He had made a leap and become the owner of the Guangzhou Guanshan International Golf Course. What's more, the total value of the Guanshan International Golf Course is about $1.7 billion or so. Now, having become the owner of the Guanshan International Golf Course himself, his worth was incomparably close to $170 billion. It won't take more than a few days for the value to reach $20 billion, Chen Fan said with incomparable anticipation. After reaching $20 billion in value, it was even closer to surpassing the Chen family and trampling the Jinling Xu family underfoot. At noon, Chen Fan was about to go out for dinner. By the way, isn't there an upscale restaurant in my Mankai International Hotel? Chen Fan suddenly thought. I just got the Mankai International Hotel yesterday and I haven't been there yet myself. Now it's the right time to go to the hotel's upscale restaurant to have a meal, taste how the food is cooked there, and see what's going on at the Wankai International Hotel. Thinking of this, Chen Fan drove his Rolls-Royce Phantom and headed straight to the Wankai International Hotel. When Chen Fan arrived at the lobby of the Wankai International Hotel, from afar, Chen Fan saw a familiar figure arguing with the hotel's manager. This familiar figure was no other than Xia Ruoshui. Chen Fan walked over in surprise and asked, Wakamizu, what happened, Chen Fan? After seeing Chen Fan, Xia Ruoshui was also a bit puzzled. They broke the contract at the Wankai International Hotel, and I came here specifically to theorize about it. Xia Ruoshui replied with a headache. Breaking the contract? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. What's the situation? It's like this. Tomorrow, under the arrangement of the Xia family, there will be dozens of representatives selected from other companies of the Xia family, collectively coming to visit and learn from the Xia Group branch in Jiangzhou for 3 days. Xia Ruoshui explained to Chen Fan. A week back, I booked a room for them at the Wankai International Hotel and they arrived tomorrow morning, only to be told now by the people at the Wankai International Hotel that my booking failed and there are no more rooms available now. It's almost vacation time, and rooms are tight at all the major hotels these days, especially the 5-star ones, and she wanted dozens more rooms in one sitting, and it was simply too late to book them now. President Xia, I'm sorry, this matter is all the fault of that implementer. She didn't report the news of your booking, which led to such a problem. We've already fired that implementer, the hotel manager explained. Interns? Again? Hearing this excuse, not to mention Xia Ruoshui, even Chen Fan was filled with black lines. Can we not always put all the blame on the interns? Can an intern do something like that? Are you sure it's the intern's problem and not yours? Chen Fan questioned the lobby manager. In his own hotel, when something like this happened, Chen Fan definitely couldn't just stand by and watch. Yeah, what's up? The lobby manager stammered out a reply. Seeing this, Chen Fan was even more certain that there was definitely something wrong. In that case, you will have to give me an answer, Xia Ruoshui demanded. President Xia, I've already apologized to you. What more do you want from me? Don't be unreasonable. The lobby manager backtracked and instead accused Xia Ruoshui of being unreasonable. Xia Ruoshui was exasperated and laughed. She wanted an answer. She hadn't said anything yet, and this is what happened to the other side. Get me the general manager of your hotel. Just then, an undeniable voice came. Chen Fan stepped forward. Call our general manager. Who are you and why should I listen to you? The lobby manager said arrogantly, not putting Chen Fan, a passerby, in his eyes at all. Just because I'm the owner of the Mankai International Hotel. Chen Fan replied indifferently. As soon as these words came out, the scene immediately fell into a deathly silence. What? The originally arrogant lobby manager's face turned white with a brush. Is he hallucinating? The man in front of him actually said he was the owner of their hotel? The lobby manager pinched his thigh hard, and the pain hit him instantly, and he immediately realized that he wasn't hallucinating. You are really our boss? The lobby manager asked with awe in his voice. Yeah, what? Do I have to prove it? Chen Fan asked rhetorically. No, please wait a moment. I'll immediately go and call the general manager here now. The lobby manager was beyond flustered and went to find the hotel's general manager. 3 minutes later, the general manager of the hotel came in front of Chen Fan with incomparable humility. Chapter 51, Looking for your sister? Your sister and I are at the hotel. After coming over, the general manager of the hotel said respectfully, Hello Mr. Chen, I'm Dong Zhangliang, the general manager of the hotel. Manager Dong, right? Do you know about Ruoshui booking dozens of rooms in your place a week ago? Chen Fan asked directly. Ha? Hearing Chen Fan say that, Dong Zhangliang froze. Ruoshui? Who is Ruoshui? When he noticed Xia Ruoshui next to him, he suddenly realized that the boss was talking about President Xia. No, the boss directly called President Xia Ruoshui. So intimate? Could it be that the boss has a special relationship with President Xia, the first beautiful president of Jiangzhou? Don't know boss. Dong Zhangliang replied. I swear, he's usually so busy with all sorts of things to deal with. It's just a normal room booking thing. Just follow the process. There's no need for him at all. Ruoshui let someone book dozens of rooms in our hotel a week ago to check in tomorrow, only to suddenly tell her today that there's a problem with the booking, and then this lobby manager puts all the blame on the head of some intern. Do you think it's possible? Chen Fan asked rhetorically. Interns? Absolutely not. Booking dozens of rooms in one breath is considered big business, and interns definitely don't have that right. Dong Zhangliang replied in the affirmative. Then, you will be in my face. Give me a thorough investigation of this matter. What are the hidden feelings? There is no one behind the ghost, all to investigate out. Chen Fan ordered. Chen Fan suspected that this matter was not that simple. Ruoshui is the president of the Hall of Xia's Group, in the identity of Jiangzhou, is considered very powerful. If there is no pushers behind, give this lobby manager 100 guts, he would not dare to do so. If you can't find out, then you don't have to be the general manager anymore. Yes, boss, I'll find out everything. Dong Zhangliang was jolted and quickly agreed. After saying that, Dong Zhangliang meticulously looked at the lobby manager. If you don't give me a clear answer, you're going to get more than just fired. Being stared at so much by the boss and the general manager, the lobby manager instantly wimped out and told the truth. It turned out that the room that Xia Ruoshui had booked before was indeed booked successfully, but as a result, yesterday, the hotel's senior manager Huang suddenly ordered him to cancel all of the rooms that Xia Ruoshui had booked. So what happened just now happened. Was it ordered by Huang Lu? Dong Zhangliang asked with a frown. Yes. Now get Huang Lu to get his ass over here. A few minutes later, realizing that East Window Huang Lu confessed everything, Huang Lu yesterday in the club ran into the Yum Group chairman's grandson Kong Junpeng. Kong Junpeng accidentally knows Xia Ruoshui in the Wankai International Hotel booked dozens of rooms. In one breath, booked so many rooms. There must be an important use. So in order to cause trouble for Xia Ruoshui, Kong Junpeng instigated Huang Lu to cancel the dozens of rooms. Why would Kong Junpeng do that? Dong Zhangliang asked in disbelief. Kong Xiao. No. That bastard Kong Junpeng said that Xiao's group dares to compete with their Yum Group. This hotel room, just temporarily collect some interest. Wait behind. They will make Xiao's group pay a heavy price. Huang Lu took Kong Junpeng's words and said them as they were. It's the Yum people who are up to no good. Hearing this answer, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui looked at each other, and although they were surprised, they did not feel puzzled. Yum Group, right? That's good. The two of you who did something against the hotel's interests to please that Kong Junpeng are fired from the hotel from now on, and after that, the hotel will find a lawyer to sue the two of you. Dong Zhangliang announced. What? Don't. GM, boss, don't sue us. Huang Lu and that lobby manager instantly panicked and begged for mercy. Eventually, the two were forced out by the hotel's security. Boss, I'll arrange for someone to rebook those rooms for President Xia right now. Dong Zhangliang immediately arranged it. While reopening the room, Chen Fan's cell phone rang. Chen Fan took a look and saw that it was Xia Mengmeng calling, so he picked up. Senior Chen, I didn't find my sister. She didn't answer her phone. Have you seen her? Xia Mengmeng asked. Looking for your sister? Your sister and I are in a hotel room. Chen Fan replied casually. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Fan realized that something wasn't quite right and that he hadn't expressed himself clearly. On the other side of the phone, after listening to Chen Fan, Xia Mengmeng's mouth opened extremely wide and her entire body was confused. What about the hotel room with sister and senior Chen? This It didn't seem like the right time to make this call on your own. That what? Senior Chen, I'll hang up first. You and your sister are busy first. Xia Mengmeng stammered and opened her mouth. At the moment she didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Chen Fan hurriedly explained. You misunderstood. I meant. Just without waiting for Chen Fan to finish, Xia Mengmeng had already hung up the phone in a panic. Ruoshui? I didn't make myself clear just now. It's 80% that your sister misunderstood. So explain when you go back. Chen Fan looked at Xia Ruoshui apologetically. It's okay, Xia Ruoshui said in tears. It didn't take long for the rooms to be arranged. This time it was handled okay. Today is also I was there. Otherwise, I'm afraid that things will just end up like this. In the future you have to pay attention to some. Chen Fan ordered. Yes boss. I will definitely increase the management of the hotel in the future. Dong Zhengliang assured. Chen Fan let Dong Zhengliang leave. Then looked at Xia Ruoshui. Ruoshui? I don't think you've eaten as well. Let's go to the hotel's restaurant to have lunch together. And talk about the Yum Yum Group on the way. Good. Xia Ruoshui promised. The two went to the hotel's upscale restaurant and ate and talked. This Yum Group, last time, even instigated the shareholders of Fading Group to unite and kick themselves out of the management of Fading Group. Once Chen Fan was busy, he didn't have time to settle this account with them. Now, they are trying to make things happen to Ruoshui in their own hotel, getting more and more out of line, when they have a good temper. Right, Yum Group has a strong heritage and is not easy to deal with. Xia Ruoshui said. You and I joining forces. I don't believe that we still can't bring down Yum Group. Chen Fan opened his mouth, repeatedly causing trouble for himself and Ruoshui. Yum Group was a bit too arrogant. Do they really think they're so easy to bully if they don't make a move? After that, Chen Fan talked to Xia Ruoshui about specific things. This matter can't be rushed. It has to come little by little. Xia Ruoshui first went to collect the specific information of Yum Group, and the two of them will talk in detail afterward. After dinner, Xia Ruoshui was in a hurry to go back to the company. Chen Fan didn't have classes in the afternoon, so he planned to go back to the villa. It was just that he had just gotten in his car and boarded the bus when he suddenly received a message from Zhu Hongyi. Zhu Hongyi was going to play golf with some friends in the afternoon, and Zhu Hongyi invited Chen Fan to join him. Chen Fan had just finished reading the message when the system's voice came. Chapter 52, rewarding the world's top supercars and showing off being a top member of a golf course? Ding! Mission release. Take some time to relax and agree to Hongyi Zhu's request to play at a golf course. Duration of mission, 3 hours. Mission reward, 1 Aston Martin 177. The world's top supercar. Mission reward, 57 experience points. Seeing this mission, Chen Fan was instantly not sleepy. To ask Chen Fan what he wanted to do the most right now. Of course, he wanted to upgrade the system to the second level the most. At that time, the daily rewards would be increased a lot. At that time, what surpassed the Chen family and stepped on the foot of the Jinling Xu family? It would be even easier. It was natural for the system to release as many tasks as possible. By completing this mission, Chen Fan would be able to gather exactly 470 points, the reward of the Aston Martin 177, but also the world's top, one of the most expensive supercars, the world's limited edition of 77 units, only 5 units in the country. In the country, the landed price of about 5 or 6,000 million. In front of it, even Chen Fan's Lamborghini Big Bull was a younger brother. The Aston Martin 177 is powered by a V12 engine with a maximum torque of 750 Nm and a maximum power of 760 horsepower with a top speed of 354 km per hour and a 100 km acceleration of 3.5 seconds, making it one of the most deservedly popular performance supercars. With it, Chen Fan's Lamborghini can be retired. What golf course are you guys planning on going to? Chen Fan asked. Naturally, it's the Guanshan International Golf Course. Zhu Hongyi immediately replied. Going to the Guanshan International Golf Course? It's easier to go on your own turf. Okay, I'll see you at 2:30 p.m. At the Guanshan International Golf Course. Chen Fan sent a message to Zhu Hongyi. It was only around 1 o'clock now. It was still early, so Chen Fan went back to the villa to rest for a while. After 2 o'clock, Chen Fan drove his Lamborghini Dingo and went straight to the Guanshan International Golf Course. On the other side of the Guanshan International Golf Course, Zhu Hongyi had already arrived at the gate of the course with a few of his companions. Old Zhu, are you telling the truth or not? Your big brother is that powerful? Yeah, old Zhu, you're not lying to us, are you? Just a moment ago, Zhu Hongyi had introduced them to his big brother, Chen Fan, and how awesome and powerful he was. And several of Zhu Hongyi's companions were both shocked and a little skeptical. How could it be a lie to you guys? My big brother is an absolute big brother, the kind that is on par with Wei Jingxiong, Zhu Hongyi said proudly. On par with Wei Jingxiong? Several companions instantly stood in awe of Chen Fan. Old Xu, when Brother Fan comes in a while, you must introduce us. Yeah, let's get to know a big guy like that too. The companions were excited, just as Xu Hongyi readily agreed. A piercing voice came. Surname Xu, just blow it off. Still your big brother is on par with Wei Jingxiong. How dare you say that? Not far away, a boy with a thin figure, surrounded by several people, walked over. The skinny boy's name is Luo Xingwen, the son of a big tycoon in Jiangzhou, and Xu Hongyi is a deadly rival. If you want to ask about the real power, it's still my big brother Yum Group's future crown prince, Kong Junpeng. Kong Xiao is the number one. My big brother is a top diamond member of the Guanshan International Golf Course. Luo Xingwen was incomparably dejected and showed off. Che, what is Kong Junpeng? How can he be compared to my big brother? Just during the argument between a few people, a big Lamborghini Bull slowly stopped not far away. Chen Fan has arrived. See, this is my big brother, Van. Xu Hongyi excitedly introduced. After saying that, he excitedly ran over to greet Chen Fan. Che, I thought it was some great guy, but it turned out to be driving a crappy big bull? This is far worse than the $20+ million Bugatti Veyron that my big brother, Kong Xiao, drives. One of my big brother's cars could buy 3 of this kid's, Luo Xingwen said disdainfully. Exactly. It's still our Kong Xiao who's great. Luo Xingwen's side of the family concurred. Hearing these words, Xu Hongyi's few companions were a bit embarrassed. Indeed, driving a Lamborghini Bull was a bit of a downgrade for a big shot like Fan. Under Xu Hongyi's leadership, Chen Fan walked over, and Xu Hongyi introduced a few companions to Chen Fan. Hello Van. Hello Van. A few companions greeted Chen Fan politely. Not far away, Luo Xingwen's few people were still yin and yang, and Big Brother ended up driving a broken Lamborghini Bull. Shame on you. I wouldn't dare be any kind of big brother if I drove a big Lamborghini Bull. Chill. At that moment, the system's voice came. Ding. Leisurely. Promise Hongyi Zhu's request to play at the golf course. Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the winner of the world's top supercar, an Aston Martin 177. Congratulations on gaining 57 experience points. Mission accomplished. The next moment after the mission was completed, Chen Fan's cell phone rang. May I ask if this is Mr. Chen Fan Chen? The Aston Martin 177 you agreed upon has been shipped. May I ask where to deliver it to you? The voice of an Aston Martin staff member came over the phone. Oh, I'm at the Guanshan International Golf Course. Just ship it straight to me. Chen Fan replied casually. Okay, Mr. Chen. We'll be there in a while. Please sign for it then. Chen Fan hung up the phone and Xu Hongyi asked curiously. Van, what did you buy? Nothing, just bought an Aston Martin 177 off the shelf. Chen Fan replied indifferently. Not far away, Luo Xingwen was about to come over to sneer, when he unexpectedly heard Chen Fan's words, and immediately froze in place as if he had been struck by lightning. What? Just bought an Aston Martin 177 off the shelf? Just a handful, that's all? Luo Xingwen inner shocked. Aston Martin 177. That is the world's limited to 77 units of the top supercar. The whole country. Aston Martin 177 only 5 just. A value of up to 5 or 6 million. In front of this Xu Hongyi's big brother, even bought a Aston Martin 177. Oh, my god. Compared to the Aston Martin 177, his own big brother Kong Junpeng's regular model of Bugatti Veyron is pretty average. Even Luo Xingwen was incomparably shocked, not to mention his companions, who all looked at Chen Fan in awe, their faces full of unbelief. Bought an Aston Martin 177 with his hand. This big brother of Xu Hongyi is also too powerful. Just as they were shaking, a Bugatti Veyron stopped not far away. Luo Xingwen's elder brother, Kong Junpeng, who had intentionally messed up things at the Wankai International Hotel, arrived. Chapter 53, Chen Fan's Global Limited Edition supercar appeared, stunning the whole scene, and shocking the great gamble. After getting out of the car, Kong Junpeng walked over. Seeing Luo Xingwen and the other juniors' faces look odd, Kong Junpeng inquired in a puzzled manner as to what had happened. When Kong Junpeng found out what happened, his complexion changed slightly. You're Chen Fan, the major shareholder of the Tengfei Group? Kong Junpeng asked. Exactly. Chen Fan nodded. Receiving an affirmative answer, Kong Junpeng immediately revealed deep hostility towards Chen Fan. But he knew from his grandfather that the Tengfei Group and the Xia Group were raccoons of the same tribe, and that they dared to be enemies with their Yum-Sun Group. What was even more detestable was that Chen Fan, the major shareholder of the Tengfei Group, had helped Xia Ruoshui to solve the setup set up by their Yum Group, causing their plan to be aborted. This made Kong Junpeng hate Chen Fan as well, only that Kong Junpeng didn't have the time to lay his hands on Chen Fan for the time being. I didn't expect that now. He had met this bastard Chen Fan at the Guanshan International Golf Course. Very well, he was going to teach this Chen Fan who didn't know the sky and the earth a hard lesson for his grandfather and for their Yum Sun group. He wanted to let Chen Fan know that anyone who went against their Yum Yum group did not have a good ending. Kong Juanping's side was calculating Chen Fan. Chen Fan was likewise planning. Since he had met this Kong Juanping, Chen Fan naturally would not let him go. Where is the Aston Martin 177 you guys were talking about? Kong Juanping inquired. There are only 5 Aston Martin 177s in the entire country. And to be honest, he's looking forward to seeing them for a long time. It's not here. It's this kid called Chen Fan himself who said he bought an Aston Martin 177. We haven't seen the current car yet. Luo Xingwen explains. What? There's no current car, as far as the kid himself says? Luo Xingwen sneered. I also said I have a global limited edition of 5 Pagani Wind God eat powerful who will not blow also bought an Aston Martin 177 it. Really dare to blow Luo Xingwen said with conviction. Aston Martin 177 nationwide just 5. Not to mention the district of Jiangzhou City. Even if the entire Zhonghai province does not have a, this kid must be bluffing you. He is by no means able to buy Aston Martin 177. Hearing his elder brother's words, Luo Xingwen and the others also came to a realization. Right. How could a world-class supercar of the level of Aston Martin 177 appear in a second or third tier city like Jiangzhou? It's still Big Brother who's smart enough to recognize this kid's trick in a flash. Luo Xingwen and the others opened their mouths, mocking Chen Fan. Who does he think he is? And buying an Aston Martin 177? Why don't you say? Kong Juanping still wanted to be sarcastic, only not waiting for him to finish his words. Not far away, a trailer was slowly traveling, and on top of the trailer is none other than a brand new Aston Martin 177. Seeing this scene, Kong Juanping, Luo Xingwen and the others had their jaws directly dropped in shock. There really is an Aston Martin 177. This can't be bought by Chen Fan, right? No, never, Kong Juanping said dully, comforting himself in his heart. 2 minutes later, the trailer slowed to a stop in front of the crowd, and the Aston Martin staff member got out and asked politely, "May I ask which one of you is Mr. Chen Fan Chen? Your reserved Aston Martin 177 has arrived." In an instant, Kong Juanping's toes buckled in embarrassment. He just convinced the Chen Fan this kid is blowing powerful. The result of the turn Chen Fan really bought a legendary world-class supercar Aston Martin 177 For a while, Kong Juanping was drooling with jealousy. A supercar of this level, not to mention him, was not owned by even the best of the younger generation of those powerful families. With it in his possession, Chen Fan was definitely the number one among their younger generation in Jiangzhou. I'm Chen Fan. Chen Fan went over and signed this Aston Martin 177 over. The Aston Martin 177 drove off the trailer and parked next to it. Asterisk. It's so handsome. Worthy of being the world's top supercar. No wonder it's called the thug in a suit. It's so elegant and handsome at the same time. Van is awesome. Xu Hongyi and the others quickly ran over, curiously crowding around. Even Kong Juanping, Luo Xingwen, and the others were a bit unable to control their legs and wanted to go over to admire this level of supercar. But there was no way around it. They could only watch from afar with envy and jealousy. Van, can we go in and take a look? Xu Hongyi asked excitedly. No problem. Chen Fan casually threw the car keys over. Thanks Van. Van is awesome. Xu Hongyi and his companions were thrilled. As for Luo Xingwen and the others, their teeth were itching with jealousy. Why was Xu Hongyi's boss so powerful? His own boss was instantly no good compared to others. As for Kong Juanping, he was even more pale. He'd like to have this Aston Martin 177, too. Suddenly, Kong Juanping's mind flashed with a good idea to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, to teach Chen Fan a hard lesson and to get this Aston Martin 177 over. Chen Fan, do you dare to bet with me? Kong Juanping suddenly spoke. Oh, what's the bet? Chen Fan asked. We're already at the Observatory Hill International Golf Course, so naturally it's a golf match. We'll play 2 out of 3 to see who's the better golfer. As for the bet, it's between this Aston Martin 177 of yours and my Bugatti Veyron. If you win, my Bugatti Veyron goes to you. If you lose, your Aston Martin 177 goes to me. How about that? Kong Juanping proposed. Surname Kong, you look ugly. Think beautiful. Your this Bugatti Veyron is worth a few dollars. How can it be compared to my big brother's Aston Martin 177? And your this Bugatti Veyron have been driving for how many years it? But also take it out? Xu Hongyi was the first to come forward to refute. Why? Don't you dare. Don't refuse if you're a man. Kong Juanping provoked. Why wouldn't I dare? But well, the stakes are too small. Chen Fan said with nuclear kindness. It's no fun to play with such a small bet. Let's do it this way. We each take out $500 million. If you win, not only will I give you $500 million, I will also give you this Aston Martin 177 together. If you lose, just give me $500 million. The moment Chen Fan said this, the entire room instantly fell into a dead silence. $500 million in bets. My goodness, what an amazing bet. That's too much. Xu Hongyi and the others looked at Chen Fan with admiration. Worthy of being their boss. This boldness is awesome. Chen Fan returned Kong Juanping's words as they were. How about it? Don't you dare. Don't say no if you're a man. Chapter 54, Rewarding Top Skills. Chen Fan's amazing operation. Chen Fan had just finished speaking when the system's voice suddenly came. Ding! Mission release, find a way to get Kong Juanping to agree to a $500 million bet. Mission reward, top golf skills. Mission reward, 50 experience points. Ha! Looking at the system's sudden challenge, Chen Fan was a bit surprised. This was sort of the icing on the cake. Originally, Chen Fan was very confident in his golf level, because his father loved golf very much. Chen Fan had been with him since he was a child, and his level was naturally not bad. It was just a pity that the consumption of the Guanshan International Golf Course was too high and their status in the Chen family was very low, so Chen Fan and his father hardly ever came here. I did not expect that now the system released the task, but also rewarded himself with top golf skills. This is good. Originally Chen Fan has 89% confidence. Now come to the task. Got the top golf skills. Then he has 100% of the chance to win. A steady profit. It was just to come over to have some fun and relax. And now I'm getting $500 million for nothing. So this is too good to be true. What's more, there were still 50 points of experience value to take from this challenge. So Chen Fan had exactly 520 points of experience value in his hands. Just as Chen Fan was studying the system quests, on the scene, all the gazes of everyone gathered on Sun Junpeng, especially Luo Xingwen and others. Other bosses have dared to take out 500 million, as well as the Aston Martin 177 to bet. Their boss only need 500 million. The boss don't dare it. Being stared at by this many people, Sun Junpeng was tormented. $500 million is also very much for him, although he is the person of the Hall Yum Group, but all the money in his hand adds up to only $70 to $80 million. 500 million. He has to write an IOU, but what if he could win? Not only would he get this Aston Martin 177 that he covets beyond measure, but he'd also get $500 million, a whole $500 million. If he could get this $500 million, he could definitely make his father and grandfather think highly of himself for once, and he wouldn't be the loser that his father and grandfather spoke of. What's more, for his golf level, Sun Junpeng is still incredibly confident. His level, even more than some professionals. Should I say yes? Faced with the temptation of $500 million and an Aston Martin 177, he was a bit unable to resist. How about, don't you dare? How about this then? Let's raise the stakes a little more. How about the loser? Says he's a clown and doesn't deserve to be compared to the other guy, and then makes a video and posts it on the internet? See, Kong Junpeng did not agree. Chen Fan and add a fire. Hearing this, Kong Junpeng was really moved. In this way, it would be more possible to prove in front of his father and grandfather that he was not a loser or a waste. Chen Fan, whom neither his father nor grandfather had succeeded in remediating, was defeated and taught a lesson by himself, which would definitely impress his grandfather. Yes, I promise. In the end, Kong Junpeng clenched his teeth and agreed. It's a real man. A smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. Let's sign a bet. Xu Hongyi found paper and pen, as well as sealing clay. Chen Fan drafted a bet, wrote all the conditions just now, and then signed and pressed his handprints. And Kong Junpeng also went forward and signed and pressed his handprints. The bet is official. At the same time, the system's voice came. Ding! Find a way to get Kong Junpeng to agree to a $500 million bet. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on acquiring top golf skills. Congratulations on gaining 50 experience points. A huge wave of memories flooded into Chen Fan's mind, and from now on, Chen Fan was a top golf master. Meanwhile, 50 points arrived. At this moment, Chen Fan had already scraped together a little more than a third of the points needed for the upgrade, and was just short of more than 900 experience points from the system's upgrade to the second level. Go! After that, the two sides entered the Guanshan International Golf Course and came to a piece of the course. The Guanshan International Golf Course is a standard 18-hole par 72, and it would be too much of a waste of time to play all of it. Why don't we just keep it short and just compare 3 par 4s? Suddenly, Kong Junpeng proposed. Normal play through 18 holes 72. Too much time wasted. He cannot wait to win Chen Fan, get 500 million, as well as the Aston Martin 177, and then immediately go home. in front of his father and grandfather to show off a little bit, to get his father and grandfather's praise. What's all the trouble for? A par 4 means that from the tee to the hole, 4 strokes are required to complete the hole. Par 4 holes are 300 meters long and need to be played 4 times in a row to get in the hole. If you can play at a high level and only play 3 shots, you can score -1. If you need 5 shots to get in the hole, then you score +1 and so on. Unlike other sports, golf scores are as small as they can get. Could be. Chen Fan nodded and agreed to Kong Junpeng's proposal. This will shorten the time and end the game faster. In the first inning, Kong Junpeng started first. Standing on the tee, Kong Junpeng aimed at the distance and hit a shot. The golf ball hit out more than 210 meters. Coming to the place where the golf ball stopped, Kong Junpeng hit another shot and the golf ball advanced again. On only the third shot, Kong Junpeng managed to put the golf ball into the hole and got a -1. Young Kong is mighty. Hole in 1 in 3. Kong Xiao's golfing is really good. This competition, Kong Xiao will win. Luo Xingwen and the others shouted happily, thrilled to death. Next to them, Zhu Hongyi, they are serious expression. This Kong Junpeng other cannot, playing golf but so powerful. Par 4, he 3 shots into the hole. Level is indeed strong. Van is under a lot of pressure. Chen Fan, it's your turn, Kong Junpeng said triumphantly, as if he could already see the $500 million, as well as the Aston Martin beckoning to him. Unlike Zhu Hongyi and their apprehension and nervousness, Chen Fan was incomparably relaxed and came to the teeing ground. Hitting a shot out to more than 270 meters, Chen Fan moved forward, came to where the golf ball stopped, and hit the ball directly into the hole with his second shot. In the first game, it goes without saying who wins and who loses. Van is awesome. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 2 shots in the hole on a par 4. Van is the hidden master. Van's going to win. At this moment, it was Zhu Hongyi's turn for them to shout in excitement. As for Kong Junpeng, when he saw this, his entire head buzzed. Par 4 Chen Fan, this kid hit it in 2 shots. Is his level so high? After losing the first set, Kong Junpeng immediately felt the pressure. The second inning begins. Taking a deep breath, this time Kong Junpeng was incredibly serious as Kong meticulously played his first shot. The ball flew out over 280 meters. In the second set, Kong Junpeng also ended up holing out in just 2 shots. Kong Junpeng had a confident smile on his face after the goal. In the second set, he won solidly. He just didn't believe it. That Chen Fan kid could still 2-putt as well as the first time. Immediately afterward, however, a scene that made his jaw drop occurred. Standing 300 meters away from the tee before, Chen Fan hit a golf ball into the hole in 1 shot. In a flash, everyone looked dumbfounded. A par 4, with a 1 in 2, 500 chance of a hole in 1, and it still takes that kind of professional to play it. But now, Chen Fan even went into the hole with a single shot, and the chance of 1 in 2500 was just touched by Chen Fan. Van is awesome, Zhu Hongyi and the others exclaimed. In the second set, the winner was decided. The winners and losers of the bet have been split. Chapter 55, Severing Relationships Day 13, Rewarding Ownership of the First Security Group. How can it be? How is this possible? Looking at Chen Fan, who scored a hole in 1, Kong Junpeng man was dumbfounded. He had been playing golf for so many years, and a hole in 1 had only been seen on TV. No one had ever scored one in reality, not even many of the top golfers he knew. But now, right in front of him, Chen Fan, this kid actually scored a hole in 1. What international joke! Even Kong Junpeng was dumbfounded, not to mention Luo Xingwen and the other juniors. After freezing, Kong Junpeng thought of something even more horrifying. He lost the bet. That was a whole 500 million. 500 million. He couldn't get that much money, and if he wanted to get the bet out, he'd have to go to his father, or his grandfather, for it. If his father or grandfather found out about this, they would break his legs. He still wanted to raise his eyebrows in front of his grandfather and father, letting them know that he was not a loser. But he didn't expect that in the end. He really became a loser, and also a super invincible big loser who had lost $500 million in one breath. It's over. It's really over. Kong Junpeng was in a cold sweat. Young Master Kong, the winner has been decided. According to the bet, take out $500 million. Zhu Hongyi looked at Kong Junpeng. Kong Junpeng stood there, his face gloomy and uncertain. $500 million. That's too much. He can't take it out. He absolutely can't take it out. In the end, Kong Junpeng was ruthless and was ready to come to the dark side. You cheat. Chen Fan is cheating. Come on someone. Someone is cheating. Kong Junpeng yelled. Luo Xingwen realized what Kong Junpeng meant, so he hurriedly followed suit and yelled. Soon, many staff members from the Guanshan International Golf Course rushed over. I'm a platinum member of your Guanshan International Golf Course. I order you to catch this kid. He's cheating. He's cheating. Kong Junpeng pointed at Chen Fan and loudly ordered the staff of the Guanshan International Golf Course. He wanted to make use of his status as a platinum member to force the people of the Guanshan International Golf Course to capture Chen Fan. And then he would take advantage of the situation and take back that bet, giving it a direct destruction. Without the bet, he can totally deny it. Surname Kong. You play rogue, right? Trying to use your power over others on the basis that you're a member of the Guanshan International Golf Course? Zhu Hongyi and others reprimanded. It's obvious that the boy cheated. Indeed, he should be arrested. Get him, don't let him get away. Luo Xingwen and the others immediately refuted Zhu Hongyi. The staff at Observatory Hill International Golf Course didn't get it and didn't know what to do for a while. What are you guys still standing there for? I'm a platinum member of your Guanshan International Golf Course. And my grandfather is the chairman of the Yum Yum Group. So I'm ordering you not to move? Kong Junpeng tore his face off and directly ordered these people to make a move. Platinum members, here, do have some privileges. If you guys don't do it, I'm going to complain to your supervisor that you're slacking off on me. A platinum member. And tell all of you to get lost. Kong Junpeng roared hysterically. Seeing this, the staff of the Guanshan International Golf Course had to bow their heads. The anger of the platinum members, these small employees of theirs could not afford to offend. Brother Fan, quickly go. This is Kong Junpeng's territory. You take the bet first and go first. We'll block here. Zhu Hongyi hurriedly stood out and told Chen Fan to go first. Now it was most important to keep the note from earlier. This is Kong Junpeng's territory? Chen Fan smiled faintly. Yes, I'm a platinum member of the Guanshan International Golf Course, so this is naturally my turf. Kong Junpeng said in a million different ways. Oh, you're wrong. This isn't your territory. It's mine. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Your turf? Who are you? And your turf? Are you a diamond member of the Guanshan International Golf Course? Kong Junpeng asked with extreme disdain. The Guanshan International Golf Course could only be owned by their topmost bigwigs in Jiangzhou, and this Chen Fan in front of him, he was not worthy. Diamond member here. That's not true. Chen Fan slowly spoke. But well, I'm the owner of the Guanshan International Golf Course. Hearing Chen Fan's first sentence, Kong Junpeng was still complacent. But when he heard Chen Fan's second sentence, Sun Junpeng was shocked. The owner of the Guanshan International Golf Course? Chen Fan is the owner of this place? How can that be? Sun Junpeng was shocked. He is the owner of the Guanshan International Golf Course. This is indeed the territory of others. Himself this platinum member is nothing. What is the right to compare with others? After knowing Chen Fan's identity, Luo Xingwen and the others also instantly quieted down and didn't dare to make any more noise. Call your supervisors? And security. Chen Fan ordered the staff of the Guanshan International Golf Course. The staff member rushed off to get the supervisor. Seeing this, Kong Junpeng was more than a little desperate. If the supervisor and the security personnel here came, then he would have even less of a chance to snatch the note from Chen Fan's hands. Looking at the note in Chen Fan's hand, Kong Junpeng decided to do it the hard way as soon as he was ruthless. He is 1.89 m. Weight is more than 200 pounds. He did not believe it. Do it yourself. The note cannot snatch. Bring it on you. Thinking of this, Kong Junpeng violently swung his sandbag-sized fist and charged towards Chen Fan. Facing Kong Junpeng, who rushed over, Chen Fan sneered. He had gotten top-level fighting from the system. Would he be afraid to make a move? Before Sun Junpeng could react, Chen Fan kicked over. In the next second, Sun Junpeng was directly kicked out by Chen Fan and landed heavily on the ground. Asterisk 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 dare to make a move on Brother Fan. Brother, beat him up. Seeing this, Zhu Hongyi rushed over with his men and directly surrounded Sun Junpeng to beat him up. In someone else's territory, Luo Xingwen and the others did not dare to make a move, and could only cower and watch Sun Junpeng get beaten up. Not long, Sun Junpeng was beaten nose and face. Faces broken, teeth were knocked out a few. Within 3 days, have your family send $500 million, or else I'll personally go to your door and ask for it. Chen Fan waved the note in his hand and said. Eventually, Sun Junpeng was sent to the hospital in a hurry to be bandaged by Luo Xingwen and others. Zhu Hongyi and the others, on the other hand, surrounded Chen Fan and worshipped him. Chen Fan and the others continued to play golf and had dinner together in the evening. Time flew by, and the next morning, the system's voice came on. Ding! On the 13th day of severing relations, 5% ownership of Nine Heavens Security Group, the top-ranked security group in Zhonghai Province, will be rewarded. Chapter 56, The Terror of the Nine Heavens Security Group. A chance to find missing parents. Nine Skies Security Group. What kind of company is this? Chen Fan had never really heard of this company. but for this company to be ranked number 1 among all the security groups in the entire Central Sea province, it should never be simple. With a strong curiosity, Chen Fan went online to check the situation of this Nine Heavens Security Group. Nine Heavens Security Group, from its establishment, has been more than 10 years. The company is mainly engaged in asset protection, personal protection, armed protection in high-risk areas, overseas protection and so on. The first thing that comes to mind when bigwigs and tycoons in Central China Sea province want bodyguards is the Nine Heavens Security Group. Every member of the Nine Heavens Security Group was handpicked, and every one of them had extraordinary skills. What's more, the Nine Heavens Security Group has 3 special squads, which are made up of top retired special forces that the Nine Heavens Security Group spends a lot of money on and hires. And each special squad is made up of 20 to 30 people, with a ridiculously strong strength. These 3 squads were the reason why the Nine Heavens Security Group was ranked number 1 in the Central Sea province. The Nine Heavens Security Group has a strong base of work, not only at home, but also in foreign countries. The more he looked, the more excited Chen Fan became inwardly. The stronger the Nine Heavens Security Group was, the better it would naturally be for him. Currently, he already owned 5% of the Nine Heavens Security Group, and it would be even better if one day, he could own 100% of the Nine Heavens Security Group and make the Nine Heavens Security Group his alone. Let's hope the system gives itself that chance. Now Chen Fan was considered to be a senior member of the Nine Heavens Security Group, and he had a certain amount of say within the company. Suddenly, an idea came to Chen Fan's mind. Could one use the special squad of the Nine Heavens Security Group to investigate the whereabouts of one's parents? The people he sent to investigate before were just ordinary people. There was definitely no way to compare them with the top retired special forces of the battle-hardened Nine Heavens Security Group. Ever since getting the system, Chen Fan had never forgotten to look for his parents' whereabouts, who had disappeared for a whole year without even the police department having any information about their whereabouts. The current Chen Fan no longer counted on other people, and if he wanted to find his parents, he might only be able to rely on himself. Having obtained partial ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group, this idea that Chen Fan felt should work. After Chen Fan had partial ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group, there were a few more contacts on his cell phone, precisely those of the top management of the Nine Heavens Security Group. Thinking about it, Chen Fan directly dialed the phone number of the president of the Nine Heavens Security Group. After the call was connected, Chen Fan said a bit about his identity. "Oh, welcome Mr. Chen as a member of our Nine Heavens Security Group." The president of Jiaoshao Security Group warmly congratulated Chen Fan. Chen Fan made a few polite remarks, and then proposed that he wanted to draw a few people with strong scouting abilities from those 3 special squads of the group to help himself with something. Listening to Chen Fan, the president of the Nine Heavens Security Group was a bit surprised. "What? Things are bad?" Chen Fan asked. "Mr. Chen, if it's an ordinary bodyguard then it doesn't matter, but those 3 special squads, they are the company's top priority, and to draw them out, to serve the company's top brass individually, is, by all accounts, not in line with the rules." The Nine Heavens Security Group said helplessly. "But well, since Mr. Chen has opened his mouth, then I'll think of a way to do Mr. Chen this favor." After hesitating for a moment, the president of the Nine Sky Security Group agreed. "Thanks," Chen Fan responded politely. "Unfortunately, at present, one's hands only have 5% ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group. Too little, not to mention 100%, even if it is more than 50%, or even 30 or 40, things are much better. If he could take down the entire Nine Heavens Security Group, it would be simple for him to do whatever he wanted on his own. I hope that a little more shares of the Nine Heavens Security Group will appear behind the system." Chen Fan prayed in his heart. "Mr. Chen is polite. I want an idea. When it's done, I'll contact Mr. Chen at the first opportunity." The president of the Ninth Heaven Security Group replied. "Oh, thanks." After chatting for a few sentences, both parties hung up the phone and Chen Fan waited for news from the president of the Nine Heaven Security Group. At noon, Chen Fan had just gotten out of class, and Zhu Hongyi was already waiting in the parking lot. After seeing Chen Fan, Zhu Hongyi came over and asked curiously, "Brother Fan, has the $500 million from Yum Group been sent yet?" Chen Fan shook his head. "It's almost been a whole day." "Brother Fan, do you think Yum Group will renege on the debt?" Zhu Hongyi guessed. "That shouldn't be the case. Yum Group definitely wants to face it, but they definitely won't take it out easily either. It won't be easy to get Yum Group to spit out the 500 million. Chen Fan's mind spun rapidly. What about that? Zhu Hongyi was a bit at his wit's end. Yum would definitely delay something. By the way, I heard you say you had a friend videotaping the whole thing that day, right? Chen Fan asked. Yeah, Zhu Hongyi nodded. That would be good. You have your friend edit out the part of that video where Kong Juanping's ugly face is trying to break the contract, then send it to all the major platforms on the internet, and then have all these friends and minions of yours repost it, Chen Fan ordered. By then, the video will definitely spread throughout the entire rich circle of Zhengzhou, and Kong Junping and Yum Yum Group will definitely become the focus of heated discussion, causing public opinion pressure on Yum Yum Group. Chen Fan is going to add fire to them. When the time comes, Yum Group won't even be able to spit out the $500 million if they don't want to. Hey, good idea Van. I get it. Xu Hongyi hemmed and hawed, then went into action. It didn't take long for the video of Yum's chairman's grandson, Kong Junping, breaking his bet to be posted on the internet, and Xu Hongyi immediately used his contacts and began to forward the video. Slowly, the rich and powerful circle in Zhengzhou began to know about this matter. On the other hand, Yum Yum Group chairman Kong Baisheng angrily looked at this loser Kong Junping. At this moment, Kong Juanping's face was swollen into a pig's head, and his appearance was comical. If it wasn't for his wife stopping him, Kong Baisheng would have already broken the legs of Kong Junping, the unfilial grandson. Your grandson has become like this now. Don't you care? You must avenge Junping. Looking at her grandson, Kong Baisheng's wife said heartily, revenge is definitely a must. Daring to go against our Yum Yum Group, that Chen Fan definitely doesn't have a good ending. But now, well, revenge is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the $500 million that this loser bet with others. Kong Baisheng said angrily, let him take out $500 million for no reason. He also meet pain ah. What's more, the other party was still their enemy, asking him to give his enemy $500 million for nothing. Kong Baisheng was even more reluctant to do it. If he wanted to take the $500 million from him, the Iron Rooster, it depended on whether or not that boy Chen Fan had the means to do so. Just as Kong Baisheng plans and prepares to delay, Kong Juanping's father arrives. Father, look at this. Kong Juanping's father handed his cell phone to Kong Baisheng. Kong Baisheng took a look and the video turned out to be a scene of his grandson breaking his contract. Where did you see that? Kong Baisheng hurriedly inquired. If his grandson makes a fool of himself, he's the one who's humiliated. But they're Yum Yum Group. I saw it from my circle of friends. What? From the circle of friends? You can see from the circle of friends. We Zhengzhou's other rich people are estimated to see all too. Kong Baisheng was completely unable to sit still. Now, he, as well as their Yum Group's face, had been disgraced by this loser. In a fit of anger, Kong Baisheng kicked Kong Junping a few more times. Kong Junping screamed miserably. Now the way he wanted to delay and renege on the debt was not going to work. Things had to be dealt with immediately, or else he would really become a joke in the circle of rich people in Zhengzhou. He still wants a face. Father, what to do? Kong Juanping's father inquired. Kong Baisheng pondered for a while and suddenly smiled grimly. I have an idea. Chapter 57, Kong Baisheng's poisonous plan, making Chen Fan's shady face a laughingstock. Oh, what's the idea? Kong Juanping's father couldn't help but ask. Kong Baisheng smiled mysteriously and didn't say anything, but took out his cell phone and made a call. Just wait for the good news. He was going to use this opportunity to also make Chen Fan lose face and become the laughingstock of countless people. The class was late this afternoon, so Chen Fan came to his manor intending to take a rest. Chen Fan had been staying here for the last few days. It was just that Chen Fan had just driven to the front of the manor, but he accidentally found that at the front gate of his manor, there was a Rolls-Royce Gusto parked, and a very elegant-looking man was looking around. Chen Fan parked his car aside and stepped out of the car. May I ask if it's Mr. Chen? After seeing Chen Fan, the elegant man took the initiative to ask. You are? My humble self, Jiang Hanru, was invited by Chairman Kong Baisheng Kong, and has come to talk to Mr. Chen about the bet. The elegant man initiated the introduction. Kong Han are you? Chen Fan has heard of the other side. Jiang Hanru is one of their Zhengzhou big brother. Modest, extremely wide network. Reputation is also very good. Often in some important occasions, act as a peacemaker role. I didn't expect Kong Baisheng to invite Jiang Hanru this time. It looked like his own tactic of letting Xu Hongyi and the others send out videos had worked, and Kong Baisheng could no longer sit still. Together, the two headed inside the manor. Mr. Chen, to be honest, offending Chairman Kong is not a wise choice. On the way, Kong Hanru opened his mouth. Yes, I can understand Mr. Chen's youthful exuberance, but Chairman Kong is not one to be messed with after so many years in Zhengzhou. The consequences of you offending him, Mr. Chen, will be severe. These words were spoken by Jiang Hanru from the bottom of his heart, on behalf of himself. I've finished my own words. Now on behalf of Chairman Kong, I'll talk about the specifics. Chairman Kong promised to give that $500 million to Mr. Chen, but he has one condition. Kong Hanru introduced himself. Chairman Kong asked Mr. Chen to record a video, explaining that the reason why Kong Junpeng broke the contract is entirely because of your provocation, Mr. Chen, which is estimated to have enraged him, and released that video, which was maliciously edited. Jiang Hanru spelled out Kong Baisheng's conditions. As long as Mr. Chen agrees, today, those 500 million will arrive. Chairman Kong gets the face, and Mr. Chen gets the money. Chen Fan sneered. Kong Baisheng is playing a really loud game. The bet between himself and Kong Junpeng was here, and if he won, he didn't have to agree to any conditions from the other party at all, and he could get $500 million. Now, Kong Baisheng even wanted to send the video himself, saying that the video was maliciously edited. Kong Junpeng was provoked by himself. Kong Baisheng wants to put all the abuse, public pressure on himself. If you do this, Kong Baisheng will save his face, but he will lose his own face. Shucks. Tell Kong Baisheng to go ahead and dream. I won't agree to any of his conditions. Chen Fan replied without question. The two walked inside the living room of the manor. Mr. Chen, Chairman Kong's conditions are indeed a bit harsh, but let's talk about it. We can lower Chairman Kong's conditions a bit. Jiang Hanru spoke again. It's definitely not a good idea to tear your face off with Chairman Kong, or even to go without a fight. Jiang Hanru said the truth. In the past in Kong Baisheng against the people, there is nothing good and the best of them are bankrupt. Mr. Chen is too young. The underlying strength is not enough. Wait for a few years. There is no harm in Mr. Chen competing with Yum Group again. Jiang Hanru's last two words, indeed from the heart, in his subconscious. Chen Fan is not even 20 years old. The underlying strength, how can it be compared to Kong Baisheng? Chen Fan will lose if he fights Kong Baisheng. While Jiang Hanru was talking, Chen Fan took off his jacket and leisurely sat on the sofa. Jiang Hanru wanted to say something else, but suddenly noticed the Patek Philippe on Chen Fan's hand and his eyes widened. Mr. Chen, this watch of yours? Kong Hanru asked with a trembling voice. Just now Chen Fan was wearing a jacket. He did not see, and now Chen Fan took off his jacket. As Jiangzhou's famous watch enthusiasts, Jiang Hanru recognized Chen Fan's Patek Philippe's extraordinary at the first time. My watch? What happened to my watch? Chen Fan asked suspiciously. Mr. Chen, this watch of yours wouldn't be the legendary global limited edition of 7 pieces of Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime Master Strings, right? Kong Hanru asked excitedly. At this moment, his address to Chen Fan had also changed to the more respectful you. Yes. Chen Fan nodded his head and looked a little bit higher at Jiang Hanru, who was the first layman who could recognize his extraordinary Patek Philippe. My God. Jiang Hanru covered his mouth, his heart shocked to the core. A wristwatch of this level, not to mention in the district of Jiangzhou, even in the entire Zhonghai province, or even in the entire country, may not necessarily be available. It was Kong Hanru's dream to own one of these limited edition top-of-the-line watches, but of course it was only a dream. Now, this young, not even 20 years old, Mr. Chen owns a piece of it. My God. At this moment, Jiang Hanru was thrilled to the core. Mr. Chen, you are right to reject Kong Baisheng. If I were you, I would also reject him. What is he? He is also worthy of making conditions with you. At this moment, Jiang Hanru no longer dared to underestimate Chen Fan. And even more so, he didn't dare to doubt Chen Fan's depth and strength. To be able to have this kind of top-of-the-line wristwatch is also the Kong Baisheng such a person can be compared to. Kong Baisheng counts for something. Thanks to Mr. Chen for helping me open my eyes. In the future in Jiangzhou, if there's any use for me, Mr. Chen can mention it. Jiang Hanru instantly changed his stance and stood on Chen Fan's side without hesitation. The matter was already like this. So Jiang Hanru took his leave, and before leaving, Jiang Hanru respectfully added Chen Fan's contact information. As soon as he walked out of the manor, Jiang Hanru directly called Kong Baisheng. In the villa, seeing that it was Jiang Hanru's call, Kong Baisheng excitedly picked it up. Big brother Kong, is it done? Kong Baisheng asked with incomparable anticipation. It shouldn't be a problem for Big brother Kong to step in. Although he had to pay $500 million, it was still very profitable to make Chen Fan lose face in Jiangzhou. Chapter 58 Rewarding the world's most expensive locomotive. A regretful ex-girlfriend? It's not done. I don't care about this. In the future, if Mr. Kong has anything to do, don't contact me either. It was only to Kong Baisheng's surprise that Jiang Hanru's cold to the core voice came from the phone. Without waiting for Kong Baisheng to ask anything, Jiang Hanru had already hung up the phone and had directly blacked out Kong Baisheng. Kong Baisheng was instantly confused. What was the situation? His asinine plan, and it just failed? On the other hand, seeing that Kong Baisheng was still playing as he wished, Chen Fan intended to add more fire to the fire and retweeted the video himself. A few minutes later, even Jiang Hanru retweeted that video of Kong Junpeng to show his attitude. As a famous peacemaker in Jiangzhou, Jiang Hanru is kind and has a wide range of connections. See, Jiang Hanru understand the attitude. Many of the rich and powerful in Jiangzhou, big men have also forwarded the video. For a while, Yum's reputation grew more and more infamous. In the villa, although Jiang Hanru had failed, Kong Baisheng was still confident and didn't want to let Chen Fan go like that. At this time, Kong Junping father once again brought bad news. Knowing that their reputation was becoming more and more infamous if things got bigger and bigger, if they let things continue to fester, they, Yum Group, would really have to become street rats. Hey, you go and give the money to Chen Fan. Kong Baisheng sighed softly, and all of a sudden, he seemed to have aged several years. In this confrontation, they, Yum Group, lost, and lost badly. However, this was only the first game with Chen Fan. Chen Fan, don't be complacent. Winning the first round doesn't mean you are the ultimate winner. Okay. Sun Juanpeng's father had to agree. 2 hours later, at Jiangzhou University, Chen Fan got out of class and was planning to leave from the teaching building and return to the manor. Right at this moment, because she knew that Chen Fan and the Chen family severed their relationship, she immediately broke up with her ex-girlfriend Song Manyu, who had no possibility of marrying into a wealthy family, came over from the other side. Chen Fan? After seeing Chen Fan, Song Manyu froze. The last time I saw Chen Fan, it was when Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng went to a restaurant together. At that time, Song Manyu guessed that Chen Fan didn't know what kind of flowery language he used to get close to the rich woman Xia Mengmeng, so she had been trying to dismantle the nature of Chen Fan's wasteful scum. As a result, during this period of time, Chen Fan was hardly at school except for classes, and Song Manyu could not see Chen Fan at all. I never thought that today I would run into Chen Fan here. Gu, how come Xia Mengmeng isn't here? Did Xia Mengmeng dump you? Song Manyu said in a conspiratorial manner. Last time, Xia Mengmeng had disliked her so much that Song Manyu resented Chen Fan. This time when she saw it, she naturally wanted to mock Chen Fan without any hesitation, venting all her inner resentment and so on Chen Fan. Chen Fan sneered, too lazy to talk nonsense with Song Manyu. This woman. I told you earlier that severing your relationship with the Chen family was the most wrong thing you've ever done in your life. How about it? Without the Chen family, now you have nothing. You've become a pauper. Song Manyu said again. Without the Chen family, you, Chen Fan, are nothing. On your own, you won't have a good ending. If I were you, I would immediately go back to the Chen family, beg them on my knees, and make them agree to return to the Chen family themselves, even if they humiliate me even more. Facing the ignorant Song Manyu, Chen Fan couldn't help but open his mouth. In Song Manyu's eyes, the Chen family, then, was already the sky. She didn't know that the current Chen Fan had slowly disregarded the Chen family. After all, the Chen family was just a small mansion in a second or third tier city. What Chen Fan wanted to do now was to take the top giants of Jinling and trample them under his feet. After saying that, Chen Fan walked towards the outside. Hearing Chen Fan call himself a frog at the bottom of the well, Song Manyu became infuriated and immediately chased after him, wanting to fight back. It was just that she had just gone out when she suddenly saw a top-of-the-line luxury car worth $10 million parked in front of Chen Fan. Immediately after that, Kong Juanping's father walked down. Chen Fan, this is a check for $500 million. After getting out of the car, Kong Juanping's father directly handed a check to Chen Fan. Hearing these words, Song Manyu Ren was instantly confused. What? 500 million. 500 million. This mysterious person in front of me directly gave Chen Fan 500 million. Does Chen Fan have 500 million now? That's an absolute fortune for her. At this moment, there was a trace of regret in Song Manyu's heart that she had broken up with Chen Fan. If she didn't break up with Chen Fan, wouldn't she get half of this 500 million? Chen Fan took the check and saw that it was indeed fine words. Kong Juanping's father said. With the money in hand, the note was of little use, and Chen Fan gave it to him. Sun Juanping's father tore the note right off, then looked at Chen Fan grimly. Chen Fan, you won the first round of your encounter with us, but don't be complacent, this is just the beginning. Back there, you'll know what happens when you offend our Yum Group. The downside is that Yum is bankrupt. Chen Fan calmly disliked it. Humph, just you still want to bankrupt our Yum Group. Do you have the qualifications? Chen Fan, just wait. Sun Juanping's father finally put a harsh word, turned around and got into the car to leave. Chen Fan casually put the check in his pocket and left in style as well. In place, recalling the exchange of Chen Fan and the people of the Yum Group, Song Manyu was in a complex mood and did not know what she was thinking about. On Chen Fan's way home, he suddenly received a message from Wei Jingxiong, who invited Chen Fan to be his guest for something. Chen Fan was just about to reply to Wei Jingxiong when the system's voice suddenly came. Ding! Mission release. Promise Wei Jingxiong's invitation to be his guest. Mission reward, one of the world's top most expensive motorcycles, worth more than 9 figures. Mission reward, 58 experience points. Chapter 59. Nothing special. It's just that I've just acquired the ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group, the world's most expensive locomotive, and 9 figures. Wouldn't that be over 100 million? Noticing the rewards of this system quest, Chen Fan froze. Are locomotives still this expensive? Chen Fan was a little surprised, and at the same time curious about what a locomotive worth over $100 million actually looked like. That's a task that definitely needs to be accomplished. See you in a bit. Chen Fan sent a message to Wei Jingxiong. More than 40 minutes later, Chen Fan arrived at Wei Jingxiong's manor. After not seeing him for a few days, Wei Jingxiong's face didn't look very good and was a bit haggard. At this moment, within the manor's living room, aside from Wei Jingxiong and his military advisor, there was also an unfamiliar man. Young Chen is here. Welcome. Let me introduce. This is another big shot of our Zhengzhou Yuanshi, a close friend of mine. Wei Jingxiong took the initiative to introduce. Yuanshi nodded to Chen Fan, slightly arrogant, putting on the airs of a big brother in Zhengzhou. Big brother Wei said there was something going on. What is it? Chen Fan sat down and asked directly. I won't hide it from Mr. Chen. It's like this. My nemesis doesn't know where he recently recruited a group of elite fighters with strong hands from, and the people under Yuanshi and I are a bit overwhelmed. Wei Jingxiong opened the door. I saw young Chen's extraordinary skill last time. I would like to ask if there are any excellent fighters under young Chen, or if you know someone similar. I'm in desperate need of manpower here. Wei Jingxiong asked. Next to him, listening to Wei Jingxiong asking Chen Fan for help, Yuanshi was somewhat helpless inside. This Chen Xiao is estimated to be an ordinary rich kid. Is it useful to ask for help from such a cockney? Yuanshi was skeptical. I don't really have many fighters under me. Chen Fan shook his head, receiving a negative answer. Wei Jingxiong sighed softly with some regret. It's fine, but thank you, Xiao Chen, for coming over in your busy schedule. Wei Jingxiong said sincerely. If you're short on manpower, why don't you spend the money and hire from another security company? Chen Fan asked. Chen Xiao, you don't know. I know the level of the average security company member. It's just like that. It's impossible to be a match for those elite fighters. If you want to hire bodyguards that can rival, or even be stronger than those elite fighters, you need to go to that kind of large security group. But we don't have any contacts. We don't know any. We can't hire them at all. Wei Jingxiong replied helplessly. The bodyguards of those large security groups are loved by many tycoons, and now they suddenly go to hire them. It is unlikely that they are readily available, and it is estimated that they will have to wait in line for a long time. But they can't wait. That's right. How strong are the bodyguards of the Nine Heavens Security Group? Chen Fan asked. Nine Sky Security Group? The Nine Heavens Security Group is the #1 ranked security company in Zhonghai province. Not to mention their top-notch special squads. Even the most common bodyguards in the Nine Heavens Security Group are very good at what they do. Wei Jingxiong said with immense admiration. Yuanshi, who was originally posing as a big brother, couldn't control his admiration even after hearing about the Nine Heavens Security Group. Alright then you guys will go to the Nine Heavens Security Group to hire bodyguards. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Young Chen, it's not that we don't want to go. We want it very much. Even if we can hire an ordinary bodyguard from the Nine Heavens Security Group, we can easily crush those elite fighters in the hands of our nemesis. Wei Jingxiong said regretfully. But the problem is that we don't have the access and connections of the Nine Heavens Security Group, and a top-ranked company like the Nine Heavens Security Group can't be hired even if we have the money. No doorway? Chen Fan smiled faintly. Then he picked up a piece of paper and pen on a nearby table and wrote down a phone number. Call this number and contact the people from the Nine Heavens Security Group and ask them to arrange a batch of ordinary bodyguards for you. Just tell them that I said so. Chen Fan gave Wei Jingxiong the paper with the phone number on it. This phone number of Chen Fan's was that of a high-ranking executive of the Nine Heavens Security Group who specialized in customers, and it was just a normal hiring of bodyguards from the Nine Heavens Security Group that did not even need to contact their president. Ha! Receiving this piece of paper, Wei Jingxiong was astonished. Young Chen, you have connections in the Nine Heavens Security Group? Wei Jingxiong asked in surprise. Next to him, Yuanshi didn't quite believe it. What was the Nine Heavens Security Group? That was the #1 ranked security group in their Zhonghai province. Could this male son in front of him possibly be related? Nothing particularly relevant. It's just that I've just acquired partial ownership of the Nine Skies Security Group. Chen Fan slowly spoke. In an instant, Chen Fan's words seemed like a thunderbolt. exploding in Wei Jingxiong and Yuan Shi's ears. What? Chen Xiao had acquired partial ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group, which meant that Chen Xiao was currently one of the owners of the Nine Heavens Security Group? This is nothing special. Chen Xiao is one of the bosses of the Nine Heavens Security Group. Is there any more powerful relationship than this? Shan Chen is mighty. Thank you, Shan Chen. Thank you, Shan Chen. Yuan Shi got up violently, with a fawning look, thanking Chen Fan non-stop. At this moment, he no longer had that stinking stance of the big brother of Zhengzhou just now. He was humble in front of Chen Fan. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Wei Jingxiong also got up, incomparably grateful to Chen Fan. It's okay. Chen Fan nodded. This was considered to be repaying the favor that Wei Jingxiong had done last time when he told himself about the Chen family's project with the Wanheng Software Group. By the way, I haven't contacted you for a few days. I wonder what's going on over at Wanheng Software Group now. When he went back, he had to contact Ruoshui's cousin Xiao Wenyu to see what was going on. Guess that should be about right. In the past few days, Chen Fan's value had skyrocketed, and the Yongtai Real Estate Group's site had been completely taken care of. Chen Fan was very well prepared, and his success rate in dealing with the Chen family had increased a lot. If the Wanheng Software Group's side of whatever hacking crisis was dealt with, Wanheng Software Group's Vice President Han would probably come to Zhengzhou and collude with the Chen family, and it would be time for himself to step in and snipe the Chen family. Leaving from Wei Jingxiong's place, on the way, the system's voice came. Ding! Agree to Wei Jingxiong's request to be a guest at his place. Mission accomplished. Congratulations to receive the world's top most expensive locomotive, worth 350,000 Neiman Marcus Locomotive A, now put in your villa garage. Please pay attention to receive. Congratulations on gaining 58 experience points. Looking at the completion of the mission, the system rewarded himself with this most expensive locomotive in the world. Chen Fan froze. $350 million worth of locomotives. That's more expensive than your own Aston Martin 177. Simply outrageous. Chapter 60, the moment to formally snipe the Chen family arrives. Chen Fan's scheming is implemented. Chen Fan wanted to take a look at what a locomotive worth more than $300 million actually looked like. Thinking about it, Chen Fan accelerated his speed and went straight to his villa in the Royal View Villa. More than 20 minutes later, Chen Fan reached his destination and finally saw the Neiman Marcus locomotive. Neiman Marcus locomotives, produced by Neiman, are limited to 45 units worldwide, and are the only super locomotives that can legally be used on the road, with a top speed that can reach 300 kilometers per hour. In fact, when the Neiman Marcus locomotives were first introduced, they weren't that expensive, just a few tens of millions. But over time, Neiman Marcus locomotives have become more and more valuable, and not long ago, a Neiman Marcus locomotive was on an auction house and ended up being sold for $350 million. Chen Fan's Neiman Marcus locomotive is a black one and quite handsome. It's just as well. I'm tired of supercars, so it's good to ride a locomotive. Chen Fan opened his mouth. After admiring his Neiman Marcus locomotive a little, Chen Fan returned to the villa and got down to business. Chen Fan called Xiao Wenyu and inquired about the Wanheng Software Group. I was just about to contact you. I guess things should be resolved tonight. After so many days of emergency overtime, the boss will give all the executives a day off tomorrow. Xiao Wenyu opened his mouth. I reckon that tomorrow afternoon, or evening, Han Zhaowei will go to Zhengzhou to conspire with the Chen family. So pay attention. Good. Chen Fan was in an excited mood. Tomorrow, it would be the time for him to snipe at the Chen family and personally take away the Wanheng Software Group's project that Elder Chen was so determined to win from the Chen family. Tomorrow. It's going to be awesome. I just don't know how furious the Chen family, Elder Chen, will be tomorrow, after having the project taken away by himself. Oh, just do what we planned. Chen Fan admonished. Good. Xiao Wenyu nodded. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan leaned back on the sofa with ease. All of his means have been set up. Listening to the Rain Building site is also ready. Waiting for tomorrow Chen family and the vice president of Han Hook. Time flew by. And the next morning, Chen Fan went to class normally. Chen Fan mounted the Neiman Marcus motorcycle he had gotten and headed straight to Zhengzhou University. When Chen Fan rode his bike to the parking lot of Zhengzhou University, the parking space was already gone, and Chen Fan searched for a while. Crooked kid, park your Thai motorcycle farther away. Can you afford to pay for cutting up my Ferrari? At that moment, from a brand new multi-million-dollar Ferrari 488 next to him, a thin man stepped out and shouted, "And cut up your Ferrari. You don't cut up my locomotive. You're thankful for that." Chen Fan disliked it back. This Ferrari 488, I guess I can't even buy one wheel of my own Neiman Marcus locomotive. Good guy, kid, you're pretty wild. The thin man sneered, because this was the very edge of the parking lot, close to the side road. The argument on this side instantly attracted a lot of onlookers from passing students. At this time, Song Manyu and her best friend also passed by. Chen Fan? Upon noticing Chen Fan, Song Manyu froze. After seeing Chen Fan get 500 million yesterday, Song Manyu had a little bit of regret to break up with Chen Fan. And all night long, Song Manyu was hesitating to go and beg Chen Fan for forgiveness and get back together with him. After all, Chen Fan owned $500 million, although it was not comparable to the mansion, but it was already a lot. If she was with Chen Fan, or even married, wouldn't she be able to share half of it? I didn't expect to run into Chen Fan here this morning. Just let her surprised is, obviously got 500 million. Chen Fan even do not go to buy Rolls-Royce, Lamborghini such luxury cars, even bought a broken motorcycle? What was Chen Fan thinking? Kid, pay attention. If you cut and rub my Ferrari 488 halfway, you won't be able to afford to pay for it even if you sell this broken motorcycle of yours. The thin man sneered. You said the opposite. Chen Fan opened his mouth. I said the opposite. This Ferrari 488 of mine landed at over $5 million. Close to $6 million. How much is this piece of motorcycle of yours worth? The thin man flaunted with immense pride. This motorcycle is worth $350 million. Before the thin man's words fell, the boy on the sidelines beside him suddenly shouted in excitement. This statement stunned everyone at the scene. Their ears are not out of order. This boy said the locomotive in front of them, worth $3.5 million. What international joke? $350 million. Are you kidding me? The thin man couldn't believe that this broken motorcycle was worth several $100 million. This is the world's most expensive Neiman Marcus locomotive. I just saw it online last night and I didn't expect to see the real thing in school today. The boys replied excitedly. Hearing this, everyone on the scene was confused for a moment. Many people, including the thin man, did not believe it, so they went online to check, and sure enough, the Neiman Marcus locomotive is really worth several hundred million. Everyone was stunned when they got an affirmative answer. Now do you think you can afford to pay for cutting up my car? Chen Fan asked rhetorically. Can't afford to pay? Can't afford to pay. The thin man shook his head in a hurry. Biggie, I was wrong. Who am I to park next to you? I'll move out of the way now. The thin man looked at Chen Fan in awe. If he really accidentally cut up someone's motorcycle worth hundreds of millions of dollars and sold his Ferrari 488, it probably wouldn't be enough. Soon the thin man's shaky car drove away. Chen Fan also left in style. While everyone marveled, Song Manyu was infuriated. Yesterday Chen Fan only got $500 million, and today he spent $3.5 million on a broken motorcycle? Chen Fan's worth of $500 million. Bought this motorcycle, not only left $150 million. Chen Fan, this punk, is sick, isn't he? Song Manyu cursed in her mind. She had just wanted to get back together with Chen Fan and split the $500 million in half, but now it was fine. Chen Fan only had $150 million left, spending several hundred million dollars to buy a broken motorcycle. Does Chen Fan have a pit in his brain? Does he think he's some kind of 10 billionaire? Using the vast majority of his worth to buy a motorcycle worth $5 billion that he can afford to buy and keep? With so much money, wouldn't it be good to buy a luxury house and a luxury car? And it was still uncertain whether the remaining $150 million had been wasted by Chen Fan. The current Chen Fan has no mansion or luxury car, just a motorcycle. In that case, one would still go and get back together with Chen Fan. My ass, Chen Fan is really a loser and a waste. With you Chen Fan like this, no one will be with you, Song Manyu said in annoyance. After spending so much money on a crappy motorcycle that you won't be able to afford to keep in the future, you'll be sleeping on the streets. Looking at Chen Fan's back, Song Manyu cursed. She waited to see the moment Chen Fan fell. In the morning, a call came in that was very important to the Sniper Chen family. This call was from Chen Wenjing, who had something important to say to Chen Fan about the Chen family. Chapter 61, Day 14 of Severance. Rewarding the world's top hacking techniques. Chen Wenjing told Chen Fan that just a moment ago, Elder Chen returned to the Chen family and immediately began to set up, and it seemed that tonight, Vice President Han of Wanhong Software Group would come to Jiangzhou. Elder Chen had also already sent someone to listen to the Rain Tower to make preparations for tonight's meeting between the Chen family and Vice President Han. Moreover, listening to that meeting of Elder Chen, Vice President Han came today and even took the contract of cooperation between the two sides. As long as the two sides talked well, tonight, they would be able to sign the contract, and the Chen family would be able to formally get their hands on the project that had a profit of billions of dollars. Very well, I know. Let me know immediately if you have any news. Chen Fan nodded. Thanks to Chen Wenjing, who he had turned, the exact time of the meeting between the Chen family and Vice President Han was now known. That's good. That's good. At noon, the system's voice came on. Ding! On the 14th day of the breakup, the world's best hacking skills will be rewarded. Looking at today's system rewards, Chen Fan's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. The world's top hacking technology. This is awesome. Chen Fan was quite satisfied with today's reward from the system. As the system voice came, an extremely large amount of memories flooded into Chen Fan's mind. After a long time, Chen Fan was able to digest all of this huge memory, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already one of the top hackers in the world. This skill, which can be so useful, can be amazingly useful in many cases. With the acquisition of the world's top hacking technology, Chen Fan's mind suddenly had an additional bold plan. Far from it. Let's talk about today's sniping of the Chen family. If he didn't get this world's top hacking technology, Chen Fan had a success rate of 80 to 90%. But now, having become the world's top hacker, Chen Fan's success rate instantly reached 10%. 100%. He had absolute confidence that he would be able to snipe the Chen family successfully and take away the Wanheng Software Group's project that Elder Chen was so determined to win. Chen Fan came to an unoccupied phone, took out his cell phone, and called Xiao Wenyu. What's wrong? Was there an accident? Xiao Wenjie asked nervously. It doesn't mean anything, sister, when you let me ask you. Your Wanheng Software Group, that hacker attack thing a few days ago, how is the result of the handling? Chen Fan asked. As it turned out, it didn't turn out well. Our cybersecurity experts here are average, so we can only say that we minimized the damage. But even so, we lost a lot of money. And for that, the boss is angry. The owner wants to get back at the other guy, but unfortunately, doesn't even know who the other guy is. Xiao Wenyu replied helplessly. Sister Wenyu, you go and find your boss. You tell him that I have a way to investigate who the hacker who attacked your group is. And I can even help you find the location of this hacker. Chen Fan opened his mouth. He was now one of the top hackers in the world. And this was an absolute piece of cake for him. Those who attacked Wanheng Software Group were presumably just some powerful hackers. Definitely not the top of the line. How could that kind of the world's top hacker attack the tiny Wanheng Software Group, which was indeed very powerful in Jiangzhou, in Zhonghai, but compared to those super consortiums and plutocrats with assets of several $1 trillion or even tens of $1 trillion around the world, Wanheng Software Group could be too small. Too small. Surpassing the Chen family and stepping on the Jinling Xu family was only Chen Fan's short-term goal. Now sitting on the system, Chen Fan's long-term goal was to one day become, or even surpass, those super conglomerates and plutocrats with total assets of several trillions, or even tens of trillions of dollars, and to become the man who stood at the very pinnacle of the globe. Of course, this is a bit of a big goal, and you'll have to take it one step at a time if you want to achieve it. But as long as the system can be upgraded little by little, and the system level gets higher and higher in the future, this goal of Chen Fan's can definitely be realized. On the other side, hearing Chen Fan's words, Xiao Wenyu couldn't help but ask, "You're not kidding? Even our company's cyber experts who make nearly $10 million a year can't find out who the other party is, let alone find out where the hacker is. Are you sure you can do it?" "Of course I'm not joking. I'm serious," Chen Fan said seriously. "Sister Wenyu, after seeing your boss, you do this." Chen Fan told Xiao Wenyu about his plan. "It's too much of a risk." Xiao Wenyu froze. "For Ruoshui's sake, I'll accompany you in your madness." In the end, Xiao Wenyu clenched her teeth and agreed to Chen Fan. Doing so, the risk was a little too great. If it wasn't for the fact that Ruoshui and Chen Fan had an unusual relationship, and that Chen Fan could potentially become her brother-in-law, she would never have agreed to Chen Fan. As long as this plan of Chen Fan's was successfully completed, sniping the Chen family successfully was just a small matter. And behind that, even the boss of Wanheng Software Group would owe Chen Fan a big favor. In the afternoon, Chen Fan returned to the villa and began to prepare for the new plan. On the other hand, Elder Chen, who had returned to the Chen family, had a smile on his face the whole time and was quite happy. The project of Wanheng Software Group, which he had been planning so hard for so long and was bound to win, was finally going to get his hands on. In the face of the billions of dollars in profits that were about to arrive, it was hard for him not to be happy. "By the way, how is that little Chen Fan doing these days?" Elder Chen casually asked. "Father, lately we've all been busy. In order to take down the Wanheng Software Group's project, some preparations, and Wen Jing is also helping out for the family, so we don't have time to take care of Chen Fan," Chen Yuzhen said helplessly. "Well, it's a good thing that the project of Wanheng Software Group was taken today." Elder Chen nodded. "When you are busy today, in going to deal with Chen Fan, that little man, now it is 10 days past. We have to hurry. Do not delay for too long, cause the Xu family's dissatisfaction. Yujin, you come with me and we'll pair up again about tonight." Elder Chen continued to make arrangements for today's meeting with Vice President Han. At around 6 p.m., at the airport, Han Jiaowei, the the vice president of Wanhong Software Group, smoothly arrived in Jiangzhou. Chapter 62 Elder Chen, who was extremely proud of his chance to become the one magnificent family in Jiangzhou. For the sake of secrecy, Elder Chen, as the head of the Chen family, could not go in person, nor could his eldest son, who was the future head of the Chen family. Therefore, Elder Chen sent his daughter, Chen Yuzhen, and his granddaughter, Chen Wenjing, two less conspicuous females, wearing hats and sunglasses, to go ahead and meet the plane. Hello Vice President Han, I'm Chen Yuzhen from the Chen family, and I've specially come to pick you up on my father's orders. After the two sides converged, Chen Yuzhen took the initiative to introduce herself. Well, the documents for cooperation with our Wanhong Software Group, I've already brought them with me. As long as your father's conditions can satisfy me, we'll be able to sign the contract right away and give that project to your Chen's real estate company. Han Jiaowei opened his mouth. That's great. Our Chen family will definitely not let you down, Chen Yuzhen assured. Please. Chen Yuzhen led the way in front. Han Jiaowei followed closely behind, and Chen Wenjing was at the end. Han Jiaowei has been received. Taking advantage of the fact that the two people in front of her were not paying attention, Chen Wenjing casually sent out a text message. In the next second, Chen Fan received a message. Sister Wenyu, how's it going? Chen Fan sent a message to Xia Wenyu. Don't worry, I've done what you told me to do and everything is going according to plan. Xia Wenyu replied. Seeing this, Chen Fan acted. Good show is about to start. On the other side, Elder Chen Shanhai, Elder Chen's second son Chen Min, and his fourth son Chen Jinping, had also arrived at listening to the Rain Building and were waiting anxiously. Father, what percentage of certainty do you have in convincing Vice President Han? Chen Jinping asked curiously. A few percent sure. Ha, of course it's 10%. Elder Chen patted the things prepared on his table and said with confidence. For today, they had prepared for so long, there was absolutely no problem. And he had inquired about Vice President Han's various hobbies. 10% sure. That's great. Chen Jinping and others were pleasantly surprised. It was a multi-billion-dollar profit, and it would be their Chen families right away. And you can use this opportunity to get on the line with the huge Wanhong Software Group. And if you can work together again a few times in the future, then there was a possibility that their Chen family would go even further and become the number one powerful family in the entire Jiangzhou. This is not only them, but also the old man's lifelong wish. The old man, before so pleasing to the Jinling Xu family, is not in order to get on the Jinling Xu family's thighs, so that their Chen family further, to take the Jiangzhou first luxury family position. Not only did Chen Jinping and the others think this way, at this moment, Elder Chen was also envisioning becoming the number one family in Jiangzhou. After tonight's matter is settled and he convinces Vice President Han to take the project of Wanhong Software Group, he immediately goes to arrange to deal with Chen Fan. That little man. I heard that Chen Fan that little jumped a lot recently. Again befriending what Jiangzhou's big brother, and again getting close to Xia's group. Oh, that is that their Chen family has no energy to deal with Chen Fan that little man in the recent period of time. When today's business is finished, it is Chen Fan that little man who cries. He wants to solve Chen Fan in a week. No, 5 days, let Chen Fan bankrupt, penniless, living on the street, and then obediently return to their Chen family kowtowed to apologize, and then happy to marry the Xu family's daughter. Jinling Xu family, this big tree, he must embrace it, only then will they have the possibility to become the number one powerful family in Jiangzhou. Father, Vice President Han is here. Chen Min, the second son who waited below the listening to Rain Building, quickly walked up to the second floor to report. A dozen seconds later, led by Chen Yuzhen and Chen Wenjing, Vice President Han arrived at the second floor of the listening to Rain Building to meet with the Chen family. VP Han is here. Welcome, welcome. Elder Chen hurriedly greeted him in a fawning manner. Clan Master Chen, we meet again, this time in your territory. We can have a good chat. Han Jiaowei nodded. Both sides sit down. I have limited time. What does Family Master Chen want to say? Open the door. After sitting down, Han Jiaowei went straight to the point. Good. After saying that, Elder Chen first pushed a document in front of Han Jiaowei. Vice President Han, this is the purchase contract for a top manor in Zhonghai province. I've already paid the money. It cost 1.7 billion. As long as Vice President Han signs it, that manor will be Vice President Han's for you. Elder Chen opened his mouth. Bribing Vice President Han. Naturally, you can't give money directly, otherwise it will be easy to be found out. Elder Chen heard that Vice President Han liked mansions, and this manor was specially bought by Elder Chen to cast his eye. The top manor in the Central Sea province? Han Jiaowei immediately brightened up. As soon as he came up, Chen family master gave himself a generous gift. Not in vain he worked hard to come to Jiangzhou. At that time, If Vice President Han likes it, he can live there himself, and even if he doesn't, he can sell it. Very good. VP Han nodded, but didn't indicate an attitude. But with this estate alone, it doesn't seem quite enough. Vice President Han, please look. With that, Elder Chen put a second generous gift in front of Han Zhaowei. This generous gift of a dozen photos? Family Master Chen, what do you mean by that? Han Zhaowei asked in disbelief. I heard that Vice President Han likes celebrity paintings and calligraphy, so in that manner, he stored a dozen or so paintings and calligraphy, all of which were by such hefty calligraphers as Qi Baisher and Zhang Daqian. These dozen or so paintings are valued at around $300 million. The Chen family master smiled and said, true or false? Han Zhaowei instantly sat down and violently picked up the dozen or so photos. He does like celebrity paintings and calligraphy very much, especially those of Zhang Daqian. Please rest assured that Vice President Han, these dozen of paintings and calligraphy, all bought from the auction, is a top domestic appraisal professional issued an appraisal certificate, are authentic, Elder Chen assured. He had really searched for a long time for these dozen or so paintings. Great! Look at this painting. It's ethereal and ethereal. Just perfect. Vice President Han's voice trembled a little in excitement. Getting this painting and calligraphy worth $300 million made Han Zhaowei happier than giving him $500 or $600 million directly. Seeing this, a smile appeared on the faces of Elder Chen and the rest of the Chen family. They gave the right gift. It's more important than anything. These two great gifts together are a full $2 billion. Elder Chen wasn't talking. $2 billion was quite a lot. Chen family master, I do like these two big gifts, but putting that project of our Wanheng Software Group, which is really important and profitable, I must find a suitable real estate developer for the company. Han Zhaowei rambled on, and began to elaborate on the importance of their project, and the profits it would generate. A clear-eyed person can tell that Han Zhaowei's intention is just 3 words: have to add money. In the face of Han Zhaowei being so insatiable, Master Chen gritted his teeth and had to bring out the real heavy hitters. Vice President Han, I have a special document here. Elder Chen opened his mouth. This heavy hitter is the most expensive and special of the 3 gifts. Oh, the general idea of this document is that for projects where Wanheng Software Group builds large parks, no matter how much profit the project makes, 30% of it goes to Vice President Han. Elder Chen opened his mouth. In short, it was that the profits from this project would be split 70/30ths between their Chen family and Vice President Han. If this project gets bigger and more money is invested in it, the higher our Chen family's profits will be, and so will Vice President Han's. Elder Chen hinted. To put it bluntly, he was hoping that Vice President Han could move around in the Wanheng Software Group a bit more and scale up this project. In this way, their Chen family's profits would be even higher. Giving some of the profits to Han Zhaowei ties Han Zhaowei to their boat, and also makes Han Zhaowei work harder for the project. Hearing Elder Chen say this, light sprang out of Han Zhaowei's eyes. The profit represented by this contract was quite terrifying, so he naturally understood the deeper meaning of Elder Chen. Elder Chen took the lead on behalf of the Chen family, signing the document and then handing it to Han Zhaowei. As long as Han Zhaowei signed it, the 70/30th split was finalized. Vice President Han, please. Good. Han Zhaowei also couldn't wait to sign his name. After signing, Han Zhaowei incomparably grandly took out another document from his briefcase. Seeing this, Elder Chen, as well as the rest of the Chen family instantly stared blankly. It goes without saying what this document is. Welcome Chen's real estate company to become our partner of Wanheng Software Group. Han Zhaowei opened his mouth with a smile on his face. In an instant, Elder Chen, as well as the rest of the Chen family were thrilled. Snap! Just at this critical moment, a sudden burst of applause came. In the next second, under the astonished and puzzled gazes of the Chen family, Chen Fan pushed open the door of the private room. Chapter 63, Chen Fan reveals killer mace. Scared stupid Chen family crowd. Upon seeing Chen Fan, the Chen clan crowd was confused for a moment. Didn't they bag the Hearing Rain building? How did Chen Fan get in? Chen Fan, who told you to come? That's right, you've severed your ties with our Chen family. This is an internal gathering of our Chen family. You're not qualified to come. Step aside. The Chen family members were nervous and chided Chen Fan. Their matter with Vice President Han must not be known to outsiders. Get out. Elder Chen rebuked even more harshly. Chen Fan didn't pay attention to the Chen family's crowd, but instead looked at Han Zhaowei. I'm a representative of Jiangzhou Yongtai Real Estate Group, and I'm also here today to talk to Vice President Han about Wanheng Software Group's project to build a large-scale park. Chen Fan introduces himself. Hearing Chen Fan say this, the Chen family members were a bit flustered. Why did they always feel that Chen Fan seemed to know something? And when did Chen Fan become a representative of some Yongtai Real Estate Group? In the box, it was Elder Chen and Han Zhaowei who were the most stunned within. but both of them had seen all sorts of big scenes before and quickly regained their composure. Han Zhaowei was the first to speak. Oh, I didn't expect this gentleman to be interested in our Wanheng Software Group's project as well. How about this? Chen family master, you and this gentleman will compete. Han Zhaowei looked incredibly fair. I already know the conditions given by Chen family master's Chen's real estate company. It's very good and suitable for our Wanheng Software Group. And what advantages does your Yongtai real estate group have? This gentleman? Next to him, looking at Chen Fan. A terrifying coldness emanated from Elder Chen's eyes. Chen Fan, this little man, had previously severed his relationship with the Xu family in front of the Xu family's Chen Jin, causing his plan to bash the Jinling Xu family to be declared broken. Now he was even representing some Yongtai real estate group, trying to compete with them and go against their Chen family. Chen Fan, this little is really damned. At this moment, Elder Chen resented Chen Fan to the extreme, but despite his anger, Elder Chen was still confident in taking the project of Wanheng Software Group. Vice President Han already knew about his sincerity just now. He didn't believe that Chen Fan, this little man, could come up with more profits on behalf of Yongtai Real Estate Group. This Wanheng Software Group's project, their Chen family is going to take it. What is Chen Fan? This little thing, still dare to compete with their Chen family? Wait for it, Chen Fan. When today's matter is over, when their Chen family has the energy, it will be the day you, Chen Fan, break. Elder Chen watched Chen Fan's performance coldly from the side. Advantage. The advantage is that our Yongtai Real Estate Group is far superior to Chen's real estate company in terms of both strength and the quality of our projects. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Is that all? Han Zhaowei asked. For that matter, I'm not going to bribe you to get the Wanheng Software Group's project like the Chen family did. Chen Fan directly picked it out. In an instant, the faces of the Chen family's crowd in Vice President Han changed. How did you know? Elder Chen asked in a million different ways. How did Chen Fan, this little man, know that they bribed Vice President Han? How do you know? It's simple. Because I'm the owner of Listening to Rain House. Chen Fan replied indifferently. In an instant, the crowd was dumbfounded. By the way, I heard all of what you guys just said. Chen Fan replied with a smile. Chen Fan did not expose Chen Wenjing. Now was not the time for Chen Wenjing to completely showdown with the Chen family and come over to his side. Chen Wenjing continues to lurk in the Chen family and still has a lot to offer. Now sniping at the Chen family's Wanheng Software Group's project was just Chen Fan's first step. Later on, Chen Fan has more surprises for Master Chen and the Chen family. Chen Wenting continues to lurk. The Chen family will cause more serious impact. Chen Wenting in the Chen family, like a time bomb. It is better to detonate now than to wait for a more critical and important moment. Eugene. Elder Chen looked at his daughter angrily. The place, Listening to Rain House, was found by Chen Yuzhen, and at that time, Chen Yuzhen assured that it was so safe. It turned out that the owner of the place was actually Chen Fan. They actually talk about things in Chen Fan's industry. This is not the door to the fat meat? Being reprimanded by her father like this, Chen Yuzhen was on the verge of crying. Things really don't blame her. She really didn't know that this was Chen Fan's property. Damn you, Chen Fan. Oh, so what if you heard it? We've already made a deal with Vice President Han, Elder Chen said with conviction. Elder Chen gave Han Zhaowei a look, meaning that there was no harm in Vice President Han. This was Jiangzhou, their Chen family's turf, and even if he was overheard, it would be fine, and he would fix things. Right. I will now announce that Chen's real estate group has become our partner of Wanheng Software Group. After saying that, Han Zhaowei directly signed the document to show his attitude. The rest, just a stamp from their boss. Elder Chen followed suit and signed as well. From now on, our Chen's real estate company has officially taken the project of Wanheng Software Group. Elder Chen was so proud that he took the document and waved it in front of Chen Fan. Even if you found out about our conspiracy, so what? The matter is settled. You, Chen Fan, are destined to be a loser. Chen Fan, you're late. How is it? Are you angry now? The Chen clan crowd said with the same braggadocio. Rampant. In the face of the Chen family's selection, Chen Fan remained incomparably calm, and things were completely within his plan. This Vice President Han, if you sell out the interests of Wanheng Software Group like this and accept bribes, aren't you afraid that the boss of your Wanheng Software Group will know about it? Chen Fan looked at Han Zhaowei. Oh, how would our boss know? Han Zhaowei said with the same dejection. It's far away from Jiangzhou. Why would their boss know? You're not afraid I'll tell your boss? Chen Fan continued to ask. You told our boss. Our boss knows who you are. Ha! Han Zhaowei sneered. When the time comes, I'll also tell our boss that you're deliberately sneering the Chen family and competing maliciously because of your grudge against them. I'm our boss's confidant. I'd like to see, at that time, whether our boss trusts you, a complete stranger, or me. his confidant. At this moment, Han Zhaowei was arrogant to the extreme, confident to the extreme. Seeing this, Elder Chen and all the people of the Chen family also completely put their hearts down. Right. Vice President Han has a point. The other Vice President Han is the boss of Wanhong Software Group's beloved. What are you, Chen Fan? Facing the dejected Han Zhaowei, Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh. Well then, I'll tell you now who you trust as the owner of the Wanhong Software Group. Snap. Chen Fan clapped his hands. Suddenly, a special hidden door inside the booth slowly opened. In the next second, Qi Wei Ran, the owner of Wanhong Software Group, and Xiao Wenyu, the vice president, slowly walked out. Chapter 64, Sniping the Chen family successfully. The elder Chen, who was angered and spat out blood, looking at Qi Wei Ran, who had suddenly appeared, as well as Xiao Wenyu. The people of the Chen family were surprised, but did not feel anything. But when Han Zhaowei saw Qi Wei Ran, his face froze directly, with a look of having seen a ghost. At this moment, Han Zhaowei was truly confused. What's the situation? How come the boss showed up in Jiangzhou and appeared here? The old, bored, Han Zhaowei opened his mouth trembling. Aha, boss? Hearing Han Zhaowei address this strange man, Elder Chen and the Chen family were shocked. This strange man in front of me is Qi Wei Ran, the boss of Wanhong Software Group? Ah, this. At this moment, Qi Wei Ran's face was an iron blue color. Hard to see. Qi Wei Ran, the owner of Wanhong Software Group, was the one Chen Fan had asked Xiao Wenyu to invite. At first, Chen Fan's plan was to only invite Xiao Wenyu to come and have Xiao Wenyu open a video call to Qi Wei Ran so that Qi Wei Ran could witness it. After all, as the boss of the titular Wanhong Software Group, the probability of suddenly having to invite the other party himself to Jiangzhou would not be successful. But today, the system rewarded him with the world's top hacking skills, which made Chen Fan change his plans. Chen Fan directly used the reason of helping Wanhong Software Group to find the mysterious hacker who attacked them and asked Xiao Wenyu to invite Qi Wei Ran to Jiangzhou. As soon as he heard that he could help him find the hacker who had attacked them, Qi Wei Ran immediately agreed. This private room was previously remodeled by Chen Fan, who instructed the manager of the Hearing Rain building. For the purpose of sniping the Chen family this time, Chen Fan had the manager of the Listening to the Rain building quietly isolate a small secret room in the private room, in which the conversation in the private room could be clearly heard. Qi Wei Ran and Xiao Wenyu had arrived before Han Zhaowei arrived in Jiangzhou and had entered this secret room ahead of time. Qi Wei Ran had heard all of the conversation between Han Zhaowei and Elder Chen just now. Boss, Han Zhaowei wants to defend himself. Qi Wei Ran, however, didn't listen to him at all and went straight forward, slapping him hard. Snap, a crisp slap came, and Han Zhaowei's face instantly swelled up. Is this how you treat my trust? At this moment, Qi Wei Ran's eyes were filled with rage. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Chen Fan stepped forward and took all the 2 contracts signed by Han Zhaowei and Elder Chen. That's evidence. The reason why Chen Fan showed up so late in the day was to get them to sign so he could keep the evidence himself. From now on, exempt Han Zhaowei from all positions within the Wanhong Software Group. I'll have the company's legal department prosecute you, so just wait to go inside for a few years, Qi Wei announced. Hearing this, Han Zhaowei sat paralyzed on the ground. His heart was like ashes. He was finished, completely finished. The amount of money involved this time is a bit large. A couple of years. It would be nice if it was just a couple of years in there. Listening to Qi Wei Ran's announcement, Elder Chen family members for a time some rabid deathfox said feeling. And you Chen's real estate company, we, Wanhong Software Group, will never cooperate with you. Qi Wei Ran once again looked at the Chen family's crowd. Upon hearing these 2 words from Qi Wei Ran, Elder Chen and the rest of the Chen family broke down. How did this happen? How did this happen? Elder Chen immediately felt exhausted. He had worked so hard to prepare so much, and had spent so much energy and effort for the project of Wanhong Software Group, and as a result it's all for naught now? Their Chen family failed. We're giving this project in Jiangzhou to the Yongtai Real Estate Group represented by Mr. Chen Fan, Qi Wei Ran said again. Thus, Chen Fan's plan to snipe the Chen family was declared a success. In an instant, Elder Chen, as well as all the people of the Chen family looked at Chen Fan in unison. Chen Fan, you are ruthless enough, so this is all you're doing. The Chen family crowd sighed. Why would the boss of the Tang Wanhong Software Group appear here? Surely it couldn't be unrelated to Chen Fan, the boss of Listening to the Rain building. The hearts of the Chen family at this moment were filled with shock and amazement. 10 days ago, Chen Fan disassociated himself from them, and they thought with conviction that Chen Fan would get worse and worse until he ended up living on the streets with no food or clothing. But now, not only had Chen Fan not changed for the worse, he was even better than when he was in their Chen family, and not just a little bit better. Now, That kid they once despised had managed to intercept their Chen family's important business. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Next to him, looking at Chen Fan, Elder Chen's eyes went black and he was almost spitting out blood from anger. Luckily, his fourth son Chen Jinping held Elder Chen in time. Elder Chen adjusted his breathing and slowed down. He really didn't expect that in just a mere 10 days of work, the one that he considered to be the most ordinary and incompetent of the younger generation of their Chen family had actually risen strongly, and it also cut off a project he was bound to win. Damn it! Chen Fan, this little really let himself high. Chen Fan! Elder Chen looked at Chen Fan with anger. At this moment, he resented Chen Fan to the extreme. Last time, Chen Fan had severed ties with their Chen family, ruining his plan to ingratiate himself with the Jinling Xu family. Today and made such a scene, cut off their Chen family's project, so that he was bound to get the contract flew away. Chen Fan, this little is really damned. As soon as Master Chen shook off his son's hold, he violently walked to less than a few dozen centimeters in front of Chen Fan and went toe-to-toe with Chen Fan. Chapter 65, Crazy Chen Family Crowd, Terror of the World's Top Hackers. Locking eyes with Chen Fan, Elder Chen's eyes were filled with anger and hatred. At this moment, Elder Chen could not wait to get his hands dirty and teach Chen Fan, this unfilial grandson. But Chen Fan had already severed his relationship with their Chen family, so he could not do so. If it was before, he would definitely have broken Chen Fan's legs. Elder Chen said in a cold voice, Chen Fan, don't think that you're great just because you intercepted one of our Chen family's businesses. I poo-poo. In my eyes, you are still that most wasteful, incompetent, and trashy member of our Chen family. You're 100,000 miles behind my grandson, Chen Faming. In Elder Chen's eyes, only his grandson, their Chen family's unicorn son Chen Faming, is the most outstanding, the most likely to have achievements in the future. The others, especially Chen Fan, were not even qualified enough to give Chen Faming a foot to pat his feet. When the rest of the Chen family heard this, there was some helplessness in their hearts. Although the old man said that on his lips, in reality, with Chen Fan's current achievements, even if he couldn't compare to Chen Faming, it was probably about the same. If Chen Fan was still in the Chen clan now, their Chen clan would have two outstanding and excessive youngsters. But since Chen Fan had severed his relationship with them, he was their enemy, and the better Chen Fan was, the more they hated him. Next to her, looking at the merciless Elder Chen, Chen Wenjing had complex eyes. At this moment, she was a bit thankful that she had chosen to fall to Chen Fan's side and had the chance to grasp her own destiny. According to the old man's overbearing character, as well as Chen Faming's favoritism, even if she performs even better, it's useless, and ultimately can only be used by the old man to go to the marriage, to squeeze the last value of her clean. But she would never resign herself to this fate. She wanted to collect some interest back on what she had done for the Chen family before severing ties with them. In today's matter, our Chen family will at most only shed a little bit of blood, not even a bruise. But you, Chen Fan, have angered me. Elder Chen spoke icily. Chen Fan, you deserve to die. Just because you succeeded this time doesn't mean you'll succeed next time. We'll never let you go. You wait to bear the endless wrath of my Chen family. The people of the Chen family were in a flurry, bordering on insanity. Ha! Chen Fan sneered, talking about them as if they would have made peace with themselves if today's events hadn't happened. They don't want to let themselves go, and they don't want to let the Chen family go yet? Sniping this project of the Chen family today is just the first step in teaching the Chen family a lesson. Indeed, this matter had only severely slapped the Chen family's face, and strictly speaking, it had only caused the Chen family to lose some of its energy and effort. The Chen family's assets had not suffered too much, and the Chen family's vitality had not been injured. However, when it came to the later, the conflict between Chen Fan and the Chen family would not be like this. At that time, is the Chen family people really heartache? Really hurt the bones time? You wait. After giving Chen Fan a vicious look, Elder Chen led the Chen family to leave. From start to finish, Chen Fan and Chen Wenjing did not interact half-heartedly, not even exchanging glances. Chen Wenjing lurked well. Chen family is not rampant. Chen Wenjing continue to lurk in the Chen family, but also can always provide themselves with the Chen family's news and situation. And so on this time bomb explosion will certainly give them a big surprise. As the Chen family crowd left, Chen Fan, Chi Wei Ran, the owner of Wanhong Software Group, and Xiao Wen Yu went to a private room on the third floor to talk about things. Thanks to Mr. Chen for helping me discover a moth in the company, Chi Wei Ran said with emotion. He trusted Han Jiaowei so much and treated him as his beloved, but as a result, this guy used his trust to exchange for benefits, and this time, he definitely won't let Han Jiaowei off easily. As for our Wanhong Software Group cooperation, we can sign the contract tomorrow and get things done. Shi Wei opened his mouth. For him to do so, thanking Chen Fan was only one aspect. On his way here, He had already investigated the strength and reputation of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Chi Wei-ran is sure that Yongtai Real Estate Group is strong enough and has a good reputation. And most importantly, Yongtai Real Estate Group's project quality is very good. Good. Chen Fan nodded. The project of Wanhong Software Group is so profitable. As one of the major shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group, Chen Fan can naturally share a piece of big cake. Mr. Chen, I heard Vice President Xia say that you can help me find that hacker who attacked our Wanhong Software Group. Is that true? After some politeness, Chi Wei-ran went straight to the point. Which is the most concerned about his coming to Jiangzhou this time? Right. Chen Fan nodded. To him, who was one of the top hackers in the world, it was all small potatoes. Told me the exact details of what happened. Chen Fan sat down and slowly spoke. Okay, here's the thing. A couple days ago, Chi Wei-ran replied in a hurry. After hearing this, Chen Fan immediately thought of which detail to start with. That mysterious hacker extorted a large sum of money. From what source did you give him this money? Chen Fan asked. The other party had us transfer the money to a special foreign account, and I sent someone to investigate. And nothing came up. Chi Wei-ran replied helplessly. Just because you can't find out doesn't mean I can't. Give me that bank account. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Since the other party wants money, even if this bank account is special, this mysterious hacker will always transfer this money. And as long as this is used as a basis, we will definitely be able to eventually find this mysterious hacker, or someone who is very, very close to him. Good. Chi Wei opened his mouth. Chen Fan opened the specially prepared computer and began to operate it. A little bit of time passed, and after a few minutes, Chen Fan suddenly opened his mouth. Found it. Chapter 66, Cousin advises Xiao Ruoshui to take the initiative and reverse push to take down Chen Fan. The mysterious hacker was indeed not bad, and was quite cautious, turning the money back and forth a dozen times and laundering it before finally transferring it to his side. He's hiding here. Chen Fan pointed to a location on the computer and said to Chi Wei-ran. Sure enough, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Chen Fan lamented that the address Chen Fan found was less than 1 kilometer away from the location of their Wanhong Software Group, which was really a black light. Ha, that's what you found? Chi Wei-ran glanced at the Vacheron Constantin watch he was wearing. It had only been 6 or 7 minutes, right? Mr. Chen isn't kidding. In his company, the cybersecurity experts, who were paid several $1 million a year, spent 2 or 3 days without finding any traces. It turned out to be just a few minutes, and before he could react, Mr. Chen had found the hacker? Is Chen Fan that good? Next to him, Xiao Wenyu was also stunned. Chen Fan is so powerful? You found it now? She'd thought it would take a day or two. At the very beginning when she cooperated with Chen Fan, she was completely looking at Xiao Ruoshui's face and had not held much hope. As a result, in the end, Chen Fan unexpectedly succeeded, and even brought down Han Zhaowei, who was not on good terms with her. And in a sense, Chen Fan also helped him. Now, it only took Chen Fan a few more minutes to find the hacker who had made the Wanhong Software Group a mess. Chen Fan's ability is too strong. This afternoon, when she first met Chen Fan, Xiao Wenyu was still curious as to how Ruoshui's top conditions, as well as her cool personality, could fall for the seemingly mediocre Chen Fan. Until now, Xiao Wenyu understood. Chen Fan is so capable and so bold. He is indeed very charming. Well, I'm guessing it was a small team of hackers, not one person, Chen Fan judged. Chi Wei-ran went up and photographed the address, and then immediately contacted his contacts and notified his friends at the police station to arrest people. Until this moment, his mind was still a bit confused, slightly skeptical that Chen Fan was looking for the right thing. And, Mr. Chi, there's something I need to remind you of. Inside your Wanhong Software Group, there are spies. They are colluding inside and outside to get rid of your Wanhong Software Group secrets. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Dang, Wanhong Software Group. Network security is certainly not simple, but why the other side will be so easy to get it? There is definitely a mole. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Chi Wei-ran suddenly came to a realization. By Chen's so a little point, he immediately had a few objects of suspicion in his mind. Half an hour later, Chi Wei-ran received a notification that indeed, in that location, a small team of hackers had been caught, and it had probably been determined that it was the other party that had laid hands on their Wanhong Software Group. Chi Wei-ran was instantly energized. I go. The address that Mr. Chen found in only a few minutes is correct. In an instant, Chi Wei-ran admired Chen Fan. Overjoyed, Chi Wei-ran excitedly grabbed Chen Fan's hand. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I really appreciate it. He had been holding this breath for so long and had been unable to do anything about it. And today it was finally resolved by Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, I owe you a big favor. After that, when I need to use me Chi Wei-ran, Mr. Chen just opened his mouth. Within my ability, I will never excuse myself. Qi Weiran promised that he could promise Chen Fan one thing within his ability and at any cost. Mr. Qi is polite. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. This network, this big favor. Chen Fan would naturally use it in the critical time to deal with the Jinling Xu family afterwards. As for the Chen family, Chen Fan could deal with it alone. Chen Fan didn't forget the long-term mission that the system had given him, to bankrupt the Jinling Xu family and trample the Xu family under his feet. That was a full $100 billion in rewards. Now that 10 days had passed, Chen Fan naturally had to hurry. Chen Fan and Qi Weiran confirmed that they would sign the contract at Yongtai Real Estate Group tomorrow morning, and Chen Fan arranged the top suite at Wankai International Hotel for Qi Weiran to rest. Chen Fan and Xiao Wenyu then left, and the two of them headed to the Royal View Villa. It was not easy for Xiao Wenyu to make a trip to Jiangzhou, so naturally he had to meet the Xia Ruoshui sisters. A little over half an hour later, the Summer sisters met. While they were chatting, Chen Fan came aside and called the president of the Nine Heavens Security Group. He's curious how he's doing with that one. Getting a few scouting masters from the special squad of the Nine Heavens Security Group earlier would also enable him to find his parents' whereabouts early. It had been a year since his parents disappeared. Chen Fan really wanted to know where his parents were now. The call was answered, and the boss of the Nine Heavens Security Group regretfully told Chen Fan that he was still trying, but the old guys on the board of directors of the Nine Heavens Security Group were too stubborn, and just disagreed on the grounds that they didn't conform to the company's rules. It's a pity. Mr. Chen, you only have 5% ownership of the group in your hands. If you could have 15%, or 20%, those old guys wouldn't dare not give you face even if they were stubborn. The president of the Nine Heavens Security Group said regretfully. 15%, or 20%? Chen Fan frowned. This might be difficult for others, but for Chen Fan, it was not impossible. System For the rewards in the following days, more shares of the Nine Heavens Security Group. Chen Fan looked forward in his mind, hoping that the humanized system would hear him. Good. Thank you, Mr. Zheng. When people helped themselves, Chen Fan naturally had to be polite. While Chen Fan was over here talking things over with the boss of the Nine Heavens Security Group, Xiao Wenyu was chatting with Xiao Ruoshui in a low voice. Ruoshui, to be honest, I'm a bit envious of you for finding a man like Mr. Chen. Ha! A hint of redness surfaced on Xiao Ruoshui's face. Mr. Chen is indeed very charismatic, especially tonight's action. It's a beautiful job. Xiao Wenyu sighed. That is, Chen is always your Ruoshui's. If it was someone else's, I'm afraid I would have already made my move. When are you going to bring Mr. Chen home so that aunt and uncle can get to know him? Xiao Wenyu asked. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoshui explained the relationship between the two of them. Currently they weren't really together yet. She just had a good feeling about Chen Fan. Ruoshui, this seems to be the first time you've had a heart attack, so you don't want to miss it. Miss it and have your regrets. Xiao Wenyu reminded as a passerby. And if you really like Chen Fan, you'd better take the initiative and take Chen Fan down before it's too late, or reverse the push, so as to save such a man from being snatched away by another woman. As the saying goes, a woman chasing a man is separated by a veil. With your Ruoshui's stunningly beautiful face, as well as your bumpy and perfect body, isn't this a handful? Listening to her sister's words, for a moment, Xiao Ruoshui fell into deep thought, not knowing what she was thinking. Just then, Xiao Ruoshui received a message from the company that tomorrow night, the company had a very important social gathering that she needed to attend. But it seems there will be another suitor at this social gathering that she hates. Chen Fan, do you have time tomorrow night? Xiao Ruoshui asked. Tomorrow night? Yes. Why? Chen Fan nodded. Can you attend a social function with me tomorrow night? There's a very nasty man at tomorrow night's function. Xiao Ruoshui asked expectantly. Before Xiao Ruoshui's words fell, the system's voice came. Ding! Mission release, promise Xiao Ruoshui's invitation. Mission reward, 4% ownership of Nine Heavens Security Group. Mission reward, 53 experience points. Ha! Looking at the rewards of the mission, Chen Fan was pleasantly surprised. He had just prayed himself, and not a moment later, the system released a new quest, rewarding the same 4% ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group. The system is so user-friendly. The system is awesome. Chapter 67 Severing Relationships Day 15. Rewarding Chen Fan's most anticipated things. Chen Fan inwardly lamented the power of the system. No problem. Chen Fan promised Xiao Ruoshui. Great. Seeing Chen Fan agree, Xiao Ruoshui was also happy. At night, Xiao Wenyu slept here at Xiao Ruoshui's place, while Chen Fan came to his own house next door. The time was still quite early. Chen Fan came to the study alone, found a blackboard, and then wrote all the Chen family's properties in Jiangzhou that he knew about. Meanwhile, On the other side, Chen Fan wrote up his estate. After what happened tonight, the Chen family would definitely take crazy revenge on themselves. Since this was the case, Chen Fan naturally would not be idle and planned to strike first. As for which company, or which industry of the Chen family to go after, Chen Fan still had to study it. This time, when he laid hands on the Chen family, it would not be like the last time. It was just a slap in the face of the Chen family. This time, Chen Fan was going to make the Chen family hurt and really bleed out. Time flew by, and the next morning, Chen Fan headed to Yongtai Real Estate Group. Not a moment later, Qi Wei ran, the boss of Wanheng Software Group, and Xiao Wenyu both came. The two parties officially signed a contract to become partners. Next to them, a few shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group, who were originally not too optimistic, each looked at each other. At this moment, they have lamented that they are still old. Mr. Chen is young and talented. How long has it been that he managed to take over the project of Dang Wanheng Software Group from the Chen family, which is a big project with billions of dollars? Mr. Chen is so awesome. Mr. Chen, there is a chance that we will continue to work together next time. Qi Wei Ran directly ignored the president of Yongtai Real Estate Group and instead took the initiative to shake hands with Chen Fan. Welcome. Chen Fan responded politely. Thanks to Mr. Chen's hand last night, if there is anything, Mr. Chen can contact me. If I have something, I will also contact Mr. Chen. I can treat Mr. Chen as a friend. After the contract is signed, the rest of the specific details of the negotiations and so on are left to the employees of both sides. Qi Wei Ran left, and the shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group curried favor with Chen Fan for a while. Chen Fan had a hard time appearing from the Yongtai Real Estate Group when the system's voice came. Ding! On the 15th day of severance, 6% ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group will be rewarded. Ha! Another Ninth Heaven Security Group ownership, and a 6% ownership at that. This was the thing Chen Fan was currently looking forward to the most. Chen Fan immediately revealed a joyful look. He already had 5% in his hands, plus the 6%, plus the task of accompanying Xia Ruoshui tonight. His own hands just make up 15% of the ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group. According to what the president of the Nine Heavens Security Group said. After that, those few old farts of the Nine Heavens Security Group couldn't refuse their request after all. Moreover, with the addition of this 6% ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group, Chen Fan's worth officially exceeded the $20 billion mark. Today was still only the 15th day since he had gotten the system, and his worth had already exceeded $20 billion. The system has given itself a long-term challenge, but it's a full 100 days. There are still a full 85 days left. His own value surpassed the Jinling Su family. The Jinling Su family hold bankruptcy. That is not the nail in the coffin? As long as one's long-term mission was completed, there was also $100 billion of terrifying rewards in hand. An absolute double blessing. Chen Fan's side was pleasantly surprised, while on the Chen family's side, each one of them was downcast and blue in the face. Especially Master Chen is still thinking about how to teach that little Chen Fan a lesson. Chen Yuzhen suddenly ran in hurriedly and said to Elder Chen in a panic, "Father, the Su family from Jinling is here." "What? The Su family is coming?" Elder Chen immediately panicked with a weak heart. During this period of time, he was busy with the Wanheng Software Group and didn't deal with Chen Fan much. By now, not only had he not fulfilled his promise to Ms. Su, but instead, he had watched Chen Fan become more and more powerful. Now that the Su family is here, I'm afraid they're not here to chastise themselves. Quickly, please. Elder Chen immediately got up. Half a minute later, a man in his 30s walked in. To introduce myself, I am Su Chengxian, a direct descendant of the Jinling Su family. Upon entering, the man introduces himself. "Hello, Lord Su, please take a seat." Elder Chen curtly invited Su Chengxian to the seat he had just taken. "I won't sit down. I happen to be passing through your Jiangzhou. It was Junyao who asked me to come and see how the Chen Fan matter is being handled by your Chen family." Su Chengxian spoke indifferently. If Su Junyao hadn't insisted that he drop by for a visit, he wouldn't have come to such a small place like Jiangzhou, and he felt like degrading himself by coming to such a place. That, Elder Chen was speechless for a moment. "What? A junior who has all but severed his ties with your Chen family for 10 days, and you haven't even fixed it?" Seeing this, Xiao Sung Hyun questioned angrily. "As far as you guys are concerned, you still call yourselves a powerful family. I poo-poo. A wasteful family like yours. You can't even solve the problems of a junior who is cut off from you and has no one to depend on. You still have the nerve to call yourselves a powerful family?" Su Chengxian cursed angrily, facing the person of the direct lineage of the hallowed Jinling Su family. Although Master Chen was angry, he could only bear it and even compensate for the smile, who made him want to embrace the thighs of the Jinling Su family so that he could impact the position of the #1 Jiangzhou mansion. That's the sad thing about small families. Don't worry, Lord Xu, there was a small problem before. That's why it's like this. I promise, it won't be long before we'll be able to take care of Chen Fan, so that he'll rejoice and willingly marry Miss Xu, Elder Chen hurriedly assured. You guys better hurry up. Right now Junyao's belly is already showing a little bit. In case it drags on even longer and Junyao's pregnant belly is completely exposed. At that time, your Chen family losing face is small. Our Xu family losing face is big. Su Chengxian opened his mouth. I'm going to give you guys half a month at the end, and if you still can't get it right, you guys can get the hell out of my way and let me do it. In fact, really cannot. Change a person to get married is also okay, but do not know how this Chen Fan provoked Junyao. Junyao must Chen Fan willingly, smiling to marry her. Other people cannot. Half a month. Okay, within half a month, I'll definitely settle the matter, so that Chen Fan can joyfully go and marry Ms. Xu, Elder Chen said confidently. If they let the Xu family personally take action at that time, then their Chen family would be really useless, and in the future, they shouldn't expect to be able to rely on the Xu family to help them become the #1 powerful family in Jiangzhou. I hope that the next time I come to Jiangzhou, I'm attending Chen Fan in Junyao's engagement ceremony or wedding. Taking one last look at Elder Chen, Su Chengxian left in large strides, being so already warned by the Xu family. Elder Chen couldn't sit still, and his mind began to think frantically. It didn't take long for one of Elder Chen's ruthless plans against Chen Fan to appear in his mind. When he thought of this, an oozing cold smile surfaced on Elder Chen's face. Chen Fan's good days were at an end. Chapter 68, Kiss If You're a Real Couple? Xia Ruoshui took the initiative to kiss Chen Fan. With a plan in place, Elder Chen called his fourth son, Chen Jinping, in and began discussing the specific details. Before, he thought that dealing with Chen Fan would be very simple, just letting a few juniors act, but now it seems that dealing with Chen Fan, that little man, he still needs to let his own son come. His own several waste grandsons and granddaughters are not Chen Fan's opponents. Of course, this does not include his most valued grandson, their Chen family's unicorn son Chen Feiming. Now this plan, Elder Chen intended to let his fourth son Chen Jinping implement it himself. On the other hand, because there were a bit too many classes this afternoon, Chen Fan didn't have time to pick up Xia Ruoshui, so the two of them agreed to meet directly at the specific place where they were to be entertained tonight, the banquet hall of the Wankai International Hotel. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Chen Fan was the first to arrive at the banquet hall of the Wankai International Hotel. At this moment in the banquet hall, there are already dozens of guests. These people are all Jiangzhou's dignitaries. Their identities are not simple. A few minutes later, Xia Ruoshui also came. Xia Ruoshui had just appeared, and her stunning beauty immediately attracted the attention of many guests. Chen Fan was just about to go up and greet Xia Ruoshui when suddenly, a tall and thin youth but trotted to Xia Ruoshui. Wakamizu, how are you? It's been a long time. The tall, thin youth smiled in greeting. It's not good to see you. Also, please don't call me Wakamizu. We don't know each other well. Facing the tall and thin youth, Xia Ruoshui replied icily. The tall and thin youth was named Jiang Qiuhao, the crown prince of Jiangzhou Rong Group and one of the famous playboys in Jiangzhou. Jiang Qiuhao was the suitor that Xia Ruoshui had spoken of yesterday, the one that she detested beyond measure. It's good to see you anyway. Today this banquet is over. Ruoshui. No, President Xia, how about we have dinner together? In order not to cause Xia Ruoshui too much resentment, Jiang Qiuhao had to reluctantly change his name to President Xia. Not good. Xia Ruoshui refused without hesitation. What's wrong with that? You're single. I'm single. What's wrong with two single people having dinner together? Jiang Qiuhao said in a deadpan voice. Sorry, you're wrong. I'm not single. I already have a boyfriend. Xia Ruoshui corrected. When Xia Ruoshui said this, the surrounding group of guests looked over in surprise. What? What did President Xia just say? That she's not single and already has a boyfriend? When things are, they're Jiangzhou's first beautiful president. Even the name of the flower has a master. In the end sheep that boy ah? The surrounding male guests were envious and jealous of Xia Ruoshui's mysterious boyfriend. As for Jiang Qiuhao was even more dumbfounded. He simply cannot dare to imagine his ears. Xia Ruoshui has a boyfriend. How can this be? That's not right. President Xia, you wouldn't be saying that just to reject my invitation. I can't believe you have a boyfriend. If you do, let your boyfriend come out and show us huh? Jiang Qiuhao called out. Right, President Xia, let your boyfriend out. There were quite a few people on the scene who agreed. Some were just like Jiang Qiuhao who also didn't believe Xia Ruoshui's words. And there were others who were genuinely curious about what the man who could take down Xia Ruoshui actually looked like. I'm Wakamizu's boyfriend. Just at this critical moment, a flat voice came. In the next second, Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Chen Fan slowly walked out and came to Xiao Ruoshui's side. Yesterday, he heard Ruoshui say that there would be a very disgusting person at tonight's social gathering, and now he sees that this disgusting person is 80% this what Jiang Qiuhao. There's one thing to be said for this guy. He's truly disgusting. Chen Fan had already promised Xiao Ruoshui that he would help out today, so he definitely couldn't just watch. And just now when Ruoshui said that she had a boyfriend, she was naturally referring to herself. Seeing Chen Fan coming over, Xiao Ruoshui very naturally wrapped her arms around Chen Fan. Seeing this, all the gazes of everyone on the scene were gathered on Chen Fan's body. I'll go. It's this kid who took down President Xia. Envious. Did this kid save the earth in his past life? Actually taking down President Xia. The crowd was envious of Chen Fan. As for Jiang Qiuhao, his face was even more blue. Obviously angry. Humph. You say it's President Xia's boyfriend, that's it? Who knows if you're a fake or not? Since you're a real couple, let's have a kiss. Jiang Qiuhao said provocatively. He just couldn't believe it. This ordinary-looking guy in front of him would really be Xiao Ruoshui's boyfriend. With Xiao Ruoshui's character, if she wasn't a true couple, it was absolutely impossible for her to act so intimately. A kiss? Hearing this, Chen Fan froze a bit. This wasn't too good. Just as Chen Fan's mind was racing on how to respond, Xiao Ruoshui suddenly gently kissed Chen Fan on the cheek. In an instant, Xiao Ruoshui's pretty face reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, not to mention the other people on the scene, even Chen Fan froze. By now, there was no longer any doubt at the scene about the authenticity of Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui as a couple. Being able to make the cool-headed President Xia make such a bold move, the two were definitely a couple without a doubt. What exactly is the origin of this kid in front of me? Really took down President Xia, and by the looks of it, he also charmed President Xia to death. Awesome! Many male guests at the scene looked at Chen Fan with admiration. Truly a model for my generation. As for Jiang Qiuhao, his face was hard to see and he was burning with anger. He had pursued Xiao Ruoshui for so long, and Xiao Ruoshui hadn't even given him a good look. But as a result, this kid in front of him had taken Xiao Ruoshui down. Damn it! Damn it! For a while, Jiang Qiuhao resented Chen Fan. Jiang Qiuhao gave Chen Fan a vicious look and fiercely picked up his wine glass and went to the side to pour the wine, while Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui came to the side. Chen Fan, what happened just now? Xiao Ruoshui lowered her head and said a little shyly. Sort of a thank you for coming to my aid. Chen Fan was just about to say something when the system's voice suddenly came. Ding! Agree to Xiao Ruoshui's invitation and go to socialize. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on obtaining 4% ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group. Congratulations on gaining 53 experience points. Mission accomplished. Chapter 69, Knowing Chen Fan's terrorist identity after threatening Chen Fan to get out of Zhengzhou. 4% of the ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group was in hand. Thus, the ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group in Chen Fan's hands reached 15%. According to what the president of the Nine Heavens Security Group had said, it shouldn't be a problem for him to transfer a few of the Nine Heavens Security Group's top retired special forces now. At the same time, there were 53 points in hand, and Chen Fan was one step closer to upgrading to a level 2 system. Now that it was getting late, Chen Fan planned to contact the boss of the Nine Heavens Security Group tomorrow. President Xia, congratulations. A woman dressed as a noblewoman walked over and greeted Xiao Ruoshui. After saying that, she even nodded to Chen Fan. It's Mrs. Lu, thanks. Xiao Ruoshui responded politely. It's been a long time, and there are a few friends over there, so let's go over and have a chat. The noblewoman pointed to a small circle of 4 or 5 noble women and rich women not far away and invited. Good. Xiao Ruoshui nodded. I'm going over to say hello. Whispering to Chen Fan, Xiao Ruoshui walked over with the noblewoman. Only at this moment did Xiao Ruoshui let out a long sigh of relief. Just now her heartbeat could be too fast, and she was also a bit unsure of how to face Chen Fan. And Mrs. Lu coming over was just the right time to slow herself down a bit. At the very beginning, she had invited Chen Fan to come, but she had not expected that things would eventually develop to the point just now. Having been questioned so much by Jiang Qiuhao before, plus thinking about what cousin Xiao Wen you said yesterday, Xiao Ruoshui had the audacity to take the initiative to kiss Chen Fan. Now that she thought about her actions just now, Xiao Ruoshui's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few more points. But although she was shy, Xiao Ruoshui did not have a trace of regret for taking the initiative to kiss Chen Fan just now. She remembered her cousin's words. This was the first time her heart had moved, and Xiao Ruoshui wanted to take hold of it. On the other side, Chen Fan poured himself a glass of wine when Jiang Qiuhao suddenly walked over. Kid, I'm warning you, immediately join hands with Xiao Ruoshi and get the hell out of Zhengzhou, or else I'll make you eat your words. Jiang Qiuhao came to Chen Fan's side and whispered threateningly. Wakizashi Waterhand, get out of Zhengzhou, ha, with your threats? Chen Fan was amused by this clown's words. Who does he think he is? Himself and the top mansion Jinling Xu family are immortal. They are not afraid of, will be afraid of this kid's threat. Good, very good. Zhang Qiuhao stared menacingly at Chen Fan. Just you wait, you'll regret what you just said. After saying that, Zhang Qiuhao took out his cell phone and walked towards the corner, seemingly arranging something. Chen Fan did not take this clown to heart, but was instead thinking about where to deal with the Chen family afterward. Mr. Chen. A few minutes later, a surprised voice came. Chen Fan turned his head to see that it was Yang Shangping, the first major shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. It's Mr. Yang. I didn't expect to run into Mr. Chen here. What a coincidence. After seeing the daytime, the boss of Wanhong Software Group even called brother and brother with Chen Fan. Yang Shangping had more respect for Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, come, I'll introduce you to some good friends. Seeing that Chen Fan was also fine, Yang Shangping took the initiative to pull Chen Fan out of the banquet hall and into a small lounge next to the banquet hall. Inside this small lounge, there were a total of 3 people, all of whom were rich and famous in Zhengzhou. They were also here for this social occasion, except that they were of a higher status and did not care to be with the others in the banquet hall. So they came here. Let me introduce. This is our Yongtai Real Estate Group's Mr. Chen. Our project with Wanhong Software Group is facilitated by Mr. Chen, and Mr. Chen and the boss of Wanhong Software Group are good friends. As soon as he came in, Yang Shangping solemnly explained Chen Fan. Hearing this, a few people in the lounge were instantly unsettled. This Mr. Chen in front of him was actually the good friend of the boss of Wanhong Software Group. I go. Awesome. To be able to become good friends with a big shot like the owner of Wanhong Software Group. This Mr. Chen in front of him was probably a big shot as well. Hello, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is a talented man. He looks like one of those young men, originally towering over these Zhengzhou tycoons. At this moment, they were incomparably fawning and greeting Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, let me introduce. This is Mr. Li, the chairman of Tongpai. This is Jiang Maochang, the owner of Yingrong Group. Mr. Jiang. Yang Shangping introduced to one by one Chen Fan. Mr. Chen is young and promising. Mr. Jiang is impressed. Among the 3, it was the boss of Yingrong Group, Jiang Maochang, who was the most fawning to Chen Fan, and there was even a hint of kneeling now. Recently, their company was having a hard time, so it was not easy to have a chance to make friends with such a big shot, so Jiang Maochang naturally cherished it extraordinarily. After saying a few words, Jiang Maochang used the excuse of going to the restroom and went to find his son Zhang Qiuhao. Where did that kid run off to? On the other hand, Zhang Qiuhao searched around the scene and couldn't find Chen Fan. Just now, he had contacted his little brother, intending to wait for the banquet to end, outside the Wankai International Hotel, to teach Chen Fan a hard lesson. As a result, he just wanted Chen Fan to not leave after the banquet ended in a while, but he was surprised to find that Chen Fan had disappeared. Humph, this coward. 80% of the time I scared the out of him and fled. Zhang Qiuhao guessed triumphantly. At that moment, Jiang Maochang came over and said seriously to his son, I just met a big shot. Come on, go get acquainted with me. Big man? Yes, that big man is as young as you are, and you should have a lot to talk about. Jiang Maochang nodded. By the way, when you meet that big shot in a while, behave better and be more polite, and try to leave a good impression on that big shot. No problem, father. You trust me. Zhang Qiuhao promised with conviction. I can't speak for anything else, but I'm good at pleasing people and kneeling to the big boys. Zhang Qiuhao was also thrilled to have the opportunity to meet a big shot. Humph, it's good that you don't get me in trouble. Jiang Maochang bristled, full of complaints about this son. How could I, father? I am the most dutiful. How could I easily cause trouble for you? Zhang Qiuhao replied with conviction. Go. After saying that, Jiang Maochang brought his son to the nearby restroom. Jiang Maochang just came in, then immediately came to Chen Fan respectfully. Mr. Chen, my son happens to be here as well, so I brought him here to meet Mr. Chen. Brat, what are you still standing there for? Don't greet Mr. Chen yet. After saying that, Jiang Maochang patted his son. Hearing his father say this, Zhang Qiuhao, who hadn't dared to raise his head since he came in, then opened his mouth while raising his head. Hello, this is. When Zhang Qiuhao looked up and got a good look at this big shot, it was as if he had been struck by lightning, and his expression instantly froze. Chapter 70, 9 Heavens Security Group. Unexpected bad news. It's you, Zhang Qiuhao said with a trembling voice, his entire body a bit unsteady. Father, is this kid the big shot you were talking about? Zhang Qiuhao asked his father with an ugly expression of eat. Yeah, did you know Mr. Chen before? Zhang Maochang asked excitedly. He thought that his son and Mr. Chen were old acquaintances. We just met, too, not too long ago, and he had to tell me to get the hell out of Zhangzhou? Chen Fan said casually. Hearing these words, Zhang Maochang also froze. The other people on the scene, a few people are crying and laughing at these two father and son. Good guy. Old Zhang really raised a good son. Even dared to let Mr. Chen get out of Zhangzhou. Old Zhang this son is eaten how much leopard gall. As for Zhang Maochang, he even felt a bit of blackness in front of his eyes, and a nameless anger surged directly to his heart. This unfilial son just now also swore to himself to guarantee that he is so filial, will not give himself easy to cause trouble. The result is that he really did not give himself easy to cause trouble. A cause of trouble is a big thing. You really said that to Mr. Chen? Zhang Maochang asked his son through gritted teeth. Father, Zhang Qiuhao didn't know how to answer anymore. Seeing his son stammering, Zhang Maochang instantly understood. Snap. In a fit of rage, Zhang Maochang directly gave his son a slap. Zhang Maochang's slap was extremely hard, and it instantly swelled Zhang Qiuhao's face. Asshole, how dare you say that to Mr. Chen? Who do you think you are? Angry Zhang Maochang went forward and kicked his son hard a few times. Unable to get angry, Zhang Maochang directly took off his leather shoes and used them to severely whip this asshole son. Don't fight, father. Don't fight. Zhang Qiuhao screamed again and again. His father's leather shoes are real crocodile leather. Pumping a little that is not the usual pain. He kept on whipping for a long time, whipping Zhang Qiuhao's nose and face. Zhang Maochang then stopped his hand. Mr. Chen, it's my fault for poor discipline. Zhang Maochang gave Chen Fan a bow to apologize. I'm taking this asshole home right now and using the family law. Zhang Maochang opened his mouth. Use the family law. Don't father. Hearing the words family law, Zhang Qiuhao instantly panicked and begged for mercy. After saying that, Zhang Maochang was planning to take his son away when Chen Fan spoke up. Don't let me see him in Zhangzhou again. Do you understand? Chen Fan didn't want to see this clown. And even more so, he didn't want Ruoshui to see this disgusting guy. Understood, Mr. Chen. When I go back, I'll immediately send this bastard out of Zhangzhou and never come back. Zhang Maochang assured him repeatedly. After that, Zhang Maochang took his son away by force. Chen Fan chatted with Yang Shengping and a few others before returning to the banquet hall. Where have you been? Xia Ruoshui walked over and asked curiously. Ruoshui? You will never see that disgusting Zhang Qiuhao in Zhangzhou again. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Xia Ruoshui's eyes lit up and her heart warmed. He cared about himself so much. When she looked at Chen Fan again, her eyes became a few more points gentler. Thanks. Xia Ruoshui smiled at Chen Fan, pouring out a smile. After staying for a while longer, it was almost time for Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui to leave together. When they came down from the elevator of the Wan Kai International Hotel with a smile on their faces, not far away, a middle-aged woman froze, so she immediately took out her cell phone and secretly took a picture of Xia Ruoshui and Chen Fan. Previously, hadn't Xia Ruoshui booked dozens of rooms at the Wan Kai International Hotel, specifically to entertain the representatives that the Xia family had sent from other local companies, and this middle-aged woman was one of them, and at the same time, she was also one of the members of the Xia family. Xia Ruoshui was the leader among the younger generation of the entire Xia family, and was the focus of many people's attention, and at the same time, Xia Ruoshui's future marriage was the concern of many people in the Xia family. Just now she actually saw Xia Ruoshui and a boy talking and laughing as they left. As a person from the past, she noticed Xia Ruoshui's expression, and at a glance, she knew that the relationship between these two people was not simple. So that's why she took a special photo, a photo that was of great use. I did not expect to come to Zhangzhou once. There are unexpected gains. The middle-aged woman looked at the photo, revealing a hint of a quirky smile full of deep meaning. She intends to use this photo to make something happen. Within the Xia family, there was also fierce competition. Time flew by, and the next morning, Zhang Shenzhou, the president of the Nine Heavens Security Group, summoned those few opposing old guys inside his office again. A few of you. It's just transferring a few people from the special squad. It's nothing, 1 or 2 less people, and their squad's actions won't be affected much. Zhang Shenzhou opened his mouth and sided with Chen Fan. No, it's not negotiable. It's not in line with company rules. A few of the older guys shook their heads. Zhang Shenzhou was exasperated and speechless, and the matter stalled again. Just then, Chen Fan called. Mr. Chen, we were just talking about this matter, but unfortunately, these few executives still don't agree. Zhang Shenzhou said helplessly. No, Mr. Zheng put it on speakerphone. I'll have a word with them. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Zhang Shenzhou turned on the speakerphone. Mr. Chen, there's nothing we can do. It's a company rule. Company rules? We can't break them. Without waiting for Chen Fan to open his mouth, these old guys had already said their words to death. Then why didn't you guys object when Mr. Wang temporarily transferred 6 or 7 people from the special squad 6 months ago? Zhang Shenzhou couldn't help but question, which he had learned by accident from his investigation. Mr. Wang, that's who. He alone owns 12% of our Nine Heavens security group. That is, Mr. Wang's that situation is special. Mr. Chen only has 5% ownership of the group. The authority is not up to Mr. Wang's kind. A couple of double-standard old guys replied without blushing. Let me correct that. At the moment, I already have 15% ownership of Nine Sky Security Group in my hands. Just then, a faint voice came from the phone. Hearing Chen Fan's words, the few old guys were immediately embarrassed. Yesterday was not still 5%. How today? Mr. Chen suddenly has 15% ownership of the group. 5% and 15%. That's a whole different level. Gentlemen, are there any other comments now? Chen Fan inquired. That is, at present, his hands of the ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group is not much. If he has more than 50% in his hands, or even 100% ownership, Chen Fan did not have to care about the opinions of these people. Directly the 3 special teams are transferred to investigate the reasons for the disappearance of his parents. No more. I support Mr. Chen. I also agree with Mr. Ye's opinion. At this moment, the attitudes of the several old guys had undergone a 180-degree shift, and they all expressed their agreement. Looking at this wallflower, Zhang Shenzhou snorted coldly. If I had known, why bother? Don't worry, Mr. Chen. I'll pick a few people right now and then immediately send them to rush to Jiangzhou. Before noon tomorrow, Mr. Chen will be able to see those people. Zhang Shenzhou assured. Okay, thank you Mr. Zhang. With the matter settled, Chen Fan hung up the phone. Today is Saturday. The time is still early. Today's reward has not yet come. Chen Fan is very much looking forward to. What good things will today's reward be? Chen Fan was about to go to his study to study the structure of the Chen family's industry when suddenly, a bad news came. Chapter 71, a new special mission with a reward for becoming the first boss of the Nine Heavens Security Group. Mr. Chen, I've heard through the grapevine that Yum Group is going to go all out on Fading Group in a few days, and they're preparing for it now. Chen Fan received a message from a senior member of the Fading Group. Going all out on the Fading Group? Chen Fan frowned and replied. Sure, it should be 60 or 70% sure. That's what I've heard. The people from the Fading Group replied. Good. Chen Fan nodded his head and wrote the matter down. I don't know why. Chen Fan always felt that there was something not quite right. How Yum Group is also considered a big company. They are on their own, in Chen Fan's expectations. But this kind of thing has not officially begun. Must be the company's top secret. How could it suddenly be known by an ordinary senior of Fading Group? This secrecy measure is a little too bad. Chen Fan still felt that something was wrong, and it always felt like Yum Group was up to something. Thinking about it, Chen Fan dialed the phone number of Wei Jingxiong, the big brother of Jiangzhou. Wei Jingxiong had a lot of ears and eyes in Jiangzhou, and a lot of information was quite well informed. Just like the last time when the Chen family was plotting the Wanheng Software Group project, it was Wei Jingxiong who told himself. After the call was connected, Chen Fan asked Wei Jingxiong to help him investigate. Small matter Mr. Chen, it's wrapped up in me. I'll go and inquire now. As soon as I have news, I'll tell Mr. Chen immediately. Wei Jingxiong agreed without hesitation. Last time, Mr. Chen helped contact the Nine Heavens Security Group and solved his big trouble. Wei Jingxiong was quite grateful to Chen Fan. Inquiring about the Yum Group. Small problem. Wei Jingxiong's memory was that one of his good brother's friends was a vice president of Yum Group, so it was just the right time to inquire through this relationship. In Yum Group, owner Kong Baisheng and his son Kong Haikong are discussing. What? Did the word get out? Kong Baisheng asked. Don't worry father. I've already quietly revealed the news that we're going to go all out against Chen Fan's Fading Group in a few days to several people. Kong Haikong nodded. It's estimated that by this time, Chen Fan already knows, and has even begun to nervously arrange means of response at Fading Group. Receiving an affirmative answer, a smug smile surfaced on Kong Baisheng's face. Well done. To deal with the Flying Tongue Group, just Kong Baisheng had deliberately confused Chen Fan's way just. This time, Kong Baisheng intends to sound east to strike the west. Externally, he said that he wanted to deal with Chen Fan's Fading Group, but in fact, Kong Baisheng's real target this time was Chen Fan's Yongtai Real Estate Group. Fading Group is too small. What's the point of dealing with it? Since we want to rectify Chen Fan, we definitely need to take the big Yongtai Real Estate Group. Now that he had leaked the news out on purpose, Chen Fan must have put all his energy and so on, all of which was focused on the Fading Group there. When the time came, he suddenly made a move on Yongtai Real Estate Group and caught Chen Fan off guard. Without any preparation, Chen Fan was bound to lose. Father, you've done a beautiful job with this sound and fury move. It definitely mesmerized Chen Fan. Kong Hai Kong couldn't help but marvel. Let's tighten up the arrangement in these few days. When everything is ready, we'll suddenly strike at Yongtai Real Estate Group. Even if we can't put Yongtai Real Estate Group into bankruptcy, letting Yongtai Real Estate Group hemorrhage will do. Kong Baisheng commanded. Yongtai Real Estate Group market value of 30 billion. The strength is not to be underestimated. Want to deal with it? Kong Baisheng also need to be well prepared. By the way, how's the secrecy about the news that our real target is the Yongtai Real Estate Group? Kong Baisheng asked cautiously, wanting to take Chen Fan by surprise. The secrecy of the message was important. Don't worry, father. Besides us, only a few of the company's vice presidents know about it. All of them are our own people. Kong Hai Kong confidently assured. That's good. That's good. Kong Baisheng nodded. Chen Fan, you're just going to work hard and do useless things now. When a few days pass, it's the time when you're going to cry without tears. The shadowy smile on Kong Baisheng's face increased. In the villa, Chen Fan was at home message after contacting Wei Jingxiong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chen Fan opened the door of the villa, only to see Xia Mengmeng standing there. Senior Chen, I haven't seen you for a few days. Do you have time for these 2 days of the weekend? Xia Mengmeng suddenly asked. What happened to the 2 days over the weekend? Chen Fan inquired. I don't know how many weekends my sister hasn't rested. If Senior Chen has time this weekend, how about we go out together and relax? Xia Mengmeng explained. In fact, her real purpose is still to be the Red Wedding Bride. She wants to continue to set up the Senior Chen and sister. Now was the time to create more time for her sister and Senior Chen to spend time together. And of course, letting her sister relax was also one of her goals. Xia Mengmeng had just finished speaking when the system's voice suddenly came. Ding! Special mission issued. Promise Xia Mengmeng to go out and have a nice weekend together. Duration of mission, 48 hours. Mission reward, 12% ownership of Nine Heavens Security Group. Become the top-ranked boss of Nine Heavens Security Group. And become the new president of Nine Heavens Security Group. Mission reward, 67 experience points. Ha! Looking at this particular mission, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. I go. It is worthy of being a special mission. The system has rewarded himself with 12% ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group in one go. It can be Currently, one had 15% ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group in one's hands, ranking fourth in the entire Nine Heavens Security Group. But now, this time, the system rewarded 12% ownership, plus 15% in Chen Fan's hand. Chen Fan could become the top-ranked big shot in the Nine Heavens Security Group in a single leap, and could also directly become the new president of the Nine Heavens Security Group. This is a great reward. If he could become the new president of the Nine Heavens Security Group, plus the number one boss, his power within the Nine Heavens Security Group would increase a lot, and it would be much easier for him to do anything in the future. And this special mission, there is no difficulty, not just go out to play. This is too easy, just a little longer. Compared to the 12% ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group and becoming the new president of the Nine Heavens Security Group, not to mention a mere 48 hours, even if it's longer, it's not a loss. The system was really humanized. Hearing his previous prayers, in just a day or two, it made him the number one boss of the Nine Heavens Security Group. System mighty. Chen Fan was quite happy. I have time. Chen Fan promised Xia Mengmeng. That's great. Besides, Senior Chen, I also want to ask you for a favor. Seeing Chen Fan agree, Xia Mengmeng was very excited. But on top of the excitement, Xia Mengmeng suddenly said mysteriously, Chapter 72, becoming the second largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, and Xia Mengmeng's gambling contract. Oh, what favor? Chen Fan asked in surprise. Is that you? Senior Chen, need to help think of a way how to lure your sister out. Xia Mengmeng spat out her tongue and said helplessly. After the last time she tricked her sister out, this time she still wanted to lure her sister out of the Xia Group, and it was probably not possible for her to step in. So if you want your sister to come out and relax together for the weekend, you can only rely on Senior Chen. Give a snub out? Why do you want to lull out? Can't you just say it plainly? Ruoshui is working too much, too hard. Let her come out. It's normal to relax on weekends. Chen Fan asked rhetorically. Since he knew Ruoshui, he almost never saw Ruoshui resting. That is, the last time Xia Mengmeng snubbed Ruoshui out, Ruoshui rested for half a day. It's fine to work hard, but isn't it too tiring to be all work? And it's time for Ruoshui to take a break and relax. It's for Ruoshui's own good. Why can't you just say it? You can't say that. You absolutely can't say that. My sister is 100% not going to come out, Xia Mengmeng said with conviction. Before she met Senior Chen, she had also advised her sister in this way many times, but she just wouldn't listen to her, saying that it was impossible to get her out. Not really. Chen Fan opened his mouth, directly and explicitly. Sister is absolutely not going to come out. Chen Senior, you do not believe. How about we make a bet? Xia Mengmeng replied confidently. Bet? Yeah, a bet. Xia Mengmeng nodded. Senior Chen, if you speak directly and explicitly to sister, and sister doesn't come out, you'll lose, and you have to promise me one thing. Of course, something that's within your ability. Xia Mengmeng opened her mouth. Xia Mengmeng had always been oblivious to Chen Fan's cooking skills, especially with this bet. Xia Mengmeng could be too confident in herself. Directly and explicitly, sister is never able to come out. This bet, she must win. At that time, she wanted Senior Chen to cook food for herself every day for 5 days in a row. No, 7 days. What if I win? Chen Fan asked rhetorically. Then I'll promise you one thing, too, and of course, it has to be within my power. Xia Mengmeng replied casually. She felt that it was impossible for Chen Fan to win anyway. It's a deal. Chen Fan nodded. After saying that, Chen Fan took out his cell phone and dialed Xia Ruoshui's number. Soon, Xia Ruoshui's gentle voice came from inside. What's wrong, Ruoshui? It's not the weekend anymore. You've been too busy and tired for a while. It just so happens that I have time this weekend. How about coming out for a vacation together and taking advantage of the weekend to relax and unwind? Chen Fan opened his mouth. By the way, you can also call Natsu Senpai with you. Finally, worried that Xia Ruoshui felt that just the two of them would be awkward and reject himself, Chen Fan deliberately mentioned Xia Mengmeng, and with his sister there, Ruoshui shouldn't feel awkward. Beside, listening to Chen Fan, Xia Mengmeng helplessly shook her head. Chen Senior, you say so? Destined to be unsuccessful. Not listening to the elderly. It's not listening to Mo. It's eating your words. Ha! Hearing Chen Fan's invitation, Xia Ruoshui froze, looking at the pile of documents on her desk, and recalling her cousin's words from earlier in her mind. Xia Ruoshui only hesitated for a few seconds before making her decision. Yeah, she had given so much to the company over the years, every day, living almost entirely for the company, for the family, and this time, she was going to live for herself. Indeed, after working for months on end, she couldn't remember how many weekends she'd gone without a break, and it was time to relax. I'll take care of some work briefly and then head back. We'll see you in a bit, Xia Ruoshui replied. Okay, I'll see you in a bit. After making the appointment, Chen Fan hung up the phone. Done, Wakazashi agreed. Chen Fan looked towards Xia Mengmeng. Ha! Xia Mengmeng stood up violently, looking at Chen Fan with a surprised face. The person was dumbfounded. What did you say, Senior Chen? That sister agreed? Xia Mengmeng was afraid she had heard wrong and asked again. Right, Chen Fan nodded. This. Xia Mengmeng's whole body was a bit messy. What was the situation? She herself had persuaded her sister so many times before, and each time she had persuaded her sister for a long time, and as a result, her sister just didn't agree. But when it came to Senior Chen, he simply spoke to his sister and she agreed? Are people so different from each other? Xia Mengmeng couldn't help but give Chen Fan a thumbs up. Awesome, Senior Chen. I'm convinced. Xia Mengmeng was willing to gamble. What kind of things do you want me to do for you? What is it? I haven't really thought about it. I'll think about it. Chen Fan opened his mouth. It was too sudden, and he didn't know what he was going to let Xia Mengmeng do. It's okay. Xia Mengmeng nodded. After that, she went back to wait for her sister. Half an hour later, Xia Ruoshui returned. Chen Fan arrived at Xia Ruoshui's villa and met up with the two Xia sisters. Now, another dilemma lay in front of Chen Fan and the others. Where to go? By the way, sister, I heard that Jiangzhou recently built a new large amusement park. It's quite hot lately. Many of my classmates have gone to play there. It seems to be very interesting. Sister, let's go have some fun too. Summer Mo suggested. To the playground? Xia Ruoshui was a bit out of it. She hadn't been to a playground in I don't know how long. Xia Ruoshui looked at Chen Fan, and when she saw that Chen Fan had no opinion, she agreed as well. With a destination in mind, Chen Fan drove his own privately customized Rolls-Royce Phantom, took the two Xia sisters, and headed straight for the large amusement park. An hour or so later, Chen Fan and the others arrived at their destination. At the first sight of this playground, Chen Fan was a bit emotional. This place was indeed big enough, especially looking at the sea of tourists here. Chen Fan was a bit envious of the owner of this place for a while. It was simply a large money printing machine. Chen Fan bought a ticket and the three of them entered the amusement park. Just as they were looking for what to play first, in the distance, a very exciting program instantly attracted Xia Mengming's attention. Sister, Senior Chen, let's go play that giant high jumper, Xia Mengming suggested, pointing in the distance. Following what Xia Mengming pointed out, Chen Fan looked over. This jumper was a bit high. Senior Chen, I dare to play. You wouldn't dare, would you? Xia Mengming looked at Chen Fan provocatively. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding! Mission announcement, experience the jumper. Mission reward, 4% of the shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group, becoming the second largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Mission reward, 47 experience points. Chapter 73, Severance Day 16. Reward for a forced acquisition card. Another mission? Chen Fan felt a bit surprised about this mission, but when he looked at the content of the mission, it made sense again. Normally, there were missions for things that weren't much of a challenge, and this time it was normal to come to a mission for something as challenging as riding a jumper. And this mission even rewarded a full 4% of Yongtai Real Estate Group's shares. Yongtai Real Estate Group has a market value of about 30 billion. 4% of the shares, that is 2 billion and one can also become the second largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. It's just a one-time ride on a jumper, an experience, and you get a one-time $1. 2 billion. This reward is not normally good. If there is no limit to this task, within a few days, Chen Fan can bankrupt the system wool gathering. Of course I dare to ride the jumper. Do you? Chen Fan looked towards Xia Mengming. Me? Of course I dare. Xia Mengming patted her small chest and replied very arrogantly. A little item like the jumper. For me, sprinkles, it's no different than sitting normally. And I don't blush or jump when I'm done. It's just that you're afraid of Senior Chen? Really? Let's try it then. Chen Fan was skeptical of Xia Mengming's words. Wakamizu, what about you? Chen Fan looked at Xia Ruoshui. I should be able to too. Xia Ruoshui nodded. That being the case, the trio headed straight for the jumper in the distance. A few minutes later, they came to the destination. Just now in the distance, they just feel that this jumper is a little high, but after arriving at the bottom of the jumper, this is what they realized. It was even higher. From a distance, this jumper seems to be just 40 or 50 meters high, but when you get close, not to mention 40 or 50 meters, it can be below 60 meters, which is good. Chen Fan and the others came aside and looked at the introduction of this jumper. This jumper is about 78 meters high, and it is the biggest jumper with the biggest drop in the province of Shanghai, bar none. Xia Mengming raised her head, looked at the oddly high jumper, and couldn't help but swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva. Gollum. Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui were just a bit emotional and did not have any fear. Chen Fan looked at Xia Mengming. Dare you sit down now? Dare? Of course I do. I'm fearless and naturally bold. Xia Mengming hesitated a little, still keeping her mouth shut, and asked provocatively. Senior Chen, you'll be scared, right? Me? Chen Fan didn't answer, but went straight to the line, showing it with his actions. This jumper is a bit too high. There are not many tourists here, so I guess when the tourists on this round of jumper come down, it will be Chen Fan's turn. Xia Ruoshui followed closely behind and stood behind Chen Fan. Xia Mengming hesitated and followed. A few minutes later, the tourists on the jumper came down and it was Chen Fan's turn for them. Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui sat up, and Xia Mengming froze for a moment and also sat up, but just sitting on it. Xia Mengming's legs went soft, her face turned even whiter, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. I'm not sitting down. I'm not sitting down. In the next second, Xia Mengming, who was just now proudly saying that she was fearless, sitting on a jumper without a red face or heart, and proudly provoking Chen Fan, instantly conceded. Xia Mengming directly trotted to the side. Senior Chen, you're awesome. I'll forget it. I'm not sitting. Xia Mengming grasped the railing and refused to sit down no matter how much the staff comforted her. Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui sat together, but nothing had changed, and to be honest, Xia Ruoshui still had a hint of excitement. For these exciting programs, Xia Ruoshui was still a bit fond of them inside, just that she usually didn't have the time and no one was with her. Soon, the jumper started and slowly rose up, reaching the highest point of a slight pause for a moment. The jumper fell sharply. At the moment of descent, not knowing if it was because of fear or what, Xia Ruoshui suddenly grabbed Chen Fan's hand. Not far away, Xia Mengming shivered a little. The speed of this jumper's descent was too fast. Sister and Senior Chen are not normally brave. Let's just say for ourselves that the two of them are a good match. You see, and it shows. A few minutes later, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui finished experiencing the jumper. The two men came down from the jumper with just a little bit of emotion and no trepidation. As the jumper program is experienced, the system's voice comes on. Ding! Experience the jumper. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on acquiring 4% of the shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Becoming the second largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, the share acquisition contract has been placed in your study. Please pay attention to check receipt. Congratulations on gaining 47 experience points. The task was completed. 4% of Yongtai Real Estate Group's shares were in hand, and Chen Fan successfully became the second largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. In a matter of minutes, just 2 billion came in. This is good money. System, how about a couple more jumper challenges? It's fine. I'm not tired. I can grudgingly do this kind of grueling challenge a few more times. No, dozens of times would be fine, Chen Fan said in his heart, hoping that the system would hear him. However, this time, the humanized system did not satisfy Chen Fan's wish. There was no semblance of a voice coming from the system, as if to say, do you see me ignoring you? You're not very good. Chen Fan looked towards Xia Mengmeng. I was just a little out of sorts earlier. I'm still pretty good at the other events. Leaving the jumper here, Xia Mengmeng regained her previous arrogance and said confidently. The trio continued to wander around the playground, looking for the next item of interest. After that, Chen Fan accompanied the two sisters, Xia Ruoxue and Xia Mengmeng, to ride the Ferris wheel. A little bit of time passed, and as it looked like noon, the system's voice suddenly came. Today's system reward. Here it comes. Ding! 16th day of severance, rewarded with a junior forced acquisition card. Looking at today's rewards, Chen Fan was very puzzled. Junior forced acquisition card? What kind of reward is this? It sounds like it's kind of awesome. It was the first time Chen Fan had gotten this particular card from the system. Suddenly, a note was noticed underneath the system reward that seemed to explain what this primary forced acquisition card did. Chen Fan couldn't wait to open the note. As a result, after just taking a glance, Chen Fan was instantly shocked by the mighty power of this primary forced acquisition card. The third shift is here. Kneeling down to ask for 5-star reviews and rewards to increase the heat. Thanks for the support. Chapter 74 The Horror of the Forced Acquisition of the Card. The first mansion of Zhonghai Province is not worthy of the Xia family's shoes. Junior Forced Acquisition Card. You can arbitrarily acquire 4% of the shares of a company with a market capitalization of about $50 billion, or total assets of less than $50 billion. Doesn't this mean that the entire province of Zhonghai, not the whole country, or even the whole world, any one of the industries with market capitalization or total assets equal to or less than $50 billion or less, Chen Fan can pick them at will? Chen Fan could get shares of whatever business he wanted to get shares of. He could do whatever he wanted. This was definitely the best, top-notch, and certainly the highest value reward Chen Fan had gotten from the system recently. As long as Chen Fan was willing, he could also acquire 4% of the shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group again and become the first major shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Of course, it was also possible to directly acquire 4% of the ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group, so that one's control over the Nine Heavens Security Group, even further. But well, Chen Fan doesn't want to put the primary forced acquisition card to acquire the shares, or ownership, of these two companies for the time being. Doing so was a bit of a waste. The market capitalization of the Yongtai Real Estate Group was only $30 billion, and the total assets of the Nine Heavens Security Group were less than $50 billion. It's hard to get this junior forced acquisition card, so why can't one's gaze be a little more long-term, and directly target those famous companies in the country, or around the world, with a market capitalization of around $50 billion? This will maximize the value of the primary forced acquisition card. Your own harvest can be higher. Well, that's it. Chen Fan made the decision not to use it for now. As for which company shares to use this primary forced acquisition card for, there was still some research to be done, and Chen Fan carefully investigated which company was suitable. If this primary forced acquisition card was utilized properly, it could definitely be of considerable help to Chen Fan in surpassing the Chen family and overthrowing the Jinling Su family. A beginner's forced acquisition card. The effect is this powerful. Then how powerful should an intermediate after forced acquisition, or an advanced forced acquisition card be? Will it be able to just forcefully acquire shares in super major companies with market capitalizations of hundreds of billions, or even hundreds of billions? The more Chen Fan thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. Right now, he was a level 1 system, so he only had primary forced acquisition cards. If he could upgrade to level 2, or level 3, then intermediate forced acquisition cards, or advanced forced acquisition cards would definitely appear. How awesome would it be to get the intermediate, or high-level forced acquisition card for yourself? Chen Fan was excited just thinking about it. For a while, Chen Fan was filled with fighting spirit and was even more eager to upgrade. System, more quests. Chen Fan prayed to the system in his mind. Currently, he had almost scraped together half of the system's experience value for upgrading to level 2, and was not far from upgrading to level 2. At noon, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui took a break as they casually ate a little in the restaurant of the amusement park. Taking advantage of this spare time, Chen Fan began to check online to see what hefty big companies had a market capitalization of around $50 billion. Slowly, Chen Fan had a few goals. Coming out of the restaurant, there happened to be a milk tea store next to it, and Chen Fan went to buy milk tea. The two sisters, Xiao Ruoshui and Xiao Mengmeng, waited outside for a while. Xiao Ruoshui was elegant and sensible. Her temperament was cool and charming. Xiao Mengmeng was quirky and charming. The two Xia sisters stood there. It was hard not to attract attention. Not far away, 3 or 4 youths also noticed the two Xiao Ruoshui sisters, especially the handsome youth at the head of the few, who had a bright spot in his eyes. In the next second, the handsome young man directly left behind a few companions and came in front of the Xiao Ruoshui sisters in an incomparably gentlemanly manner. "Hello, two young ladies. I see you guys standing here and I wonder if there's anything I can do for you?" the handsome young man said enthusiastically. Facing the handsome youth's boring accosting, Xiao Ruoshui directly turned around indifferently and looked to the other side, completely ignoring him. Seeing Xiao Ruoshui like this, the handsome youth looked at Xiao Mengmeng, who responded to him. Only the words in response made the handsome youth extremely embarrassed. "Yes, please mellow out." For a moment, the handsome young man didn't know how to react. At that moment, a few of the handsome youth's companions rushed over to relieve themselves. "Young Han, this beauty is our #1 beauty president of Jiangzhou, MS. Xia." These companions of the handsome youth were obviously Jiangzhou locals and recognized Xiao Ruoshui's identity. "President Xia, this Han Jinyu, Mr. Han, is from a large group in our Zhonghai province, with a very impressive identity and background." A few companions introduced the identity of the handsome young man. "Han Jinyu, a big conglomerate in the province of Zhonghai. Is it great?" Xia Mengmeng opened her mouth in disbelief. "It's just that they are just low-key, even if what the #1 mansion in Zhonghai province are not worthy to mention their shoes to their Xia family. Beauty, you don't know that the large group that Han Xiao's father is a part of is quite special in our Zhonghai province." The companion touted the identity of Han Jinyu. Hearing this, Han Jinyu also raised his chin proudly with a smug look on his face. Stay low, stay low." Han Jinyu waved his hand, and even though his mouth said low-key, the look of pride on his face didn't diminish at all. "President Xia, our young Han's father is the big boss of the Nine Heavens Security Group, the #1 ranked security group in our Zhonghai province. His status is quite prominent. Peers continue to blow up. Which is not the big boss. My father is just the 4th biggest boss of the Nine Heavens Security Group," Han Jinyu replied with incomparable dejection. However, before Han Jinyu's words fell, behind him, a puzzled voice suddenly came. "When did you become my son?" In the next second, under the astonished gazes of several people, Chen Fan slowly walked over. Chapter 75 Learning of Young Group's Plan. Chen Fan takes down Yongtai Real Estate Group completely. "I don't have a son like you." Chen Fan scanned Han Jinyu and shook his head. When Chen Fan said this, he made Han Jinyu angry and Han Jinyu's several companions also changed their faces. "Who are you, daring to speak to Han Xiao like that? How dare you, talking to young Han like that? Who gave you the guts?" Several of Han Jinyu's companions had angrily rebuked Chen Fan. Han Jinyu looked at Chen Fan. His gaze was even colder to the extreme, and he looked like he wanted to make a move. How dare this guy take advantage of himself and try to be his dad? "What do you mean, taking advantage of me?" Han Jinyu was furious. "Taking advantage of you? Obviously you took advantage of me and had to be my son." Chen Fan replied helplessly. He currently had 15% of the shares of the Nine Heavens Security Group, making him the 4th largest owner of the Nine Heavens Security Group. As a result, this kid said, his father is the 4th largest boss of the Nine Heavens Security Group, which is not himself. This guy has to give himself as a son. This is not to take advantage of their own cheap. What is it? Taking advantage of you? Where am I taking advantage of you? Han Jinyu retorted. No. Could it be that you're the 4th largest boss of the Nine Heavens Security Group? Han Jinyu suddenly reacted and said with a slightly trembling voice. He had just lied. His father was indeed the owner of the Nine Heavens Security Group, but it was just ranked 7th, not 4th. He was bragging about his father being the 4th biggest boss in order to play up to a couple of his newfound minions. As for why he bragged about being the 4th biggest boss instead of the 1st and 2nd, the reason is also very simple. The 1st and 2nd biggest bosses of the Nine Heavens Security Group can be found with a little bit of investigation, but ranking the 4th is not so easy to find out, and it's not easy for him to blow his strength to be uncovered. But who could have imagined this now? I am Chen Fan, The fourth largest boss of the Nine Heavens Security Group. Chen Fan nodded. You're the fourth biggest boss. How can that be? Just blow it off? Han Zhenyu said skeptically. Blow? Your last name is Han, so you must be Handa's son. Why don't I give Handa a call? Chen Fan asked. In a flash, Han Zhenyu was scared. The guy in front of him even directly called out his father's name. Definitely a person within the Nine Heavens Security Group. And he also had his father's phone number, and even dared to call his father. There was no doubt that this guy was truly the fourth largest shareholder of the Nine Heavens Security Group. Chen Xiao, Brother Chen, Uncle Chen, I was wrong. Han Zhenyu instantly admitted his mistake, and in order to express his apology, he even put Chen Fan into the same generation as his father and directly called Chen Fan uncle. Snap, snap, snap. After saying that, Han Zhenyu slapped himself fiercely again, and in no time, his face turned red. I deserve to die. I'm not a thing. Beside, seeing this scene, Han Zhenyu's several companions were instantly dumbfounded. What is the situation? Could it be that this guy in front of them was really the fourth largest boss of the Nine Heavens Security Group, and Han Zhenyu had lied to them? Otherwise, why would Han Zhenyu be so scared? Big brother, we are damned if we have eyes to recognize MT. Tai, big brother, we were wrong. Han Zhenyu was like that, and a few of his companions pumped themselves up as well. In an instant, many of the surrounding tourists looked over curiously. Get the hell out of here and don't keep us from having fun. Chen Fan didn't want to be noticed by so many people, and even more so, he didn't want to continue seeing these few eyesores. Yes, it is. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Han Zhenyu's few people rolled and crawled to leave quickly, out of the playground. With Senior Chen around, we won't be afraid of these annoying flies pestering us, Xia Mengmeng lamented. Chen Fan divided the milk tea between the two and continued to stroll around the playground. Halfway, Chen Fan received a call from Wei Jingxiong. Mr. Chen, we've inquired about the Yum Group, Wei Jingxiong said, full of alcohol. Oh, what's going on? Chen Fan inquired. Mr. Chen, your guess was indeed correct. The boss of Yum Group, Kong Baisheng, is indeed an old envy. He said on the surface that he wanted to deal with Phaeton Group, and even intentionally disclosed the news to the public, in order to actually confuse you. Mr. Chen, Wei Jingxiong introduction. The news was something he had managed to extract from his good buddy's friend, that vice president of the Yum Group, by drinking and condescending. Kong Baisheng's true purpose is actually Mr. Chen's Yongtai Real Estate Group. Sure enough, Chen Fan muttered in a low voice. His guess was right. How could the top secret information of Yum Group be leaked out so easily? Their intention to deal with Fei Tang Group was indeed a smokescreen. This time Yum Group also gave themselves a soundbite. Ha! I'm clear. Thanks to Big Brother Wei this time. Next time I have time to invite you to dinner. Chen Fan said politely. It is proper to treat someone to a meal after they help themselves to find out. You're welcome, Mr. Chen. Next time there's something, feel free to contact me. Wei Jingxiong opened his mouth. Wei Jingxiong was clear that Chen Fan was a big man, and his future was even more unlimited. And now that he had the opportunity to hug Mr. Chen's thigh, he was definitely not losing out. Yum Group, Chen Fan muttered in a small voice. It's not easy for Kong Baisheng to deal with Yongtai Real Estate Group. Thinking about it, Chen Fan also sent out a few messages for the people of Yongtai Real Estate Group to make some preparations. It's a pity that it's not the first major shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, or the president, or it would be more convenient to arrange it. Chen Fan spoke with a bit of regret. He was currently only the second largest shareholder, as well as the vice president, and giving orders within the Yongtai Real Estate Group wouldn't be as easy as the president, or the chairman of the board. After the arrangement, Chen Fan's trio continued to stroll around the amusement park. Soon, the trio's eyes were drawn to an even more exciting item up ahead. Sister, Senior Chen, let's go play this program. Xia Mengmeng jumped at the chance. The project in front of you is the famous vertical roller coaster. This vertical roller coaster in front of them, the highest drop reached more than 50 meters, almost equivalent to the height of a 20-story building, but also has a vertical dive close to 90 degrees. Quite exciting. Mo, are you sure it's okay? After what she had just experienced, Xia Ruoshui couldn't help but ask. Of course it's no problem. It was just an accident. I ride roller coasters all the time. It's a piece of cake. Xia Mengmeng bragged carefully. Put it on sister. Senior Chen, this roller coaster ride. I'm definitely the calmest and most collected one. Sister and Senior Chen are definitely not as good as me. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding! Mission release, experience a vertical roller coaster. Mission reward, 4% of the shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group, becoming the first major shareholder and chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Mission reward, 51 experience points. Chapter 76 Acquisition of Shares in Patek Philippe, the world's top luxury brand and the king of wristwatches. The system's voice came again. Ha! Chen Fan's eyes lit up. The system is really humanized. Coming back to the mission so soon. Before lunch, he was still praying that the system would come with more quests so that he could upgrade to level 2 faster. And now the challenge had come again. Moreover, he himself had just spat that he was not the first major shareholder of Wingtai Real Estate Group, and it was a bit troublesome for him to arrange to deal with Yum Yum Group and the company. As a result, now, the system directly allowed himself to become the chairman and the first major shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, which was really great. How about it? Sister, Senior Chen, do you dare? Xia Mengmeng opened her mouth. What's there to be afraid of? Is that you don't have a wimpy moment? Chen Fan opened his mouth. It was an accident just now. I definitely won't wimp out this time. I'll be the calmest one. Xia Mengmeng huffed and crossed her arms, retorting. All three were fine with it, so they came and started going straight to this vertical roller coaster. This program is more exciting than the jumping machine. The three of them soon got on the roller coaster. Compared to the last time, this time Xia Mengmeng was even more excited, and even dared to brag and fool around in front of Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui. Senior Chen, let's see who's the calmest in a while. It's definitely me. Before long, the vertical roller coaster started up and slowly came to the highest point, the one that was almost vertical. After a brief pause, the coaster lurched downward in a vertical dive. I don't want to play. Mom! Xia Mengmeng was scared out of her wits the moment she descended, tears coming out of her eyes. After sitting on the roller coaster, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui just some emotion, but Xia Mengmeng legs body but directly soft. Was Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui assisted out, came to the side to slow down for a while. At that moment, the system's voice came. Ding! Experience vertical roller coaster. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on acquiring 4% of the shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Becoming the first major shareholder and chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group, the share acquisition contract has been placed in your villa study. Please pay attention to check. Congratulations on gaining 51 experience points. Mission accomplished. From now on, Chen Fan completely took down Yongtai Real Estate Group, becoming the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group, and the first major shareholder. With this level of identity, Chen Fan was more comfortable dealing with Yum Yum Group. Chen Fan once again took out his cell phone and gave a direct order in his capacity as chairman of the board. After arranging all this, Chen Fan went online and continued to research his own primary forced acquisition card goal. This time, Chen Fan intended to come up with a big one. It turns out that the total company assets of top supercar brands like Bugatti and Pagani are not that high. Upon looking up some information, Chen Fan couldn't help but mutter, "These world's top supercar brands." It turns out that the total assets are only a few billion, tens of billions of dollars. For example, the owner of Pagani is worth only a few billion. Acquiring a stake in one of these companies, Bugatti, Pagani, is not cost-effective. Chen Fan gave up and continued browsing. In the end, Chen Fan's goal was placed on top of several of the world's top luxury brands. For example, most of the familiar luxury brands, Rolex, Tiffany, etc., have company market capitalizations in the high tens of billions of dollars. Unfortunately, one's primary forced acquisition card could only acquire groups with total assets or market capitalization of around $50 billion, and the total assets of these companies were a bit too high to meet the regulations. Chen Fan continued to look, just when Chen Fan was very disappointed. Not so suitable. A more famous brand, into the eyes of Chen Fan in the middle. After seeing this brand, Chen Fan instantly made the decision to just forcefully acquire it. And the name of this company that made Chen Fan make a decision immediately without hesitation, Patek Philippe. Patek Philippe, the world's finest watch brand, is recognized as the king of watches. Patek Philippe was founded in the 19th century, more than 200 years ago, and at the same time, it is also a symbol of top status and position, much loved by royals of various countries, all kinds of big shots and tycoons. Patek Philippe is ranked 238th in the 16th edition of the world's top 500 brands. Patek Philippe is ranked 208th in the 17th edition of the world's top 500 brands. For the last 2 consecutive years, the Hurun Research Institute announced the Hurun Dasha 10 Millionaires Brand Tendency Report. Dasha HNWI's most favored watch brands. Patek Philippe ranked first. Of all the watch brands, Patek Philippe's influence and status is unquestionably number 1. Even among all the top luxury brands in the world, Patek Philippe still ranks high. What's more, Patek Philippe's market capitalization has been fluctuating between $50 and $60 billion, and is currently around $50 billion, which is just right for Chen Fan's conditions, and compared to the few brands he had looked at before, like Tiffany and so on, Chen Fan liked it more and wanted to get the shares of Patek Philippe more. What's the hesitation if you can become a shareholder of the dang Patek Philippe company? The other companies are nothing compared to taking a 4% stake in Patek Philippe. Utilizing the primary forced acquisition card and acquiring the shares of Patek Philippe company is definitely the most cost-effective and the best option. Bar none. Shareholder of Patek Philippe company is definitely the most powerful and impressive identity of Chen Fan. What's the hesitation here? Just do it. Thinking about it, Chen Fan couldn't wait to tap into the system backpack and find the primary forced acquisition card. After finding it, Chen Fan immediately clicked on use. Ding! Please enter the name of the company to be acquired by force. The system popped up with a prompt. Patek Philippe and Company. While Chen Fan entered meticulously, he was thrilled inwardly. After typing it in, Chen Fan quickly clicked OK. Forced acquisition of 4% of Patek Philippe's shares in. Immediately afterward, the primary forced acquisition card kicked in. Hopefully there won't be any problems. In Chen Fan's expectant gaze, a little bit of time passed. After a few dozen seconds passed, the system came out with another alert. Chapter 77 Disconnect Day 17. Bonus Bankruptcy Card. Ding! Patek Philippe has successfully acquired 4% of the shares of Patek Philippe. Congratulations on becoming a shareholder of Patek Philippe. Patek Philippe will send someone to sign the contract within 5 days. Please pay attention to the time of arrangement. Chen Fan's acquisition of Patek Philippe company shares successful. From now on, Chen Fan was a shareholder of the titular Patek Philippe company, adding another rather impressive identity. Just the contract has not yet arrived, but also only need to wait a few days. Waiting for Patek Philippe company people over. Chen Fan signed a can. At this moment, Chen Fan's face was filled with a smile. Happy. Shareholder in Patek Philippe, which is definitely the most awesome status one can have at the moment. The junior forced acquisition card is so good. System, when you have the chance, let's have a few more primary forced acquisition cards. Chen Fan said in his heart. He wanted to upgrade the system to level 2 or level 3, and it would take some time now. But another primary forced acquisition card wouldn't have to wait so long. If he could have a few more primary forced acquisition cards, that could make him the number one of Patek Philippe. No, it didn't have to be that high. Even if he became the third largest shareholder of the Patek Philippe company, Chen Fan would be very happy. After Chen Fan finished speaking, there was no response from the system. System, if you don't respond, I'll take that as a yes. Let's just happily decide. Chen Fan unilaterally declared that the system agreed. Having gotten the shares of the Patek Philippe company, Chen Fan was in a ridiculously good mood, and the few people continued to play at the playground. At 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Chen Fan and the others left. Senior Chen, why don't we not eat out tonight and you work hard? Xia Mengmeng's big watery eyes looked at Chen Fan with a pleading look. Yeah, can we have another barbecue tonight? Xia Ruoshui also asked with great anticipation. The last time she ate barbecue at Chen Fan's place, Xia Ruoshui was also a bit nostalgic. Have a barbecue. No problem. Chen Fan readily agreed. After saying that, the three of them went straight to the supermarket and bought a lot of ingredients. In the evening, the trio had a barbecue. During the barbecue, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui chatted about Yum Yum Group. Chen Fan knew quite a bit about Yum Group from Xia Ruoshui, especially after Xia Ruoshui knew that the Yum Yum Group was actually going to lay hands on Chen Fan. Xia Ruoshui's pretty face was immediately covered in frost. Yum Yum. Xia Ruoshui spoke icily. Chen Fan, I have an idea. An idea suddenly surfaced in Xia Ruoshui's mind. If Yum has pulled a soundbite, why can't we have a dark one? Xia Ruoshui said mysteriously to Chen Fan. Darkness? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows, somewhat not understanding Xia Ruoshui's words. Isn't Yum Group going to deal with your Yongtai Real Estate Group? So you should play along with Yum Group and intentionally stalemate with Yum Group for a while, so that Yum Group will have no time to worry about other things and put all of its energy and attention on your Yongtai Real Estate Group. Xia Ruoshui suggested. Then well, our Xia's group, the Yum Group suddenly launched an attack. At that time, the Yum Group's all the energy in the Yongtai Real Estate Group. I suddenly struck. Absolutely can kill the Yum Group a surprise. In the end, we'll join forces and completely overthrow Yum. Ha! Hearing this suggestion from Xia Ruoshui, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Good idea. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Ruoshui was worthy of being a strong woman. Indeed powerful. How about it? Senior Chen, my sister is smart and virtuous, isn't she? If you marry my sister back home, she'll definitely be a virtuous wife. I just don't know if it'll be cheaper for that man. Next to him, Xia Mengmeng said as if she had a point. Being praised so much by her sister, Xia Ruoshui was a bit embarrassed. I was a little tired after a long day of fun tonight, so I went back to rest after the barbecue. On a new day, not long after Chen Fan got up, he received a message from the president of the Nine Heavens Security Group that the retired top special forces soldiers he had arranged to specialize in tracking would be arriving in Jiangzhou soon, asking where they were going to meet Chen Fan. "Let them go to my estate at." Chen Fan thought for a moment and replied. Many people knew that Chen Fan lived in the Royal View Villa, while very few people knew about his own piece of manner. Chen Fan was not sure if there would be any hidden agenda behind the mysterious disappearance of his parents. So the news that he had arranged for these top-notch retired special forces to search for his parents must be kept secret. It's better to meet them at their own estate. After saying that, Chen Fan drove alone first and went straight to his manor. 40 minutes later, Chen Fan was at the manor and met the 3 retired special forces. "Hello, Mr. Chen." "Hello, Mr. Chen." The 3 men opened their mouths. These 3 people stood there. Each of them seemed to contain infinite power within their bodies. And at a glance, they were not the ordinary kind of people. "Hello guys." Chen Fan opened his mouth and then introduced them to this mission. Listening to Chen Fan, these 3 were not too surprised. Finding people, this was considered their best ability. "Mr. Chen, it's more than a year apart. So investigating it, I guess it will be difficult. So it will take some time." The tiger-backed man at the head of the 3 said seriously to Chen Fan. "Well, I can wait as long as it takes for you guys to find it, even if you find the slightest hint of it." Chen Fan nodded. "During the process, if you have any difficulties, you can contact me at any time, and I will use all my resources, as well as my connections to help you. All you have to do is find the person, or check out the clues. Don't be afraid to offend anyone or anything. I'll back you up, and I'll be responsible for anything that goes wrong." Chen Fan gave them a peace of mind, not to burden them with anything. "Good, please don't worry, Mr. Chen, we'll take care of the matter." The 3 nodded. Chen Fan took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the man with the tiger's back. "Mr. Chen, this." The 3 were a little taken aback. "There's $15 million on this card, of which $10 million is for your hard work during this time, and $5 million for the cost of your search," Chen Fan explained. Chen Fan knows the importance of benefits. Without some benefits, why would people go all out? Why would they spare no effort to sell their lives to you? $10 million? That's too much. You're too polite. Mr. Chen, you'd better take it back. The 3 of them hastily refused. Mr. Chen's first offer was $15 million, and $10 million of it was even their hard-earned money, which was too atmospheric. That's $10 million. That's more than they make in a year. Take it in peace. This is just the beginning. If you can find someone, I'll give you another 10 times the bonus, and that's 10 times each. Chen Fan spoke again and set a reward for them. 10 times the bonus. Wouldn't that be $100 million? As long as they can find someone, each of them will get $100 million, and with that amount of money, they can be wealth-free straight away. Mr. Chen is atmospheric. A few people were instantly motivated. Please don't worry, Mr. Chen, even if it means going up a mountain of knives or down a sea of fire, we will definitely find it. Yes, please don't worry, Mr. Chen. Several people opened their mouths, showing their loyalty to Chen Fan, and in the future, they would listen to Mr. Chen's orders in the company. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction and added the contact information of the 3 of them respectively. Okay, you guys go ahead and contact me immediately if you have any news, Chen Fan ordered. Yes, the 3 left immediately, split the money and then quickly split up and moved. I hope you guys don't let me down. Chen Fan opened his mouth. There were still special tasks left to complete, and when they were done, Chen Fan would be able to successfully become the #1 boss of the Nine Heavens Security Group. At that time, he would have more power within the Nine Heavens Security Group, and he would pick more people to look for. He just doesn't believe it. The top retired special forces in the entire Zhonghai province, and still can't find any traces. Mom and Dad, I will find you. Chen Fan made up his mind. Suddenly, the system's voice came. Ding, 17th day of severance? Rewarded with a primary bankruptcy card. Chapter 78, getting a killer weapon against the Chen family. The Chen family started to go after Chen Fan. Primary bankruptcy card? What is this? Looking at today's new rewards, Chen Fan was surprised, but the primary forced acquisition card that I got yesterday had a huge effect, so this primary bankruptcy card shouldn't be easy either. Chen Fan found the notes and looked. When Chen Fan understood the function of this elementary bankruptcy card, he felt extraordinarily surprised. Primary bankruptcy card, which can cause any company with a market capitalization or total assets of $50 billion or less to suffer a loss of $3 billion at once, as long as it was utilized properly. This elementary bankruptcy card was a killer mace in Chen Fan's hands, and it was also a killer mace against the Chen family. At first glance, The primary bankruptcy card seems to do just that after all. For an industry with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars, a $3 billion loss, while not insignificant, would never reach the point of bankruptcy. But the question is when to use this junior bankruptcy card. If it was an ordinary time period, the effect of using the elementary bankruptcy card would be just that. At most, the business would be slightly injured. However, if the primary bankruptcy card is suddenly used at the most dangerous and turbulent time for this business, the effect can be different. At the most turbulent and dangerous time for a company, an extra $3 billion in losses at once is absolutely fatal, and is equivalent to giving a fatal blow to the enemy when he is in the most critical situation and making up the last cut. Far from it. Let's talk about Yum. Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui were going to join forces together to deal with Yum Group, when Yum Group was attacked from the back. At the time when Yum Group was in the most difficult and dangerous situation, Chen Fan suddenly used the primary bankruptcy card to give Yum Group a fatal blow, and Yum Group would surely be directly finished. Of course, that's just an analogy. This time, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui joined forces. Yum Group had absolutely no chance of winning, so there was no need for Chen Fan to use the primary bankruptcy card. As the top-mentioned Jinling Su family assets are very horrible, primary bankruptcy card certainly cannot give Jinling Su family fatal blow. At least two, intermediate bankruptcy card, or senior bankruptcy card, directly let the Jinling Su family loss of tens of billions of dollars, or even tens of billions of dollars, to be able to. And this, primary bankruptcy card, against the Chen family, could be too perfect. In particular, if it was used against the Chen family's pillar industry, the Chen Capital Group, it would definitely have an unexpected effect. After cleaning up Yum Group, Chen Fan would immediately turn his spear to deal with Chen Capital Group. Chen Fan had previously studied the Chen family's asset structure, and he felt that instead of going after the Chen family's unimportant industries, it would be better to go straight for the hard stuff. When the Chen Capital Group was pushed to the brink of extinction, Chen Fan directly utilized the primary bankruptcy card to give Chen Capital Group one last stab. Chen's Capital Group is one of the Chen family's most pillar industries, is incredibly important to the Chen family. If Chen's Capital Group went bankrupt, it would definitely be a huge loss to the Chen family, a real hemorrhage, and can definitely really make the Chen family vomit blood. This beginner bankruptcy card can definitely give the Chen family, as well as Elder Chen, a huge surprise, making them happy. Nice. Chen Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. It looked like the system had heard his prayers. Although the primary forced acquisition card didn't appear again today, it was good that a killer, primary bankruptcy card, had appeared that could help Chen Fan deal with the Chen family. What Chen Fan was most looking forward to now was to do more quests and upgrade the system to level 2 earlier to get higher level special cards. With things settled, Chen Fan returned to the Royal View Villa. At this moment, Xia Mengmeng and Xia Ruoshui had already packed up. The system's special mission hadn't been completed yet. As long as it was completed, Chen Fan was the one who would become the #1 boss of the Nine Heavens Security Group. Chen Fan had to hurry up. Senior Chen, you went out? Xia Mengmeng opened her mouth. Chen Fan casually found a reason. I went to buy some ingredients. So we'll go out again after dinner later. But where are we going this afternoon? Where to? Xia Ruoshui shook her head. On top of career, company development. Xia Ruoshui was very vocal, but not so good at playing. Xia Mengmeng was lost in thought. By the way, sis, didn't you say you'd teach me to play golf last time? Let's find a golf course this afternoon. Summer Mo suggested. Yesterday's fun was too exciting. How about we calm down a little later today? Could be. Xia Ruoshui nodded. Then we'll go to the Observatory Hill International Golf Course. Chen Fan finally decided that it would be more convenient to go to his own territory. Just as Chen Fan and the Xia sisters were conferring, in Jiangzhou, the doorbell of a luxurious villa rang. Yang Shengping, once the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group and now the second largest shareholder, opened the door to his room. At this moment, he only saw that in front of his villa door, it was densely filled with black-clothed thugs, and at the very front, there were two middle-aged men with playful smiles on their faces. One of them was none other than Chen Jinping, the fourth son of Elder Chen of the luxurious Chen family, while the other bald tattooed man, with a fierce face, was not one to be messed with at a glance. Boss Yang, right? Let me introduce my humble self, Chen Jinping, the core person of the Chen family in Jiangzhou. After saying that, Chen Jinping solemnly introduced the bald man next to him. And this is Yan Zhoubin, Big Brother Yan. Yan Zhoubin, the famous Master Yan? Knowing the identity of the bald man, Yang Shengping was shocked. Yan Zhoubin, one of the top big men in Jiangzhou, short-tempered, said to have countless professional fighters under his command, much stronger than Wei Jingxiong. In the underground world of Zhengzhou, almost no one dares to mess with Boss Yang. Mr. Chen and I came to visit you, and you just let us stand here? Yan Zhoubin said with dissatisfaction. Well, come on in. Although very reluctant, Yang Shengping didn't dare to offend the famous Master Yan and could only invite him and Chen Jinping inside. I heard that Chen Fan that snatched the identity of Boss Yang Yongtai Real Estate Group's first major shareholder off. As soon as he came in, Chen Jinping opened the door. This time, Chen Jinping's action was to carry out that vicious plan of Elder Chen. Elder Chen felt that Chen Fan's biggest dependence now was the Yongtai Real Estate Group. And the reason why Chen Fan dared to go against their Chen family was because of the Yongtai Real Estate Group's power. Yongtai Real Estate Group was Chen Fan's foundation, the most important industry. Therefore, if you want to ruin Chen Fan in one go and make Chen Fan lose everything, you have to solve the problem from the root. That is, from the side of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Once he was without the support of the Yongtai Real Estate Group, Chen Fan would fall further and further until he came back on his knees, begging for their forgiveness, and thinking of the fact that Chen Fan knew Wei Jingxiong, a big shot in Zhengzhou, so Elder Yang asked his fourth son Chen Jinping to step in and execute his plan. After all, his fourth son knew Yan Zhoubin, an underground big shot who was even more powerful than Wei Jingxiong, to be snatched away from the control of Yongtai Real Estate Group just like that. Boss Yang, if I were you I definitely couldn't endure it. How about cooperating with our Chen family to deal with Chen Fan together? Chen Jinping invites. Chapter 79, the Chen family's plot to catch Chen Fan off guard. Sure enough, the Chen family was here because of Mr. Chen. Yang Shengping sneered inwardly. When he saw the Chen family coming, he guessed their purpose. I'm sorry, I'm not involved in the fight between your Chen family and Mr. Chen. Yang Shengping opened his mouth. Although Mr. Chen had robbed him of the identity of the first major shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, Yang Shengping did not resent Chen Fan at all, but instead was somewhat happy. Although he was the first major shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group before, his ability was limited and there was no way for him to lead Yongtai Real Estate Group further. However, with Mr. Chen signing a contract with Wanheng Software Group, and even becoming friends with the boss of Wanheng Software Group, they, the top management of the company, all knew about Mr. Chen's ability. Now that Mr. Chen has become the first major shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, he can definitely help the group go further. And in the future, it is possible to raise the company's market capitalization to 40 billion, or even 50 billion. Mr. Chen's potential is unlimited. As one of the company's major shareholders, his value would rise as the company's market value rose, and the better Chen led the company, the more he earned. Being able to make more money, he naturally supports Mr. Chen with both hands and won't go against him. The name of a first major shareholder, and the goods of more than $1 billion, or even more benefits. Choose which. There is hesitation? Mr. Yang is quite generous. Chen Jinping opened his mouth. But well, if Mr. Yang can cooperate with our Chen family, we can directly hollow out Chen Fan, or even directly remove Chen Fan as the chairman of the Yongtai Real Estate Group. And at that time, we can also help Mr. Yang to sit back as the #1 shareholder. Is Mr. Yang really not impressed? Not heartily. Yang Shengping shook his head. Seeing that the other party was like this, Chen Jinping quietly revealed a little secret to the other party. In the past 2 days, our Chen family has convinced several of your Yongtai Real Estate Group's shareholders as long as Mr. Yang agrees, it's easy to hollow out Chen Fan, or even dismiss him. Chen Jinping incited again. No, you two, I have some business to attend to. Please. Yang Shengping got up and gave his expulsion order. Ungrateful thing. Yan Zhoubin suddenly spoke. Old Chen, since this guy is refusing to drink until he's done, let's not be polite with him. Yan Zhoubin's patience ran out. Boss Yang, I've already made a courtesy first. If you don't agree, then don't blame me. Come in. The next second, one of Yan Zhoubin's men came in with a bunch of photos in his hands. See for yourself. Yan Zhoubin asked his men to pass the photo to Yang Shengping. Yang Shengping took the photo and immediately froze. What do you guys mean by this? Yang Shengping panicked. In this photo is none other than his daughter, who is in college in another city in the province of Central Sea. Our men have investigated all of your daughter's whereabouts, as well as her residence out of town, and I've sent a dozen of my men to ambush the surrounding area. If you agree to team up with old Chen and deal with that little brat Chen Fan, I'll guarantee your daughter's safety. But if you don't agree to work with old Chen, then I'm sorry, I can't guarantee your daughter's safety. Yan Zhoubin tore his face and directly threatened Yang Shengping. Boo! How dare you kidnap my daughter in broad daylight? Yang Shengping slammed the table and angrily rebuked Yan Zhoubin. You said you? Yan Zhoubin smiled mysteriously. Yang Shengping suddenly realized. Other people are not good to say? Yan Jiobin really dare. His black history can be too much. Only the last few years washed white. I'll give you one last chance. Do you agree to work with old Chen? Yan Jiobin threatened in a stern voice. Think about your daughter's safety. After a long time, Yang Shengping sighed softly and gave in. Hey, I promised to cooperate with the Chen family to deal with Chen Fan within the company and hollow him out. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. Yang Shengping apologized to Chen Fan in his mind. Ha ha ha, that's right. Yan Jiobin laughed out loud. Next to him, Chen Jinping also had a satisfied smile on his face. Old Yan's tactics were just fine. We're moving tomorrow. Let's do this. Chen Jinping began to arrange up. Tomorrow will be a direct action. Do not wait for Chen Fan to react. Completely empty Chen Fan. And remove Chen Fan Yongtai Real Estate Group chairman position. By the time Chen Fan knew it, everything was finalized. Being backstabbed by his own people. When the time comes to lose the Yongtai Real Estate Group as a dependency, Chen Fan is absolutely in pain. Ha 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 ha. The more he thought about it, the more pleased Chen Jinping became. Cut off relations with their Chen family. Little you are now in the end. You asked for it. In the afternoon, Chen Fan and Xiaoruoshui also arrived at the Guanshan International Golf Course. It was the weekend and the place was extraordinarily crowded, and those who came a little late even ran out of courts to use. However, as the owner of this place, once Chen Fan came, he directly took one of the best pitches and used it with the two Xiaoruoshui sisters. They had been playing for a while. However, when, not far away, the sound of a brawl suddenly came. The best course you have here is for 3 people to play on, and I have a dozen people over there, and you've set me up on such a bad one. A slightly chubby man in his 30s disgruntledly berated a nearby staff member of the Guanshan International Golf Course. I'm still your top member here, and this is how you treat me? Being said so by the slightly chubby man, the staff looked at the leisurely Chen Fan's side again, and for a while, they didn't know how to respond. Chen Fan had only been here once after getting the Guanshan International Golf Course, and the vast majority of the staff here did not recognize Chen Fan. It's probably because people come a little earlier. Staff explanation. Oof. The slightly chubby man pressed his disbelief and quickly came to Chen Fan in front of them. Today, I'll cover all your expenses at the Guanshan International Golf Course. How about you let me have this course and you guys go play at that regular course of ours? The slightly chubby man said to Chen Fan with incomparable bravado. He's got an important social engagement today. He's got to have the best course. Not good. Chen Fan shook his head. Then I'll give you another 100,000. No. $500,000. You give me the position, okay? The slightly chubby man looked like he was rich and wanted to hit Chen Fan with money. Step aside and leave us alone. Chen Fan waved his hand impatiently. They were having a good time when this ungrateful guy suddenly came over to smash money. Annoying. $1 million? The slightly chubby man continued to drop money. Seeing that Chen Fan still reacted, the slightly chubby man proudly brought out his killer weapon. I can know the owner of the Guanshan International Golf Course. We are still good friends. Don't force me to call him. The slightly chubby man threatened Chen Fan if he had a point. Oh, you know the owner of the Guanshan International Golf Course? Chen Fan was amused. How he didn't know he had such a good friend. You don't believe me? Do you believe I'll call him right away? The slightly chubby man took out his cell phone and screamed. Sir, don't. How can you trouble the boss with such a small thing? The staff member who followed him over hurriedly stopped the slightly chubby man, fearing that he would really call his boss. But the more the staff blocked, the more the slightly chubby man fooled around. Well, do you promise to give me the place for $1 million? The slightly chubby man questioned Chen Fan. If you don't say yes, you call right away. Once I contact the owner of the Guanshan International Golf Course, he won't let you off so easily for my sake, and will definitely pull you into the blacklist of the Guanshan International Golf Course and never be able to come back. The slightly chubby man said arrogantly. Really? Then you fight. Don't you dare fight. Chen Fan responded indifferently. You. Seeing that Chen Fan was like this and still wouldn't let go, the slightly chubby man was a bit uptight. Okay, that's what you said. One thing was for sure. He really did know the owner of the Guanshan International Golf Course. Only technically, it was the former owner. Not long ago, the Guanshan International Golf Course changed to a new owner. He just threw the former owner, got the phone number of the current owner of the Guanshan International Golf Course, but has not taken the initiative to contact each other. Just now he wanted to scare Chen Fan, so that Chen Fan was afraid. No difficult to retreat, and sell the stadium to him. But now, being so provoked by Chen Fan, it was difficult for him to ride the tiger, and it was impossible for him not to make the call. He felt that with his status, the former owner of the Guanshan International Golf Course had given himself face, so how could the current owner also give himself this face? Kid, once the call comes through, You're just going to have to be a good boy and hand over the stadium and get thrown out. The slightly chubby man spoke rapidly to Chen Fan while dialing the phone number of the current owner of the Guanshan International Golf Course. However, before the micro-chubby man's words fell, in the next second, Chen Fan's cell phone rang. Chapter 80, Chen Fan's Expectations. The Importance of a Strong Intelligence Network. Hearing Chen Fan's cell phone ringing, the slightly chubby man remained calm and didn't feel anything. It was just a coincidence. Under his gaze, Chen Fan picked up the phone and smiled. Hello. Immediately afterward, Chen Fan's voice came out from the slightly chubby man's cell phone. Chen Fan's words were like a thunderbolt that exploded in the slightly chubby man's ears. And Chen Fan's smile, which was obviously so bright, was so terrifying in the eyes of the slightly chubby man. You. The slightly chubby man was so frightened he couldn't even speak. Next to him, the staff member was also surprised. What's the situation? Aren't you looking for the owner of the Guanshan International Golf Course? He's already standing here. What do you want with him? Chen Fan looked at the slightly chubby man. You're really the owner of Guanshan International Golf Course? The slightly chubby man asked with a trembling voice, incredulity written all over his face. What? Do I have to prove it? Chen Fan replied. Chen Fan's voice once again came from the phone. The chubby man cautiously looked at the cell phone. He labeled it as indeed Guanshan International Golf Course. New boss Chen Fan is indeed not wrong. After all that, he bragged about it. And it turned out that people were right in front of him. In an instant, the slightly fat man felt groundless. At the moment he was buckling his toes against the ground. And he couldn't wait for this hole in the ground to be drilled into. It's so embarrassing. That boss Chen. The slightly chubby man tried to squeeze out a smile that was worse than tears, trying to defend himself. Didn't you say that as soon as the call was answered, I'd be blacklisted and thrown out by the owner of the Observatory Hill International Golf Course? Why? Come on. Chen Fan looked at the slightly chubby man. Mr. Chen. It's not that. The slight man explained for himself apprehensively. Put him, and all those associated with him, on our blacklist at the Guanshan International Golf Course, and get him out now. Chen Fan looked at the staff member and returned the favor in his own way. The staff froze and immediately nodded. Yes, boss. Hearing Chen Fan's words, the slightly chubby man was instantly scared. It didn't matter if he was pulled into the blacklist, but if other people related to him were pulled into the blacklist together, it would be over. Without waiting for the slight man to say anything, the staff had already shooed him away. Not only him, but also the dozen or so guests who came along with the slightly chubby man were also blacklisted and driven out of the Guanshan International Golf Course. These guests have disgruntled questioned the staff. When they learned that it was because the slightly chubby man asked for it, one was infuriated. This is the end of our partnership. Don't contact me again. It's bad luck for me to know you. These guests had turned their anger on the microfat man. These people were his customers and such, and were quite important to the microfat man. Having offended so many people at once, his business is considered completely finished. No. The slightly chubby man directly collapsed to the ground. His heart was like death. It was over. He was really over. Inside the Guanshan International Golf Course, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui they continued to play golf. Xiao Ruoshui taught her sister to play golf, and Chen Fan watched from the side. When suddenly, the cell phone suddenly rang. Wei Jingxiong called. Chen Fan had just picked it up when Wei Jingxiong's hurried voice suddenly came. Young Chen, something happened to you there. I just got the news. Huh? What's the situation? Chen Fan asked cautiously. It's like this, young Chen. My people just reported that the Chen family's oldest, together with Jiangzhou's top underground bigwig Yan Zhoubin, went to Yang Jinping, the major shareholder of the Yongtai Real Estate Group. Wei Jingxiong said to Chen Fan. So I sent someone to investigate again, and found that in the past 2 days' time, the Chen family's oldest four and Yan Zhoubin also went to a few other Yongtai Real Estate Group shareholders together. I'm guessing that the Chen family is 80% going to start with the Yongtai Real Estate Group to deal with you. Young Chen, Wei Jingxiong judged. Over the years, Wei Jingxiong had operated an incomparably large intelligence network in Jiangzhou, and there were his people in many important places in Jiangzhou. Wei Jingxiong learned this information from his intelligence network. From the Wingate Real Estate Group? Chen Fan muttered in a small voice. Ever since he had successfully sniped at the Chen family and snatched away Elder Chen's Wanheng Software Group's project, the Chen family had been very quiet for the past 2 days. This was very counterintuitive. And with Elder Chen's character, he was absolutely unable to swallow this breath. Chen Fan also guessed that the Chen family was up to something, so he contacted Chen Wenjing last night as well. Unfortunately, this time, Master Chen's actions were kept secret to the extreme. Not to mention Chen Wenjing, even Master Chen's several sons and daughters did not know. He didn't expect that today he would get positive news from Wei Jingxiong. Big Brother Wei's intelligence network is really good. Chen Fan sighed. This intelligence network of Wei Jingxiong's is quite good. Several times the important news was learned by Wei Jingxiong through his intelligence network and then told to Chen Fan. The intelligence network that Wei Jingxiong has been running for over a decade is so useful. It would be nice to have a large intelligence network myself. Being praised so much by Chen Fan, Wei Jingxiong also smiled. This intelligence network, but in the last 10 years, he was the most proud of his work. You're welcome. This intelligence network of mine is now also owned by young Chen. Wei Jingxiong responded seriously. He was completely determined to fall on Chen Fan's thighs and side with Chen Fan, not hesitating to tear his face off with the Chen family. Wei Jingxiong felt that whether or not he could go further and soar to the top depended on Chen Xiao. But although Wei Jingxiong said so, after all, this intelligence network was not Chen Fan's own, and it was very inconvenient. Wei Jingxiong continued. Chen Xiao, I've continued to send people to poke around to see if I can find out what exactly the Chen family and those few Yongtai Real Estate Group shareholders are plotting. I think it's a big problem. I trust my intelligence network. Chapter 81, Day 18 of Severing Ties, Rewarding a Top Private Detective Agency. Don't worry, young Chen. I'll notify you as soon as I have news. Okay, thanks a lot. Big brother Wei. Chen Fan thanked. In that case, when this matter is over, I'll treat Big Brother Wei to dinner. Chen Fan did have to thank Wei Jingxiong properly. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan also sent a few messages, especially to Chen Wenjing, trying to find a way to find out about this secret operation of the Chen family now. Figure out a way to get a huge intelligence network or something like that yourself. Chen Fan muttered in his mind. Planning. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding. Promise Xia Mengmeng to go out with both Xia sisters and have a nice weekend. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on obtaining 12% ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group, becoming the top-ranked person in the Nine Heavens Security Group, and becoming the new president of the Nine Heavens Security Group. Congratulations on gaining 67 experience points. With the 12% ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group in hand, along with what Chen Fan had gotten before, Chen Fan already owned 27% of the shares of the Nine Heavens Security Group. There was only 23% left from Chen Fan's small goal of taking 50% ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group. As long as the system rewarded him a few more times or a few more missions, Chen Fan would be able to completely Nine Heavens Security Group. Now, however, by becoming the first major shareholder and president of the Nine Heavens Security Group, Chen Fan's power and influence within the Nine Heavens Security Group would also be greatly increased. In the future, Chen Fan could casually mobilize all the ordinary bodyguards of the Nine Heavens Security Group. As for the three top special teams, the first major shareholder of the Nine Heavens Security Group can have the right to mobilize one of them on their own, which is considered to be the company's internal regulations into a clear text. As for wanting to mobilize all three special squads, it was still necessary for the company's executives to agree, and Chen Fan alone was not yet able to do so, unless Chen Fan completely took more than 50% of the ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group. At that time, Chen Fan would be considered to have complete control over the Nine Heavens Security Group, and could mobilize the three top-level special teams on his own at his complete whim. With the special task completed, Chen Fan was in a much better mood. The time was still early. While playing golf, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui talked more about how to join forces and clamp down on Yum Group back and forth. A little bit of time passed, and suddenly, news of Chen Wenjing came. Chen Wenjing had poked around and found out that this action was planned by Elder Chen, and executed by Elder Chen Jinping alone, and that in the entire Chen family. Only the two of them knew the specifics. As for the rest, Chen Wenjing was not clear. She had no way to directly ask Master Chen and Chen Jinping, and even if she asked, Master Chen would not be able to say the specific plan. Master Chen did not even tell the other several sons, let alone Chen Wenjing, the granddaughter. Chen Wenjing didn't make much progress here, but at Wei Jingxiong's place, there was important news coming in. Chen's secrecy measures to the extreme, but 100 secrets will have a slip. Chen's own control is very good, but forget Yan Zhoubin there. Yan Zhoubin's side of the secrecy measures are very poor. Wei Jingxiong just spent a little money from Yan Zhoubin, a few minions, to buy the specific information. So Wei Jingxiong told Chen Fan all about what Chen family's senior and Yan Zhoubin had done in the past few days, as well as sending people to Yang Shengping's daughter's place and threatening Yang Shengping with the safety of Yang Shengping's daughter. Not only Yang Shengping, but also the other two shareholders who had no choice but to cooperate with each other because of Yan Zhoubin's threat. Thanks a lot, Big Brother Wei, Chen Fan replied. At this moment, he felt even more how important a strong intelligence network was. It's really nice to have a huge intelligence network of your own. Young Chen, what are you going to do? Wei Jingxiong inquired. Although his intelligence network is very strong, but if he has to fight hard with Yan Zhoubin, he can't do it. He and Yan Zhoubin are not at the same level. The difference is too much. Don't forget my relationship with the Nine Skies Security Group, Chen Fan replied. Now that he had become the #1 boss of the Nine Heavens Security Group, as well as the president, he wasn't afraid of any underground bigwig Yan Jiobin. More than fighters, more than people, Chen Fan's Nine Heavens Security Group could crush Yan Jiobin. Yeah, it's still Mr. Chen who's great. Wei Jingxiong sighed at the lack of loss. Chen Fan pondered for a moment, and instantly had a way to crack the Chen family's scheme. Thinking about it, Chen Fan directly took the identity of the first big boss of the Nine Heavens Security Group and found 2 ordinary bodyguard squads from the Nine Heavens Security Group to go directly to Yang Xingping's site to settle Yan Jiobin's men and protect Yang Xingping's daughter. According to what Wei Jingxiong said, Yang Xingping was forced to join forces with Chen Clan Sr. because of his daughter's safety. If his daughter's safety was fine, Yang Xingping would definitely not cooperate with Chen Clan Sr., and he would even be very resentful of Chen Clan Sr. and Yan Jiobin. On Chen Fan's side, on the day he signed the contract with Wanhong Software Group, there were also quite a number of small and medium shareholders who showed their loyalty to Chen Fan and stood on his side. At that time, once he and Yang Xingping teamed up, together with 1 or 2 of these shareholders, they could solve this trouble. As for dealing with Yan Jiobin's men in the district, Chen Fan's ordinary bodyguards from the Nine Heavens Security Group would be able to sweep each other away, and there was absolutely no need to send out a special squad. In addition to Yang Shangping's place, Chen Fan also sent the rest of the bodyguards from the Nine Heavens Security Group to solve the troubles of the remaining 2 shareholders who were forced to cooperate with the Chen family. After that, Chen Fan had arranged another backhand. Just in case there was a bad situation, Chen Fan had made so many arrangements. And up to this point, no matter what happened to the Chen family schemes, Chen Fan was already invincible. Chen Fan was already looking forward to watching Chen Jinping and Yan Jiobin tomorrow. After playing golf, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui left. The next morning came the voice of the system. Ding! On the 18th day of severance, rewarding 30% ownership of the strongest and top private detective agency in Central China Sea Province, Light Feather Private Detective Agency. Chapter 82 Chen Fan gets a powerful intelligence network. The real traitor appears. Ha! Looking at today's rewards, Chen Fan was quite joyful. The system was really thoughtful. He himself just spat out yesterday that he didn't have a complete intelligence network and wasn't that sharp in getting news. As a result, today, the system rewarded himself with 30% of the shares of the Light Feather Private Detective Agency, almost giving a third of the Light Feather Private Detective Agency to himself, which was too timely. Light Feather Private Detective Agency, the strongest and largest private detective agency in Central China Sea Province. There is no one. Of course, because of the special nature of the Light Feather Private Detective Agency, its total assets are not much, just a few billion. The problem is that the Light Feather Private Detective Agency has a powerful advantage. The Light Feather Private Detective Agency, not only in Jiangzhou, but in the entire Zhanghai province, has a powerful to outrageous intelligence network. Wei Jingxiong's intelligence network is nothing compared to the intelligence of the Light Feather Private Detective Agency. Now Chen Fan had gotten 1/3 of the ownership of the Light Feather Private Detective Agency, and in a way, 1/3 of the Light Feather Private Detective Agency's powerful intelligence network. This was exactly what Chen Fan needed, and because the total assets of the Light Feather Private Detective Agency is not a lot, Chen Fan is more likely to get it completely. The system casually come to 2 rewards or tasks. Chen Fan can directly take the Light Feather Private Detective Agency to 100%. By that time, the powerful network of contacts of the Light Feather Private Detective Agency would be completely owned by Chen Fan alone. And by getting the Light Feather Private Detective Agency, Chen Fan would be of great help if he wanted to look for traces of his parents. What a great reward today. Just as Chen Fan was lamenting, the system's voice came again. Ding! Mission release, solve the Chen family's operation and ruthlessly hit Chen Jinping and Yan Jiobin in the face. Mission reward, 35% ownership of Light Feather Private Investigations. Mission reward, 53 experience points. Ha! He had just finished saying that the system would randomly reward him a few more times, and he would be able to take down Light Feather Private Investigators for good. As a result, right away, the system came back with another task. Originally, Chen Fan was going to act and solve the trouble created by Chen Jinping and Yan Jiobin. And now that the system was coming to the mission, it was completely icing on the cake. As long as the mission was completed, Chen Fan could obtain another 35% of the ownership of the Light Feather Private Detective Agency, together with the one just now. In an instant, Chen Fan could completely control the Light Feather Private Detective Agency. Just one more time, Chen Fan could get 100% control of the Light Feather Private Detective Agency and have the powerful intelligence network of the Light Feather Private Detective Agency in his pocket in its entirety. Chen Fan was full of energy and was waiting for Chen Jinping and the others to make their move in the afternoon. Time flew by, and in the afternoon, Yan Jiobin brought a dozen or so minions. and Chen Jinping swaggered to Yongtai Real Estate Group. A bad old man was already waiting there excitedly. This bad old man was no one else but Fang Ziyuan, once the second largest and now the third largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Yang Shengping and a few other shareholders had no choice but to cooperate with the Chen family because of Yan Jiobin's coercion. However, Fang Ziyuan was the only one who willingly cooperated with the Chen family and Yan Jiobin as the major shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. When Chen Fan rejected the Chen family, Fang Ziyuan was against it. Until now, with the opportunity to stand together with the Chen family, Fang Ziyuan was even more eager to fall back. Fang Ziyuan felt that with Chen Fan, a brat whose hair is not even long, he can't fight the hallowed Chen family, and even more so, he can't fight the old master Chen, who was very resourceful. Fang Ziyuan did not hesitate to become a traitor, betraying the company and Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, big brother Yan, you're here. Fang Ziyuan fawned and went over to greet him. For this kind of people who ate their way out, Chen Jinping liked it very much, and having this kind of people made it much easier for them to move around. Are all the shareholders of your Yongtai Real Estate Group here? Chen Jinping inquired. They're all here, except for that Chen Fan. Fang Ziyuan replied affirmatively. This shareholders meeting was intentionally not notified to Chen Fan, in order to completely hollow out and remove Chen Fan's position as chairman of the board of directors without Chen Fan's knowledge. Very good. Chen Jinping and Yan Jiobin glanced at each other, both revealing excited smiles. Things are unfolding according to their plan. Step by step, it was as if they could already see victory beckoning them. Chen Fan, aren't you fooling around? Immediately you are going to be hollowed out, and your chairmanship is going to be removed. Let's see how you can fight with our Chen family, without Yongtai Real Estate Group as a backer. I'm Ba. Go. With a wave of Chen Jinping's hand, the crowd headed to the conference room in an aggressive manner. A few minutes later, looking at the dozen or so people who suddenly barged in, the group of shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group were incredibly surprised. Mr. Yang, Mr. Feng, isn't this our internal shareholders meeting? Why are there outsiders here? That is, what does it mean? What are they doing here? Among the shareholders, some recognized the identities of Chen Jinping and Yan Jiobin and inquired, oh, this Mr. Chen and Big Brother Yan are specially invited by General Manager Yang and I. Fang Ziyuan was extraordinarily rampant based on the Chen family's power. The crowd looked at Yang Shengping, who nodded his head as a tacit acceptance. On the scene, some shareholders who were loyal to Chen Fan realized that it was not good. They knew that Chen Fan and the Chen family were as close as water and fire, so they tried to quietly contact Chen Fan and tell him about the change in the company. Nobody move. Anticipating this problem, Yan Jiobin suddenly stood out and bellowed, all hand over your cell phones and no contact with the outside world. Yan Jiobin ordered loudly, who are we to listen to you? That's just it. The phone is ours. Why should we give it to you? Shareholders have countered. Why listen to me? For that matter. With a glance from Yan Jiobin, a dozen black-clothed thugs rushed in, aggressively staring at the shareholders present. The fierce look seemed to say, if you dare not hand over your cell phone, they're going to do it. Immediately after that, at Yan Jiobin's gesture, his thugs began to collect their cell phones. In the face of this, even those shareholders who wanted to tip Chen Fan off were helpless. It's over. This time Mr. Chen is in danger. Chapter 83, You're worthy if you want to depose me. Chen Fan made his appearance. After having their cell phones forcibly taken away, each of these shareholders hung their heads in shame. At this moment, they all realized what was about to happen. Today, in addition to Mr. Chen, all the other shareholders are here, and Chen Jinping, a member of the powerful Chen family, was also invited to come, and brought Yan Jiobin, an underground big brother. What are these guys going to do? They must be targeting Mr. Chen. Now that their cell phones have been taken away from them, there's no way to notify Mr. Chen. What should they do? Ever since Chen Fan signed the contract with Wanhong Software Group, many of the shareholders realized the power of Mr. Chen's ability, and that he might be able to lead their Yongtai Real Estate Group further. The company was doing well, and as shareholders, they would be worth more, so they were naturally unconditionally loyal to Chen Fan. But now, facing the aggressive Yan Jiobin, they really had no choice but to hope for a miracle. Otherwise, Mr. Chen was really in danger. Alright, let's ask Mr. Yang to announce the group's new appointments. Fang Ziyuan looked at Yang Shengping. Yang Shengping held a document given to him by Yan Jiobin. In a depressed mood, a little reluctant to announce, Mr. Yang, think about your daughter. Ah, your daughter is in her prime. If something happens to her, that would be bad. Yan Jiobin stepped forward and threatened in Yang Shengping's ear. You. Yang Shengping glanced resentfully at Yan Jiobin and had to stand out, announcing, from now on, The company's vice president Zhao Hong's position will be removed and replaced by Sun Yizhua. The personnel manager Yuan Anying's position will be removed and replaced by Ma Yiping, and will be dismissed. Shangping Yang announced a flurry of personnel changes. In the company, those shareholders who stood on Chen Fan's side, or the top management, were all dismissed from their positions, and those who succeeded them were Fang Ziyuan's beloved ones, or those handpicked by Chen Jinping and Yan Zhoubin, who could be easily controlled by them. As long as this personnel order went into effect, Chen Fan was considered completely hollowed out. And of course, so was Yang Shangping. By then, the Chen family would have formed a strong grip on the Wingtai real estate group. I'm not convinced. Why depose me? I'm not convinced either. What gives that scoundrel Sun Yizhua the right to take over my position? I've worked so hard for the company for so long and I've been fired. What are you going to do? These deposed company executives immediately quit. It was a matter of their interests and there was no way they would agree to it. Oh, who has a problem with that? Come talk to me. Yan Zhoubin stepped out, then slammed his foot, directly kicking a nearby wooden seat into several pieces. As an underground big shot, Yan Zhoubin's hands were naturally terrifying. Gollum. Seeing this scene, those who were on Chen Fan's side gulped a mouthful of saliva, and one by one, they were shocked. Those neutrals are even more afraid to say anything. The new personnel appointments and dismissals were completed. Chen Jinping scanned the circle, and the development of things was smoother than what he expected. Even smoother. Since that's the case, let's take it a step further and just remove Chen Fan as the chairman of the board. Between Chen Jinping plan is, today first look at the situation. If these shareholders reacted fiercely, then first empty Chen Fan, put the important positions, replaced with people who defected to them. As for removing Chen Fan as the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group, it could be put off for a few days. But now, things are going smoother than he imagined. Since this is the case, what are you waiting for? Directly remove Chen Fan's position as chairman of the board of directors. Chen Jinping looked at Yan Zhoubin. Yan Zhoubin instantly understood, then gave Fang Ziyuan a hint, who nodded. Ahem. Let me say a few words. Fang Ziyuan coughed dryly and stepped forward. Ever since Chen Fan joined our Yongtai Real Estate Group, he has created too much trouble for our company, making enemies for us everywhere. Fang Ziyuan looked like he was righteous and all for the good of the company. Especially not long ago, Chen Fan even became the chairman of our Yongtai Real Estate Group, letting a madman be our leader. This is simply to push us into the abyss, letting our Yongtai Real Estate Group never recover. Taking this opportunity today, I suggest to all the shareholders that we join together to remove Chen Fan as the chairman of the group. Fang Ziyuan said a lot for the final padding. Hearing this, the shareholders on the scene were incredibly surprised. This group of people are going to do things to the end. Even want to remove the chairman of the board of directors of Mr. Chen. I agree. Several of Fang Ziyuan's inner circle spoke up. What about you guys? Chen Jinping and Yan Zhoubin looked at the few other shareholders they had threatened. They had to speak up for various reasons. Well, I agree. Sorry Mr. Chen. I support it too. The situation was becoming more and more unfavorable to Chen Fan. As the company's patriarch, I really can't bear to look at our hard work to create the Yongtai Real Estate Group. By Chen Fan this brat tossed bankruptcy. For the company, we must put the removal of Chen Fan's chairman of the board of directors. Fang Ziyuan spoke again, trying to convince those who were neutral. It was only when Fang Ziyuan's words were just in mid-sentence that a domineering voice came out, trying to depose me. You deserve it. In the next second, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Chen Fan walked in calmly. Seeing the suddenly appearing Chen Fan, the scene immediately fell into absolute silence. Mr. Chen, you're here. That's right, Mr. Chen. They're trying to make a mess. You've come just in time. The people on Chen Fan's side were pleasantly surprised. Chen Fan had come, and their hanging hearts were put down. On the contrary, Chen Jinping and Yan Zhoubin were incomparably puzzled. Chen Fan's sudden appearance was not in their plans. Oh, so what if you're here? The big picture is already set. Chen Jinping sneered. It was too late for Chen Fan to come now. Chen Jinping had full confidence in the old man's plan. And today's victor was definitely them. The jig is up. With these few losers you've bribed. And the jig is up? Chen Fan disliked it back. Not with them alone. Of course. Chen Jinping laughed coldly. Their killer weapon was naturally not these people. Mr. Yang, do you agree to remove Chen Fan as chairman? Yan Zhoubin looked towards Yang Shangping, a threatening tone in his voice. Yang Shangping's stance determines whether he can successfully remove Chen Fan as chairman. Yang Shangping was internally torn and hesitant. What are you waiting for? Think about your daughter. Yan Zhoubin directly tore his face off and threatened Yang Shangping in a stern voice. Shangping Yang made the decision. Hey, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I can't help it. Yang Shengping bowed to Chen Fan to apologize. As a father, it was impossible for him to disregard his daughter's safety. Seeing this, the corners of Chen Jinping's mouth rose, as if he saw the light of victory. Chen Fan is about to lose. Yang Shengping was about to state his position when at this critical moment, Chen Fan spoke. Chapter 84, The Regretful Chen Jinping. If only Chen Fan hadn't severed relationships with him. Don't apologize just yet. Look at a few pictures before you do. With that, Chen Fan took out an envelope from the bag he brought and handed it to Yang Shengping. Yang Shengping took it in surprise, opened the envelope and took out the photo. Only in the photo was the scene of a team of professional bodyguards, tying up a dozen black-clad men. Another photo of the men in black being taken to the police station. Mr. Chen, this is? Yang Shengping asked in disbelief. You ask him, he knows. Chen Fan looked at Yen Jiobin next to him. Yang Shengping walked towards Yen Jiobin and handed him the photo. What the hell? Yen Jiobin picked up the photo with incomparable disgust, then glanced at it. In a flash, Yen Jiobin's expression changed abruptly. What has become of my men? Yen Jiobin said in shock. These dozen or so people are the men that Yen Jiobin sent, intending to kidnap your daughter. Now, these people have already been cleaned up by my bodyguards. All of them. Chen Fan slowly spoke. My bodyguards are currently still at your daughter's place, absolutely guaranteeing that your daughter's safety will not receive any half-hearted threats. When he saw Chen Fan say this, a light sprang up in Yang Shengping's eyes. Mr. Chen, really? Yang Shengping was in a bit of disbelief. If you don't believe me, you can call your daughter, or you can have my bodyguard escort your daughter back safely. Chen Fan nodded, thinking. Yang Shengping immediately called his daughter. Father, just now a group of people tried to kidnap me, but they were taken care of by a group of professional bodyguards who said they were your friend's men. Father, on the phone, Yang Shengping's daughter exclaimed. Phew, Yang Shengping let out a long sigh of relief. It is good that her daughter's safety is not a problem. You really want to kidnap my daughter? Yang Shengping angrily looked at Yen Jiobin and the others. Yen Jiobin didn't pay attention to Yang Shengping, but looked at the photo in his hand and froze a little. The men he sent to kidnap Yang Shengping's daughter were carefully selected, and each one of them was good at fighting, so 1 against 2, 1 against 3 should not be a problem. But now, his people were actually cleaned up by Chen Fan's bodyguards. How could this be? He couldn't think straight. Next to him, the smile on Chen Jinping's face froze. I don't agree with removing Mr. Chen from the position of chairman. Chairman Chen Fan is the most suitable leader for our group. Yang Shengping directly announced that his daughter's safety was no longer a problem, so he naturally wouldn't be afraid of Yen Jiobin and the others. Also, the personnel appointments I started with are declared null and void. Shengping Yang adds, here's a couple more copies of a couple things. Saying that, Chen Fan threw a few more envelopes to a few other shareholders who were threatened by Chen Jinping and Yen Jiobin and the others. Their troubles were also easily solved by Chen Fan. Thank you, Mr. Chen. And I don't agree with the removal of Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen. The guys have also changed their tune. For a moment, the situation was reversed, and Chen Jinping and Fang Ziyuan were instantly at a disadvantage. I propose to dismiss Fang Ziyuan, Sun Yizhua, and Ma Yiping, all positions within the company. What does everyone think? Yang Shengping opened his mouth and said all the names of Fang Ziyuan and a few of his beloved ones. Together, these people only have a little over 20% of the shares. I agree. The people on Chen Fan's side, as well as the shareholders who had just been threatened by Yen Jiobin and the others had expressed their approval. I agree. Chen Fan opened his mouth. At this point, more than 70% of the company's shareholders have agreed. Fang Ziyuan, Sun Yizhua, Ma Yiping, you guys, go back and pack up your things and prepare for the handover. Chen Fan looked at Fang Ziyuan and the others and ordered. Fang Ziyuan and the others were instantly ashen. How had they become losers? It's over. These are totally screwed. Especially Fang Ziyuan. At this moment is even more intestinal repentance. He defected to the Chen family. Originally thought that it would be better. How to finally he became a loser all. Chen Fan Yu. Chen Jinping opened his mouth. Things had reversed so quickly that he hadn't reacted. What about me? Chen Fan questioned Chen Jinping. Your Chen family's plan is too trashy, and you still want to remove me from my position based on this. Ridiculous. Chen Fan opened his mouth with incomparable disgust. You've been planning this for so long, and this is the result. Being said so by Chen Fan, Chen Jinping's face flushed a little red and couldn't hold his face. What's the point of talking to him? Yen Jiobin slammed his fist towards Chen Fan. He was still better at reasoning with his fists. Compare hands? Chen Fan sneered and struck out at the same time. Before Yen Jiobin's fist touched Chen Fan, Chen Fan had already kicked hard. Yan Jiobin was kicked away by Chen Fan and smashed right into Chen Jinping. The two men fell heavily to the ground and were thrown down, woefully out of shape. Chen Fan stepped forward and came in front of Chen Jinping, looking down at him. Go back and tell Elder Chen that your revenge has failed. Chen Fan spoke coldly. Below, prepare to receive my revenge. At this moment, looking at Chen Fan, who was like a god of war, Chen Jinping actually produced a trace of awe and fear within his heart. The once unassuming Chen Fan, who was unassuming in the family, the one who was ordinary to the core, seemed to have changed into a different person, turning into a powerful existence that they couldn't afford to mess with anymore. It was hard for others to say, but Chen Jinping really had some regrets about going against Chen Fan. If only Chen Fan hadn't cut ties with them. Chen Jinping sighed in his heart. The reason why Chen Fan put harsh words, naturally, is not floating, but another deep meaning. Chen Fan took the initiative to say that he wanted to retaliate. And when Chen Jinping went back, he would definitely report to Elder Chen, and the Chen family would definitely take action. He was now the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group, and Elder Chen would definitely think that the target of his subsequent attack on the Chen family would be the Chen Clan Real Estate Group. And at that time, all of the Chen family's attention would be on the Chen Clan Real Estate Group, thus ignoring Chen Fan's true goal, the Chen Capital Group. When the time comes, it's the surprise that will cause more damage to the Chen family. At this time, Yan Jiobin's men still wanted to make a move, but they were swarmed by dozens of Yongtai Real Estate Group's security, which Chen Fan had arranged in advance, and all of them were under control. Throw them all out, Chen Fan ordered. In the next second, Chen Jinping, Yan Jiobin and the others were carried out. A few minutes later, Chen Jinping and the others were viciously thrown out of the Yongtai Real Estate Group's gate. Instantly, some passers-by, as well as the employees of Yongtai Real Estate Group, came forward to watch. Chen Jinping and Yan Jiobin were considered to have lost their face, and the two of them quickly fled the place as if they were lost dogs. Fang Ziyuan and the others, too, were forcibly taken to hand over their work. Yang Shengping and a few of their shareholders who were previously threatened by Yan Jiobin seemed to have made some major decision and came over together to speak to Chen Fan. Chapter 85. Did Chen Fan win by fluke? The honored guests came to the Chen family. Mr. Chen, because of us, you were almost dismissed. It's all our fault. Yang Shengping and the others rose and bowed to Chen Fan, expressing their deep apologies. As of today, we voluntarily give up our decision-making power, and we sign an agreement to grant all our decision-making power to Mr. Chen. From now on, we are only looking up to Mr. Chen. Yang Shengping spoke on behalf of these few people. Together, the few of them own 30% of the shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Now, they voluntarily granted their decision-making power to Chen Fan, and together with Chen Fan's own, Chen Fan alone possessed more than 50% of the decision-making power of Yongtai Real Estate Group. In this way, in the future, Yongtai Real Estate Group would be completely controlled by Chen Fan, and nothing like this would happen. Mr. Chen, this is considered our apology and our expression of gratitude to you. If not for Mr. Chen's intervention on your part, our family members would still be in Yan Jiobin's hands. Yang Shengping opened his mouth. Chen Fan didn't push back. It was also more important for Chen Fan to have Yongtai Real Estate Group completely in his hands. Soon, their authorization letters were printed out, and they signed on their own accord, granting all decision-making power to Chen Fan. Chen Fan signed and the authorization formally came into effect. From today onwards, Yongtai Real Estate Group Chen Fan alone has the final say. At the same time, the system's voice came. Ding! Solve the Chen family's operation. Hit Chen Jinping and Yan Jiobin hard in the face. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on obtaining 35% ownership of Koa Private Investigations. Congratulations on gaining 53 experience points. The mission was completed, and Chen Fan received another 35% ownership of the Lightfeather Private Investigation Agency. At present, Chen Fan has already mastered 65% of the ownership of the Lightfeather Private Detective Agency, is also considered to be completely in control of the Lightfeather Private Detective Agency. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. After that, Chen Fan summoned a few of the company's trusted executives to the chairman's office. Chen Fan had to make arrangements to deal with Yum Group afterward. Chen Fan wanted to drag Yum Group for a while so that Xia Ruoshui's side could make sufficient preparations, and then, they would strike together, back and forth. In order to make Yum Group put all of their energy into Yongtai Real Estate Group's side, Chen Fan planned to give them a little bit of sweetness first. As for how to give it, it's very simple. Naturally, it's pretending not to know about the Yum Group's attack and deliberately losing a few $100 million. Let Yum see results and then get crazy. It's a good deal to lose a few $100 million and let Yum fall into the trap he set. After all, if the Yum Group was brought down in the future, The benefits that Chen Fan would gain at that time would not be as small as a few $100 million. Chen Fan began to make arrangements. On the other hand, in front of the Xia Group, a charming noblewoman walked out from a luxury car. At this moment, what she was holding in her hand was a secretly taken picture of Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui. And this charming noblewoman was no one else but Xia Ruoshui's own aunt, Xia Menglan. She came to Jiangzhou this time with her brother's mission, which was also Xia Ruoshui's father's mission, to investigate the situation of this man who was with Ruoshui, and the relationship between him and Ruoshui. Xia Ruoshui, as the proud daughter of the Xia family, not to mention her marriage, even her love, in the Xia family, is the most important thing. After glancing at the photo, Xia Menglan entered Xia's group. Not a moment later, the door to the president's office of Xia Group was opened. When Xia Ruoshui looked up, she immediately revealed a surprised expression. "Auntie, what brings you here?" Xia Ruoshui said in surprise. "I happen to be traveling in the neighborhood, and thinking that Ruoshui you are in Jiangzhou, I purposely came to see my precious niece." Xia Menglan said with a smile. Naturally, she wouldn't tell Ruoshui the true purpose of her visit. "That's right, that's great." Xia Ruoshui was happy that her relationship with her aunt Xia Menglan was still very good. The two of them chatted, and as they chatted, Xia Menglan asked in a seemingly incomparably casual manner, "Ruoshui, have you had a boyfriend lately?" Hearing her aunt's words, Xia Ruoshui couldn't help but see Chen Fan's figure in her mind. "No." Xia Ruoshui shook her head, not to mention the fact that she and Chen Fan hadn't really gotten together yet. Even if they did get together in the future, Xia Ruoshui easily wouldn't expose her relationship with Chen Fan. Xia Ruoshui also knew that her family would take her romance very seriously, and in case the family knew about it, they would never sit back and do nothing. That would put too much pressure on Chen Fan. The Xia family is a real behemoth. Wakamizu, you need to hurry up. It's good to get a boyfriend. Xia Menglan did not continue to pursue the question. Anxious to eat hot tofu, continue to ask if it is easy to be perceived by Ruoshui. There was no rush. She was going to be in Jiangzhou for a few days anyway, and the boy who was with Ruoshui, she was sure to investigate. Chen family. Chen Jinping returned in a sorry state. "What? Failed?" Elder Chen asked with incomparable surprise. "Father, I didn't expect this either." Chen Jinping told Elder Chen what had happened within the Yongtai real estate group. Boo! After hearing this, Elder Chen became enraged and violently slammed the most beloved Zisha pot in his hand. "Chen Fan, this damn little." Elder Chen cursed angrily. His plan was so well thought out, but he was still sabotaged by this little Chen Fan. "Father, there's something I don't know if I should say." Chen Jinping hesitated and opened his mouth. "What's the word?" "Father, the current Chen Fan is no longer the Chen Fan that was in the family. The current Chen Fan has grown up and is not easy to deal with." Snap! Before Chen Jinping could finish, Elder Chen directly slapped him. At this moment, Elder Chen was already in a rage and could not listen to any persuasion. "What? You're scared? This is just the beginning. That little was just a fluke victory. I still have more ways to fix him." Elder Chen was still incredibly confident. The old scheming man. He didn't believe it. Still can't deal with Chen Fan, that little man. Just at this moment, the underlings came to report that the Chen family had an honored guest visiting. Chapter 86, Revenge of Jiangzhou's Underground Big Brother. Chen Fan is finished tonight? The honored guest who came to visit the Chen family was no one else but Master Chen's old acquaintance, the current chairman of the Yum Group, Kong Baishang. "Old Kong, why are you here all of a sudden?" After seeing Kong Baishang, Elder Chen asked curiously. Kong Baishang glanced over, noting that there were no outsiders, so he told the truth. "I'm going down tomorrow, and I came to ask you specifically." "Ha?" Elder Chen was confused. How could he not understand what old man Kong said? "It's like this. Tomorrow, I'm going to suddenly launch an attack on Yongtai Real Estate Group. Even if I can't bankrupt Yongtai Real Estate Group whole, I'm going to make Yongtai Real Estate Group half dead. I've heard that Chen Fan, who severed ties with your Chen family, is currently the chairman of the Yongtai Real Estate Group. I'm going to go after him." "Old Chen, do you have any comments?" Kong Bison explains. "Opinions? How could I have a problem with that? I'm glad to come yet." Elder Chen replied with a smile. "Someone wants to deal with Chen Fan. That little man. Will he have a problem with it? That's good. Tomorrow, I'm going to ruthlessly fix Chen Fan." Kong Baishang once again looked at Elder Chen. "No problem. Just go hard. The harder the better. Better make that kid in debt and on the street." The more miserable Chen Fan was, the happier Elder Chen was. "Old Kong, do you need our help?" Elder Chen even made it a point to ask. "No need. For the sake of tomorrow's plan, I have prepared it long ago. I sounded out the east and attacked the west, focusing all of that Chen Fan's kids' attention on the fading group there," Kong Baishang said proudly. He thought that his plan was quite perfect and Chen Fan hadn't discovered it halfway. Tomorrow I'll make a sudden move, and I can definitely catch Chen Fan off guard, so I guess it won't take more than a few days to completely take care of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Kong Baishang was quite confident that he didn't need Elder Chen's help at all. Then, if there are any problems dealing with that little Chen Fan, my Chen family will definitely do nothing, Elder Chen promised. Next to him, for some reason, after experiencing what happened during the day, Chen Jinping expressed deep skepticism towards Kong Baishang's confidence. By the way, father, Chen Fan also asked me to bring you a message. After Kong Baishang left, Chen Jinping suddenly opened his mouth. What's the word? Chen Fan said that our retaliation has failed, so let's get ready and accept his revenge, Chen Jinping replied. Hearing this, Elder Chen was even more furious. That little even tried to get back at him. What a thing that owes discipline. He still dares to retaliate against our Chen family. Does he think he's strong? It's just an ant trying to shake a tree. A praying mantis. Elder Chen laughed coldly, still not putting Chen Fan in his eyes. Doesn't Chen Fan want to retaliate against our Chen family? Then fine. I'll wait and see what this kid can toss out, Chen Jinping sincerely persuaded. Father, we'd better make some arrangements and preparations so that we can deal with Chen Fan's retaliation. As soon as old Kong makes his move tomorrow, will that little still have the time and the strength to retaliate against us? Elder Chen was dismissive. Father, it's better to be cautious. Hearing his son's insistence, Elder Chen thought for a moment and said very perfunctorily, that's fine. You go to Chen's real estate group in the next few days to make arrangements. If that kid wants to retaliate against us, with that little strength of his, he could only possibly lay his hands on our Chen clan real estate group. On the other hand, after Chen Fan left from Yongtai Real Estate Group, he started to fully take over everything in Lightfeather Private Detective Agency. After all, he currently owns 65% of Lightfeather Private Investigations all by himself. Chen Fan first took all of Lightfeather Private Detective Agency's intelligence network in Zhonghai Province, especially Jiangzhou, into his own hands. Chen Fan ordered down that as soon as there was any news about himself, as well as the Chen family, as well as any news about the Jinling Su family, he would immediately report back to himself. After mastering such a huge intelligence network, it would be convenient to have any news in the future, without him having to do it himself. Much easier. At the same time, Chen Fan ordered the Lightfeather Private Detective Agency, in Jiangzhou, also on their own parents' missing things to investigate. See if there can be any news or clues. After all, the Lightfeather Private Detective Agency is also a professional. On the way home again, Chen Fan called Wei Jingxiong, and according to what he had said before, invited Wei Jingxiong to have dinner tonight, at his manor. Back home, Chen Fan took out a stack of information. That was exactly the information of the Chen family's important industry, the Chen Capital Group. Chen Fan to Chen's Capital Group to start, must first completely understand each other, know yourself and know the enemy, in order to win 100 battles. Just as Chen Fan was researching, Yan Jiobin was fuming inside his villa. As a Jiangzhou hallowed underground big brother, when had he ever suffered such aggravation? When had he ever been so humiliated? Being thrown out of the Yongtai Real Estate Group, that Chen Fan was simply stepping on his face on the ground. Boo! Yan Jiobin violently smashed another antique vase worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. No! This breath, he really couldn't bear it. If he just put up with it, how could he still hang around in Jiangzhou? Wouldn't he be the laughingstock of everyone else? He had to get back at Chen Fan, and right away. He couldn't wait a moment longer. Just for today. You, go investigate Chen Fan's whereabouts. The most important thing is to investigate where Chen Fan is tonight, Yan Jiobin ordered. It was not good to act in the daytime. Yan Jiobin planned to do it at night, to go after Chen Fan and teach him a hard lesson. Yes, the men acted immediately. You, go gather men. Remember, it has to be those elites who can fight. The more the better. You, go and prepare the cars. 20 at the very least. You. After that, Yan Jiobin gave a series of orders to several other juniors. Chen Fan, just wait, tonight is when you'll be finished. Yan Jiobin said through gritted teeth. This time, he was going to use his best tactics to directly go after Chen Fan. Like Chen Jinping, what was the use of so many twists and turns? Might as well just use your fists and be dry. Truth comes out from under the fist. More than an hour later, Chen Fan received the call he was waiting for. A call from the Ninth Heaven Security Group. Boss, we'll be arriving in Jiangzhou soon. Chapter 87. At the moment of crisis, the tactful Chen Fan. Ever since he became the #1 boss of the Nine Heavens Security Group yesterday, Chen Fan had made a move. Chen Fan felt that as the conflict between himself and the Chen family became more and more intense, his other enemies also became more and more numerous. Chen Fan had transferred 2 ordinary bodyguard squads from the Nine Heavens Security Group to Jiangzhou just in case. So he had purposely transferred 2 ordinary bodyguard squads from the Nine Heavens Security Group to Jiangzhou. Of course, even the ordinary security squad of the Nine Heavens Security Group could still hang on to those professional fighters, as well as other bodyguards. In the end, Chen Fan hesitated for a while and then used his special right as the number 1 boss of the Nine Heavens Security Group to transfer one of the 3 special squads in the bottom of the Nine Heavens Security Group's box to Jiangzhou as well. Currently, he didn't have many people under him, and transferring this special squad, as well as 2 ordinary bodyguard squads to Jiangzhou, would not only be a precautionary measure, but would also give himself sufficient manpower in his hands, and it would be convenient for him to let them do whatever he had to do. It was only because these squads were a bit far from Jiangzhou that it took time to come over. When you come over, come straight to my estate. After the call was connected, Chen Fan arranged it. Chen Fan arranged them in his own manner, not for any special reason, but just because his manor was big enough and had enough rooms. It was convenient for these 3 bodyguard teams, nearly 100 people, to live there. After that, Chen Fan told them the exact location of his manor. Yes, boss. This caller was the head of an ordinary bodyguard squad. Within an hour or 2 afterward, the heads of the 2nd bodyguard squad, as well as that all-important special squad, all called or sent messages to Chen Fan. They would arrive in Jiangzhou either early or late, before evening. On the other side, Yan Jiobin's men finally investigated. Master Yan, we have investigated that currently that Chen Fan is staying in his manor on the outskirts of Jiangzhou, and by the looks of it, is not planning to go out. Oh, in an estate outside of Jiangzhou? Hearing his men finish, Yan Jiobin's eyes lit up. That's better. It's easier for us to move. Yan Jiobin couldn't help but smile. What a coincidence. On the outskirts of Jiangzhou, where there weren't many people, wouldn't it be more casual for him to move? Chen Fan is really a good guy, knowing that he has to do it, living in this remote place. When it was time to teach Chen Fan a lesson tonight, he would definitely throw one less punch. The sky gradually darkened, and around 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, the nearly 100 fighters that Yan Jiobin had arranged for, as well as more than 20 cars, were all ready. With a cigar in his mouth, Yan Jiobin swaggered out of the villa. Looking at his men who were ready to go, Yan Jiobin nodded his head in satisfaction. Depart! With Yan Jiobin's order, the convoy took Yan Jiobin's thugs and killed towards Chen Fan's manor with great vigor. The moment Yan Jiobin departed, Chen Fan received a message. At this moment, Chen Fan was inside the manor, eating with Wei Jingxiong. After Chen Fan glanced at the cell phone, he mysteriously looked at Wei Jingxiong. Big brother Wei, do you want to expand your underground sphere of influence? Chen Fan suddenly asked. Ha? Expanding the underground sphere of influence. I want to. Of course I want to. I can dream. Wei Jingxiong nodded. It's just a pity that those other underground bigwigs in Jiangzhou are not to be messed with, and I'm not strong enough to expand. Well then, tonight, I'll have Big Brother Wei's sphere of influence at least doubled. Chen Fan continued mysteriously. Yan Jiobin's side of the action. From the beginning, Chen Fan learned that this is the horror of the intelligence network of the Lightfeather Private Detective Agency. This news was unknown even to Wei Jingxiong, who was exceptionally well informed. Hearing Chen Fan say this, Wei Jingxiong's eyes immediately widened. Knowing Chen Fan for some time, Wei Jingxiong knew that Chen Fan was not that much of a bragger of greatness and big talker. Since Chen Fan said so, there must be some truth to it. Mr. Chen, if you can double my underground sphere of influence, then I'll follow Mr. Chen from now on. And from now on, I, Wei Jingxiong, will look up to Mr. Chen's words. Wei Jingxiong immediately showed his attitude, doubling his sphere of influence. That was a fatal temptation for him. Mr. Chen, what are you planning to do? Chen Fan smiled faintly and did not explicitly say so. The two continued to eat, and more than half an hour later, Yan Jiobin's huge fleet of cars appeared in front of Chen Fan's manor. Everyone got out of the car, and Yan Jiobin stood at the front, smoking a cigar and looking at the manor door that Chen Fan had already opened. And behind Yan Jiobin, there were close to 100 professional fighters standing densely packed. Charge! Brothers, charge me! Take that Chen Fan for me! With Yan Jiobin's order, he led his thugs to rush into Chen Fan's manor. Big brother Wei, it's time to watch the show. Let's go to the terrace. Chen Fan put down his wine glass and led Wei Jingxiong to the third-floor terrace of the manor. Just coming out, looking at Yan Jiobin rushing in with nearly 100 thugs in a majestic manner, Wei Jingxiong instantly panicked. Mr. Chen, let's go. As soon as Wei Jingxiong pulled Chen Fan, he wanted to escape quickly. Today, when he came to Mr. Chen's place for dinner, he only brought a driver and no henchman at all. And in the middle of Mr. Chen's manor, it seemed that there were only servants, and he didn't see any bodyguards. Facing Yan Jiobin's nearly 100 professional fighters, they were under absolute vulnerability. continuing to stay here. They were in danger. Yan Zhobin hit harder than him. There's no need to go. You can just watch the show. Big brother Wei. Chen Fan still stood there blandly, stopping Wei Jingxiong. Noticing this scene, Wei Jingxiong was extremely puzzled. How come when a great difficulty is approaching, Mr. Chen is still as steady as a mountain? Could it be that Mr. Chen already has a countermeasure? Rushing over with his men, Yan Zhobin also saw Chen Fan, who was currently standing on the terrace. Boys, during the day today, throw me out. You guys are proud of yourselves, aren't you? Now, looking at my brothers, are you still proud? Yan Zhobin raised his head, looked at Chen Fan on the third floor, and asked with a sneer, with just this many men, why are you so confident? Chen Fan couldn't help but ask, this many? I have close to 100 brothers here. All of them are first-rate good fighters, and it's more than enough to deal with you. Yan Zhobin dejectedly replied. He was so well prepared that Yan Zhobin really couldn't think of any possibility of him failing. Kid, I'm going to give you one last chance. If you know what's good for you, get your ass down here right now and get the hell out of here, and I might even be merciful. Yan Zhobin said with incomparable abandon. If you don't, then you won't blame us for our fists and feet when we get physical later. I'll also give you one last chance. Kneel down and beg for forgiveness right now, and I may also be gracious. Chen Fan also condescended and said, Bah, you're not going to die until you're in the Yellow River. In that case, brothers, do it. Charge in and take this kid down for me. Yan Zhobin couldn't help himself and bellowed violently, ordering the thugs to make a move. Charge. Stampede. Take the boy. Charge. Yan Zhobin's fighters acted and violently rushed towards the building where Chen Fan was. Nearly 100 beaters charged together with an extraordinarily frightening aura. On the terrace, Wei Jingxiong was a bit flustered, but Chen Fan remained calm and collected. Snap. The time was almost right, and Chen Fan clapped his hands. In the next second, a scene that made Yan Zhobin dumbfounded appeared. Chapter 88, Severing Relationships Day 19, Rewarding World-Class Private Yachts. Before Yan Zhobin's fighters rushed into the building, inside, they had already violently rushed out more than 30 men with tiger backs and fierce faces. Not only was Yan Zhobin directly in front of them, but to their left and right, and even behind them, there were also 20 to 30 men who didn't look like they could be messed with each. In an instant, they were surrounded. Boo! A loud sound came from the door of Chen Fan's manor, and it was also locked directly from the outside at this moment. Before evening, 2 ordinary bodyguard squads from the Nine Heavens Security Group, as well as a special squad had arrived. Chen Fan arranged this, shut the door and beat the dog. Seeing this scene, both Yan Zhobin and his thugs were a bit flustered. What's going on? Especially Yan Zhobin. He was even more astonished. He originally thought that he could take Chen Fan by surprise, but he didn't expect Chen Fan to be prepared. Yan Zhobin suddenly thought that when he first came, Chen Fan's manor gate was wide open, seemingly welcoming himself. It turned out that Chen Fan had already ambushed himself. Upstairs, Wei Jingxiong's jaw was even more stunned. Mr. Chen is mighty. No wonder Mr. Chen was so calm and collected. So he had already made arrangements. What does it mean to strategize to win 1,000 miles? Mr. Chen is it? In an instant, Wei Jingxiong admired Chen Fan. Yan Zhobin had experienced quite a few big scenes, and after a slight reprieve, he regained his composure. Yan Zhobin scanned the circle and roughly estimated that, at this moment, those who surrounded them were estimated to be around 120 people. The number of people was just slightly more than his side. The fighters on his side were all carefully selected, and Yan Zhobin had great confidence in them. At this moment, Yan Zhobin still felt that he still had a good chance of winning. Don't panic everyone, their numbers are about the same as ours. We still have the advantage. Yan Zhobin yelled to stabilize the military. Hearing their boss say that, Yan Zhobin's minions were slightly relieved. The number of people was similar to theirs, so they weren't afraid. Ha ha ha, Chen Fan, how can you be so stupid? Yan Zhobin loudly mocked Chen Fan on the terrace. If you're all set to ambush me, how come you're only preparing so few men? And with so few men, do you have any advantage? If I were you, I'd at least get 200 or 300 fighters to have the confidence of a sure victory. Now, it's not certain who is the final winner of our deer in the headlights. Seeing Yan Zhobin's inexplicable confidence, Chen Fan couldn't help but open his mouth. It's not certain who is the final winner. Yan Zhobin, there's a saying I have to tell you. It's not the number of people that counts, but the precision. Finish them. Chen Fan didn't bother to talk nonsense with Yan Zhobin, and with a command, the bodyguards of the Nine Heavens Security Group rushed over. Oh, brothers, do it. Teach them a hard lesson for me. Yan Zhobin also ordered to make a move. He was going to fight Chen Fan hard this time, even if he didn't have any advantage in terms of numbers, but in terms of hands, his side was very powerful. The fighters rushed over and fought with the bodyguards of Chen Fan's Nine Heavens security group. However, the fight had just begun, and Yan Zhoubin, who was still confident, couldn't sit still. How was it that the professional fighters that he had carefully selected were as if they were papier-mâché once they had encountered those of Chen Fan's men? Chen Fan's men, within a few moves, were able to knock their professional fighters to the ground. Especially the 30 or so people at the front were simply like gods of war. A single move could take care of one of his fighters. It was simply a one-sided crushing. While Yan Zhoubin froze, a third of his thugs had already fallen to the ground, rolling around in pain, without a moment's effort. All of the nearly 100 fighters that Yan Zhoubin had brought with him collapsed on the ground, losing their fighting strength. Looking at his men who had fallen to the ground, Yan Zhoubin's face was pale as if he had just crawled out of the grave. What's going on? How did this happen? Yan Zhoubin was a bit blindsided. Chen Fan's bodyguards directly took Yan Zhoubin down, then tied him up 5 times and pressed him in front of Chen Fan. What? Do you still think I have fewer people ready now? Chen Fan looked at Yan Zhoubin. I've lost, but can you make it clear that I've lost? These men of yours, who are they and why are they so skilled? Yan Zhoubin couldn't help but ask. My men, the bodyguards of the Nine Heavens security group. Chen Fan slowly spoke. What? They're from the Nine Heavens security group? Yan Zhoubin was dumbfounded. The Nine Heavens security group, as their number 1 ranked security group in Zhonghai province, was frighteningly powerful. Defeat at their hands, one's loss was not unjust. What are you going to do with me? Yan Zhoubin inquired. Other than that, get your ass from the first floor to the front door of the manor, Chen Fan said with nuclear kindness. Didn't Yan Zhoubin want to let himself roll? Then he would see what it was like for him to roll first. Never. Yan Zhoubin remained stiff-lipped. Since you don't like active, you like passive. You guys help him out. Chen Fan thoughtfully ordered the bodyguard. Yes. Chen Fan's bodyguard escorted Yan Zhoubin downstairs, and when he came to the first floor, he directly punched Yan Zhoubin, knocking him to the ground, and then as if he was pushing a tire, he forced Yan Zhoubin to roll on the ground. It was a long time before Yan Zhoubin rolled up to the manor's front door with tattered clothes and a swollen nose. Big brother Wei. Yan Zhoubin is finished. From now on, his territory will be yours. Chen Fan looked at Wei Jingxiong. Thanks, Mr. Chen. Wei Jingxiong half-kneeled on the ground and showed his loyalty to Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, from now on, I, Wei Jingxiong, am your subordinate, and I look up to you. Being able to obtain Yan Zhoubin's sphere of influence, Wei Jingxiong immediately honored his promise and was willing to serve as Chen Fan's henchman. Also, Mr. Chen, from now on you can just call me Little Wei. You must not call me Big Brother Wei. I can't afford it. Wei Jingxiong adds. Wei, never mind. I'll call you Old Wei from now on. It always felt awkward to call a middle-aged man in his 40s Wei. All at your service. Wei Jingxiong nodded. Also being an underground bigwig in Jiangzhou, it was more convenient for Yan Zhoubin and his thugs to be handed over to Wei Jingxiong to deal with. After Yan Zhoubin and the others were taken away by Wei Jingxiong, silence finally returned to Chen Fan's manor. The next morning, under the command of Kong Baishang, the Baishang Group suddenly launched an attack on the Yongtai Real Estate Group. On Chen Fan's side, the system's voice came along. Ding, 19th day of severance. Rewarded with a world-class private yacht. Chapter 89 ranked among the top 15 in the world and the first in China for private yachts. A world-class private yacht? Chen Fan was a bit puzzled, not realizing that what the system rewarded today was a world-class private yacht. Jiangzhou, as a city near the sea, private yachts are not uncommon, and many of Jiangzhou's gentry, the rich and powerful, have one, or even several private yachts. The average private yacht is mostly in the millions to tens of millions of dollars. This world-class private yacht that the system rewarded itself with should not be simple. Chen Fan opened it after noticing a detailed note at the end of the system. The system reward yacht is the private yacht Solange, which is ranked among the top 15 private yachts in the world among all private yachts in the world, and is produced by the prestigious Lursen International Shipyard. The Solange private yacht, with a total value of about $1.2 billion, is one of the largest yachts in the world, 85.1 meters long, and the decoration inside the yacht, using all the top materials from all over the world. The interior is luxurious to the extreme. Inside the private yacht Solange, there are 8 VIP suites, a swimming pool, an apron, a dive center, an open-air cinema, a sauna. Looking at the system's introduction of the private yacht Solange, Chen Fan was a little stunned. Worthy of the world's top 15, worth up to $1.2 billion private yachts. This can completely hang Jiangzhou, no, Zhonghai province, or even the country. All the private yachts, not to mention in Zhonghai province, even if you put your eyes on the whole country, not to mention finding a private yacht that exceeds Chen Fan's private yacht, Even if it's a private yacht that's not different from Chen Fan's private yacht, it's probably unlikely. Therefore, Chen Fan should be the first person to own a world-class private yacht in the country, at present. After all, the owners of these globally prestigious private yachts are traceable. Looking at the information, Chen Fan couldn't wait to board his own private yacht Challenge to find out what was going on. Unfortunately, according to the system, the yacht would be delivered to the pier in Jiangzhou within 12 hours, and only then would Chen Fan be able to see it. Today's system reward. Quite interesting. This is still the first private yacht that Chen Fan owns, and the moment it comes up, it will be given to the top 15 world-class private yachts in the global rankings. What a sweet system. For the morning session, Chen Fan left satisfied. After dinner, Chen Fan planned to go back to his villa in Royal View Villa. On the way, Chen Fan received a notification from the Yongtai Real Estate Group, saying that the Yum Group had already made a move against them. Well, you guys just follow through with what I planned before. Chen Fan nodded. This was expected. Chairman, we've feigned panic, and so far, we've lost $300 or $400 million. The people from Yongtai Real Estate Group replied that they had done exactly what Chen Fan had asked them to do. Okay, the fish is hooked. Chen Fan opened his mouth. It's definitely not a bad idea to sucker punch Yum with a couple $100 million in losses. Besides, he's not losing money now. Earlier, he had gotten $500 million from Yum, and even if he lost $300 or $400 million, he still had more than $100 million left. In the back, Chen Fan would not counterattack for the time being. He still had to tangle with Yum Group for a few more days, so that Yum Group's attention would all be put on his side, and wait for Ruoshui's Xia Group to be thoroughly prepared. Then they would join forces and give Yum Group a fatal blow. Chen Fan estimated that within this week, no, it wouldn't even take a week to completely settle Yum Group. While Chen Fan was deliberating on this side, on the Yum Group side, Kong Baishang was listening to his subordinate's report. When he learned that it hadn't been long since they had made their move, and that Yongtai Real Estate Group had already lost several $100 million, he was overjoyed. What does Chen Fan, a brat with no hair on his head, know about business warfare? Kong Baishang spoke triumphantly. That's right. How does that kid Chen Fan deserve to be compared to the chairman? The chairman has eaten more salt than Chen Fan has traveled. The subordinate immediately agreed curtly. Daring to go against our Yum Group and taking $500 million from us. Chen Fan's fate is already doomed. Old Chen didn't discipline this grandson well, so let me do it for him and let that bastard Chen Fan know what it means to respect his elders. In the afternoon, launch an attack on Yongtai Real Estate Groups with all your might. I want to bankrupt Yongtai Real Estate Group within 3 days, Kong Baishang ordered with conviction. This time, he's going all out. Yes, Chairman. Hands went into action immediately. Chen Fan had just returned to the villa in the Royal View Villa, when he suddenly realized that in the courtyard next to Ruoshui, besides Xia Mengmeng, there was a middle-aged noblewoman with a charming appearance. When Chen Fan noticed her, the middle-aged noblewoman also noticed Chen Fan. In an instant, the middle-aged noblewoman's spirits rose. She finally found the man in the photo who had an unusual relationship with Wakazashi. This middle-aged noblewoman was no one else but Xia Menglan, who had been ordered by Xia Ruoshui's father to quietly come to Jiangzhou and investigate Chen Fan. Previously, when she met her niece Xia Ruoshui, Xia Menglan did not tell the truth and did not take the initiative to inquire about Chen Fan in order not to scare the snakes. She thought that since this boy and Ruoshui had an unusual relationship, he would definitely show up again. And she didn't realize that she guessed right. The boy really showed up. That's good. Here's how you can take the initiative and test the boy yourself. Xia Menglan jumped at the chance. Auntie, let me introduce you. This is my senior at Jiangzhou University and our neighbor, Senior Chen Fan Chen. Xia Mengmeng introduced to Xia Menglan. Hello, Mr. Chen. Xia Menglan took the initiative to greet Chen Fan. Auntie Xia. Hello. Chen Fan responded politely. Is Mr. Xiao Chen from Jiangzhou? Xia Menglan asked tentatively. Yes. Chen Fan nodded. It turned out to be a person from Jiangzhou, which is a little bit not good. After all, Jiangzhou is a small place. The people in this place, the strength and financial strength is estimated to be average. Wanting to be the son-in-law of their hallowed Xia family was not that simple. Ordinary people, who don't have that qualification. And Ruoshui is the pearl of their Xia family. If you want to marry Ruoshui, the conditions will be even stricter. Chen Fan parked his car. At this time, Xia Menglan suddenly spoke up and wanted to come to Chen Fan's villa as a guest. The place where a person lived could sometimes reflect a lot of details, and Xia Menglan wanted to continue to understand Chen Fan through his home. Of course, it was also a good way to find out just how wealthy and strong Chen Fan was. After all, she was the aunt of Ruoshui and Xia Xueme, so Chen Fan agreed and invited her and Xia Mengmeng in. After coming in, Xia Menglan acted polite, and after sitting down, she looked around curiously. It's just an ordinary villa. Nothing special. As a direct descendant of the Xia family, Xia Menglan has seen too many mansions, and Chen Fan's set can only be considered ordinary and middle of the road. Chen Fan's financial power. It's just like that. Just when Xia Menglan felt tasteless, suddenly, an item in Chen Fan's house instantly caught Xia Menglan's eyes. Chapter 90, Chen Fan's small yacht exposed. The Xia family's jaw dropped. This thing was no other than the top antique that Chen Fan had gotten from the system before, the Rukiln Celestial Green Glazed Sunflower Wash. Xia Menglan on antiques and such things. Not interested, but why her father? Today's Xia family head Xia old master extraordinarily like, even to the degree of obsession. In order to please the old master, Xia Menglan forced herself to study various antiques. When she saw this Rukiln Celestial Green Glazed Sunflower Wash that Chen Fan had placed in the living room, she could not dare to imagine her eyes. Last year, his father's birthday banquet, Xia Menglan took great pains to get a Rukiln as a birthday gift to his father. Let father happy. Unfortunately, this kind of supreme treasure could be encountered but not sought, and she had spent a great deal of money, but as a result, she had not succeeded in buying one. As a result, today, in this small place in Jianzhou, in the home of this boy who had a special relationship with Ruoshui, he saw a Rukiln, and it was a fine piece of Rukiln. Xia Menglan couldn't control herself a little. She got up violently and came to this porcelain which was placed in a glass cover. Xia Menglan carefully observed. More and more feel that this Rukiln seems to be real. What's wrong? Chen Fan asked curiously. Mr. Chen, is this Rukiln sunflower wash in azure glaze real? Xia Menglan couldn't help but ask. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded. The system had given himself so many precious things, even the shares of the titular Patek Philippe company, which he had managed to buy. How could a piece of porcelain rewarded by the system be fake? Gollum. Xia Menglan gulped with some envy, instantly changing her opinion of Chen Fan somewhat. At this moment, Xia Menglan paid slightly more attention to Chen Fan. This Chen Fan didn't seem to be that ordinary. If this Rukiln was in someone else's possession, she might have already smashed the money to buy it. But now that she was in the way of her elders, Xia Menglan didn't have the heart to open her mouth. By the way, Mr. Chen, how did you and Ruoshui meet? After sitting down again, Xia Menglan asked seemingly casually. Oh, the financial building where Wakamizu Corporation is located is my property. Chen Fan replied. Wakamizu? Xia Menglan keenly noticed this crucial point. That's a bit intimate. Normally, it was only their relatives that called Ruoshui this way. If it was an outsider, especially a man calling Ruoshui this way, Ruoshui would have gotten angry. But now, Chen Fan so skillfully shouted out Ruoshui, obviously not the first time to shout out 80% of this name, Ruoshui is also recognized. That would be very wrong. Xia Menglan was even more certain that Chen Fan and Ruoshui had an unusual relationship. Suddenly, Chen Fan's phone rang and picked it up. It turned out that his own private yacht, the Solange, had arrived at the pier in Jiangzhou, and now he needed to go over to sign for it. Okay, I'll be right there. Chen Fan agreed. Senior Chen, what's wrong? Xia Mengmeng asked curiously. Oh, I bought a small yacht. It just arrived and needs me to go to the marina now to sign for it. Chen Fan explained. Xia Xueme, why don't you guys go to the pier together? Chen Fan politely asked a question, which is another kind of polite eviction order. Yeah. Xia Menglan immediately agreed. She just happened to want to go and take a look. Yachts, too, can, side by side, verify a person's financial strength. Well, Chen Fan froze, then nodded. He was really just being polite and courteous. After all, when the average person heard him say that, they understood that they should leave. I didn't expect Ruoshui's aunt to agree straight away. It didn't matter if he went by himself anyway and took Xia Mengmeng and this Auntie Xia with him. After that, Chen Fan drove and took them straight to the pier. In the car, Xia Menglan was speculating what Chen Fan's yacht would look like. When the time comes, based on this, speculate on Chen Fan's financial strength, and when he goes back, so that he can report to his brother. If it was just an ordinary yacht worth a few million, $10 or $20 million, then it would mean that Chen Fan's financial strength was average. Just an ordinary rich man in a small place, that was completely unqualified to be their Xia family's son-in-law. To become the son-in-law of their Xia family, you can't say that the strength is exactly the same, right? How can it be almost the same? If Chen Fan's yacht was worth around $40 to $50 million, it would mean that Chen Fan's financial strength was very okay, and was considered barely qualified. If Chen Fan's yacht was worth tens of millions of dollars, then it meant that Chen Fan's financial power was very strong, and Chen Fan was considered excellent and qualified to compete for their Xia family's son-in-law. In half an hour or so, they reached their destination. Just after getting out of the car, Xia Menglan and Xia Mengmeng saw a behemoth parked there. Ordinary yachts. It is estimated that only a few meters, or 1 or 2 dozen meters long. Now, in the midst of these ordinary private yachts, parked in nearly 100 meters of the behemoth, naturally cranes. It's hard for them not to notice. One must know that even their Xia family's private yacht was not as huge as this private yacht in front of them. Jiangzhou, this small place, even have this class of private yacht? It is actually that big rich man's? Suddenly, a bold guess arose in Xia Menglan's mind. This behemoth wouldn't be Chen Fan's yacht, would it? No way. No way? Didn't Chen Fan say he bought a small yacht? This behemoth in front of me is too small. No, I think I guessed wrong. Xia Menglan shook her head, not quite believing that such a behemoth would be Chen Fan's. Come on, let's go see my little yacht. Chen Fan led the way in front, while Xia Menglan and Xia Mengmeng curiously followed behind. In no time, Chen Fan brought them to the behemoth. At the moment, in front of this yacht, there were several staff members waiting. Are you Chen Fan, Mr. Chen? Seeing Chen Fan stop in front of them, the staff asked curiously. Exactly. Chen Fan nodded. Hello, Mr. Chen. This is your private yacht Solange. Please sign for it. While saying this, the staff member handed the document to Chen Fan. Hearing the staff's words, Xia Menglan's jaw was instantly dropped. Chapter 91, the 20th day of severing relationships, rewarding the top 10 Southern Thousand Saints Auction Company shares. Xia Menglan was inwardly horrified. What she just ventured to guess turned out to be true. This behemoth was the small yacht that Chen Fan said he had just bought. Where is this small? And how much does such a behemoth cost? Xia Menglan couldn't do the math for a while. Chen Fan took the document and signed his name. After that, the staff handed over all the documents of the private yacht Solange to Chen Fan and left. At this moment, only Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng were left standing in front of the private yacht Solange. Mr. Chen, is this really your private yacht? Until this moment, Xia Menglan was still in a bit of disbelief. Even the most powerful private yacht of their Xia family was nothing in front of this private yacht of Chen Fan. Right. Chen Fan waved the document in his hand and replied in the affirmative. So how much did this little yacht of yours cost? Xia Menglan asked again. She had previously planned to speculate on Chen Fan's wealth based on his yacht. She had made all sorts of assumptions, but now it seemed that her assumptions were completely useless. Who would have thought that Chen Fan would have such a behemoth ship? It should be expensive, right? Xia Mengmeng opened her mouth. It's not expensive. Just 1.2 billion. Chen Fan replied casually. Not expensive? Just 1.2 billion. 2. Xia Mengmeng and Xia Menglan were shocked. $12 billion is nothing to the Xia family. Just a small fortune. But the problem is, even the richest tycoon is unlikely to spend $1.2 billion to buy a private yacht. Private yachts, pretty much, are considered mobility tools, and no, private yachts are considered tools for enjoyment. What a lot of money to spend $1.2 billion straight up just for the sake of enjoyment. And private yachts are only for occasional enjoyment and relaxation. After all, they are not as easy to use as luxury cars. A private yacht of this caliber costs a lot more than just buying it. It's also a lot of money for all the maintenance and so on. Just for the occasional enjoyment. Chen Fan is shot. Directly bought a private yacht worth $1.2 billion, which in the end is how much more wealth more billion let's go up and see. Saying that, Chen Fan took the lead in boarding his private yacht, the Solange. The shocked Xia Mengmeng and Xia Menglan followed close behind. When they boarded the yacht, they sought even more of its luxury. And at this moment, even Xia Menglan, who had seen all sorts of extravagant and big occasions, was a bit confused. That life of the top tycoons is really a paper drunken life. As if Lu had entered the Grand View Garden. Xia Menglan curiously browsed around Chen Fan's private yacht Solange. At this moment, she no longer dared to underestimate Chen Fan. Owning such a behemoth was proof of Chen Fan's terrifying financial power. Not to mention her. When she went back, she told her brother, Xia Ruoshui's father, and he would be shocked. That's nice. Xia Mengmeng was lying on the sofa of the private yacht. Extraordinarily cozy. Unfortunately, the weather is average today. Otherwise it would be perfect to change into a bathing suit and sunbathe here. Xia Mengmeng said regretfully. Senior Chen, next time the weather is nice, I'll call my sister over to sunbathe on your private yacht. You won't refuse, right? Xia Mengmeng stared at Chen Fan with wide eyes. Seeing that Chen Fan did not speak, Xia Mengmeng got up, came to Chen Fan's side, and whispered, when the time comes, my sister will come along in her bathing suit, too. Ahem, am I that kind of person? Chen Fan replied in a serious manner. Then will Senior Chen agree? Xia Mengmeng asked again. That must be promised. Hey! Xia Mengmeng smiled mysteriously. Xia Menglan, who had browsed around, came back, and at this moment, when she looked at Chen Fan again, she was already very different. By the way, Auntie, Senior Chen's cooking is very good. Let's go to Senior Chen's house together tonight to rub it in. Xia Mengmeng opened her mouth. Is Mr. Chen still a good cook? Xia Menglan's eyes lit up. She had no resistance to food. That's natural. Senior Chen's cooking is the best I've ever seen. Bar none. Even the cooking of many top 5-star hotels can't be as good as Senior Chen's. Xia Mengmeng replied seriously. Is it that good? Xia Menglan was a bit skeptical. How old was Chen Fan that he would have such great cooking skills? Senior Chen, Auntie, she doesn't believe. Tonight, let's convince her with food. Xia Mengmeng looked at Chen Fan. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding! Mission announcement, demonstrate your cooking skills. Duration of mission, 3 hours. Mission reward, 35% ownership of Lightfeather Private Investigations. Complete takedown of Lightfeather Private Investigations. Mission reward, 54 experience points. This time, the mission rewarded another 35% ownership of the Lightfeather Private Detective Agency, and as long as Chen Fan completed the mission, he would be able to gather 100% ownership of the Lightfeather Private Detective Agency and own it completely. Chen Fan nodded. Just in time, the Yum Group had made their move, and tonight he could discuss with Ruoshui about working together against the Yum Group. In the evening, Xia Ruoshui came back. Xia Mengmeng and Xia Menglan came to Chen Fan's villa. Chen Fan made a big table of food. Xia Menglan tasted it with some skepticism. Instantly, Xia Menglan froze. Oh my god, is this the kind of food she can taste in the human world? Mo was right. Xia Menglan hurriedly tasted a few other dishes made by Chen Fan and was also amazed. No wonder even Ruoshui was convinced. Not only was Chen Fan financially strong, his cooking skills were so good. Simply too excellent. Fan, I recognize you. Conquered by the food. Xia Menglan spoke out of turn for a moment. At this moment, her name for Chen Fan had also changed to the more affectionate Little Fan. When she went back, she would definitely praise Chen Fan in front of her brother. Ha? What do you mean, Auntie? Xia Mengmeng froze. Nothing. Xia Menglan realized that he had said the wrong thing and defended himself. Xia Mengmeng didn't care, but Xia Ruoshui sensed something. The system's voice came again. Ding! Demonstrate your cooking skills. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on obtaining 35% ownership of Lightfeather Private Investigations, completely taking down Lightfeather Private Investigations. Congratulations on gaining 54 experience points. Lightfeather Private Investigations 35% ownership to hand. So far, Chen Fan completely owns the Lightfeather Private Investigations. In the evening, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui also discussed the matter of dealing with Yum Group together. 2 days at the most. In 2 days the Xia Group side will be done. Xia Ruoshui assured. 3 days later, we'll do it together and completely solve this big trouble of Yum Group. Good. He had long been displeased with Yum Group, and this time he could finally settle him once and for all. After that, Xia Ruoshui and the girls left. Although Xia Ruoshui had roughly guessed her aunt's intentions, she didn't show her cards. It's not good to say this kind of thing explicitly. On the morning of a new day, the rewards from the system came again. Ding! On the 20th day of severance, the top 10 in the South will be rewarded with 5% ownership of Thousand Saints Auction Company. Chapter 92, 2 phone calls cost the Chen family $2 billion. Shares of Thousand Saints Auction Company, which ranks in the top 10 in the South. Chen Fan felt a bit puzzled about today's reward from the system. He hadn't heard of this company, but with the system suddenly rewarding it, this company shouldn't be simple. Out of curiosity, Chen Fan went online and investigated the information of Thousand Saints Auction Company. Thousand Saints Auction Company, one of the top 10 auction companies in the South, was established almost 10 years ago, mainly engaged in antiques, works of art and other auction industry, has many auction houses in the country. In addition to auctions, Thousand Saints Auctioneers is also engaged in the business of collecting, buying and selling antiques and works of art. Thousand Saints Auction Company is very strong. Upon taking a good look at the industry that Thousand Saints Auction Company was engaged in, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Chen Fan suddenly thought of something very important. When he had previously studied the information of the Chen Capital Group, one of the pillar industries of the Chen family, he had noticed that there had been 2 very important investments made by the Chen Capital Group in recent months. One of those sums has to do with artwork. Chen's Capital Group privately colluded with Chao Jinshi, a famous painter in Zhenghai. Chen's Capital Group began to frantically speculate on Chao Jinshi's paintings. In the past few months, Chao Jinshi's paintings, which were originally more than 100,000 or hundreds of thousands of dollars, have been frantically speculated to tens of millions of dollars, or even tens of millions of dollars. Speculation on the works of modern painters, This is not something rare. Some modern painters' paintings have been crazy speculation to tens of millions of dollars, or even hundreds of millions of a picture, and even more than those of the town hall of the level of antiques are worth money. Chen's Capital Group is still investing capital. Crazy speculation. Their purpose is to Chao Zhenxi's painting. Speculation to tens of millions, or hundreds of millions of a picture. Chen's Capital Group has spent a lot of money to completely buy out all of Chao Zhenxi's paintings. In the future, Chao Zhenxi can only give the Chen family painting? Now, the Chen family has accumulated more than a dozen of Chao Zhenxi's fine paintings. Chen's Capital Group intends to wait for the right time. Slowly, little by little, these paintings into the market, and then make a fortune. According to Chen Fan Information Investigation, in order to crazy speculation Chao Zhenxi, as well as completely buy out Chao Zhenxi's paintings, Chen's Capital Group has invested 1 to 2 billion. Since he has now obtained the shares of the Thousand Saints Auction Company and become a shareholder of the Thousand Saints Auction Company, it is just the right time to make an article from this aspect. Auction houses speculate or undercut art prices. That's all unspoken rules now. Thinking of this, Chen Fan immediately dialed the phone number that he had just gotten from the executives of Thousand Saints Auction Company, asking them to help suppress the market price of Chao Zhenxi's paintings. No problem. The executives immediately agreed that this is all a small matter. These modern works of art, they suppress or raise the price. It's a piece of cake. After finishing this, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. If it was only price suppression, Chen Capital Group could only be considered to have some losses, but it would not hemorrhage money. He heard that this Chao Zhenxi's character seems to have some kind of problem. If he can find Chao Zhenxi's black material, let Chao Zhenxi's reputation sweep away, then Chen's Capital Group, this 2 billion investment, can be blood money. Chen Fan suddenly remembered that he had gotten 100% ownership of the Lightfeather private detective agency, and this Chao Zhenxi, who was from Zhonghai province. Thinking of this, Chen Fan immediately contacted the Lightfeather private investigation agency and asked them to investigate Chao Zhenxi. With everything taken care of, Chen Fan then put away his cell phone with satisfaction. He only used 2 phone calls, and was about to make Chen Capital Group's investment of $1 to $2 billion. Get blood money. This feeling is really good. Chen Fan smiled and went to eat. While eating, Chen Fan also received an international call. May I ask if this is Mr. Chen Fan Chen? I'm Mariko Adelaide, the representative of Patek Philippe Company, and I'll be rushing to Jiangzhou City in Zhonghai Province, where Mr. Chen is located, this afternoon. The call was answered and fluent English came from it. A representative of Patek Philippe? After knowing the identity of the other party, Chen Fan immediately brightened up. After days of waiting for myself, the Patek Philippe people finally arrived. As long as the contract was signed, Chen Fan would officially own the shares of Patek Philippe Company and become a shareholder of Patek Philippe. Can Chen Fan not look forward to it? After the two sides politely exchanged a few words, the representative of Patek Philippe Company asked where to meet Chen Fan in Jiangzhou this afternoon. Well, why don't you go to the Listening Rain building and we'll meet there to sign the contract? Chen Fan thought for a moment and suggested, I will send for you when Mr. Adelaide arrives in Jiangzhou. Both parties agreed. On the other hand, in the Xia clan, Xia Menglan once again found Xia Ruoshui. Ruoshui, you should have guessed the purpose of my sudden visit to Jiangzhou. Xia Menglan opened his mouth. Last night she accidentally let her mouth slip. With Ruoshui's intelligence, 80% had already guessed it. After a whole night of thinking last night, Xia Menglan decided to showdown with her niece. After all, she and Ruoshui were very close, and Ruoshui was kind of what she had watched grow up. Well, Xia Ruoshui nodded slightly. There's one thing to say. After yesterday's contact, I'm very satisfied with Chen Fan. I think he's qualified to be our Xia family's son-in-law. Xia Menglan opened his mouth. You two fit together quite well, too. Seeing her aunt say this, Xia Ruoshui was a bit surprised. She thought her aunt was here to obstruct her. But well, I do think highly of Chen Fan, but if I tell your father about Chen Fan, I guess it will backfire. Xia Menglan said worriedly. Yesterday afternoon, I saw Chen Fan's yacht worth more than $1 billion. It was shocking. And I liked it, but if I tell your father about this matter, your father probably not only won't like it, but instead, he'll think of Chen Fan as a huckster and a loser. Xia Menglan said helplessly. The more I hear about spending over $1 billion on a private yacht for enjoyment, the more I think this is a loser. Especially those who had never seen Chen Fan and were unfamiliar with him would have preconceived ideas, which was bad. So, I would like to ask, Ruoshui, do you know if Chen Fan has any powerful identity that he can take out? Preferably the kind of powerful identity that can make your father feel amazed. Or industry? Xia Menglan asked. Her mission was almost complete, and she was expected to return in the next couple of days. But when she went back, she introduced Chen Fan. saying that Chen Fan had a billion-dollar private yacht and was a great cook, which would not leave a good impression with her brother. Therefore, she wanted to know the identity of a Chen Fan who was very powerful, at the very least, so that her brother could pay attention to Chen Fan, and her first impression of Chen Fan would become better. Awesome status? Xia Ruoshui couldn't think of anything for a while. If not, that's a big problem. Xia Manglan said worriedly. Let's do it this way. Tonight I'll go to Chen Fan's house again as a guest. Let's see if there are any gains. If there isn't a layer of powerful identity, Ruoshui, you're probably going to be in trouble. Chapter 93, Patek Philippe shares officially in hand. Who's at the bottom of the well? In the afternoon, in the Listening to the Rain building, Chen Fan sat on the first floor, sipping tea once and waiting for the representative of Patek Philippe Company to come. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man walked into the Hearing Rain building. Ha, Mr. Chen. The middle-aged man obviously recognized Chen Fan and immediately politely came over to greet him. You are? Chen Fan didn't recognize the other party. Mr. Chen, I'm Jiang Maochang, the owner of Rong Group. We've met before. The middle-aged man replied politely. Oh, it's Mr. Jiang. Hello. Chen Fan had some impression. They seemed to have met at a social gathering. Just then, a few more guests walked into the Listening Rain house. Among these few guests, there was one that Chen Fan recognized. The number one person in the younger generation of the Jiangzhou's powerful Qian family, and the future heir of the Qian family, Qian Bowen. Qian Bowen is one of Xia Ruoshui's suitors. When at a dinner party, Qian Bowen took the initiative to offer Xia Ruoshui as a male companion, only to be rejected directly by Xia Ruoshui. In the end, Xia Ruoshui took Chen Fan's arm. Apart from Qian Bowen, a few others are also rich people in Jiangzhou. It's you? After seeing Chen Fan, Qian Bowen's expression was not so natural. Because of what happened last time, Qian Bowen still held a grudge against Chen Fan. Mr. Qian, who is he? A bald rich man who came in with Qian Bowen asked curiously. He's just a boy who eats soft food. Qian Bowen replied with a sneer. That, Mr. Chen is not a softie. Mr. Chen is the chairman of the Yongtai Real Estate Group. Next to him, Jiang Maochang couldn't help but speak. This young man is actually the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group? Several people on the scene were beyond amazed. Qian Bowen was even a little stunned, and his face was a little embarrassed. He originally thought that this kid was a soft food, but he didn't think that he really had some strength. Humph. So what if he's the chairman of the Yongtai Real Estate Group? In my eyes, he still can't get on the stage. Chambers said with a stiff upper lip. I'm going to meet the big entrepreneur of Zhonghai province, He Xinghai. Mr. He, later on, Chambers bragged. Our business with Mr. He is not something that a mere Yongtai Real Estate Group can pry into. Hearing Qian Bowen say this, several of his companions hastened to brag. That's right, young Qian is the true young genius of our Jiangzhou. Even less money can already talk business with Mr. He, in the whole of Jiangzhou. Who can compare? Young Qian is the true number one of the younger generation in our Jiangzhou. Not waiting for them to finish, outside the door, a Rolls-Royce Gusto slowly stopped, followed by an elegant man striding in. This person was none other than the famous big entrepreneur of Zhonghai province. He Xinghai. You're here, Mr. He. Hello Mr. He. Seeing this, Qian Bowen immediately went over and greeted with incomparable fawning. Hello. He Xinghai nodded. A few others came forward and greeted He Xinghai. Getting acquainted. Taking advantage of this spare time, Qian Bowen is incomparably dejected, glancing towards Chen Fan, as if to say, see, I am not at the same level as you, even if you are the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group. So what? I'm now in business with a big businessman in central China Sea province. How about you? Are you qualified for this? Qian Bowen hesitated and suddenly came to Chen Fan's side and whispered, if I were you, I would have the self-awareness to know that I'm not good enough for President Xia and would take the initiative to stay away from him. The Qian family in Jiangzhou was very powerful, and Qian Bowen had heard a little bit about Xia Ruoshui, so he frantically pursued Xia Ruoshui. Facing Chen Fan as a love rival, he naturally had to do everything he could to drive him away. Only a young handsome man like me, such a powerful son, is qualified to pursue President Xia. You're far from it. Ha! Chen Fan was amused by Qian Bowen's words and disliked him back nonchalantly. If I were you, I'd go to the restroom and take a good look in the mirror to learn what it means to be a frog in a well. What did you say? Chambers was furious. Just as he was about to strike back at Chen Fan, the door of the Rain Listening Tower opened once again. Several foreigners, led by 2 Nine Heavens Security Group bodyguards, came in. Boss, the representative from Patek Philippe, Mr. Adelaide, has arrived. Chen Fan's man came in and spoke respectfully to Chen Fan. Hearing those words, everyone in the tea house instantly froze like a wooden chicken. From Patek Philippe? These foreigners are from Patek Philippe? For a moment, the eyes of everyone in the room, including He Xinghuai, were all on these Patek Philippe representatives. The people from the Honorable Patek Philippe Company had traveled thousands of miles to come to their Jiangzhou to do what? This is our Mr. Chen. The people from the Ninth Heaven Security Group were introduced to the people from Patek Philippe again. Hello, Mr. Chen. Adelaide took the initiative to go forward and shook hands with Chen Fan with incomparable respect, asking with a hint of curtness in his tone, can he not please the shareholders of the company when facing them? Seeing this, Qian Bowen, He Xinghuai and the others were completely confused. What the hell? How is it that someone from the hallowed Patek Philippe Company is currying favor with Chen Fan? What's going on? A representative of the Patek Philippe Company who will also curry favor with people? Immediately afterward, in the crowd's astonished gazes, Chen Fan and a few people from Patek Philippe Company ascended to the second floor and went to the private room to discuss in detail. On the other hand, Qian Bowen, He Xinghuai and the others froze there, unable to figure it out. Mr. He, let's go to the private room as well. After freezing for a moment, Chambers suggested. No, we'll just wait here for a while. However, to Qian Bowen's surprise, He Xinghuai flatly refused. At this moment, He Xinghuai was obviously more interested and curious about Chen Fan. He wanted to know what Chen Fan, this young man, would talk about with the people from Patek Philippe, and why the representative of the hallowed Patek Philippe would be the one who was so pleasing to Chen Fan. On the other side, Chen Fan and Patek Philippe's representative chatted for a while before the other party took out 2 contracts. The parties exchanged signatures. The 4% stake in the Patek Philippe Company, thus, is officially in hand. Chen Fan also successfully became a shareholder of Patek Philippe, because Adelaide was still in a hurry to get back. She chatted for a while and then excused herself. Chen Fan sent them down and had those 2 bodyguards from the Nine Heavens Security Group then send them away. After the representative of Patek Philippe Company left, He Xinghuai made a move that directly made Chen Bowen and the others' jaws drop. Chapter 94, Chen Fan strikes. Chen's Capital Group's blood money goes down the drain. Explosive gossip. In the astonished gazes of Qian Bowen and the others, He Xinghuai came straight to Chen Fan's front. Then with the same hint of pleasing flavor, he took the initiative to greet Chen Fan. Hello, this Mr. Chen, my humble servant He Xinghuai. I am pleased to make your acquaintance. He Xinghuai felt that even the representative of the titular Patek Philippe Company was treating Chen Fan like that, so it was reasonable for him to curry favor with Chen Fan as well. But his move fell in the eyes of Qian Bowen, as well as other Jiangzhou tycoons. It is simply an earthquake general. In their eyes, He Xinghuai was already a towering, untouchable big shot. As a result, it is such a big man, but very pleasing to a young man. Is it reasonable? Oh, hello. He Xinghuai was so polite, and Chen Fan responded politely. Here's my card. He Xinghuai politely handed his business card to Chen Fan. Chen Fan took a look at the chairman of the He Group in Zhonghai Province, vice president of the Sanfeng Chamber of Commerce. A large list of titles on He Xinghuai's business card. Sorry, I don't have a business card. Chen Fan took the business card and said with a bit of embarrassment. Looks like it's time to get a little business card printing done myself. It's fine. Then can Mr. Chen tell me a contact? He Xinghuai asked again. Also, does Mr. Chen have a special relationship with the Patek Philippe Company? So I'll make a note to Mr. Chen. The last sentence was He Xinghuai's real intention. He had laid out so much in order to inquire about Chen Fan's relationship with the titular Patek Philippe Company. There's no special relationship. I'm just a shareholder in Patek Philippe. Chen Fan responded casually. Shareholders of the Patek Philippe Company? Hearing Chen Fan's words, He Xinghuai was directly dumbfounded. Not far away, Qian Bowen and the others were inwardly horrified. Qian Bowen, in particular, had his mouth wide open and was stunned. What did Chen Fan say? He's a shareholder in Patek Philippe. Holy, that's awesome. Thinking about how he had just fooled around in front of Chen Fan, telling Chen Fan to stay away from Xiao Ruoshui, but Chen Fan disliked him back, calling him a frog in the bottom of a well. Qian Bowen initially thought that Chen Fan was arrogant, but now it seems that what Chen Fan said was indeed correct. His own eyes had been on Jiangzhou, or Zhonghai Province, but others, Chen Fan, were already shareholders of the globally renowned Patek Philippe Company. They're not even on the same level. In a flash, Qian Bowen lowered his head, ashamed to the extreme. Mr. Chen is really young and talented. He Xinghuai gulped and couldn't help but marvel. The few Jiangzhou tycoons who had gathered around Qian Bowen just now came over and ingratiated themselves with Chen Fan in all sorts of ways. Chen Fan was too lazy to deal with them. With the matter settled and the shares of the Patek Philippe Company in his hands, Chen Fan found a reason and left. In the afternoon, after returning to the villa, Chen Fan casually placed the documents on the coffee table and was about to take a break. Suddenly, Chen Fan's cell phone rang. A message came from the Lightfeather Private Investigation Agency. Boss, we found out an explosive news about the painter Chao Zhenxi. Once this news spreads out, Chao Zhenxi will definitely be infamous and left behind for years to come. The man from Lightfeather Private Investigations said with great gossip. Oh, what news? Chen Fan asked curiously. Our people took pictures of Chou Jinhe, who is in his 60s, and a young woman in her 20s on a hotel date. Someone from Lightfeather Private Investigations reports back. Photos of a meeting with a woman in her 20s? Chen Fan froze. At most, this proves that Chao Zhenxi is old and not old at heart. Just a flirt. At most, a little scandal. Should not be enough to completely destroy the reputation, the stench of 1,000 years, right? If we just broke the news about this, it's not enough of a blow to the Chen family. Don't worry, boss. We investigated the young woman in her 20s again, and the result of this woman's identity surprised us. Oh, what identity? This young woman is the fiancée of Chao Zhenxi's grandson. Immediately afterward, Lightfeather private investigators spoke in a shocking manner. What? Instantly, Chen Fan was dumbfounded. This. For a while, Chen Fan did not know how to describe this Chao Zhenxi. Awesome. Tough guy. It's so ruthless. Even the grandson's fiancée has gone after him. Chao Zhenxi's idol. It can't be Prime Minister Chao. No, he's more ruthless than Prime Minister Chao. After sighing a bit, Chen Fan brightened up. The person from the Lightfeather Private Detective Agency was right. Once the secret is exposed, Chao Zhenxi is really going to have his reputation swept away and be left behind for years to come. His paintings, moreover, would be worthless. At that time, Chen Capital Group's investment of $1 to $2 billion will be completely wasted and bloodless. This was a good thing for Chen Fan. You expose this immediately and publish all the evidence as well. Chen Fan immediately ordered. He did this, but also for the good of Chao Zhenxi's grandson. To save him from the prairie on his head. He still does not know. When the announcement is done, you guys push the envelope and buy a wave of hits. Got it? Understood, boss. The people from Lightfeather Private Investigations went into action immediately. On the other hand, in the Chen Capital Group, President Chen Jiankai was listening to the report from his men. Chen Jiankai, the third son of Elder Chen, currently the head of Chen Capital Group. Boss, our speculation on Chao Zhenxi's paintings has been very successful. At the moment, one of Chao Zhenxi's fine paintings can sell for $30 to $40 million, and a little more can even go up to $50 million. The staff member said excitedly. He was too impressed with the president to come up with the idea. Not enough. This is still far from enough. My goal is to take Chao Zhenxi's paintings and speculate them to $70 to $80 million, or even hundreds of millions apiece. Chen Jiankai corrected chestily. He also admired himself for coming up with such a brilliant idea. We've completely bought out all the paintings behind Chao Zhenxi. And when we speculate Chao Zhenxi's paintings into the big tens of millions apiece, we'll sell one every 6 months, or a few. At that point, our profits will double. It's just going to take a little longer. Chen Jiankai looks even further ahead. Immediately add another $300 million and continue to speculate on Chao Zhenxi's painting. You go into action now and strike while the iron is hot. Chen Jiankai ordered. Yes, boss. The men immediately went to work on it. In the office, Chen Jiankai, on the other hand, was fantasizing about the fact that when the speculation was successful, he would easily earn double, or even several times the profit. The more he thought about it, the more smug Chen Jiankai became. If before, my father gave himself the task of dealing with Chen Fan, that little man, instead of the oldest four, with his wisdom, he would have already fixed Chen Fan to be penniless and living on the streets. Perhaps by now Chen Fan was already kneeling in front of his father, begging for mercy in agony. Unfortunately, his father hadn't allowed himself to make a move, which caused Chen Fan to remain rampant outside. It was too bad that he couldn't show his abilities. Chen Jiankai was filled with regret. More than an hour later, Chen Jiankai's office door was suddenly pushed open violently, and a company executive rushed in hurriedly. What are you in such a hurry for? You're broke, aren't you? Chen Jiankai asked impatiently. No, President, you're the one who's broke. The company executive replied in a whisper. No, to be precise, you lost money. What the are you talking about? Chen Jiankai angrily questioned. He disliked the word loss of money. President, look at today's hot search yourself. Saying that, the company executive put the tablet computer in his hand on Chen Jiankai's table. Chen Jiankai casually glanced at it, and in an instant, Chen Jiankai's expression froze. Chapter 95, The First Hemorrhage. Flesh painful Elder Chen. Shocking and against human decency, the famous domestic painter Chao Zhenxi cheated on his grandson's fiancée. Looking at the words on the hot search, Chen Jiankai's heart seemed to stop beating at this moment. Chen Jiankai tapped into the hot search, and immediately afterward, a video popped up. The video is of Chao Zhenxi taking his grandson's fiancée to a hotel room in the lobby, as well as photos of a kiss, and behind the photos, an intimate photo of Chao Zhenxi's grandson and his girlfriend. This is obviously solid. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Chao is awesome. Such a person deserves to be called a famous painter in China. Boycott. Such scum must be boycotted. Agree. Even the grandson's girlfriend does not let go of. A painting also lost tens of millions of dollars. White to me I do not want. Must be blocked him. In the comments section of the video, countless netizens commented, and a large portion of them suggested boycotting and blocking Chao Zhenxi. Chen Jiankai heart thumped. Exclaimed not good. What's going on here? Chen Jiankai hurriedly inquired. President, we don't know what's going on here. An hour ago, this news suddenly popped up on every major website, every major video platform, and then quickly rushed to the hot search. The company executives also replied helplessly. Luckily it's just now hitting the hot seat and not topping the charts. It's going to be devastating for us if things get out of hand, Chen Jiankai said in a panic. In order to hype Chao Zhenxi, he had smashed so much money, and it was hard to build up Chao Zhenxi's persona to a high level. But now this happened. What are you guys still waiting for? Why don't you go find a publicist to suppress this hot search? It's better to remove the hot search. Hurry up, Chen Jiankai anxiously ordered down, trying to suppress the news and salvage the situation. Yes, company executives rushed into action. Chen Jiankai also rushed to use his own resources and connections to find a way to suppress the hot search. At the same time, Chen Fan also saw the hot search. Lightfeather Private Detective Agency people is a professional. The news in the domestic well-known all the URLs, all video platforms, are released. In that case, even if Chen Capital Group, as well as Chao Zhenxi had suppressed the hot search on a certain website, or a certain video platform, the news on other websites and platforms was still there. Since things have developed to this extent, Chen Fan wants to give it ad fire. Thinking about it, Chen Fan gave 1,000 Saint auction company executives to call. Let the other side to help. The news, in the push, get to the hot list of 1. To Chao Zhenxi's reputation completely stink. Understood, Mr. Chen. The executives of Thousand Saints auctioneers assured me that it was just another form of hype and that they were familiar with it. Because of the frequent need to speculate on artwork and such, Thousand Saints Auctions has great contacts in this area. After receiving Chen Fan's order, this executive of the Thousand Saints Auction Company immediately went into action. Now even if Chen's Capital Group remedies the situation, it's useless. In terms of speculation, controlling hot searches, Thousand Saints Auction Company can completely unilaterally hang Chen's Capital Group. Sure enough, with Chen Fan's arrangement, the ranking of this hot search rose rapidly, and in no time at all, it had rushed to the first place on all major platforms, becoming the object of millions of netizens' hot discussions. Chen's Capital Group congregation. His men reported to Chen Jiankai that they had failed. Clunk, clunk, asshole. Angry Chen Jiankai pushed the desk down directly. Chao Zhenxi's reputation is completely stench. In the network, become the existence of everyone shouting. Now, Chao Zhenxi's paintings, which had already been speculated by him to tens of millions of dollars apiece, were now estimated to have fallen to their lowest. It's not even certain if a painting has tens of thousands of dollars anymore. Right, you get Manager White over here. Quick. Suddenly thinking of something, Chen Jiankai hurriedly opened his mouth. A few minutes later, Manager White came over. What happened to my request 2 hours ago for you to continue to invest $300 million and hype Chao Zhenxi? Chen Jiankai asked in a hurry. Don't worry, President. I've already arranged it. Most of the money I've transferred to those professional speculation organizations. I guess it will take effect soon. Manager Bai didn't know about the hot search and thought the president was concerned about his work. So he said proudly, satisfied with the results of his work. What? Most of the money has been transferred. Asshole. Chen Jiankai got up violently and Kai completely exploded. 300 million. Another 300 million gone. Chen Jiankai quickly contacted Chao Zhenxi, wanting to hold him accountable. However, Chen Jiankai's phone just couldn't be answered. It's not good, President. We just got the news. Just now, Chao Zhenxi took his grandson's girlfriend and has boarded a flight to a foreign country. Another piece of bad news came in. Zhou Jinhe ran away. After knowing this news, Chen Jiankai was completely devastated. Gulp. Chen Jiankai sat paralyzed in his chair, as if his entire body had lost its soul. Chao Zhenxi didn't run away, and he still had the possibility of getting back the $1 billion that completely bought out Chao Zhenxi to supplement his losses a bit. But now, Chao Zhenxi ran away and ran abroad, so the $1 billion buyout fee is not so good to get back. A total of more than $2 billion. Just gone. Chen Jiankai's heart seemed to be dripping blood. This investment, their Chen Capital Group, was bloodless. Such news certainly cannot be hidden from the old man. Chen Jiankai dare not go back, so he had to call to report to the old man. What? A loss of over $2 billion at once? Waste? You waste? What are you for? Knowing this news, Elder Chen was incomparably carnal and furious. Last time, Chen Fan a little snatched his imperative project. Chen Laozi was indeed angry, but that time their Chen family at most wasted a little energy and time, and hardly lost much money. But now, losing more than $2 billion at once is a real hemorrhage, and Master Chen is too heartbroken. You immediately go to investigate. See Chaozhenshi this matter. Who is behind the instruction? Find out the real culprit behind the scenes. I will never let him go. Elder Chen roared. Yes, father, I'll send someone to investigate. Now, Chen Jiankai went into action in a hurry. In the villa of the royal villa, he saw the hot search and knew that Chaozhenshi was completely finished, and the 1 and 2 billion investment of Chen's capital group had gone down the drain. Chen Fan became in a good mood. In less than a day, Chen Capital Group lost a large sum of money. I want to take advantage of the victory and continue to launch the next offensive against Chen's Capital Group. There are so many projects in Chen Capital Group. Next, which one should one take on? Just as Chen Fan was thinking, the doorbell suddenly rang. Chapter 96, Severance Day 21. Rewarding the world's top private jet. Chen Fan opened the door, and at the door stood none other than Xia Mengmeng and Xia Menglan. Xia Menglan was going to leave in the next 2 days. She wanted to know a Chen Fan's awesome identity so that when she went back, she could put in a good word for Chen Fan in front of her brother. In this way, Ruoshui's father would also be able to leave a good first impression of Chen Fan. Although her intention is good, but this kind of thing cannot be explicitly said. So Xia Menglan pulled Xia Mengmeng over to find Chen Fan chat. Xia Menglan wanted to see if he could get a bit of useful information from Chen Fan's words. Coming in and sitting down, Xia Menglan took the initiative to chat with Chen Fan, and after talking for a while, there was no answer she wanted. Did Chen Fan really not have any powerful identity? That would be a problem. Xia Menglan was anxious inside. What should we do? She was really very optimistic about Chen Fan. He and Ruoshui were a good match. Xia Menglan sat up slightly, picked up the water cup on the coffee table, intending to drink a mouthful of water, talking a lot, some thirst, but she had just picked up the water cup when her eyes unintentionally swept over the documents that Chen Fan had just casually placed on the coffee table. Instantly, Xia Menglan's eyes widened with disbelief. What did she see? Xia Menglan looked at the Chinese and English names on the document in dismay. Patek Philippe Company Share Acquisition Agreement. Xia Menglan was inwardly horrified and couldn't believe her eyes. Patek Philippe's purchase agreement. One is not reading it wrong. Xia Menglan hurriedly put down her water cup, then rubbed her eyes fiercely, once again looking over towards Chen Fan's particular document. And what she saw was still the same Patek Philippe Company Share Acquisition Agreement in big letters. Hiss. Xia Menglan sucked in a breath of cool air, and her entire body was a bit confused. She just wanted to know a slightly more powerful and important identity, or industry, of Chen Fan, so that she could put in a good word for Chen Fan in front of her brother and leave a good impression on him. But who would have thought that she would have accidentally discovered Chen Fan's amazing masterstroke? Acquisition of shares in Patek Philippe & Co. My goodness, what an amazingly big deal this is. That little van. This is? Xia Menglan asked curiously. Oh, it's a file I just got back and just put it on my desk. Chen Fan looked at it and replied. Is it true that you acquired shares in the Patek Philippe company? Xia Menglan asked in surprise. Right. Chen Fan nodded his head gently. What? Senior Chen acquired shares in Patek Philippe? At this moment, even Xia Mengmeng couldn't sit still. She doesn't know much about business, companies or anything, but she does know about luxury goods, especially the world's top watch brands like Patek Philippe. She even gave her father a Patek Philippe watch for his last birthday. I didn't realize that Senior Chen had acquired the shares of Patek Philippe and become a shareholder of Patek Philippe. Senior Chen is so powerful. Xia Mengmeng was like this, let alone Xia Menglan. Xia Menglan felt as if she was dreaming. What Xia Menglan was shocked by was not that Chen Fan was already a shareholder of Patek Philippe company, but that Chen Fan was able to successfully acquire the shares of Patek Philippe at this time now. Unbelievable. So unbelievable. Xia Menglan heard, because Patek Philippe price is too expensive. Commodity audience crowd is incredibly limited, so Patek Philippe company's market value seems to have been not high, just a few tens of billions. But the thing is, shares in Patek Philippe are not something you can acquire just because you have the money. At present, the shares of Patek Philippe company are held in the hands of those top tycoons and big shots, and those big shots are not short of money, not to mention that they will not easily sell their shares of Patek Philippe company. Otherwise, there would have been countless wealthy people who would have been dumb enough to do so. But it was under these circumstances that Chen Fan was still able to easily acquire the shares of the Patek Philippe company. Chen Fan's connections and financial strength were not generally terrifying. Xia Menglan was inwardly shocked. If the news that Chen Fan had acquired the shares of the Patek Philippe company was told to his brother would probably be surprised in a million ways. When the time comes, Chen Fan will definitely be able to leave a deep first impression on this future husband-in-law. Knowing this layer of Chen Fan's identity, Xia Menglan's purpose was achieved, and after staying for a little while, Xia Menglan and Xia Mengmeng both left. On the other hand, in the Yum Yum Group, Kong Baisheng was at home drinking a small drink with his son, celebrating their initial victory. Under their onslaught, Yongtai Real Estate Group was in jeopardy. It was as if Kong Baisheng could already feel victory beckoning him. Speed up the efforts, and strive for these few days, to bring down the Yongtai Real Estate Group. Kong Baisheng instructed his son that this time, he was going to use the entire company's power to completely solve the Yongtai Real Estate Group and completely solve the trouble of Chen Fan. After taking our $500 million, I'm going to make that brat Chen Fan double it and spit it out. Kong Baisheng muttered with a gloomy face. Father, don't worry. This time we'll attack with all our might. Even if Chen Fan grows wings, he won't be able to escape from you, father. Kong Baisheng's son was equally elated and felt that victory was at hand. On a new day, Xia clan, Xia Ruoxue was secretly preparing for a surprise attack on Yum Group. Boss, if we do this, although we can solve such a trouble as Yum Group, we estimate that we will also lose a lot. A vice president of the Xia Group said worriedly. Yum Group, as a veteran enterprise, its heritage could not be underestimated. And in case it really reached that level of danger, it was estimated that it would doggedly and frantically attack them. The power of this death-defying blow is not small. If you have something to lose, you have something to lose. And in business, what's not to lose? Xia Ruoxue opened her mouth with great vigor. It doesn't matter if the company has a loss if she can help Chen Fan. The big deal is that she will work hard behind her to make up for the loss. What's more, Yum Group being finished would be a good thing for their Xia Group. Seeing that the boss insisted, the vice president couldn't continue to say anything, but could only do as he was told and hurry up with the preparations. At noon, Chen Fan had just gotten out of class when the system's voice suddenly came. Ding! On the 21st day of the severance of ties, a private jet of the same model as the world's richest man, a Gulfstream G650ER private jet, a series of formalities required for a private jet, airworthiness license, radio license, eligibility to apply for routes, etc., have been completed. Today's system reward is here. Rewarded with a private jet today. Kind of interesting, Chen Fan lamented. There is one thing to say, compared to the private yacht, this private airplane rewarded by the system today is obviously more useful. In the future, it would be very convenient for Chen Fan to have a private jet in case he had something to do and needed to go out of town. Private yachts, on the other hand, are very limited and pretty much pure enjoyment. Driven by curiosity, Chen Fan searched for information on the Gulfstream G650ER private jet. The Gulfstream G650ER private jet, one of the top private jets, boasts the longest range of any commercial jet with 13,890 kilometers. The Gulfstream G650ER private jet has a capacity of 8 passengers and 4 crew members. And the interiors, even the sofas, are all privately customized, and there's even a double bed inside for the convenience of resting passengers. The Gulfstream G650ER private jet also has a perfect safety system and emergency rescue equipment. Bill Gates, the former richest man in the world, owns an identical Gulfstream G650ER private jet. To be loved by the former richest man in the world shows that the Gulfstream G650ER private jet is not bad. Knowing this news, Chen Fan was even more excited about this Gulfstream G650ER private jet of his. This was still Chen Fan's first private airplane. Just as Chen Fan was learning about private airplanes, in Jiangzhou, inside a large villa, some basic information about Chen Fan appeared on a mysterious man's desk. Chapter 97, Zhangzhou's magnificent Chen family strikes. Chen Fan dares to offend 2 magnificent families? This is the profile of the new owner of the Guanshan International Golf Course? Looking at the information in front of him, which was only a sparse piece of paper, the mysterious man asked curiously. The mysterious man was no other than Shen Xingran, the new head of the powerful Shen family in Jiangzhou. Yes, the henchman nodded. Shen Xingran curiously picked up Chen Fan's information and flipped through it. This Chen Fan was actually a member of the Chen family before, but has severed his ties with the Chen family? Shen Xingran was extraordinarily surprised. Shen Xingran continued to look backward, yet even this piece of paper was not filled with writing. On the information, it was only known that Chen Fan was currently the owner of Yongtai Real Estate Group, the owner of Wangjiang Pavilion, and the owner of Guanshan International Golf Course, but the rest was just some irrelevant news. That's all? Shen Xingran asked with dissatisfaction. He just took over the Shen family, became the Shen family head. Shen Xingran anxious to open up territory for the Shen family. Increase the Chen family's industry. So Shen Qingran, who often plays golf, set his sights on the largest golf course in Jiangzhou, the Guanshan International Golf Course. Especially knowing that the Guanshan International Golf Course had changed to a new owner, Shen Qingran felt that this was a good opportunity. So that's why he sent someone to investigate the news of the new owner of the Guanshan International Golf Course. And after half a day's investigation, it's just a few short sentences? This Chen fan's previous status in the Chen family was very low. There is not much information and a lot of it is useless. I summarized all the intelligence and these are the only pieces of information that are useful. The henchman replied helplessly. Okay. Shen Qingran spoke helplessly. This information is also enough. Find a way to contact this Chen fan. I want to see him and talk to him about buying the Guanshan International Golf Course. Shen Qingran ordered. Yes, master of the house. The henchman nodded. By the way, family head, if you want to buy the Guanshan International Golf Course, do you need me to go to the finance and ask them to prepare the funds for the purchase in advance? The henchman then asked. That's fine. Shen Qingran nodded. The Guanshan International Golf Course is worth more than $1 billion. I'll ask the finance to prepare $1.5 billion. Is that enough? Is that enough? Too much. Shen Qingran replied with a big smile. It's enough to prepare only half of it. Shen Qingran replied. He naturally wasn't going to acquire the Guanshan International Golf Course normally. Otherwise, what was he going to do with all the trouble of collecting Chen fan's information? He intended to buy the Guanshan International Golf Course from that Chen fan at the lowest possible price. Just a few $100 million. Chen fan had already broken with the Chen family and became the Chen family's enemy. At this time, did Chen fan dare to offend their Shen family? If one person offends two powerful families, he is asking for death. Shen Qingran felt that at that time, as long as he said his purpose and announced his identity, Chen fan must not respectfully sell the Guanshan International Golf Course to himself at the lowest price and beg to take it. Chen fan, who had offended the Chen family, would surely curry favor with himself in every way. Understood, house master. The men immediately went into action. On the other hand, in the Chen family, Chen Jinping, the fourth oldest member of the Chen family, had failed in his actions, and Elder Chen was planning to formulate a new plan to deal with Chen fan. It was now getting shorter and shorter until the final time given by the Xu family in Jinling. Last time, when he directly took a big company like Yongtai Real Estate Group and failed, Elder Chen had to admit that Chen fan had grown up now. Since he couldn't start with the big ones, Master Chen planned to start with the smallest industries, from the smallest to the largest. In the end, Elder Chen's eyes locked onto the property under Chen fan's name, Wankai International Hotel. This time, Elder Chen is going to put the Wankai International Hotel out of business. He didn't believe that he couldn't fix Yongtai Real Estate Group, but he still couldn't fix a hotel in the district. Coincidentally, went to the field for a few months to study the Chen family master's second daughter Chen Yi came back. Know the master's idea. Chen Yi took the initiative to take this matter down. Father, just watch. I don't think I'll let you down, Chen Yi said with confidence. Chen Yi already had a general plan in her head to deal with Wankai International Hotel. Good. We have to close down Chen fan, that little Wankai International Hotel, in the shortest possible time, and give him a little lesson. Otherwise, that little tail will really go up to the sky. Elder Chen ordered. Father, just watch. I've gained not a lot from these months of study. Dare to cut ties with our Chen family. I will make that unfilial bastard Chen fan regret it for the rest of his life. Chen Yi assured him repeatedly, then immediately went into action. During the afternoon course introduction, Chen fan received a call from Chen Wenjing. Be careful. The old man has sent Chen Yi, who seems to be going after your Wankai International Hotel. When the phone was connected, Chen Wenjing, Chen fan's undercover agent in the Chen family, whispered a reminder. Chen Yi is going to go after the Wankai International Hotel. Okay, I know. Chen fan nodded. After hanging up the phone, Chen fan called the general manager of Wankai International Hotel and asked him to pay extra attention in the next 2 days. Water is the best way to cover up the earth, and a soldier is the best way to stop a soldier. Moreover, if the Chen family wanted to deal with their own Wankai International Hotel, then the attention to the Chen Capital Group would definitely drop once again, which would be more convenient for them to take action. It was important to realize that the Wankai International Hotel was just an insignificant and ordinary industry that Chen fan currently had, but Chen's Capital Group, it is one of the Chen family's pillar industries. There's no way to compare the two. After making the arrangements, Chen fan drove and went straight to Jiangzhou Airport. His private jet, the Gulfstream G650ER, had already arrived at Jiangzhou Airport, and Chen fan couldn't wait to see what his first private jet looked like. More than 40 minutes later, Chen fan arrived at Jiangzhou Airport. He was just about to walk into the airport when a puzzled voice came out of nowhere. Chapter 98, surprised by Chen fan's private jet. The magnificent Xu family's father and son, the magnificent Xu family's pleasure. Boss. Hearing someone call out to him, Chen Fan looked over to the side, only to see that not far away, a chubby man was waving at Chen Fan. He was no one else but Chen Fan's little brother from before, Xu Hongyi, a direct descendant of the Xu family, a powerful family in Zhengzhou. At this moment, Xu Hongyi was following the side of a serious middle-aged man, who was Xu Hongyi's father, Xu Guangsheng, a core member of the Xu family. The old master of the Xu family was already over 80 years old, too old. So currently, most of the power of the Xu family was in the hands of Xu Guangsheng. Xu Guangsheng is already considered the Xu family's public prince. As long as the old master of the Xu family passes away, Xu Guangsheng will immediately be promoted to the Xu family head. Hearing his son actually call that kid in front of him big brother, Xu Guangxing frowned slightly. As the son of the future Xu family head, how can he be a little brother to someone else? Xu Hongyi and his father walked over, and Xu Hongyi took the initiative to help introduce the two. Father, this is my idol, the boss I recognized, Chen Fan. Boss, this is my father. After hearing Chen Fan's name, Xu Guangxing was even more surprised. Chen Fan, you're related to the powerful Chen family? Xu Guangxing asked suspiciously. Father, it's true that the boss was a member of the magnificent Chen family before, but not anymore. Xu Hongyi hurriedly gave his father a brief introduction. After hearing this, Xu Guangxing became even more displeased inwardly. Although Chen Fan had already severed his relationship with the Chen family, but anyhow, he was also a member of the luxurious Chen family before. His son was from their Xu family, which was about as strong as the Chen family. As a result, his own son even recognized a former Chen family member as his boss. Wasn't this saying that the Chen family had suppressed their Xu family? No, go back and have a good chat with your son. He and this Chen Fan as friends. That's nothing, but give Chen Fan as a little brother. Absolutely not. Xu Guangxing thought inwardly. Boss, are you going out of town? Xu Hongyi asked curiously. He and his father had just returned from the field. That's not true. I just bought a private jet and parked it at the Zhengzhou airport. I came over to take a look. Chen Fan replied casually. Even though it's a private jet, there's no way to start the plane straight up. Unlike a regular luxury car or something, private planes need professional airports to take off. But even the great tycoons can't build their own airports for a single plane. So many tycoons rent places from airports all over the world to store their private airplanes and give them to the airports for hosting, maintenance, inspections and whatnot, all to the airports. And they only need to pay the airports a large sum of money every year. Simple and convenient. Anything that can be solved with money is trivial. Chen Fan's private jet will also be entrusted to Zhengzhou Airport. Private jet? Boss, you bought a private jet. Awesome. Xu Hongyi marveled in awe. Even most of them, the powerful families of Zhengzhou, didn't have private airplanes, not their Xu family. Next to him, Xu Guangxing was similarly incomparably surprised when he heard Chen Fan's words. This little guy called Chen Fan can actually afford a private airplane. Boss, can I come over and see your private jet and get a rise out of it? Xu Hongyi asked with anticipation. Aha! Chen Fan nodded his head. This little brother of Xu Hongyi was also very capable. Thanks boss. Xu Hongyi was excited. He hadn't been on a private airplane yet? Chen Fan walked in front and Xu Hongyi followed behind. Xu Guangxing hesitated for a moment and also followed. He was curious as to what type of private jet this Xiao Chen had bought. It shouldn't be anything impressive. I guess it's one of those small private jets worth small tens of millions of dollars. After all, Xiao Chen is too young. Xu Guangxing guessed inwardly. Noticing his son's excited look of not having seen the world, Xu Guangxing couldn't help but give him a reminder. Pay attention. Isn't it just a private airplane? In a few days, our Xu family will also buy one. As the son of the future head of the Xu family, you have to put up a front, and since we're going to buy it, we're definitely going to buy the kind that's worth over $100 million. We're not going to buy the kind that's tens of millions of dollars cheaper. Xu Guangxing said purposely. He naturally did not want to lose face in front of Chen Fan, a junior. A few minutes later, they were led inside the airport by airport staff. From a distance, the airport worker pointed to a huge private jet in the distance and introduced it. That, sir, is your Gulfstream G650ER private jet. Looking in the direction the airport staff pointed, the Xu family's father and son had their jaws dropped in shock. Xu Guangsheng, in particular, froze. Originally, he thought that Chen Fan's private plane was just the kind of small private plane that could sit 2 or 4 people, and was worth tens of millions of dollars at most. But looking at it from so far away, the private jet was not a bit bigger than he had expected. Is Xiao Chen so powerful? What's so special about this private jet? Xu Guangxing looked to the airport staff. He still didn't quite believe that this private airplane of Chen Fan's was powerful. Sir, this private jet is a Gulfstream G650ER, one of the top private jets in the world. It is powered by two BR725A1-12 turbofan engines. The staff was unbelievably professional about it. The more he listened, the more shocked Zhu Guangxing felt. There are quite a few top tycoons and big shots in the world whose ride is the Gulfstream G650ER. And one of the most famous of them is the former richest man in the world, Bill Gates. Finally, the staff made a point of adding, "What? This Gulfstream G650ER is the same model as the richest man in the world?" Zhu Guangxing was completely dumbfounded. He was never expecting that Chen Fan's private airplane would be so powerful. To be able to afford such a private jet, Chen Fan's financial power was horrifying. "Mr. Chen is awesome," Zhu Guangxing said with emotion. At this moment, his address to Chen Fan also changed from Little Chen to the more respectful Mr. Chen. There seems to be nothing unacceptable about a son being a junior to Mr. Chen. After that, Chen Fan took the lead in boarding his Gulfstream G650ER private jet, checking it out and being very satisfied with the interior. It will be much more convenient to go out in the future. Xu family father and son also boarded the private jet to see. Was shocked. Inside really luxurious enough. Coming down from the private jet, Zhu Guangxing took the initiative to add Chen Fan's contact information. "When you have time, welcome Mr. Chen to our Xu family. Mr. Chen is a valued guest of our Xu family." Zhu Guangxing was very enthusiastic and took the initiative to invite, already including Chen Fan as a key honored guest of their Xu family. Zhu Guangxing was eager to make friends with Chen Fan, a powerful character. "Good point," Chen Fan responded politely. After that, Chen Fan left. He had other things to do. Looking at Chen Fan's distant back, Zhu Guangxing patted his son's shoulder. "Father, how is it? This boss I recognized is no problem. Your son's vision can't be bad." Xu Hongyi somewhat proudly showed off in front of his father. Just now when he saw the boss at the very beginning, Xu Hongyi noticed the displeasure in his father's eyes already. "But now that I've seen the boss's private jet, it's different. Not bad. Worthy of my son. His vision is good." Zhu Guangxing's attitude changed 180 degrees and said with great pride, "When you have time, invite Mr. Chen to your home as a guest. It would be best to make my Xu family a good friend of Mr. Chen." Zhu Guangxing exhorted his son, "You must flatter this boss of yours. Only around 20 years old and he can afford a private jet of this caliber. His future is unlimited in the future. In the future, if there's anything your boss can do that our Xu family can help with, you can tell me." A character with unlimited potential like Chen Fan was worthy of their Xu family's patronage. "No problem, father," Xu Hongyi agreed. After leaving from the airport, Chen Fan went home. More than an hour later, Chen Fan, who was at home, suddenly received a special invitation. Chapter 99, A New Mission. Trying to forcefully buy Chen Fan's industry for a third of the price? This invitation was sent by the Shen family, a powerful family in Jiangzhou, saying that they wanted to invite Chen Fan to have dinner at Wangjiang Pavilion, and that they had something to discuss with Chen Fan. For this invitation, Chen Fan was not too interested. Suddenly, the system's voice came. "Ding, quest issued, agree to the Shen family's invitation to dine at the Wangjiang Pavilion to see what the Shen family is up to. Mission reward, 8% ownership of 9 Heaven Security Group. Mission reward, 51 experience points." Rewarding 8% ownership of the 9 Skies Security Group? Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Currently, although he was the #1 boss of the 9 Heaven Security Group, and his position in the 9 Heaven Security Group had increased quite a bit, this could be far from Chen Fan's goal. Chen Fan's goal was to completely control the 9 Heaven Security Group, and in order to do so, Chen Fan had at least more than 50% ownership of the 9 Heaven Security Group in his hands. He currently only had 27% ownership of the 9 Heaven Security Group in his hands, and if he completed this task, Chen Fan's ownership of the 9 Heaven Security Group in his hands would be as high as 35%. It was not far from Chen Fan's goal. In that case, say yes to the invitation. Anyway, it's on your own turf and you're not worried about what's going to happen. Around 6:30 in the evening, Chen Fan took the lead and arrived at the Wangjiang Pavilion restaurant. A few minutes later, a handsome man came with the Shen family's handlers who had collected Chen Fan's information earlier. The handsome man was Shen Hanhai, the son of Shen Qingran, the head of the Shen family. Shen Hanhai, "Young master, why isn't the master here? Wasn't he going to come himself?" the henchman asked in disbelief. Before, the master clearly said he'd come in person, so why did he send the young master? That kid called Chen Fan seems to be around 20 years old. Talking things over with him, there's still a need for my father to step in. Is my father also something that tiny Chen Fan can see? Shen Hanhai retorted. In fact, it was an hour ago. One of the Shen family's industry had a problem. Shen Qingran temporarily went over to sit in the town. Did not have time to come? Shen Qingran which sent his son to come instead of him. By the way, where's the money to buy the Guanshan International Golf Course? Shen Hanhai inquired. Young master, over here. There's 700 million in here. The henchman respectfully handed a bank card to Shen Hanhai. Well, offer $400 million in a while and watch me easily by the Guangshan International Golf Course. After picking up the bank card, Shen Hanhai said with a smile, $700 million of acquisition money. He only coveted 300 million. Not too much, right? Next to him, listening to the young master's words, the henchmen were a bit emotional. The young master is even more ruthless than the old master. The Guangshan International Golf Course, which is worth more than $1 billion, the old master intends to buy it for less than half the price. As a result, when it comes to the young master, the price is not even one-third. A few minutes later, Shen Hanhai brought his men and came to the private room to meet Chen Fan. Oh, it's quite early. Upon seeing Chen Fan, Shen Hanhai spoke in a lofty manner. It's our Shen family's treat today, so order whatever you want. Our Shen family will pay for it tonight. Shen Hanhai had a look of wealth. Chen Fan picked up the menu and said a few words to the waiter next to him, especially the page of drinks on the menu. Chen Fan especially pointed to the last few. Yes. After hearing Chen Fan's order, the waiter went to do it. Soon the dishes and drinks were served. To make a long story short, our Shen family has taken a fancy to your Guangshan International Golf Course and wants to buy it from you. As soon as he came up, Shen Hanhai opened the door. Oh, Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. So it turned out that the Shen family was looking at the Guangshan International Golf Course. How much do you want? Name a number. Shen Hanhai asked bashfully. How much? 3 billion, I think. Chen Fan thought for a moment and replied. His Guangshan International Golf Course is worth 1.7 billion, and now the other party is begging to buy it, and it is not that he wants to sell it, so he must have to pay a premium and add money to it, and he only doubled it less than double the normal price. What did you say? $3 billion? Why don't you go and grab it? Shen Hanhai spoke disdainfully. I'll only offer $400 million for the Guangshan International Golf Course. 400 million? Chen Fan sneered. Not even one-third of the true value of the Guangshan International Golf Course. Who is robbing? 400 million is quite a lot. Shen Hanhai said with incomparable pride. This is what our Shen family bought from you. The Shen family bought it from me. So what? Shen Hanhai called out. You've already offended the Chen family and are immortal with them. Do you still want to offend our Shen family? Chen Fan, on the other hand, disliked it unceremoniously. Oh, is your Shen family very powerful? He wasn't even afraid of the Xu family, the top mansion in Jinling. Would he still be afraid of a mere Jiangzhou Shen family? What did you say? When Shen Hanhai saw that Chen Fan dared to question the strength of their Shen family, he became furious. He was genuinely surprised that he hadn't scared this kid by taking out all of his family. Kid, you'd better think clearly. You've already offended the Chen family. Do you still want to offend our Shen family? I don't need to tell you what will happen if you offend two powerful families at once, Shen Hanhai threatened. So what if you offend the Shen family? Chen Fan responded indifferently. Good, very good. Shen Hanhai gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Fan. Kid, just wait for our Shen family's revenge. After saying that, Shen Hanhai intended to leave. Slow. However, Chen Fan suddenly called out to him. No problem if you want to leave. Get your order first. Humph. Just buy it. My Shen family is true to their word. What is this amount of money? Shen Hanhai said with incomparable bravado. Go to. Chen Fan gave the waiter a look. The waiter immediately brought the bill. Shen Hanhai casually took the bill and looked over it indifferently. In the next moment, Shen Hanhai looked at that large series of numbers on the bill and his jaw dropped. How much is this ing much? Chapter 100, Day 22 of Severing Relationships. Completely taking down the Nine Heavens Security Group. 219799010. $52. A. 10. 100. 1000. 10,000. More than $20 million. More than $20 million for one meal. Are you guys pitting people? Shen Hanhai shouted. What kind of person eats over $20 million a meal? Believe it or not, I'm going to sue you? Shen Hanhai called out. If you want to go and sue, go ahead and sue. We at Wangjiang Pavilion have a clear price tag. Chen Fan responded calmly. Clearly priced. I just don't believe it. Ha? No. What do you mean? Your Wangjiang Pavilion? Shen Hanhai suddenly reacted. Yeah, we're Wangjiang Pavilion. I'm the owner of Wangjiang Pavilion. Chen Fan nodded. You're the owner of Wangjiang Pavilion. That's even better. Shen Hanhai smiled grimly. A meal can cost more than $20 million. Let's see how you Wangjiang Pavilion pits people. Shen Hanhai is going to sue Chen Fan with this bill. Shen Hanhai began to look seriously. The dishes in front of them, which are quite normal, add up to more than 100,000 yuan. And for them, these luxury families, a meal of more than 100,000 yuan is a normal price. But the further back he went, the whiter Chen Hanhai's eyes became. 5 bottles of top Romane Conti. 3 bottles of Amarone. Looking at the $20 million worth of drinks, Chen Hanhai was infuriated and blackened his eyes. These are some of the top, most expensive red wines in the world. And a bottle of red wine is worth millions, if not millions. At many wine parties, a bottle or two of this top-notch red wine is taken as a grand finale. But this time, a dozen bottles were opened. So it's no wonder it cost more than $20 million. This is indeed a clear-cut price. This is now useless even if one wants to sue Wanjiang Pavilion. Pay up, young Master Shen. Aren't you rich and powerful? How come you can't come up with this much money? Chen Fan urged. Humph, is not just more than 20 million. Small money, Chen Hanhai said through gritted teeth. Not only did he fail to achieve his goal on this visit, he lost more than $20 million. Chen Hanhai's heart is dripping blood. He could be brazen enough not to pay, but in case the matter got out, it was the face of their luxurious Shen family that would be disgraced. After all, it was he who took the initiative to say that tonight's consumption would be paid for by himself. $20 million is small. The face of their Shen family is the most important thing. What's even more irritating is that the owner of Wanjiang Pavilion is Chen Fan, and this $20 million is considered to be given to Chen Fan. Damn it! In the end, Chen Hanhai handed over more than $20 million with incomparable flesh pain. Holding a dozen open bottles of red wine, Chen Hanhai gave Chen Fan a hard look. You wait. Chen Hanhai left in a huff. With more than $20 million, Chen Fan would make more than half of the profit at the very least. Invited himself to dinner. Sent himself more than 10 million for nothing. This Chen Hanhai people really good. Chen Fan lamented. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding! Agreeing to the Shen family's invitation to dine at the Wanjiang Pavilion. To see what the Shen family is up to. Mission issued. Congratulations on obtaining 8% ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group. The share acquisition contract has been placed in your villa. Please pay attention to checking. Congratulations on gaining 51 experience points. Mission accomplished. 8% of the shares of the Nine Heavens Security Group in hand. In an instant, Chen Fan had 35% of the shares of the Nine Heavens Security Group in his hands, and just short of the last 1%, Chen Fan would be able to completely take control of the Nine Heavens Security Group. Let's hope the system doesn't let itself down. The sound of the system came early in the morning of a new day. Ding! On the 22nd day of severance, 10% ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group will be rewarded. Today's reward came, and it happened to be the 10% ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group that Chen Fan was expecting. With the addition of it, Chen Fan's ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group in his hands would be as high as 45%, just short of the last 1% of shares, just short of this final kick in the door. Chen Fan would be able to completely take control of the Nine Heavens Security Group. Chen Fan was extraordinarily sorry. Just then, the system's voice came again. Ding! Mission release, solve the trouble created by Chen Yi and save Wan Kai International Hotel. Mission reward, 10% ownership of Nine Heavens Security Group. Mission reward, 53 experience points. Ha! Chen Fan was instantly overjoyed. It's okay. As long as this was accomplished, Chen Fan would be able to have 55% ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group, which was a little higher than his goal. This mission of the system came at the right time. At the same time, the Chen family, Chen Yi, the second daughter of Elder Chen, also made several calls out one after another. How did it go? Chen Yi inquired. For the sake of this matter, Chen Yi had used her connections from her studies in Magic City. Okay, counterfeiting. We're professionals. You've spent your money and will absolutely make you happy. The opposite side answered in the affirmative. Well then, you guys act immediately, and tonight, I want to see the Wan Kai International Hotel turn into a trashy hotel that everyone shouts at. Chen Yi ordered. Don't worry, another 2 hours passed, and suddenly online, on all the major video platforms, on all the major websites. At the same time, several bloggers who specialize in reviewing hotels came together to post new review videos. Shocked that a 5-star hotel, the Man Kai International Hotel, is such a dump. The Wan Kai International Hotel is dirty, disorganized and poor, and can be called the most garbage 5-star hotel. With all the safety and health hazards, how did the Man Kai International Hotel get so far? And who is its umbrella? The bloggers, who specialize in reviewing hotels, have more than 10 million followers combined, and when these videos were posted, they immediately created a buzz online. For a while, the Wan Kai International Hotel became a target and was in a crisis. Once again, I'm asking for 5-star reviews and rewards to increase the heat of the new book. Thank you for your support. Chapter 101, The Smug Chen Family. About to collapse Chen Fan's first industry? In the beginning, these review videos only had tens and hundreds of thousands of views. But slowly, because of the large fan base of these few review bloggers, as well as Chen spent money to operate the situation. Soon, the total number of views of these videos about the Wan Kai International Hotel exceeded 40 to 50 million. How can it be so dirty? Wan Kai International Hotel is definitely the worst 5-star hotel I've ever seen. Bar none. Made me puke. What kind of crap hotel is this? It must be closed down. I am the people of Zhengzhou, but also went to live in Wan Kai International Hotel. At that time, I thought it was not bad. I did not expect the professional instruments so tested. So garbage. I will never go again. I'm not going either. Watching the videos of these incredibly professional review bloggers, countless netizens, especially local netizens in Zhengzhou, have spat. It didn't take long for things about the Wan Kai International Hotel to hit the hot search list on all major platforms, only at a lower rank. However, locally in Zhengzhou, the negative news of Wan Kai International Hotel has rushed to the first place of the hot search list. After all, it's about local business. And the local hot list in Zhengzhou is even a bit more important than any other hot list, and it's still 6 or 7 p.m. in the afternoon when major platforms have a fairly high level of user activity. The heat of this matter is still rising. Things are getting bigger and bigger. Chen Fan got the news at the first time, and he immediately associated it with the Chen family. Chen Yi's ghost. Chen Fan looked at the IP addresses of these review bloggers and found that they were actually from Magic City. Chen Yi even invited someone from Magic City in order to target the Wan Kai International Hotel. Chen Fan took a closer look at these review videos and immediately affirmed that there was something wrong with the videos. Since he had taken over the Wan Kai International Hotel, he had been more strict on issues such as hotel hygiene, and there should not be such a problem. And hadn't Xia Ruoshui booked dozens of rooms in one go for the representatives coming to the Xia Group before? Before the two of them unintentionally also talked about this matter. Xia Ruoshui said that those representatives of theirs, several of them expressed to her that they did not expect a 5-star hotel in a small place in Zhengzhou to be even better and cleaner than the 5-star hotels in those big cities that they had stayed in. It's only been a few days, and it's unlikely that the quality of hygiene at the Wan Kai International Hotel has suddenly become so poor all of a sudden. Chen Fan called the general manager of the Wan Kai International Hotel. The general manager patted himself on the back and assured me that there had been absolutely no problems lately. After all, just changed the new boss. The general manager wants to do a good job. So extraordinarily attentive. The hotel health and so on. Strict control. Is by no means possible to appear on the video of the problem. You immediately go and pull up the surveillance, and find all the check-in information of these review bloggers, as well as the surveillance videos and so on. Chen Fan began to set up. After that, Chen Fan used his own Light Feather private detective agency, as well as Thousand Saints Auction Company and other contacts to start investigating, as well as controlling the hot search. Zhengzhou, in a mansion. Chen Yi looked at her masterpiece with a bright smile on her face. Things are working out pretty well. Chen Yi understands that as a hotel, the reputation, as well as the quality of the hotel, hygiene and other issues, the most important. If the Wan Kai International Hotel's reputation completely stinks, but also because of the quality of the hotel, hygiene issues stink, then this hotel is not far from going out of business. Now the reputation of Wan Kai International Hotel has been very bad. As long as another day or two, Wan Kai International Hotel will become everyone shouting street rat. Business will fall. Before long, the businessless Wan Kai International Hotel will not be able to make ends meet and close down completely. Thinking of this, Chen Yi couldn't wait to call the old man and went to take credit. Father, things have been done successfully. The news of Wan Kai International Hotel's dirty mess has rushed to the top of various hot search lists. Wan Kai International Hotel is not far from closing down. Oh, that's great. Elder Chen was overjoyed. Several of his own previous actions against Chen Fan had failed, but he didn't expect that this time, Xiaoyi would have the upper hand as soon as she made her move. Their Chen family had finally raised their eyebrows and screwed over one of Chen Fan's industries. See Chen Fan that little still dare to be arrogant? Wan Kai International Hotel is just the beginning. Behind, they will make that little all the industries, one by one, all go out of business. It's finally a success. The Wan Kai International Hotel is closing down. Chen Fan must be in immense physical pain. Serves him right. That bastard Chen Fan dared to cut ties with us. He's bound to have this day. I can't wait to see Chen Fan's agonized appearance after the Wan Kai International Hotel closes down. It's going to be very interesting. After the rest of the Chen family found out about this matter, each of them gloated to the extreme. Just as the Chen family was celebrating, Chen Fan discovered a huge loophole in these review bloggers. According to these review bloggers, they were reviewing 2 days back to back. On the first day, when they measured it, the Mankai International Hotel was poor. The next day, they also booked the same room. Immediately after the evaluation, The results found that the Wankai International Hotel bed sheets, covers, etc., all did not change the new toilets and other places, just slightly cleaned, with professional equipment to view, dirty, full of health hazards. But Chen fine-tuned the surveillance but found that these several evaluation bloggers, mostly in yesterday afternoon or evening stay, one of the earliest, checked in at 3 or 4 p.m. that day and ended up checking out at 7 or 8 p.m., just a couple of hours in the room. Not even a day. How did they measure the next day? They must have gotten into the room, created their own hygiene and other issues on purpose, and then faked it to get the video out. All 4 of these review bloggers, 3 of them, stayed for less than 4 or 5 hours. How about the second day of the review? Utilizing this loophole, Chen Fan immediately counterattacked. Under Chen Fan's arrangement, after only a few minutes had passed, the matter was immediately reversed on the local hot search list in Zhengzhou. In the end, the Mankai International Hotel has a better reputation instead, but on Shakeology, on the other hand, it's going to take a little while. After all, there's so much traffic here. Just then, Xia Ruoshui and her sister came over for a visit and brought Chen Fan a bit of food that her friend had sent her from out of town. Seeing that Chen Fan seemed to have something going on, Xia Ruoshui asked a few questions. When Chen Fan finished speaking, Xia Ruoshui immediately said thoughtfully, "I have the contacts to get it done quickly." Chapter 102 Exasperated and Trembling Elder Chen. Xia Ruoshui's terrifying network of connections. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Seeing this, Xia Ruoshui smiled faintly and explained, "I have a BFF whose father is an executive at Shake Shack, and this whole thing was supposed to be a falsehood and a rumor on their part, and we have the upper hand." Thinking about it, Xia Ruoshui took out her cell phone and found that BFF's number. The call was answered and Xia Ruoshui briefly spoke. "No problem, but Shui, you have to promise me one condition. I want to go on an out-of-town trip in a few days, and you have to come and accompany me," BFF added with a grin. Well, Xia Ruoshui thought about it for a moment and then agreed straight away. Going out on a trip would definitely take several days, and the company's business might be slightly delayed. But thinking that she could help Chen Fan solve this trouble, Xia Ruoshui 100 years agreed without hesitation. "It's a deal. When do we go? I'll contact you then." Seeing that Xia Ruoshui agreed, her best friend immediately went to contact her father. A few minutes later, the clarification video that Chen Fan had arranged for Wankai International Hotel quickly made its way to the top of Jitterbug's hot searches, hotness and all, directly crushing the few hotel evaluation bloggers that Chen Yi had hired. The father of Xia Ruoshui's best friend stepped in. The heat on Chen Fan's side for those clarification and counterfeiting videos went crazy. After that, Chen Fan got another piece of trigger-happy important news. Lightfeather Private Investigations poked around and found out that the one with the most followers among these review bloggers, his photographer is from the province of Central Sea. Brightfeather Private Investigations contacted him and paid him off straight away. And that photographer told the truth about their fakery and made a video of it. The people from the Lightfeather Private Detective Agency had already edited it, and now as long as Chen Fan gave the order, it could be posted online. Being the photographer of the review blogger, he fought the fake himself, and the results were not usual. Immediately released, Chen Fan directly ordered, "Your own Lightfeather Private Investigations can." With the release of this video, and under the operation of Xia Ruoshui's bosom friend's father, the reputation of Wankai International Hotel instantly reversed. So that's how it is. We were wrong about the Wankai International Hotel. It's disgusting that this review blogger faked it. I apologize to Wankai International Hotel for my previous comments. A fake blogger like that has to be banned. When I go to Jiangzhou in the future, I'll only stay at the Wankai International Hotel. Online, countless netizens commented, and they unanimously called for those review bloggers to be blocked. More than half an hour later, those review bloggers with a combined 10 million followers were all blocked. The lawyer's letter from the Wankai International Hotel was also sent to these people in the first place. At this moment, looking at the account that was permanently blocked, as well as the lawyer's letter from Wankai International Hotel, those few review bloggers who had received money to help Chen Yi with her fakery, even regretted their intestines. Because of this incident, Wankai International Hotel blessed by disaster. Popularity increased greatly, business greatly improved. In less than 2 hours, things were easily done and the system's voice came through. Ding! Solve the trouble created by Chen Yi and save the reputation of Wankai International Hotel. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on obtaining 10% ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group. Congratulations on gaining 53 experience points. Mission accomplished. Another 10% ownership of Nine Sky Security Group in hand. Instantly, the ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group in Chen Fan's hands reached a staggering 55%. Chen Fan completely took control of the Nine Heavens Security Group and became a veritable big boss. From now on, If Chen Fan wanted to mobilize anyone from the Nine Heavens security group, whether it was those 3 top-notch special teams or ordinary bodyguards, it would only be a matter of a single sentence, and there was no need for anyone else to agree. On the other hand, after seeing the outcome of the matter, Chen sat there with a blanched face. In just an hour or two, the situation had changed drastically, and Chen was unable to accept this fact for a while. How did that happen? There was also an open bottle of champagne on the table in front of Chen, who was about to celebrate. As it turned out, before she could even pour her drink, the Marquis International Hotel became the object of everyone's bragging rights on the internet again. The few review bloggers she knew even had their accounts permanently banned. Just fail? Chen is really unwilling. Why? She had prepared for a long time, spent a lot of money, and even more energy in order to stink up the Wankai International Hotel. As a result, within an hour or two, the matter was completely resolved by Chen Fan. At this moment, Elder Chen's phone call also came. How did it go? Yi? Elder Chen's excited voice came out. Elder Chen really can't wait to see Wankai International Hotel finished. Father, something is wrong. Chen helplessly stated the outcome of the matter. What? How did this happen? 2 hours ago, didn't you say things were almost done? How did it turn out like this now? Elder Chen angrily questioned. Neither do I. Chen replied helplessly. Boo! Not waiting for Chen to finish, Master Chen, in a fit of anger, directly slammed his cell phone hard onto the ground. The whole person was trembling with anger. If Chen hadn't told him the good news before, and his sense of anticipation hadn't been so great, Elder Chen might not have been so angry. But now, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Master Chen is really furious. In the villa of the Imperial Villa. Thanks Wakamizu. Chen Fan looked at Xia Ruoshui. Wakamizu did himself another favor. At this moment, Chen Fan is also a little emotional. Ruoshui unexpectedly and the daughter of the Jitterbug executives are girlfriends. The strength of the Xia family, a lot stronger than their own predictions. 80% even the Jinling Su family, cannot compare to the Xia family. It's nothing. Being said so by Chen Fan, Xia Ruoshui responded with a smile. How about it? Senior Chen, I've said before that my sister is a veritable virtuous assistant, right? Xia Mengmeng couldn't help but say. By the way Senior Chen, tomorrow's weather seems to be very nice. It's okay for us to go play on your private yacht and sunbathe, right? Sister hasn't seen your private yacht yet. Sure, no problem. Chen Fan agreed directly. Chen Fan had just agreed when the system's voice suddenly came. Chapter 103 Breaking off relations on the 23rd day. Becoming the 5th largest shareholder of the Patek Philippe company. Ding! Mission release, take Xia Ruoshui and Xia Mengmeng out to play at sea. Mission reward, top swimming skill. Mission reward, 50 experience points. Ha! Another mission? And this time, the system reward was actually a skill, or a top-tier swimming skill? Chen Fan guessed that the system would never reward the swimming skill for no reason. It was estimated that it would be used later. Currently, Chen Fan couldn't swim anyway, and it was nice to get the top swimming skill. What's more, he had promised Xia Mengmeng, and now this task of the system is almost considered a free reward. Can Chen Fan not want it? Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui, Xia Mengmeng agreed to meet at the pier tomorrow after lunch. Senior Chen, we'll leave first. I'm going back to pick out a bikini for tomorrow with my sister. After saying that, Xia Mengmeng immediately got up and pulled her sister with the intention of going back. Ah, are we still going to wear bikinis tomorrow? Xia Ruoshui froze. That's for sure. Senior Chen's private yacht is perfect for sunbathing, and there's no such thing as sunbathing without a bikini. Xia Mengmeng replied in the affirmative. Not to mention, we're hanging out at the beach and it's not convenient not to wear a bikini. Hearing her sister say this, Xia Ruoshui blushed slightly. After all, wearing a bikini in front of Chen Fan, Xia Ruoshui was still a bit shy. Sister, you have such a great body, you can only show it off better in a bikini. Xia Mengmeng continued. What's more, it's just the 3 of us tomorrow, and there are no outsiders, so it's a deal. Xia Mengmeng subconsciously already thought of Chen Fan as her future brother-in-law. After saying that, Xia Mengmeng pulled Xia Ruoshui back and picked out the swimsuit she would wear tomorrow at noon. A new day. Morning, the voice of the system came. Ding! Break off the relationship for the 23rd day. Rewarded with a primary forced acquisition card. Ha! Looking at today's reward, Chen Fan was instantly excited. It's coming! It's coming! It's finally coming! Chen Fan was so ecstatic that his heart couldn't help but beat rapidly. A few days ago, after getting the primary forced acquisition card from the system and forcibly acquiring 4% of the shares of Patek Philippe company, Chen Fan had been pining for the powerful primary forced acquisition card for the shares of Patek Philippe. Been waiting for days, and today, Junior forced acquisition card, it finally showed up again. It was hard for Chen Fan not to be excited. As for how to use this, primary forcible acquisition card, it goes without saying that it must be to continue to forcibly acquire the shares of Patek Philippe Company, so that one's ranking in the Patek Philippe Company can be further advanced. After Chen Fan's previous research, the primary forced acquisition card, forcibly acquiring the shares of Patek Philippe Company, was currently the best and most cost-effective option, bar none. Whenever Chen Fan completely took 100% of the shares of Patek Philippe Company, he could study the primary forced acquisition card and acquire other industries. Thinking about it, Chen Fan found that primary forced acquisition card from the system's backpack. Chen Fan immediately clicked use. Ding! Please enter the name of the business being forcibly acquired. The system pops up with a prompt. Patek Philippe and Company. Chen Fan entered it in meticulously. Whether or not to activate the junior strengths acquisition card to acquire a 4% stake in Patek Philippe. Yes. No. Yes. Primary forced acquisition card activation in progress. After only a few seconds, there were results. Ding! The junior forced acquisition card has been successfully used. Congratulations on the acquisition of 4% of Patek Philippe's shares. The acquisition was successful, and Chen Fan successfully got another 4% stake in Patek Philippe. From now on, Chen Fan already had 8% of the shares of Patek Philippe Company in his hands, and Chen Fan officially became the 5th largest shareholder of Patek Philippe Company. Chen Fan's position in Patek Philippe Company has also become higher. After becoming the 5th largest shareholder of Patek Philippe, Chen Fan was in an exceptionally good mood. As far as he knew, the 4th largest shareholder of Patek Philippe Company had only a 10.3% stake, while the 3rd largest shareholder, in his hands, had a share of a little more than 10%. As long as the system gave himself another junior forced acquisition card, he might be able to make a leap and become the 3rd largest shareholder of Patek Philippe. Chen Fan was really looking forward to the day when he completely took all the shares of Patek Philippe and became the sole owner of Patek Philippe. Oh yeah, and the business card thing. Chen Fan suddenly remembered that the last time he took someone's business card, he did not have a business card to return it to them. I'm going to have to mess with the business card thing myself sometime today, or tomorrow. After lunch, Chen Fan returned to the Royal View Villa. Xia Ruoshui was also pestered by Xia Mengmeng to come over. At the moment, in their bags, there were bikinis that each of them had prepared, and when they got to Chen Fan's private yacht, they could change into them. After meeting up with the two Xia sisters, Chen Fan drove and went straight to the marina where the private yacht was parked. Arriving at their destination, they got off the bus and unexpectedly found quite a few people gathered in front of Chen Fan's private yacht not far away. After Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui walked over, Xia Mengmeng suddenly opened her mouth in surprise. Shen Manfei? Xia Mengmeng saw an acquaintance among these onlookers, Shen Manfei. Shen Manfei was also a freshman at Jiangzhou University, a member of the Shen family, a powerful family in Jiangzhou, but her relationship with Xia Mengmeng was not good. Xia Mengmeng? Shen Manfei also noticed Xia Mengmeng. What are you doing here? Shen Manfei asked in disgust. What am I doing here? I haven't asked you what you do. Xia Mengmeng directly retorted. You're standing under my brother-in-law's private yacht and you have the nerve to ask me what I'm doing? In order to be angry with Shen Manfei, Xia Mengmeng directly changed her address to Chen Fan from Senior Chen to brother-in-law. What? This huge private yacht belongs to your brother-in-law? Shen Manfei and a few of her friends were incredibly surprised. Right. Xia Mengmeng nodded proudly and leaned closer to Chen Fan. Shen Manfei and the others couldn't help but look at Chen Fan. Humph. So what if it's your brother-in-law's? We just happened to be passing by. Shen Manfei replied with a stiff upper lip. What's more, isn't it just a private yacht? What's there? It's not like our luxurious Shen family can't afford it. Shen Manfei tilted her chin. Very arrogant. When we get back, I'll have my father buy me one of these private yachts as well. Shen Manfei continued to brag. That's true. Master Shen favors Manfei so much. Manfei only needs to mention it and Master Shen will definitely buy it. The Shen family, where Manfei is from, that's a famous and powerful family in our Jiangzhou. Buying a private yacht, isn't that a piece of cake? Let alone buying one. Even if it were 10, it would be a small matter for Manfred and his family. Shen Manfei's companions were kneeling down. That's a must. It shouldn't be too expensive to buy a private yacht anyway. Shen Manfei nodded her head affirmatively. She guessed that buying a private yacht like this would be just over $100 million. At most it couldn't be more than $200 million. $200 million is absolutely nothing to father. To their Shen family. How much did you pay for this private yacht of yours? And I'll ask my father to go and buy me one just as good. Nay, a better one. Shen Manfei dejectedly glanced at Xia Mengmeng, then smugly asked Chen Fan. Chapter 104 Formal Attack on Yum Yum Group. Shen family's action. Seeing Shen Manfei inquiring about the price, Chen Fan casually replied back. How much? This private yacht isn't that expensive. Just 2 billion. What? How many did you say? Hearing Chen Fan's reply, Shen Manfei was dumbfounded. In her subconscious, a private yacht is just a few million or tens of millions of dollars. An extraordinarily large private yacht like the one in front of her was worth 1 or 2 in Shen Manfei's guess. As a result, now Xia Mengmeng's brother-in-law told her that the private yacht in front of her was worth $2 billion, and the money she guessed was only enough to buy a fraction of this private yacht? Was it poverty that limited her imagination? The thing is, she doesn't feel poor. Why? At this moment, in front of Xia Mengmeng's brother-in-law, did she feel so poor? Even Shen Manfei was like this, not to mention her several companions, who had been shocked beyond words by the price of Chen Fan's private yacht. $12 billion, what an astronomical sum that is. Shen Manfei, didn't you say that you want your father to buy one just like my brother-in-law's private yacht as well? Go ahead. Xia Mengmeng looked at Shen Manfei. Wasn't Shen Manfei arrogant and dejected just now, saying that she wanted to buy a private yacht that was similar to her brother-in-law's private yacht? No, it was a better private yacht? How is it that people are stupid now that they know the price of their brother-in-law's private yacht? Being said so by Xia Mengmeng, Shen Manfei's face reddened and rose, incomparably embarrassed. I did say, isn't it just over $1 billion? It's not like my Shen family can't get it out. Shen Manfei replied with a stiff upper lip to save face. I'm going back now, to beg my father. Just you wait. After saying that, Shen Manfei hurried back and begged her father to buy a private yacht worth more than $1 billion as well. Then, Shen Manfei's companions left one after another, not daring to face Chen Fan. It's much quieter without all the onlookers. Chen Fan and the others boarded the private yacht. After boarding, Chen Fan ordered the arranged staff to start the private yacht. After 20 minutes or so, they arrived at a scenic and very peaceful stretch of ocean. Taking advantage of this time, Xia Mengmeng and Xia Ruoshui changed into their swimsuits, and Xia Mengmeng wore a pink swimsuit that looked extremely cute. Xia Ruoshui, on the other hand, was wearing a black bathing suit, which showed off her bumpy figure in perfect waves. Chen Fan also changed up into a pair of swim trunks. Too bad there's no 8-pack abs as well as mermaid lines. While changing clothes, Chen Fan regretfully said, I hope the system is a bit more user-friendly later on and releases a bit of quests that reward abs or mermaid lines. That would be perfect. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Take Xia Ruoshui and Xia Mengmeng out to play at sea. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on acquiring top swimming skill. Congratulations on gaining 50 experience points. The mission was complete, and Chen Fan had successfully gained the top swimming ability. After changing into their swimming trunks, Chen Fan and the others went to the pool inside the private yacht, intending to have a swim before going to the uppermost level of the private yacht and start sunbathing. The waters out there are rather unfamiliar and I don't know if it's safe to go swimming in the ocean yet. Chen Fan was also good to test whether the top swimming ability he got from the system was good or not. Chen Fan had just gotten into the water and tried it out, and the top swimming skill role started to come into play. The two sisters, Xia Ruoshui and Xia Mengmeng, looked at Chen Fan, who was incomparably flexible in the water, and were extraordinarily shocked, not realizing that Chen Fan was such a great swimmer. While sunbathing, Chen Fan was next to Xia Ruoshui and the two of them chatted about Yum Yum Group. Xia Ruoshui's Xia clan was almost ready to act as long as Xia Ruoshui gave the order. Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui are planning to make a sudden move this evening to catch Yum. It's so much better to strike at night and be surprised than during the day. Just as Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui were chatting, Shen Manfei also hurriedly returned home. At this moment, Shen Qingran, the head of the Shen family, and his son, Shen Hanhai, were discussing things. Daddy, buy me a private yacht. As soon as Shen Manfei came in, she immediately came to Shen Qingran's side, pulled Shen Qingran's arm, and pampered him. Buy a private yacht? Isn't there one at home? And if you want it, take that private yacht first. Shen Qingran replied. No, Dad. That private yacht at home is too small. I want to buy a bigger private yacht, the kind worth at least $1 billion. Shen Manfei explained. Their family's private yacht seemed to be only $170 or $80 million. Far worse than Xia Mengming's brother-in-law's private yacht. What? $1 billion private yacht? Shen Qingran was speechless by his daughter's loser behavior. $1 billion for a private yacht. What a waste. What the hell is going on? Shen Qingran inquired about his daughter. It's like this, Dad. Shen Manfei briefly talked to Shen Qingran about what had just happened on the pier. No, Manfei, what's the name of that Xia Mengming's brother-in-law? Chen. Without waiting for Shen Manfei to finish, Shen Hanhai next to him suddenly asked. What's it called? It seems to be called Chen Fan. Yes, it's called Chen Fan. Shen Manfei thought for a moment and replied. Chen Fan. It's this Chen Fan again. As soon as he heard this name, Shen Hanhai gritted his teeth in anger. Brother, you know him? Shen Manfei asked in surprise. Recognize. More than recognize. Shen Hanhai's face turned blue. Last night, he was pitched over $20 million by this Chen Fan. How could he forget this person? What he and his father had talked about just now was the matter of Chen Fan. Not only did they not succeed in taking down the Guanshan International Golf Course at a low price, but instead, they were pitched by Chen Fan for more than $20 million. Although the money was not much, the face of their Shen family was trampled under Chen Fan's feet. This breath, they absolutely could not endure. Father, we can't let that brat Chen Fan go. Look, now even my sister is pissed off by that brat. This Chen Fan is simply riding on our heads, Shen Hanhai suggested to his father. Well, Shen Xingran nodded, his face extraordinarily somber. He hadn't yet settled the score with that Chen Fan kid for what happened yesterday. Now it's good. Because of him, his daughter is still clamoring for a private yacht worth $1 billion. Chen Fan, how hateful. This is a breath of fresh air that he must take. Shen Xingran thought for a moment, and soon, had a good idea. Time flew by, and around 4 in the afternoon, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui each returned to their respective companies and began to prepare in earnest. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui officially teamed up to attack Yum Yum Group. This time, they're going to take care of the disgusting Yum Group once and for all. Chapter 105, The Foolish Kong Baisheng. Last dying struggle. When Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui formally launched an attack on Yum Group, the chairman of Yum Group, Kong Baisheng, was still hosting a banquet at his home for some Yum Group executives, holding a celebration banquet. In the past few days, they had struck Yongtai Real Estate Group down, and Yongtai Real Estate Group had suffered a lot of losses. The eyes seemed to be failing. Tonight, Kong Baisheng invited these executives of the company to his home to celebrate, to draw them a big pie, so that these top executives of the Baisheng Group would work even harder. Currently, he had put all of Yum Group's energy into dealing with Yongtai Real Estate Group, as long as Yongtai Real Estate Group was put out of business. At that time, they, Yum Group, could also use it to make a big profit, or can also let the old Chen's Real Estate Group to take over the Yongtai Real Estate Group. He gave the old Chen such a big cake, the old Chen will definitely give him a satisfactory price. He will still make a fortune. No matter what, as long as Yongtai Real Estate Group was made whole and bankrupt, it would be good news for him. Tomorrow when we go to work, everyone should work a little harder and strive to bring down the Yongtai Real Estate Group within 3 days. Kong Baisheng raised his wine cup and said with a smile to all the company executives present, "Don't worry, Chairman, we will definitely work harder." Led by the chairman of the board, it's a nail in the coffin to bring down the Yongtai Real Estate Group. That Chen surnamed of Yongtai Real Estate Group, to go against the chairman is just asking for death. That's right, this time, we absolutely have to bring down Yongtai Real Estate Group. Let that Chen Fan, as well as other people see that anyone who goes against our Yum Group has no good ending. With the chairman's leadership, our Yum Group will be invincible. In order to curry favor with Kong Baisheng, these Yum Group executives constantly belittled Chen Fan and touted Kong Baisheng. Let's toast. Kong Baisheng opened his mouth and took a sip of wine with a smile. Just before Kong Baisheng could swallow this mouthful of wine, his son next to him suddenly reported, "It's not good, father. There's a big problem with the company. Just a moment ago Leiji Limited suddenly announced that it would stop cooperating with us." Put. Hearing this, Kong Baisheng directly sprayed out his wine. Kong Baisheng's head was a bit confused. "What did you say?" Kong Baisheng grabbed his son and questioned him sternly. "Who announced that they had stopped working with us?" Kong Baisheng didn't believe what he was hearing. "Father, Leiji Limited just 15 minutes ago suddenly announced that it would stop cooperating with us." Kong Baisheng's son replied seriously. "What?" This news was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Kong Baisheng's ears. Leiji Limited was their important partner, and if they suddenly stopped cooperating with Yum Group, Yum Group would definitely suffer a considerable loss. "It's fine. Isn't it just a small Leiji Limited? Even if they don't cooperate with us, our loss is limited. Compared to the benefits we get from screwing over Yongtai Real Estate Group, this point of loss is nothing at all." After a moment's reprieve, Kong Baisheng opened his mouth indifferently. "That's a loss. Let's just lose it. He's going to screw the Yongtai Real Estate Group anyway. It doesn't matter." Just before Kong Baisheng could finish, another piece of bad news came. "It's not good, boss. The Xia Group has suddenly made a move against us and is taking over our market at a price a quarter lower than ours." Xia's Group made a move? Kong Baisheng was a bit unable to sit still. A few days ago, he put all of his energy into dealing with the Yongtai Real Estate Group, and for a while he forgot about the Xia Group as an old rival. Xia's Group is killing the enemy by 1,000 and losing 800. They won't last long. As long as we can quickly get Yongtai Real Estate Group completely settled, we can draw back our hands and deal with Xia's Group. Kong Baisheng was surprised. but he was still able to cope. These two things are not enough to break them Yum Group. Oh, Xia Ruoshui, that's all you've got, Kong Baisheng muttered with a sneer. With this tactic, you still want to deal with my Yum Group? How delusional. Kong Baisheng remained confident. It's no good, chairman. News just came from the bank that they refuse to continue lending to us. Something's wrong, chairman. Suddenly, several more pieces of bad news came in. The smile on Kong Baisheng's face completely froze. At this moment, Kong Baisheng's face was blanched. He was truly panicked. Boss, the Yongtai real estate group that was originally struck by us somehow seemed to have taken chicken blood and suddenly stopped defending and instead took the initiative to attack us. Another piece of bad news came in. Kong Baisheng's legs went weak and he directly paralyzed in his chair. At this moment he finally reacted. It's 80% that Yongtai real estate group and Xia's group have joined forces. He, who played with the eagle, was eventually pecked in the eye by the eagle. In the villa, the top executives of Yum Group were also looking at each other, feeling great pressure and uneasiness. The current situation was simply unfavorable to the extreme for them. Yum Group. It's fine. We, Yum Group, have been founded for so many years. What kind of storms have we not seen before? Isn't it just Yongtai Real Estate Group and Xia Group joining forces? It's nothing. Our company has a strong heritage. We're not afraid of them. Kong Baisheng slowed down for a while, then immediately began to stabilize the military. A mere Chen Fan, and a Xia Ruoshui, two newcomers, still want to deal with my Yum Group. It's simply ridiculous. I poo-poo. Chen Fan, Xia Ruoshui, what are you guys, destined to be my undoing? Kong Baisheng spat violently. Vice President's son. You. After that, Kong Baisheng immediately arranged for countermeasures. All night long, Kong Baisheng didn't sleep. His spirit was tense. All kinds of arrangements. In contrast, tonight, Chen Fan slept soundly. During the day, he got another 4% of the shares of Patek Philippe Company and became the 5th largest shareholder of Patek Philippe Company. And at night, he smoothly made a move against Yum Group, catching Yum Group off guard. Earlier, tomorrow, later, the day after. Yum is toast. Today could be described as everything going well. And it was hard for Chen Fan not to be happy. Chen Fan comfortably slept until dawn. In the morning, Chen Fan just woke up and immediately got a good news. Chapter 106, rewarding 8-pack abs top body. Silly-eyed Chen family members. Yesterday night alone, Yum's losses were already in the billions. This message was from Xia Ruoshui, who had gotten up earlier today and got the message a little earlier. If it were any other company, it would have lost billions of dollars at once and might have gone bankrupt. However, Yum Group has a strong heritage. The loss of billions of dollars, not enough to let it go bankrupt, but it has also let it suffer a serious injury. It's only been one night and we've lost billions. This progress can be. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. Keep in mind that last night was just an appetizer, and the real meal doesn't officially begin until daylight today. Kong Baisheng will just wait. There was no class this morning, so Chen Fan planned to stay at home and manipulate his actions against Yum Group from a distance. An hour later, Xu Hongyi suddenly called. Boss, do you have a minute? Ah, what's wrong? Chen Fan asked in disbelief. Boss, a very important person is coming to Jiangzhou today. If you have time, boss, let's go to the Jiangzhou airport together for a bit. Don't worry, boss, we definitely won't let you down, Hong Yizhu assured. Chen Fan originally had little interest in this. Only before he could reply, the system's voice suddenly came. Ding! Mission release, promise Xu Hongyi's request to go to Jiangzhou airport together. Mission reward, get a top body with 8-pack abs. Mission reward, 47 experience points. Looking at the system's reward, Chen Fan felt extraordinarily surprised. He himself only felt regret yesterday because he didn't have 8-pack abs, as well as a mermaid line. But as a result, today, the system had thoughtfully rewarded him with 8-pack abs and a top-notch body. The system is so user-friendly sometimes. Chen Fan can love the system too much. Okay, we'll see you at the Jiangzhou airport later. Chen Fan promised Xu Hongyi. Anyway, he had already made arrangements to deal with the Yum Group side, and he was fine now. So even if there was something, he could immediately arrange it himself. Going to an airport and getting the job done won't delay anything. Okay boss, see you in 40 minutes. The one who came this time will definitely surprise you, Xu Hongyi said mysteriously. But who exactly is coming to Jiangzhou today? Xu Hongyi looked like he wanted to keep it a secret and did not say it explicitly with Chen Fan, which also aroused a little curiosity in Chen Fan. More than 40 minutes later, Chen Fan and Xu Hongyi met outside Jiangzhou airport. Boss, let's go in. Chen Fan and Xu Hongyi walked into the airport and headed towards the departure gate. Before coming to the exit, from a distance, Chen Fan realized that there was a familiar face at the exit. This acquaintance is no one else Is the day before yesterday? Want a 400 million to acquire their own more than a billion Guangshan International Golf Course Shen Hanhai. After Chen Fan and Zhu Hongyi walked over, Shen Hanhai also discovered Chen Fan. After noticing Chen Fan coming over, Shen Hanhai was a bit confused. The plan his father thought of yesterday. Today, Chen Fan found out? At this moment, the person Shen Hanhai wanted to pick up was the very person who intended to deal with Chen Fan after his father. Chen Fan, you're here to stop me? Shen Hanhai simply stopped pretending and directly questioned Chen Fan. Stop you? Who are you? Chen Fan shook his head helplessly. Why did this guy make a fool of himself? Oh, it's already here. And you're still talking tough. Shen Hanhai sneered. You found out anyway, and I'm not afraid to stop you. You can't afford to mess with the guests I'm going to pick up later, Shen Hanhai said with incomparable pride. It seemed that a flight had arrived, and one after another, people were coming out of the departure gates. A moment later, in Shen Hanhai's expectant gaze, in the distance, a middle-aged man wearing an imperial green jadeite trigger, surrounded by several attendants, slowly walked out from inside. Here it comes, Chairman Kim is here. Noticing this middle-aged man, Shen Hanhai was immediately excited. Why does this man look so familiar? He wouldn't be Kim Jong-suk, the president of the Wind-Up Golf Association? Zhu Hongyi screamed, recognizing the middle-aged man. Ha! I didn't realize you knew Chairman Kim. The smile on Shen Hanhai's face increased. This President Jean is the killing move that my father invited to deal with Chen Fan. Admiralty Stone? Chen Fan muttered in a small voice, not recognizing this person. Boss, Jean Zhengshi is the president of the Wind Rise Golf Club, and the Wind Rise Golf Club is ranked number 1 amongst all the golf clubs in our Central Sea province, and the members of the Wind Rise Golf Club are all big tycoons, as well as prominent officials. All of them are of prominent status. As the president, Jean Zhengshi has an extremely wide range of connections, and in the Central Sea province, many tycoons have to give him face. Zhu Hongyi whispered to Chen Fan. Even his father had to be polite when he saw Jean Jong-suk. How's that for being intimidated by President Kim's identity? Shen Hanhai looked at Chen Fan in triumph. My father is a friend of Chairman Kim's, and Chairman Kim is concerned about me. With such connections, you, Chen Fan, can't even envy them. After showing off their Shen family's connections, Shen Hanhai hurriedly straightened his clothes and then greeted him with a smile on his face. 20 seconds later, Kim Jong-suk led the way. When he was still 5 or 6 meters away, Jean Jong-suk suddenly extended his hand. Seeing this, Shen Hanhai was flattered. Chairman Kim actually wanted to initiate a handshake with him. He glanced toward Chen Fan proudly, as if he was showing off, showing Chen Fan that even a big shot like Chairman Jean had taken the initiative to shake his hand. This is the horrible connections of their Shen family. And what are you, Chen Fan? You can't make a big shot like Chairman Kim take such initiative in your lifetime. Shen Hanhai also hurriedly fawned to the extreme and extended his hand, wanting to shake hands with Kim Jong-suk. Kim Jong-suk came over, and Shen Hanhai was just about to open his mouth curtly. As a result, without waiting for him to finish speaking, Jean Zhengshi unexpectedly walked directly past Shen Hanhai without even glancing at him, completely ignoring him. Shen Hanhai immediately froze in place. What's the situation? Wasn't Chairman Kim reaching out from afar just now to shake his hand? How come Chairman Kim walked past him without even looking at himself? What is President Kim going to do? Shen Hanhai twisted his head in confusion. Before Shen Hanhai could react, a scene that made him even more dumbfounded occurred. Jean Zhengshi unexpectedly walked quickly to Chen Fan's face. Chapter 107, Jean Zhengshi's purpose. To recommend top geniuses to Chen Fan. Under Shen Hanhai's astonished gaze, Jean Zhengshi was incomparably enthusiastic and took the initiative to shake Chen Fan's hand. Immediately afterward, Kim Jong-suk, still with a hint of a pleasing tone, took the initiative to say, "How are you, Boss Chen?" Boss Chen is a talented man, truly the outstanding youth of our Zhonghai province. Aha, what's the situation? Seeing this scene, not to mention Shen Hanhai, even Zhu Hongyi was dumbfounded. A big shot like Jean Zhengshi was actually being so polite to the boss at this moment, and there was even a hint of currying favor. The boss is awesome. In a flash, Zhu Hongyi was filled with pride. The fact that he had recognized Chen Fan as his boss was definitely the most correct choice he had made in this life. Zhu Hongyi's side was incomparably surprised, but Shen Hanhai's people were messed up. What the hell is going on? Why is President Jean so polite to this Chen Fan? It shouldn't be. Moreover, President Jean was specially invited by his father with the intention of targeting Chen Fan's Guangshan International Golf Course, but as a result, before he could act, President Jean had already taken the initiative to curry favor with Chen Fan. What's the point of this? The father's plan, before it had even begun, was aborted. Hello? Even Chen Fan was incredibly confused by such an enthusiastic Jean Zhengshi. Chen Fan looked at Zhu Hongyi and asked him with his eyes if Jin Zhengshi was the mysterious person that Zhu Hongyi had specially come to pick up. Zhu Hongyi hurriedly shook his head, stating that it wasn't. He couldn't invite a big shot like Kim Jong-sik. Boss Chen, can we have a meal together sometime? I would like to talk to you about hiring your Nine Heavens Security Group bodyguards, Kim Jong-suk said with a smile. Kim Jong-suk is going to go abroad to do some business in a while, but Kim Jong-suk thinks it's not safe out there, so he wants to hire some great bodyguards to protect him. Being in Zhonghai province, the first thing Jin Zhengshi thought of was naturally the special squad of the Nine Heavens Security Group. Unfortunately, there were too many tycoons who wanted to hire the special squad of the Nine Heavens Security Group, and it was estimated that those who were lining up for appointments would be lined up until tomorrow, or even the year after next. It was 100% impossible for him to hire right away all of a sudden, so Kim Jong-suk made it a point to collect information on the Nine Heavens Security Group, wanting to make friends with the bosses of the Nine Heavens Security Group to see if he could take a back door. Among these profiles were the profile and photo of Chen Fan, who was the first big boss. That was why the two had never met before, and just now for the first time, Jin Zhengshi was so polite and pleasing to Chen Fan. Oh, that's right. Chen Fan also understood what the other party meant. Good. We can have dinner together sometime. Stretching his hand, this President Jin had a good attitude, so Chen Fan naturally had to respond. Zhangzhou's powerful Shen family, Shen Qingran, the head of the Shen family, was preparing the wine and food, waiting for his son to bring President Jin. For this reason, he also opened a bottle of vintage, incomparably expensive Maotai used to entertain Jin Zhengshi. This time, the president of the Hallowed Wind Rise Golf Club, Jin Zhengshi, was invited, and Shen Qingran felt that the plan to deal with Chen Fan was 9 out of 10. A sure win. Just then, my son's phone call came out of the blue. How's it going, Hayes? Did the man get it? Shen Qingran asked with a smile. Father, the man was received, but the problem is, Shen Hanhai helplessly told his father what had happened inside the airport. What? As soon as he saw that Chen Fan, Chairman Jin took the initiative to go over and shake his hand. Pulling strings? Shen Qingran was equally speechless. It was with great difficulty that he invited Chairman Jin to come, but in the end, without waiting for him to meet, Chairman Jin defected and went to curry favor with Chen Fan. Damn it! Shen Qingran cracked his mouth. Father, what's next? Do I still have to invite Chairman Kim to the house? Shen Hanhai asked. Pick him up, have dinner, make any excuse you want, and send him away tomorrow, Shen Qingran replied. Now this President Kim was no longer of any use and had wasted his feelings, but he couldn't just let the other party go, so he could only casually dismiss this President Kim. As for dealing with Chen Fan, one could only think of another way. On the other side, Chen Fan and that President Jin exchanged contact information. Shen Hanhai came over and invited Kim Jong-suk away. Who exactly is the person you're waiting for that's so secretive? After Jin Zhengshi left, Chen Fan came over and asked Zhu Hongyi in confusion. Boss, what are you missing the most right now? Zhu Hongyi asked. What's most lacking? Money. Chen Fan replied without hesitation. If now he has enough money, there are hundreds of billions, or even trillions, not to mention dealing with the Chen family, even if it is the Jinling Su family, he blew his breath can easily collapse the other side. Still need to be so troublesome. Seeing Chen Fan say this, Zhu Hongyi could not refute it for a while. Indeed, who in the world is not short of money? Boss, aside from money, do you lack talent? Zhu Hongyi asked again. Talent? Of course there's a shortage, but there's too much of it. Chen Fan nodded. He has more and more industries under him, but there is almost no available talent in his hands, and it is important to know that it is important to absorb talent in a constant stream. As for the special squad of the Nine Heavens Security Group, it was also talented, but it was rather special. Letting them carry out the mission was fine, but letting them help manage the business or something like that wouldn't work. That's right, boss, the guy I'm waiting for now is a genius, a top talent you need, Hong Yizhu explains. Not long after he had finished speaking, from inside the airport, many more travelers came out, and it seemed that a flight had arrived. Looking at a certain figure among these travelers, Zhu Hongyi instantly smiled. The one he had to wait for had finally come. Chapter 108 Recruiting Top Geniuses. Chen Fan's future? The person Zhu Hongyi was looking at was a girl with an extremely beautiful face, fair skin like jade, and a ponytail that looked very competent. Boss, someone's here. It's her I'm talking about, my sister Zhu Lingyu. Zhu Lingyu, why is it so familiar? Hearing Zhu Hongyi finish, Chen Fan was also stunned. This name was so familiar. Boss, think about the high school entrance exams a few years ago, Hong Yizhu reminded. Chen Fan thought for a moment and came to a realization. Oh, I remember. She's that top student of the college entrance examination that sensationalized Zhengzhou back then. That genius girl of your Xu family? Yeah, that's my sister. Xu Hongyi nodded. 3 years ago, Zhu Lingyu, the 15-year-old genius girl of the Xu family, entered the capital university with the horrific results of being the top science student of Jiangzhou in the college entrance examination and the second in Zhonghai province. My sister has been a genius since she was a child, skipping grades many times. At the age of 15, when her peers were still in the middle school exams, she took the top spot in the Jiangzhou college entrance exams, the second in the Central Sea province, and was admitted into the capital university to study finance and economics, and she is currently in her senior year at the capital university. Hong Yizhu proudly introduced. Chen Fan nodded his head. At that time, he was only in high school, but it turned out that the 15-year-old Zhu Lingyu had already become the top scholar of the college entrance exam, sensationalizing Jiangzhou, so he had naturally heard about it. Boss, my sister is awesome, isn't she? Zhu Hongyi smiled and showed off to Chen Fan. Indeed powerful, but your sister is so powerful, so genius. Then how do you? Chen Fan asked rhetorically. The smile on Zhu Hongyi's face immediately disappeared, and he opened his mouth with a bit of a grumble. Boss, let's not talk about it. We're still brothers. What's more, not to mention me, even my sister, and even my parents, are average in their studies. I don't know how it came out that my sister is a genius. Zhu Hongyi spat. After that, Zhu Hongyi seriously spelled out the purpose of inviting Chen Fan here. By the way, boss, currently my sister is in her 4th year of college and is looking for a place to intern. Since she studied the most popular financial economy, many big companies have thrown out olive branches, but she hasn't decided where to go for her internship. So I thought of you, boss. 18 years old, graduating from the capital university, definitely a hot top genius now. Hearing Zhu Hongyi say this, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Chen Fan patted Zhu Hongyi's shoulder. This little brother can. There are top geniuses that think of themselves first. It would be absolutely great if he could pull Zhu Lingyu, a genius who was about to graduate from the capital university and was also studying finance and economics, into his camp. On the other hand, Zhu Hongyi was doing this for Chen Fan on one hand, and for his sister on the other. Zhu Hongyi previously discussed with his father. They both believe that the future of Chen Fan's achievements are by no means simple. They Zhengzhou will only be Chen Fan's initial starting point is just, in the future, I'm afraid Chen Fan will grow into a big tree and build a business empire of his own. Zhu Hongyi felt that his sister is indeed very good, in their Zhengzhou, is considered one of the best, but put in front of the whole country, more powerful than his sister's genius are there, and on top of that, in business, it's not always true that just because you have great talent, you're going to have great results. It just so happens that my sister is getting an internship for her senior year of college, and a lot of big companies have thrown their arms around my sister, but she's younger, and it's not necessarily a good thing to go straight into one of those big, hooky companies. In fact, the best way is to let her sister go to their Xu family's industry for internship, but unfortunately, her sister is very stubborn and just doesn't want to go to her own family's company. After studying at the capital university for so long, Zhu Lingyu was eager to prove herself that even if she was a girl, even if she was young, she could still kill her way through the business world. If she went to her own company, with her status, she would surely have all kinds of preferential treatment, privileges and so on, and even if she made achievements, it would be impossible to attribute them to her own ability. At this moment, Zhu Hongyi's mind suddenly conjured up his boss, Chen Fan. The boss has a lot of properties there, so it's not a bad idea for my sister to pick any one of them for her internship. Soon, Zhu Lingyu walked over. Lingyu. Zhu Hongyi came over to say hello. Aha. Zhu Lingyu nodded. At this moment, Zhu Lingyu seemed to be the older sister, while Zhu Hongyi was the younger brother. By the way, Lingyu, which company do you want to go to for your internship? Zhu Hongyi inquired. Haven't thought about it yet. Zhu Lingyu shook his head. Zhu Hongyi looked at Chen Fan. Introducing. This is my boss Chen Fan. My boss has a lot of industries under him. If you want an internship, you can go to my boss. Recommended by Hong Yizhu. Do you know about the Phaeton Group? Chen Fan opened his mouth. Well, I've heard that. Zhu Lingyu nodded his head. Being from Jiangzhou, Zhu Lingyu had heard of Phaeton Group. If you come to me for an internship, I can make you a direct vice president. Chen Fan spoke directly, giving this top genius enough attention. Of course, although Zhu Lingyu was a top genius, it was not clear how capable she really was. And once Chen Fan came up, he only found a small industry for Zhu Lingyu to try out, and didn't let her go to a big industry. Worst case scenario, it fails and there isn't much to lose. If it succeeded and proved Zhu Lingyu's strength, it would be even better, and Zhu Lingyu could be put into a more powerful and higher position. Vice President? Seeing Chen Fan say that, even Zhu Lingyu was stunned. In her impression, although Confronting Group was not considered a big company, its strength seemed to be okay. Because of her young age, just 18, other companies, both big and small, when they threw the olive branch at her, they just offered her an ordinary, or small management position. As it turned out, this boss Chen that his brother brought in could directly make himself the deputy general manager. This boss Chen recognized his ability, and this was something Zhu Lingyu was grateful to Chen Fan for. Thanks boss Chen, I'll think about it. Zhu Lingyu opened his mouth. There was no refusal, no yes. Aha. Chen Fan nodded his head. That kind of top talent was not that easy to pull together. It would take a bit of time. After chatting for a few moments, Chen Fan and the two Zhu family siblings separated and returned to the villa. Chen Fan had just arrived home when the system's voice suddenly came. Ding! Agree to Zhu Hong's request to go to Jiangzhou airport together. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on getting a top body, having 8-pack abs. Congratulations on gaining 47 experience points. In an instant, Chen Fan's body underwent a huge change. Chen Fan looked down and saw the perfect muscle lines and the 8-pack abs that looked like steel. The Chen Fan at this moment was full of male charisma. Chen Fan was quite satisfied with this. Perfect. It feels so good to have easy abs. Right at this moment, Chen Fan's cell phone suddenly rang with news from Yum. Chapter 109, Severing Relationships Day 24. Reward 2 billion. Boss, the current loss of Yum Group has exceeded 1/3 of the total assets. Someone from Yongtai Real Estate Group contacted Chen Fan and told him about the latest situation. Lost 1/3 of your total assets? Chen Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. This progress was even faster than he had imagined. At this rate, this afternoon, or this evening, Yum Yum is probably finished. You can step up your attack on Yum Yum. Chen Fan ordered. Yes, boss. This time to deal with Yum Group. Chen Fan had used his powerful network of contacts and had joined hands with Xiaoruoshui. Even if the gods came, they couldn't save Yum Group. Chen Fan's side was in a good mood, while Yum Group's, Kong Baisheng and his son were in a sad mood. How come? Kong Baisheng's face was pale. It had only been less than a day. How could their losses be so great? Get in touch with the bank to borrow money, and then get in touch with those friends of mine to borrow money. Kong Baisheng ordered. Now the company has really come to the critical moment of survival. If this time does not have a huge amount of liquidity in, Yum Group will be completely finished. Not only that, they even have to go into debt. Father, I've already contacted. We need at least 5 billion in liquidity to stabilize the situation, but neither the bank, nor those few old friends of yours are willing to lend us such a large sum of money at once. Kong Baisheng's son replied helplessly. When they were strong, it was easy to borrow money and stuff, but now, when they're in trouble, there's no one to lend a hand. These people are well aware that Yum Yum is now in a precarious position, and that they have lent Yum Yum money, which could potentially go down the drain. Borrowing billions of dollars in cash at once is definitely a big gamble, and there is no reason for anyone to accompany Kong Baisheng to gamble. Hey, Kong Baisheng smiled miserably. It is true that it is only when you are down and out that you can see those friends clearly. You go to all of our family's properties, villas, cars, antiques and whatnot, all mortgaged. All of these add up to at least $1 billion or so. With this $1 billion or so, we might be able to slow down a bit. The company is still saved. Kong Baisheng decided to desperate. Father, in case we mortgaged all of this and invested all of our money in the company, we'd really be left with nothing. Kong Baisheng's son reminded. Go on, maybe with the $1 billion, we can stabilize it? Kong Baisheng orders. Now he is already gambler mentality. Without the company, we are nothing. Unlike those giants with many industries, those giants, when one industry is finished, there are other industries to support them, but their family only has one big business, Yum Yum, and if Yum Yum is finished, so are they. Well, seeing his father's insistence, the son had to go into action, and in his heart of hearts, he expected that with this money, the company's situation would be stabilized. After half an hour, all of the Kong family's properties, cars, antiques and so on, all mortgaged, because too anxious. Originally worth more than $1 billion of assets, they only mortgaged out a little more than $1 billion. After getting the money, Kong Baisheng did not hesitate to put all these $1 billion into the company. However, Kong Baisheng's money, like a stone thrown into the lake, at first thrown in there is a little ripple, but a long time, did not play half a role. Not only that, but the situation is even more dangerous for Yum, which is already in debt, and with more and more money in debt, Kong Baisheng crumbled. He really didn't think that Yongtai Real Estate Group and Xiao's Group would have such a terrifying power when they joined forces. At this moment, Kong Baisheng was truly regretting that he had provoked Chen Fan and Xiaoruoshui. In fact, relying solely on Yongtai Real Estate Group and Xiao's Group, It was not possible to force Yum Group into extinction in such a short period of time, thanks to Chen Fan's use of other industries, connections, and Xia Ruoshui's connections and other multiple factors. It took less than a day to force Yum Group into extinction. Father, what to do? What to do? Kong Baixing's son panicked and asked his father apprehensively. They are now over $3 to $4 billion in debt, and that number is still growing. Kong Baixing hesitated for half a day and said with a sigh, "Now, there's only one way out." "What way?" "Sell the company, sock away a sum of money, pay off what we owe, and we'll still have a big chunk left over," Kong Baixing said through gritted teeth. Even if Yum Group is now in a desperate situation, but after all, the thin camel is bigger than a horse. Now sell the company, the minimum how to sell a $10 billion or so it. "Father, is it alright if we surrender to Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui now and admit defeat?" the son suggested. "Surrender? I will never surrender," Kong Baixing replied through gritted teeth. Who the hell was Chen Fan to ask him to surrender? And now he hasn't failed completely. "Listen to me, let's sell Yum Group, set a $10 billion, or even more than $10 billion out, pay off the debt. We still have a few $billion left, let's refound a company, and we can still make a comeback," Kong Baixing said with conviction. With the decision made, Kong Baixing hurriedly contacted the big shots he knew, wanting to sell Yum Group quickly at a price of $15 billion. At the time of Kong Baixing's action, Chen Fan's side also got the news from Lightfeather Private Detective Agency and heard about Kong Baixing's intention to sell Baixing Group. Chen Fan suddenly had an idea in his head. In fact, if they completely screwed Yum Group out of business, the profits they would gain would be just that, excluding the cost of dealing with Yum Group. But if we could buy Yum Group out at a super low price, it would be much more profitable. Once he had Yum Group in his hands, he could immediately stop attacking Yum Group and then slowly let Yum Group recover. The profits that will come to hand with a toss like that will be substantial. It also maximizes the benefits. As for Kong Baixing wanting to sell the Yum Group for a sum of money, Chen Fan would never let him have his way. Chen Fan would minimize the price of purchasing Yum Group, absolutely guaranteeing that when Kong Yum sold the company and paid off the debt, it would be a penny less, even if it remained in debt. Thinking of this, Chen Fan began to calculate. In the end, Chen Fan got that if he wanted to acquire Yum Group, the minimum price could be pressed down to $7 or $8 billion. According to the current rate of Yum Group's debt, by then, even if $8 billion reaches Kong Yum's hands, there won't be a penny left. Chen Fan calculated the liquidity he could immediately take out again. Currently, although his own assets are many, but most of them are company shares, fixed assets, liquidity is not much. In the case of ensuring that the other industries can operate normally without any problems, Chen Fan can come up with about 4 billion cash assets. Taking more would be fine, but his other industries would be short on liquidity and potentially in danger. You can't buy a Yum Group that's in a desperate situation and put your industry in danger. Chen Fan contacted Xia Ruoshui, intending to join forces with her. Unfortunately, Xia Ruoshui could only come up with $78 billion of liquidity at the moment. After all, Xia's group still had to officially run. That makes it 23 billion short. Just as Chen Fan was calculating what to do, the system's voice came. Ding, 24th day of severance. $2 billion. Chapter 110, Finding an Intermediary. Chen Fan's strategy. 2 billion? Looking at the system's reward for today, a faint smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. The system really never let him down. Now that he wanted to acquire Kong Baixing's company, he was only short of $12 or $13 billion, and as a result, the system directly rewarded him with $2 billion. Now, even after buying Yum Group, one would still have 700 or 800 million left. Not bad, not bad. Not a moment after the system voice disappeared, Chen Fan's cell phone rang. "Come on, text me. Your tail number 5167 card revenue 20000000000. $2 billion in rewards. Instantly, that's enough money." Chen Fan immediately began to mobilize liquid assets from various industries over. And soon, Chen Fan's hands gathered around $6 billion. Chen Fan contacted Xia Ruoshui again. The two sides discussed. Chen Fan put up 5 billion. Xia Ruoshui put up 5 billion. The two sides temporarily put up 8 billion. We'll see what happens then. And try to keep the price as low as possible, preferably to about $7 billion. If they wanted to buy the Yum Group, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui definitely couldn't show up. Otherwise, Kong Baixing would definitely not agree. Even if he agrees, he will certainly offer a sky-high price. Therefore, Chen Fan needed a middleman to step in and help Chen Fan buy Yum Group in the name of the other party. When he buys Yum, the middleman will give him Yum. This intermediary should be strong enough, and should not arouse Kong Baixing's suspicion. Chen Fan's mind began to float to some of the powerful tycoons and bigwigs he knew. Suddenly, Chen Fan thought of the president of the Wind Rise Golf Club, Kim Jong-suk, whom he had just met. The identity of the other side is enough. Moreover, Kim Jong-suk had something to ask of him, and the other party wanted to hire the top bodyguard of the Nine Heavens Security Group in his hands. Chen Fan could ask Jin Zhongshi to help him out and go buy Yum Group for himself. And then Chen Fan would help Jin Zhongshi by directly arranging a team of top-notch bodyguards for him. A win-win situation. What's more, he and Jin Zhongshi had just met today. And if Jin Zhongshi approached him, Kong Baisheng wouldn't associate himself with him. Thinking about it, Chen Fan directly dialed the phone and asked Jin Zhongshi out for a detailed chat. After all, the matter of billions of dollars of business, just phone to say a little certainly cannot. Certainly want to meet a face-to-face, talk in detail, and sign an agreement to do. Out for tea. No problem boss Chen. Where did you say to go? Kim Jong-suk agreed without hesitation. He had something to ask boss Chen. And this time boss Chen took the initiative to ask himself out. Just as Chen Fan and Jin Zhongshi agreed on a time and place. Xia Clan Group. Xia Ruoshui also ordered the finance to transfer the $2.5 billion to Chen Fan's account. Ha! The CFO looked surprised. Boss, $5 billion. Just directly transfer it to the other party without signing a contract? In case the other party changes their mind. Or if there are any problems, I'm afraid we won't get our $2.5 billion back. Out of duty, the CFO asked cautiously. It's okay, I trust him. Xia Ruoshui opened her mouth without hesitation, trusting Chen Fan. Okay. Seeing this, the CFO could not say anything but to go ahead and implement it. On the other hand, Chen Fan met with Kim Jong-suk and they talked at length. I understand what boss Chen means. Kim Jong-suk nodded. As long as I help boss Chen complete this matter, boss Chen can immediately arrange a special squad for me as a bodyguard? Kim Jong-suk asked specifically. Yes. Chen Fan nodded. That's no problem. We'll sign. Kim Jong-suk nodded. Knowing all kinds of tycoons, all kinds of operations, boss Chen, this means of buying the enemy company with the help of his hand. He has also seen. He only needed to go through the motions and get the top bodyguard he wanted from the Nine Heavens Security Group. It was easy. After that, Kim Jong-suk signed both agreements directly. Don't worry, boss Chen. I'll try my best to minimize the pressure. Both sides reached an agreement, and Jin Zhongshi began to look for channels to contact Kong Baisheng. On the other hand, in the Yum Group, Kong Baisheng was fretting. He looked for several big companies, big tycoons. In the knowledge of their company, the other party either directly balked, or said that they need to meet the meeting business, the amount of time needed. But what Kong Baisheng lacked the most right now was time. The longer the time dragged on, the more his debts grew. By now, his debts are more than $4 billion. In order to sell the company as soon as possible, Kong Baisheng has reduced the price from the initial $15 billion to the current $11.5 billion, and as a result, there is still no company to take over. Asterisk 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 drop it again, right down to $10 billion. In the end, Kong Baisheng gritted his teeth and ordered. He sent people to contact the few companies that didn't reject him outright. Kong Baisheng really regretted that he hadn't befriended a little more tycoons. His network was too small. Just when Kong Baisheng was most troubled, Kim Jong-suk's call came. After realizing Kim Jong-suk's identity, Kong Baisheng was pleasantly surprised. Hello Chairman Kim. Kong Baisheng hurriedly greeted. Hello boss Kong. I heard that you're planning to sell the Yum Group in your hands. Ha? Yes. Chairman Kim is interested? Kong Baisheng held his breath and asked nervously. He was worried about not having a buyer. Yes. How much is boss Kong planning to sell it for? Kim Jong-suk inquired. Well, 11 billion, I think. Kong Baisheng thought about it for a moment and deliberately added a little bit. That's too much. I can only offer 8 billion. Kim Jong-suk replied. The price he said was ordered by Chen Fan. Of course, Chen Fan did not intend to really buy Yum Group with $8 billion. This was his strategy. $8 billion. Chairman Kim, isn't the money too little? Kong Baisheng replied with dissatisfaction. If it only sold for $8 billion, he'd be left with just a little over $3 billion after paying off over $4 billion in debt. Which wouldn't work. It was too little. Why don't you add some more? After Kong Baisheng finished speaking, Jin Zhongshi looked at Chen Fan. The phone was on speakerphone. And what Kong Baisheng said just now, Chen Fan could hear. Kim Jong-suk asked Chen Fan if he wanted to keep adding money. Chen Fan shook his head. President Kong, $8 billion is already quite a lot. You know better than me what your Yum Group is like. I'm already very sincere. Kim Jong-suk replied. President Kim, our Yum Group was once so brilliant. Even if we are in trouble now, but selling only $8 billion is too little. Look, Kong Baisheng still wants to negotiate the price with Kim Jong-suk. At this time, Chen Fan suddenly made a gesture that made Jin Zhengshi 10,000 times more surprised. Chapter 111, Chen Fan's plan implemented successfully. Desperate Kong Baishang. Chen Fan signaled Jin Zhengshi to end this conversation. Just $8 billion. I'm prepared in cash. I can immediately hit your account. Boss Kong, think about it yourself. I'll wait for your news. After Kim Jong-suk finished speaking, he directly followed Chen Fan's order and hung up the phone. Boss Chen, what do you mean by that? Don't you want to acquire Yum Group? President Kim asked in disbelief. You'll see in a minute. Let the bullets fly for a while. Chen Fan didn't explain. The good show had just begun. He wants to buy Yum Group at the lowest possible price. And he also wants to make sure that even if Kong Yum sells the company, he won't have a penny left over. And he'll even go into debt. In the Yum Group, Kong Baishang hung up the phone in annoyance. $8 billion. It was too little. He would never accept this price. There are other companies out there. 10 minutes later, Kong Baishang's son returned. Father, those companies still don't agree. They still think that $10 billion is too much. The son brings bad news. Kong Baishang's face became a few points uglier. Wait, Kong Baishang ordered. An hour passed, and a company vice president told the Kong family's father and son. The debt of Kong Baishang, father and son, has grown to $54 billion. What? It's gone up that much again? Kong Baishang was unable to sit still. He continued to ask his son to contact those companies and lowered the price to $9 billion. And the other parties still refused. At this moment, Kong Baishang's mind thought of the Admiralty Stone. Kim Jong-suk is offering $8 billion. And it's still cash. And it can come in immediately. Kong Baishang was internally torn to the core. In the end, Kong Baishang clenched his teeth and decided to promise Kim Jong-suk. The longer the time dragged on, the more his liabilities grew. It had only been an hour since he had dragged on, and his liabilities had risen by $700 or $800 million. And if he continued to drag on, he would owe even more. Instead of that, he should just promise Kim Jong-suk to sell the company. Kong Baishang called Kim Jong-suk. Boss Jin, I've agreed to sell Yum Group for $8 billion. Kong Baishang opened his mouth. Jin Zhengshi was delighted and looked at Chen Fan. Just when Kim Jong-suk had gotten things done, Chen Fan shook his head, then dipped his finger in some water and wrote 74 on the table. Kim Jong-suk understood at once. Boss Kong, $8 billion is the price we just paid. If an hour ago you agreed, I can immediately give you $8 billion. Kim Jong-suk acted very well with a difficult tone. But now, well, it's been an hour and your yum has gotten worse. And now I can't afford $8 billion to buy your company. Well, how about this? I can offer $7.4 billion to buy your Yum Group. What's your intention? After Kim Jong-suk finished speaking, Kong Baishang immediately retorted. What? Only $7.4 billion? President Kim is missing $6 billion in 1 hour. 10 minutes missing $1 billion? That's too much missing. If he only sells $74 billion and pays off his debt, he will only be left with $2 billion, which is a full billion less than what he was left with just now. No, that's never going to work. Kong Baishang simply refused. Jin Zhengshi looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan made a gesture to hang up the phone. In that case, then Boss Kong, think about it. If the time drags on, the money I offer, maybe even less. Without waiting for Kong Baishang to answer, Kim Jong-suk directly hung up the phone. A mere $7.4 billion and you want to buy my Yum Group? Dream on. I'll sh*t. Kong Baishang said furiously. After that, Kong Baishang and his son continued to look for a buyer. Unfortunately, those people are either not interested, or they can only offer $3 to $4 billion of liquidity, and the rest will have to be given slowly and for some time. Kong Baishang can be too short of time to agree. Another hour or two had passed, and at this moment, Kong Baishang's debt had reached a little over $6 billion. Still no one was willing to buy Yum Group, and Kong Yum was near despair. Having no choice but to call Kim Jong-suk again, Kong Baishang had no choice but to call Kim Jong-suk again. Chairman Kim, I agree to sell Yum Group for $7.4 billion. Kong Baishang said with incomparable unwillingness. Boss Kong, just like earlier, another hour or two has passed now, and I can only offer $6.8 billion at the moment. Glancing at the number 68 written in water by Chen Fan, Jin Zhengshi replied. What? Another 600 million less? Kong Baishang stood up violently, questioning loudly and unwillingly. It can't be helped, Boss Kong, that's why you dragged yourself down. If you don't agree now, then in a couple hours, I might have even less. Kim Jong-suk replied. Kong Baishang's mind completely collapsed. He really wanted to balk at Kim Jong-suk, but reality told him that he couldn't refuse. What if even less Admiralty comes out later? Okay, I promise. Kong Baishang nodded. Chen Fan nodded his head as well. Almost, now has pushed Kong Baisheng to the extreme. If continue to force, I am afraid it will be counterproductive. Who knows, Kong Baisheng will not be anxious to jump over the wall and so on. Well then, meet me at your yum yum in half an hour. Noticing that Chen Fan had agreed, Jin Zhongshi also agreed. Both parties agreed. You leave in an hour. Chen Fan admonished. Good. Kim Jong-suk agreed. At this moment, Xia Ruoshui's $2.5 billion had also arrived. And Chen Fan gave Jin Zhongshi a bank card that held $6.8 billion. An hour and a half later, while Kong Baek-song waited anxiously, Kim Jong-suk finally arrived at the Baek-song Group. Eventually, the two parties signed a contract in which Kim Jong-suk bought 100% ownership of Yum Group for $6.8 billion. From now on, Yum's name is no longer Kong. With $68 million in hand, Kong Baisheng also breathed a sigh of relief. After the $6 billion that he needs to pay off his debt, he's left with $8 billion. That's okay. Good thing there's still a retirement fund left. Ha! Kong Baisheng let his son to take the money to pay off the debt. However, the $6.8 billion all the debt, surprisingly not enough, but also more than $700 million. It turns out that after this hour and a half, the debt of Kong Baisheng's father and son has reached $75 billion. Instantly, Kong Baisheng's face turned pale to the extreme, as if he had been dead for 3 days and had just crawled out of the grave. Just as Kong Baisheng was despairing, Chen Fan walked in idly to the Baisheng Group. Chen Fan, what are you doing here? Is this a place where you can come? Seeing this, Kong Baisheng's son took the lead in angrily rebuking Chen Fan. At this moment, the Kong family father and son were really resentful of Chen Fan to the extreme. It was all because of this asshole thing Chen Fan that made them sell the company to Kim Jong-suk at a super low price. And they were still in debt for over $700 million. Kong Baisheng also chided Chen Fan. This is the headquarters of our Yum Group. You don't deserve to enter here. Chapter 112, the system will be upgraded soon, rewarding top-notch car skills. Hearing Kong Baisheng say that, Chen Fan couldn't help but open his mouth. Let me correct you. This is not your Yum Yum Group headquarters, but my Yum Yum Group headquarters. Ha? What your Yum Yum? Kong Baisheng asked in surprise. Indeed, just now he had forgotten that he had already sold the Yum Group, and this place really couldn't be called his Yum Group anymore. But what does this place have to do with Chen Fan? You're not out of your mind, are you? Your Winji-Tech Real Estate Group is not here, Kong Baisheng said sarcastically. He had failed and was $700 million in debt, but he couldn't lose face. However, before Kong Baisheng's words fell, beside him, Jin Zhongshi suddenly smiled and walked to Chen Fan. Boss Chen, I haven't let you down. I'm officially handing over Yum Yum Group to you. Jin Zhongshi handed over the contract he had just signed with Kong Baisheng to Chen Fan in front of Kong Baisheng's father and son. Seeing this, Kong Baisheng froze. This. Kong Baisheng pointed at the contract in Chen Fan's hand, extraordinarily puzzled. What's this? From now on, I'm giving the Yum Yum Group to Mr. Chen. From now on, the Yum Yum Group will belong to Mr. Chen and change its surname to Chen. Kim Jong-suk replied dryly. Hearing these words, Kong Baisheng's heartbeat seemed to stop all of a sudden. At this moment, even if he was old and slow to react, he understood that this Jin Zhongshi was a middleman, and the one who really bought their Yum Yum Group was Chen Fan. Damn it! Kong Baisheng's son looked at Chen Fan, furious to the extreme. Chen Fan flipped through the contract to make sure there were no problems, then smiled and said to Kong Baisheng, "Thanks a lot, Boss Kong, for selling the huge Yum Group to me for only $6.8 billion. You're so nice." By Chen Fan's words, Kong Baisheng's eyes went black and he was almost exasperated. Kill and kill. Kong Baisheng's son hurriedly assisted his father. At this moment, Kong Baisheng was really angry. He lost to Chen Fan is just, he admitted it, but now, his Baisheng Group, even was bought by Chen Fan. Kong Baisheng's entire body was about to explode, but there was nothing he could do. Looking at Chen Fan's clouded appearance, Kong Baisheng became increasingly angry. By the way, Boss Kong, and the $700 million you owe, don't forget to pay it back. Oh, Chen Fan kindly reminded Kong Baisheng before he and Jin Zhongshi took large strides towards the chairman's office of the Baisheng Group. Chen Fan. From afar, Chen Fan heard Kong Baisheng's stormy voice. After coming to the office, Chen Fan sent out several messages in a row. Since he had already taken down Yum Yum Group, Chen Fan naturally had to stop all attacks on Yum Yum Group. From now on, this place would be his. And of course, part of it would be Ruoshui's. Yum Yum Group, that's a bad name. Change the back, Chen Fan muttered in a small voice. Mr. Chen, Jin Zhongshi looked at Chen Fan expectantly. President Kim, happy cooperation. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, there will be a special team from the Nine Heavens Security Group going to President Kim. Chen Fan also did what he said he would do. Thanks, Mr. Chen. You still have to be busy, so I won't bother you. Kim Jong-suk's purpose was also achieved, and after both sides shook hands, Kim Jong-suk had the good sense to leave. The Yum Group is at its most volatile right now, and Chen Fan is going to have to do something about it. Before Chen Fan could act, the system's voice came. Ding! Mission release, stabilize the Yum Group and keep it running normally. Mission reward, obtaining top car skills. Mission reward, 45 experience points. The system comes to task. This time, the system rewarded himself with a skill, and as long as he completed the task, Chen Fan would be able to obtain top-notch car skills. Only this time, what made Chen Fan pay the most attention was not the top-notch car skills rewarded by the system, but the 45 experience points rewarded by the system. Currently, Chen Fan had already accumulated 255 experience points. System upgrade to level 2 requires 1,500 experience points. If he completed this quest, Chen Fan's experience value would make up exactly 300 points, and in that case, he would only be short of the final 200 points of experience value before he was systematically upgraded to the second level. It's just 200 experience points. It's easy to get. Now that's a really fast way to upgrade your system to level 2. Chen Fan was quite looking forward to what lucrative rewards the system would give him every day after the system was upgraded to level 2. At that time, one's value would also skyrocket, and one would be closer to Chen Fan's goal of overthrowing the Jinling Xu family and trampling the Xu family under his feet. Thinking about it, Chen Fan was energized to fight for an early upgrade. Half an hour later, in the largest council chamber of Yum Group, all the employees of Yum Group sat in unison, nervously waiting for Chen Fan to appear. Chen Fan held a general meeting for all employees. That is, Yum Group often organizes annual meetings, as well as large-scale activities. There is such an oversized council chamber, which can hold all the employees. Otherwise, it is a bit troublesome to try to organize so many employees into one place. As the crowd waited, Chen Fan appeared. Chen Fan arrived on the stage and swept his eyes. Most of Yum Group's employees came, but Yum Group's management, not even half of them came. The others also noticed the scene, and they all looked at Chen Fan, wanting to see how Chen Fan would handle it. Seeing this, Chen Fan was not surprised. It was expected of him. On the other hand, outside of the Yum Group, the news inside the council chamber, Kong Yum was also informed. So many company executives didn't show up. Naturally it was Kong Baisheng who messed up. The company that once belonged to him had now become Chen Fan's, and he couldn't bear this breath. But he couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, Kong Baisheng could only use his last bit of means to create a little trouble for Chen Fan. Yum Group was founded by him, and many people within the company's top management were his beloved, die-hard members. If Chen Fan did not take over the Yum Group is okay, but Chen Fan took over. Kong Baisheng wanna give Chen Fan an unforgettable lesson. This is the most tumultuous time for Yum. A time when so much of the company's management has suddenly all spilled the beans and stopped working. He looked at how Chen Fan would manage Yum Group afterward. Is the personnel director here yet? Chen Fan inquired. The scene was silent. What about the HR manager? Coming, boss. A middle-aged woman stepped forward in a hurry. Who wasn't there? You say. Chen Fan ordered. The middle-aged woman looked and spoke. Vice President Liu Xiuzhu. Vice President Sun Yunkai. The middle-aged woman told all the 20 to 30 Yum Group management members who were not present. The crowd under the stage instantly discussed. So many executives all went on strike at once. Wouldn't the company have stopped functioning? It's finished. It's just bad news when something like this happens right after the new boss takes over the company. Unlike the panic of these people, on the stage, Chen Fan was exceptionally calm. Chen Fan swept the crowd around and shocked the audience with his words. I declare that everyone who was not present, from this moment on, all of them are fired from the company. Not one of them will be left behind. Chapter 113, Chen Fan's shocking means. Important news from the Chen clan arrives. Chen Fan also knew that Kong Baisheng had been managing the Baisheng Group for so long, so he must have a lot of inner circle. And these believers will absolutely become the company's hidden trouble. Rather than keep these hidden trouble, from time to time to create trouble for themselves, it is better to uproot and completely solve. Therefore, Chen Fan purposely held this general meeting of all employees. On the one hand, to stabilize the people's hearts and stabilize the situation of Yum Group, and on the other hand, he wanted to look for Kong Baisheng's beloved ones. Now well, these Kong Baisheng's beloved all did not come, actively exposed. Chen Fan just all fired. No one left. Without breaking, simply fire all of Kong Baisheng's beloved ones, so that the Baisheng Group can be managed well. Hearing Chen Fan say that he was going to fire so many company management in one go, all the people on the stage were talking. Boss, what's the situation of the company now? You know it well. firing so many management at once, without anyone to manage. It won't be long before the company is really finished. The HR manager was honest. Firing these people is adding insult to injury, and I'm afraid it will be the end of the Yum Group, which was already on its last legs. Who says fire these guys and the position will be open? Chen Fan calmly asked. Chen Fan had just finished speaking when Xia Ruoshui's stunningly beautiful figure appeared at the entrance of the council chamber. At this moment, behind Xia Ruoshui, there were more than 30 people, all of whom were Chen Fan, as well as the elite talents of Xia Ruoshui's company. Firing all of these Kong Baixing's beloved ones will indeed cause problems for the company. But how to solve this problem? Chen Fan naturally has a trick. After Kim Jong-suk had just left a while ago, Chen Fan had temporarily pulled 1 or 2 dozen people from those of his industries, and then Xia Ruoshui had also pulled a dozen people from their company. It just so happens that the positions of Kong Baixing's beloved ones belong to the more important ones, and now that all of these positions are installed with Chen Fan's own people, it will be more convenient for Chen Fan to control the entire company. Seeing Xia Ruoshui and the others appear, the employees of Yum Group sighed with emotion. It was worthy of being the one who acquired their company. The new boss's tactics were really powerful and full of vigor. Though firing so many of the management who are familiar with the company in one fell swoop right now will have a significant impact on the company. But after a while, when the new owner's people become familiar with the company's processes, then the new owner's control over the company will reach a point of terror. For a while, many of the employees at the scene were extraordinarily impressed with Chen Fan. You're going to inform those people right now to pack up and get out. Chen Fan ordered the personnel manager. Yes, the HR manager went into action. On the other side, Kong Baixing's inner circle gathered in the office of Vice President Sun Yunkai and were preparing to watch Chen Fan's joke. Just took over the company on the first day, held a general meeting of all employees. There are more than half of the top management did not go, to see where Chen Fan's face to put. Serves you right for going against Mr. Kong. That's right, we were all promoted by Chairman Kong. And now that Chairman Kong has been kicked out of the company by this guy using despicable means, we definitely won't let it go. That's right, this is just the very beginning. Wait for the back. See how I'm going to mess things up for this Chen Fan. The men murmured with glee. Just then, the HR manager opened the office door and walked in with someone. Manager Wei, shouldn't you be in a meeting? Why are you here with me? Sun Yunkai asked in surprise. Vice President Sun, Vice President Liu, Director Zhao, you're all here. It's just as well. I don't need to notify them one by one. Just now the boss announced that from now on, all of you will be fired. Please pack your things and leave the office in half an hour. Following the HR manager was a team of Yum Group security personnel. If Sun Yunkai and others do not cooperate, then these security personnel will have to help them leave. What? Expelled? We're all expelled. Manager Wei, you're not kidding, are you? For a moment, everyone in the booth was dumbfounded. The reason why they dared to come up against Chen Fan was entirely because they felt that there were many people. The law was not to be blamed. And even if Chen Fan was angry, he would not dare to take what they did with these senior people in important positions in the company. After all, how would the company run without them? But now, the outcome of the matter was different from what they expected. Chen Fan even directly fired all of them, not leaving a single one behind. In an instant, the bowels of everyone in the office turned green with remorse. Not long after, Kong Baixing also got the news. What? All fired? Kong Baixing people also stupid. This is the same he never expected. Chen Fan at once all his beloved all fired. This time, the last bit of bottom card in his hand is also completely gone. At the moment he is still responsible for $700 million. What can they do in the future? Kong Baixing was directly angry fainted. On the other hand, at the staff meeting, Chen Fan increased the benefits for all the employees, and after stabilizing the people's hearts, he started to arrange suitable candidates for the vacant positions. An hour later, those important posts were all filled with Chen Fan's people. Just then, the system's voice came on. Ding! Stabilize Yum Group. Let Yum Group run normally. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on winning, getting a top car skill. Congratulations on gaining 45 experience points. A huge wave of memories flooded into Chen Fan's mind. And from now on, Chen Fan was the top racer. Meanwhile, Chen Fan's points had gathered exactly 300 points, and he was just short of the last 200 points to upgrade. As for the district's 200 points, it was estimated that another 4 or 5 quests would be able to gather them, and within a few days, he would be able to upgrade himself. Chen Fan was looking forward to the day when the system was upgraded. During the afternoon, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui were both arranging work in the Yum Group. In the evening, Chen Fan had just returned home when he suddenly received a call from Chen Wenjing. Chen Wenjing had important news about the Chen family to report to Chen Fan. Chapter 114, 25th Day of Severance. Rewarded with a God of Luck card. I heard from Chen Yuzhen that the old master's most highly regarded grandson, Chen Feiming, will be coming back from the field in 2 days. And I've heard that Chen Feiming has made a girlfriend with an impressive status and background, and will bring her along this time. Chen Wenjing reported to Chen Fan. What exactly is the background of Chen Feiming's girlfriend? No one in the Chen family knows yet, and it will only be revealed when Chen Feiming returns in a couple days. Oh, Chen Fan came to be slightly interested. This former cousin of his own, Chen Feiming, had always been the old master's most valued, most anticipated grandson, hailed as the hope of the Chen family. What with his unicorn son? I don't know what will happen to Elder Chen when Chen Feiming arrives, after he has suppressed him from all aspects. Seeing that his most desired and expected grandson was pushed over by himself, or even stepped on his feet, Elder Chen must have been very happy, right? Right. There's one more thing. I've also heard that the Chen family's Chen Capital Group has recently gathered nearly $2 billion again, and it seems like it's going to make some big move to invest in some industry. Chen Wenjing continued to report on the Chen family. This is something you can focus on, Chen Fan ordered, and compared to Chen Feiming, Chen Fan was more interested in this second piece of news. He himself was pondering before, from which aspect he would continue to lay his hands on Chen's Capital Group, and now that he heard Chen Wenjing say so, he seemed to have a goal in mind. Okay, I'll go investigate as soon as possible, and when the time comes, at the first opportunity, I'll pass the news to you, Chen Wenjing assured. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan went to do other things. On the other hand, Xiao Ruoshui and Xia Mengmeng came to Jiangzhou Airport to bid farewell to their aunt, Xia Menglan. Don't worry Ruoshui, when we go back, I will help Chen Fan put in a good word in front of your father, Xia Menglan whispered next to Xiao Ruoshui. There is Chen Fan, the identity of the shareholders of the Patek Philippe company. She gave Chen Fan a good word conveniently right. At that time, even if the brother, but also certainly will pay attention. There are still 2 to 3 months to go. It will be the old master's birthday. I hope that when the old master's birthday comes around, you and Chen Fan can come back together, and shock everyone in the family at that time. Xia Menglan opened his mouth. Hearing her aunt say this, Xiao Ruoshui's mind conjured up the appearance of an old man with a serious face and no anger. This was the head of the Xia family, Xiao Ruoshui's own grandfather. The old master is very fond of antiques. I've seen in Chen Fan's house that he also collects antiques, so I think he should be very knowledgeable in this area as well, so you can ask him to teach you. When the time comes, you'll throw yourselves at it, and the old master isn't really that hard to talk to. Summer Monroe introduced. As long as the old man nods, everything is fine. By the way, you and Chen Fan shouldn't have finalized their relationship yet, so you should hurry up. If you can't, you take the initiative. I think this Chen Fan has a lot of potential. You don't want to miss it. Finally, Summerland reminded. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoshui nodded. Currently, she and Chen Fan should be considered above friends and before lovers, one step away from becoming lovers. It's time to make a move yourself. After sending Xia Menglan away, Xiao Ruoshui and her sister then returned to the villa. Time flew by, and the next morning, the system's voice came on. Ding! 25th Day of Severance. 1 card of the God of Luck. The lucky card. What's this? Chen Fan was incomparably curious as this special card appeared for the first time in the system. With a strong curiosity, Chen Fan clicked on the note below. Primary God of Luck card. Once used, you can have 3 days of super luck and experience the awesome feeling of being blessed by the God of Luck. Oh, light instantly emerged from Chen Fan's eyes. This, Junior God of Luck card, is a bit interesting. Chen Fan was a bit excited. Today's reward was good. However, it was only valid for 3 days, so Chen Fan would have to think about when he needed to activate it. After thinking a little bit, Chen Fan was about to go to lunch. Just then, Xu Hongyi's phone call suddenly came. Boss, just now my sister received a phone call from the manager of a large enterprise in Central Sea Province, Xia Cosmetics Company. The other party is coming to our house as a guest in an hour and wants to pull my sister to intern at their Xia Cosmetics Company. Xu Hongyi's urgent voice came. Xia Cosmetics Company, ranked in the top 3 among all the cosmetic companies in their province of Zhonghai, was very strong. This time, they seemed very sincere and made sure to pull their sister into their company. Xu Hongyi purposely called Chen Fan to tell him about the situation. Xu Hongyi's words had just fallen when the system's voice suddenly came. Ding! Mission release, stop Xia Cosmetics and bring top genius Zhu Lingyu into your camp. Mission reward, 5% of the shares of Thousand Saints Auction Company. Mission reward, 52 experience points. Rewarded with shares in the Thousand Saints Auction Company? Chen Fan was somewhat emotional. He already had 5% of the shares of the Thousand Saints Auction Company in his own hands, and if he added this 5%, It would make up exactly 10% of the shares of the Thousand Saints Auction Company, which would make him the fourth largest shareholder of the Thousand Saints Auction Company. As the saying goes, antiques in times of prosperity and gold in times of chaos. Chen Fan still values the business of antiques, and the business of antiques is profitable. Thousand Saints Auctioneers has great potential, and if it can go further, it will be a money printing machine. Let's see if we can take down the Thousand Saints Auction Company completely in the back, and if we can take it down completely, we can think of a way to do it ourselves. At present, the Thousand Saints Auction Company and the Southern Top 10 auction companies can only be regarded as the ranking of the middle. If they can take over the Thousand Saints Auction Company, even if it cannot make it ranked first, ranked second is not a problem, right? On top of that, there is a bonus of 52 experience points. If he completed the mission, Chen Fan would have won 352 experience points in his hand, only missing the last 148 experience points to upgrade to level 2. This mission has to be accomplished. Good. In an hour's time, I'll be a guest at your house as well, to meet this manager of Xia Cosmetics for a while. Chen Fan opened his mouth. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Manager Yu of Xia Cosmetics brought someone to Zhu's house. Xu Hongyi's father personally welcomed. After all, the market value of Xia Cosmetics Company is as high as 4 or 5 billion. They suddenly came to visit. Xu Hongyi's father, Xu Guangsheng, naturally have to be polite. Upon meeting Zhu Lingyu, Manager Yu praised her. Genius Xu. Our Xia Cosmetics Company occupies nearly a quarter of the market for cosmetics in Zhonghai province, and its strength is even among the top-ranked companies of the same type. What's more, from its establishment to now, it's only been 5 short years for our Xia Cosmetics Company, and in the future, we even have the possibility to go out of the Zhonghai province and go to the national market. Genius Xu, you will definitely not be disappointed if you come to our company for an internship, Manager Yu said with a smile. In fact, the fact that they valued Zhu Lingyu so much and saw Zhu Lingyu's talent was only one of the reasons. More importantly, they wanted to take this opportunity to utilize Zhu Lingyu, to hype up a bit, and to increase the heat of their brand. The former genius girl of Jiangzhou, the top student of Jiangzhou's college entrance examination, and the second of the college entrance examination of Zhonghai province, joining their Xia Cosmetics Company. The gimmick was strong enough. It can definitely cause a lot of heat in the province of Zhonghai. Just ask, who can give Zhu Genius a better space to develop other than our Xia Cosmetics Company? Manager Yu asked with conviction. Just before Manager Yu's words fell, outside, a domineering voice suddenly came. I can. Chapter 115 Building a Huge Business Empire. Chen Fan's offer. The crowd craned their heads in curiosity. Under their astonished gazes, Chen Fan slowly walked in. You're here, boss? Mr. Chen is here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. The father and son duo, Zhu Hongyi and Zhu Guangsheng, warmly welcomed Chen Fan upon seeing him. Noticing this detail, Xia Cosmetics Company's manager Yu's expression became grave. In contrast, just now when she came, although the Zhu family was also enthusiastic, it was far less than now awe. This Mr. Chen's identity is not simple. Who are you and what company? Manager Yu opened his mouth. Me? I'm from the Phaeton Group. Chen Fan responded calmly. Phaeton Group? Never heard of it. Manager Yu thought for a moment. Her impression. The big companies in the province of Zhonghai. There is no one called what Phaeton Group are. Manager Yu. Phaeton Group is our local company in Jiangzhou. Xu Guangxing gave a brief introduction for Manager Yu. A company in Jiangzhou, and a small one at that? Manager Yu couldn't help but laugh. Is such a small company worthy of competing with their honorable Xia Cosmetics? What a way to overrate yourself. Just your tiny Phaeton Group. How dare you say that you can give Zhu Genius a better development space than our Yash Cosmetics Company? How dare you? Manager Yu said sarcastically. In order to be able to dig Zhu Lingyu, successful hype, let the brand fire a little bit, no matter what the cost. Manager Yu will be able to dig Zhu Lingyu successfully. How dare I? What conditions can your Yash Cosmetics Company give Zhu Lingyu? Chen Fan asked rhetorically. On what terms? As long as Zhu Tian can come to our company for an internship and join us, we can give Zhu Tian the position of Deputy Marketing Manager with an annual salary of $2 million. Manager Yu said proudly. $2 million a year. Assistant Manager. Impressive? Chen Fan asked rhetorically. For an average graduate from a capital city university, $2 million a year is indeed a lot to start with. But the problem is, Zhu Lingyu is the daughter of the powerful Zhu family. This amount of money. What is it? And Zhu Lingyu didn't care about money. She cared more about the position and the future. Assistant managers are considered very common management, which is pressingly unattractive. Oh, you really know how to talk big. Manager Yu sneered. If it wasn't for the sake of utilizing Zhu Lingyu's fame, they wouldn't even be able to offer the current conditions. As a result, They had such generous conditions. But in what, Mr. Chen? It seemed like a lot of garbage. Well then, tell me, what terms can you offer Xu Genius? Manager Yu asked sarcastically. She just didn't believe it anymore. This Chen fan from a small company offered conditions that could be better than theirs. What position? If Xu Lingyu comes to our Fading Group, I can directly make her a deputy general manager and in charge of a department. As for the salary is $800,000 per year, and then participate in the company's year-end dividend every year. The specific proportion, this can be negotiated. Chen Fan replied flatly. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Manager Yu's expression froze. Are you kidding me? As soon as he came up, he became the deputy general manager, in charge of a department, and even more outrageous, he could also participate in the company's year-end dividends. One should know that the year-end dividends were usually only available to the shareholders of the company, as well as the top executives, and as a result, this Chen Fan now even let an intern participate in the final dividend. Although the dividend percentage may be just a little, but cannot help the amount of huge. This little dividend percentage, calculated, may be worth a few million, or even tens of millions of Chen Fan's handiwork is too big. What? Manager Yu, what I said can give Xu Lingyu better room for development, right? Chen Fan looked at Manager Yu. Manager Yu bowed his head, unable to answer. Indeed, their conditions were garbage compared to Chen Fan's. There was a reason why Chen Fan dared to do this. First of all, it was this mission, which rewarded himself with 5% of the shares of Thousand Shang Auction Company, which was worth a full billion or so, and there's the value of experience that can't be measured in money. Second, envision the worst possible outcome first. He just arranged Xu Lingyu to the Fading Group, a small company, and is still the deputy general manager. Even if her work ability is not good, at most, she will cause a little loss to the company, and will not lose too much, and more than $1 billion, as well as the experience value compared to, it is nothing at all. It's still the worst case scenario. In case Xu Lingyu was not only a genius in studies, but also in the workplace, then Chen Fan would have made a lot of money. Only spend a little condition. Get a top talent. The future is their camp generals. And secondly, there are more than $1 billion and experience value. Any way you counted it, Chen Fan had earned it. Chen Fan's ultimate goal is to build a huge business empire, but the establishment of an empire, as well as the development, cannot rely only on a monarch but also need a lot of top talent to assist themselves. Xu Lingyu is the first person Chen Fan intends to dig, also because Xu Lingyu is young, just graduated, has not yet demonstrated their strength. Chen Fan open price is not too high. If he wanted to dig up the kind of top talent that already had achievements, I'm afraid the price Chen Fan would have to offer would be more than 10 times what it is now. Xu Genius. Think about it, even if the conditions given by Fading Group are good, it's still a small company after all. But we, Xia Cosmetics, are a big business. Mr. You tried to make a last-ditch effort. Unfortunately, just as she finished speaking, Xu Lingyu spoke. Thank you Manager Yu for your kind words. I won't consider Xia Cosmetics. Xu Lingyu simply rejected Manager Yu. Well, Manager Yu sighed softly and glanced at Chen Fan as she admitted defeat. Chen Fan won. Manager Yu got up and left. After that, Xu Lingyu looked at Chen Fan. Chapter 116, The Powerful Effect of the God of Luck card. The magnificent Xu family supports Chen Fan. Thank you Mr. Chen for recognizing me. I'll think about it and give you an answer within 3 days. Xu Lingyu opened his mouth. Although Xu Lingyu was relatively young, she was very cautious in what she did and did not directly agree to Chen Fan. Could be. Chen Fan nodded. Fading Group is just starting out. If you can prove yourself and make certain achievements, I'll promote you to a more powerful company. If you can show amazing strength, even transferring you to a big international corporation isn't impossible. Chen Fan opened his mouth to motivate Xu Lingyu. What he said before, that he could give Xu Lingyu a better space for development and a better future. Naturally, he wasn't just talking about it. Aha! Hearing these words from Chen Fan, especially the last sentence, not to mention Xu Lingyu, even Zhu Guangsheng, the future head of the Xu family, was stunned. When Mr. Chen says that, doesn't it mean that he has big international companies in his hands? Even big international companies. Mr. Chen is awesome. Zhu Guangxing was inwardly shocked. This was far inferior to their powerful Xu family, which was why Zhu Guangxing had previously agreed to let his daughter intern with Chen Fan. Daughter at home. The future is at most to inherit the family business. A little more powerful, but it is out of the city of Jiangzhou, rushing to the province of Zhonghai. But follow Mr. Chen is different. Follow Mr. Chen. Jiangzhou City, Zhonghai province is just a starting point. The daughter can go to a broader world, with a brighter future and prospects. You see, now that Mr. Chen has said so casually that his daughter will even have a chance to enter a major international corporation in the future. It proves that his judgment was right. Next to him, Zhu Lingyu's expression also changed slightly when she heard Chen Fan say this. But the sensible Zhu Lingyu still didn't directly agree to Chen Fan. Although this mission of the system, there was no specified time, but Zhu Lingyu had to think about it for 3 days, which was a bit long, and it wasn't necessarily 100% agreeable. Chen Fan thought for a moment and decided to use the primary god of luck card that he had gotten from the system to try out how effective it was. And didn't Chen Wenjing say that the old man's most valued grandson, Chen Feiming, would be returning to Jiangzhou soon, and that Chen's capital group seemed to be making big moves? Now that the primary god of luck card was used, it might have an unexpected effect. While Zhu Guangxing was persuading his daughter, Chen Fan tapped into the system and found the primary god of luck card. Chen Fan clicked and the system immediately popped up with a prompt, whether or not to use the junior god of luck card. Yes. No. Chen Fan immediately chose yes. Ding. Junior lucky card activated successfully. Countdown, 71 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Chen Fan opened it successfully, and since the primary god of luck card was only valid for 3 days, the countdown had already begun. On the other hand, Zhu Guangxing finished talking with his daughter, and saw that Zhu Lingyu insisted on thinking about it for a day or two. It's just as well that you're here, Hiroshi, so while there's time, go ahead and teach your sister how to drive. Zhu Guangxing looked at his son. What? I still have to teach Lingyu how to drive. Don't. Father, I have things to do. I can't teach my sister. Zhu Hongyi hastily refused, clearly frightened. Next to him, watching Zhu Hongyi's performance, Chen Fan was a bit confused. What's wrong with teaching a car? Noticing Chen Fan's expression, Zhu Hongyi hurriedly explained to Chen Fan in a low voice. Boss, you have no idea. My sister is a top genius when it comes to studying, but when it comes to learning how to drive, that's too stupid. When the high school entrance examination ended, my father wanted my sister to learn a car. A little more convenient, but because my sister was too young, my father hired a coach to teach my sister at home, and as a result, from then to now, has not learned. Moreover, my sister learns to drive. A little scary. Sometimes the brake and the gas pedal cannot be distinguished. Even my father invited those professional coach, taught Lingyu a few times, all resigned. My father a month more than 100,000 yuan of salary they do not want. Thinking about it, Zhu Hongyi would dare not teach his sister to learn to drive. I'll take that for what it's worth. I'll tell you what. I'll teach her to drive, Chen Fan said casually. He just got top car skills and currently has the level of a top racer. So teaching someone how to drive a car would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Boss, it's a proper drive, not another drive. Hongyi Zhu corrected. Naturally, I'm talking about actually driving, too, and I'm still good at it. Chen Fan nodded. Are you sure you can teach me to drive? Hearing Chen Fan say that, Zhu Lingyu inquired. That's natural. Learning to drive. What's so difficult? Chen Fan nodded. Good. I'm willing to join your fading group and listen to your arrangements in the future. But only if you teach me to drive. Zhu Lingyu said. Learned to drive for more than 3 years. Never learned. Even his own brother is not willing to teach himself. But now Chen Fan said he can teach himself to drive. Put an end to this heart disease of his own. Together with the conditions opened by Chen Fan before, Zhu Lingyu, who had been a bit tempted to agree, finally decided. Yes, we have a deal. Chen Fan nodded. He really didn't expect the top-notch car skills he got just yesterday to come in handy today. What was even more unexpected was that the way to finally convince Zhu Lingyu was actually because of the skills that had only just been obtained. This was too much of a coincidence. No, Chen Fan suddenly realized, remembering that he had just used the primary god of luck card. 80% of the time it played a role. Otherwise how could it be so coincidental? I'll be damned. The effect of this junior god of luck card is too good to be true. I hadn't even started it for a while before it came into play, allowing me to take down a general because of a skill I'd only just gotten. This junior god of luck card is really good. Chen Fan lamented in his heart. After that, both sides drafted a contract. Both sides signed it. And tomorrow, Zhu Lingyu would be able to go to Phaeton Group for her internship. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding! Stop Xie Cosmetics and bring top genius Zhu Lingyu into your camp. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on obtaining 5% of the shares of Qisheng Auction Company. The share purchase contract has been placed in your desk. Please pay attention to check. Congratulations on gaining 52 experience points. The mission was completed. 5% of the shares of the Thousand Saints Auction Company came to hand, and Chen Fan jumped to become the 4th largest shareholder of the Thousand Saints Auction Company. On top of that, it got 52 experience points. Right now, The system could be just short of the last 148 experience points before it was upgraded to level 2. This time it's really close to being upgraded. Thank you for Boss Chen's help to my daughter. From now on, Boss Chen is a good friend of our Xu family. If Mr. Chen needs help at any time, you can let us know. Our Xu family will definitely do our best. Xu Guangxing came to Chen Fan and said with deep meaning. Xu Guangxing had also heard about the matter between Chen Fan and the Chen family. And when he said this, it was already clear that their Xu family was on Chen Fan's side. Thanks a lot. Chen Fan opened his mouth. He also understood Xu Guangxing's good intentions. I did not expect that this time, in addition to completing the task, got Zhu Lingyu such a general, but also got the friendship of the Xu family. 3 birds with 1 stone. Is the Junior God of Luck card working again? Chen Fan couldn't help but guess. Just as Chen Fan and Xu Guangxing were chatting, a special call came in. Chapter 117, tens of billions of dollars of profit actively hitting Chen Fan's head? The call was from the head of the Guanshan International Golf Course. He told Chen Fan that at this moment, at the club, there was a mysterious guest who said that he had an important business to talk to Chen Fan about, and at a conservative estimate, there were tens of billions of dollars in profits. Tens of billions of dollars in profits? Chen Fan was very surprised. After that, the person in charge of the Guanshan International Golf Course explained to Chen Fan that this mysterious guest, who was coming to their course for the first time, took the initiative to spend millions on a premium membership card. So this person in charge talked to this mysterious guest. The result is that the more the two talked, eventually, this mysterious guest revealed, he is currently the owner of a small software company that has a new and very promising software that is about to be launched. As long as this software launch catches fire, they'll have tens of billions of dollars in profits at the very least, if not more. But now, their company was too small to invest, and developing this software had already cost them almost as much money. But later on, perfecting the software, launching the software with all the publicity, etc., requires a large sum of money, which their company doesn't have anymore. So they need an investor. That's when the head of the Guanshan International Golf Course recommended his boss, also known as Chen Fan. Knowing from the head of the Guanshan International Golf Course that Chen Fan was quite strong, this mysterious guest wanted to meet Chen Fan for a chat. Tens of billions of dollars in profits voluntarily crashed down on their heads? Chen Fan couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Is the Junior God of Luck card effect so outrageous that it actively lets tens of billions of dollars of profit fall on its head? Chen Fan thought carefully and held deep skepticism. Just now, whether it was successfully convincing Zhu Lingyu or Xu Guangxing representing the Xu family and coming over to his side, it was all gradual and for a certain reason. But now, this tens of billions of profit is like pie in the sky. Isn't that a bit outrageous? Is the effect of the Junior God of Luck card so powerful? Okay, I'll go over there now for a bit and have a chat with him. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Whether it was true or not, Chen Fan still had to personally verify it. After a few brief words, Chen Fan excused himself from the Xu family. 40 to 50 minutes later, Chen Fan arrived at the Guanshan International Golf Course and met the mysterious guest that the person in charge was talking about. It was a man of 36 or 70 years old, who looked well-mannered and talkative, and seemed to be the kind of talent with a high degree of education. Mr. Dong Junyang, this is our boss, Mr. Chen, the head of the organization introduced. So it's Boss Chen. Hello. Dong Junyang got up and shook Chen Fan's hand with incomparable politeness. Hello, Boss Dong. Chen Fan also responded politely. Chen Fan's first impression of this Dong Junyang was still good. After a brief chat, Dong Junyang stepped into the main topic. If you have any questions, Boss Chen, just ask. I will definitely know everything. Dong Junyang said courteously. What does the software developed by Boss Dong's company do? Chen Fan asked. This software of mine is a travel software. The main function is traveling. And secondly, it comes with dating and short video function. Dong Junyang spoke eloquently. Mr. Chen should have also noticed that the tourism industry has surged forward in the past 2 years and is quite hot, and that the market for the tourism industry is large and quite profitable. On top of that, short videos, as well as dating apps, have been relatively hot these past 2 years. So, combined, I came up with this idea to develop this software. After listening to Dong Junyang, Chen Fan couldn't help but say, whether it's travel, dating, or short videos, these 3 industries are not very good, right? And the profitability of travel software, it seems to be more general. Hearing Chen Fan say this, Dong Junyang smiled mysteriously. Boss Chen is really smart. Directly see the problem. Indeed, although the tourism industry is hot, but in fact the most profitable, or attractions, hotels, and local food and beverage, tourism software is actually not much profit. In fact, Dating and short videos are the focus of this software, and traveling is nothing more than a means and gimmick to attract users over. Dong Junyang continued. Once the software is launched, I'll use all the profits from the travel part to subsidize users' hotels, as well as food and travel expenses, to quickly attract users over. Our travel software, cheaper than other platforms, or offline more than $10, or even dozens of dollars, there will certainly be a lot of users are attracted to. I will be based on the use of time of these users in our software. Give different amounts of coupons, to attract users to use our software for a longer period of time. At that time, we will then vigorously promote our short videos and dating programs. And at that time, in order to use the software for an increased time, these users will unconsciously tap into our short videos and dating programs. Wait for the back. I'll add the bandwagon and so on. Last year, there were hundreds of billions of dollars in horrific revenue from one short-form video software alone. We don't ask for much, just a mouthful of soup. But even if we can have a mouthful of soup, it's still a profit of nearly $10 billion. Tens of billions of dollars in profit. Boss Chen, aren't you impressed? Listening to Dong Junyang's eloquent speech, Chen Fan fell into a deep thought. This is a kind of a big gamble. It is not uncommon to use the set of subsidies to attract users. The problem is that it takes a lot of capital up front to maintain it. Otherwise there's no benefit and users won't use their software. Next to him, listening to Dong Junyang's words, the person in charge of the Guanshan International Golf Course was very excited, and he felt that Dong Junyang had said the right thing. How much money do you need up front to advertise and subsidize users? Chen Fan inquired. It'll probably take 3 or 4 billion. Dong Junyang said. Don't be in a hurry to make a decision first, Mr. Chen. You can take a look at how our software is. In the back, we can also engage in a small experiment where we publicize our software on a small scale, such as attracting 10,000 users, and then letting the retention, activity, and other final data of these users speak for themselves. Dong Junyang seems to have done a similar test, so he is full of confidence. Saying that, Dong Junyang took out his computer and let Chen Fan take a look at how their software actually worked first. Chen Fan held a skeptical attitude and immediately checked it out carefully. Soon, Chen Fan raised his eyebrows and discovered a special problem. Chapter 118, Turning $10 billion profits into reality. The problem with this software is extremely well hidden and is still a huge vulnerability. Fatal. The vulnerability is extremely well hidden though, and even a top programmer of that rather impressive caliber wouldn't be able to find it. Chen Fan had gotten top-notch hacking techniques from the system, and after just a few glances, Chen Fan realized this. It was only that Chen Fan was curious whether this big loophole was something that Dong Junyang had not discovered or whether he had left it intentionally. How about it? Boss Chen, this software of mine is pretty good, isn't it? Dong Junyang asked with incomparable pride. It's really good. Chen Fan nodded his head, putting aside this huge loophole. This software of Dong Junyang's was indeed very well done. Afterward, Chen Fan asked Dong Junyang a few more questions seemingly unintentionally. While the two were chatting, Dong Junyang suddenly received a call from his company and he had something to do, so he left first. Boss Chen, think about it, investing in my software, you definitely won't lose money. Truth be told, there are a few other wealthy people besides you who are considering it, and all I need is one investor after all. The more people who invest, the more problems there will be. Goodbye, Boss Chen. In the end, Dong Junyang purposely picked up Chen Fan's contact information and then said a few words with deep meaning before leaving. Boss, this Mr. Dong is really nice, and that project of his is also very good. Tens of billions of dollars of profit. After watching Dong Junyang leave, the head of the Guanshan International Golf Course couldn't help but feel emotional, and he said it from the bottom of his heart. Nice guy? An odd smile surfaced on Chen Fan's face. Through a few seemingly unintentional questions to Dong Junyang just now, Chen Fan was already 70% to 80% sure that there was a scam going on here immediately. This is probably a game that someone else has set up for himself. Before, this Dong Junyang eloquent, in fact, said most of the no problem, tens of billions of dollars of profit, is not impossible. But the problem is, that software of his, has major flaws, and they are still fatal. In case he invests $3 or $4 billion, 100% of it will go down the drain. Of course, if he could remedy this flaw, there might be a possibility of making billions, even tens of billions, in the future. For others, I'm afraid it would be as hard as heaven to remedy this fatal flaw. But Chen Fan, who was sitting on top hacking technology, only needed a little bit of time and could easily solve it. But what if this is a bureau? Wouldn't it be cheaper for him to remedy this flaw? Now, what Chen Fan wants to investigate is the background of this Dong Junyang, and whether there is anyone behind Dong Junyang. To be 100% sure, well, whether this is a bureau or not. If not, of course it was a good thing. A win-win situation for him and Dong Junyang. If this is really a bureau against himself, Chen Fan can also will plan for the plan, to find ways to set up their own this bureau of people, ruthlessly pit a little. If it is possible, he can even find a way again. The software, directly from the hands of Dong Junyang over, and then their own patch that loophole, their own independent operation. That billions, tens of billions of profits, is Chen Fan alone. They were unkind and wanted to fix themselves, so don't blame Chen Fan for being unrighteous. And even if this is a bureau, it is still a good thing. In a way, it can also bring tens of billions of dollars in profits. As expected, after using the primary god of luck card, his luck became too good. Thinking about it, Chen Fan sent a message to the Lightfeather private detectives, asking them to investigate Dong Junyang's situation and then give himself news as soon as possible. As for Chen Fan, his mind had already begun to conceptualize how he could trick the person behind the curtain if he was 100% sure that it was a setup, as well as how he could figure out how to get this software over at the smallest possible cost. Back home, Chen Fan suddenly received a call from Zhu Lingyu. She asked Chen Fan if he had time today. She wanted to learn to drive immediately. Yes, I'll pick you up. Chen Fan agreed to do so, just as he had a bit of time. He had promised Zhu Lingyu before, so naturally he would do what he said. Arriving in the garage, Chen Fan was just about to drive his own global top-of-the-line Aston Martin, but after thinking about it for a moment, he still twisted his head and drove his first Lamborghini Grand Bull. Just started to teach Zhu Lingyu, directly with this top-of-the-line supercar. A little too much. It is better to start from the ordinary a little first, step by step. After receiving Zhu Lingyu, Chen Fan inquired, "Do you like to drive?" "Not like that." Zhu Lingyu replied dryly. How could she like it when she'd been studying for so long and hadn't learned it? And it was becoming a problem for her? It's precisely because you don't like it, and even resist it a little inside, that you haven't learned it for so long. I'm not going to teach you to drive first, but I'm going to teach you how to like driving first. You sit down. Chen Fan took Zhu Lingyu onto the highway not far away, then stepped on the gas. Chen Fan wanted her to experience the thrill of what it meant to wind up first. As Chen Fan accelerated, Zhu Lingyu's pretty expression changed. Too fast. Easy to get into a car accident. Ah, you slow down. Ah, Zhu Lingyu said worriedly. However, as if Chen Fan did not hear her words, he continued to accelerate instead. Now he had top-notch car skills. This speed was nothing. It was safe. At first, feeling such a fast speed, Zhu Lingyu was scared to death and hurriedly asked Chen Fan to lower his speed. But then, Zhu Lingyu realized that Chen Fan's car skills were so great, so she relaxed a little and then experienced the feeling of the wind in her face. Slowly, Zhu Lingyu's mindset changed, and she seemed to somewhat enjoy this particular sense of excitement. On the other hand, on the highway, a top-of-the-line supercar Bugatti Veyron worth $30 to $40 million and a Koenigsegg worth about the same amount were racing. The ones sitting on these two supercars were all the top sons of Zhonghai province, with extremely impressive backgrounds. Because neither side was convinced of the other, they agreed to fight it out. The champion this time is definitely me. I'm the #1 racer in the Central Sea province. Oh, just you. You deserve it. I'm the champion. Just as the two were arguing, a black figure flashed past and sped ahead. In a flash, the top gents in those two world-class supercars looked stunned. What's going on? Asterisk. What just flew past? Fly over there? Fly over there indeed. What kind of awesome bigot is that? No, I'm going to chase after them and see if that big guy takes disciples. With that, the Bugatti Veyron took the lead and accelerated towards the black supercar. Who's afraid of who? If that big guy wants to take on an apprentice, he'll definitely take me too. Koenigsegg, not to be outdone, went after him as well. Chapter 119, Chen Fan. Fight with me, you are bound to be a loser. They chased after the black supercar in front of them as fast as they could. A few minutes later, they finally saw the taillights of the black supercar. Asterisk. Is that even a Lamborghini bull? Using a measly Lamborghini to crush my Bugatti Veyron, an old cheese Koenigsegg. That's too much. It's really a biggie. When they saw that Chen Fan's car was actually just a Lamborghini, they admired Chen Fan even more. Just as they wanted to continue accelerating and catch up with Chen Fan also accelerated. This time, no matter how hard they pushed and accelerated, they just couldn't catch up. And slowly, they couldn't even see the back of Chen Fan's Lamborghini. Half an hour later, Chen Fan drove to a highway service area where he planned to take a rest before returning to Jiangzhou. Well, Chen Fan looked at Zhu Lingyu. Well, I seem to appreciate the joy of driving. Zhu Lingyu lamented. Chatting over and over again, the two entered the service area to get something to drink. When they came out, They only saw that in front of and behind Chen Fan's Lamborghini, each of them had parked a top supercar, as if they had blocked Chen Fan's car. Something seems to be wrong, Xu Lingyu said cautiously, reminding Chen Fan to be careful. It's okay. Chen Fan stepped forward and returned to his Lamborghini. You're the owner of this car? Seeing Chen Fan coming over, the owner of the two top supercars couldn't help but ask. Yeah, is there a problem? Chen Fan nodded. Big brother, just now the two of us were overtaken by you on the road. Your driving skills are too good. Admire it. Yeah, you're the best driver I've ever seen. Bar none. After determining Chen Fan's identity, the two knelt down to Chen Fan for a while. Biggie, do you take disciples? Biggie, take me first. I'm much smarter than old Chi. These two people scrambled to ask Chen Fan. Take an apprentice? No charge. Chen Fan shook his head. He hadn't even taught Xu Lingyu yet. How could he take on another disciple? Chen Fan still had to go back to Jiangzhou and didn't have time to take care of them, so he left with Xu Lingyu. Looking at the distant back of Chen Fan's Lamborghini, these two top sons of Zhanghai province were a bit unwilling. It's so hard to meet such a great god. We can't miss it like this. Yeah, if you can't be this great god's disciple, it's okay to be a little brother. At the very least, you can get on with this great god. I didn't remember the license plate number, but I remembered that the great god's car has a license plate from Jiangzhou, so let's go to Jiangzhou immediately. Good. The two top eunuchs refused to give up, even if they couldn't be disciples. It would be fine to be little brothers to this great god. Maybe when the great god was in a good mood, he could teach them a few tricks. Thinking of this, they drove and headed straight to Jiangzhou. When Chen Fan and Xu Lingyu returned to Jiangzhou, Chen Fan taught Xu Lingyu for a while longer, and Xu Lingyu made significant progress this time because she was finally interested in driving. After that, the two separated. In the evening, just after dinner, Chen Fan received a call from the Lightfeather Private Detective Agency. Boss, we've investigated a very important message. As soon as he came up, the Lightfeather Private Detective Agency said seriously. Oh, what news? Chen Fan came to be interested. That Dongjun Yang software company. One of the very important investors is named Chen Qingbin. Chen Qingbin? Upon hearing this name, Chen Fan frowned. It was a name he was all too familiar with. Chen Qingbin, the eldest son of the Chen family's oldest son, was also Chen Feiming's father. At this moment, Chen Fan was 100% certain that this whatever investment of Dongjun Yang was definitely a trap. After all, how in the world can there be such a coincidence that suddenly a business with up to tens of billions of dollars in profit hits one's head and requires one to invest? And it just so happened that behind the scenes of this business, there was the involvement of the Chen family boss. You guys keep investigating and see if you can find out anything else important. Chen Fan said one last thing and hung up the phone. After determining that this matter of Dongjun Yang's was a game against him, Chen Fan began to plan on how to trick Chen Qingbin into counterfeit, or to directly take that software, which did have a lot of potential, all the way from Dongjun Yang's hands. This bureau of Chen Qingbin's was also a good thing for Chen Fan who had the information. They were equivalent to taking the initiative to send Chen Fan tens of billions of dollars of profit. Of course, how to get this tens of billions of dollars of profit into his hands would depend on Chen Fan's ability. It looks like the Junior God of Luck card came into play. Turn a poisonous scheme against yourself into a $10 billion profit delivered to your door. On the other hand, Dongjun Yang also dialed Chen Feiming's number. Young Chen, I've followed your instructions and designed a chance encounter with Chen Fan and told him about the software that has a huge flaw. I'm guessing that Chen Fan is interested in this software, and there's a high probability that he'll take the bait. From the very beginning, when Dongjun Yang went to the Guanshan International Golf Course to spend millions on premium membership, it was all designed by Chen Feiming. Yes? On the other end of the phone, Chen Feiming was drinking with his girlfriend. This bureau is Chen Feiming and his father Chen Qingbin together, and is still hidden from Master Chen, as well as all the other people in the Chen family quietly. Chen Feiming would be returning to Jiangzhou soon, and Chen Qingbin had already told his son about Chen Fan. Previously, many of their Chen family's actions against Chen Fan ended in failure. This time Chen Feiming came back. Chen Qingbin father and son specially set up this bureau. Let Chen Fan hemorrhage a breath of money to lose 3 to 4 billion. When the time comes, surprise the old man yourself, showing the old master, and everyone in the Chen family, that he was the future of the Chen family, the pride of their Chen family. What even the elders could not do, he could do with ease. He was going to use Chen Fan as a stepping stone, stepping on him, and ultimately helping his father, and himself, to take down the Chen family as the future head of the Chen family. Are you sure that Chen Fan kid fell for it? Chen Feiming asked cautiously. Don't worry Chen Xiao, this loophole is very deeply hidden. Not to mention Chen Fan, that student whose hair hasn't even grown. Even very powerful senior programmers won't be able to find it easily. Dong Junyang confidently assured. In fact, all the things he and Chen Fan said about this software are true, when they really have great hopes for this software. For this, their company, as well as Chen Xingbin, have invested countless funds and efforts. The development of the original software was going very well and it was starting to be put into trials. As a result, major problems occurred during the experiment. The number of people using this software is small. Everything is normal, but at the same time, the number of people using the software more than 20,000. The software immediately crashed. This important flaw, which all of them, throughout the company, failed to discover during the development process until it went wrong during the test phase. He just couldn't believe it. Without experimentation, how could Chen Fan, a sophomore, find a loophole that hundreds of people in their entire company hadn't discovered? It was also because of this loophole that when Dong Junyang suggested to Chen Fan earlier to conduct an experiment, he specifically said to find 10,000 people instead of 20,000 people. Just don't find out. A smug smile appeared on Chen Feiming's face. As long as Chen Fan couldn't discover it, he had a way to pitch Chen Fan for a few $1 billion. At that time, in addition to being able to make back the cost of this software that their father had invested in developing, they would still be able to make a lot of money. Of course, it was also possible to teach Chen Fan a hard lesson and get praise from the old man, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Chen Feiming took a sip of his wine with a victorious stance. Chen Fan, if you fight with me, you are bound to be a loser. Chapter 120, Rewarding Top Antique Appraisal Techniques. Showing off your car in front of Chen Fan? Behind you, while pretending to be unintentional, you showed Chen Fan all kinds of excellent data about this software of yours before the problem occurred. Let him know the potential of this software. Chen Feiming set up. He wanted Chen Fan, the big fish, to take the bait of his own accord. Understood. Young Chen, just watch. Wait for my good news. Dong Junyang is likewise very confident in his acting skills, thinking that Chen Fan must have been fooled by his acting skills. After hanging up the phone for a while, Dong Junyang purposely sent a message to Chen Fan, pretending to unintentionally reveal something internal to Chen Fan. In the villa, looking at Dong Junyang's "no silver in this place" message, a cold smile flashed across Chen Fan's face. This Dong Junyang is increasing the bait, actively waiting for himself to take the bait. Childish tactics. Now, what he and Dong Junyang were going to compete in was patience, to see who could stay calm. Anyway, he's in no hurry. Tomorrow was Saturday, and Chen Fan had plenty of time. On a new day, in the morning, Zhu Hongyi looked for Chen Fan to go out. Chen Fan had just read the message when the system's voice came. Ding! Mission release, say yes to Zhu Hongyi's invitation. Mission reward, top antique appreciation. Become a master antique appraiser. Mission reward, 57 experience points. Ha! Looking at the system's rewards, Chen Fan came to be interested. It's a bit of an interesting reward this time. Rewarding yourself for your top antique appreciation skills and becoming a master appraiser in the antique industry. Antique appreciation skills are still useful. He is a shareholder of the Thousand Saints Auction Company, and many bigwigs and tycoons like to collect antiques, and he has gained the ability to appreciate top antiques and become a master of antique appraisal, which can definitely be of great use later on. There's also a reward of 57 experience points. This quest is very okay. Chen Fan was very satisfied. If he could get these 57 experience points, he would have accumulated 407 experience points, and he would be able to upgrade himself with just the last 93 experience points left. I guess it's just a matter of 2 quests, 2 or 3 days at the most, and I'll be able to upgrade myself. One has finally waited for this day. Moreover, Chen Fan happened to want to talk to Zhu Hongyi about this genius sister of his, Zhu Lingyu, so he agreed. When Chen Fan arrived, he was surprised to find that the place Zhu Hongyi said was a professional racing track. Boss. After seeing Chen Fan, Zhu Hongyi took the initiative to come over and greet Chen Fan. Boss, this is a good place. The rich kids in Jiangzhou who like cars, the male children, all like to come here to play. Here, Zhu Hongyi took the initiative to introduce the racetrack to Chen Fan. By the way, boss, I've got a present for you too. Boss, look there. With that, Zhu Hongyi pointed towards a convertible Ferrari on the far side of the track. As a result, Zhu Hongyi just looked over, but he was surprised to find that there were a few gentry blocking his convertible version of the Ferrari. Who owns this car? Get it out of here and don't keep us from playing with it. This convertible Ferrari was his special treat for the boss. He heard his sister say that the boss taught his sister to learn how to drive, and once she came up, he first taught her to like the feeling of driving that windy feeling of a regular supercar. How can you beat a convertible version of a supercar? So he specially prepared a convertible Ferrari for Chen Fan as a teaching tool. And of course, this supercar was also given to Chen Fan as a small token of Zhu Hongyi's appreciation. Huang Hongxin, what are you doing? Zhu Hongyi went over and reprimanded. These few dukes are also very powerful in Jiangzhou, and do not put Zhu Hongyi in the slightest. What are we going to do? Oh, hurry up and move this piece of car of yours, or else watch out for us smashing it up. That's right, we're going to use this place later. What's your stupid car doing in the way? It's just getting in the way. Move over. Huang Hongxin and the others called out. Broken car? It's a broken car. So what's a luxury car? Chen Fan disliked it back. Zhu Hongyi had just said that he wanted to give himself a gift, and the direction he was referring to was here. Chen Fan roughly understood Zhu Hongyi's thoughts. These guys, however, said that the car Zhu Hongyi sent himself was a broken car, so Chen Fan could spoil them? What's a luxury car? The ones we have. Of course, that's. Several people showed off to Chen Fan. Boy, who are you? Are you allowed to talk here? Huang Hongxin questioned Chen Fan. This is my boss. Chen Fan, do you think there's a part for my boss to speak? Zhu Hongyi immediately asked back. Ha, is he your boss? The one who owns the world's limited edition Aston Martin 177? After knowing Chen Fan's identity, Huang Hongxin and the others were instantly dumbfounded. They have also heard the news that Zhu Hongyi's boss owns a limited edition Aston Martin 177. Thinking that they had just flaunted their luxury cars in front of a person who owned a global limited edition Aston Martin 177, Huang Hongxin and the others were ashamed. It's so humiliating. Humph. You own the world's limited edition Aston Martin 177. Impressive indeed. But today, you must move the car to me. A moment later, my big brother can be coming. My big brother that is the top of the Central Sea province, big young man. Is you cannot afford to mess with the existence? Huang Hongxin slowed down for a moment, then straightened his back, relying on his big brother's power to threaten Chen Fan. Chapter 121, 26th Day of Severance. Reward for the first private museum. Yeah, almost forgot. We've got Yuan Shao backing us up. Hearing this, those few companions of Huang Hongxin also became complacent. A being I can't afford to mess with? Chen Fan sneered. Yes, even if you have an Aston Martin 177, so what? When my big brother comes, you'll have to kneel down. Huang Hongxin just wanted to brag about how powerful his big brother was. Someone Chen Fan didn't dare to mess with. As a result, not waiting for him to finish, a brand new Bugatti Veyron slowly parked not far away. Here comes his backer. With a backer, Huang Hongxin became even more rampant. Kid, my big brother is here. Let's see if you're still arrogant. After saying that, Huang Hongxin had a dog-licking look and went over to take the initiative to open the car door for his big brother. In the middle of the Bugatti Veyron, a young man with a depressed face stepped out. The young man's name was Yuan Anping, and he was the crown prince of Yuan's group, a large corporation in Zhonghai province. Boss, there's a kid over there who dares to disregard you. Upon seeing the boss, Huang Hongxin hastened to sue. He knew that he was no match for Chen Fan, so he counted on his boss to back him up. Yuan Anping casually glanced in the direction Huang Hongxin had pointed, and instantly, his eyes widened. Without waiting for Huang Hongxin to continue, Yuan Anping took the initiative to quickly walk towards Chen Fan. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Huang Hongxin's face. Worthy of being his boss, he just opened his mouth. The boss cannot wait to go to avenge himself. It is good to have such a big brother. His boss is the top young man in Zhonghai province. Isn't that boy Chen Fan arrogant? Let's see if he still dares to be arrogant in front of his boss. Huang Hongxin clasped his hands in front of his chest with a look of intent to watch the show. Those few companions of Huang Hongxin likewise looked at Chen Fan with cold smiles, waiting for Chen Fan to be taught a lesson, waiting for Chen Fan to make a fool of himself. From afar, he saw his boss walk to Chen Fan, but immediately afterward, what made Huang Hongxin surprised was that the scene where he was expecting the boss to teach Chen Fan a lesson did not appear. Instead, the boss came to Chen Fan as if he had just met the boss himself, with a kneeling and humble look. Boss, I finally meet you. Yuan Anping shook Chen Fan's hand and was badly excited. He was no one else but one of the two top dukes of Zhonghai province who wanted Chen Fan to take him as his disciple yesterday. He searched all night last night, but he didn't see Chen Fan's Lamborghini Big Bull again, which made him extra frustrated. And he didn't expect that today he would encounter Chen Fan again. This time, with yesterday's experience, he didn't ask Chen Fan whether he agreed or not, and directly addressed himself as Chen Fan's little brother. Boss? Not far away. When Huang Hongxin and the others heard Yuan Shao address Chen Fan, their jaws dropped. Their ears weren't out of order, were they? Their boss, Yuan Anping Yuan Shao, actually called Chen Fan boss. One's own boss is actually Chen Fan's little brother? What kind of international joke is this? In an instant, Huang Hongxin and the others' faces turned pale to the extreme. In that case, wouldn't they be Chen Fan's little brother's little brother? Boss, can you add a contact? Yuan Anping looked at Chen Fan with pitiful eyes. That's fine, but can you let go of my hand first? Chen Fan couldn't help but open his mouth. Being held by a male's hand so consistently, Chen Fan always felt awkward. Oh, good. Seeing that Chen Fan agreed, Yuan Anping hastily loosened his hand. The boss is the boss. He is really handsome, jade-like and graceful. Yuan Anping took out the idioms he had learned all his life and knelt down to Chen Fan for a while. Next to him, Zhu Hongyi, who thought he had some experience in licking others, couldn't help but feel emotional after seeing Yuan Anping. It is true that there are people outside the sky. In the aspect of licking the boss on his knees, there are more powerful than him. Lick God exists. He still have to work harder. This young master Yuan, don't be in a hurry to lick the boss first. You should take care of your own little brother first. Zhu Hongyi couldn't help but say. Ha? What do you mean? Yuan Anping was astonished. These minions of yours just now. Hongyi Zhu explains. After listening to Zhu Hongyi, Yuan Anping was about to explode with anger. He tried his best to kneel down and lick Chen Fan, but as a result, these few little brothers were causing things for themselves. You assholes! In a fit of anger, Yuan Anping stepped forward and directly beat Huang Hengxin and the others violently. Dude, come over here and do me a favor and teach them a lesson. Tired of hitting people by himself, Yuan Anping looked to Zhu Hongyi. Okay, that's a favor I'm willing to do. Seeing this, Zhu Hongyi smiled and went over to help. For a while, Huang Hengxin and the others were beaten to death. Wrong, big brother, we're wrong. Don't fight. One more punch in the face and we'll have a problem. Huang Hengxin's few people hurriedly begged Chen Fan for forgiveness. Yuan Anping looked at Chen Fan and saw that Chen Fan wasn't angry before he told these ungrateful guys to get lost. Boss, I'm Yuan Anping of the Yuan Group. Yuan Anping took the initiative to introduce himself. What? You're the crown prince of the Yuan Group? After knowing Yuan Anping's identity, Zhu Hongyi was incomparably shocked. No wonder the Huang Hengxin guys were so dejected just now. It turns out that the identity of the boss's new little brother is so powerful. If boss uses me in the future, I'll do whatever I have to do in the mountains of daggers and seas of fire. Yuan Anping looked as if he was going to stick his neck out for Chen Fan. Well, since the other party was so sensible, this little brother who was delivered to his door, Chen Fan would take it. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding! Say yes to Zhu Hongyi's invitation. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on obtaining top antique appreciation and becoming a master antique appraiser. Congratulations on gaining 57 experience points. In an instant, a huge wave of memories flooded into Chen Fan's mind. A few seconds later, Chen Fan had become a master antique appraiser. There were still 57 experience points to go, and at this moment, he was only the last 93 points away from upgrading. Right, now that I've gotten the ability to appreciate antiques, and I've also opened the Primary God of Luck card, isn't it possible for me to go around the antique street and pick up a leak or something? A sudden thought came to Chen Fan's mind. Self-appraisal ability, coupled with top-notch luck, that is equal to what? Equal to a variety of treasures. A variety of top-notch antiques offer nothing. Just as Chen Fan was planning, the system's voice came. Ding! On the 26th day of severance, 35% ownership of the No. 1 private museum in Zhonghai province. Chapter 122 New mission. Private visit to Qingyun Museum in microclothes. Awarded 35% ownership of a private museum? Looking at today's rewards, Chen Fan was a bit surprised. Chen Fan clicked on the details to check out the specifics of this first museum of Zhonghai province that was rewarded today. The museum is called Green Cloud Private Museum and was founded 5 years ago. Currently, the Qingyun Museum is ranked 14th in the country and 1st in the province of Central Sea. The Qingyun Private Museum covers an area of 7 acres, with a total of more than 600 pieces of various antique treasures from all dynasties, including porcelain, paintings and calligraphy, jade, Buddha statues and so on. According to incomplete statistics, the total value of the current Qingyun Private Museum is about $5 or $6 billion. Oh, after reading the information, Chen Fan became a bit curious about the Qingyun Private Museum he had just acquired. From the ability to appreciate antiques, to the current private museum, to the previous Thousand Saints Auction Company, the system rewards are all related to antiques. The system will not reward itself with something for no reason. I thought for sure there would be something related to antiques in the back. Just as Chen Fan was thinking, the system's voice came. Ding! Mission release, go to the Qingyun Private Museum to check and make a private visit to see if there are any problems with the Qingyun Private Museum. And if there are problems, correct them. Mission reward, top go skill. Mission reward, 59 experience points. Oh, another challenge? Chen Fan was instantly excited. He had only just completed the last challenge and received 57 experience points. Now, surprisingly, there was another challenge, and the experience value of the challenge was even higher at 58 points. As long as he completed the challenge, the experience value in his hand could be as high as 465 points, just short of the last 35 points of experience value. The system could be upgraded to the second level that he had been longing for, and the daily rewards would be even more generous. Chen Fan instantly became excited. With 35 experience points, it's just a matter of one quest. The system can be upgraded as early as today, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow at the latest. And in addition to the experience value, this time the system also rewarded himself with the Top Go skill, which was also a good ability. In that case, what are you waiting for? Go directly to Qing Yun's private museum. Anyway, he has time now. As for Dong Juanyang's place, Chen Fan was in no hurry to contact him. Chen Fan wanted to wait for the other party to sink in first, and keep the initiative firmly in his hands. Grasping the initiative was an important step in Chen Fan's plan to deal with the Chen family boss. On top of that, Chen Fan was also waiting for news from the Lightfeather private investigations. Chen Fan talked to his little brothers about his idea to visit Qingyun's private museum. I'm in. Yuan Anping, the junior brother he had just taken in, took the initiative to speak. Chen Fan was indifferent. After that, Chen Fan, Yuan Anping, and Xu Hongyi went straight to the Qingyun private museum. There is a fee for admission to the Green Cloud private museum, which is $50 per person. Without waiting for Chen Fan to buy the tickets, Yuan Anping was very sensible and took the lead to buy 3 tickets already. Because the system stipulates the task is to let himself micro-visit, view and correct the problems of the Qingyun private museum. Just come up. Chen Fan definitely want to hide his identity. The 3 of them entered the museum and began to browse. Yuan Anping and Xu Hongyi were both interested at first, but by the end of the day, their attention wasn't on the collection. Chen Fan was looking at it but very seriously. After all, 1/3 of this place all belonged to Chen Fan, and Chen Fan had to complete the task. However, the more he looked, the more Chen Fan's brows frowned slightly. The collection here, surprisingly, has fakes, high imitations. No wonder the Qingyun private museum in the country only ranked 10th. Not without reason. Because of the system's mission, plus the fact that Chen Fan, who was the boss, also wanted to make the Qingyun private museum rank higher in the country. It was only natural that he would have to take charge of it when he saw the problem and discovered the fake goods. Especially this one that Chen Fan was looking at now. The painting of Wen Zhengming was outrageously fake. Wen Zhengming, one of the 4 great geniuses of Jiangnan, a famous painter and calligrapher in the Ming dynasty. A painting and calligraphy of Wen Zhengming is now up to tens of millions of dollars. The one in front of him, if it was real, would be worth more than $70 million at the very least, and would be considered one of the top collections in the entire museum, but now being visited by so many people every day. It is a fake painting, which is not a general disgrace. Come on man. Chen Fan spoke directly. What's the matter with you, sir? The staff came forward. This painting of Wen Zhengming is a fake. Take it down and don't disgrace yourself, Chen Fan ordered. Hearing Chen Fan finish, the staff froze. Don't get it. Don't bull ***** here. A person in charge next to him came over and said seriously to Chen Fan. I don't understand? Chen Fan looked at the other party. Yes, this one Zhengming's painting, but the master appraiser and one of the bosses of our Qingyun private museum, Himao Hilao, personally appraised it and put it here. How can it be fake? The man in charge said confidently. Oh, it's an appraisal master. It's your boss's appraisal put here, so it must be real? Chen Fan asked the other party rhetorically. Right. The man in charge replied without hesitation. Well then, I say this painting is a fake and order you to take it down. Chen Fan opened his mouth in a domineering manner. Oh, who am I to listen to you? The man in charge asked with a sneer. On what grounds? On the grounds that I'm also the owner of Qingyun's private museum. Chen Fan replied indifferently. You're our boss here too. I've been here since the museum was established. I've met several of the bosses. How come I haven't seen you? The person in charge pressed on. Ding! Before the head honcho's words could fall, however, his cell phone suddenly rang with what appeared to be an incoming message. The man in charge picked up his cell phone and looked at it. It was the work group of their private museum in Qingyun, and the message was still posted by one of their bosses. Attention! Our Qingyun private museum has a new owner. The new owner's name is Chen Fan. Boss Chen has 35% ownership of our museum in his hands. Everyone pay attention. At all. Upon seeing this message, the person in charge immediately widened his eyes and looked at Chen Fan incredulously. The young man in front of him had just said that he was the boss of their museum, and now the work group came with a message. May I ask your name, sir? The man in charge asked with immense apprehension. My last name is Chen. Chen Fan replied calmly. Surname Chen? The young man in front of him was 80% the new boss. Chen Fan. That was mentioned inside the work group. Boss, it's me who has eyes and I'm the asshole. The person in charge immediately revealed a smile that was worse than crying and apologized to Chen Fan repeatedly, saying that he was not long-sighted or something. Take down this fake first and save yourself the embarrassment of being here. Chen Fan ordered. Boss, I really want to help you take it out. But this collection was put in by Elder He himself, so if I take it out, Elder He will definitely scold me. The person in charge explained with immense difficulty. He Lao is also the boss of their place, and the ownership that he occupies is similar to that of Boss Chen, and the person in charge can't be offended. By the way, Boss Chen, Elder He is drinking tea inside the museum. Why don't I invite Elder He over? The head of the organization suggested. It's okay. Chen Fan nodded. Please wait. After saying that, the person in charge trotted to the back to invite Elder He. Boss, I can't believe this is your museum. Awesome. Yuan Anping couldn't help but feel emotional. He really didn't expect that this private museum, which was ranked number 1 in Zhonghai province, was actually the boss's property. Not bad for his boss. Just great. A few minutes later, an angry voice came from behind. Who said my collection was fake paintings? Chapter 123, Using Identity to Scare Chen Fan. Wanting to rely on accounts? Immediately afterward, an old man in his 60s or 70s, and a middle-aged man in a suit walked over, with the head of the museum following closely behind. Boss Chen, this is Elder He. The person in charge briefly introduced both parties. Just you say this collection of mine is fake? Elder He didn't care what Chen Fan's status was and directly questioned Chen Fan. Right. Chen Fan nodded. This one Zhangming painting was authenticated by me and will never be fake. Elder He said with the same conviction. What if it's fake? Chen Fan asked rhetorically. If it's fake, Elder He was lost in thought. The man in the suit beside Elder He stepped forward and whispered a few words in Elder He's ear. After hearing what the man in the suit said, a smile instantly appeared on the face of the originally angry Elder He. If it's a fake, I'll give you all 30% of the ownership of the Qingyun private museum in my hands, but if the painting is real, you'll also have to give me 35% of the ownership of the Qingyun private museum in your hands. He Lao looked at Chen Fan provocatively. The idea was given to him by the man in the suit, and He Lao was very confident in his appraisal ability, and he agreed with the man in the suit's proposal. He gets 35% of the museum for nothing. You guys think too much. The painting is fake. You only offer 30% ownership, but if it's real, my boss is going to give you 35% ownership, which is a full 5% more than you guys. You guys have big faces, right? Yuan Anping stepped forward and held for Chen Fan. Tell you what, I'll add another $300 million out of it. That's always fine, right? The man in the suit spoke. Could be. Chen Fan agreed. The other party took the initiative to give himself 30% of the ownership of the Qingyun private museum, plus $300 million. Such a good thing that fell from the sky. How could Chen Fan not accept it? That, junior god of luck, is really good at what it does. Today, one's luck has improved more than a little. It's a deal. Elder He nodded his head as well. Then, he came to this painting of Wen Zhangming and talked eloquently. When you look at a painting, the first thing you need to look at is the paper. This one is definitely from the Ming dynasty. Is that okay with you? Elder He looked at Chen Fan. In the antique world, he is known as He Half Shang, meaning that a painting, not even fully open, he only need to look at half of the painting. He can distinguish the authenticity of the painting. His strength is recognized in the appraisal world. This is indeed a Ming dynasty paper. Chen Fan nodded. This he had no objection to. Look again at the style of this painting. It's completely in the style of Wen Zhangming's painting. After that, He Lao told Chen Fan about Wen Zhangming's painting style and so on. And Chen Fan also felt that He Lao was right. Since you've also recognized the points I just mentioned, why do you say that this painting is fake? He Lao was very confused. You're right about all that, but you're missing one detail. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Oh, what details? Elder Ho didn't believe that his appraisal would be wrong. You see the stamp on the inscription of this painting? Chen Fan inquired. Of course I saw it. This is using the ancient famous, the most high-grade Longquan sealing clay. He Lao nodded. Ancient times, the top Longquan seal mud are exclusive to the royal family. Even now, a small box of top-class Longquan seal mud, selling price up to hundreds of thousands of dollars. And a small box, maybe just 100 grams of seal mud. In ancient times, Longquan seal clay was the most respected literary utensil for literati and ink artists. And what invented Longquan sealing clay? I think it's a couple of years A.D. 16 or so. Elder He thought for a moment and replied. And when did Wen Zhangming die? Chen Fan asked again. Wen Zhangming was in 1559 AD at the age of 90. He Lao replied without thinking. However, he was only halfway through his words when he suddenly froze, having also realized something was wrong. Longquan seal clay was invented only in 16 or so years AD, but when Zhang Ming died in 1559 AD. In other words, Longquan seal clay was not invented until decades, if not centuries, after Wen Zhengming's death. Then may I ask why Wen Zhengming's work is inscribed with Longquan seal clay on top? He Lao was instantly confused. Next to him, the man in the suit was dumbfounded too, I guess. At this moment, needless to say, this painting of Wen Zhengming in front of me is 100% fake. Hey, it's my poor appraisal skills. Elder he let out a soft sigh and admitted that he had misread the situation. He had read all the points of attention of the appraisal of calligraphy and painting, but he had missed such a small detail. But it was such a small detail that made him look away. Just when He Lao was willing to gamble and ready to hand over the 30% ownership to Chen Fan, the man in the suit suddenly backtracked. Elder he, the 30% ownership of the Qingyun Private Museum in your hands can be worth more than $1 billion. Just give it to him like that? It's not like we just signed an agreement, so why should we give it to him? The man in the suit had a roguish look about him. Kid, He Lao is a famous appraisal master in Zhanghai province, and he knows a lot of big tycoons and big shots. I'm also the vice president of the Jiangzhou Futian Chamber of Commerce. Do you dare to ask for my $300 million? The man in the suit directly posed himself to scare Chen Fan. Chapter 124, 2 hours to earn more than $3 billion. Chen Feiming wants Chen Fan to lose more? Vice president of the Futian Chamber of Commerce. I poo-poo. Who are you to threaten my boss? Without waiting for Chen Fan to open his mouth, Yuan Anping stepped forward and directly disliked the man in the suit angrily. And who are you to talk to me like that? The man in the suit questioned defiantly. Me? My father is the chairman of the Yuan Group in Zhanghai province. What do you call me? Yuan Anping replied. Hearing this, the man in the suit was shocked. You? Say what? Who is the father? The man in the suit stammered. My father is the chairman of the Yuan Group in Central China Sea province. Do you hear me? Yuan Anping replied loudly. This time, the man in the suit was cutting all the way through. In a flash, the man in the suit's face turned pale. Yuan's group. That was one of the big enterprises in their Central Sea province. And this guy in front of him was actually the son of the chairman of Yuan's group. And what's even better is that just now, this Yuan group prince said that he threatened his boss? This Chen Fan is the boss of the prince of Yuan's group. So what is Chen Fan's status? A chill passed through the man in the suit's back at the thought. Next to him, that old man, he was shocked. I'll have someone draft a contract right away, and I'll give 30% of the shares of the Qingyun Private Museum to young Chen right now. He Lao was the first to react, then immediately fawned on Chen Fan. The man in the suit froze for a moment before immediately taking a stand as well. I also immediately put the 3 I just mentioned. Not. It's $500 million. Hand it over to Chen Xiao. The man in the suit purposely raised the money count to 500 million as an apology. With that, the man in the suit took out a check and meticulously wrote $500 million on it, then handed it to Chen Fan with both hands. Get lost and leave my boss alone. Yuan Anping kicked the man in the suit. Yes, the man in the suit jogged away without looking back. After that, Mr. He also signed an agreement to give Chen Fan all the 30% ownership of the Qingyun Private Museum. At this point, Chen Fan had already owned 65% of the Qingyun Private Museum, which was worth almost $3 billion. 2 hours, $3 billion. That's a good feeling. Knowing that the ownership of Qingyun Private Museum in Chen Fan's hands had already exceeded 50% at this moment. That person in charge didn't need Chen Fan to open his mouth, and directly and knowingly took down that fake Wen Zhengming's painting. That piece of, and that one. Chen Fan pointed to a few other forgeries he saw. The person in charge hastened to take out the forgeries as well. Behind him, Chen Fan continued to browse through the Qingyun Private Museum and found 5 or 6 more forgeries one after another. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding, go to the Private Museum of Qingyun to check. Micro visit. See if there is any problem with the Private Museum of Qingyun. If there is a problem, correct it. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on acquiring top go skill. Congratulations on gaining 59 experience points. A huge memory came through, and from this moment on, Chen Fan was a top go master. On top of that, 59 experience points arrived and his own experience value was raised to 1,465. Only the last 35 experience points are missing to upgrade. Chen Fan thought excitedly in his heart. Boss, do you have any other orders, please? The person in charge couldn't help but ask when he saw that Chen Fan was hesitant to speak. As of today, the museum is starting a self-check to reappraise all of its collections. Chen Fan ordered. The entire Qingyun Private Museum's collection amounted to more than 20,000 pieces. And what Chen Fan had seen in these 1 or 2 hours was just the tip of the iceberg. Although the mission was complete, he also already owned 2/3 of Qingyun's private museum, and for the sake of the reputation of the museum behind him, it was important to check himself over and find out the forgeries. This would not require Chen Fan to personally look at it, leaving it to the people under his hand. I'll be coming in from time to time to spot check, and you'll have to appraise it carefully. Before leaving, Chen Fan deliberately urged. Yes, boss, please. The man in charge nodded repeatedly. Just after leaving the Qingyun Private Museum, Chen Fan received information from the Lightfeather Private Detective Agency. This information is about Dong Junyang's details. In the information, even Dong Junyang's software company, all the data of the previous tests for this software are available. Sure enough, the software crashes when the number of people online exceeds a certain number. Chen Fan muttered in a small voice. This was the first time he discovered the huge problem hidden in this software. After this problem arose, Dong Junyang's company quickly tried to remedy the situation, but after a full month, they were unable to solve the problem. Just when they were planning to give up this software, the father and son of their company's shareholders, Chen Xingbin and Chen Feiming, suddenly took the semi-abandoned software and set Chen Fan up, and so the latter happened. The problem was that Dong Junyang's people couldn't solve this flaw, but it didn't mean that Chen Fan couldn't solve this flaw. Taking this software completely into his hands, he only needed to give Chen Fan a certain amount of time, and this flaw could be easily solved. Later, Chen Fan studied the rest of Dong Junyang's information. Eventually, Chen Fan discovered very important details. Soon, Chen Fan thought of how to utilize this detail to counter Chen Xingbin. On the other hand, Dong Junyang is also planning the next step with Chen Feiming, how to get Chen Fan to take the bait on his own initiative, and get deeper into the trap, so that Chen Fan can lose more money. An hour later, following Chen Feiming's order, Dong Junyang began to execute Chen Feiming's plan and took the initiative to call Chen Fan. Chapter 125 Pitch Chen Fan $1 billion. No, give Chen Fan tens of billions for nothing. Dong Junyang invited Chen Fan out in the name of drinking tea. Chen Fan happened to want to utilize Dong Junyang as well, so he agreed. The two sides met at the tea house. Dong Junyang just wanted to follow the plan arranged by Chen Feiming, but as a result, Chen Fan suddenly said without waiting for him to open his mouth, I'll give you $1 billion to completely buy out everything about this software of yours. Ha? Dong Junyang was a bit confused. If Chen Fan had said that he would spend $1 billion to buy the software before Chen Feiming's father and son arranged it, Dong Junyang would have jumped for joy. With $1 billion, not only do they fill the cost of developing this software, they make a little bit of money. But now, because of the arrangements made by Chen Feiming and Chen Xingbin, both father and son, Dong Junyang still had to act out the play. Boss Chen, you're joking, right? This software of ours, but it has tens of billions of dollars of profit. You only want to use a mere $1 billion to buy our software. Dreaming? Absolutely not. Dong Junyang put on an act and forcefully refused with a bite. There are tens of billions of dollars in profit. That's only possible if your software is in the clear. But right now, do you dare to say that you can make tens of billions of dollars with this software of yours? Chen Fan asked if he had a point. What do you mean? Dong Junyang's face changed slightly, but he continued to mouth off. See for yourself. Saying that, Chen Fan threw a document he had just printed to Dong Junyang. Dong Junyang picked up the document in disbelief, but he just opened the first page and instantly widened his eyes. Wow! Dong Junyang violently tumbled backwards, completely unable to sit down. This document is all the experimental data from the last time their company found something wrong with this software. These data, in their company, were considered top-secret documents. But now, Chen Fan actually knew? Wouldn't that mean that his plan with Chen Feiming's father and son had been exposed? Dong Junyang instantly panicked. After all, he wasn't the one who was in the right. I can raise you 500 million. Chen Fan spoke again. The 500 million. It's for you alone. Aha! Hearing Chen Fan say that, Dong Junyang's eyes widened. Boss Chen, what do you mean? Dong Junyang was somewhat unable to understand Chen Fan. The billion, the money to buy your software. I won't add a penny to that. But the 500 million, I gave it to you alone. Privately. Chen Fan said calmly. I heard that Mr. Dong graduated from one of the top 5 top universities in the country. But because of your family's poverty, you were inducted into your wife's family. After becoming a flunky, you've been subjected to the blank stares of your father-in-law, mother-in-law, and all your relatives, and you've always wanted to prove yourself, but you've never had the chance. If you can get the 500 million, that makes all the difference. Although Dong Junyang is nominally the boss of their software company, but not half of the company's shares in his hands, he is a professional manager, working for those shareholders of the company. Just take $2 or $3 million of dead wages every year. A salary of several million others will feel a lot. But for Dong Junyang, compared to the parents-in-law's family assets of more than 100 million is too little. Dong Junyang always wanted to make a lot of money, as a way to prove themselves, change the status in the family, but unfortunately has not been able to do as desired. If he could make $500 million at once, everything would be painless. What exactly do you want me to do? Dong Junyang couldn't help but inquire. $500 million? Definitely not that good. I want you to cooperate with me in a play, and find a way to make Chen Qingbin and the others agree, willingly, and cheerfully take the initiative to sell me this software with huge flaws that you've developed, at a price of $1 billion. Chen Fan opened his mouth. What Chen Fan wants to do now is to take this software into his own hands completely, and take this future profit of $10 billion, taking tens of billions of dollars of profit away from Chen Qingbin. The Chen family. I wonder how wonderful Chen Qingbin, as well as Elder Chen's expression will be after knowing this news. After hearing Chen Fan's words, Dong Junyang also understood. Boss Chen, I can't betray my own company. Dong Junyang spoke with great difficulty. 600 million. Boss Chen, I, Dong Junyang, am a man of honor, and would never betray my own boss. $700 million. Boss Chen, I'm 800 million. No more. This time, without waiting for Dong Junyang to find an excuse, Chen Fan directly took a bite out of the price. 18 billion. Completely take this software. The future to earn tens of billions. Chen Fan can also earn 80 billion or so at first quite worth. Hearing Chen Fan talk about $800 million, Dong Junyang immediately excitedly held Chen Fan's hand and said in an incomparably pleasing manner, Boss Chen, you're a good judge of character. Deal. He was a part-time, professional manager, and before Chen Feiming had assured him that as long as he successfully pitched Chen Fan, he could give him $20 million as payment. That's why Dong Junyang was so hardworking. As a result, the other person, Chen Fan, gave himself 800 million in one breath, which was 40 times more than what Chen Feiming had given. Look at others. Chen Fan always how bold, how atmospheric. You look at you Chen Feiming, stingy. In that case, why should he give you Chen Feiming? Give you Chen Qingbin work? With 800 million, he can realize the freedom of wealth. Tube him Chen Feiming, Chen Qingbin, the company and so on, all go aside. It's a deal. Seeing that Dong Junyang had agreed, Chen Fan also had a smile on his face. Future tens of billions of dollars in profits, coming soon. Just in case, Chen Fan and Dong Junyang signed an agreement. Boss Chen, just look at me. I'll make sure Chen Qingbin agrees to sell the software to you, Dong Junyang assured. After saying that, Dong Junyang dialed the phone number of Chen Qingbin, the major shareholder. Director Chen, it's bad. Chen Fan seems to be close to discovering that loophole in the company. As soon as he came up, Dong Junyang reported to Chen Qingbin in immense haste. It's a shame he didn't become an actor. What? Didn't you say you could conceal Chen Fan? How come he's going to find out so soon? Chen Qingbin questioned with dissatisfaction. Director Chen, I'm not sure, but the good thing is that the current Chen Fan hasn't really found out yet. I have another idea. We can take advantage of the fact that Chen Fan isn't paying attention, and sell this software directly to him at a low price, such as 7 or 800 million. Dong Junyang took the opportunity to suggest, when the time comes, we'll just about get the development costs of this defective software back. That's an idea. Wait a moment, I'll go discuss it with Fei Ming. Chen Qingbin was a little heartbroken. After hanging up the phone, Chen Qingbin called his son Chen Feiming again and told him about the matter. This waste Dong Junyang, this little thing can't even do well. Trash. After hearing this, Chen Feiming cracked his mouth. He had originally counted on this pitch Chen Fan to give $3 to $4 billion, and tomorrow he would go home himself, give his grandfather a surprise, and shock his grandfather, as well as everyone in the Chen family. As a result, now that punk Dong Junyang didn't get the job done, but Chen Fan was almost discovered. Chen Fan that little is not yet found out well. I think Dong Junyang's that plan is also okay. We to 7 or 800 million price of that defective, worthless garbage software sold to him, but also pit him 7 or 800 million over. Pit Chen Fan for 7 or 800 million dollars. That's enough for you to show off in front of the old man. Chen Qingbin opened his mouth and was not so demanding. If he could pit Chen Fan's money, he would already be able to crush the rest of the Chen family and could show his face in front of the old master. 7 or 800 million dollars is too little. Let's do it this way. Let the Dong Junyang make an effort and see if he can talk about $1 billion. Chen Feiming suggested. $1 billion is much better to say than 7 or 8. He has more face. As long as we can pit Chen Fan for $1 billion, we'll immediately sell that worthless piece of crap software to that ungrateful thing Chen Fan. Chapter 126, The Chen Family's Celebration Banquet. No, the Chen family's blood-spitting banquet. Pitting Chen Fan for $1 billion would be enough for him to show his face in front of his grandfather and the rest of the Chen family tomorrow. After that, Chen Feiming took the initiative to call Dong Junyang and asked to raise the price to $1 billion. As long as Chen Fan can agree to $1 billion, you'll immediately sign a contract with Chen Fan, so that Chen Fan doesn't back out or find out what's wrong with that crappy software. Right. Mustn't mention me and my father. Mustn't let Chen Fan know that this is us setting him up. Pitting him, do you understand? Otherwise, there is absolutely no way that Chen Fan would have bought this software. Chen Feiming concluded with a special exhortation. Okay boss, just don't worry. Although $1 billion is hard, I will do my best. For you, to get this money, from Chen Fan's pit over. Dong Junyang continues to soar in acting. Good. Hard work. Chen Feiming even made a point of thanking Dong Junyang. After hanging up the phone, Dong Junyang looked at Chen Fan with a smile. Boss Chen, it's done. It's a shame for show business that you don't go into acting. Otherwise you'd be a movie star. Chen Fan said with emotion. Even he somewhat appreciated Dong Junyang's acting skills. In a way, this Dong Junyang is also a talent. In the back, Dong Junyang purposely went back to the company, brought back the official seal, and then signed with Chen Fan to completely sell that software to Chen Fan at a price of $1 billion. Dong Junyang handed over all the information about the software and so on to Chen Fan. The software arrived and Chen Fan ended up spending only $1.8 billion. Backhandedly, Chen Fan could make 5 times the profit. Chen Fan was in a great mood right now. After taking care of all this, Dong Junyang called Chen Feiming again to report the situation. He made himself out to be so hard, even fooling and cheating to get Chen Fan to agree to pay out $1 billion. How not easy. You did a great job. Smoothly screwing Chen Fan with $1 billion. The corners of Chen Feiming's mouth couldn't control the upturn. At this moment, his heart was unavoidably agitated. Tomorrow he was going back to Zhengzhou. Pitting Chen Fan with these $1 billion was enough for him to pretend and fool around in front of his grandfather, as well as in front of the rest of the Chen family. He wanted to step on Chen Fan and get his grandfather's approval. See, Chen Fan, whom none of them could do anything about, was easily screwed by himself for $1 billion. He himself was the real deal, the future hope of the Chen family, the most capable youngster. At this moment, Chen Feiming was looking forward to returning to the Chen family tomorrow. Chen Fan gave Dong Junyang a check for $800 million and the matter was settled. After Dong Junyang left, Chen Fan immediately took his computer and started to solve the problem with that software. This problem might be the problem of the century for other programmers, but for Chen Fan, it was no matter. It didn't take too much time for Chen Fan to easily take care of it. From now on, this worthless and defective software really becomes a treasure software with tens of billions of profit in the future. Unfortunately, I don't have a software company myself, otherwise it would be easier to get behind. Chen Fan could only take manpower from various industries to start publicizing this software, as well as making preparations before the software hit the shelves. Time flew by, and the next morning, Chen Feiming returned to Zhengzhou complacently to the Chen family. Seeing that it was only Chen Feiming who had come, the rest of the Chen family was a bit surprised. Feiming, where's your girlfriend? Why didn't she come along? Chen Yuzhen couldn't help but ask. Auntie, my girlfriend has something going on and will be 2 or 3 days late. Chen Feiming replied. Grandpa, I've come back this time with a special gift for you, Chen Feiming said mysteriously. Chen Feiming's words instantly caught the attention of everyone present. Feiming, your back is the best gift. What else to bring? Elder Chen opened his mouth with a smile. He truly liked Chen Feiming as his grandson, seeing him as the future of the Chen family. The ultimate hope for the Chen family to rise up to become the #1 powerful family in Zhengzhou. Grandpa, I've heard about that bastard Chen Fan. In order to avenge you, as well as my aunt, third uncle and the rest of them, before I came here, I only used a small segment of tactics, and pitched $1 billion over from Chen Fan. Chen Feiming straightened his body, showing off with incomparable complacency. What? Feiming, you screwed Chen Fan over by $1 billion? Really? The crowd of the Chen family became excited. They had been dealing with Chen Fan for some time, and as a result, no matter who it was, they hadn't been able to take a single advantage from their encounter with Chen Fan. As a result, Feiming had just come back, and had pitted that bastard Chen Fan for $1 billion. Could they not be happy? Worthy of my grandson, ha 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 ha. Elder Chen was also smiling and happy after hearing this. Feiming was worthy of being the unicorn son of their Chen family. As soon as he came, he gave his favorite gift. Elder Chen was immensely pleased. Chen Fan, that little isn't complacent, isn't at rampant. That's because we Feiming didn't make a move. What? Now we Feiming just out, directly lost $1 billion. Now that little do not know where to cry it. Ha 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 ha. The more Master Chen looked at Chen Feiming, his grandson, the more satisfied he became. Grandpa, Auntie, this is how I pitched Chen Fan. Chen Feiming proudly flaunted how he had used a worthless piece of trash software to screw Chen Fan out of $1 billion. Fei Ming is indeed awesome. Fei Ming is of the future of our Chen family. Not only Elder Chen, the rest of the Chen family also kept praising Chen Feiming. In the midst of all this praise, Chen Feiming drifted a bit. Grandpa, please don't worry. I'll still make a move later on to ruthlessly fix that bastard Chen Fan, so that he'll be penniless and kneel down to beg for our forgiveness. I'm confident that I can crush Chen Fan in every way, Chen Feiming said in a spirited manner. However, before Chen Feiming's words could fall, a shocking thunderbolt came. It's not good. It's not good. Director Chen, we just got word that the defective software we sold to Chen Fan yesterday seems to have been fixed by Chen Fan. In an instant, the smiles on the faces of the Chen family instantly froze. Chapter 127, The Last Mission of the First Grade System. The painful Chen family crowd. At this moment, the entire Chen family was plunged into a deathly silence. Just now, they had all heard Chen Feiming bragging about how he had sold a worthless, hugely flawed piece of software to Chen Fan for $1 billion. Screwing Chen Fan out of a whole $1 billion. They were still celebrating, only to be told now that the defective software was fixed by Chen Fan? The people of the Chen family looked at each other in dismay, especially the father and son duo of Chen Feiming and Chen Qingbin, who had the ugly expression of having eaten Shang. Chen Feiming's entire body was even frozen there as if he had been struck by lightning. He flaunted finished are you sure? Chen Feiming grabbed the executive of the software company who had come to report the news and questioned him loudly. The news should have a 90% probability of being true, and it is said that Chen Fan has already begun to recruit technical talents in all aspects of software applications with high salaries to the outside world. Software company executives answer. One of his friends, last night saw the advertisement of Chen Fan's side of the high-paying recruitment. Just now specially went to apply for the job, and found that this software is Chen Qingbin their software company research and development. Before contacting the executives of this software company, Chen Feiming's face instantly turned an iron blue. Didn't Dong Junyang say that software you developed is absolutely impossible to fix? How is it that only yesterday, the software was sold to Chen Fan, and today, it's fixed? Chen Qingbin questioned this software company executive. Director Chen, that software indeed can't be fixed. We spent a whole month behind us. Everyone in the company was at their wits' end, and I don't know why when it came to Chen Fan, the software was fine. Does he have some great technical god there? The software company executive guessed that he really didn't know why. Exactly. Damn it. What is this Dong Junyang doing? Chen Feiming was furious and directly put all the blame on Dong Junyang's head. At the moment, he couldn't wait to tear Dong Junyang apart with his hands. If it wasn't for Dong Junyang, he himself wouldn't have been able to completely sell that software to Chen Fan yesterday at a price of $1 billion. It's okay now. He definitely would not spare Dong Junyang. Hearing Chen Feiming say that, the software company executive added another piece of news that made him storm out. By the way, Director Chen, just a moment ago Dong Junyang has resigned from his position as the general manager, and he doesn't even want this month's salary. For now, he left the company. After knowing this news, Chen Feiming's entire completely blew up. What did you say? Chen Feiming yelled. Dong Junyang resigned? Chen Feiming's blood pressure rose rapidly. Yes, the software company executive nods. In a flash, Chen Feiming guessed that 80% of Dong Junyang's panic statement yesterday that Chen Fan was about to discover that software, and that he wanted to sell the software directly to Chen Fan and pitch Chen Fan for a sum of money, were all false. All of this, it may even be Chen Fan's plan, in order to take that software, at a low price, to buy their hands to buy away. He himself had been smug from yesterday until now, thinking that he had successfully teased Chen Fan and easily pinched $1 billion from him. What the rest of the Chen family had failed to do, they had easily done themselves. That sense of pride, that sense of superiority, made Chen Feiming float. As a result, now, he realized that he had been a clown from the very beginning, and had fallen into Chen Fan's calculations from the very beginning. He was sold and still counted the money for Chen Fan? He still felt that he had crushed Chen Fan, but it turned out that he was the clown who had been crushed. Chen Feiming's heart crumbled a bit, and his face was even more fiery and painful. It's okay Feiming, it's not just that software is fixed in the hands of Chen Fan. A software is not estimated to be worth a lot of money. Didn't you also pitch $1 billion from Chen Fan? Chen Wenjing suddenly comforted Chen Feiming. It's not worth much. That software is fixed. Once it's on the shelves, it's got tens of billions of dollars in profit. You shut up, Chen Feiming roared. Chen Wenjing's words were simply rubbing salt into his wounds. That's not comforting him, It's clearly irritating him. Tens of billions of dollars in profits? Hearing these words, everyone in the Chen family, even elder Chen, could not sit still. Just now, they thought the same as Chen Wenjing. After all, they got their hands on $1 billion, and it wasn't a loss. But now, knowing that there are tens of billions of dollars in profits from that software, that billion immediately doesn't smell good. Chen Wenjing also put on a stunned look, but inwardly, she was laughing. She had long been on Chen Fan's side, and she was largely aware of how much the software was worth. Did she really think that she was comforting Chen Feiming just now? She just wanted to deliberately piss off Chen Feiming. At this moment, looking at the stormy Chen Feiming, Chen Wenjing's heart has long been open to laughter. The mood is not generally comfortable. Chen Wenjing inwardly rejoiced that before, her choice to stand on Chen Fan's side was really too correct. From the very beginning of the struggle between Chen Fan and the Chen family, Chen Fan did not have the slightest chance of winning. Only 20 days or so had passed by now, and Chen Fan had already completely turned over a new leaf and soared into the sky. In the midst of the struggle with the Chen family, Chen Fan had vaguely stood on the upper hand of certain victory. The Chen family is almost certain to lose. Tens of billions of dollars in profits? Fei Ming, you're not kidding, are you? Can it be that much? The people of the Chen family spoke up. Tens of billions of dollars of profit is still considered conservative. And if the operation is good, there may even be tens of billions of dollars of profit or more. Chen Qingbin grimaced and replied unwillingly, damn Chen Fan, tens of billions of dollars in profits taken away from that little. Everyone in the Chen family was in pain one by one, especially elder Chen. The anger in his eyes was even more eager to burn Chen Fan to death. Chen Fan, that small means how so powerful with tens of billions of profits of the software, by that small to the area of 10 billion on the buy. That remaining $9 billion of profit was originally supposed to be their Chen family's. Now it's all cheap for Chen Fan. Chen Fan, this damn little. Elder Chen could only curse Chen Fan in his heart and vent his anger. While everyone in the Chen family was in the midst of a violent rage, Chen Fan was leisurely enjoying the leisure of the weekend. The manpower in hand for the development and operation of this software is not quite enough. Chen Fan has also sent people to recruit technical talents and software with high salary. Now it's just a matter of waiting. 10 minutes later, Xu Hongyi's father, Xu Guangsheng, suddenly called and invited Chen Fan to his home. Just as Xu Guangsheng finished speaking, the system's voice came. Ding! Mission release, visit the Xu family. Mission reward, top basketball skills. Mission reward, 50 experience points. Looking at the system's mission, Chen Fan instantly became excited. Here it comes, the last and most important mission of the Tier 1 system, and it's finally here. As long as you complete this quest and get these 50 experience points, the system will be able to upgrade to level 2 immediately. Chen Fan had been looking forward to this day of system upgrade for more than 20 days, and it had finally arrived. Chapter 128, System Upgrade. Secondary System. Mr. Chen, seeing that Chen Fan did not speak, Xu Guangxing asked again. Available. Chen Fan immediately agreed. How could Chen Fan let go of this most important task? With a bit of luck, one might be able to get the system upgraded to level 2 before today's rewards arrive. When that happens, today's reward can be a secondary system reward. Great, Mr. Chen. See you in a bit. Xu Guangxing responded happily. More than half an hour later, Chen Fan arrived at the Xu family. When he came to the Xu family's living room, he saw that Xu Guangxing was standing in front of the two old men who were playing against each other, carefully observing. Seeing Chen Fan's arrival, Xu Guangxing hurried over and lowered his voice in greeting. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I originally just invited you as a guest, but I didn't expect that old man Xiang was here just now. Xiang Lao? Chen Fan muttered in surprise. Mr. Chen doesn't know old man Xiang. That's just right. I can help introduce Mr. Chen. Old man Xiang is a very powerful big shot. Xiang Lao is the old man in the tang suit with white hair. Xu Guangxing pointed to the two chess-playing old men, the thinner and weaker tang-suited one among them, and introduced them to Chen Fan. The other is my father. The other old man playing chess was old Master Zhu, the current semi-retired head of the Zhu family. To be able to make the semi-retired old Master Zhu, as well as the future head of the Zhu family, treated with such dignity, this mysterious Xiang Lao is by no means simple. I lost. Xiang Lao is a great chess player. Suddenly, old Master Zhu opened his mouth and voluntarily admitted defeat. Xu Lingyu happened to walk over, because it was today's weekend, and tomorrow, Xu Lingyu would only formally enter the Phaeton Group for internship. When Xu Lingyu saw Chen Fan, she just wanted to greet him, but she was stopped by her grandfather. Lingyu, come here and help Grandpa win. Having lost 3 games in a row, Mrs. Zhu wants her granddaughter, Xu Lingyu, who is an amateur 7 dan player, to help her wipe the slate clean. Xu Lingyu is also very talented in Go. but only as a hobby, not as a career. But even so, she is already at the level of amateur 7th dan. This level is already the pinnacle level, the top, among domestic amateur chess players. Good. Zhu Lingyu nodded. After that, Zhu Lingyu played chess with Xiang Lao. Mr. Chen, do you know Go? Xu Guangxing asked. No, a billion points. Chen Fan replied humbly. Let's go over and spectate? Xu Guangxing invited. In fact, in his heart, he wanted his daughter to show her amazing Go level and shock Chen Fan. Aha! Previously, Chen Fan had also gotten the top Go ability from the system, and since he was fine anyway, Chen Fan also went over to spectate. Zhu Lingyu's Go level was indeed very high, but when it came to this mysterious Xiang Lao, it was not enough. In the first set, Zhu Lingyu lost miserably. In the second set, Zhu Lingyu lost even worse. I'm no match for Elder Xiang. Zhu Lingyu voluntarily conceded defeat. I've won again. Old Zhu, it looks like I'm going to beat all of your Zhu family. Xiang Lao said with a smile. Being said so by Xiang Lao, Zhu Lingyu was a bit unwilling, and suddenly, she noticed Chen Fan. Boss, how about a game? After witnessing Chen Fan's amazing car skills, Zhu Lingyu was a bit of an admirer of Chen Fan, and Zhu Lingyu had heard the conversation between her father and Chen Fan just now. Oh, does this little friend also know how to play chess? Xiang Lao looked at Chen Fan curiously. Slightly billion points. Chen Fan nodded. A game then? Invitation to senior. Mr. Chen, just have a word with old man Xiang. Zhu Guangxing kindly suggested that Xiang Lao was a great man who lived in seclusion in their Jiangzhou. If he could take this opportunity to allow Mr. Chen to make friends with Xiang Lao and increase his connections, it would definitely be a good thing for Mr. Chen, especially when Mr. Chen wanted to deal with the Chen family. He definitely needed a strong network of contacts to back him up. It's okay. Chen Fan nodded his head, just in time to test how well the system rewarded his top Go skill level. Tell you what, young man, since you only know a little about Go, I'll let you have 10 pieces. Looking at Chen Fan, Xiang Lao had the air of a sure winner, and even took the initiative to let Chen Fan have 10 sons. In Weiqi, letting 10 discs, the impact can be too great. Now Xiang Lao breath to let Chen Fan 10 discs. Self-confidence is not a general burst. Snap. Chen Fan made the first move. First inning. Officially, this is Chen Fan's first time to play Go, at first still in the adaptation stage. Slowly, Chen Fan adapted to, then began to kill the 4 sides, playing chess in the front. Xiang Lao was still incomparably confident, but the further back he went, the more grave Xiang Lao's face became. At this moment, he also realized that he had met a strong person. The further back he went, the more difficult it was for Xiang Lao to play, and he had to think for quite a while about each move. In contrast, Chen Fan was incomparably leisurely and calm. It's better if I let to the old 10. Chen Fan opened his mouth. In the end, the first round ended with Chen Fan winning a crushing victory over Xiang Lao. Next to him, Zhu Guangxing was confused. This is what Mr. Chen said, a little bit of understanding. This is not a little this can be too much understanding it. To be able to defeat Xiang Lao, Mr. Chen's Go level, even in the whole country, could be ranked, right? I'm not convinced. One more round. Speak to the old man. Next to losing so badly in the first game, Elder Zhu wanted to remind Chen Fan to be highly emotional and lose a game to Xiang Lao. But how to talk? Just as old Master Zhu was thinking, the second set had already ended, and Chen Fan crushed even more outrageously in the second set. In the third round, Xiang Lao lost again. At this moment, Xiang Lao froze there, staring blankly at the chessboard, not knowing what he was thinking. Hey, young people, they don't understand the human condition. Seeing this, Elder Master Zhu couldn't help but shake his head, pitying for Chen Fan. Where does this let Xiang Lao's face go? Such a good opportunity to make friends with Xiang Lao was messed up by this young man himself. Senior, please, at your convenience in the future, can you give me some pointers on Go? Be my Go teacher. And as for pay, everything. However, what Elder Master Zhu never expected was that the slowed down Xiang Lao not only didn't get angry, but instead looked at Chen Fan with incomparable admiration, and even took the initiative to let Chen Fan be his Go teacher. Hearing these words from Elder Xiang, Elder Zhu and Zhu Guangxing were inwardly astonished, especially Master Zhu. He understood that if he used that humane chess-playing method of his, even if he could make friends with old man Xiang, the level of friendship would be very limited, and at most he would be considered as an acquaintance. But if I could be Xiang Lao's Go teacher, everything would be very different. The latter is a fearful man. This young man's plans and ideas are so much more powerful than his own. In fact, Chen Fan was just playing a few games of chess freely and relaxing, not thinking too much. The one who thought too much was instead old Master Zhu. You can point each other in the right direction. Chen Fan opened his mouth humbly. As for any kind of payoff, that's forgettable. Okay, thank you senior. Xiang Lao replied excitedly. Beside him, listening to Chen Fan's reply, Elder Xu once again sighed with emotion. This young man was really powerful. After just a few sentences, he made Elder Xiang owe a favor. Xiang Lao's favor could be worth far more than any reward. This young man is awesome. His future achievements are unlimited. Just then, the system's voice rang in Chen Fan's ears. Ding! Go to Zhu's house as a guest. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on acquiring top basketball skills. Congratulations on gaining 50 experience points. Mission accomplished. Top basketball skills. And 50 points in hand. Instantly, huge memories flooded into Chen Fan's mind. Chen Fan had just finished digesting this memory when the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The experience value required for system upgrade is full. Is it upgraded to secondary system? Chapter 129, Severing Relationships Day 27. Becoming Patek Philippe's second largest shareholder. Hearing these words from the system, Chen Fan's heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. After waiting for a full 20 days or so and doing so many tasks, this moment of system upgrade had finally arrived. Yes. Chen Fan clicked yes without hesitation. System upgrade in progress. A few seconds passed before the system's voice came again. Ding! Congratulations! The system has been upgraded to level 2. System host, Chen Fan. Talent, 68 points, about 50 points for an average person. Spirit, 43 points, about 45 points for an average person. Strength, 53 points, about 30 for an average person. Speed, 45 points, about 30 points for an average person. Luck value, 3000, for now, about 80 points for normal people. Ha! Looking at the sudden change in the system, Chen Fan froze. Kind of interesting. I didn't realize that there were such changes after the system was upgraded to level 2. This string of data, especially the 3000 points of luck value, was particularly conspicuous. However, this was because he had used the primary god of luck card to raise his luck to such a high level. But counting the time, the primary god of luck was probably going to disappear soon. Luck value. More on that later. Chen Fan first saw his talent. An ordinary person's talent was only around 50 points. His own talent was 68 points, which was considered excellent and surpassed countless others. Secondly, it was strength and speed, because he had gotten the top fighting technique from the system, which had improved his strength and speed. So these two items, he was quite a bit higher than ordinary people. But the spirit, itself, is about as middle of the road as the average person. What is the system doing with these values all of a sudden? Chen Fan thought curiously. Seemingly hearing Chen Fan's words, the system's voice came. Ding! When the system is upgraded to level 2, it will randomly award increased points, which can increase the host's skills and strengthen the host himself. Ha! Hearing the system's explanation, Chen Fan was instantly overjoyed. That's great. What he had gotten from the system before, most of the various assets, as well as skills, but his own talents, strength, and so on, had barely improved. But now, with the system upgraded to the second level, the system could actually help himself to improve his own level, which was not generally useful. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about talent, strength, and luck value. Raising those to a certain level would be quite terrifying. Dan said talent. If one could double Chen Fan's talent, or even more, then dealing with the enemy again would simply be a crushing level of existence. There's also strength and speed and so on, and the benefits would be huge if they could be boosted. It can be so important to know that your own strength can be improved. I didn't expect that there would be such benefits after the system upgrade. This is definitely an unexpected surprise of the system upgrade. After that, Chen Fan checked the system's upgrades again. System level, level 2, 15/6000. Upgrading to a level 3 system requires 6,000 experience points. Chen Fan inwardly muttered in a small voice, which was expected by Chen Fan. The higher the level, the harder it must be to upgrade. However, there was no need to worry. As the system was upgraded to the second level, the experience value rewarded by each system mission was also increased a lot more than at the first level, and the speed of the system's upgrading would not slow down. In addition to that, there are some other benefits of having the system upgraded. It was only at this moment when he was a guest in Zhu's house. It was not too convenient for Chen Fan to study it. Better to give a good speech myself when I have time. And with the good fortune of the primary god of luck card, the system had indeed upgraded to level 2 before today's rewards were released. In this way, today's reward from the system can be a secondary system reward. Chen Fan was already rubbing his fists and looking forward to today's reward from the system. Mr. Chen, let's add a contact. Xiang Lao suddenly spoke. At this moment, Xiang Lao's address to Chen Fan had even changed from his previous name of little friend, young man, to the more respectful Mr. Chen. Good. Chen Fan and Xiang Lao exchanged contact information. Next to them, seeing this, Old Master Xu and Zhu Guanxing couldn't help but feel emotional. Mr. Chen's tactics are just awesome. Actually, let Xiang Lao take the initiative to ask for contact information. Chen Fan had just added Xiang Lao's contact information when the system's voice suddenly came. Ding! On the 27th day of the severance of ties, awarded 9% of the shares of Patek Philippe, becoming the second largest shareholder and first vice president of Patek Philippe. I'm going? Looking at the system's rewards today, Chen Fan couldn't help but marvel. The industry rewarded by the system upgrade is kind of awesome. Patek Philippe has a market capitalization of $50 billion, a 9% stake. That's a full $4.5 billion. Previously, when the first level system was in place, the system rewarded generally more than $1 billion of goods. A little more ordinary $1 billion or $2 billion, and a little better, just $1, $8 or $2, $8 billion. But now, the system was upgraded to the second level, and as soon as it came up, it rewarded itself with a full $4.5 billion worth of shares in the Patek Philippe company. At this moment, it was only 3% short of Chen Fan becoming the number one shareholder of Patek Philippe, as well as the president, which was just one day's reward. It could be. I didn't expect that the first day's reward after the system upgrade would make him the second largest shareholder of Patek Philippe, as well as the first vice president. After upgrading to a secondary system, the rewards were fully 3 or 4 times higher than before. And this is still a level 2 system. If the system is upgraded to level 3 and 4 later on, then the daily rewards are even more terrifying. Looking at today's system rewards, Chen Fan suddenly had a small goal. Chapter 130, 30 days, worth to 100 billion. Chen Fan's business card is printed. Now, after upgrading to the second level, the system rewarded more than 4 billion at a time, adding to his previous worth. Then Chen Fan set himself a small goal. Within 30 days, the value of his body reaches $100 billion. It is not too much, right? It doesn't say $150 billion, which is pretty conservative. As long as his value exceeded $100 billion, then Chen Fan would have the complete strength to fight hard with the Jinling Xu family. Once the long-term mission was completed and another $100 billion arrived, Chen Fan's value could instantly reach a staggering $200 billion. And with the system upgraded to the second level, it was even easier to deal with the Chen family. That was completely crushing. After staying at the Xu family for a while, Chen Fan left. Chen Fan went to pick up, again, the business card that he had gotten someone to specially design earlier. As for the identity of the business card, not much. On the Patek Philippe company shareholders, thousands of Sacred Auction Company shareholders, Yongtai Real Estate Group Chairman, Feiting Group President, Guanshan International Golf Course. After having dinner and returning home, Chen Fan received several messages. In the past few days, Chen Fan was secretly arranging for an attack on the Chen Clan's Chen Clan Capital Group. Before that, Chen Fan had started to prepare, and now he was almost ready. This time, Chen Fan was going to use strong speed, plus the bankruptcy card, to make Chen's Capital Group directly bankrupt. By then, once the Chen Capital Group, which was an important pillar industry of the Chen family, went bankrupt, the loss to the Chen family would be huge. The Chen family's crowd was literally going to vomit blood. On the other hand, the Chen family watched as their promise to Su Chengxian for half a month, to let Chen Fan live on the streets and then willingly marry Su Junyao, came closer and closer. But not only did they not let Chen Fan live on the streets and come back on his knees ready to marry Ms. Su, but instead they watched Chen Fan grow stronger and stronger. Elder Chen was truly unable to sit still. If they couldn't deal with Chen Fan again, then the Jinling Xu family would have to take action themselves. Once the Jinling Xu family, which is a top-tier powerful family, strikes, it will be as terrifying as destroying the world. He wasn't worried that when the time came for the Jinling Xu family to make a move, how miserable and pitiful Chen Fan would be fixed by the Jinling Xu family. All of this is Chen Fan, that little self-seeking death. Self-seeking is not just to marry a pregnant Su Junyao. Well, what is this? The man should have the responsibility. Elder Chen was worried that if he failed to fulfill his promise to the Su family, and when the Su family personally dealt with Chen Fan, the Su family would be extraordinarily disappointed in their Chen family, and even take their anger out on them. In the future, they won't be able to get on the Su family's thighs, and won't be able to become the number one wealthy family in Jiangzhou. Grandpa, I have an idea. Just as Elder Chen was thinking about how to give Chen Fan a hard time, Chen Feiming suddenly came over and said with incomparable confidence, in the beginning, Elder Chen originally didn't hold much hope. After all, Feiming just put nearly $10 billion of profits, gave Chen Fan that small. However, when Elder Chen heard Chen Feiming's poisonous plan, He immediately brightened up. This plan of Fei Ming's is not bad. If it works, it might be able to completely solve this big trouble of Chen Fan. Well, just do as you do. I will allow you to use all the power and connections of my Chen family, and strive to settle this little Chen Fan in the shortest time, so that he will come back to me on his knees. Elder Chen had been ruthless this time, directly delegating power, giving Chen Fei Ming powerful powers that no one else had, and being able to mobilize all of the Chen family's resources. Thank you, Grandpa. In that case, then I'm 99% sure. Hearing his grandfather say this, Chen Fei Ming was thrilled at the time. The deadline given to us by the Jinling Xu family is not many days away, so you have to hurry. Elder Chen made a point of urging. Instantly, Chen Fei Ming felt a tremendous amount of pressure. I'll make sure to do it as soon as possible. That little bastard Chen Fan won't be able to fool around for a few more days. In the afternoon, Chen Fan, who was resting in the villa, suddenly received a call from Xiang Lao. Although he had only met Chen Fan in the morning, as a chess fanatic he couldn't wait for Chen Fan to teach him Go. Chen Fan was just about to refuse when the system's voice suddenly came. Ding! Task release, promise Xiang Lao that you will go to his mansion and teach him how to play chess. Duration of the mission, within 180 minutes. Mission reward, 7 increase points. Mission reward, 143 experience points. Ha! Looking at the first challenge after the system was upgraded, Chen Fan was very moved. Okay, I'll see Xiang Lao later. Chen Fan immediately agreed. The first thing was the 7 increase points that appeared in the system for the first time. If these 7 increase points were used on Chen Fan's talent, then Chen Fan's talent would immediately be raised to 75 points, which was 1.5 times that of an ordinary person. It's okay to use it on top of power. More on this later. Next was the experience value rewarded by the quests. With the system upgraded to the second level, the experience value rewarded by a single quest reached more than 140 points, a whole 100 points more than before. In this way, it was easy to accumulate the experience value for system upgrades to level 3. After more than 40 minutes, Chen Fan arrived in front of Xiang Lao's mansion. As Chen Fan parked his car, a multi-million-dollar Maybach next to him also stopped. From above, a burly man in a multi-million-dollar privately tailored suit descended. Chen Fan was just about to enter Xiang Lao's mansion when the burly man blocked his way. Chapter 131, Making Chen Capital Group History. Jinling Xu family's warning. You're here to talk to Elder Xiang about things too, aren't you? The burly man spoke. You guessed wrong on that one. It wasn't me who came to see Elder Xiang, but rather Elder Xiang who invited me. Chen Fan said slowly. Xiang Lao invited you? The burly man had a disdainful look on his face. What kind of status is Xiang Lao? If he invites someone to come, he will definitely invite that kind of big shot whose status is almost the same, or whose status or position is only second to Xiang Lao. But would a big shot be that young? This kid is 80% still in school. The burly man felt that Chen Fan was fooling him. Either you come back in 2 hours, or you go back in after I've finished talking things over with Xiang Lao. The burly man looked like the type of person who had been in a high position for years and was used to giving orders to others. Or you can come back in 2 hours. Chen Fan responded indifferently, then directly walked into Xiang Lao's mansion. He was in a hurry to complete the mission and obtain the increase points to see the various values of the increase itself and how effective it was, but he didn't have the time to talk nonsense with this burly man. Being ignored by Chen Fan like this, the burly man was a bit furious. What was he? And how had he ever been treated like that? The burly man followed closely behind and stepped into Xiang Lao's mansion. Seeing that someone had arrived, the servant successively invited Chen Fan and the burly man to the parlor before going to invite Xiang Lao. Kid, believe it or not, when Xiang Lao comes in a while, I'll talk to Xiang Lao and tell him that you lied to me just now. Saying that Xiang Lao invited you here, Sitting opposite Chen Fan, the burly man sneered. Xiang Lao hated it when people lied the most. If someone dared to lie to Xiang Lao, the next step would definitely be to sweep the ground out of his face. The burly man felt that this guy dared to lie to him, saying that Xiang Lao had invited him here. And if Xiang Lao knew about it, this guy would be in danger. Chen Fan indifferently sipped the tea on the servant, not wanting to take care of the burly man at all. You wait. Seeing Chen Fan still ignoring himself, the burly man became even more angry. I'll talk to Elder Xiang as soon as he arrives. The burly man made up his mind to go against Chen Fan. A minute later, Xiang Lao arrived. Hello Xiang Lao. Seeing this, the burly man hurriedly got up and took the lead to greet Xiang Lao. It's a tip. Hello. Xiang Lao casually coped. The burly man just wanted to complain to old man Xiang, who knew that old man Xiang directly ignored him, and then took the initiative to walk to Chen Fan, incomparably polite, and took the initiative to shake hands with Chen Fan. Welcome Mr. Chen. Seeing this scene, the burly man's mind buzzed. What was going on? What did Xiang Lao call this kid? Mr. Chen, how did Xiang Lao treat this guy so politely and call him Mr.? To know, Xiang Lao called him, as well as other people, mostly Little What. Little What. For example, his last name is Fei, and Xiang Lao called himself Little Fei. How come when it comes to this kid, Xiang Lao calls this kid Mr.? Originally, I wanted to visit Mr. Chen in person, but unfortunately, I didn't know where Mr. Chen lived, so I had to invite him here. Explained to Senior. Next to him, the burly man who was still planning to give Chen Fan a complaint was petrified on the spot when he heard Xiang Lao's words. So it's true what this guy said. He was really invited by Xiang Lao. For a moment, the burly man was embarrassed to the core. He was scaring people before, trying to break down his lies in front of Xiang Lao, but it turned out that they were telling the truth. The burly man's toes buckled against it, feeling clownish beyond clownish. In the midst of the embarrassment, the burly man suddenly thought of something, since it was really Xiang Lao who had invited him here. The identity of this kid? To be invited by Xiang Lao. This kid. No. The identity of this big brother is 80% very powerful. Thinking of this, the burly man was already sweating, not daring to look at Chen Fan. Xiang Lao, I think I remembered that I suddenly have something to do, so I'll leave first. After speaking with Xiang Lao, the burly man was so frightened by Chen Fan that he quickly fled, not daring to stay a second longer. Inexplicably, looking at the burly man who left in incomparable haste, Xiang Lao couldn't help but spit. Forget him, Mr. Chen. Let's play chess. Let's play chess. Saying that, Xiang Lao personally set up a chess game and played chess with Chen Fan, during which, he did not forget to ask Chen Fan for advice. Time flew by and over an hour passed before both sides took a break. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding! Promise Xiang Lao. Go to Xiang Lao's courtyard. Teach him to play chess. Mission accomplished. Congratulations, 7 increase points. Congratulations on gaining 143 experience points. The quest was completed, and 143 experience points and 7 increase points arrived without incident. Chen Fan immediately checked the system. System level 2, 158/6000. With 100 or so experience points for a single mission, the system was upgraded much faster. After that, Chen Fan tapped into his profile panel again. Chen Fan thought about it a little and decided to increase his talents first. Raising his talent up and increasing his intelligence would be of considerable help to Chen Fan, both in dealing with the Xu family later on, and in building a business empire. The mall is like a battlefield, and the fight in the mall is a great test of one's talent. Thinking about it, Chen Fan immediately increased 7 increase points to talent. Talent increased 7 points successful. Talent, 75 points. Instantly, an invisible force surged into Chen Fan's mind, and when Chen Fan opened his eyes again, he immediately felt that his mind was much clearer. At this moment, Chen Fan's talent was already 1.5 times that of an ordinary person. Later on, Chen Fan played a few more games of chess with Xiang Lao, and after increasing his talent, Chen Fan clearly felt that his chess skills were all much more powerful as a result. Increased talent works really well. At 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Fan left Xiang's house and returned to his own villa. The next morning, in the Chen family, Elder Chen received a call that he didn't want to see for the millionth time. This call was from Su Chengxian, the direct descendant of the Xu family who had come to warn their Chen family last time and told them to settle Chen Fan. Elder Chen apprehensively picked up Su Chengxuan's phone. How are things going? Junyao's stomach is slowly getting bigger. Time is running out. Su Chengxian inquired. The Xu family can want to face Su family little princess unmarried first pregnancy. This matter if spread out, their Su family face can be lost. Therefore, it is more important than anything else to get this marriage over with when Su Juanyao's belly is completely visible, so that the child will have a father and the face of their Su family can be preserved. That, Lord Su, Elder Chen replied hesitantly. In an instant, Su Chengxian understood. Why is your Chen family so trashy? Su Chengxian angrily rebuked Elder Chen. Lord Su, our Chen family has made a big plan. As long as the plan works, Chen Fan will immediately roll back penniless. Please believe me, Elder Chen assured. You don't have much time left. If you can't solve the Chen Fan problem within a week, I'm going to have to step in. That Chen Fan is like an ant in my eyes. Su Chengxian opened his mouth in a domineering manner. That's, you Lord Su is the direct line of the Su family in Jinling. Want to fix Chen Fan that little? Bar simple? Elder Chen compensated with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Elder Chen continued to prepare for that plan against Chen Fan, striving to complete the preliminary arrangements of the plan within 3 days, and then immediately lay his hands on Chen Fan. It was a pity that Chen Fan had already taken the lead before Elder Chen was ready. During the time between classes, Chen Fan received a message from his men. The preparations he had made a few days ago to bring down the Chen Capital Group were completely completed just now. Do it now, Chen Fan ordered. Now that everything is ready, what are you waiting for? Today, he was going to make the Chen family's expenditure industry, Chen's Capital Group, completely history. Chapter 132, 28th day of severing relationships, rewarding 60 billion group shares. A few minutes later, the stocks of Chen Capital Group, and all the industries that Chen Capital Group invested in, were under attack. In addition to this, other projects invested by Chen Capital Group also had problems one by one. Originally, Chen's Capital Group, following Elder Chen's arrangement, was preparing to lay hands on Chen Fan in a tight schedule. In the face of this barrage of attacks, as well as various questions, the executives of Chen Capital Group were caught off guard. For a while, Chen's Capital Group was in a mess with chickens flying and dogs jumping. On Chen Fan's side, however, there was good news. Today, the system's rewards came early. Ding! On the 28th day of severing relations, rewarding 8% of the shares of Jingming Ocean Group, a large enterprise in Zhonghai province, and becoming the fourth largest shareholder of Jingming Ocean Group, the contract for the acquisition of the shares has been placed in your villa. Please pay attention to check. Jingming Ocean Group, their Central China Sea province prestigious big company, very strong. The market capitalization of Jingming Ocean Group is around $60 billion, and an 8% stake in Jingming Ocean Group is worth about $4.8 billion. Jingming Ocean Group is mainly engaged in the ocean transportation industry, in the entire ocean transportation industry in the Central Sea province. That is the existence of the top three. That's a good reward. Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh. The reason why he was so satisfied with today's reward, apart from the 8% shares of Jingming Ocean Shipping Group, which were really worth a lot, there was another important reason, and that was that the Chen family, who happened to also have an industry that was engaged in the ocean shipping industry, was called Chen's Ocean Shipping Company. In Jiangzhou, Chen's Ocean Shipping Company is not bad, but if compared with the well-known Jingming Ocean Shipping Group in Zhonghai province, Chen's Ocean Shipping Company is a younger brother. Right now, Chen Fan was only the fourth largest shareholder of Jingming Ocean Group, and his position was not high enough. When Chen Fan became the first major shareholder of Jingming Ocean Group, he would directly utilize the power of Jingming Ocean Group to strike a precise blow against Chen's Ocean Transportation Company. By then, under the attack of the behemoth that was Jingming Ocean Group, Chen's Ocean Shipping Company wouldn't last more than a few days. Chen Fan didn't even need to arrange or prepare anything in advance. After all, the contrast in strength between the two was placed here. Chen's Capital Group, as well as Chen's Ocean Transportation Company, both if all of them were to collapse, then the total assets of the Chen family would instantly lose half of their total assets all of a sudden, and the Chen family would immediately become devastated. During the class time, Chen Fan inquired again about his recruitment of talents in software development and operation. That software Chen Fan had gotten his hands on, but if he wanted to turn those tens of billions of dollars of profit into reality, he couldn't rely on Chen Fan alone. Chen Fan from their own industry to draw people. Temporary help is okay, but they are not professionals after all. Cannot put the follow-up software operation, maintenance and so on, to them. Handing it over to an outsider, then Chen Fan wouldn't want this $10 billion profit. Chen Fan had already started hiring highly paid technical talents in software operations 2 days ago, but he had been busy lately and hadn't asked about it. Now it was just right to take advantage of the time he had. Chen Fan inquired how the matter of absorbing talents was going. Boss, we did recruit quite a few people in the past 2 days, but the problem, they can only be considered as a little bit better employees. They are not considered very powerful technical talents. Now we lack the kind of top software technology talent sitting in the town. This kind of top technology talent in each company. Our big baby, even if you give a high salary, it is not easy to dig over. Boss, you're well connected. Do you have any channels? Seeing the reply, Chen Fan also fell into deep thought. After thinking about it for half a day, Chen Fan only thought of the boss of Wanheng Software Group that he had known before, but the relationship between the two was still good, and Chen Fan was not too good at digging people out from others or asking for talents. After all, they were now considered peers, and to some extent, they were considered to be in a competitive relationship. How to find top software technology talent? Chen Fan has to plan. At noon, Xiang Lao called Chen Fan and invited Chen Fan to have lunch at his place. He had recently hired a national banquet-level chef specializing in Huaiyang cuisine with high salary. Okay, I'll see you in a bit, Xiang Lao. Chen Fan is tangled up what to eat at noon. Since Xiang Lao there is some kind of national banquet-level chef, Chen Fan will be reluctant to go and try it. I thought that a national banquet-level chef would make a dish that tastes great. After 12:30 p.m., Chen Fan arrived at Xiang Lao's mansion. Chen Fan had just sat down for a short while when the state banquet level chef invited by Xiang Lao began to serve the food. In the process of serving the food, a man around 40 years old with a thin figure walked in, and he was none other than Xiang Lao's youngest son. Xiang Zhenyu, go to the wine cellar and get a bottle of 70-year-old Mao Tai to entertain Mr. Chen. Seeing his youngest son return, he ordered to Senior. 70 years of thatch? Seeing his father say that, Xiang Zhenyu froze and stared at Chen Fan for a while. Here, in addition to the father, there is only this little young man, the Mr. Chen in the father's mouth. It must be this guy just to entertain this youngster. The father had to ask him to bring a bottle of 70-year-old Mao Tai? You should know that the number of 70 years of Mao Tai is very small. Even in the cellar of their house is not much, only a few bottles. Even when he, his own son, wanted to open a bottle, his father did not agree. But as a result, just to entertain this young man now, his father even wanted to open a bottle of 70 years of Mao Tai. Who is this guy? By what right? Xiang Zhenyu really didn't want to take such a rare Mao Tai to entertain this youngster. But since his father ordered it, Xiang Zhenyu had no choice but to honestly go get the wine. Soon, Xiang Zhenyu returned with a bottle of 70-year-old Mao Tai. Open up and pour Mr. Chen a cup. Xiang Lao said again. Xiang Zhenyu blamed Chen Fan even more. What did this youngster have that his father would let himself serve him and pour him wine? Xiang Zhenyu inwardly depressed. What kind of person is he? Outside, all kinds of tycoons, all kinds of big shots are pouring wine for him. The result is that when he arrives at home, he has to pour wine for a youngster instead. Is this youngster qualified? Xiang Zhenyu opened the 70-year-old Mao Tai wine with great reluctance and poured a glass for Chen Fan. Xiang Zhenyu was a little bit unable to swallow this breath. Just as Xiang Zhenyu was thinking about how to give Chen Fan a little lesson later, Xiang Lao suddenly asked, Mr. Chen, I don't know where you live. I'll pay you a visit next time. I live in Royal View Villa, which, by the way, has my exact address on it, as well as contact information and whatnot. With that, Chen Fan took out a business card and handed it to Xiang Lao. Good. Xiang Lao took the business card, and next to him, Xiang Zhenyu glanced at it disdainfully, but it was such a glance that directly made Xiang Zhenyu's jaw drop. Chapter 133 The Unexpected Harvest of Dining at Xiang's House. The extinction of Chen's capital group. One's eyes aren't wrong, are they? Because Xiang Zhenyu was sitting a bit far away from Xiang Lao. Xiang Zhenyu could only see the first few words above Chen Fan's business card, but these words favor Patek Philippe shareholders. Xiang Zhenyu blinked fiercely before looking toward Chen Fan's business card once again. The first name that can be seen is still the shareholder of Patek Philippe & Company. In an instant, Xiang Zhenyu couldn't sit still, and at the moment, what he was wearing on his hand was a Patek Philippe worth millions of dollars. Patek Philippe was also his favorite among all the watch brands, but who would have thought that the young man in front of him, who was not on his mind, was actually a shareholder of the titular Patek Philippe company? That, Mr. Chen, may I ask what position you hold at Patek Philippe? Xiang Zhenyu subconsciously asked. Nothing much, just the first vice president of Patek Philippe at the moment. Chen Fan replied flatly. It's not the president. What's there to brag about? First vice president of Patek Philippe? Xiang Zhenyu's jaw dropped in shock. First vice president of Patek Philippe. That's not much. It's kind of the second most important person in Patek Philippe after the president, isn't it? This Mr. Chen. His position in the Patek Philippe company was far more impressive than he had guessed. Ah, and this Mr. Chen is still so young. Who knows if he will become the real president of Patek Philippe one day? It's not out of the question. When Xiang Zhenyu looked at Chen Fan again, his eyes were already filled with awe and emotion. Not only him, even Xiang Lao was very emotional when he realized that Chen Fan was actually a shareholder of Patek Philippe company. Xiang Lao guessed that apart from his extraordinary chess skills, Chen Fan's background and identity should also not be simple. But he also did not expect that Chen Fan was actually a shareholder of Patek Philippe, the world's most famous luxury goods company. For a while, Chen Fan's status and Xiang Lao's heart rose once again. Mr. Chen, you drink. Xiang Zhenyu's attitude towards Chen Fan changed 180 degrees, and without Xiang Lao's command, he took the initiative to pour wine for Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, you seem to be a little bit distracted. I wonder if there's something going on. Speak up and see if I can help you. In the back, Xiang Zhenyu found an opportunity to take the initiative to curry favor. Oh, I've been trying to recruit a few top-notch people in software technology lately, but I don't have much access. Chen Fan replied casually. Talent in software technology? Xiang Zhenyu thought for a moment, then spoke. Coincidentally, Mr. Chen, I know a great god in software called Tang Xinghai, a doctorate from MIT, which is ranked #1 in the world's universities, and has been practicing for nearly 10 years now. and is very strong. What's more, Tang Xinghai had a conflict with the boss of the company he works for and is preparing to jump ship. I'll go and speak for Mr. Chen. And within 3 days, dig Tang Xinghai into boss Chen's place. And as an industry bull, Tang Xinghai knows quite a few powerful peers, so maybe once he comes, he can also help boss Chen attract quite a few industry elites together. Xiang Jinyu had the air of wrapping it around him. Thanks a lot then. Chen Fan opened his mouth. I did not expect to have a meal, but also the search for software technology talent to solve the matter. The meal was not in vain. And the cooking of a national banquet level chef is really great. These Huayang dishes taste great. Mr. Chen is too polite. It's my honor to help you, Xiang Jinyu said curtly. In the afternoon, the plan to attack the Chen Capital Group was steadily progressing. On the other side, Chen Jinkai, the president of Chen's Capital Group, could no longer support himself, so he rushed to his old man for help. What? Hearing his son's words, Elder Chen froze. He was in the middle of arranging his plans for Chen Fan later on, only to tell himself now that the Chen Capital Group, an important pillar industry of their Chen family, was about to be finished. Are you kidding me? Once the Chen Capital Group went bankrupt, their Chen family would be dealt a heavy blow, and their planned action against Chen Fan could be declared a failure before it even started. Father, the company can't hold out much longer, so use the power of the family. Chen Jiankai begged for help. What the hell happened? Elder Chen inquired. Chen Jiankai told Elder Chen the specifics of the company. What are you doing? I gave you such an important industry and you made it like this? How could I have an incompetent punk of a son like you? Elder Chen could no longer control it and directly cursed the entire Chen family. From top to bottom, there was no one who let him save his mind. He handed over such an important industry to his son, and as a result, his son twisted his head and told himself that the company was about to be finished. You try to stabilize the situation and I'll mobilize the family's resources now. After cursing, Elder Chen immediately acted. Although the situation of the Chen Capital Group was not optimistic now, their Chen family, as a powerful family in Jiangzhou, had a strong heritage. Elder Chen was confident that he could salvage the situation. Other than that, it was still possible to at least keep Chen Capital Group from going bankrupt. With much reluctance, Elder Chen suspended his plans for Chen Fan and began to mobilize all forces to support the Chen Capital Group. Slowly, the Chen Capital Group, which was immediately on the verge of being unable to support itself, began to bleed back, and the situation improved slightly. Time passed by, and at 5 or 6 p.m., Chen Capital Group slowed down a bit. Phew, Elder Chen let out a sigh of relief. Right now Chen's Capital Group, could still afford to lose about $1 billion, and if it was any more, they were going to go bankrupt. But fortunately, they came through. Father, at the very least, there is still more than $1 billion of liquidity to be invested in order for the company to completely get out of the dangerous situation. Chen Jiankai adds, well, I'll think of something else and try to get $1 billion of liquidity together in 2 hours. Elder Chen nodded. As long as these $1 billion arrived, Chen's Capital Group would be completely saved. As for losses, so be it, it's good enough to keep the company. Elder Chen was inwardly incredibly happy now. God still blessed their Chen family, just as Elder Chen, as well as the rest of the Chen family, were relieved and ready to put together $1 billion to get the Chen Capital Group out of trouble completely. Chen Fan also learned of the current situation. This was all expected by Chen Fan. After all, he had only completely resolved Yum Group, and then used several $1 billion to acquire Yum Group, and now he was immediately after dealing with Chen's Capital Group, and it wasn't that easy to directly make Chen's Capital Group go bankrupt. However, if Elder Chen, as well as the Chen family thought that it was over, they were mistaken. Chen Fan's real killer weapon had yet to be revealed. Thinking about it, Chen Fan opened the system and found the elementary bankruptcy card that he had gotten from the system earlier. Now that's a Chen Fan kill against Chen Capital Group. Chapter 134 Elder Chen who was fainted from anger. The best gift is Chen Fan himself? Thinking about it, Chen Fan directly clicked on the use option. Please enter the name of the business or company for which the primary bankruptcy card is intended. The system popped up with a prompt. Chen Capital Group. Chen Fan carefully entered it in. Junior bankruptcy card in progress. Ding! Primary bankruptcy card initiation successful. Chen's Capital Group has lost $2 billion. After only a few seconds, the system came out with a prompt that the primary bankruptcy card was successful. On the other hand, in the Chen Capital Group's president's office, Elder Chen and Chen Jiankai and the others had just breathed a sigh of relief. They were drinking a cup of tea, intending to slow down for a while. After all, they had been busy for a few hours in one breath. At that moment, a shocking news came. It's no good, President. The company is bankrupt. The vice president of the company slammed the office door and stormed in. Put Elder Chen had just taken a sip of tea, and when he heard these words, he directly sprayed out. What did you say? Elder Chen rose violently and questioned. The company broke. Bankrupt? How did the company go bankrupt? Wasn't it fine just now? With the company's current situation, it can still afford to lose about $1 billion. Ah, it's impossible to go bankrupt. Chen Jiankai also couldn't help but ask. President, just now, the company was hit by a mysterious capital and lost $2 billion at once. The vice president of the company said helplessly. That's not right. It's only been a few minutes. How can we lose so much at once? Chen Jiankai couldn't dare to imagine that just a moment ago, they were glad to have saved the company. But it turned out that not even 5 minutes later, the company went bankrupt? What a joke. President, I don't know if it's the international capital attacking us, but in a short period of time, the company's $2 billion have evaporated. The company's vice president is also helpless. In an instant, Elder Chen's face turned white. 5 minutes ago, he had just said that the heavens had blessed their Chen family, and Chen Capital Group had been saved. But 5 minutes later, the company had declared bankruptcy, and they hadn't even had the slightest chance to fight back. This was not God blessing their Chen family. This was clearly cursing them, giving them a little hope and making them despair. This was more painful than directly making them despair. Now that we get $2 billion in liquidity, is there any chance of remedying the situation? Chen Jiankai asked for the vice president. No more. It's too late. The corporate vice president shook his head helplessly. Who is it? Just who is it that's against our Chen family, trying to bring our Chen family to its death? Elder Chen roared. The bankruptcy of the Chen Capital Group, one of the pillar industries, could be too much of a loss for their Chen family? Their Chen family had suffered a great loss of vitality, and that big operation against Chen Fan that Elder Chen and Chen Feiming had formulated was still in the preparation stage, and hadn't even been activated yet, and it was now declared to have come to an end. Suddenly, Chen Jiankai couldn't help but whisper as a young figure appeared in his mind. Father, do you think this time it could also be that little Chen Fan who did this? No way. Never. Elder Chen flatly denied it. How can that little Chen Fan be so strong? Elder Chen responded firmly. Until this moment, Elder Chen still couldn't look down on Chen Fan, the grandson he considered the most incompetent, the most ordinary, the most mediocre. No, the ex-grandson. Of course, this was still Master Chen's pride at work. Go on. Find out for me. Who's really behind this against us? Elder Chen ordered. A few minutes later, the vice president walked in apprehensively. Well, did you find out the results and who did it? Chen Jiankai couldn't wait to ask. That VP stammered and didn't answer positively. What are you covering up so much for? Say it. Elder Chen angrily rebuked. Although I didn't find out who did the $2 billion that gave us the fatal blow in the end, I found out that the one who started the attack on us in the beginning was Chen Fan. In that case, the VP spoke directly and plainly. It's Chen Fan. It's really Chen Fan? This little. Elder Chen's blood pressure quickly spiked. In the next moment, Elder Chen's eyes went black and he was vaporized. Father, Grandpa. Chen Jiankai and the others rushed forward to assist, and it took a while of slowing down before Elder Chen woke up. Having just woken up, Elder Chen gritted his teeth and roared. Little, I won't let you go. Just when the Chen family's side was in chaos, Chen Fan was in the villa, with Xia Ruoshui, Xia Mengmeng sisters, leisurely eating hot pot, extraordinarily cozy. In the past few days, Chen Fan was busy with the Chen family, as well as various other things, and the Yum Group, which had just been acquired, was temporarily handed over to Xia Ruoshui to help manage. After Xia Ruoshui's operation, the Yum Group has now slowed down and is gradually returning to normal. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid it would take most of a month, or even a month, to complete this work, but Xia Ruoshui only took 4 days. It helped Chen Fan save a lot of trouble and energy. It's been a hard few days. Wakazashi. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Saying that, Chen Fan gave Xia Ruoshui a beautiful Patek Philippe watch that he had prepared earlier to express his gratitude. After all, he was the big boss of Yum Group, and as a result, now thanks to Ruoshui, Yum Group was back to normal. And Chen Fan, the shirker, was a little embarrassed. Receiving the gift Chen Fan had prepared for herself, Xia Ruoshui was both excited and surprised. Thanks. Xia Ruoshui put the wristwatch on and liked it extraordinarily. Goo, aren't you guys going a little overboard by showing love in front of me? A single dog. Xia Mengmeng couldn't help but spit. By the way, Senior Chen, in fact, this gift of yours is not my sister's favorite and most wanted gift. Do you know what my sister wants most for a gift? Xia Mengmeng opened her mouth mysteriously. What? Chen Fan asked curiously. It's you yourself, Senior Chen. Xia Mengmeng blurted out, and after she finished, She hurriedly ran to the side. Xia Ruoshui's face whooshed red, and she immediately went to teach this bold sister a lesson. What are you talking about? Mo, Jiangzhou's powerful Chen family, the head of the family, Shen Qingran, was extraordinarily happy today. Last time, Shen Qingran wanted to ask Kim Jong-suk, the president of the Wind-Up Golf Association, to deal with Chen Fan, but the plan failed. In the past few days, he had been studying ways to deal with Chen Fan until just now, when he finally came up with a foolproof plan to deal with Chen Fan and win steadily without losing. Chapter 135, Getting $4 billion in an hour. Regretting her ex-girlfriend to the core. Shen Qingran's idea is good, but there is a problem in front of him. That is, he needs a partner. And this partner, quite important. He must pick well. That night, Chen Fan unexpectedly received a call from the top management of Tengfei Group. Boss, Jiangzhou University sent us an invitation. They want you to go to Jiangzhou University to hold a lecture to teach the students of Jiangzhou University about success. JNU? Chen Fan froze. Wasn't this his own university? Chen Fan thought for a moment. A little impression. Recently the school invited a lot of successful people, for the students of the school, to make a speech. Seems to have invited several tycoons. Did not think that now even invited to his head. Just as Chen Fan was surprised, the system's voice came. Ding! Mission announcement. Traveling to Kangju University to hold a lecture. Mission time, completed within 24 hours. Mission reward, 10% of the shares of Thousand Saints Auction Company. Becoming the second largest shareholder of Thousand Saints Auction Company. Mission reward, 152 experience points. Looking at the task suddenly released by the system, the originally sleepy Chen Fan was suddenly energized. The market capitalization of Thousand Saints Auction Company has been fluctuating back and forth between $35 billion to $40 billion. And a 10% stake in Thousand Saints Auction Company is worth a minimum of $3.5 billion and a maximum of $4 billion. Just casually conduct a lecture. At least $3 billion or so, or $4 billion to hand. This Chen Fan cannot do? When is this lecture and how long is it? Chen Fan continued to ask. The lecture is at 10:30 p.m. and ends at 11:30 p.m. It's an hour long. The henchman replied. Okay, you get back to me. I promise. Chen Fan immediately agreed. He'd have one class tomorrow morning, which was just the right amount of free time. And what's more, the lecture was only an hour long, making $3 to $4 billion an hour. Who could turn down such horrific earnings? Okay, boss. The handlers understood. The next morning, around 10:20, countless students came one after another in a large classroom at Jiangzhou University that could accommodate hundreds of people. They heard that today the president of the Flying Tang Group came to give them a speech. Flying Tang Group is a company with a market value of $10 billion. The president of the Flying Tang Group, at least worth $2 or $3 billion. In the eyes of these ordinary college students, even those who are worth $200 or $300 million are big shots. Now that the president of the titular $10 billion group had come to give them a speech, and they had the opportunity to see a tycoon of this caliber with their own eyes, they naturally treasured it very much. Outside the classroom, two familiar figures appeared. They were no one else. They were none other than Song Manhwa, Chen Fan's ex-girlfriend who took the initiative to break up with Chen Fan after he severed his relationship with the Chen family, as well as her best friend Han Inger. Inger, what are you dragging me here for? Song Manhwa asked in disbelief. Manhwa, haven't you been in a bad mood lately? Don't be thinking about that Chen Fan. What does he count for? Hearing her best friend say that, Song Manhwa nodded her head. Even if he has 500 million, so what? He's nothing compared to those really rich people. What's more, this guy with no business sense deserves to be broke for spending over $300 million on a motorcycle. Do you know why I dragged you here? Han Inger said mysteriously. A few minutes later, here, but there will be a heavyweight lecture. The person who will give us the lecture is said to be the president of the $10 billion group Tengfei Group. A rich man worth at least $2 to $3 billion. Or even more. Maybe we'll get a chance to meet this rich guy. What? The president of the 10 billion group, worth at least $2 to $3 billion? Song Manhwa instantly became agitated. Without waiting for Han Inger to continue, Song Manhwa took the initiative to pull her into the classroom quickly, squeezing into a seat near the front row. Song Manhwa sat there with immense anticipation. That's right. Stop thinking about Chen Fan. Hasn't he severed his ties with the Chen family? He's not destined to achieve anything in the future. After all, even if he's powerful on his own, he surely can't compare to a powerful family. Han Inger spat. At that time, the mansion is only after several generations of struggle. One person. Still want to hold up against a mansion. Daydreaming. Song Manhwa was sarcastic as if he had a point. Just then, 10:30 arrived, and in the expectation of the crowd, a young man walked in calmly and stood on top of the podium. The young man was no other than Chen Fan, who had come here because of the system mission. Seeing Chen Fan appear, Song Manyu and Han Inger instantly widened their eyes. Chen Fan, what are you doing standing on the podium? Come on down. That's a place for the president of the other Flying Tang Group to give a speech. It's not for you to stand. Song Manyu was loud and sarcastic. Yes? Then coincidentally, I'm the president of the Fading Group. Do you think I can stand here? Chen Fan asked rhetorically. Is that dang president of the Fading Group? Everyone at the scene froze. In their subconscious mind, the president of a $10 billion company should be a middle-aged man, if not an old man. But as a result, they were now being told that the president of the Flying Tang Group was a person about the same age as them? You're the president of the Fading Group. Ha, how can that be? Chen Fan, don't blow your might. If you're the president of the Fading Group, what if I'm still a 10 billionaire? Song Manyu stood up and sneered. Quiet, and sit your ass down. Before Song Manyu's words could fall, a vice-chancellor of Jiangzhou University walked in with someone and ordered loudly. The president of the hallowed Fading Group came to the school to give a speech, so they naturally came to sit in on the speech, showing their respect for others. Being told this by the vice principal, Song Manyu immediately sat down in fear. Next, please welcome the president of Fading Group, and also, the sophomore of our school, Chen Fan, Mr. Chen, to give us a speech. Everyone welcome, said the vice principal, leading the applause. The boy standing at the podium was really the president of the Fading Group, and he was also their sophomore alumni. Only a sophomore is the boss of a $10 billion group? This boy is so powerful. On the stage, countless students worshipped Chen Fan to the extreme, especially some pretty girls, who were even more beautiful to Chen Fan. Young, handsome, and multi-cash president, which only appeared on top of the drama. I didn't expect to have it in reality. And on the scene, the most shocked person was Song Manyu. At this moment, Song Manyu's mind was blank, and the words of the vice principal, please invite the president of Fading Group, Mr. Chen Fan Chen to give us a speech, kept echoing in her mind. It had only been 20 days since they broke up. Chen Fan was already the president of a $10 billion group? Are you kidding me? Especially when she initiated the breakup, Duchess sarcastically said Chen Fan left the Chen family, is a waste, doomed to achieve nothing. Words. Song Manyu immediately feel the face of the hot and spicy. Although no one hit her, but her face, so painful, so painful. At this moment, Song Manyu was really regretting. If she had known this, she should not have broken up with Chen Fan in the first place. Otherwise, she would be the president's wife now. The more you think about it, the more Song Manyu hates herself. When she knew that Chen Fan and the Chen family severed their relationship, what was the point of breaking up so decisively? At the moment, she even hated to give herself a few slaps. On the stage, Chen Fan began to speak. Having seen more than a variety of big scenes and big names, giving a speech to a group of students can be too simple. The world flew by. 11:30 arrived, and Chen Fan's speech ended smoothly. At the same time, the system's voice came. Ding, traveled to Kangju University to hold a lecture. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on obtaining 10% of the shares of Thousand Saints Auction Company and becoming the second largest shareholder of Thousand Saints Auction Company. Congratulations on gaining 152 experience points. Mission accomplished. $3 to $4 billion in hand. From now on, Chen Fan held 20% of the shares of Thousand Saints Auction Company in his hands, becoming the second most important person in Thousand Saints Auction Company. Chen Fan's speech was finished, and after a few polite words with the vice principal, Chen Fan walked out of the classroom. As a result, Chen Fan had just taken a few steps when he suddenly received a call. Good news again. Chapter 136, Severing Relationships, Day 29. Rewarding top law firms. Yesterday Xiang Jinyu said to himself that the top talent in software, Tang Xinghai, has gone to Chen Fan's side to report, and the two sides are discussing the contract, and it's almost done. Successfully digging up a technical talent that could serve as the company's finale level. Chen Fan was quite satisfied. With such a grand finale of top technical talent sitting in the town, that software of his, it's not far away from hitting the shelves and making profits. This phone call is from the people over at Chen Fan Software. Chen Fan asked them to arrange for that top talent, Tang Xinghai, and when he has time in the afternoon, he will go to the company to take a look. Currently, Chen Fan, the temporarily formed software company, was temporarily working in a one-story office building of Yum Yum Group. After the Yum Group went through this turmoil, the staff was reduced a bit, leaving quite a few positions empty, just enough to arrange this temporary software company of Chen Fan. When the company grows, they'll move to an official place. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan planned to leave and go for lunch. Chen Fan, wait a moment. Suddenly, Song Manyu rushed out. That. Chen Fan. I was bad before. Let's get back together, okay? Song Man-yu said tentatively. At this moment, she really regretted it. She still did not die, wanting to get back together with Chen Fan to see if she could be the president's wife of the $10 billion group again. Chen Fan didn't pay any attention to her, and directly and simply walked towards the outside. And in no time, he walked down the stairs. Seeing Chen Fan completely ignoring himself and standing there alone, Song Man-yu's self-esteem was dealt a blow. Chen Fan, who do you think you are? Not just the president of a company with a market capitalization of $10 billion, worth just 2 or 3 billion. Such a big frame. What's so great about it? Compounding does not work. Song Man-yu is extremely defeated and acidic. $2 or $3 billion is not enough for Song Man-yu to stalk her and beg to get back together without any face. However, if Chen Fan had tens of billions of dollars, or even more, then even if Chen Fan ignored her and humiliated her again, she would be stalking Chen Fan and begging him to get back together. If one day, Chen Fan could really surpass the Chen family, then as long as Chen Fan was willing to get back together, she could pay any price. Yes, any. But right now, Chen Fan was not worthy of making her completely give up her dignity. Earlier, she had heard from another very well-connected girlfriend that she would be taken to a party during the weekend. And by then, there would even be the top 3 ranked powerful sons of Zhengzhou, who were more powerful than even the Chen family, in attendance, compared to the eunuchs of those great mansions. Not to mention that Chen Fan had severed his ties with the Chen family. Even when Chen Fan was still in the Chen family, he was trash. Song Man-yu consoled herself in her mind. The reward of the day came the moment you walked out of the school building. Ding! Day 29 of severing ties, rewarding 100% ownership of the top law firm, Leapfrog Law Firm. The contract for the firm's acquisition has been placed in your study. Please pay attention to checking. Leapfrog Law Firm 100%? Chen Fan felt a bit puzzled about today's reward from the system. It was the first time he had heard of this Leapfrog Law Firm, so he curiously looked up the information on Leapfrog Law Firm. After reading the information, Chen Fan was very emotional and excited. Leapfrog Law Firm, not to mention in Zhonghai province, even in the entire Jiangnan region, are well known, and there are several firms with a ridiculously high winning rate of top barristers. Good reward today. Chen Fan nodded with great satisfaction. As your business gets bigger and bigger, it is inevitable that you will run into all sorts of legal problems, and having a top law firm with several barristers in it with ridiculously high win rates will come in handy. There are certain special times when Leapfrog Law Firm can definitely make a big difference. After getting the Leapfrog Law Firm, Chen Fan was in a great mood. It's only been a morning. First 10% of the shares of the Thousand Saints Auction Company, then the entire Leapfrog Law Firm, and by the way, there is also the successful digging of the technical talents he needs. It's simply good news constantly. At noon, Chen Fan casually and simply ate a little Australian dragon, wild black gold abalone, black truffles and whatnot. In the afternoon, Chen Fan took the time and went to his temporary software company to meet that technical talent, Tang Xinghai. The two sides chatted for a while, and the conversation was not bad. Chen Fan's first impression of this Tang Xinghai is reliable, and this is very important, because of Chen Fan's high salary. At that time, Tang Xinghai signed with Chen Fan. Do you still recognize other elite talents in software? You can recommend our company to them. I can't guarantee anything else. My salary here is definitely higher than other companies, Chen Fan said with more wealth and billions of dollars. I understand, Mr. Chen. I'll definitely find a way in recruiting some talents for you to come. Tang Xinghai nodded sagely. Do a good job, and I won't treat you badly. Chen Fan patted him on the shoulder. Being a boss, one must be able to draw a big pie. Time flew by, and at 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Fan was about to leave the company. Suddenly, an uninvited guest comes to the door. Where's your boss? Tell him to get his ass out here. Chapter 137, compare whose lawyer is better? Sorry, I'm the owner of the top big law firm. This uninvited guest hadn't even entered Chen Fan's company yet and was clamoring loudly. The people in the company were astonished. What happened? Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, a man around 40 years old with a big belly walked in strongly with 3 or 4 people. Tell your boss to come out and see me. Upon arriving at the office, the large-bellied man yelled again. Who gave you the confidence to yell and scream in my company? As soon as the big-bellied man's words fell, an authoritative voice came from an open office not far away. Immediately afterward, under the gaze of the man with the big belly and the others, Chen Fan slowly walked out. On his own company's turf, this guy comes in and struts his stuff. Who does he think he is? Who gave me confidence? I gave it to myself. The big-bellied man replied cockily. You kid digs me and asks me who gives me confidence. Your people? Chen Fan froze. Shui Jiaorui, our contract has expired. I have no more relationship with you, or your company, and you have no right to ask about me going to another company. At that moment, the tech talent Tang Xinghai walked out and confronted the pot-bellied man. It turned out that this big-bellied boss was Tang Xinghai's former proprietor, Cui Jiarui, the owner of Jiangzhou's software company, Howie Software Company. Chen Fan also heard it. Since your contract has expired, Tang Xinghai doesn't need your consent to come to my company, Chen Fan said in favor of Tang Xinghai. After all, now Tang Xinghai is his own employee. Oh, when the contract expires, it has nothing to do with me. You left my company. What about my loss? Cui Jiarui said with a sneer. Kid, I advise you not to mind your own business, or else there will be consequences. Cui Jiarui looked at Chen Fan. His threatening intent was self-evident. Consequences? I'd like to see what the consequences would be. Chen Fan responded indifferently. What will happen? Tang Xinghai left my company and caused a huge loss to our company. I will find a lawyer and sue him. If you dare to defend him, when the time comes, I'll even sue your company, together, and make you compensate me for my great loss, Cui Jiarui said arrogantly. Sue Tang Xinghai? Sue our company? Go ahead. Since the contract has expired, I'll see how you can win by suing? Chen Fan asked rhetorically. How to win? Might as well tell. I'm good buddies with the top barrister in Zhonghai province, Meng Zhongkong. When the time comes, I'll invite him here with a word. Once Meng Zhongkong steps in, this lawsuit, I'm almost guaranteed to win, Cui Jiarui replied with incomparable pride. This was the reason why he was so rampant and didn't take Chen Fan to heart so much. He had powerful connections. You're good buddies with the barristers. Excuse me, I know a few barristers too. Let's see who's got the better lawyer. Chen Fan dislikes back. Sorry, he just got a top law firm today to see who's better. Good boy. Just wait. I'll call Meng Zhongkong now. Don't you regret it? Seeing that Chen Fan still didn't take him seriously, Cui Jiarui directly dialed Meng Zhongkong's phone number and then briefly talked about it. It's a small price to pay. This matter is wrapped up in me. I'll take care of it for you. After hearing this, Meng Zhongkong said confidently. By the way, don't you think that kid knows a few top lawyers too? Ask who they are. Maybe I know them or they're my juniors. Meng Zhongkong asked. He knew all the lawyers in the Central Sea province, as long as they were somewhat famous. Who's the lawyer you know? Cui Jiarui looked at Chen Fan. Fan Xingqing. Chen Fan casually named a somewhat famous lawyer in his law firm. Old Meng. That kid's lawyer's name is Fan Xingqing. Gary Choi replied. Fan Xingqing, that kid's lawyer is actually her? After knowing this name, Meng Zhongkong was in deep thought. Fan Xingqing was also a very famous barrister in Zhonghai province, and his overall strength was similar to his. What's the matter, old Meng? Is this thing difficult? Seeing that Meng Zhongkong hesitated, Cui Jiarui hurriedly asked. It's fine. A mere Fan Xingqing. I can still deal with it. This matter is wrapped up in me. Meng Zhongkong replied with a clench of his teeth. Hearing old Meng say that, Cui Jiarui's face surfaced again with a dejected expression. Oh yeah, I have several lawyers here besides Fan Xingqing, as well as Zhou Jia, Sun Shuowen, and Xia Weiran. Seeing this, Chen Fan kindly added a sentence. Just as Meng Zhongkong had a gloomy face, thinking about how to deal with Fan Xingqing, Cui Jiarui told him these names that Chen Fan had said again. What? Zhou Jia, Sun Shuowen, Xia Weiran. Several people are also his lawyers? After hearing these names, Meng Zhongkong was completely dumbfounded. Sun Jia was okay, his strength was similar to his, but Sun Shuowen, Xia Weiran, these two, were top barristers who were much more powerful than him. These two people, any one of them coming out, could easily win against him. If these people were added together, it would be like crushing him and hanging him up to beat him. No, Sun Shuowen, Xia Weiran. Meng Zhongkong muttered these names in a low voice. He suddenly remembered that these people seemed to be the grand finale barristers of the Leapfrog law firm. If you can afford to hire these four people at one time, the other party must have a good relationship with Leapfrog law firm, right? Trey, you asked about that guy's relationship with the Leapfrog law firm? Meng Zhongkong asked nervously. Cui Jiarui was still arrogant and didn't notice the seriousness of the matter, so he casually asked. What relationship? Nothing special. I'm just the owner of Leapfrog law firm. Chen Fan replied calmly. Old Meng, that guy is the owner of the Leapfrog law firm. Gary Choi replied. The owner of Leapfrog law firm? The other party is the owner of Leapfrog law firm? Click. Knowing this, Meng Zhongkong's expression instantly froze, and the teacup he had just picked up even fell directly to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. What's the matter, old Meng? Isn't it just a law firm owner, aren't you? Choi Ka-rei asked in disbelief. Brother, how do I deserve to be compared to others? I'm just the boss of a small law firm, but he's the boss of a top big law firm. Meng Zhongkong replied fearfully. People's strength is an existence that can crush me. Old Chui, I can't help you with this matter, and I'm sure that in the entire Zhonghai province, there isn't that person who has the strength to go against the entire Leapfrog law firm. I advise you to admit defeat and leave. After Meng Zhongkong said that, he hurriedly hung up the phone and cleared the relationship with Chui Jiarui. On the other side, Chui Jiarui still wanted to inquire about something, but noticing that old Meng had directly hung up the phone, Chui Jiarui immediately understood the horror of the Leapfrog law firm. At this moment, Chui Jiarui no longer had the arrogance he had before and was nervous inside. Count your blessings, let's go. A good man refuses to do so, and after Chui Jiarui said something to his attendant, he hurriedly turned around and wanted to leave quickly. Did I let you go? Chui Jiarui had just turned around when a domineering voice suddenly came out. Chapter 138 Enemies Working in Tandem. Unexpected situation on Chen Fan's side. After saying that, Chen Fan slowly walked out. This guy came up, screamed at himself to get out, and now that he knows he can't afford to mess with him, he wants to leave so easily? What do you mean? Trey asked apprehensively. Come on man, Chen Fan ordered. Soon, a dozen of the company's security guards rushed over. Throw them out to the intersection with the most foot traffic, Chen Fan said with a cold smile. Big bosses and tycoons like this, who wanted to save face the most, were thrown out of the company in broad daylight, which was simply more painful to them than beating them up. Don't! Chui Jiarui instantly wimped out. If he was thrown out like this, he would probably become a joke in the rich and powerful circle. He would rather be beaten up and swollen than this. I apologize to you. I'm sorry, Chui Jiarui spoke up in a hurry. Unfortunately, it was too late to apologize, and in the end, Chui Jiarui was racked by a group of security guards from Chen Fan's company and thrown to that intersection in front of the company, causing countless passers-by to watch. Chui Jiarui covered his face and quickly fled. This time he was humiliated. Don't worry, you're my employee. I won't put you in half the danger. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you. Hearing Chen Fan say this, Tang Xinghai was sincerely terrified. At this moment, he was grateful to Chen Fan to the extreme. If it wasn't for Mr. Chen's hand, he, alone, would definitely not be Chui Jiarui's opponent. In an instant, Tang Xinghai respected Chen Fan to the extreme. Mr. Chen, from now on, I will be the company's man in life and the company's ghost in death, and I will definitely work as hard as I can. Tang Xinghai sincerely expressed his loyalty to Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded. At around 9:30 p.m., just as Chen Fan was relaxing and unwinding in his villa, he suddenly received a call from Tang Xinghai. Boss, I helped you dig up 3 people. Although the 3 of them are slightly less powerful than me, they are also great bulls in software technology, and they are very strong. I talked to them, and they are all willing to come to your company. Tang Xinghai introduced. There's another big guy who's even better than me, my senior at MIT, so tomorrow I'll try and see if I can poach him for your company as well. Tang Xinghai also made a point of adding, good job. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. This was good news. This Tang Xinghai really know things. Do not need to say. One night, will give themselves to dig up 3 technical talents? Behind, he even intends to dig up a more powerful than his technical talent over. Do a good job, and I'll give you a cut when the software hits the shelves in the future. Finally, Chen Fan said in order to motivate Tang Xinghai. Thanks boss, I'll see if I can contact that senior of mine now. Hearing Chen Fan say this, Tang Xinghai was instantly energized and hung up the phone and went to get busy. Just when everything was going well on Chen Fan's side, in Chui Jiarui's private villa, Chui Jiarui was drinking mulled wine. Listening to that meaning of old Meng, Chui Jiarui knew that he couldn't deal with Chen Fan alone, and for that reason, Chui Jiarui was depressed. Suddenly, the nanny came over and told Chui that he had a visitor. Not seen. Chui Jiarui waved his hand impatiently. He was getting annoyed and didn't want to see anyone. But boss, that guest called himself some kind of Shen family head. Nanny said again. What? The head of the powerful Shen family? Chui Jiarui stood up violently and asked in incomparable shock. After saying that, he personally came to the front of his villa, and at this moment, standing in front of his villa was none other than Shen Xingran, the head of the Jiangzhou's powerful Shen family. Shen Xingran has a plan to deal with Chen Fan, but need a partner. This partner must be the kind of contradiction with Chen Fan, but also allows him to completely control, because the requirements of a little more. Shen Xingran has not been thought of a suitable object. It wasn't until this evening, when he accidentally heard that Chui Jiarui, the owner of Howie Software Company, had been thrown out of the company by Chen Fan, that Shen Xingran's eyes lit up. He knows who to pick as a collaborator. This Chui Jiarui was just right. He could be easily pinned down by him, and he also had a conflict with Chen Fan. Therefore, Shen Xingran decisively took the initiative to come to Chui Jiarui. walking into the villa. After a few brief words, Shen Xingran took the initiative to propose that he could help Cui Jiaowei deal with Chen Fan. Family Master Shen, you're not joking, are you? Cui Jiaowei was overjoyed. Of course it's true. However, how to deal with Chen Fan? You have to listen to me, Shen Xingran said mysteriously. No problem. I'm at your disposal for everything. Cui Jiaowei immediately nodded his head. Cui Jiaowei's behavior was expected. He knew that Cui Jiaowei couldn't deal with Chen Fan alone, and now that he was backing him up, he would surely be grateful to him and would agree to all his demands. At that time, he could use Cui as a gun. It's great. It's great. Shen Xingran nodded his head in satisfaction, and the two of them began to plot a plan with Cui Jiaowei to retaliate against Chen Fan in the back. Time flew by, and the next morning, Chen Fan was just about to go out. A black Land Rover suddenly stopped in front of Chen Fan's villa. A familiar figure came down from the car. He was no one else. It was the big brother of Jiangzhou that Chen Fan knew, Wei Jingxiong. Only now Wei Jingxiong's arm was bandaged. His body was a bit emaciated, and he didn't have the spiritedness he once had. Seeing Wei Jingxiong like this, Chen Fan frowned. Previously, Chen Fan resolved Yan Zhoubin, another big shot in Jiangzhou, and gave Yan Zhoubin's territory to Wei Jingxiong, who immediately defected to Chen Fan, and later served Chen Fan as his subordinate. Why is Wei Jingxiong like this? What happened to your arm? Chen Fan couldn't help but ask. Xiao Chen, I've embarrassed you. My arm was broken. Wei Jingxiong lowered his head and looked at Chen Fan in embarrassment. Hearing Wei Jingxiong say this, Chen Fan's expression instantly became serious. Who did this? Chen Fan inquired. Wei Jingxiong sighed softly and uttered an incomparably weighty name. Chapter 139, Castle Rock Private Club. Who is the #1 underground big brother in Jiangzhou? Lu Donglin. Wei Jingxiong said with resignation. Who is Lu Donglin? Young Chen. Lu Donglin is the #1 of all the underground forces in Jiangzhou. Wei Jingxiong replied that among all the underground bigwigs in Jiangzhou, Lu Donglin's strength was the strongest one, far surpassing him, as well as Yan Zhoubin before him, and it is said that this Lu Donglin has a very deep background. In the underground of Jiangzhou, Lu Donglin is almost an existence that no one dares to mess with. It's like this. Chen Xiao, didn't you settle Yan Zhoubin before and handed over Yan Zhoubin's territory to me to take care of? So I brought people together to take over Yan Zhoubin's territory, Wei Jingxiong explained. At the very beginning, everything was normal, but when I was halfway through accepting it, Lu Donglin seemed to know that Yan Zhoubin was finished, so he snatched the remaining Yan Zhoubin's territory and forcibly took it over. So I clashed with Lu Donglin, who was too strong, and in a recent clash, I had my arm broken by Lu Donglin's most powerful henchman, Pow. After that, we were losing ground, and most of the territory that we had originally occupied from Yan Zhoubin was also taken by Lu Donglin, Wei Jingxiong said helplessly and self-condemningly. At first, Wei Jingxiong did not want to trouble Chen Xiao. After all, Chen Xiao has handed over Yan Zhoubin's turf to himself. As soon as he encountered something, he bothered Chen Xiao, his henchman, when it was also to waste. But the reality gave Wei Jingxiong a resounding slap in the face. Lu Donglin can become the first big man in the underground of Jiangzhou. The strength is not comparable to him. In the end, with no other choice, Wei Jingxiong could only come to Chen Fan for help. That Lu Donglin took most of Yan Zhoubin's territory? Chen Fan frowned. This Lu Donglin was a bit too overbearing. Just as Chen Fan continued to want to say something, the system's voice came. Ding! Mission release, take Yan Zhoubin's territory back from Lu Donglin and avenge his man Wei Jingxiong. Mission time, within 6 hours. Mission reward, 20% ownership of 9 Heavens Security Group. Mission reward, 140 experience points. Looking at the system tasks, especially the 20% ownership of the 9 Heavens Security Group, Chen Fan had a faint smile on his face. Very satisfied. Originally, his own men out of things, and also broken arms, as the big boss behind the scenes, Chen Fan cannot sit idly by, and now the system has come to the task. Chen Fan even more for Wei Jingxiong revenge. Previously, when he was in the Tier 1 system, the shares of the 9 Heavens Security Group that were rewarded were just a few percent, and this time, in one breath, he rewarded himself with 20% ownership of the 9 Heavens Security Group. The reason why Chen Fan was satisfied with this reward, besides the 20% of the 9 Heavens Security Group, which was worth a lot in itself, was also because if he got this 20%, Chen Fan's hands would have put together 75% of the ownership of the 9 Heavens Security Group. Just one last point away, Chen Fan would be able to completely take down this #1 ranked security company in Zhonghai province. How awesome would it be for a person to completely own a strong security company? Young Chen, what do you think we should do after that? Wei Jingxiong couldn't help but inquire. What to do? Naturally, is to strike back, immediately and ruthlessly. Chen Fan replied without hesitation. After all, the system had given himself a mission time within 6 hours. Chen Fan must take Yan Jiobin's territory as soon as possible, and snatch it back. Saying that, Chen Fan dialed out the phone and contacted several of his 9 Heaven Security Group's ordinary bodyguard squads in Jiangzhou, as well as that special squad. With them out of the way, it's a piece of cake to get the turf back. Where is Yan Jiobin's primary territory? Chen Fan inquired. The most prominent turf would be the Lime Rock Private Club. Wei Jingxiong thought for a moment and replied. Qingshi Private Club is a high-class private club that specializes in serving all kinds of tycoons and dignitaries in Jiangzhou, and its status is very important. By the way, young Chen, I reckon that Lu Donglin is 80% in the Greenstone Private Clubhouse right now as well. Wei Jingxiong guessed. Lu Donglin is also at the Castle Rock Private Club. That's even better. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. It didn't take long for all the bodyguards under Chen Fan to arrive, and with Wei Jingxiong leading the way, the crowd headed straight for the Castle Rock Private Club. On the other hand, in the Castle Rock Private Clubhouse, Lu Donglin was taking in everything in the Castle Rock Private Clubhouse with his most beloved henchman. That is, the one who broke Wei Jingxiong's arm. Bao. It's still the boss who's mighty. In a few days' time, he's taken over Yan Jiobin's territory. Panther bragged. Che, that's nothing. Lu Donglin coldly snorted in disdain. Wei Jingxiong is a waste. Right, and that boss behind Wei Jingxiong, even more ridiculous? They still want to fight with me. Are they worthy? That's right, boss. You're the #1 underground boss in Jiangzhou. Who's your opponent? Pao seconded. But boss, I heard that guy Wei Jingxiong has defected to a more powerful big boss. If we rob these territories, will Wei Jingxiong's boss retaliate against us? Pao couldn't help but ask. Oh, get back at us. I'll be damned. Lu Donglin snorted disdainfully. I don't retaliate against them. So they're happy to go ahead and retaliate against me? If he didn't take advantage of the situation and take Wei Jingxiong's territory away, Wei Jingxiong and the boss behind him should go burn incense and thank him for opening up. If the back, Wei Jingxiong and his boss as a shrunken head turtle, obediently swallow this breath. He can spare these two losers once. If they dare to resist, want to reclaim Yan Jiobin's territory? Then don't blame yourself for your ruthlessness. Directly Wei Jingxiong's turf is also robbed. Let Wei Jingxiong and his boss be the dogs of death. Do you think their power is comparable to mine? Lu Donglin asked rhetorically. That's right. Even if you lend Wei Jingxiong's boss a few guts, they wouldn't dare to come. Pao for sure. However, without waiting for his words to fall, one of Lu Donglin's men suddenly ran in hurriedly. Boss, that Wei Jingxiong has brought a bunch of people to kill back. Staff report. Kill back? How many of them are there? Lu Donglin asked cautiously. I guess it's just a little over 100. By the looks of that, the henchman recalled and replied. Che, what do I take it for? Only 100 or so people and that guy dares to kill back. Ridiculous. Lu Donglin opened his mouth rather contemptuously. Here at the Greenstone Private Club, he had over 200 men, twice as many as Wei Jingxiong and the others. Wei Jingxiong, this is killing back. This is clearly to send death. Since he's looking for death, then I'll fulfill him and take this opportunity to swallow Wei Jingxiong's territory. 2. Go. Lu Donglin waved his hand and led his men towards the outside with incomparable confidence and rampancy. Chapter 140, Severing Relationships Day 30. Rewarding 5 large minerals. When Lu Donglin brought his men outside and saw Chen Fan standing at the front, Lu Donglin was slightly stunned and quickly guessed Chen Fan's identity. You're the big boss of whatever behind Wei Jingxiong? I thought it was some powerful person, but it turned out to be a 20-year-old brat? What a laugh. It's not good for Wei Jingxiong to cast his lot with anyone. Casting his lot with a brat like you. Lu Donglin hilariously laughed, not putting Chen Fan, a youngster, in his eyes at all. Kid, I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Either kneel down obediently and admit defeat to me, and I'll be lenient and spare you once. Or else, don't blame me if I do it later and break your bones and break one of your arms. Lu Donglin opened his mouth arrogantly, threatening Chen Fan. Get out. Chen Fan responded to him with only one word. I really don't know what you're so proud of. Having brought a mere 100 or so people, you dare to be arrogant in front of me. With that, Lu Donglin waved his hand, and from all sides, more than 200 of Lu Donglin's thugs rushed out, surrounding Chen Fan and the others. See, my men are fully twice as many as yours. Today, you will lose. Lu Donglin screamed uncontrollably. Sometimes quantity isn't everything. Quality is the key. Chen Fan responded indifferently. Numbers don't mean everything. Being outnumbered is a sure win. Since you don't know how to behave, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Lu Donglin suddenly shouted. Do it. Instantly, Lu Donglin's fighters rushed towards Chen Fan's bodyguards. There's no need to hold back. Seeing this, Chen Fan spoke faintly. After receiving Chen Fan's order, the bodyguards of the Nine Heavens Security Group immediately rushed out, and the two sides fought together. On the first day, the bodyguards of the Nine Heavens Security Group, who have been through hundreds of battles and have even experienced the rain of bullets, have steadily gained the upper hand. The smile on Lu Donlin's face became more and more stiff, and in the end, as he watched his men continue to fall, the expression on his face became directly ironic. Where did this kid's men come from? Why are they all so strong? Lu Donlin panicked a little inside, seeing that a large number of his men had fallen down and were wailing on the ground, while Chen Fan's side only had a few minor injuries. Lu Donlin instantly panicked. He was now in an absolute disadvantage. In a hurry, Lu Donlin's gaze suddenly looked toward Chen Fan. At the moment, by Chen Fan's side, there was only a Wei Jingxiong with a broken arm, without any protection, on his own side. In addition to him, there is also the number one hitter under him. Pow! As the saying goes, catching a thief is the first thing to do. Lu Donlin immediately had a decision. He gave Ah Bao a look and suddenly rushed towards Chen Fan together, intending to capture Chen Fan first. Young Chen, be careful! Wei Jingxiong hurriedly blocked in front of Chen Fan, while Ah Bao dragged Wei Jingxiong, and Lu Donlin rushed towards Chen Fan. Lu Donlin had previously fought his way into the territory with his fists, and although he hadn't gotten his hands dirty for many years, Lu Donlin's body was still very powerful, taking down Chen Fan. This brat, Lu Donlin had full confidence. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to Chen Fan, Lu Donlin felt that victory was already beckoning towards him. Just before Lu Donlin could make his move, Chen Fan took the lead and cleanly gave him a kick. Boo! Chen Fan's kick directly knocked Lu Donlin to the ground. Chen Fan took a few steps forward and stomped Lu Donlin again. Lu Donlin struggled to get up, but Chen Fan was incredibly strong, and he couldn't stand up at all. Lu Donlin was instantly confused. How could this be? He was actually taken care of by a brat, with a single kick, and stepped on. It's just a strange shame. You just said you were going to break one of my arms, didn't you? Chen Fan said indifferently. You, what do you want? Lu Donlin panicked. Click. Chen Fan directly returned the favor and stomped on one of Lu Donlin's arms. Chen Fan has obtained to the top fighting arts. His hands are naturally no problem. Now someone wants to break one of his arms. How can Chen Fan spare him? He's no bullied saintly, shrunken head. Ah! Lu Donlin screamed miserably. Seeing their boss like this, Lu Donlin's remaining men also surrendered. Spit out all the land that Yan Jiobin has taken by force, Chen Fan said in a cold voice. Yes, it is. Lu Donlin hurriedly nodded his head in fear. Soon, under Lu Donlin's orders, the territories that he had seized from Yan Jiobin were ceded, and Wei Jingxiong sent his men to take over. At the same time, the system's voice came. Ding! Take Yan Jiobin's turf back from Lu Donlin. Avenge his man Wei Jingxiong. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on obtaining 20% ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group. Congratulations on gaining 140 experience points. The mission is complete. 20% ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group, and 140 experience points all in hand. Biggie, can I go now? Lu Donlin asked fearfully. Not yet. Look, quite a few of my men are injured. Medical bills, and our hard work. You're going to have to pay for that, right? Chen Fan spoke with nuclear kindness. Looking at Chen Fan's men who were alive and well and only slightly bruised, Lu Donlin could not cry. How did he mess with such an opponent? How much did you say, Biggie? Lu Donlin gritted his teeth and agreed. Not much, just 3 billion. Chen Fan thought for a moment and said a fair price. 3 billion? Lu Donlin was instantly dumbfounded. Is this called not much? This is too much. Good. In the end, in order to escape from Chen Fan, Lu Donlin had to agree. The money is a bit much. I need to raise it, and I'll send it to you tomorrow at the latest. Seeing Chen Fan nod his head, Lu Donlin then left with his men in a gray, wretched state. Chen Xiao is mighty. Wei Jingxiong couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The number one underground big shot in Jiangzhou was so easily solved by Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao is awesome. I'm lending you these men for the time being to quickly stabilize the situation. Chen Fan looked at Wei Jingxiong. Don't worry, young Chen. Wei Jingxiong assured that with these men of Chen Xiao, there was absolutely no problem. Just as Chen Fan wanted to leave, the system's reward for today came. Ding! Break off relations on the 30th day. Reward 5 large minerals. Chapter 141 Lu Donlin's powerful backer. Getting another talent. 5 large minerals? Looking at the system's reward today, Chen Fan was extraordinarily surprised, which he had never expected. This is not rewarding yourself with 5 large minerals. It is clearly rewarding yourself with 5 money detectors. As long as this mine could keep on mining, there would be a constant flow of liquidity pouring into Chen Fan's wallet. You know, There are times when liquidity can work much better than industry. Chen Fan checked the details behind the system rewards. These 5 large minerals belong to the Fenghan Mining Group in the next province. Within 12 hours, people from the Fenghan Mining Group would come to Jiangzhou and sign a mineral transfer contract with Chen Fan. One large mineral, worth about $800 or $900 million. Then 5 large minerals. A conservative estimate is more than 4 billion. In the blink of an eye, a few more billions are in hand. It's a great feeling. In one morning, first, he got 20% of the ownership of the Nine Heavens Security Group, and then he got 5 large minerals. His own harvest is full. Chen Fan smiled with satisfaction that things were done and turned to leave. On the other hand, Lu Donlin was sent to the hospital. It didn't take long for Lu Donlin's arm to be operated on and bandaged. Boss, I'll gather all of our field brothers now. Lu Donlin's henchman, Bao, said unwillingly. Just now, we suffered a loss because of the small number of people at the Green Cloud Private Club. I don't believe that I can't solve that brat even if I call all of our more than 1,000 brothers from all of the venues in Jiangzhou. As the first underground big brother in Jiangzhou, how can Lu Donlin only have a mere 200 minions? Dozens of venues in his power territory, as well as other industries under the name of Lu Donlin. Lu Donlin added up. There are more than 1,000 minions. Lu Donlin has a large number of men under his command. Boss, I'm going into action now. With that, Pao tried to leave, but Lu Donlin stopped him. Lu Donlin opened his mouth. That kid's more than 100 men. Each one of them is very skilled. Definitely not ordinary people. If you gather people, even if our people can deal with that kid, they will probably pay a heavy price. And in the end, it's a snipe and a fish. So it might be cheaper for the other underground bigwigs in Jiangzhou, or the people in the next city. What's more, use your brain. We've gathered more than 1,000 brothers in one breath. What a big battle that would be. Once things get out of hand, something will go terribly wrong. Lu Donlin educated this brainless henchman. Today's event would actually be no small gesture, but it was still within his control to keep the news down. But if things get out of hand and beyond his control, there will be trouble. What then, boss? We can't admit defeat when you're like this, Panther asked angrily. This revenge, I definitely want to avenge, but not in a hard way. Lu Donlin said sinisterly. Wei Jingxiang has someone behind him. Is there no one behind me? Lu Donlin sneer. Can do Jiangzhou first underground big brother position. Only rely on the little brother can be far from enough. His back also has a powerful backer. Since Wei Jingxiang could find a backer, why couldn't he himself? And his own backer was much more powerful than that kid. Lu Donlin told Bao to go out first, while he himself quietly contacted the powerful backer behind him and prepared to strike back at Chen Fan. In the afternoon of that day, Chen Fan received a call from Tang Xinghai, who told Chen Fan that he had already invited the senior brother, who was even more powerful than himself, to the company. However, his senior brother wanted to meet the boss to make a final decision on whether to join their company. Tang Xinghai asked Chen Fan whether he had time to come to the company. I'll be there in half an hour. Chen Fan agreed, just in time to check out the software company himself, as well as the recent work of Yum Group, which he hadn't even had time to do when he went there yesterday. After all, he is also a big boss and cannot be a complete shirker. Half an hour later, Chen Fan arrived at the 10th floor of Yum Group, which was the place that was temporarily given to the software company's office. At this moment, Tang Xinghai was leading his senior brother, Wu Yiwei, to visit Chen Fan's company. Looking at the size of the company is only a little bit of Wu Yiwei seems not too satisfied. Our boss, Mr. Chen, is here. After seeing Chen Fan, Tang Xinghai enthusiastically helped the two introduce each other. Senior, Mr. Chen is the best boss I've ever met, bar none. How about coming to our company? Tang Xinghai invited. I'd better reconsider, Wu Yiwei said politely. In fact, Wu Yiwei's heart wanted to refuse, but didn't have the heart to say so. After all, the size of this company was too small, even less than 1/5 of his previous company, such a small software company. Wu Yiwei was a little skeptical of the financial strength of Chen Fan, who was the owner. Software this thing, the early stage is the need to smash money, even if the software quality is high. The early stage does not have enough money to support the software. Do not want to do it. It was hard to say whether the general manager Chen in front of him, who appeared to be only about 20 years old, had such terrifying financial power. Just as Wu Yiwei wanted to say goodbye, suddenly, several strangers came to this floor. Excuse me, Chen Fan, is Boss Chen in? A man in a suit at the head of the group asked politely. I am. Chen Fan nodded. Boss Chen, we are representatives of the Fenghan Mineral Group, specially here to find you to sign the contract. The man in the suit replied in an incredibly polite manner. You guys got here a little fast. Chen Fan lamented. Follow me. After that, Chen Fan brought a few people to a small conference room. See here, Tang Xinghai and Wu Wei are very surprised. This Mr. Chen is not engaged in software. How suddenly involved in what minerals above? 10 minutes later, both parties signed the contract, and from now on, those 5 large-scale minerals would completely belong to Chen Fan. After signing the contract, they were still in a hurry to get on a plane and leave. Watching what Fenghan Mineral Group's representative leave, Tang Xinghai asked in wonder, "Boss, what kind of contract do you have with them?" Wu Wei also looked over curiously. "Nothing, it's just that I bought 5 large mines from the Fenghan Mineral Group and they came to sign a contract with me." Chen Fan replied calmly. "Bought what?" 5. Seat large. Mineral. Chen Fan's incomparably bland sentence fell into Wu Wei's ears, but it was like a thunderbolt, directly scaring him silly. Chapter 142 Stealing the Chen family's business. Important commission for Jingming Ocean Group. In front of me, this 20-or-so-year-old Mr. Chen had actually bought 5 mines in one breath, and it was still 5 large minerals. How much does this cost? Wu Wei inwardly guessed that 5 large minerals, how can it be several $billion? To be able to take out billions of dollars in one breath to buy 5 mines. This Mr. Chen's financial power was far more terrifying than he had guessed. "Boss, you're involved in minerals besides the software industry." "Ha?" Tang Xinghai said with emotion. "No, not only minerals, but real estate, luxury goods, restaurants, entertainment, etc. I'm involved in all of them and have industries," Chen Fan said indifferently. Chen Fan's words once again deeply shocked Wu Wei. Real estate, luxury goods, catering, entertainment, so many industries. Mr. Chen has been involved in, and even have industries. Holy cow! Wu Wei was shocked by Chen Fan's terrifying financial power, especially when he thought that at the very beginning when he met Mr. Chen for the first time, he even suspected that Mr. Chen did not have enough financial power. Poverty limits his imagination. Perhaps, this small company, in the people Chen all the industry, pressure is not worth mentioning. People can buy 5 mines with their hands. The initial financial support for the software company, that is not a small amount of money. Instantly, Wu Wei had no more worries. "Mr. Chen, I am willing to enter your company and work for you." Instantly, Wu Wei's attitude towards Chen Fan changed drastically, and he said in an incomparably flattering manner, "It's late, you don't have to come." Chen Fan directly refused. At the very beginning of Wu Wei's contempt, Chen Fan had long noticed it. Such a person, Chen Fan would not recruit into the company. "Mr. Chen, Wu Wei still wanted to defend himself, but Chen Fan didn't want to hear it and directly let him go. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I also didn't expect that after a few years of not seeing each other, my senior brother has become like this," Tang Xinghai said with great apologies, coming to his office. Just as Chen Fan was reviewing the recent company documents, he suddenly received a call from the president of Jingming Ocean Group. "Mr. Chen, you live in Jiangzhou, right?" As soon as he came up, the president of Jingming Ocean Group went straight to the point. "Yes." Chen Fan nodded. "Then can you trouble Mr. Chen to wait a while and represent the company to talk about a business deal with a certain tycoon in Jiangzhou?" The president of Jingming Ocean Group said sincerely. The company executive who was originally in charge of this negotiation had a problem halfway to Jiangzhou and couldn't go. "But this customer is important and we can't afford to lose him. So I thought of Mr. Chen in Jiangzhou." The president of the Jingming Ocean Group explains. Just as Chen Fan was thinking about whether or not to agree, the system's voice came. Ding! Mission release. Promise the plea of the president of Jingming Ocean Group to represent the company to negotiate with that Jiangzhou tycoon and take the business. Mission reward, 9 increase points. Mission reward, 141 experience points. Ha! 9 increase points? Chen Fan got excited. After the morning's events, Chen Fan realized even more that it was important for him to be strong. If he hadn't gotten his own top-notch fighting skills from the system before, he might have been in danger this morning. If he completed this quest and got these 9 points of increase and used it on strength, then Chen Fan could have 62 points of strength, which was more than twice that of an ordinary person. "I promise." Chen Fan agreed to the plea of the president of Jingming Ocean Group and was willing to represent the company to negotiate with the other party. "What exactly is the situation?" Chen Fan inquired. "I'll send the specific paperwork to Mr. Chen right away," the president of Jingming Ocean Group said. "As long as Mr. Chen can stabilize this guest, don't expect anything. After all, Mr. Chen is not a professional, just temporarily on behalf of the company to the emergency, a kind of replacement." So the boss of the Jingming Ocean Group did not expect Chen Fan can directly negotiate this business. He only expected Mr. Chen to stabilize the other party and gain time for himself, when he would look for a negotiator to go over there. A few dozen seconds after hanging up the phone, Chen Fan received a piece of information. Chen Fan opened it and took a general look at it. This important customer he was going to meet in a while was a big tycoon in Jiangzhou, LV Hongchuan. LV Hongchuan has a large shipment of goods to be transported to an overseas country. Because of the huge quantity, need a company specializing in ocean shipping cooperation. Previously, there have been several companies that have taken the initiative to find LV Hongchuan, recommend themselves, including the Chen family's Chen's Ocean Shipping Company, but LV Hongchuan did not directly agree. The Jingming Ocean Group, where Chen Fan was located, was the first company that LV Hongchuan took the initiative to meet. After all, their company's strength was here, far from the Chen's Ocean Transportation Company that a few companies could compare. At the end of the information, there is also a personal information about LV Hongchuan. Chen Fan read it all. Know yourself and know your enemy, in order to win 100 battles. With a certain understanding in his mind, after looking at the time, Chen Fan directly went downstairs and headed straight to LV Hongchuan's company. After more than 40 minutes, Chen Fan met LV Hongchuan. LV Hongchuan was in his 50s this year, but he looked like he was only in his 40s, and his body was extraordinarily strong. When Chen Fan met LV Hongchuan, he was smoking a cigar, and the gold teeth in his mouth were vaguely visible. Boss, this is the representative of Jingming Ocean Group, Mr. Chen Fan. The staff member who had invited Chen Fan over introduced himself to LV Hongchuan. LV Hongchuan scanned around Chen Fan, especially after noticing that Chen Fan was only one person and no one else. He was a bit displeased inwardly. Jingming Ocean Group this has not put himself in the hard just sent a young man who was estimated to know nothing to come, and also he is alone. Did not bring a team too? What a low opinion of myself this is. LV Hongchuan didn't even want to get up, and just when LV Hongchuan wanted to ask the staff to send the guests away, Chen Fan's one move made LV Hongchuan freeze, only to see that after coming in, Chen Fan didn't have a hint of curtness to talk to him. Instead, as if he had come to his own home, he took the lead to sit on the sofa, crossed his legs, and even leisurely poured a cup of tea for himself. Seeing this, Lu Hongchuan froze. The staff member just wanted to stop Chen Fan from this disrespectful behavior, but without waiting for her to open her mouth, she was stopped by LV Hongchuan. This what's his name Jingming Oceanic Group aroused LV Hongchuan's curiosity. On the other side, Chen Fan was leisurely sipping his tea. Chen Fan had read this LV Hongchuan's information and knew what he was. That was why Chen Fan was so unconventional. Just as LV Hongchuan was pondering what Chen Fan meant, Chen Fan suddenly spoke again. Chapter 143, Doing the Opposite. Taking the task easily. If I were you, I wouldn't choose Jingming Ocean Group, but rather find a random small or medium-sized ocean transportation company in Jiangzhou to work with. Chen Fan looked at LV Hongchuan. Hearing Chen Fan say this, Lu Hongchuan froze. What the hell? This guy is not a representative of the Jingming Ocean Group. How to come up and even persuade himself not to cooperate with the Jingming Ocean Group, but instead go to cooperate with other small and medium-sized companies in Jiangzhou? LV Hongchuan asked the staff to leave, while he got up, with a cigar in his mouth, and sat on the sofa opposite Chen Fan. Can I ask why you want me to cooperate with those other small and medium-sized companies in Jiangzhou and not with your Jingming Ocean Group? LV Hongchuan opened his mouth. It's very simple. First of all, by choosing Jingming Ocean Group, you need to wait for a while. After all, Jingming Ocean Group is too strict in its work. While you choose those small and medium-sized ocean groups, your goods can be transported immediately. Chen Fan analyzed to LV Hongchuan. Secondly, it's the transportation price of Jingming Ocean Group, which is a bit higher than those small and medium-sized ocean transportation companies in Jiangzhou. So if you ship less, you might have to spend tens of millions of dollars more. And if you ship more, you might even have to spend a few $100 million more. You can save tens of millions of dollars, or hundreds of millions of dollars, by not choosing the Jingming Oceanic Group. And I imagine that this amount of money is a lot of money for you. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Do you despise me? Tens of millions? Hundreds of millions? What is that small amount of money? I don't care at all. LV Hongchuan sneered and said with incomparable bravado. Seeing that LV Hongchuan had taken the bait and his emotions were being led by himself, Chen Fan remained casual. You'd better pick those small and medium-sized enterprises in Jiangzhou. I think Chen's Ocean Shipping Company is good. After all, most of the routes for ocean transportation are now safe enough to use no security detail to follow, so there's no need to be so cautious. Hearing Chen Fan say this, LV Hongchuan's expression changed. Chen Fan was right. Indeed, many routes were very safe, but there were individual routes that were incomparably dangerous and infested with modern pirates from time to time. And coincidentally, the goods that LV Hongchuan wanted to transport, the route that he took, was a route that was full of potential danger. If his goods were robbed by pirates, his losses would be too great, not a few $100 million. Do the small and medium-sized ocean carriers in Jiangzhou have security personnel following them? Lu Hongquan inquired. He didn't have any impression. No. Chen Fan shook his head. Do you have it in your Jingming Ocean Group? LV Hongquan asked again. Neither. Seeing Chen Fan say this, Lu Hongquan's expression instantly darkened. Right. He had hardly ever heard of any ocean shipping company that would be equipped with security personnel. What do we do now? Gamble on not meeting a pirate? Absolutely not. He couldn't afford to gamble. No one else has. But if it's you, Boss Lu, there can be. When LV Hongquan was worried and at a loss for words, Chen Fan suddenly said with deep meaning that his fishing plans seemed to be successful. What do you mean? LV Hongquan was instantly agitated. If you're going to go with the Jingming Ocean Group, I can personally staff you with security, but you'll have to pay the honorarium for those security personnel, Chen Fan explained. You personally? You can personally staff me with security. Are you sure? LV Hongquan was skeptical of Chen Fan's words. Isn't this guy in front of me just a middle to high level member of the Jingming Ocean Group? And he can do it? Naturally sure. And may I ask where your security staff came from? LV Hongquan inquired cautiously. Ninth Heaven Security Group. Nine Sky Security Group? That's never possible. They don't protect ocean transportation as a business at all. LV Hongquan was sure that Chen Fan was blowing awesome. The Nine Heavens Security Group did have overseas business, but it was all about protecting individuals, and did not follow the business of protecting ocean-going transportation vessels. It's true that the Ninth Heaven Security Group didn't have a business like this before, but it does if I agree. Chen Fan opened his mouth in a domineering manner. If you agree, the Nine Heavens Security Group will have it. Who do you think you are? LV Hongquan bristled with disdain. Who am I? I'm the #1 owner as well as the chairman of the Nine Skies Security Group. Chen Fan slowly replied. What did you say? LV Hongquan stood up violently and looked at Chen Fan with an incredulous expression. Are you really the #1 boss of the Nine Heavens Security Group? If the #1 boss of the Nine Heavens Security Group asked for it, then there could indeed be this business. Naturally. Chen Fan nodded. Do you dare to sign a contract with me? I can immediately choose your Jingming Ocean Group, or I can pay the salary of the security personnel. The money doesn't matter. But you have to explicitly guarantee in the contract that you must send the bodyguards of the Nine Heavens Security Group to follow and protect my goods until they are successfully transported to the designated port. Lu Hongquan inquired. Naturally, I dare. Chen Fan nodded. He had laid it out so long before. Wasn't it just for now? Well then, someone, draw up a quick contract for me. Lu Hongquan ordered. 10 minutes later, LV Hongquan's secretary walked in with 2 identical contracts. During this time, Chen Fan and LV Hongquan had also settled on the price of transportation for Jingming Ocean Group, as well as the salaries of the personnel of Nine Heavens Security Group. For LV Hongquan, who was incredibly arrogant and did not seem to be short of money, Chen Fan was naturally very polite and only raised the salary of the security personnel of the Nine Heavens Security Group by 3 times. In this way, he can not only complete the task, let LV Hongquan give in Jingming Ocean Group cooperation, but also to their own security group solicited a rate of interest is usually 3 times the big business. 2 birds with 1 stone. As Chen Fan signed the contract, the system's voice came. Ding! Agree to the plea of the president of Jingming Ocean Group to represent the company to negotiate with that rich man in Jiangzhou. Take the business. Mission accomplished. Congratulations, 9 increase points. Congratulations on gaining 141 experience points. The mission was completed, and 9 system increase points, as well as 141 experience points arrived without incident. After the contract was signed, Chen Fan took the contract and prepared to leave. As a result, when Chen Fan had just walked out of LV Hongquan's office, he suddenly met a special acquaintance in front of the office door. Chapter 144, The Position of Jiangzhou's #1 Underground Big Brother. It's time for someone else. This person is not someone else. It is Chen Fan's aunt, the Chen Yuzhen, who had once let Chen Fan have the responsibility. Chen Yuzhen. Chen Yuzhen is the head of the Chen family in the Chen Ocean Shipping Company. Chen Fan, what are you doing here? Seeing Chen Fan, Chen Yuzhen was surprised. Seeing Chen Fan in LV Hongquan's company was something Chen Yuzhen never expected. Chen Fan, you're not trying to mess with our Chen Ocean Shipping Company, are you? He, if you really think so, it's a waste of effort. Chen Yuzhen sneered. Before, Boss Lu and I had a good chat. No matter how much you mess up, Boss Lu will still choose our Chen Ocean Shipping Company. Chen Yuzhen swore to show off, not afraid of Chen Fan messing up. In order to get LV Hongquan as a customer, she had pressed the price to the minimum. In the entire Jiangzhou, no, in the entire Zhonghai province, absolutely no one would dare to bid lower than her. I don't know where you get your confidence from. Unfortunately for you, Boss Lu has chosen the Jingming Ocean Shipping Group over the Chen Ocean Shipping Group. Chen Fan said with nuclear kindness. What did you say? How could Boss Lu have chosen the Jingming Ocean Group, whose transportation prices are almost 1.5 times higher than ours? Chen Yuzhen had a look of disbelief on her face, thinking that Chen Fan was fooling her. I did choose to cooperate with the Jingming Oceanic Group, where Mr. Chen is from. So go back and don't come looking for me again. LV Hongchuan heard the sound and walked out from the office, his voice firm to Chen Yuzhen. What? Chen Yuzhen froze in place as if she had been struck by lightning. The Jingming Ocean Group where Mr. Chen is from? Chen is from the Jingming Ocean Group? Chen Yuzhen asked incredulously. I'm the fourth largest shareholder of the Jingming Ocean Group, Chen Fan added with a smile. I'm sorry, this time, I've again and again jumped ahead of your Chen family. Chen Fan smiled and left. He didn't expect to be able to ruthlessly piss off Chen Yuzhen before leaving. This is an unexpected gain. Ha ha ha. Standing in place, Chen Yuzhen's entirety was about to explode. Aha! Chen Fan, you deserve to die. Chen Yuzhen hissed. Chen Fan had once again snatched away the business that should have belonged to their Chen family. Chen Yuzhen had lost count of how much their Chen family had lost because of Chen Fan. So much money that should have belonged to their Chen family. But now it was all cut off by Chen Fan and became Chen Fan's alone. Damn you Chen Fan! Chen Yuzhen hated Chen Fan, but there was no way to take Chen Fan. This feeling of powerlessness, it was really painful. Walking outside, Chen Fan called the president of Jingming Ocean Group to briefly explain. What? Mr. Chen, you convinced LV Hongchuan? The president of the Jingming Ocean Group was a million times more surprised. Right. Chen Fan nodded. Gollum. Mr. Chen is awesome. The president of Jingming Ocean Group sighed. He had, before, prayed that Mr. Chen would just be able to stall LV Hongchuan and buy the company a few days. I did not expect Mr. Chen to single-handedly convince the difficult LV Hongchuan. I go. Mr. Chen is too powerful. Mr. Chen has worked hard. Thanks so much for today. I owe Mr. Chen a favor. The president of Jingming Ocean Group said enthusiastically. Mr. Chen, is there anything I can help you with? Chen Fan thought for a moment and replied. There's really one more thing. Mr. Luo helped suppress Chen's ocean shipping company. It was just a small favor. Chen Fan couldn't possibly let people directly help to solve Chen's ocean shipping company completely. It would have to wait for himself to go further and become the first, or the second largest shareholder of Jingming Ocean Shipping Group before it would be convenient. But let him suppress Chen's ocean shipping company. That's fine. Suppressing Chen's ocean shipping company? A small matter. Don't worry Mr. Chen. I'll take care of it. The president of the Jingming Ocean Group patted his chest in assurance. After the two chatted, Chen Fan returned to the villa. As soon as he came in, Chen Fan couldn't wait to open the system and find the 9 points of increase. Chen Fan did not hesitate to use those 9 increase points on strength. Ding! Power increase successful. Power, 62 points. Clenching his fists, Chen Fan clearly felt the increase in power. And with his current power, coupled with his top-level fighting skills, even if he encountered any dangerous situations, Chen Fan would be able to deal with them more calmly. Unfortunately, that Lu Donglin wasn't around last time. Otherwise, a good sandbag like that would be a good time to test out how effective the power increase would be. I wonder how scary a power increase to 100 points would be. Chen Fan inwardly guessed that in that case, his own stance would probably reach a terrifying point. That night, on Lu Donglin's side, there was a succession of battle-hardened elite fighters coming over from various other parts of the Central Sea province. Nearly 100 people have come so far. These are the people that Lu Donglin's backer got for him. These people's skill is definitely not weaker than that Chen's men. Lu Donglin looked at these new elite fighters with satisfaction and smugness. Boss, our current elite manpower is almost the same as that kid's, plus our ordinary juniors. We can definitely crush that kid. Why don't we do it tonight and fight back? Lu Donglin's men suggested. No, the elite manpower is only half here, and there are over 100 more elite fighters coming behind them. Lu Donglin said with a cold smile. Tomorrow is the day of my revenge. Lu Donglin had already prepared a complete ruse, just waiting for the manpower to arrive tomorrow. On the other hand, Chen Fan also received a message from the Lightfeather Private Detective Agency and knew about the movement on Lu Donglin's side. Since this Lu Donglin doesn't know any better, it's time for him to change his position as the #1 underground big shot in Jiangzhou, Chen Fan said helplessly. Moreover, he had increased his power and lacked a good sandbag. Since Lu Donglin had sent it to him of his own accord, he would not be polite. With that, Chen Fan sent out a few messages. Time flew by, and the next morning after 9 o'clock, Chen Fan suddenly received a call from Lu Donglin. Lu Donglin said that the $3 billion of compensation he had prepared for Chen Fan had already arrived. However, because he had a broken arm, it was inconvenient for him to travel, so he asked Chen Fan to personally go to his manor to pick it up. Good. Just when Lu Donglin was still planning to find all sorts of excuses to lure Chen Fan to come, Chen Fan unexpectedly agreed in one breath. Alright, Mr. Chen. I'm waiting for you. Lu Donglin was overjoyed and became even more disdainful of Chen Fan. Chen Fan is not the general arrogance, even so easily agreed to their own. That kid will not know. Today, he has already laid a dragnet. Waiting for Chen Fan took the initiative to take the bait. In a moment, it would be Chen Fan paying the price. It would be when Chen Fan knelt down and begged for forgiveness from him. Chapter 145, Chen Fan's powerful means. Scared stupid top big brother. Boss, after settling that kid's men in a while, we must ruthlessly humiliate him, and double back the shame we had last time. Lu Donglin's henchman, Pao, made a point of saying, that's a must. Those who dare to offend me, Lu Donglin, will never have a good ending. Lu Donglin nodded his head, and inwardly, he had already thought about how to humiliate Chen Fan in a while. Time passed little by little, and after more than 50 minutes, Chen Fan came over with Wei Jingxiong, and Wei Jingxiong's two little brothers come drivers. Looking at Chen Fan's side, a total of 4 people had come. Lu Donglin laughed wildly inwardly and despised Chen Fan even more. This kid wasn't normally arrogant. He actually dared to come to his own territory without bringing any people with him. It was important to realize that, at this moment, there were hundreds of people hiding in various parts of his huge mountain villa. This included 200 elite fighters that the backer behind him had transferred from other parts of the Central Sea province. And on top of that, there were 200 of his hand-picked minions, adding up to a total of 400 people. On top of that, he had even ambushed 700 to 800 men several kilometers away from here, so that as long as there was any change here, with a single phone call from him, it wouldn't take more than a few minutes for those 700 to 800 men of his own to be able to arrive here at the first opportunity. Lu Donglin was quite satisfied with the plan he had prepared, and he felt that he had considered it incredibly well. He prepared so much, in order to deal with Chen Fan's hands of more than 100 elite fighters. As a result, now, Chen Fan arrogantly even only brought 3 people to come. One of them is still injured Wei Jingxiong. It looked like he had overestimated Chen Fan's brain, and that Chen Fan didn't deserve such attention from himself at all. If he had known this, what was the point of preparing so many people? Only 50 would have been perfectly fine. However, just in case, Lu Donglin still started to soar his acting skills and very respectfully invited Chen Fan and Wei Jingxiong in. Lu Donglin had waited for Chen Fan and Wei Jingxiong to walk in first, then gave his men a look to check if Chen Fan was following his men. Lu Donglin then entertained Chen Fan and Wei Jingxiong to the manor. Lu Donglin first pretended to send someone to fetch the money. Lu Donglin, on the other hand, was chatting with Chen Fan and Wei Jingxiong. 10 minutes later, that underling of Lu Donglin's came back and whispered in Lu Donglin's ear that he had checked around the road that Chen Fan had come from and was quite sure that there was no ambush of Chen Fan's people within a few kilometers behind. Instantly, Lu Donglin became arrogant. Chen Fan, do you realize that you agreeing to come to me today will be the most regrettable decision of your life? Lu Donglin completely stopped pretending. Lu Donglin, how are you talking to Mr. Chen? Wei Jingxiong angrily rebuked. You defeated man. Shut up. If it wasn't for this kid protecting you, you would have been driven out of Jiangzhou by me as if you were a lost dog. Lu Donglin sneered. Lu Donglin, have you forgotten what happened yesterday? If you dare to do anything now, believe it or not, Mr. Chen will tell you to get out of Jiangzhou. Wei Jingxiong retorted. Tell me to get out of Jiangzhou. Just him? Does he have the strength to do that? Doesn't he rely on a mere 100 or so people? Yesterday was an unforeseen circumstance. Now on my turf. How dare you be arrogant? Lu Donglin looked at Chen Fan provocatively. I've given you a chance, and you're looking for death yourself. In that case, it's time for the #1 underground big brother in Jiangzhou to change. Looking at Lu Donglin, who was seeking his own death, Chen Fan slowly opened his mouth. Replacement? Ha, with your kid's little strength, you still want to replace me and become the #1 underground big brother in Jiangzhou? What are you? I'll let you know what strength means now. Pop, pop, snap. Lu Donglin clapped his hands violently. Instantly, quite a number of people came out from the surroundings and surrounded Chen Fan and Wei Jingxiong. Seeing this scene, Wei Jingxiong and his 2 little brothers panicked, and on the scene, only Chen Fan remained sitting there calmly. Chen Fan, are you scared silly? Lu Donglin asked openly. Seeing that I have so many people, are you still fooling around? Now I have a great deal of generosity. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me. Beg for forgiveness from me. I can consider letting you. However, before Lu Donglin could finish his words, Chen Fan suddenly spoke. If I were you, I'd take a look at it before fooling around. Do I have the right manpower? Chen Fan kindly reminded. Manpower right? Lu Donglin frowned. What was wrong with that? With a puzzled gaze, Lu Donglin twisted his head and scanned. And in a flash, Lu Donglin's gaze abruptly changed. That's not right. How come there's only a few people? Lu Donglin said doubtfully. According to his plan, now at least rushed over 300 to 400 people but at this moment, only 40 to 50 people when you look at it? Where are the others? Are you deaf? Come out here. Lu Donglin yelled, and he thought the other men didn't hear him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, a full 20 to 30 seconds passed, not to mention Lu Donglin's men. Not even a fly came over. The scene was quiet. Where is everyone? Get in here. Lu Donglin increased his voice and yelled, but just like earlier, there was still no one coming. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze awkwardly. Your men won't come even if you scream your head off. It's better if I do it. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Come on in, all of you. With Chen Fan's order, the well-trained bodyguards of the Nine Heavens Security Group rushed in from all directions, and Chen Fan's henchmen for this operation amounted to nearly 200 people. In an instant, Chen Fan's men had counter-surrounded Lu Donglin's remaining men. What's going on here? Lu Donglin was confused and asked in a demented manner. Your men who ambushed you in various other parts of the estate have all been taken down. So what's the use of shouting as loud as you can? Chen Fan replied. As early as in the early hours of this morning, the bodyguards of the Nine Heavens Security Group, in accordance with Chen Fan's instructions, quietly ambushed in the surroundings of Lu Donglin's manor, and probed the situation inside the manor one or two clearly. For the sake of today's operation, Chen Fan had purposely transferred the second special squad from the Nine Heavens Security Group. Those ordinary bodyguards of the Nine Heavens Security Group, on the other hand, were all following the orders of these two special squads to act, while the captain of the first bodyguard squad acted as the overall commander of today's operation. As Chen Fan stepped into Lu Donglin's manor from the moment he stepped into the manor, Chen Fan's men began to attack the manor from the hidden places around it. Under the crushing weight of their professional abilities, all of those men of Lu Donglin were put down and made no sound. After hearing Chen Fan's words, Lu Donglin's face turned pale. How did that happen? Lu Donglin muttered. He still underestimated Chen Fan's men. Kid, I still have a backhand. Just wait. Lu Donglin gritted his teeth and said. He hadn't lost yet. He had other cards. After saying that, Lu Donglin violently took out his cell phone, wanting to send a message to his men who were ambushed several kilometers away, asking them to rush over with their men to protect themselves. Want to call your men and have them come over? Why don't you just check to see if you still have a signal on your cell phone? Just without waiting for Lu Donglin to press the dial button, Chen Fan's faint voice came out. Chapter 146, Severing Relationships Day 31. Rewarding the strongest headhunters. Lu Donglin did not believe it. He still dialed out the phone, but what came from the phone was a mechanical reply that was no longer in service. How do you drop the ball when it counts? Broken cell phone. Lu Donglin thought it was his cell phone that had problems, and he hurriedly took out the cell phone of his little brother next to him. But his little brother's cell phone also had no signal. You don't have to try anymore. 3 minutes ago, all communications, internet, etc., have been blocked throughout your entire estate. Chen Fan reminded. Really think that Chen Fan was playing with his cell phone just now. He had just used his top-notch hacking ability to shield all the signals here, and it was simply impossible for Lu Donglin to contact the outside world. Click. Lu Donglin's cell phone fell to the ground, and Lu Donglin was completely desperate. It's over. He's lost. He's lost big time. Boss, let me help you. At this moment, Lu Donglin's strongest fighter, Pow, suddenly punched at Chen Fan, wanting to do death struggle and make a last-ditch effort. Boss, watch out for. The bodyguards of the Nine Heavens Security Group wanted to make a move, but they were all stopped by Chen Fan with his eyes, and Chen Fan similarly punched over. This guy came at the right time to test how effective he was after increasing his power. Both fists collide. Click. Suddenly, there was the sound of a broken bone. Ah. Immediately afterward, Panther clutched his arm and screamed in agony. Chen Fan was quite satisfied with the increase in power. The system had not let himself down. Seeing this scene, Lu Donglin was horrified. Is this Chen Fan's power so horrible? Even more powerful than the number one fighter under him? Ah bow. Gulp. Boom. 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 Lu Donglin instantly conceded as he hurriedly knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing to Chen Fan, begging for forgiveness. My lord, I was wrong. I'm willing to be like Wei Jingxiang in the future. Listen to your orders and look up to you. Lu Donglin expressed his willingness to be Chen Fan's little brother. Don't you think it's too late for that? With a look from Chen Fan, Lu Donglin was controlled by the bodyguards. After that, Lu Donglin was dragged out by Chen Fan's men. And soon, Lu Donglin's screams and pleas for mercy soon came. I'll leave these people of mine to you for the time being, and you take over Lu Donglin's territory, too, as fast as you can. Chen Fan looked at Wei Jingxiong. Understood, Mr. Chen. Wei Jingxiong nodded. After that, he personally led the elites of Chen Fan's Nine Heavens security group to first take down the hundreds of people that Lu Donglin had ambushed a few kilometers away. He then quickly took control of all of Lu Donglin's venues in Zhengzhou with lightning speed. From now on, Chen Fan was the new #1 underground big shot in Zhengzhou, and was far more powerful than Lu Donglin's. After all, Chen Fan's territory now, in addition to Lu Donglin's original territory, also included the territories that had once belonged to both Yin Zhoubin and Wei Jingxiong. Chen Fan is also the #1 underground big shot with the biggest territory ever in Zhengzhou, bar none. Afterward, Chen Fan once again came to Yum Yum Group and first took care of some things in Yum Yum Group. Subsequently, Chen Fan came back to his software company, and Tang Xinghai came over and told Chen Fan that Cui Jiarui of Howie Software, his former boss, was currently, quietly digging up people from their company. Digging the company? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Yeah, boss. Tang Xinghai nodded. This person is a good friend of Tang Xinghai, which is why he quietly told Tang Xinghai about Cui Jiarui digging himself up. I guess it's possible that not only him, as well as some of the other technical aspects of the company, may have been contacted by Cui Jiarui. Tang Xinghai guessed. It's 80% that this is Cui Jiarui's revenge on them. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan sends Lightfeather Private Investigations forward to investigate Cui Jiarui's matter. Soon, Chen Fan got the news that Cui Jiarui had actually colluded with the Shin family. Just then, the system's voice suddenly came. Ding! On the 31st day of severing the relationship, rewarding 16% of the shares of the strongest headhunting company in Central China Sea Province, Tianya Headhunting Company, and becoming the vice president of Tianya Headhunting Company, the contract for the acquisition of the shares has been placed in the study. Please pay attention to checking for it. For today's reward from the system, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. The strongest headhunting company in the Central Sea Province? To be able to claim the strongest headhunting company in Zhonghai Province, and not one of them, this Tianya Headhunting Company is definitely not simple. Headhunters are organizations that specialize in searching for senior technical or managerial talent for companies or individuals. Tianya Headhunting Company was established 3 years ago, although the company was established for a relatively short period of time, but the development has been rapid, and now the company has a relatively large scale. What's more, in the headhunting industry of Central China Sea Province, Tianya Headhunting Company is the absolute king, far beyond the second. He now owns the shares of the strongest Tianya Headhunting Company in Zhonghai Province, and has become the vice president of Tianya Headhunting Company. So in the future, if he wants to dig people and so on, isn't it a breeze? Thinking about this, Chen Fan immediately felt relief all over his body. Today's reward could be really useful. Looking at the strongest headhunter in Zhonghai Province that he got, Chen Fan instantly had an idea. So he immediately went to the phone to the people from Tianya Headhunters and asked them to start targeting the technical talents in Cui Jiarui's company, as well as in several of the Shin family's important industries, and to start poaching people. Chen Fan would like to see if it was Cui Jiarui and the Shin family's level of digging up people that was powerful, or if it was his own Zhonghai Province's strongest Tianya Headhunter company that was powerful. Oh, having received Chen Fan's order, Tianya Headhunter immediately took action. A good show was about to be staged. Chapter 147, Chen Fan's parents' whereabouts. Preparing to finally make a move on the Chen family, Chen Fan was going to return the favor in his own way. It was important to realize that his own software company had just been established and didn't really have much talent. But Cui Jiarui and Xin Xingran's side was different. Cui Jiarui's software company had been established for so many years, and the number of ordinary talents in software was far greater than that of his own side. As for Xin Xingran's side, with so many Shin family industries, there are naturally more talents. It was just the right time to take this opportunity to let Chen Fan see how the strength of Tianya Headhunting Company, the strongest headhunting company in Zhonghai Province, really was. Once the matter here in Cui Jiarui was settled, Chen Fan could let Tianya Headhunters let go of their hands and go after those industries of the Chen family to dig up those outsiders in the Chen family's industries. Now that Chen Fan had developed about as much as he could, it was time to finally take on the Chen family and make the Chen family history. At noon, while Chen Fan was eating, he suddenly received a call from one of those bodyguards from the Nine Heavens security group who were good at tracking. Boss, I found news of your parents. Hearing these words, Chen Fan instantly froze. What do you mean? Are you sure? Chen Fan kind of couldn't believe what he was hearing. Pretty sure, boss. I found out where your parents are and got a surveillance video. This bodyguard replied with great certainty. Chen Fan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. More than a year. More than a whole year. His parents were nowhere to be seen. As if they had evaporated from the world. Chen Fan had searched for such a long time, but there was no news at all. And finally, today, He got the news of his parents. Where are my parents? Chen Fan hurriedly inquired. Boss, it's a bit complicated. Can we talk in person? The bouncer explained. No problem. Just go straight to the manor where you met me earlier and I'll meet you there. Chen Fan immediately agreed. At this moment, Chen Fan had completely lost the mood to eat, and after settling the bill, he hurriedly drove into his Aston Martin, and then at the fastest speed, went straight to his manor. Chen Fan waited inside the manor for 1 to 20 minutes before the tall bodyguard finally arrived. What kind of news did you get? Chen Fan asked urgently. Boss, you first watched the surveillance video. With that, this tall bodyguard handed his cell phone to Chen Fan. Chen Fan took it and looked down. In the video, it was a clip of a relatively desolate stretch of highway, a black sedan, driving by. The surveillance video, which appears to have been taken by a private security camera, so it's slightly blurry. Despite this, the video can still make out the familiar license plate, as well as the car's main driver and passenger side. The two blurrier figures. Chen Fan was incomparably certain that these were his parents. Where does this road lead? Chen Fan inquired. Boss, this road connects so many cities in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, so it's not certain which city your parents went to, the tall bouncer explained. In addition to this video, I found 2 other clues, and I've listened to my contacts and spent a great deal of money to find the communication records from the communications company's headquarters for the day your parents disappeared. Your parents received a total of 2 mysterious phone calls that day. I investigated these 2 numbers. They were both used only once, and they were also numbers gotten from the black market. I couldn't find out who the owners were. However, I finally determined the location of these 2 phones. One location is in Jinling, and the other is in Mordor. The time of this video, it's about 3 p.m. M, and the 2 calls, one from about 12 p.m. M, and one from about 1 p.m. M, called, and the road your parents drove on leads to either Jinling or Mordor. My guess is that your parents went to Mordor, or Jinling. Finally, the tall bouncer gave his judgment. Went to Jinling, or Mordor? This result was something Chen Fan hadn't expected, but judging by the 2 special phone numbers that were only used once, there must be a hidden agenda in the disappearance of one's parents. At the mention of Jinling, Chen Fan instantly thought of the Jinling Xu family that he must bring down. But with the Xu family, it was a month ago, and the parents disappeared a year ago, so it's hard to say if the 2 are intrinsically related or not. As for Magic City, although Chen Fan hadn't been there recently, he did know people over there. Chen Fan guessed that the Xia family, where Ruoshui was from, was 80% of the top gentry in Magic City. As for whether your parents had an accident on the way to Jinling, or Mordor, or whether they had an accident in Jinling, or Mordor locally, this will have to be investigated out of the province. The tall bodyguard went on to report. Once you have to go out of the province to investigate. This is a bit of a hassle and takes a long time. Previously, the boss had instructed that as soon as there was any news, he should report it to him at the first opportunity. So the tall bodyguard reported to Chen Fan first, and then planned to go out of the province again, following this highway, to investigate. Without obtaining the exact whereabouts of his parents, Chen Fan had some regrets in his heart, but after a year, he finally knew some news about his parents, and was sure that there was a hidden agenda within their disappearance. Chen Fan was already very happy and excited. Now that we can check out the clues, we're not far from the truth. Well, you're doing fine. Chen Fan opened his mouth. From now on, I'll give you the authority to mobilize the Lightfeather Private Detective Agency, as well as all the personnel of the Nine Heavens Security Group, and you'll take the people out of the province with all your might to investigate. If there are any problems, or if you encounter any trouble, still contact me at the first time, and I'll solve it for you, Chen Fan ordered. Yes, boss. The tall bouncer nodded. After that, the tall bodyguard left to contact the manpower and prepare for the investigation in the province. On the other hand, in an upscale restaurant, Shen Qingran and Cui Jiarui were drinking to celebrate. It's still Master Shen's methods that are powerful. That Chen Fan offended Master Shen. He's simply seeking his own death. Gary Choi bragged. That's natural. Does Chen Fan deserve to be compared to me? He's a hairless brat. Shen Qingran was smug. The fact that he had asked Cui Jiarui to spend a large sum of money and dig up Chen Fan's men was only the first step of the plan. The second step was the most exciting part of the entire plan. By then, that bastard Chen Fan probably wouldn't even have a chance to cry. Ha 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 ha. Shen Qingran laughed wildly inside. Just then, the HR manager burst in and brought in explosive news. Chapter 148, Taking the Initiative to Kiss Chen Fan. Bold Xiao Ruoshui. Boss, just now, 2/3 of the company's core technical talents resigned en masse. The personnel manager of Cui Jiarui's company said. Say that again. How many people have quit? Cui Jiarui jolted to his feet with an incredulous look on his face. Their company's most core technical talent. There are just dozens of. And now all of a sudden resign 2/3. Then the company can have big trouble. Boss, sure it's 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3? How did that happen? Cui Jiarui questioned that it was normal for someone to resign. But it was wrong to resign so many at once. I'm not wrong, boss. Saying that, the HR manager took out a thick stack of resignation letters from his bag. Looking at so many resignation letters, Cui Jiarui whole stupid. I don't agree with their resignations. Never. And if anyone dares to resign, I'll sue him for damages, Cui Jiarui said with a bit of a seizure. Boss, I've already threatened them so much, but they said whatever. Compensation is compensation. They have money. The HR manager replied helplessly. Hearing these words, Cui Jiarui's blood pressure spiked extremely fast. This time, his company had encountered a really big crisis. All of a sudden lost 2/3 of the core technical talent. The back told him to do the company will be paralyzed. He was still thinking of having the help of the Chen family head to take revenge on Chen Fan, but as a result, now, he himself had become a clay bodhisattva who could not protect himself. I suspect that someone gouged them, and they have capital behind them to bail them out, which is why they're not afraid to pay compensation, the HR manager guessed. Upon hearing these words, a name suddenly came to Cui Jiarui's mind. Chen Fan. Not only Cui Jiarui, Chen Xingran likewise thought of Chen Fan. They had just started digging Chen Fan's people, and twisting their heads. Their side was dug out by Chen Fan, and in one breath, they had also dug out 2/3 of the core talents on Cui Jiarui's side. Luckily, he didn't do it directly, but commanded Cui Jiarui, so he barely lost anything here. Chen Xingran inwardly celebrated. Just before he could celebrate for 3 seconds, his cell phone suddenly rang as well. Family Lord. Several important executives of the family industry, Shen's catering company, left together just now. The Shen family reported to Chen Xingran. Chen Xingran's eyes instantly widened. Before Chen Xingran slowed down, suddenly came a few more news. Their Shen family's several important industries. The same people also resigned. When you do the math like that, he's got a few small dozen resignations here, too. He had just finished celebrating when the results. Faced with the loss of so many talents, Chen Xingran's heart ached immensely. That afternoon, Chen Fan received a message from Tenya Headhunter. You guys can be fast. Chen Fan lamented that the strength of Tenya Headhunter was a bit more powerful than he had imagined. Nice work. After that, Chen Fan asked them to start targeting the Chen family's businesses and start poaching people. Compared to Cui Jiarui and Chen Xingran, the Chen family side wants to dig people. Is a little difficult. All the enterprises of the Chen family are by the Chen family, or close to the Chen family, such as the Chen family into the family of a few son-in-laws, the Chen family of those in-laws, as well as distant relatives and so on, and the Chen family, and the relationship between the intricacies of the people in the important positions. However, leaving these people aside, some technical positions, people with connections to the Chen family can't do it. They can only be recruited outside. And it was these technical talents that Chen Fan had asked Tenya Headhunters to target. After getting Chen Fan's order, Tenya Headhunter started searching for candidates and prepared for action. In the evening, because of a previous appointment, Chen Fan went to Xia Ruoshui's house to have dinner. Tonight, Xia Ruoshui cooks herself. Recently, Xia Ruoshui felt that her cooking skills had improved, so she wanted Chen Fan to comment on it. When Chen Fan arrived, Xia Ruoshui had already finished the meal. In addition to that, there was a bottle of red wine on the table that Xia Ruoshui had just opened. Xia Ruoshui took the initiative to pour Chen Fan a glass of red wine. As for the dish Xia Ruoshui cooked, it was steak. Chen Fan tasted it, and although he said it was not as good as the restaurant's chef, it was better than before. Much better. Chen Fan complimented Xia Ruoshui. Really? Xia Ruoshui was a bit surprised. 2 cheers. After drinking the wine, Xia Ruoshui's cheeks were flushed, and there was more than a hint of flirtation in her originally cool temperament. Halfway through the meal, Xia Ruoshui suddenly thought that there was still a dish in the kitchen, so she hurriedly got up, intending to go to the kitchen to get it. As a result, she had just gotten up when a furry figure suddenly flashed under her feet, and it was the cat that Xia Mengmeng had raised running past. Xia Ruoshui was afraid of stepping on the cat and purposely took a step backward. In her haste, Xia Ruoshui stepped on the air and her body fell towards the left. Chen Fan's eyes were quick, and he hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Xia Ruoshui's arm. Then with a slight force, Xia Ruoshui came into Chen Fan's arms. The two men looked at each other in all directions. In an instant, Xia Ruoshui's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Looking at Chen Fan's face, Xia Ruoshui's mind suddenly thought of what her cousin, as well as her aunt, had reminded her earlier, that if she really liked Chen Fan, she must seize the opportunity. Xia Ruoshui couldn't help but become bolder after drinking the wine. In the next second, without waiting for Chen Fan to react, Xia Ruoshui suddenly kissed Chen Fan. Chen Fan instantly froze. After kissing Chen Fan, Xia Ruoshui's face reddened even more, and because she was too excited, her entire body was trembling a little. Chen Fan, I just got excited. Xia Ruoshui, who had slightly sobered up after kissing Chen Fan, immediately explained. Just without waiting for her to finish, Chen Fan replied in a serious manner. I'm not one to take offense. Xia Ruoshui was a bit confused by Chen Fan's words. What do you mean? Just when Xia Ruoshui was puzzled, Chen Fan took the initiative to kiss Xia Ruoshui's red lips again. Just now Chen Fan said that he is not a person who likes to eat losses. Suddenly being kissed by Xia Ruoshui, this loss, how can Chen Fan eat it? So he chose to get back. This time, it was Xia Ruoshui's turn to be confused. Her head was blank at the moment. Xia Ruoshui's heart beat faster. But although her head was confused, one thing Xia Ruoshui was sure of was that it wasn't just herself who liked Chen Fan, but Chen Fan was definitely interested in her as well. In that case, what are you waiting for? Make it official. Just when Xia Ruoshui was about to make a move, an accident happened, only to hear a click. The villa door was opened. Immediately afterward, a relative that Xia Ruoshui never expected walked in. Chapter 149, Formalizing the Relationship. A test from the future mother-in-law. In front of the villa, only an elegant and dignified, gentle and jade-like stunningly beautiful woman, led by Xia Mengmeng, walked in. Just coming in, the first thing this stunningly beautiful woman saw was Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui who were kissing. Instantly, the stunningly beautiful woman's eyes widened with an unbelievable expression. At the same time, Xia Ruoshui also saw this stunningly beautiful woman, and Xia Ruoshui was embarrassed to the core. Ah! Xia Mengmeng, who was following the stunningly beautiful woman, screamed out even more after seeing Xia Ruoshui and Chen Fan who were kissing. They seemed to have come at a bit of a bad time. Looking at the absolutely beautiful woman, Xia Ruoshui, who was originally a little bit disoriented, instantly came to her senses. She hurriedly separated from Chen Fan and said with extra embarrassment, Mom, what are you doing here? This stunningly beautiful woman was no other than Xia Ruoshui's mother. Next to him, Chen Fan was equally embarrassed to stay after hearing Ruoshui's name for this stunningly beautiful woman. At first glance at this stunningly beautiful woman, Chen Fan subconsciously thought that she might be Ruoshui's aunt or something like that. After all, the other party looked to be around 40 years old. It was okay if the other party was a relative like Wakazashi's aunt or something like that. I didn't realize that she was Ruoshui's mother. Auntie's maintenance is also too good. This is too embarrassing. After greeting her, Xia Ruoshui lowered her head, not daring to face her mother directly. Xia Ruoshui's mother was born into a family of books, and her family's teachings were extremely strict, even archaic, and her mother had previously said that she couldn't be overly intimate with the man before the engagement. How come the first kiss between himself and Chen Fan was seen by his mother? This is bad. 80% of his mother's first impression of Chen Fan. I'm afraid it will be very bad. Xia Ruoshui, inwardly apprehensive. What to do? More importantly, because of her mother's arrival, she hadn't had the time to confess to Chen Fan and establish a relationship. Hello auntie, I'm Ruoshui's boyfriend, Chen Fan. At this moment, as a man, Chen Fan certainly cannot retreat from the battlefield. Let Ruoshui in the front. So he took the initiative to come forward. Greatly generous opening. And Xia Ruoshui's mother to say hello. Ruoshui's heart, she had already expressed it with her actions. And Chen Fan also understood it. Facing Xia Ruoshui, whose figure, face value and character were all perfect. How could Chen Fan not be moved? Before, it was only because of the Chen family, as well as the Jinling Xu family's matter, which had been pressed on Chen Fan. Chen Fan planned to put his feelings aside first. Wait until the big trouble of the Jinling Xu family is completely solved, then consider the issue of feelings. But now, Ruoshui had already taken such initiative, and in front of Ruoshui's mother, it would be too much of a what if Chen Fan were to back out. Aha! Hearing Chen Fan's words, especially when Chen Fan said that he was his boyfriend, Xia Ruoshui was both surprised and emotional. The two are kind of making their relationship official from now on. Just a little too soon. However, this is not important. Other than that, she and Chen Fan can chat privately, are a couple now. Everything is not a problem. The important thing is, how to cope with her mother now. Hello. Xia Ruoshui's mother spoke. Chen Fan's approach made her more satisfied. If just now, Chen Fan didn't take the initiative to come forward, but let Ruoshui come forward, and he himself hid behind, or found a reason to quietly sneak away, then his daughter was with him, and he himself was the first to come forward to oppose it. Now, Xia Ruoshui's mother's first impression of Chen Fan had improved. Auntie, please sit down. Chen Fan politely went over and helped Xiao Ruoshui's mother carry her bag. Thanks. Xiao Ruoshui's mother nodded and walked inside the villa. Senior Chen. No, I should call my brother-in-law now. Standing behind Chen Fan, Xia Mengmeng whispered. Recently, I haven't been seeing you and your sister's relationship increase. I was still anxious. I didn't realize that you guys are open and shut. Your relationship is so close. Brother-in-law, you're moving fast enough. Xia Mengmeng lamented. Mom, what are you doing here? Xia Ruoshui couldn't help but ask. Originally, it was your father who planned to come to Jiangzhou to see you, but there was a temporary problem with business on the Hong Kong Island side, so he set off for Hong Kong Island and let me come. Xia Ruoshui's mother explained. Hearing her mother's words, Xia Ruoshui's heart hung in the air. Phew! Xia Ruoshui let out a long sigh of relief. If it was her father who pushed the door in just now and saw that scene, with her father's character, Xia Ruoshui simply didn't dare to imagine what kind of things would happen. Next to him, Chen Fan was also somewhat emotional. It would be even more awkward if the one who came was Ruoshui's father, the future old man, especially in front of the face of the future old husband, arching their family cabbage. Tonight, Chen Fan estimated that do not want to have a good time. Mommy just came to Jiangzhou and hasn't had dinner yet? Why don't we go out to eat, or call a chef to come and cook at home? Xia Mengmeng, who was on the side, spoke with deep meaning. She also wanted to help her brother-in-law make a good impression on her mother, so she said so. Don't bother, I'll simply eat a little. Xia Ruoshui's mother spoke. Auntie has traveled a long way, how can she just eat a little? I'll go make a few dishes. With that, Chen Fan walked towards the kitchen. In the living room, Xia Ruoshui chatted with her mother while looking at her sister, questioning her sister about her mother's visit and how she didn't talk to her about such an important matter. Xia Mengmeng shrugged her shoulders and expressed her innocence. In fact, she didn't know about the news of her mother's arrival. Her mother still told herself only after she got off the airplane. She rushed to call a car to the airport and picked up her mother. But on the way here, she obviously sent a message to her sister. How did she not know? Xia Mengmeng made a gesture and pointed not far away. Xia Ruoshui's cell phone placed on the coffee table. Explaining to Xia Ruoshui immediately understood her sister's meaning, and she suddenly remembered that she had purposely silenced her cell phone and put it aside in order to have dinner with Chen Fan without being disturbed, especially when the atmosphere was ambiguous before. Xia Ruoshui had even less time to read the message. It was also what led to the embarrassing scene just now. It didn't take long for Chen Fan to quickly make a few dishes and bring them to the table. Good work, Chen. Xia Ruoshui's mother opened her mouth, and although she was very polite, there was a hint of distance in her tone. The few dishes that Chen Fan had made were relatively homely, and at first Xia Ruoshui's mother didn't think anything of it, but when she ate her first chopsticks, her complexion changed. Immediately afterward, Xia Ruoshui's mother tasted the next few dishes, for which she was full of praise. I didn't realize little Chen's cooking skills were so good, Xia Ruoshui's mother lamented, and her impression of Chen Fan changed for the better. Anti-compliments. Chen Fan opened his mouth humbly. Seeing this, Xia Ruoshui also breathed a sigh of relief. Just when Chen Fan thought that the future mother-in-law here was almost through, Xia Ruoshui's mother suddenly opened her mouth and asked Chen Fan a very special, but sure to face in the future. Chapter 150, 32 days after severing ties, becoming the world's youngest owner of a luxury goods company. Little Chen, you also know that our Xia family is an incomparably large extended family. You and Ruoshui are together. In the future, would you like to join my Xia family? Xia Ruoshui's mother looked at Chen Fan. Hearing these words, Xia Ruoshui and Xia Mengmeng instantly stared with wide eyes. Why does mother come up and ask such weighty questions? That's a tough question to answer, and it's easy to get wrong. No, I don't. I want to have a career of my own. I don't want to, and I won't be someone who just eats soft food and does nothing with it. After thinking for a few seconds, Chen Fan replied. Chen Fan naturally understood that this was an important test for Ruoshui's mother, and that the answer must be skillful. In these few short seconds, Chen Fan's mind spun rapidly, thinking a lot. Although the soft rice smelled good, the question was asked by Wakamizu's mother. Chen Fan felt that as a parent, Auntie would definitely not want Ruoshui to find a white boy who would only eat soft rice and do nothing to help Ruoshui in the future. What Ruoshui's mother wanted, instead, was a son-in-law who was truly capable and committed. Secondly, do you really think that a flunky is that good? In the whole family, a flunky is the lowest level of existence. When in the Chen family, Chen Fan's several aunts' husbands is into the Chen family, the status of the Chen family is extremely low. What dirty work, tired work, hard work is not good thing, are theirs, and suffered from a lot of blank stares, often called to go. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he looked at Xia Ruoshui's mother and noticed a faint smile on the other party's face. and instantly realized that his answer of no was incomparably correct. Well, that can come later. Xia Ruoshui's mother opened her mouth, and in her heart, her impression of Chen Fan was a few points better. She didn't want her daughter to find a flabby son-in-law who only knew how to eat soft food. This answer from Chen Fan made that her very satisfied. Next to him, Xia Ruoshui breathed a sigh of relief. If it was someone else who encountered this problem and could become a son-in-law of their Xia family, they would probably have already agreed to their mother, and that would be counterproductive. Xiao Chen, you guys eat too. Xia Ruoshui's mother took the initiative to speak. After that, Xia Ruoshui's mother didn't ask Chen Fan any more important questions, and after spending some time in Xia Ruoshui's villa, Chen Fan excused himself, leaving the place to Xia Ruoshui's mother and daughter, who hadn't seen him for a long time. However, before she left, Xia Ruoshui's mother purposely opened her mouth, hoping that Chen Fan would come back tomorrow. She wanted to have a chat with Chen Fan. Chen Fan agreed. The next morning came the voice of the system. Ding! On the 32nd day of severance, 10% of the shares of Patek Philippe Company will be awarded, and you will become the president of Patek Philippe Company. The agreement for the acquisition of shares has been placed in your study villa. Please pay attention to it. Ha! Looking at today's reward, Chen Fan instantly became excited. Today, the system even directly rewarded himself with 10% of the shares of Patek Philippe Company, which was more than before. With this 10%, Chen Fan alone owned 27% of the shares of Patek Philippe Company, smoothly becoming the first major shareholder and president of Patek Philippe Company. And, not surprisingly, Chen Fan is also the world's youngest owner of a luxury goods company, president of Patek Philippe. This should be Chen Fan's current, most powerful identity, bar none. This was a very important step for Chen Fan to build his business empire. Just as Chen Fan's side was rejoicing, a middle-aged man was fishing in front of a lake in Zhonghai province. Just then, a man in a suit with sunglasses stepped forward and whispered a few words in the middle-aged man's ear. What did you say? That punk Lu Donglin failed? Hearing his men finish, the middle-aged man, in a fit of anger, even threw away his fishing rod. This middle-aged man was no one else but Lu Donglin's backer, the well-known big company in Zhonghai province, the chairman of Dongxin Group, Gua Guangsheng. It was because of Gui Guangxing's strong support that Lu Donglin sat in the position of Jiangzhou's #1 underground big brother. Not only Jiangzhou City, the other 3 cities in Zhonghai province, the first underground big brother, also supported by him, Gua Guangxing through the support of these people, to engage in gray industry, making huge profits. Everything was developing nicely, but it turned out that Chen Fan, a smelly and hard rock, appeared out of nowhere, disrupting his setup. Jiangzhou's geographic location in the Central Sea province is very important. Lu Donglin how this henchman, Gua Guangxing simply do not care. But Jiangzhou first underground big brother position lost. His financial path may have an impact. This was something Gui Guangxing could never tolerate. Send someone to Jiangzhou, and have that brat called Chen Fan, or else, become my subordinate from now on, following my orders and looking after me. Either that, or let him spit out Lu Donglin's territory and get the hell out of the way. Gui Guangxing ordered. Boss, what if the kid doesn't say yes? Hands down inquiries. No, in the face of our Eastern group, how dare he not agree? Gui Guangxing said confidently. In front of absolute strength, that kid called Chen Fan, did not dare to disagree. This is the confidence and ease with which he is the chairman of the Eastern group. He just couldn't believe it. A small Jiangzhou tycoon dared to go against him. Yes, boss. The men immediately went into action. Jiangzhou, there was no class in the afternoon. Chen Fan went to Xia Ruoshui's villa as agreed with his aunt. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding! Mission release, go to meet your girlfriend's parents. Not empty-handed. Prepare a gift for your future mother-in-law. Win your future mother-in-law's favor. Mission time, within 6 hours. Mission reward, top calligraphy ability, including hard and soft pen. Become a top domestic calligraphy master. Mission reward, 139 experience points. Ha! Looking at the system's mission, Chen Fan froze. Still the system is thoughtful. Prepare a gift, can win the future mother-in-law favor, but also can obtain the top calligraphy ability. 2 birds with 1 stone. And if you can write a nice handful of techniques, sometimes it has unexpected benefits. But what kind of gift to prepare? Chen Fan pondered for a few minutes before a detail suddenly came to his mind. So he immediately had a great idea. Chapter 151, Chen Fan's chosen gift to intercept Chen Fan? Last night during the chat, Chen Fan heard Ruoshui laugh at herself and said that her mother had taught her zither, chess, calligraphy and painting since she was a child. But unfortunately, she wasn't very proficient. Whereas Ruoshui's mother was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy and painting since she was a child. Ruoshui's mother had an extraordinarily fondness for Go, and since that was the case, why didn't she give her aunt a game of Go herself? With Go, Auntie can still play chess to relieve her boredom when she is at Wakamizu's house. Ruwashue's mother was born into a family of scholars, and giving a gift of Go is much more effective than giving jade bracelets, jewelry, or luxury items. Well, I'll just give my aunt a pair of Go's. Chen Fan had a decision to make, but since I'm giving it away, I definitely can't give away a regular one. How embarrassing it would be. Chen Fan first contacted his own private museum, asked, "The museum? There is no kind of celebrity Go, or rare some Go, such as from the royal family and so on, and it must be complete." The person in charge of the private museum told Chen Fan that things like Go, especially complete ones, could be too rare, not to mention that there were so many pieces alone. Preserving one complete Go is worth preserving many antiques. They also have a few complete Go's in their private museum, but they are rather generic and not very old. The person in charge spoke to Chen Fan in detail about these Go pieces. After listening to them, Chen Fan shook his head. They were not good. Chen Fan also contacted Thousand Saints Auction Company, which also does antique business. As soon as Chen Fan opened his mouth, the executive of the Thousand Saints Auction Company immediately replied, "Mr. Chen, the company really does have a Ming Dynasty Yunlitsuing glazed Go jar." At the very beginning, when he heard the senior said there was a Ming Dynasty one, Chen Fan was still a bit excited, thinking that he had found the right one, but in the end, it turned out to be a Go jar. So what's the use of that? Is there one of those complete, whole sets of Go? Chen Fan inquired. To have a whole set, that would be a bit of a problem. Mr. Chen, Go is not well preserved, and a precious whole set, not to mention us, even those auction houses that rank first and second in the country, may not be able to find it immediately. The senior management of Thousand Saints Auction Company regretted that there were currently no ones that met Chen Fan's requirements either. Only a few Go jars. Mr. Chen, wait a moment, I'll ask around for you. After hanging up the phone, the executives of the Thousand Saints Auction Company immediately used their contacts to help Chen Fan search. Only a few minutes had passed when the good news came. Mr. Chen, you are in Jiangzhou, right? Right. Mr. Chen, I have inquired that the treasure of the store of Jiangzhou's top antique store, Bo Gutang, is a complete pair of Go from the Qing Dynasty royal family. The senior management of the Thousand Saints Auction Company said, "A Go from the Qing Dynasty royal family, or a complete set? That's a good one." Chen Fan was instantly moved, and this Go is still in Jiangzhou, which is more convenient than transferring it from Thousand Saints Auction. Thanks a lot. After politely thanking the other party, Chen Fan drove and went straight to Jiangzhou's top antique store, Bo Gutang. As the top antique store in the entire Jiangzhou, there is no one. Bo Gutang construction of ancient colors, and even the store, are lit with sandalwood incense, elegant. Chen Fan walked in, and at the first glance, he saw in the very center of the store, perfectly locked in a bulletproof glass cover, a pair of exceptionally exquisite and gorgeous Go. The Go jar is an official kiln of the Qing Dynasty, using the famous Qing Dynasty technique of filigree enamel, painted with entwined lotus patterns, while the lid of the Go jar is made of gold, with openwork carvings in a graceful manner. Even more remarkable are the Go pieces, crafted from the finest sheep's white jade of the Hutian jade, as well as ink jade, which are both luxurious and elegant. The board of Go is made of top-grade rosewood, which is several times more expensive than gold. Chen Fan took an instant liking to it. "Sir, this townie from our store is good, isn't it?" a beautiful waitress said with a smile. "Nice, nice." Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. "How much is this Go?" "I'll take it." Chen Fan opened his mouth. "I'm sorry, sir. This Go is the treasure of our store. We don't sell it to the public." The pretty waitress smiled and shook her head. "It's not for sale to the public because there isn't a proper price for it. So have your store manager come out and I'll have a chat with him," Chen Fan said. "Well, please wait a moment." The pretty waitress leaves. Not long after, the store manager of Bakudo came out. "Sir, I'm really sorry. This Qing Dynasty Go, we really don't sell it to the public," the store manager said with great apologies. "According to the market value, this whole set of Qing Dynasty Go should be worth around $10 million. Tell you what, I'll pay $15 million for it," Chen Fan said. "More money, more billions. No, $20 million? Excuse me, sir. $30 million. When Chen Fan said $30 million, the store manager instantly hesitated. To get $20 million of profit for nothing at once, this was too fragrant. Seeing that the store manager seemed to be about to agree, Chen Fan was planning to add a little more to him and take the opportunity to take this Qing Dynasty Go for good. Just before Chen Fan could open his mouth, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "This Go, $35 million, I'll take it." Immediately afterward, a young man wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a hat was suddenly seen walking over. Looking at this sudden outburst of plans, Chen Fan frowned. He was not easy to talk about almost. At this time, this guy came to cut himself off. To pick peaches, isn't it a bit disgusting? Chapter 152. Since the treasure of the town store is not for sale, I'll buy your entire store. What? 35 million? The store manager's eyes lit up. That's a good price. 40 million. Chen Fan spoke coldly. I'm offering $50 million. The man in sunglasses spoke again. Both of you. Wait a moment. I'll ask our boss to come. Please wait. The business passed 50 million. According to the rules of the previous store, this level of business, it was time for the boss to step in. The store manager of Bakudo left in a hurry, went to the back of the store, and invited their boss to come. Not long after, a man with a smile on his face and a big belly walked in. He was the boss of Bo Gutang, Xian Dehou. I just didn't expect that. As soon as he came up, Chen Dehou threw a pot of cold water. Both of you. I'm sorry. I'm very grateful for your recognition of our store's town treasure. But even if both of you offer $50 million, we can't sell this town treasure. Chandragupta looked apologetically at the two men. This complete Qing dynasty Go is their town treasure and is considered a major way for them to attract popularity. There are not many Go pieces this complete, this fine, this weighty, except for those few top museums, even in the country. Put here, every day because of this piece of Go was attracted to a lot of guests. Guests come to all come. Many people will stop by to buy some other things. Both of you, for the sake of our store's business, I won't sell this town treasure no matter what. Chandra shook her head. Hearing this, the man with the sunglasses was instantly disappointed, so he planned to leave. Just then, Chen Fan's words shocked the audience. Since your town treasure isn't for sale, I'll buy your store. Chen Fan slowly looked at Chen Dehou. When these words came out, everyone inside the Bakudo hall, the crowd froze as if they were dumbfounded. What did they hear? Since the town's treasure is not for sale, buy the whole store? What a trenchant operation this is. The crowd looked at Chen Fan with shock and admiration for a moment. The man in sunglasses, in particular, was shocked that it could still be like this. Sir, you're not kidding, are you? Chandrakant is still a bit unconvinced. Didn't you say that selling the town's treasure would affect your business? Then I'll buy the entire Bo Gutang and you won't be the owner. Then you won't have to be afraid of shadow not affecting your business. Chen Fan spoke flatly. Since you can't buy this Qing dynasty Go directly, how easy it is to buy the whole store. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Gollum. Chandrakant swallowed hard a few times. He was still really moved by Chen Fan. All of this store of yours, the antiques inside, the store itself, and the rest, altogether it's estimated to be just a little over $300 million. I'll offer $500 million to buy your entire store. Chen Fan said. Tell someone that for $500 million, you're losing money on the store. But for Chen Fan, the shareholder of Thousand Saints Auction Company, not only would he not lose money, he would make some. When the time comes, once the Thousand Saints Auction Company is publicized, the store will do much better business. By the way, Chen Fan suddenly thought that he still had a 100 times rebate card in his hand that he had gotten in the Tier 1 system before, and he had not been using it. He had forgotten about it before, because it was the very first one from the Tier 1 system, which was relatively ordinary. The limit of that 100 times rebate card rebate was 500 million. It's just as well that the $500 million from this rebate was used to buy the entire Bakudo. 500 million. Gulp. Chandrakant was genuinely moved. With a nod of the head, he could make over $100 million right away. Congratulations, sir. You will be the owner of Bakudo from now on. Chen Dehou hurriedly held Chen Fan's hand. Fearing that Chen Fan would back out, Chen Dehou quickly went to get the contract, while Chen Fan was planning to use the 100 times rebate card, so as to save him from forgetting it in the future. Thinking about it, Chen Fan immediately tapped into the system and found the 100 times rebate card. Ding! Whether or not to use the 100 times rebate card. Use. Chen Fan determined. 100-fold rebate card in effect. Thinking about it, Chen Fan directly transferred 5 million to the property steward as the property fee for the following years. The Royal View Villa being the top villa area in Jiangzhou, the property fee was as high as 7 figures per year. As Chen Fan finished turning over the money, the system's voice came again. Successful activation of 100 times rebate card. Ding! Congratulations on the 100 times rebate. The system voice fell not a moment later. $500 million. Instantly arrived. That's $500 million for nothing. Just enough to buy the whole of Bakudo. In other words, Chen Fan's $5 million not only paid the property fee for a few years, but also bought the entire Bo Gutang, and was even on the verge of completing his mission, and was about to be able to raise his goodwill with his aunt. That's $5 million well spent. Soon, Chen came over with the contract and both sides signed. Chen Fan took the 500 million and transferred it to Chen Dihao. From now on, Chen Fan was the boss of Bo Gutang. As for the treasure of the store, the Qing Dynasty Go, it also completely belonged to Chen Fan. The gift arrived without incident. Ding! Go to meet your girlfriend's parents. Cannot be empty-handed. Prepare a gift to the future mother-in-law. Used to win the future mother-in-law's goodwill. The task is complete. Congratulations on obtaining top calligraphy ability and becoming a master calligrapher. Congratulations on gaining 139 experience points. A huge wave of memories surged into Chen Fan's mind. In an instant, Chen Fan possessed top-notch calligraphy abilities and became a master calligrapher. Chen Dihao took the money and left happily, while those clerks in the store came over to greet Chen Fan. You guys just go to work normally. Chen Fan waved his hand and told them to do everything as usual. With that, Chen Fan intended to have someone open the glass cover and take out the Qing Dynasty Go piece. This gentleman, the man with the sunglasses, suddenly spoke. What are you still doing here? Chen Fan inquired impatiently. This piece of Go serves a very important purpose for me. Give me face and sell it to me. We can discuss the price. The man in sunglasses spoke. Give you face? Why should I? Chen Fan asked rhetorically. Hearing Chen Fan's words, the man in sunglasses hesitated for a moment, then took off his mask, sunglasses, and hat altogether, revealing the true face of Lu Shan. Upon getting a good look at the young man, several of the store clerks had their jaws dropped. Surprisingly, it's him? Chapter 153, showing off in front of Chen Fan about being the soon-to-be spokesperson for Patek Philippe? Ah, you're Huang Mingjie? A young shopgirl couldn't help but squeal with excitement. A couple of the other young clerks were equally excited. In an instant, several shopkeepers rushed over, excitedly grabbing for a photo and signature with Huang Mingjie. Who is Michael Wang? Chen Fan shook his head. There isn't any Huang family in Jiangzhou. Boss, Huang Mingjie is the hottest top-stream male star of the moment, specializing in rapping and dancing, with countless crazy fans. Seeing that Chen Fan did not recognize Huang Mingjie, the store manager hurriedly came over to introduce Chen Fan. Oh, no wonder this guy was wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a hat to cover himself up. So he was a traffic star. Knowing who I am, it's time for you to give me that face. Huang Mingjie asked with incomparable pride. Just when Huang Mingjie thought that Chen Fan would immediately agree to sell that complete Go piece to him after knowing his identity, Chen Fan asked something that made him a bit puzzled. Can you rap? Rap. Not so much. Huang Mingjie shook his head. Can sing, dance, can't rap. Far worse than gone. And the hottest top-stream male star? Chen Fan couldn't help but shake his head. Don't pull anything else here. Now that you know who I am, you should sell me Go too. Huang Mingjie went straight to the point. As a top-stream star, Huang Mingjie usually traveled, followed by a row of bodyguards, full of rows, and in many things, he even enjoyed the privileges that ordinary people could not enjoy, which made Huang Mingjie a little bit floating, thinking that he was the upper class, a big brother, not an ordinary person, usually, which has not spoiled him. Now he is not afraid to expose his identity, in front of this Bo Gutang's new boss. How to give himself this face. Huang Mingjie, this point of confidence is still there. Wrap this complete Go. Chen Fan ordered the staff next to him. Seeing this, Huang Mingjie immediately became complacent. How is it? He said. As long as he shows his identity, who dares not give him face? Ah, how much? Huang Mingjie looked like he was about to pay up. How much? How much for what? Chen Fan asked rhetorically. Of course it's how much you're selling this Go to me. Isn't that what you're doing when you have the staff wrap up this Go? Michael Wang replied. Sold. By what? By your big face? Chen Fan couldn't help but shake his head. Where did this guy get his confidence? I had this Go wrapped up to take with me. Who's selling it to you? What? Being rejected by Chen Fan in a dry manner. Huang Mingjie's face was suddenly unable to hang on. This guy thinks he has a little bit of money, so he dares to disregard him. Who does he think he is? If this guy was some big tycoon, a big boss, he recognized it. But this guy was just a small tycoon in such a small place like Jiangzhou. How dare he not give him face? Just when Huang Mingjie wanted to say something, he suddenly noticed the Patek Philippe wristwatch that Chen Fan was wearing on his hand and immediately brightened up. Although he didn't recognize what style of Patek Philippe Chen Fan's watch was, he recognized the Patek Philippe logo. So Huang Mingjie lifted his collar, and then with a lofty posture, he said with immense pride, by the looks of it, you should be a Patek Philippe enthusiast as well. In that case, might as well tell you that I am, soon to be, the domestic face of Patek Philippe. As long as you sell this Go to me, I can put in a good word for you in front of the president of Patek Philippe Asia Pacific, and I might be able to get you a piece of the limited edition Patek Philippe that ordinary tycoons can't get. Huang Mingjie proceeded to show off in front of Chen Fan. Ha! Hearing these words, Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. Are you really about to become the face of Patek Philippe? Chen Fan asked. That's natural. Huang Mingjie nodded with incomparable dejection. Instantly, Chen Fan felt speechless. These luxury company people, one by one, what are their brains thinking? Actually invited a brainless, floating to the point of no return traffic star to endorse the spokesperson. A few years ago, Rolls-Royce hired an internet couple as spokespeople, and they were sprayed badly by many Rolls-Royce owners. Some other luxury brands, too, like to have celebrity endorsements. Patek Philippe is hiring a spokesperson for a traffic star? This is not increasing Patek Philippe's popularity. This is clearly degrading Patek Philippe. In case one day, this what Huang Mingjie collapsed the house, they Patek Philippe hired such a person as a spokesman. Not a joke? Now that Chen Fan has become the new president of Patek Philippe, he naturally can't watch Patek Philippe repeat the mistakes of Rolls-Royce. From now on, you are no longer the face of Patek Philippe, Chen Fan directly announced. What did you say? I'm no longer the face of Patek Philippe. Ha 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 ha. Huang Mingjie laughed his ass off. Who do you think you are? A small local tycoon. How dare you say that from now on I'm not the face of Patek Philippe? What a laugh. You think you can decide something like that? Can I decide that? Chen Fan couldn't help but shake his head. Chen Fan directly dialed a phone number and told him with his actions whether he could decide to get it or not. Soon, the call was answered. Cancel Huang Mingjie as the spokesperson, Chen Fan simply ordered. After saying that, Chen Fan directly hung up the phone. Ha 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 ha. I thought I was already wild enough, but I didn't expect to meet a brat even wilder than me in this small place in Jiangzhou. Huang Mingjie sneered. You want to cancel my Patek Philippe spokesman status with one sentence. How can it be boy you. Huang Mingjie was only halfway through this sentence when his cell phone suddenly rang. Huang Mingjie casually picked up the phone to take a look, and in an instant, his eyes went round. Only the contact shown on his cell phone was Patek Philippe Director Liu. Director Liu was none other than the head of Patek Philippe's domestic branch responsible for interfacing with his site to become the spokesperson. Instantly, a bad feeling surged through Huang Mingjie's mind. That kid's words couldn't be true. No, it must be that I'm overthinking it. This kid is just a small rich guy from a small place. How can he have that much power? It's just a coincidence that Superintendent Liu is looking for something for himself. Just a coincidence. Huang Mingjie reassured himself in his mind, and after taking a deep breath, Huang Mingjie picked up the phone. Hello Director Liu. I am Huang Mingjie. What's up? Huang Mingjie incomparably fawning greeting, bullying soft and fearing hard. This is Huang Mingjie always style. Just without waiting for Huang Mingjie to finish, Director Liu brought him a bolt from the blue. Chapter 154 Mother's favorable degree increases crazily. Xia Ruoshui's special reward to Chen Fan. Huang Mingjie, from now on, you are no longer the spokesperson of our Patek Philippe company. Superintendent Liu's words seemed like a thunderbolt, ruthlessly splitting down on Huang Mingjie's ears. Huang Mingjie was instantly dumbfounded, and for a split second, his face turned white as if he had just crawled out of the grave. Director Liu, why? Huang Mingjie reluctantly asked back. Unfortunately, without waiting for him to speak, Director Liu on the other side had already hung up on him. Huang Mingjie called again, but found that he had been blacked out by Director Liu. Huang Mingjie looked at Chen Fan with a dull gaze. At this moment, he no longer doubted that Chen Fan was blowing his mind. You, what exactly are you? Huang Mingjie asked with a trembling voice. He absolutely did not believe that a small tycoon in a small place could have such a huge amount of energy. Forward this guy. He definitely had a powerful identity. Me? I'm just the new president of Patek Philippe, Chen Fan slowly replied. The new president of Patek Philippe? This guy in front of me is the new president of Patek Philippe? Huang Mingjie body did not stand steadily, directly but paralyzed on the ground. The body is unable to stop trembling. The whole person was scared silly. Boss, it's wrapped for you. At that moment, the staff came forward and handed over a huge brocade box with both hands. You guys keep working. I've got some things to do, so I'm going to leave. Chen Fan picked up the brocade box and left. It was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but he had promised Ruoshui's mother yesterday that he would go to Ruoshui's house to sit and chat. More than half an hour later, Chen Fan took this brocade box and arrived at Xia Ruoshui's villa. When Chen Fan came in, the two sisters, Xia Ruoshui and Xia Mengmeng, were also accompanying their mother. Auntie, it was a bit sudden yesterday and I wasn't prepared, so this is a small token of my appreciation. With that, Chen Fan handed over the brocade box. It's up to you now to win over this future mother-in-law. Little Chen, you're too polite. Xia Ruoshui's mother replied politely. Xia Mengmeng took the initiative and picked it up, opening it curiously in front of her mother. Soon, the gorgeous and elegant go revealed its true colors. When Xiao Ruoshui's mother saw this go, even she was not calm. Chen, this is? Xiao Ruoshui's mother asked in surprise. Auntie, it is said that this is a pair of go that has been handed down from the palace. Chen Fan replied. Xiao Ruoshui's mother excitedly took out all of this go. When looking at the full picture of this go, even Xia Mengmeng, who didn't even know about go at all, was shocked to the point that this go was also too exquisite. Not to mention Xiao Ruoshui's mother, who was extremely fond of go and is equally excited. So fine, so weighty, and so complete a Qing dynasty go that even she had never seen it. Brother-in-law, how much did you pay for this go? Xia Mengmeng asked Chen Fan curiously. Because of yesterday's incident, Xia Mengmeng's name for Chen Fan had also changed from Senior Chen to the more intimate brother-in-law. A few tens of millions, I guess. Not too expensive. Chen Fan replied that if he had really just simply bought this piece of go at that time, he would have estimated that he would have to drop tens of millions of dollars. A few tens of millions, not expensive indeed. Hearing Chen Fan say this, Xiao Ruoshui's mother nodded her head. Not to mention in the Xiao family, even in Xiao Ruoshui's mother's family, tens of millions of dollars were small money. Little Chen, I like this gift of yours. I'll take it, but I'll pay for it. Saying that, Xiao Ruoshui's mother took out an incomparably precious black card from her side bag. Auntie, you're just out of line. Chen Fan refused. That's right, Mom. This is a small token of Chen Fan's appreciation. You pay for it. What's that like? Xiao Ruoshui was also next to the tycoon. Xiao Ruoshui's mother thought about it for a while, but she was right. It was a small amount of money anyway, so she stopped insisting. Thank you, Chen. Xiao Ruoshui's mother said gratefully. At this moment, when she looked at Chen Fan again, the gaze in her eyes had a few more points of softness of an elder. Obviously, Chen Fan's favorability in Xiao Ruoshui's mother's heart had once again increased. Looking at the chessboard set up, Xiao Ruoshui's mother jumped at the chance to play a game of chess. Unfortunately, Xia Mengmeng didn't know how to do it at all, and Xiao Ruoshui's chess skills were average, so Xiao Ruoshui's mother was a bit disappointed. Chen, do you know Go? Xiao Ruoshui's mother looked at Chen Fan. Slightly billion points. Chen Fan opened his mouth humbly. That's great, Chen, let's play the next game. Xiao Ruoshui's mother took the initiative to invite. Chen Fan did not push back and sat in front of Xiao Ruoshui's mother. Soon, the first game of chess officially began. Xiao Ruoshui's mother's chess skills were considered very good. Although she was an amateur, her strength was comparable to that kind of powerful professional chess player. But unfortunately, she had met Chen Fan, a top Go master. In the first round, Xiao Ruoshui's mother was quickly defeated. At this moment, Xiao Ruoshui's mother, looking at Chen Fan, her eyes were different. She was really surprised that this boyfriend of her daughter's was not only a great cook, but also so good at chess. In the second set, this time Chen Fan's emotional intelligence was pulled full circle and he came straight to a draw. Little Chen, you're letting go of the water, Xiao Ruoshui's mother said with a smile. Where? It's Auntie who's good at chess. Chen Fan replied with the same smile. Hearing Chen Fan say this, the smile on Xiao Ruoshui's mother's face increased a few more points. Little Fan, you're so good at chess at such a young age. You're really outstanding, Xiao Ruoshui's mother lamented. At this moment, her name for Chen Fan had also changed from the beginning, the polite but with a strong sense of distance Little Chen, to the more intimate relationship Little Fan. Chen Fan's image in Xiao Ruoshui's mother's mind became good. In the evening, Chen Fan once again cooked, and Xiao Ruoshui's mother praised Chen Fan's cooking skills. In a day's time, Xiao Ruoshui's mother's favorability towards Chen Fan increased drastically, and next to him, Xiao Ruoshui took everything in and was very excited in her heart. In the evening, Chen Fan accompanied Xiao Ruoshui's mother to play a few more games of chess before leaving. Ruoshui, give Xiao Fan a ride. The mother opened her mouth. Good. Xiao Ruoshui nodded her head and sent Chen Fan out of the villa. Arriving in front of Chen Fan's villa, Xiao Ruoshui opened her mouth. Thank you. She understood that Chen Fan was doing this for his own sake, and Xiao Ruoshui was touched. Bonus points to you. Without waiting for Chen Fan to react, Xiao Ruoshui suddenly made a bold move. Chapter 155, the 33rd day of severing relationships, becoming the second largest shareholder of the $60 billion group. Without waiting for Chen Fan to react, Xiao Ruoshui suddenly kissed Chen Fan gently on the face. Chen Fan froze. I'm at a disadvantage again. This can't be endured. Chen Fan just wanted to take the loss accounted back. The result, he turned his head. Unintentionally noticed. Himself and Ruoshui now stand in this position. In the Ruoshui family villa living room of a certain window can be clearly seen. And at this moment, Xiao Ruoshui's mother was sitting in a position that happened to be very close to this window. And as long as she moved her head a little, she could see everything that was happening here clearly. Thinking of last night's embarrassment, Chen Fan had to force himself to press down his thoughts. Now Ruoshui's mother's favorability towards him had finally increased quite a bit, but she had yet to completely approve of herself. In case he kissed Ruoshui and coincidentally was then seen by Ruoshui's mother, then I'm afraid that the goodwill he had managed to accumulate would fall. I'd rather wait until next time, when Ruoshui's mother is gone, to see how he'll clean up Ruoshui, who took advantage of him. See you tomorrow at. Xia Ruoshui smiled mysteriously and left. Time flew by, and the next morning, the system's voice came on. Ding! On the 33rd day of severing the relationship, awarding 8% of the shares of Jingming Ocean Group, becoming the second largest shareholder of Jingming Ocean Group. Finally, looking at the system's rewards today, Chen Fan was somewhat emotional. These past few days, he had been looking forward to the fact that the system would once again reward him with shares of the Jingming Ocean Group with a total asset of up to $60 billion, so that he could increase his voice within the Jingming Ocean Group, and then order the Jingming Ocean Group to make a move against the Chen family's Chen Clan Ocean Transportation Company, as a company of the same type. As long as Jingming Ocean Group put out its full force, Chen's Ocean Transportation Company would soon be finished. Previously, Chen Fan had already bankrupted the Chen Capital Group, and if he now bankrupted the Chen Ocean Shipping Company in its entirety, the Chen family would lose half of its assets. This would be a huge blow to the Chen family. Today, the opportunity finally came. Thinking about it, Chen Fan did not hesitate to call the president of Jingming Ocean Group. When Chen Fan told the other party that he had just acquired another 8% of Jingming Ocean Group's shares, becoming the second largest shareholder of Jingming Ocean Group, the president of Jingming Ocean Group was very surprised. Congratulations to Mr. Chen. The other responded politely. Mr. Luo, I have something I want to ask Mr. Luo for help. Chen Fan immediately told the other party about the matter against Chen's Ocean Shipping Company. No problem, Mr. Chen. I'll take care of this matter. The president of Jingming Ocean Group agreed. After all, it was Mr. Chen who did himself a favor last time, but this is a big deal after all, and I need to call a board meeting to talk about it briefly. Of course, this matter was jointly proposed by Mr. Chen, the second largest shareholder of the company, as well as me, and the board of directors is just going through a process. The president of Kingfisher Oceans Group adds. No problem, Chen Fan agreed. Anyway, a meeting and a process would not take much time. Tough luck, Mr. Luo, Chen Fan said politely. This matter was settled, and after hanging up the phone, the president of Jingming Ocean Group sent his secretary to notify the company's directors about the convening of the board of directors. On the other hand, Chen Fan pondered that as long as Chen's Ocean Shipping Company went bankrupt, the Chen family's left arm was considered completely ruined, losing half of its total assets. In this way, the Chen family is completely finished. From the rich and powerful family completely fell into the ordinary people. No, or even debt-ridden first negative. It is also a matter of the blink of an eye. The Chen family is about to be completely finished. At noon, Chen Fan went out for a big meal to simply celebrate. Just as Chen Fan's side was in a cozy mood, savoring the food, Wei Jingxiong's side had an unexpected guest. A thin man with 2 bodyguards found Wei Jingxiong. I'm the representative of the chairman of the Dongsan Group in Zhonghai Province, Mr. Gua. As soon as he came up, the thin man introduced himself. Our chairman's man Lu Donglin was screwed by you and your boss, right? As soon as he came up, the thin man asked aggressively. Hearing this, Wei Jingxiong's heart thumped. Oops, that mysterious backer of Lu Donglin's has come to his door. The Eastern Group is not to be messed with. What do you mean? Wei Jingxiong straightened his back and responded with the same strong attitude. The East Sun Group is powerful, but his boss, Chen Fan Chen Xiao, is not to be messed with. Not to mention, this is still Jiangzhou, their territory, the thin man said arrogantly. Our chairman asked me to bring a message over, to have your boss surrender to our chairman, become our chairman's little brother, and only look up to our chairman in the future, and our chairman can consider handing over Lu Donglin's territory to him to manage. You robbed Lu Donglin's territory. Our chairman didn't lay hands on you, and even allowed you to take over Lu Donglin's territory, but he's being extraordinarily kind to you. I hope you won't refuse to do so, but you'll be punished for not doing so. I can't make the call on this one, so I'll tell you what. I'll call my boss and you can talk to my boss yourself. Wei Jingxiong thought for a moment and replied. Although Wei Jingxiong had 90% certainty and felt that it was unlikely that Chen Xiao would agree to the other party, this matter was too big after all, and he, a henchman, could not make decisions without authorization. Could be. The thin man nodded. Wei Jingxiong came to the side and called Chen Fan. After the call was connected, Wei Jingxiong told Chen Fan about the matter in detail. Before Chen Fan could respond, the system's voice came again. Ding! Mission issued, reject the other side and take care of the threat from the Eastwood Group. Mission reward, proficiency in 5 languages, including English, French, German, etc. Mission reward, 146 experience points. Fluent in 5 languages? The system's reward this time was a bit beyond Chen Fan's expectations. However, this reward was very useful, as Chen Fan had more and more enterprises in his hands, especially after becoming the president of Patek Philippe. He would definitely have to come into contact with quite a number of foreigners in terms of business, as well as the management of the company. However, Chen Fan's English level, which was very average, made communication more troublesome, and it would not be a solution if he looked for an interpreter. But if Chen Fan was proficient in 5 languages, it would be of great help not only to Chen Fan's management of the Patek Philippe company, but also to Chen Fan's future expansion of his career internationally. This reward, Chen Fan wanted it. This task must be accomplished. You give him the phone and I'll talk to him, Chen Fan ordered. Understood. Chen Xiao. Wei Jingxiang nodded, then handed the phone to the thin man. Our boss wants to talk to you personally. Hearing for Wei Jingxiang said so, the thin man subconsciously thought that Chen Fan knew his boss's power and was willing to surrender them, so he took the phone with a smug smile. However, just as he picked up the phone, the voice coming from the other side made his jaw drop. Chapter 156, Countdown to Bankruptcy of Chen's Ocean Company. Mother-in-law's approval. You're from the Easton Group, aren't you? Tell your boss to get lost. Chen Fan opened his mouth indifferently, not to mention that the system now had this mission. Even if there wasn't a mission, there was no way Chen Fan would agree to surrender and become some kind of little brother. You, how dare you? The skinny man stormed off. In Zhonghai province, dare to let their boss roll. Not many people. This kid counts which onion, even dare to talk to their boss so. I'm so bold. Shouldn't it be your boss who's so bold? Who gave him the confidence and wants to take me as his little brother? Chen Fan asked back nonchalantly. Well, you wait. After saying that, the skinny man directly threw his cell phone away, then angrily led his men to leave Wei Jingxiang's territory. After coming outside, the skinny man reported what had just happened to his boss, Guo Guangshen, the chairman of the Dongxin Group. At the first opportunity. What did you say? That kid told me to get lost? Guo Guan laughed back in anger. How dare a hairless brat reject him and tell him to get lost? Good. Just stay in Jiangzhou and investigate where that kid lives for me. I'll take a plane and bring someone to Jiangzhou right away. I'll personally meet that kid and see what kind of 3 heads and 6 arms he has that he dares to tell me to get lost. Wei Guangxing was completely unable to sit still. After the order, Guo Guangxing immediately gathered a few of his bodyguards and then headed straight to the airport. In the afternoon, Chen Fan received a call from the president of Jingming Ocean Group. He told Chen Fan that the board of directors process had been completed, as it was Chen Fan, the second largest shareholder, as well as him who opened his mouth, and it was also against a small to medium-sized company. The members of the board of directors naturally didn't have any opinions on dealing with Chen's Ocean Shipping Company, and all of the directors agreed to it. The company is ready to do it tomorrow morning. Earlier the day after tomorrow. Later, the day after tomorrow. Chen's Ocean Shipping Company must go bankrupt, the president of the Nestor Oceanic Group assured. Unfortunately, today it is already 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and is not ready. Too late to do it. Otherwise, maybe before tomorrow night, Chen's Ocean Shipping Company is finished. Thanks a lot, Mr. Luo. Chen Fan smiled and spoke. From now on, Chen's Oceanic Teleportation Company has been sentenced to death and is counting down to bankruptcy. After class in the afternoon and returning home, Chen Fan put the pen, ink, paper and inkstone he had bought on the table in the study. Yesterday, he got the top calligraphy ability, hard pen calligraphy. Chen Fan tried it out. The effect was very good. Chen Fan now signed his signature. It simply looked 10,000 times better than before. As the saying goes, words are like people, and in the future, the mere sight of Chen Fan's signature would make those people respect Chen Fan. Hard pen calligraphy. Chen Fan tried, but the brush, Chen Fan did not have it at home, so he deliberately bought a little too, intending to try and see how the level is. Setting up the pen, ink, paper and inkstone and studying the ink, Chen Fan picked up the brush and began to write. Previously, Chen Fan did not know brush calligraphy, so the first few words were still a little bit uncomfortable, but at the back, Chen Fan completely adapted to it. In an instant, Chen Fan's brush calligraphy began to flow. Brush calligraphy includes 5 styles of calligraphy: regular, clerical, running, cursive and seal script. Chen Fan tried them all, and for each font, Chen Fan could easily control it, and wrote out the words with an airy and dashing style, which was comparable to the most top-notch calligraphy masters in China. Just as Chen Fan was immersed in his calligraphy, the doorbell came. Chen Fan opened the door curiously, only to see Ruoshui's mother standing there. Auntie, what brings you here? Please come in. Chen Fan politely invited Ruoshui's mother in. Xia Ruoshui went to the company to take care of something, while Xia Mengmeng took classes, and Xia Ruoshui's mother was bored at home alone, and just now happened to catch a glimpse of Chen Fan's car parked there, so she came to see Chen Fan for a chat and a few games of chess. Just as she came in, Xia Ruoshui's mother suddenly smelled a strange odor. The smell of ink. Fan, are you practicing your calligraphy? Xia Ruoshui's mother spoke curiously. Yes. Chen Fan nodded. Fan, you still know calligraphy? Xia Ruoshui's mother was a bit surprised. Xiao Fan is still a sophomore. Cooking, chess are so good, and now even practicing to study calligraphy. Really hard work. Xia Ruoshui's mother lamented inwardly. It'll be 1 billion points. Chen Fan replied humbly. So Auntie C? Xia Ruoshui's mother suggested. She was curious about how Chen Fan's calligraphy level was, since Chen Fan's cooking and chess skills were so good. His calligraphy level shouldn't be that good as well. Yes, Auntie please. Chen Fan led the way to the study. Having just come in and seen Chen Fan's desk with, just now, the 5 styles of calligraphy that he had practiced: regular script, official script, running script, cursive script, and seal script, Xia Ruoshui's mother was instantly dumbfounded. She quickly stepped forward, staring at Chen Fan's work with wide eyes, and was stunned speechless for a moment. The 5 different styles of calligraphy, namely, regular, clerical, running, cursive, and seal script, and even a calligrapher who has been practicing for 10 years would be very good if he or she could become proficient in one of them. But now, each of these 5 styles of calligraphy that Xiao Fan had, were perfect, with almost no shortcomings. My goodness, Fan's calligraphy is so good too. For a while, Xia Ruoshui's mother was overwhelmed with emotion inside. Even she, who had studied calligraphy since she was a child, was currently only good at the regular and clerical scripts, while the other 3 were mediocre. I didn't realize that Xiao Fan, a junior, had surpassed his own level of calligraphy as well. At such a young age, Xiao Fan was already proficient in chess, calligraphy, and cooking. This was too excellent. Instantly, in Xia Ruoshui's mother's heart, Chen Fan's status was once again raised a lot. Fan, you're really good, Xia Ruoshui's mother said with emotion. Slowly, she somewhat accepted Chen Fan as her son-in-law. Auntie is flattered, Chen Fan replied humbly. After that, Chen Fan played a few games of chess with Xia Ruoshui's mother in the study. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a sharp and hard knock on the door. Another visitor. Chapter 157, Defending Chen Fan's mother-in-law. The terror of the Xia family. Chen Fan got up in disbelief and went to open the door, while Xia Ruoshui's mother stayed in the study and continued to study the chess game. Chen Fan opened the door of the villa, only to see a domineering middle-aged man standing there with his hands behind his back, indifferently, with a great aura, and beside him, stood a thin man. Behind the two, there were 4 black-clad henchmen, seemingly bodyguards or something. You're the boss behind Wei Jingxion, Chen Fan? The thin man asked. It's you? Chen Fan instantly heard the identity of this skinny man. This is our boss, the chairman of the Dongsun Group, Gui Guangsheng, Mr. Gua. Immediately after that, the thin man introduced the domineering man next to him with incomparable pride. Standing there, Gui Guangsheng carefully scanned Chen Fan from head to toe. You don't have 3 heads and 6 arms either. How dare you reject me and tell me to get lost? Gui Guangxing muttered contemptuously. And you don't have 3 heads and 6 arms, so how dare you come to the door? Chen Fan responded directly with his words. Jiangzhou was his territory. Don't look at the fact that Gui Guangxing had brought 4 bodyguards with him. There were slightly more people, but if he made a move, with Chen Fan's top-notch fighting ability, and his increased strength, he could easily solve them. Gui Guangxing was infuriated by Chen Fan's words. How dare I come to the door? Why wouldn't I dare? Kid, don't think that just because you settled Lu Donglin in Jiangzhou and became some Jiangzhou's #1 underground big brother, that you think you're so great and powerful. A person like you is a small ant in my eyes. Lu Donglin is just one of the minions under me. Like him, I have so many minions who are bosses in a certain area. Gui Guangxing flaunted his bragging rights. What does this have to do with me? Chen Fan shrugged. Gui Guangxing directly ordered grimly. Kid, compensate me $10 billion. Then immediately hand over Lu Donglin's territory to me and get the hell out of Jiangzhou. I can be gracious and let you off the hook. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Make me regret my life. Just you. Or you get the hell out of Jiangzhou. Chen Fan responded in an equally domineering manner. The thing he as a person hated the most was being threatened. Our Dongsun Group, as the top big company in Zhonghai province, not to mention you, even if it's the heads of those most powerful mansions in Jiangzhou of yours, when they see me, they'll all have to be respectful. Since you don't know what's good for you, then I'll let you know what horrible fate it is to offend me, Gui Guangxing said rampantly to the extreme. With that, he gave his men a look, telling them to make a move and teach this little thing that doesn't know the sky and the earth a lesson first. Fan, what's wrong? Just then, Xia Ruoshui's mother seemed to have heard a commotion outside, so she walked out of the study. What's the matter? Your son has messed with someone he can't afford to mess with. Seeing Xia Ruoshui's mother, Gui Guangxing subconsciously thought that she was Chen Fan's mother, so he remained open-minded. Messed with someone he couldn't afford to mess with? Who? Xia Ruoshui's mother walked over and asked in a dignified manner. At this moment, Xia Ruoshui's mother still maintained that elegance. Not to mention now, even if it was a bigger scene, a more crisis moment, she had seen it all before. Who is it? Of course it's our Easton Group, Gui Guangxing replied triumphantly. The Easton Group? Xia Ruoshui's mother muttered in a small voice, and after thinking for a moment, she seemed to have an impression. I thought it was some big conglomerate. It's just that small company founded by that little tycoon Guo Minfu? Xia Ruoshui's mother spoke. Bold. How dare you call our Easton Group a small company? Gui Guangxing's men couldn't help but jump out and rebuke Xia Ruoshui's mother. In Zhonghai province, Dongsun Group is an absolute behemoth. An absolute big company. A big group. And as a result of falling into this lady's mouth, their hallowed Dongsun Group has become some kind of small company. This woman is too arrogant. Wait a minute. Just as the henchman still wanted to reprimand Xia Ruoshui's mother, he was stopped by Gui Guangxing. You knew my father? Guo Minfu. None other than Gui Guangxing's father, the founder of the Easton Group. In last year's Magic City Financial Summit, met aside, when Guo Minfu was if the dog skin plaster, sticking to my husband all kinds of currying favor. Fawning, can be really annoying, Xia Ruoshui's mother replied with incomparable disgust. Aha! Gui Guangxing immediately froze. Although this woman said bad things about his father, but Gui Guangxing did not dare to immediately refute anything, because he heard the Magic City Financial Summit, 6 big words. You have to know that those who are qualified to participate in the Magic City Financial Summit are all kinds of top tycoons and bigwigs. Even at the bottom, they are the kind of people who are worth tens of billions of dollars. And his father did participate in the Magic City Financial Summit last year, although it was hard to get a place. May I ask if your husband is? Gui Guangxing asked cautiously. Xia Hichu. Xia Ruoshui's mother replied calmly. What? As soon as he heard this name, Gui Guangxing's face brushed white, and his entire body panicked to the extreme. Xia Hichu of the Magic City Xia family? Gui Guangxing looked at Xia Ruoshui's mother. Xia Ruoshui's mother nodded slightly. Gollum, Gollum, Gollum. Gui Guangxing ruthlessly drowned a few mouthfuls of saliva, and at this moment, on his forehead, bean-sized beads of sweat surfaced. That's not right. Isn't his surname Chen? How come your husband is Mr. Xia? Gui Guangxing asked in disbelief. This is my future son-in-law. Xia Ruoshui's mother spoke. Chen Fan is Xia Hichu's son-in-law? Knowing this identity of Chen Fan, Gui Guangxing was so frightened that his body couldn't help but tremble. Gulp. In the next second, under the unbelievable gazes of several of his men, Gui Guangxing violently knelt in front of Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui's mother. Knock, knock, knock. I was wrong. My lord, I was wrong. Gui Guangxing kowtowed to Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui's mother and admitted his mistake. If he knew that Chen Fan was the future son-in-law of Xia Hichu, the future son-in-law of the Xia family in Magic City, if he borrowed 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to come to trouble Chen Fan. Not to mention that Chen Fan had robbed him of his territory in Jiangzhou. Even if he had robbed him of his few remaining territories, he would have to smile and offer to help Chen Fan. There was no way. Xia Hichu, as well as the Mordor Xia family, were too terrifying in strength. No wonder this woman had just said that their Dongsun Group was a small company. Indeed, compared to the magnificent Magic City Xia family, their Dongsun Group was a mole cricket. Nothing at all. As long as the Xia family slightly moved a finger. No, even if the Xia family slightly blew a breath, the Dongsun Group was immediately finished. This was the Mordor Xia family, and this was the terror of Xia Hichu. Chapter 158, 34th Day of Severance. Reward spending 1,000 times rebate card. At this moment, Gui Guangxing is really even regretting his intestines. Chen Fan, the identity of Xia Hichu's future son-in-law, in the entire Zhonghai province, is an existence that walks horizontally. And this was still the future son-in-law. If it was a real son-in-law, then in the Central Sea province, Chen Fan was almost no one who dared to mess with him. If he had known this identity of Chen Fan, he would not have come to Jiangzhou even if he had been killed. Gobble, gobble. Even their boss knelt down, and the few juniors that Gui Guangxing came with also knelt down in a hurry, kowtowing to Chen Fan and begging for forgiveness. Didn't you say that Xiao Fan had messed with an existence he couldn't afford to mess with? Now what? Xiao Ruoshui's mother questioned Gui Guangsheng. It's because I have eyes and I don't know 'em Tai. It's because I'm a frog in the well. I'm wrong, Mrs. Xia. I'm really wrong. Gui Guangxing begged for mercy. You don't have enough weight to make your father apologize in person. In the future, if I ever hear the slightest hint of you targeting Xiaofan again, I don't need my husband to make a move. I myself can make your Dongsen Group completely history. Xiao Ruoshui's mother spoke in a domineering manner. The family behind Xiao Ruoshui's mother was also very powerful, and with this statement, she was definitely not just scaring Wei Guangsheng, but could really easily solve the Dongsen Group. Yes. Gui Guangxing nodded his head in fear. When I return, I will immediately ask my father to come and apologize in person. Kwok Kwang sang assured. Xiao Ruoshui's mother waved her hand. Gui Guangxing rolled and escaped with his men. Looking at Gui Guangsheng, who was now in a sorry state, and then thinking about Gui Guangxing's rampant and extreme appearance at the very beginning, Chen Fan was a bit emotional. The strength of the Wakamizu family is not normally impressive. Thanks, Auntie, Chen Fan said sincerely to Xiao Ruoshui's mother. The previous efforts had not been in vain. His favorability in Ruoshui's mother's heart was already very high, and Chen Fan also experienced the feeling of long-lost affection. No need to be so polite, Wakamizu's mother replied with a smile. At that moment, the system's voice came. Ding! Reject the other side. Solve the threat of the Donglin Group. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on obtaining fluency in 5 languages, including English, French, German, etc. Congratulations on gaining 146 experience points. The mission was completed, and a wave of memories that was even larger than before flooded into Chen Fan's mind. And in an instant, Chen Fan became proficient in 5 languages, including English, French, and German. Now Chen Fan was a master of foreign languages. Chen Fan was a bit emotional inside. Originally he thought that it would take a bit of time to solve the trouble of the Eastern Group, but he didn't expect that. Just the moment Ruoshui's mother stepped in, she scared the boss of the Eastern Group into fear, and easily accomplished this task. With 5 languages in hand, in the future, it would be much more convenient for Chen Fan to manage the Patek Philippe company, as well as do business overseas. Time flies and a new day arrives. In the morning, Chen Fan received a call from the president of Jingming Ocean Company, who told Chen Fan that they had already begun to lay hands on Chen's Oceanic Teleportation Group. Just let Chen Fan wait for the good news. It won't take long. As soon as he woke up, there was such a good thing. Chen Fan was in quite a good mood. On the other hand, in the Shen family, a powerful family in Jiangzhou, Shen Hanhai stood next to his father, Shen Qingran, and asked unwillingly, Dad, we're just going to bypass the Chen Fan kid? He's a dig at us. Shen Hanhai just wasn't convinced anymore. Chen Fan, a person who had severed his relationship with the Chen family. What right did he have to ride on the head of their entire Shen family? And Chen Fan also dug up a lot of elite talents in their family industry. This breath can't not out. There's one thing to be said. If our Shen family fights Chen Fan, the odds are that we will lose. Shen Qingran opened his mouth. Experienced twice, Shen Qingran has understood and accepted. Their Shen family is not Chen Fan's opponent. Father, Shen Hanhai wanted to say something, but was stopped by Shen Qingran. But I'm not going to give up like that. I'm going to make one last attempt. This time, if we win, we can raise our eyebrows. If not, we'll admit defeat completely. And when we see Chen Fan in Jiangzhou in the future, we'll avoid him. Just let him endure so. Shen Qingran is also not willing. After all, he has just taken over the Shen family. So lost to Chen Fan, he, as well as their Shen family's face where to put ah. Yesterday morning, I met a great man from out of town. From what I've observed, the big man is very greedy and loves money. I'm going to drop some money and get this big guy to step up, Shen Qingran explained. As long as this great man makes a move, I am 99% certain that this time, I will be able to trample Chen Fan under my feet. Saying that, Shen Qingran took out his cell phone and dialed the number of the big shot he knew, and briefly talked about it. Shen Qingran also hinted to this big shot on the phone that as long as he helped him teach his enemy a lesson, Shen Qingran was willing to pay $3 billion as a favor. Shen Qingran asked that big shot to dine at Xilan Restaurant, a famous upscale restaurant in Jiangzhou, and both sides talked in detail. Okay, I'll meet you at noon to talk. The big man immediately agreed. This thing is a done deal. After hanging up the phone, Shen Qingran said proudly, this big shot agreed to eat, almost like agreeing to help him out. Shen Qingran was thrilled. The day he raised his eyebrows had finally come. Come on, let's go to Westlands. At around 11:30 in the morning, Shen Qingran took her son and headed towards the Xilan restaurant with incomparable excitement. On the other hand, at Jiangzhou University, Chen Fan had just gotten out of class when the system's voice suddenly came. Ding! Break off the relationship on the 34th day. Reward spending thousands of times rebate card. Limit rebate 450,000,000. Ha! Looking at the system's reward for today, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Today this reward is simple and rough. Directly rewarded himself a consumption 1,000 times rebate card, which is not much different from directly giving himself money. And that money is a whopping $4.5 billion. Spending 1,000 times rebate card means that one only needs to spend $4.5 million to get 1,000 times rebate, which is a whole $4.5 billion. Previously, the rebate card at the first level system, the highest rebate was only 500 million, but now, it was a full $4.5 billion. This is too good to be true. Chapter 159, making over $4 billion in a few minutes. Chen Fan's plan within a plan. The hand has enough liquidity, but it is very important, not to mention the distant. Let's say the last time, he used the plan to buy Yum Group. When the hand of liquidity is not enough, it is very troublesome. Now, as long as this, consumption 1,000 times rebate card, was used up, together with Chen Fan's previous ones, he had big billions of liquidity in his hands, and in Jiangzhou, it was estimated that not many people could compare with Chen Fan. With today's reward in hand, Chen Fan smiled and went to have lunch. On the other side, Shilan restaurant, Shen Xingran's father and son were also already in the private room, waiting nervously, especially Shen Xingran. This was his last attempt to deal with Chen Fan, his last hope. As long as that big shot agreed with him, the outcome of the matter was almost certain. Who was Chen Fan but a rich man in Jiangzhou? How could he compare to the big shot he knew? In the end, in Shen Xingran's eager waiting, that big shot finally came. It was a middle-aged man with a thin build. Hello, Mr. Xiang. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, Shen Xingran hurriedly got up and greeted him respectfully. Hello, Mr. Xiang. Seeing his father do so, Shen Hanhai also hurriedly got up. Aha! The thin man sat down and nodded slightly. I am greatly honored that Mr. Xiang is here, Shen Xingran said curtly. To Mr. As soon as he came up, Shen Xingran gave a rainbow fart to this middle-aged man, literally blowing him up to the sky. Listening to Shen Xingran, even the skinny man who had always thought that he had a thick skin was a little embarrassed. Is he that good? Well, the thin man waved his hand. What do you want to ask to sit me down for? Just say it and stop bragging about it. Seeing the thin man say so, Shen Xingran went straight to the point. Mr. Xiang, I have an enemy that I can't deal with on my own, so I'd like to ask Mr. Xiang to take a shot and help me teach him a hard lesson, letting that brat know that offending our Shen family won't end well. Oh, is that kid good? The thin man asked cautiously. He is just a local tycoon in our Jiangzhou. In our Jiangzhou, maybe a little more powerful, but in your eyes, he is nothing at all. As long as you make a move, he is absolutely unable to escape from you, Shen Xingran said confidently. As long as you help me teach him a lesson, I'm willing to take 3 billion out as your hard-earned money. $3 billion. That's definitely not a small amount. The reason why Shen Xingran is so generous is because Shen Xingran feels that it is not his money that he is spending. Shen Xingran planned that as long as Mr. Xiang helped himself to teach Chen Fan a lesson, and let Chen Fan know the terror of their Shen family, he would blackmail Chen Fan ruthlessly, and at that time, he would let Chen Fan pay for the 3 billion. How fun to use Chen Fan's money to teach Chen Fan a lesson. At that time, Chen Fan had been taught a lesson and knew what would happen if he offended their Shen family. He definitely wouldn't dare to refuse himself and would definitely take the money obediently. Maybe he could even make some after deducting this 3 billion. The more he thought about it, the more excited Shen Xingran became inside. This time, Chen Fan was finished. Oh, it's just a small tycoon in Jiangzhou. That's indeed nothing. Say, what's that kid's name? What exactly is his identity? Listening to Shen Xingran introduced to him to deal with that person is a rich man in Jiangzhou, plus Shen Xingran 3 billion benefit fee. The thin man suddenly moved. Mr. Xiang, the kid I'm going to deal with is called Chen Fan. He was previously a member of the powerful Chen family, but has severed his ties with the Chen family and is now a member of the Yongtai Real Estate Group. Shen Xingran immediately told the thin man what he knew about Chen Fan. Say strike. Chen Fan? What Shen Xingran didn't notice was that just after he finished saying the word Chen Fan, an odd look appeared on the face of the thin man opposite him. From what you're saying, that Chen Fan isn't very old, is he? The thin man made a point of asking. He wanted to make sure that this Chen Fan in Shen Xingran's mouth was not the same person as the Chen Fan Chen he knew. After all, these days, there are too many people with two-word names that overlap. Yes, Mr. Xiang, that kid is only 19 or 20 this year. Quite young. Shen Xingran nodded. At this point, the skinny man was completely sure that the Chen Fan that Shen Xingran was talking about was the same Mr. Chen that he knew, and this skinny man was no one else. It was the old Xiang's son that Chen Fan knew. Xiang Zhenyu. When Chen Fan had dinner at the Xiang family, Xiang Zhenyu had inadvertently seen Chen Fan's business card and learned that Chen Fan was a shareholder of the titular Patek Philippe company, and he admired Chen Fan. Mr. Xiang, you see? After speaking, Shen Xingran asked with incomparable anticipation. Hold on. I'm going to the restroom first. Xiang Zhenyu made an excuse to leave. Just after walking out of the door of the private room, a cold smile surfaced on Xiang Zhenyu's face. This Shen Xingran is really sick in the head, even letting him deal with Mr. Chen, when he is a little cutie. Is he? How could he do such a thing? Now that someone was trying to deal with Mr. Chen, he certainly had to talk to Mr. Chen. Coming to an unoccupied corner outside, Xiang Zhenyu immediately took out his cell phone and dialed Chen Fan. Once the phone was connected, Xiang Zhenyu told Chen Fan about Shen Xingran's matter in its original form. Nice guy, taking 3 billion out as hard labor? Chen Fan couldn't help but feel that this Shen Xingran was indeed a big spender. Mr. Chen, what do you think I'll do after that? Xiang Zhenyu asked Chen Fan for his opinion. You promise him, but 3 billion is a bit too little. Right, you dang Mr. Xiang, how can you ask for 5 billion for your hard work? Chen Fan's nuclear goodness reminded. Right now, Shen Xingran doesn't know about his relationship with Xiang Zhenyu, and if he lets Xiang Zhenyu reject Shen Xingran directly, how meaningless it would be. Shen Xingran wants to pay money to find Xiang Zhenyu to deal with himself. Good Shen Xingran is not rich. He himself will ruthlessly pit him a sum of money, so that Shen Xingran hemorrhage. I understand what Mr. Chen means. A smile also appeared on Xiang Zhenyu's face. Mr. Chen, when the time comes to get the money from Shen Xingran, we'll split it 9-1, 9 for you and 1 for me. Xiang Zhenyu took the initiative to say, there is an opportunity to flatter Mr. Chen. Xiang Zhenyu naturally does not want to let go of this opportunity. No, just split it 50-50. Chen Fan opened his mouth. That does not work. 9 points account. Mr. Chen, you listen to me. Behind, but also need Mr. Chen to help me act a little drama. Just perform a few expressions on the line. At that time, even if the pit cannot Shen Xingran 10 billion, I also want to pit him a 6 or 7 billion. Xiang Zhenyu said firmly. If he's not good at doing business or anything, he knows too much about screwing people over. Seeing Xiang Zhenyu say so, Chen Fan naturally agreed gladly. Anyway, it was just an act. It wouldn't take more than a few minutes. Let's split it 70-30. Chen Fan eventually decided on a split ratio with Xiang Zhenyu. If it is according to what Xiang Zhenyu said, he can pitch Shen Xingran 6 or 7 billion, and he will get at least 4 billion or so. A few minutes of time, to the hands of 4 billion or so, and still from the hands of the enemy pit 4 billion or so. Think of the mood is comfortable. Chapter 160, another good news. Trying to take Xiao Ruosh away from Chen Fan? After discussing with Chen Fan, Xiang Zhenyu returned to the private room. Xiang Zhenyu sat down and Shen Xingran asked again. What do you think, Mr. Xiang? I can help you. But well. Xiang Zhenyu showed a difficult expression. But how? To you, Mr. Shen Xingran's heart hung in the air. But listening to you, that Chen Fan is not simple. This money you're offering, it's not quite enough. Xiang Zhenyu replied. Mr. Xiang, 3 billion is really quite a lot. Shen Xingran replied seriously. 3 billion is enough to deal with others, but against this Chen Fan, it's still not quite enough. How about this? You take out 3 billion first, I'll go after that Chen Fan, and you'll see how effective you are. If you're happy with it, we'll add more money. Xiang Zhenyu replied. He also understood that it was not that easy to get Shen Xingran to pay, so he had to get Shen Xingran hooked little by little. Once the money was in hand, it was useless even if Shen Xingran found out. Did Shen Xingran dare to go against himself? Also available. Shen Xingran nodded. Then he transferred 3 billion to Xiang Zhenyu. In 3 hours, I'll show you results. After the money arrived, Xiang Zhenyu left. Back in his car, Xiang Zhenyu once again contacted Chen Fan. Xiang Zhenyu begged Chen Fan for a video. In the video, Chen Fan had to act incredibly sad, as if he had encountered a big problem. Xiang Zhenyu wanted to use this video to set up Shen Xingran. Could be. Chen Fan agreed. It's just a show of sadness. Chen Fan sent someone beside him, filming from a surreptitious angle, while Chen Fan sat there, looking at his cell phone with a sad face, as if he had encountered some kind of trouble, or crisis. The video is only a few dozen seconds long. Soon after, Xiang Zhenyu received the video. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. With this video, I can at the very least pitch Shen Xingran for another 3 billion, assured Jin Wu. However, it would take a few hours before it could be sent to Shen Xingran, so that he could fish for Shen Xingran's appetite. Chen Fan is also very satisfied. Just a few dozen seconds. A little bit of acting. You can get your hands on a few $1 billion for nothing. There is more easy than this to make money? It's only been an hour. And he's going to get his hands on big billions in total. So that's good. There were no classes in the afternoon. So Chen Fan returned to his villa. Just before he could sit down, Chen Fan received another piece of good news. The good news came from Skyward Headhunters. The executives of Tenya Headhunters told Chen Fan that they had managed to poach more than 20 technical and managerial talents from the remaining few industries of the Chen family. These people didn't have any special relationship with the Chen family, but they were important people in those few industries of the Chen family, and now they were leaving the Chen family's industries in droves. This has dealt another major blow to the Chen family. Nice work, Chen Fan said with satisfaction. After that, Chen Fan ordered Tenya Headhunter to arrange each of these talents into their own companies based on their characteristics and abilities. When tonight, or tomorrow, Chen's ocean shipping company goes bankrupt, the Chen family is finished, and the countdown is officially on. In the afternoon, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui's two sisters, together, accompanied Xiao Ruoshui's mother to have some fun in Jiangzhou. After all, Xiao Ruoshui's mother hadn't gone out much since she came to Jiangzhou. The two sisters, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui, accompanied her mother to the White Garden, a famous attraction in Jiangzhou. The White Garden is a Jiangnan garden that covers an area of about 50 acres, and it is quite famous in the entire Zhanghai province. When traveling to Jiangzhou, the first thing that comes to the mind of many people is the White Garden, precisely because it is a popular attraction. Even if it is not a holiday, a lot of tourists come, and even occasionally meet foreign tourists. Not long after Chen Fan and the others entered the White Garden, someone suddenly spoke from behind. Mr. Xia, only a young man in a suit, surprised, greeted him. This young man's name was Fan Jiaowei. He was the president of a large group's branch in Jiangzhou. At the same time, Fan Jiaowei was also one of Xiao Ruoshui's suitors, only not as crazy. Beside Fan Jiaowei, there was also a middle-aged couple that seemed to be Fan Jiaowei's parents. Upon seeing Fan Jiaowei, Xiao Ruoshui just nodded slightly, deliberately keeping a distance from the other party and slightly moving a little closer to Chen Fan. Mr. Xia, who is this? Fan Jiaowei looked at Xiao Ruoshui's mother. This is my mother. Xiao Ruoshui replied coldly. Oh, it's Auntie. Hello Auntie. Fan Jiaowei greeted politely. President Fan, if there's nothing else, we'll leave first. My boyfriend and I still have to accompany my mom to tour the White Garden, Xiao Ruoshui said with a special expulsion order. What? Your boyfriend? Hearing Xiao Ruoshui's words, Fan Jiaowei immediately widened his eyes, and then the first time he looked at Chen Fan. After all, on Xiao Ruoshui's side, there was only one male, Chen Fan. At this moment, looking at Chen Fan, Fan Jiaowei was jealous inside, because he wanted to give Xiao Ruoshui a good impression. Fan Jiaowei deliberately kept a distance from her and did not stalk her. He wanted to wait for the opportunity to win Xiao Ruoshui's heart. Just before he could act, Xiao Ruoshui even had a boyfriend. Are you kidding me? Fan Jiaowei looked at Chen Fan. He really couldn't understand. He graduated from the top 10 top universities in the world, and he was young and talented, and now he was already the president of the branch of the Tengfei Group, with a bright future. Why did Xiao Ruoshui choose this mediocre-looking guy and not herself? For a while, Fan Jiaowei resented Chen Fan. No, one has to find a way to take the summer goddess back from this guy. Fan Jiaowei secretly decided that he didn't want to admit defeat just like that and surrender the summer goddess to this plan. Congratulations to Mr. Xia. This brother can chase this goddess, Mr. Xia, to his hand. So he must be a graduate of a top prestigious school. I wonder which college it is. Maybe we are still alumni. Fan Jiaowei launched a direct attack. Now that Xiao Ruoshui's mother was still here, Fan Jiaowei wanted to show his aunt that he was much better than this boyfriend of Xiao Ruoshui's. Chapter 161, Showing Off Language Skills in Front of Chen Fan. How many languages does Chen Fan know? River State University. Chen Fan responded casually. Jiangzhou University? That's the Jiangzhou University in our Jiangzhou. It's just an ordinary undergraduate institution. Not to mention the top prestigious schools. Not even 211. Hearing Chen Fan's reply, Fan Jiaowei said with great disgust. He also thought that Chen Fan, even if it is not better than him, but how also if a domestic 985, or 211 institutions graduated? Right, the result is this? Chen Fan is actually an ordinary undergraduate? For a while, Fan Jiaowei felt that comparing himself to Chen Fan was simply an insult to his education. What's wrong? What's wrong with Jiangzhou University? Do you despise us so much? Hearing Fan Jiaowei say that, Xia Mengmeng was the first to hold back. Mr. Xia, this young lady is. Chen Fan did not go overboard, but instead, this girl beside Mr. Xia is like this, which is a bit beyond Fan Zhaowei's expectations. This is my sister Xia Mengmeng, also a student at Jiangzhou University. Xia Ruoshui replied. Ha! Instantly, Fan Zhaowei froze. Mr. Xia's sister turned out to be a student of Jiangzhou University, which is awkward. He just wanted to belittle Chen Fan as a way to prove his own excellence. Who knew that Xia Ruoshui's sister was also a student at Jiangzhou University? This time, not only did he offend Mr. Xia's sister, but he also made a bad impression on Mr. Xia's mother. So what can we do? Fan Zhaowei has a bit of a headache. You don't look down on our Jiangzhou University, so what university did you graduate from? Xia Mengmeng questioned Fan Zhaowei. My son is a graduate of Yale University, which is ranked in the top 10 in the world. Fan Zhaowei's mother replied with incomparable pride. As a person who had been there before, she naturally saw that her son was interested in Xia Ruoshui, so she purposely took her son's education to show off. Just then, not far away, a foreign woman, for some reason, suddenly panicked and said something to the tourists next to her, as if she was in some kind of trouble. Soon, the foreign woman caught the attention of many tourists on the scene. Unfortunately, several tourists in a row could not understand what this foreign woman said. What she said seemed not to be English. Noticing this scene, Fan Zhaowei's eyes lit up, and he thought of a chance to prove how good he was as a Yale graduate. I studied 2 foreign languages when I was at Yale, and I went to tackle. Saying that, Fan Zhaowei glanced at Chen Fan in a showy manner, seemingly showing off, letting Chen Fan, a small undergraduate student, take a good look at himself, a student of Yale University, which is ranked among the top 10 in the world, and how he solved the problem easily. Fan Zhaowei took big steps towards this foreign woman. He wanted to show off his excellent language skills in front of Xia Ruoshui and Xia Ruoshui's mother. I'll do it. I know several foreign languages. You can't go over them first. Walking over to him, Fan Zhaowei confidently asked a few travelers next to him to get out of the way and let him do the talking. Hearing Fan Zhaowei say that he knew several foreign languages, the few tourists immediately admired Fan Zhaowei, so they all got out of the way. Bonjour. As soon as he came up, Fan Zhaowei directly greeted the foreign woman in French. The foreign woman spoke no English, so Fan Zhaowei guessed that she might be French. After Fan Zhaowei finished speaking, the foreign woman looked confused, obviously not understanding what Fan Zhaowei meant. She doesn't speak French? It's okay. He also knew Russian. Not being French, the woman always understood Russian. Fan Zhaowei greeted her again in Russian, wanting to ask her in Russian what was wrong. Unfortunately, the foreign woman still did not understand Russian. In an instant, Fan Zhaowei was embarrassed. He knows a total of 3 languages. This woman does not understand English, Russian, French. He cannot do anything. Fan Zhaowei was awkwardly there, not knowing what to do anymore. Don't you know several foreign languages? Communicate with her. See what's wrong with her? Yeah, communication. Several travelers around them spoke up, and Fan Zhaowei shrugged helplessly. Che, that's it. What's the point of pretending when you talk so much and still end up not being able to communicate? Seeing this, a visitor couldn't help but be sarcastic. In a flash, Fan Zhaowei's toes buckled to the ground, embarrassed to the core. Seeing that no one understood her words, the foreign woman became even more anxious. But the crowd just couldn't do anything about it, and none of them understood. There was a stalemate for a while, and just as the crowd was about to call the police, a bemused voice came out. Let me communicate with her. Hola. Chen Fan came over and greeted the woman in Spanish, one of the 5 languages he had been given. At the very beginning, Chen Fan did not hear this woman's words clearly, until just now. After clearly hearing a sentence from this woman, Chen Fan finally determined that she was speaking Spanish. Hearing the familiar voice, this foreign woman was thrilled, so she hurriedly communicated with Chen Fan, and this foreign woman was really a Spaniard. Looking at Chen Fan's incomparably fluent communication with this foreign woman, the Fan Zhaowei person next to him was dumbfounded. What's going on here? After exchanging a few sentences, Chen Fan understood why this Spanish woman was in a hurry. It turned out to be that she had lost her way, and a few of her friends who knew English didn't come with her. She didn't know how to get out of here, because there were quite a few people gathered here. There were attraction workers coming over. She's trying to get out, but she's lost, so you take her to the exit. Chen Fan explained to the staff. So it is. It dawned on the crowd what they thought was going on. No problem. The staff agreed and Chen Fan explained to the Spanish woman to follow the staff. The Spanish woman shook Chen Fan's hand with incomparable gratitude before following the staff and leaving. Or this little brother is awesome. Yeah, as soon as they came here, they solved the problem. Unlike someone who hasn't even solved the problem yet, and started bragging about being awesome and showing off. A few of the tourists ended up if they had a point. Fan Zhaowei was even more groundless. Van understands Spanish? Xia Ruoshui's mother walked over and said in surprise. Aha. Chen Fan nodded. Brother-in-law. How many languages do you know in total? Not much, just 6 languages. Chen Fan replied. In addition to the 5 languages that the system rewarded himself with, because he had read more comics and movies. Chen Fan also knew a little bit of Japanese. What? 6 languages? Asterisk 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 brother-in-law. This is too good for you. Xia Mengmeng marveled. Xia Ruoshui's mother was equally surprised. She didn't realize that besides Xiao Fan's amazing attainments in art, he was also so talented and excellent in language. Little Fan already knows 6 languages at such a young age. Awesome. Fan is really excellent. The more she looked at Chen Fan, the more satisfied Xia Ruoshui's mother became. Chapter 162, Comparing Human Networks with Chen Fan. The crushed Fan Zhaowei. Xia Ruoshui's mother's favorability towards Chen Fan was once again raised. As for Xia Ruoshui, she had a proud expression on her face. The man she looked at was definitely outstanding. And Fan Zhaowei was even more heartbroken. He did that just now because he wanted to step on Chen Fan and win the favor of Xia Ruoshui and Xia Ruoshui's mother. But the result was that he ended up lifting a stone to stone his own foot, cheapening Chen Fan and letting Chen Fan gain the favor of Xia Ruoshui and Xia Ruoshui's mother. Damn it! Fan Zhaowei cursed angrily in his heart. 6 languages. Ah! How does Chen Fan know so many languages? When things were done, Chen Fan walked over, and Xia Ruoshui took Chen Fan's arm and asked curiously, how is it that you're even so good at language? And is there anything else, besides language, that you're good at that I don't know about? That's definitely there. It's just not easy to show. Chen Fan naturally nodded his head and replied in a small voice. It's not convenient to show why. Xia Ruoshui was a bit confused. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, a hint of scarlet immediately appeared on Xia Ruoshui's pretty face. Xia Ruoshui hit Chen Fan with incomparable shyness. Looking at Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui in the incomparable intimacy and the flirting, Fan Zhaowei enviously almost bit his teeth. An invisible fire of jealousy blazed in Fan Zhaowei's heart. Auntie, let's go. After chatting with Ruoshui for a few moments, Chen Fan took his aunt and Xia Mengmeng and the girls to continue touring the sites. Fan Zhaowei hesitated for a while, and eventually followed with his parents as well. He wanted to find an opportunity to crush Chen Fan once, to show his strength to Mr. Xia and Mr. Xia's mother, to overpower Chen Fan, and to get his face back. After touring for 1 to 20 minutes, Xia Ruoshui's mother stopped in front of an ancient building that had been individually partitioned off. In front of this ancient building, a billboard was placed, on which it was written that at 3 p.m. on the 13th, invited by the White Garden, the country's renowned master of Chinese opera, Hanidong, Master Han will hold a small performance here. Because of the limited space, the show, with only 60 audience members, visitors who want to listen to Master Han's song can make reservations in advance on the small program, and the tickets cost up to 5,000. What? Is Auntie interested in this Master Han's performance? Chen Fan asked. I've heard of this master songwriter before but never had a chance to listen to him, and now I've just happened to run into him. So let's listen. Xia Ruoshui's mother nodded. Since this was the case, Chen Fan scanned the QR code on the billboard next to him, intending to enter the small program to make a reservation. Unfortunately, when Chen Fan entered the small program, it showed that the tickets for today's 3 p.m. were no longer available. It's not available on the applet. Do you still have tickets offline? Chen Fan asked the staff member next to him. No more. Not to mention that Master Han's show starts in 20 minutes. As early as a week ago, the news that Master Han was going to perform here just went out, and in less than a minute, those tickets were gone. The staff replied helplessly. The tickets, it is said, are being booked by people who have made connections and booked tickets directly from our leaders. There are a lot of rich people out there, and for the average person, a couple $1,000s a show is certainly not something they would buy, but for the rich people who have the money and the time, that amount of money is nothing at all. No more tickets. Unfortunately, Xia Ruoshui's mother muttered regretfully. Since we don't have any more, forget it, let's go. Xia Ruoshui's mother was just about to leave. Auntie, don't worry, I have an idea. Suddenly, Fan Zhaowei, who had been following behind, said excitedly. Fan Zhaowei had been following for a minute or two, and he finally found a perfect opportunity. Auntie, I can get tickets with one call. Fan Zhaowei said chestily. I've been in Jiangzhou for a while now, and I've gotten to know a lot of people, and it just so happens that I know the leader of their White Garden. Fan Zhaowei purposely flaunted the powerful network of contacts he had accumulated after coming to Jiangzhou in front of Chen Fan. Just now it was purely accidental. This kid is talented in language, knows more languages than him, he admits it, but what's that? What's so great about knowing a few foreign languages? This time, Fan Zhaowei wanted to fool around with his powerful network of contacts in front of Chen Fan. Powerful connections are sometimes even better than money. Now, he would finally be able to steadily suppress Chen Fan. Xia Ruoshui's mother didn't want to trouble an outsider, and she was just about to refuse, not realizing that Fan Zhaowei had already acted. Fan Zhaowei made a phone call. The man Fan Zhaowei knew was one of the leaders who managed White Park. Old Qin, I'm in the White Garden. There's some kind of performance here by Master Han, the master of songwriting. Help me get a few tickets. Money is not a problem. The phone was connected and Fan Zhaowei said loudly, hold on. I'll call you back. That leader across the street replied, Auntie, don't worry. If I ask, Old Qin will surely give me this face. The tickets for this show. I will surely get them for you. Fan Zhaowei said with immense confidence. As he spoke, Fan Zhaowei even looked at Chen Fan a few times intentionally or unintentionally, his smugness overflowing. A few seconds later, the call came in. Old Qin, isn't the ticket taken care of? Fan Zhaowei asked with a smile. Old Fan, there's no way. Can't get it right. The people who booked those tickets, they're not easy. Old Qin replied helplessly. He and this Fan Zhaowei were just drinking buddies. He couldn't afford to offend others just to give Fan Zhaowei a face. You know, the people who booked these tickets got them through their internal connections, and who knows if these people would know his leader, or his boss. What if he cancelled their tickets and gave them to Fan Zhaowei and really offended a leader who was more powerful than him? What? Can't get it? Old Qin, I'm talking to you. Fan Zhaowei opened his mouth unwillingly, only not waiting for him to finish. Old Qin had already hung up the phone, standing there, especially thinking of his own complacent, showy appearance at the very beginning. Fan Zhaowei was simply ashamed of himself, and at this moment he hated to find a hole to drill into. It's so embarrassing. Just as Fan Zhaowei was in despair, Chen Fan slowly opened his mouth. Auntie, the tickets are here. Chapter 163. Who is the person Chen Fan is looking for? Time to raise his eyebrows? When Chen Fan said this, several people on the scene froze. A few people were a bit in disbelief of Chen Fan's words. Fan Zhaowei was so high profile and dejected just now, but failed. Chen Fan was so low profile and didn't he say a word, and succeeded easily? Just now, Chen Fan had acted almost at the same time as Fan Zhaowei, only that Fan Zhaowei had made a phone call while Chen Fan had casually sent out a text message. 10 seconds ago, Chen Fan got a reply, and things were easily fixed. Really? Van? Xia Ruoshui's mother was a bit surprised. She did want to listen to this Master Han's performance. Originally she had given up, but she didn't expect that in the end Xiaofan got the ticket easily. Or her future son-in-law is great. Tickets arrived? What are you bragging about being so powerful? I went to the leader of the White Garden. Even the leader of the White Garden couldn't do anything. How could you possibly get the tickets? Fan Zhaowei questioned Chen Fan. He didn't believe that what Chen Fan said was true. Just now, Old Qin has made it clear that he can't handle it. Those people who have the tickets are not simple. Even the Old Qin couldn't handle things. How could the kid in front of him, who was even younger than him, have taken care of it? The leaders of White Park can't do anything about it? Are you looking for the biggest leader in White Park? Chen Fan asked rhetorically. Chen Fan said. Fan Zhaowei cannot answer. The Old Qin is only one of the leaders of the White Park. Strictly speaking, can only rank the third, or the fourth look. Certainly not the biggest leader of the White Park. Did you go to the biggest leader in White Park and get a ticket? Fan Zhaowei subconsciously asked. That's not true. Chen Fan shook his head. Hearing Chen Fan's denial, a cold smile surfaced on Fan Zhaowei's face. Just before Fan Zhaowei could be complacent for a few seconds, Chen Fan's next sentence instantly caused the smile on Fan Zhaowei's face to freeze. I went to the leader of the biggest leader in White Park to get the tickets. Chen Fan replied indifferently. The person Chen Fan had found was much more powerful than this White Park maximum leader. Not to mention the tickets for the White Garden. The entire Zhengzhou, all the attractions, no matter how difficult to get, is just a matter of people's words. What did you say? You're looking for the leader of the biggest leader in White Park? Fan Zhaowei asked dully, a little afraid to imagine. The leader of the biggest leader of the White Garden. In Zhengzhou, it is estimated that they are all powerful big shots. And this Chen Fan can invite such a powerful big shot? You just blow it. Fan Zhaowei spoke sarcastically. He really didn't believe anymore that Chen Fan would possess such an impressive network of contacts. Didn't you get tickets? Well, I'll just watch from here and see how you get in when the show starts in a few minutes, Fan Zhaowei said with conviction. Until this moment, he still felt that Chen Fan was blowing greatness in front of Xia Ruoshui and Xia Ruoshui's mother. In order to save face and target himself, Chen Fan was too lazy to explain to Fan Zhaowei. The facts would speak for themselves in a moment. As the countdown to this Master Han's performance entered, the staff officially started checking the tickets. And just then, one of the leaders of the White Garden suddenly trotted over. "May I ask which one is Chen Fan?" "Mr. Chen." Coming over, this White Park leader politely inquired. "I'm." Chen Fan stepped forward. "Hello Mr. Chen. I already know the matter. Here's your ticket." Saying that, this leader of the White Garden respectfully handed over the 4 tickets to Chen Fan, and then he personally led Chen Fan, following the process, directly into the ancient building. In the end, only Fan Zhaowei and his parents were left in place. Seeing this scene, Fan Zhaowei man was completely dumbfounded. The fact was already obvious. Chen Fan really got the tickets easily. Why? This Chen Fan was so young. How could he have such a powerful network of connections? Once again being ruthlessly crushed by Chen Fan, Fan Zhaowei felt as if the sky had collapsed. This time, Chen Fan stepped on him again to win the favor of Xia Ruoshui and Xia Ruoshui's mother. Fan Zhaowei is in pain. At this moment, he no longer dared to compare anything with Chen Fan. The fact that Chen Fan had such a powerful network of contacts already said everything. He had lost, utterly and completely. A few minutes later, Fan Zhaowei grayed out and quickly left the White Garden with his parents. Just when Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui's mother and daughter were leisurely listening to the opera, Xiang Jinyu's side had already sent the video of Chen Fan posing in the restaurant with a sad face to Shen Xingran. "Family Master Shen, I only made a slight move and this Chen Fan is already like this. As long as you can come up with $3 billion again, I guarantee that I'll let Chen Fan know what horrible consequences there will be for offending your Shen family." Xiang Jinyu snubbed Shen Xingran. Shen Xingran opened the video and was thrilled after seeing Chen Fan's sad face. He had lost a few times since the clash with Chen Fan, and each time he was in pain. And now that Mr. Xiang had made his move, it was finally Chen Fan's turn to have a headache. Ha 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 ha. The time has come for him to raise his eyebrows. Looking at Xiang Jinyu who still wanted to let himself take 3 billion out, Shen Xingran hesitated. After agonizing internally for a while, Shen Xingran eventually agreed to Xiang Jinyu's request. Shen Xingran felt that as long as he could ruthlessly screw Chen Fan, spending 6 billion would be 6 billion. It wasn't his money anyway. After Chen Fan was screwed over, he would make Chen Fan spit out the $6 billion himself. It would be fun to use Chen Fan's money against Chen Fan. Family head Shen has made the right choice. Xiang Jinyu laughed out loud. This big fish, still hooked. It didn't take long for Xiang Jinyu to receive another $3 billion from Shen Xingran. "Don't worry, Family Master Shen, I'll give you an answer in 2 hours. Xiang Jinyu continued to snub Shen Xingran. "Okay, thanks to Mr. Xiang. Hard work," Shen Xingran said gratefully. Looking at Shen Xingran's reply, Xiang Jinyu laughed miserably. "Look, you screwed him over, and Shen Xingran still has to thank himself?" With the money in hand, Xiang Jinyu immediately took Chen Fan's share and transferred it over. When he received the money, Chen Fan happened to finish listening to the opera and walked out of the ancient building. He had just come out for a second when his cell phone rang, and Chen Fan opened it to take a look. Your tail number 5169 card arrived at 420-000-0000. Xiang Jinyu pitched Shen Xingran 6 billion. According to the previous and Chen Fan agreed, 70 to 30%, Chen Fan easily get his hands on 42 billion. So quickly, with another 4 billion or so dollars in hand, Chen Fan was in a very good mood. After touring the White Garden, Chen Fan took Xia Ruoshui, mother and daughter, to other attractions. On the other hand, the Shen family, since transferring money to Xiang Jinyu, Shen Xingran waited for Xiang Jinyu's good news amidst much anticipation and excitement. Chen Fan, this time you're finished. Tang to Mr. Strike. I'll see how you can deal with it. The corners of Shen Xingran's mouth were about to crack with laughter. At this moment, in front of Shen Xingran's eyes, it was as if he had already seen Chen Fan in pain. Chapter 164, looking down on Chen Fan's company, Shen Xingran who completely broke defense. "Father, have you thought about how we're going to teach Chen Fan a lesson after Mr. Xiang fixes him?" Chen Hanhai asked excitedly. "It's not easy for us to raise our eyebrows. We must teach Chen Fan a good lesson this time." "Well," Shen Xingran nodded heavily. Soon, the two Shen family fathers and sons were excitedly discussing. A little bit of time passed, yet there was no news from Xiang Jinyu, which made Shen Xingran's anticipation and excitement slowly diminish quite a bit. Waiting until 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, Shen Xingran still hadn't received any half news about Xiang Jinyu. Shen Xingran was completely unable to sit still. "Father, do you think it's possible that something went wrong with Mr. Xiang or that it didn't work out?" Shen Hanhai asked apprehensively. "No, absolutely not," Shen Xingran flatly denied. What kind of person was Mr. Xiang? That was an existence that even their Shen family could never afford to mess with. Wouldn't it be a nail in the coffin for a big shot like Mr. Xiang to deal with Chen Fan? I'm calling Mr. Xiang right now. Although he said so on his lips, Shen Qingran was still a little apprehensive inside. 10 seconds later, the call was answered. Mr. Xiang, may I ask about Chen Fan? Is it done? Shen Qingran humbly asked. Is it done? Ask Chen Xiao yourself. Xiang Jinyu handed his cell phone to Chen Fan next to him. After having dinner with Xia Ruoshui's mother and daughter, Chen Fan temporarily separated from them and arrived at Xiang Jinyu's villa. Shen Qingran was instantly thrilled. He subconsciously thought that it was Mr. Xiang who had taken care of Chen Fan, and that Chen Fan was now begging for mercy from Mr. Xiang. Yeah. Shen Qingran agreed readily. Just when Shen Qingran was ready to humiliate Chen Fan a bit, a voice with laughter came from the other side of the phone. Thanks a lot, Family Master Shen, for sending us billions in one breath. You're a real scatterbrain. Chen Fan smiled and opened his mouth. Ha! Chen Fan's words confused Shen Qingran. How could he not understand it? Your 6 billion. 4 billion or so is already in my account. Chen Fan reminded with a smile. Shen Qingran thumped inwardly, realizing that it was not good. What do you mean, Mr. Xiang? Mr. Xiang? Shen Qingran hurriedly exclaimed. Xiang Zhenyu took the phone and directly cursed. What are you? How dare you try to deal with Chen Xiao? You ba? If you don't take a piss and look in the mirror to see what kind of trash you are, trying to go against Chen Xiao is laughable. Shen Qingran's face turned iron blue with a brush. What do you mean, Mr. Xiang? Shen Qingran asked unwillingly. What do you mean? Your $6 billion. Chen Xiao and I have already split it. Me 1. 8 billion. Chen Xiao 4. 2 billion. Thank you for sending the money. Xiang Jinyu replied with the same smile. In an instant, Shen Qingran exploded with anger. At this moment, he completely understood that Xiang Jinyu and Chen Fan had joined forces. His 6 billion, just gone. Aha! Shen Qingran yelled inwardly. Suddenly, Shen Qingran felt his eyes go black and his body involuntarily fell to one side. Shen Hanhai hurriedly supported his father. On the other side, Xiang Jinyu had already hung up the phone. Looking at the phone that was hung up, Shen Qingran sat there. The whole person seemed to have lost his soul. Father, Shen Hanhai asked softly. Hey, I admit defeat. In the future in Jiangzhou, when we see Chen Fan, we will walk with our heads down. We are not his match. Shen Qingran let out a long sigh and completely admitted defeat. Instantly, Shen Qingran seemed to have aged 10 years at once. Just now, listening to Xiang Jinyu's words, Shen Qingran realized that even such a big shot like Xiang Jinyu seemed to be sucking up to and currying favor with Chen Fan. Then would they still end up well if they continued to fight with Chen Fan? Chen Fan was not a terrifying existence that they could afford to mess with. At noon the next day, Chen Fan invited his employee Zhu Lingyu to dinner. Zhu Lingyu was the first talent Chen Fan had dug up. No, I should say it was a genius. Chen Fan had high hopes for this genius. Zhu Lingyu had been interning in her own fading group for a little while, so Chen Fan had to ask how things were going. As for the place to eat, it was at Chen Fan's restaurant, Wangjiang Pavilion. Since it was the boss's invitation to dinner, Zhu Lingyu came 20 minutes early. Zhu Lingyu found a seat by the window and quietly waited for her boss, Chen Fan, to arrive. A few minutes later, someone sat down across from Zhu Lingyu. Only this person was not Chen Fan, but a tall girl of 22 or 23 years old. Lingyu, it's been a long time. The taller girl smiled in greeting, but her smile revealed a false sense of humor. This tall girl's name was Su Tongtong, and she was admitted to the capital university together with Zhu Lingyu back then. Back then, in the whole of Jiangzhou, there were only 2 girls who were accepted by the capital university. One was her and the other was Zhu Lingyu. Although on the surface, Su Tongtong pretended to be intimate, in reality, she was extremely jealous and resentful of Zhu Lingyu. Back then, when she was admitted to the capital university, the focus of everyone's attention was on Zhu Lingyu, and her light was completely covered by Zhu Lingyu, and she became the foil. Over the years, Su Tongtong had always resented Zhu Lingyu for stealing her thunder. At the capital university, Su Tongtong had always wanted to find an opportunity to press Zhu Lingyu, but unfortunately, Zhu Lingyu was too good, and she never had the chance. Lingyu, you've interned too, right? Which company did you choose? Su Tongtong asked curiously. Feiting Group, Zhu Lingyu replied. What? Feiting Group? Su Tongtong was a million times more surprised. Something she hadn't expected. As a person from Jiangzhou, she had heard of the Feiting Group. Even in Jiangzhou, the Feiting Group was very average, not to mention looking at the Zhanghai province, or even the country. It turns out that the year's top scorer, the proud girl Zhu Lingyu, now mixed is not good even went to a garbage cannot be in the garbage of the small company internship. Instantly, An inexplicable sense of superiority and pride rose within Su Tongtong. Ling Yu, how did you get into a tiny Phaeton group? Even if you can't intern at a big international company like me, how can you find a big company in the Central Sea province? Going to intern at a trashy company like Phaeton Group is really blinding you as a talent. Su Tongtong looked like she felt sorry for Zhu Lingyu in the name of hypocrisy. Chapter 165, Who was a frog in the well? Chen Fan has so much power? What do you think? How did you end up in a crap company like the Phaeton Group? Su Tongtong asked seriously. Ling Yu, were you fooled into going over there? This Phaeton Group's boss is so hateful. No. Going to the Phaeton Group was something I volunteered for, and wasn't snubbed by my boss, or anyone else. Zhu Lingyu corrected meticulously. Voluntarily? Su Tongtong had a puzzled look on her face. She couldn't figure it out. Why would Zhu Lingyu be willing to go to a small Phaeton Group? Something wrong with her head? Of course. What Su Tongtong had more of was a gloating pleasure. He himself can finally ruthlessly press Zhu Lingyu this time. Humph. Even if he is a genius, what is the top student of the college entrance examination? So what? Now it's still not an internship in a small company they have in Guangzhou. Temporary complacency. Temporary success is useless. The person who laughs until the end is the real winner. Ling Yu, I've already entered the Armani Huaxia branch as an intern, and as soon as I come up, I'll be the team leader, and in the future, I'll even have the chance to become a senior member of the branch. How about this? Ling Yu, you give up this what's-his-name flying tongue group, and go to our Armani company for an internship. I can ask for connections, so that you can work under me, as a team member. Being a crew member in our company is definitely much better than your future in that whatever crap company you're working for. Working for that little boss. Su Tongtong opened her mouth. She was serious when she said that as long as Zhu Lingyu agreed, she would immediately help. Only, Su Tongtong was not kindly helping Zhu Lingyu, but wanted to get this former enemy under her command, to follow her own orders, as a way to satisfy her own inner sense of superiority. No need. I'm staying quite well at Phaeton Group. Zhu Lingyu shook his head. Ling Yu, don't give up a great future because of face. What can you achieve in the future if you continue to be in the Phaeton Group? At most you will be a director, or a manager or something like that. Can you still become a more powerful top level? Su Tongtong asked disdainfully. Vice President Zhu, I didn't expect you to come early. Before Su Tongtong's words fell, a voice with affinity came out. In the next second, under Su Tongtong's surprised gaze, Chen Fan walked over. Introducing, this is my boss, Mr. Chen, the president of the Phaeton Group, and this is my schoolmate from the capital university, Su Tongtong. Zhu Lingyu introduced the two. Looking at Chen Fan, Su Tongtong's gaze was somewhat surprised. Ling Yu, this is too young for your boss. Su Tongtong muttered dully. She was genuinely surprised that the boss of Phaeton Group was actually about the same age as them. Recalling Chen Fan's first words just now, Su Tongtong suddenly realized the problem and opened her mouth in disbelief. No, Mr. Chen, what did you just call Ling Yu? Vice President Zhu? Yeah, is there a problem? Chen Fan sat down. It's a trick to increase your boss's affinity and pull people together. Vice President Zhu? Ling Yu, what's your position in the Phaeton Group? Su Tongtong asked curiously with wide eyes. Vice President. Zhu Lingyu replied calmly. What? Su Tongtong, people silly. Zhu Lingyu in Phaeton Group internship, even directly as a deputy general manager, become Phaeton Group one of the top. Just now, he was still feeling smug because as soon as he came up, he became the team leader of the Armani branch, generating an inexplicable sense of superiority, feeling that he was much more powerful than Zhu Lingyu. But now she was told that as soon as Zhu Lingyu came up, he became the deputy general manager of the Phaeton Group, which did not know how many times higher than her own team leader. The position. Don't underestimate these two positions. From the small team leader, climb to the position of deputy general manager. For many people, it takes a lifetime. Some people, a lifetime cannot even climb such a high position. But now, Ling Yu was the deputy general manager of the Phaeton Group as soon as she came up, which was too high of a start. This Mr. Chen's vigor is not generally impressive. No wonder he can make Ling Yu so willing to work in Phaeton Group. After being shocked for a while, Su Tongtong inwardly consoled herself. Zhu Lingyu has been the deputy general manager of so what? But a small company, cannot be compared with their own Armani branch. Even if this boss of Zhu Lingyu's is more courageous, he is still just a small boss in Jiangzhou, forever bound to the small world of Jiangzhou. But he, in the future, will have the opportunity to become a high-level Armani branch. Looking at the whole country, is considered a very high position. In the future, not to mention hanging Zhu Lingyu, and can even hang this what Mr. Chen, Vice President Zhu. Just now I took a look at the company. You're doing a great job. Do a good job. Work out. And after a while, I'll arrange a position for you at Patek Philippe's corporate headquarters. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Chen Fan read the recent report of Tengfei Group, and through other executives of Tengfei Group, he understood Zhu Lingyu's recent work situation. It was very good. Zhu Lingyu showed his ability and did not let Chen Fan down. Chen Fan planned to let her experience a bit more, so he went to the Patek Philippe headquarters and arranged a position for her. Now, Patek Philippe Company was Chen Fan's most important industry. Although he had successfully become the president of Patek Philippe, as well as the first major shareholder, the position was very high. But the problem was, Chen Fan hadn't had much time to take over Patek Philippe Company, not to mention his inner circle. He didn't have many trusted people in Patek Philippe Company. Plus, he only has 27% of Patek Philippe in his hands, which is too little. He still had a certain risk of being shelved. Of course, this was the worst possible angle, but just in case, Chen Fan still had to place some of his own people in important positions at Patek Philippe. When Zhu Lingyu had practiced enough, it was just right for her to go. But Chen Fan's casual words fell on Zhu Lingyu and Su Tongtong's ears. But it was completely different. A future posting at Patek Philippe headquarters? Zhu Lingyu was thrilled. As a genius, Zhu Lingyu also wanted to have some achievements. And having the opportunity to go to a big company was naturally a good thing. Even Zhu Lingyu was like this. Not to mention Su Tongtong next to her. Su Tongtong looked at Chen Fan with a dull gaze, somewhat not daring to imagine what she had heard. Mr. Chen, you're not kidding. Can you arrange Lingyu into Patek Philippe Company? And it's still the headquarters? Su Tongtong couldn't help but ask. She still felt that she was hallucinating. Wasn't this Mr. Chen just the small boss of the Tengfei Group? How could he meddle in the internal affairs of the titular Patek Philippe Company? And that too in the headquarters. Are you kidding me? This Mr. Chen has so much power? Chapter 166, Day 35 of Severance. 10% of the shares of Patek Philippe. How's that for a joke? I'm seriously talking to Vice President Xu about work. Chen Fan replied seriously. Talking about work? Su Tongtong was very surprised. Placement at the headquarters of Patek Philippe. And this is still a job? Mr. Chen, aren't you the boss of Tengfei Group? Talking about work? How did you talk about Patek Philippe Company above? Su Tongtong asked in disbelief. The brand value of Patek Philippe is far from being comparable to Armani. Armani is now so far down that it's falling out of the luxury category. Hearing Su Tongtong's question, Chen Fan couldn't help but ask back. Do you think there's a possibility that I'm both the owner of the Tengfei Group and the owner of Patek Philippe Company? What did you say? Su Tongtong stood up violently and screamed out. In an instant, countless diners looked towards this place. Su Tongtong realized that she had lost her temper and hurriedly sat down. At this moment, she looked at Chen Fan once again, her eyes filled with shock. It turned out that this Mr. Chen was not only the boss of the tiny Tengfei Group, but also the owner of the titular Patek Philippe Company. Su Tongtong was inwardly shaken to the core. If really according to what this Mr. Chen said, Zhu Lingyu can go directly to work at Patek Philippe later on, and it is still the kind that the boss personally arranges and is highly valued by the boss. Then later on, Zhu Lingyu can definitely rock it up and become a top business elite domestically and even internationally. With that comparison, her becoming a team leader at Armani was instantly less than half as attractive. In the back, Zhu Lingyu could easily hang himself. At this moment, Su Tongtong thoroughly understood Zhu Lingyu's choice. People aren't sick in the head. People's Zhu Lingyu's vision is much better than their own. Mr. Chen, have some tea. In an instant, Su Tongtong's attitude towards Chen Fan underwent a 180-degree transformation. She incomparably pleasingly poured tea for Chen Fan, fawning to the extreme. It was hard to meet such a big shot, and Su Tongtong wanted to take the opportunity to flatter him. She also wants to work at Patek Philippe's corporate headquarters and make the class leap to become a national, if not global, elite white-collar worker. If I remember correctly, it's the two of us, Vice President Xu and I, who are having dinner today, and we're going to discuss company secrets. So please leave. Chen Fan directly gave an eviction order. For this Su Tongtong, Chen Fan didn't have any good feelings. Not everyone who graduated from a top university could get into Chen Fan's eyes. Well, Su Tongtong was instantly disappointed. In the end, Su Tongtong lost her mind and left. After there were no more outsiders, Chen Fan and Zhu Lingyu briefly chatted about the situation of Patek Philippe Company, as well as what Zhu Lingyu was going to do after entering Patek Philippe Company. Patek Philippe was Chen Fan's most important industry right now. Chen Fan absolutely had to firmly grasp it in his own hands, and there must not be any half-assed accidents. Unfortunately, he only has 27% of Patek Philippe's shares in his hands now. In order to prevent accidents, so he has to take more trouble and make some arrangements. If he can have more than 50% of Patek Philippe's shares, Chen Fan will not have to go through so much trouble. It's much simpler. As if hearing Chen Fan's sentiments, the system's voice suddenly came. Ding! On the 35th day of severance, 10% of the shares of Patek Philippe. The system rewarded Chen Fan with another one-time 10% of Patek Philippe's shares, and instantly, the shares of Patek Philippe Company in Chen Fan's hands reached 37%, just the last 13 or so points away from being over 50%. Chen Fan instantly became excited. The system sure is sweet. Now, as long as in getting more than 13% of the shares of Patek Philippe Company, he or she can completely control Patek Philippe Company in his or her hands without having to worry about any problems. 13% of the shares. That's much simpler. As long as the system is rewarding a time or two, or comes up with one or two random quests, it's all taken care of. After eating, the two of them left and Zhu Lingyu had to go back to the company. But before going back to the company, Zhu Lingyu said to Chen Fan from the bottom of her heart, "Thank you, Mr. Chen, for giving me this opportunity to show myself. I will not let you down. I will work hard." Zhu Lingyu was really thankful to Chen Fan, and the fact that she had agreed to come to Mr. Chen's company in the first place was the best choice she had ever made. Work hard, and back there, I'll give you a bigger stage. Chen Fan motivated the other side. After that, the two parted ways. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Fan received a call from the president of Jingming Ocean Group. He told Chen Fan that Chen's ocean shipping company would soon be finished. On the other hand, the Chen family, because the Chen Capital Group went bankrupt, which made elder Chen and the rest of the Chen family depressed for a few days. The bankruptcy of the Chen Capital Group was too great a loss for their Chen family. It had been slowing down for the past few days, and only then did Master Chen get over his disheartened state. So he immediately summoned some important members of the Chen family to the Chen family villa to inspire people. Cheer up everyone. Isn't it just an industry going bankrupt? How normal is that? We've had other industries go bankrupt over the years. What's there? Elder Chen stood at the front of the line, speaking with righteous indignation. We temporarily have a loss. That doesn't matter. As long as we solve Chen Fan, let Chen Fan that little obediently marry the Xu family's daughter. Get the Xu family's approval. We lose these. The Xu family just need to take care of us a little bit. We can earn it back immediately. Elder Chen analyzed it for the crowd. Behind them, they had the help of the top gentry of Jinling, and the loss of an industry was nothing. The crowd slowly regained their confidence again. Yes, as long as they can solve the problem of Chen Fan, all the crises of their Chen family will be solved. And maybe they can even step on Chen Fan to help them to ascend to the position of the first Jiangzhou magnate. Father, you are so right. Grandpa, we all listen to you. The Chen family spoke up. That's right. It's okay to lose one industry. We still have many more, not to mention the faraway ones, just like the Chen Ocean Shipping Company and so on. With these companies around, our Chen family's heritage is still there. We can still easily deal with that little Chen Fan. Elder Chen became more and more excited the more he spoke, his entire being hyperactive. Just before Master Chen's words fell, his cell phone suddenly rang. Elder Chen had just picked up the phone when a bolt from the blue came from the opposite side. It's no good, family master. Chen's Ocean Shipping Company has gone bankrupt. Chapter 167, The Regretful Chen Family. Elder Chen's thoughtful solution. Elder Chen's face turned ugly in an instant. What did you say? Say that again? Elder Chen angrily scolded the employee across the phone. At this moment, his body was shaking with anger. He had just finished talking to the other members of the family, and it was hard to raise his morale up. And for this reason, he had even used Chen's Ocean Shipping Company as an example. As a result, he had just finished speaking not more than a few seconds ago, when his men twisted their heads to tell him that Chen's Ocean Shipping Company had gone bankrupt. Although no one had made a move on him, Elder Chen felt a fiery pain on his face. Family master, Chen's Ocean Shipping Company has really gone bankrupt. Here's what happened. The henchman replied helplessly and told Elder Chen what had happened. Clunk. After hearing this, Elder Chen's cell phone directly slipped out of his hand and slid to the ground. As for Elder Chen's face, it was even whiter to the extreme. Bloodless. Hey. Elder Chen let out a long sigh. And with this one, he seemed to have aged a lot more. Previously, when Chen's Capital Group went bankrupt, he slowed down for a few days before slowly accepting it, only to be told that Chen's Ocean Transportation Company had also gone bankrupt. In just a few days, the total assets of their Chen family had shrunk by nearly half. He had fought all his life to build up this family fortune, so why had he lost half of it in a short period of time? Elder Chen is not willing to do this. Father, what's wrong? Did something happen, Grandpa? Seeing Master Chen's expression changed greatly, the Chen family members asked curiously. Just now Master Chen was answering the phone. What was said on the phone? They couldn't hear. Chen's ocean transportation goes bankrupt. Elder Chen replied sadly. What? Chen's ocean transportation went bankrupt? How could it? Hasn't our family's Chen's ocean shipping company been developing well, and with good momentum? Why would it suddenly go bankrupt? It doesn't make sense. The crowd of the Chen clan murmured and froze for a moment. The fighting spirit they had just generated instantly disappeared again. First it was the Chen Capital Group, and now it's the Chen Ocean Shipping Company. Their losses aren't normal. The Chen family's crowd all hung their heads, and the atmosphere of the scene was depressing to the extreme. Grandpa, who did this? Chen Feiming inquired. It's our Zhanghai Province's Jingming Ocean Shipping Group that did this. Jingming Ocean Shipping Group has tens of billions of dollars in total assets, and it's the strongest ocean shipping company in Zhanghai Province. So when they suddenly laid their hands on us, our Chen Ocean Shipping Company didn't have the slightest chance to resist. Elder Chen replied. Jingming Ocean Group? We have no grievances with them. Why would they want to kill us? Chen Feiming became even more puzzled. Father, I have a message I don't know if I should tell. On the side. Chen Yuzhen thought for a moment and opened her mouth very hesitantly. Say it. Elder Chen opened his mouth. Are now at this point. What is there to say when not to say? Father, Chen Fan, that little man, seems to be the major shareholder of Jingming Oceanic Group. Now Jingming Oceanic Group suddenly lay hands on us. I guess 80% is because of Chen Fan, that little man. Chen Yuzhen replied in a small voice. What? Chen Fan is the major shareholder of Jingming Ocean Group? I said why Jingming Oceanic Group made a move against us. So it was Chen Fan, that little ghost. Upon hearing this news, everyone at the scene was in an uproar. Boo! Sitting at the front, after Elder Chen knew that all this was still because of Chen Fan, he was even more furious that he directly threw his favorite piece of official kiln porcelain worth millions of dollars to pieces. In the Chen family, apart from the angry people, there were a few who were feeling emotional inside. How long has this gone by? From the time Chen Fan severed ties with their Chen family until now, it's only 30 days at most. How did Chen Fan develop to such an extent? Chen Fan, this is too powerful. Their Chen family's pillar industries, Chen Capital Group and Chen Ocean Shipping Company, had fallen into Chen Fan's hands. On top of that, their Chen family had quite a lot to lose. Father, do you think we did wrong when we ostracized Chen Fan so much and simply cut ties with him? At this time, Chen Jinping, the fourth oldest member of the Chen family, asked in a low voice. If Chen Fan hadn't severed his relationship with them and remained in their Chen family, they might have been the number one powerful family in Jiangzhou by now, and wouldn't even need the help of the Jinling Xu family. Other people didn't know that Chen Jinping really regretted severing his relationship with Chen Fan. Hearing Chen Jinping say this, a handful of people from the Chen family were also somewhat regretful and moved. Senior, what did you say? Elder Chen, who was already enraged, became even angrier when he saw Chen Jinping dare to say this. Snap! Elder Chen angrily walked over, then fiercely slapped Chen Jinping. You go and kneel for me in the shrine. Elder Chen ordered. He had no regrets at all about breaking off his relationship with Chen Fan. Seeing that the old master insisted, Chen Jinping sighed softly and left the living room, going to the ancestral hall to kneel as a punishment. In the future, whoever dares to say that at home is not a member of our Chen family, and I'll cut ties with him immediately. Elder Chen angrily rebuked the crowd. In an instant, there were no more unusual sounds in the Chen family. After lecturing his son, Elder Chen fell into deep thought. Now, their Chen family had lost half of their total assets, and there was one thing that he admitted. With their Chen family's current strength alone, 80% of them would not be able to deal with that little bastard Chen Fan. However, Master Chen didn't want to ask for help from the Jinling Xu family for the time being. Suddenly, inadvertently seeing his favorite grandson Chen Feiming, Master Chen's eyes lit up. Feiming, go talk to your girlfriend and ask their Qi family to help us out. Chen Feiming's girlfriend came from a big family, the Qi family. The strength of the Qi family was far beyond their Chen family, but it was no match for the Xu family. Now that their Chen family had suffered a great loss of strength, Elder Chen wanted to find an ally to lend his strength to deal with Chen Fan. After seeing Chen Feiming, Elder Chen naturally thought of the Qi family. I understand, Grandpa. You see, this matter is on me. Chen Feiming nodded his head firmly. His girlfriend was the love brain. As long as he opened his mouth, his girlfriend would definitely do her best to get the Qi family to help him. With the help of the more powerful Qi family, that bastard Chen Fan was definitely no match for them. Just as the Chen family's side was in action, Chen Fan arrived at his software company. Boss, the company has run into an acute problem. Chen Fan just came. The current head of the software company, Tang Xinghai, rushed over and said to Chen Fan with a sad face. Chen Fan inquired with a slight frown. What's the problem? Chapter 168, How troublesome it is to rent an office building. I want to buy the whole office building. Boss, the company is running out of space. Tang Xinghai replied anxiously. Previously, Chen Fan arranged the software company in the spare floor of Yum Group. At the beginning, Chen Fan's software company is not many people. The place is completely enough. But as Chen Fan's software company became more and more people, especially after Tianya Headhunter, who had gotten Chen Fan's order, dug a lot of technical talents over, the space became incomparably narrower. There's not enough room. And boss, it's not very convenient to have two companies crammed together. Tang Xinghai continued. It's a pain in the ass when two companies are crammed together. And between the employees, it's inevitable that there will be some friction or something like that. Tang Xinghai had just finished speaking when the system's voice came. Ding! Assignment issued. Find a suitable office location for a software company. Mission time, within 3 hours. Mission reward, top painting ability, including drawing, Chinese painting, oil painting, etc. Mission reward, 143 experience points. Looking at the system's mission, Chen Fan froze. This time, the system had actually rewarded himself with top-notch drawing abilities. If the mission was accomplished, then of the 4 skills of qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting, Chen Fan alone had mastered 3 of them, and they were still the 3 top ones. On top of that, with Ruoshui's mother, his future mother-in-law, Chen Fan's favorability was expected to explode to unprecedented heights. It's time to find a more formal place. Chen Fan nodded. You go and investigate to see if there are any suitable office buildings in Jianzhou, Chen Fan ordered. Chen Fan did have a financial building, but unfortunately, it was previously rented to Ruoshui's company. Boss, I've already investigated. Look. With that, Tang Xinghai handed Chen Fan the information of several different office buildings. Chen Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. This Tang Xinghai can still do his job. Chen Fan looked over the information of these office buildings and quickly came to a decision. This is the only one. Chen Fan pointed at one of them, the largest, most well-equipped office building with the best location, and said, let's go over there now and see how the office building looks on the ground. Chen Fan ordered. Saying that, Chen Fan directly found a driver and took Chen Fan, Tang Xinghai and the 2 of them, straight to that office building. On the way there, Tang Xinghai contacted the owner of this office building. When Chen Fan and the others arrived, a man with glasses was already waiting there. Hello, I'm the plenipotentiary of the owner of this office building. The man with the glasses introduces himself. Representative, didn't your boss come in person? Tang Xinghai asked rhetorically. Our boss is too busy. And for general business, I'm the one who makes the call. The man with the glasses replied that only for that kind of big business would their boss personally show up. This is the owner of our company, Mr. Chen. Tang Xinghai took the initiative to introduce it. Hello Mr. Chen, please follow me. The man with the glasses greeted with incomparable politeness and led the way. Mr. Chen, this office building of ours is a grade A office building, with a total of 28 floors, and the area of one floor is about 2,000 square feet or so. Upon arriving inside the office building, the man with the glasses made a serious introduction. Soon, under the lead of the man with glasses, they finished looking at the first layer, and above that, similar to this first layer, Chen Fan was still relatively satisfied with this place. Mr. Chen, our rent here is per square meter, $2 per day, and the rent for the first floor is about 1.44 million. I'll give you a discount. The rent for the first floor is only 1.4 million. The man with the glasses opened his mouth. May I ask how many floors you need? All of it. Chen Fan replied. Since we're looking for a place, let's find a bigger one, so that we don't have to keep moving in the future. And that's more trouble than it's worth. What? After hearing Chen Fan say all of it, the man with the glasses was dumbfounded. They have a whole office building but it's 28 floors. Mr. Chen, if you want to rent the entire office building, I can give you a discount for only a year. The man with the glasses immediately spoke curtly, just without waiting for him to finish. Chen Fan corrected. What a hassle to rent an office building. I'm going to buy a whole office building. Chen Fan said. More money, more billions. What? Buy down an entire office building. Gollum. The man with glasses was shocked by Chen Fan's bravado. How much is this whole office building of yours? Chen Fan leisurely sat down and inquired. Mr. Chen, this matter is too big. I can't make the call. Please wait a moment. I'll bring my boss in right away. After that, the man with the glasses came aside and called his boss. What do you mean? Buy the whole office building? That guy wasn't kidding? The owner of the office building didn't quite dare to believe it even after knowing Chen Fan's trenchant nature. By the looks of it, it should be true. The man with the glasses replied. It's true. How can it be? The owner of the office building bristled and pressed on. A grade A office building like his is worth around $1 billion. Okay, I'll go over there for a bit. But even if there was only a sliver of a chance, the owner of the office building came over. 10 minutes later, the owner of the office building met Chen Fan. How much to buy your office building? Chen Fan inquired. I don't ask for much either. If you give $900 million, I'll just sell it to you, the owner of the office building said casually. He didn't believe that the young man in front of him had such a terrifying financial power. 900 million. Not much. Chen Fan's one move directly blindsided the office building owner, only to see Chen Fan take out his checkbook and casually write a check for $900 million. Here's the money, and from now on, this office building, it's mine. After writing, Chen Fan directly put the check on the table. 900 million, by this whole office building, is considered a reasonable price. Looking at the $900 million check on the table, the owner of the office building had his jaw directly dropped in shock. Yes, well, the office building is yours, the owner of the office building said in surprise. After that, both parties signed, and from now on, the owner of this office building officially belonged to Chen Fan. As Chen Fan put down his pen, the voice of the system came. Chapter 169, Xia Ruoshui's decision. Does Chen Fan know calligraphy? Ding! Finding a suitable office location for a software company. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on obtaining top drawing skills, including sketching, Chinese painting, oil painting, etc. Congratulations on gaining 143 experience points. A huge wave of memories surged into Chen Fan's mind. It didn't take long for Chen Fan to master the top painting ability and become a top painting master. Now, he had mastered 3 of the Qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and was just waiting for the last one, Qin, to learn them all. Expect a top music or instrumental proficiency bonus later on. After the contract was signed, the former owner of this office building left with his people. You immediately find a moving company and try to get everything moved over and officially started within 3 days. Chen Fan ordered. Yes boss, I'll act now. After Tang Xinghai finished speaking, he immediately went to do it. Chen Fan also left the place. On the other hand, in Xia Ruoshui's villa, Xia Mengmeng came back from class and realized that her sister, who was originally accompanying her mother in the villa, was not there. There was something going on at the office and I came over to take care of it. Xia Ruoshui replied. Sister, for the company's matters, you let your men do more. Why are you working so hard? Xia Mengmeng asked rhetorically. She was a person who liked to lie down. And anyway, their family had enough money to spend for several lifetimes, or even dozens of lifetimes, so why should they make an effort? Doesn't it smell good to lay flat and enjoy life? If I leave it to my men, the company's performance, as well as its earnings, will decrease quite a bit, and now that the family's year-end assessment is fast approaching, I must get a good score in this year's year-end assessment, and then strive to be transferred by my family to a more powerful industry, Xia Ruoshui said in a firm tone. Ha, sister, didn't you not want to go to the family's other powerful industries? Why have you suddenly changed your mind now? Why? Xia Mengmeng inquired curiously. In fact, last year, with her achievements, her sister was qualified to be transferred to a more powerful branch of the family, or other industries, but she refused to do so. This year, what's wrong with her sister? Why did she suddenly change? For Chen Fan, Xia Ruoshui replied seriously. Chen Fan and the Chen family, as well as the Jinling Xu family, Xia Ruoshui largely knew about it. Before, she and Chen Fan hadn't finalized their relationship yet, and it wasn't convenient for her to interfere. But now that she and Chen Fan had finalized their relationship and become official boyfriend and girlfriend, she was different as a girlfriend. She didn't need to intervene in the Chen family's affairs. Chen Fan could easily solve them himself. However, the Jinling Xu family was different. The Jinling Xu family was considered a behemoth and was very strong. As a girlfriend, Xia Ruoshui wanted to help Chen Fan deal with the Xu family. Moreover, that Jinling Xu family's what's her name 1,000 gold dared to steal a man from herself. How could she sit back and do nothing? It was a pity that her position in the family wasn't high, and she didn't have any particularly great power to mobilize the resources of the Xiao family. Otherwise, what Jinling Xu family was nothing at all. As a result, Xia Ruoshui would be able to pass this year-end examination and gain the family's recognition, transferring her to a more powerful industry, giving herself more powerful resources and energy in her hands, which would make it much easier to deal with the Jinling Xu family at that time. Right now Chen Fan had only received his mother's approval, not his father's. If her father could recognize Chen Fan, and her father stepped in, the Jinling Xu family could be easily resolved. But Xia Ruoshui felt that the difficulty of getting her father to accept and recognize Chen Fan was not necessarily easier than dealing with the Jinling Xu family directly. Xia Ruoshui then wanted to use her own efforts to improve her position and power in the family as a way to help Chen Fan. Sister, you're really a virtuous wife. No wonder Grandma said before that you're a prosperous husband. Hearing her sister's reason, Xia Mengmeng couldn't help but feel emotional. Since my sister has something going on there, I'll spend more time with my mother myself. After dealing with the software company, Chen Fan drove back to the villa. On the way back, Chen Fan received a phone call from his cousin Chen Wenjing, the spy he had planted in the Chen family. Chen Wenjing told Chen Fan that with the bankruptcy of Chen's ocean shipping company, the total assets of the Chen family had shrunk by half, and the old man also understood that with the strength of their Chen family alone, they could not deal with the rapidly rising Chen Fan now. So the old man let Chen Feiming go to contact the Qi family in the north of the Yangtze River where his girlfriend was from, wanting to find a helper. The Chen family's secret messages were all revealed to Chen Fan by Chen Wenjing in a brainwave. If Elder Chen knew, I'm afraid his lungs would explode with anger. Humph, no matter who we find, we won't be able to save the Chen family. Chen Fan sneered. The Chen family is now at the end of its strength and is making its last struggle. No matter who they get, they can't stop the end of bankruptcy. This what's-his-name Jiangbei Qi family seems to be very strong. You'd better pay attention, Chen Wenjing reminded. I see. You continue to keep an eye on the Chen family's movements. Chen Fan nodded. This what Jiangbei Qi family had aroused a bit of curiosity in Chen Fan. Chen Fan continued to rush, and just as Chen Fan was about to return home, he suddenly received a message. Xiang Lao invited Chen Fan to his place for tea and asked Chen Fan if he had time. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. It was just the right time to take the opportunity to drink tea with Xiang Lao and inquire about this what Jiangbei Qi family. I'll see Xiang Lao later. Chen Fan gave Xiang Lao a message back and agreed to the invitation. With that in mind, Chen Fan reversed his direction and headed to Xiang Lao's place. More than 20 minutes later, Chen Fan arrived at Xiang Lao's home. Under the servant's guidance, Chen Fan arrived in Xiang Lao's study. At this moment, Elder Xiang and a few guests were gathered around the desk, seemingly reading something. Chen Fan also curiously stood over and took a look, but it turned out that they were discussing a piece of calligraphy. Ha! Mr. Chen is here. Welcome, welcome. Does Mr. Chen know calligraphy? Noticing Chen Fan, Xiang Lao asked curiously. A little. Chen Fan nodded. That's great. How about Mr. Chen taking a look at this piece of writing and evaluating it? Xiang Lao took the initiative to ask. Seeing that Xiang Lao wanted to let a young junior to evaluate this piece of writing, those few onlookers were a bit disdainful. A young man of about 20 years old. What does he know about calligraphy? Chen Fan went forward and looked over the piece carefully. This is sloppy writing, Chen Fan commented. He had been very facetious and very conservative in his assessment. Strictly speaking, the writing was poor in his eyes. What did you say? Chen Fan had just finished speaking when a man in his 50s with long hair among the few people who had gathered around him burst into flames. You're saying I'm sloppy in this writing? The long-haired man said arrogantly. Laughing my ass off. Do you know what I am? Chapter 170. Powerful name doesn't mean powerful strength. The very special Jiangbei Qi family. Does what you are have anything to do with my evaluation? Chen Fan asked rhetorically. Oh, what does it have to do with your comment? It has a lot to do with it. The long-haired man sneered. Young man, Mr. Sun is a member of the Daxia Calligraphers Association. A famous calligrapher. How dare you call his calligraphy sloppy? What nonsense. A man next to him introduced the long-haired man with great pride. The long-haired man was actually a member of the Daxia Calligraphers Association. As a large national-level association, the requirements to become its member were very demanding. This long-haired man could become a member of the Daxia Calligraphers Association. There was indeed something. A member of the Daxia Calligraphers Association. What a big name. But unfortunately, name doesn't mean strength. Chen Fan replied calmly. There are too many bullies in the calligraphy world nowadays. What's that saying? The masters are wandering and the clowns are in the halls. Seeing Chen Fan say that, the other few people were unable to refute it for a while. They had to admit that what Chen Fan said was the truth. There were too many clowns who wore all sorts of names nowadays. Good man. What a smooth talker. The long-haired man remained unconvinced. I thought you said this writing of mine was sloppy. So tell me what's so average about it? The long-haired man questioned Chen Fan. What you wrote is part of the second line of the world's second line of the ritual for nephews and nephews. First of all, this Ming character of yours, the whole character is vapid, like a person without bones. And second of all, being asked this by the long-haired man, Chen Fan spoke eloquently, casually pointing out several of the long-haired man's questions. The others, listening to Chen Fan's words, did feel that it made sense. In an instant, the long-haired man couldn't hang on to his face. Humph, you're just someone who can talk a bit on the mouth and talk on paper, but when you really pick up a pen, the level of your writing is probably not even 1/10 as good as mine. The long-haired man was headstrong. That's right, write one yourself if you can. Don't just say that. All you can do is talk is nothing. It's really good. You write it yourself. Two of the men hastened to agree in order to curry favor with the long-haired man. Before they could finish, the system's voice. Ding! Task issued. Pick up a pen and write a piece of calligraphy yourself. Answer these people with reality and show them what is called real calligraphy. Mission time, within 1 hour. Mission reward, 8% of the shares of Patek Philippe. Mission reward, 142 experience points. Looking at the system's task, Chen Fan did not talk nonsense, directly came to the desk, changed to a new rice paper, picked up the brush, then began to wield the ink. Soon, a flowing piece of line writing jumped off the page. Xiang Lao, the long-haired man, and a few others curiously came over. When they saw Chen Fan's work, they were all dumbfounded. The long-haired man, in particular, had his jaw dropped as he looked at Chen Fan's wood entry. Incomparably ethereal work. This. The long-haired man's face flushed red as he filled his eyes with incredulity. This Chen Fan really wrote it, and at such an impressive level. No, he just couldn't believe it. Chen Fan's calligraphy. It didn't have any shortcomings. The long-haired man's eyes widened as he began to find faults for Chen Fan one word at a time. Today, no matter what was said, he had to find out what was wrong with Chen Fan's calligraphy to save his face. But from the first word, all the way to the end of the work, the long-haired man became even more horrified inside. He had looked at it for such a long time, and this piece of Chen Fan's work was simply the same as the original. Exactly the same, and he couldn't find any shortcomings. It was perfect. How did that happen? Mr. Chen is young and talented. Next to him, old Xiang was overwhelmed with emotion and valued Chen Fan even more. I apologize for what I just said. I was the one who was out of sight just now. The long-haired man hesitated for a moment, then bowed to Chen Fan, apologizing to him. He admitted that Chen Fan's level was far beyond his own. There's one thing to be said for Mr. Chen's calligraphy work. It has reached the realm of realization, and is almost as good as those calligraphers who are at the top and highest level in our Daxia Calligraphers Association. The long-haired man lamented. The problem was that this Chen Fan looked like he was only about 20 years old, yet he possessed such an astonishing level. This was not normally impressive. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. We were the ones who were abrupt. Sorry. Those two guests who wanted to please the long-haired man also apologized to Chen Fan. Ding! Pick up a pen and write a piece of calligraphy yourself. Answer these people with reality and show them what real calligraphy means. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on the acquisition of 8% of the shares of Patek Philippe. The contract for the acquisition of the shares has been placed in the study of your villa. Please pay attention to check. Congratulations on gaining 142 experience points. The mission was completed. 8% of the shares of Patek Philippe Company, as well as 142 points of experience value had arrived without any problems. And by now, Chen Fan already had 45% of the shares of Patek Philippe Company in his hands. It was only a little more than 5% away from Chen Fan's goal of taking more than 50% of the shares of Beyond Patek Philippe. One more random mission, or a reward for a certain day, and Chen Fan could easily accomplish his goal of bringing the Patek Philippe Company under his complete control. About to take down Patek Philippe Company, Chen Fan was still very excited and expectant inside. The long-haired man and a few others couldn't stay here any longer and found a reason to leave. Xiang Lao, on the other hand, invited Chen Fan to sit down and personally arrived at tea for Chen Fan. After both sides exchanged a few polite words, Chen Fan went straight to the point and inquired about Xiang Lao's matter regarding the Qi family in Jianbei. Jianbei Qi family? Did Mr. Chen clash with the Jianbei Qi family? Xiang Lao instantly became serious. Not now, but soon, Chen Fan replied. Then Mr. Chen must be careful. The Jianbei Qi family is not one to be messed with. Elder Xiang earnestly admonished Chen Fan. Elder Xiang, what is the situation of this Jianbei Qi family? Upon hearing this question from Chen Fan, Xiang Lao thought for a moment before introducing the Qi family to Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, this Qi family, amongst the great families of the mansions, is a very special existence. Chapter 171, an easy solution to the Qi family. Sent to your door on your own accord? A very special being? How special? Chen Fan asked curiously. Let's put it this way, Mr. Chen. The current head of the Qi family is a sidekick, and a female at that. Xiang Lao replied meaningfully. What? This is somewhat beyond Chen Fan's expectations. As a former man of the mansion, Chen Fan is very familiar with the unspoken rules of the mansion. Side lineage, female, this in the ordinary mansion, that almost and the head of the family position insulated, but now that what Qi family's head of the family, even a side lineage of women. There's something about the Qi family. The Qi family is different from the other big and powerful families. The position of the Qi family head, regardless of gender, regardless of the direct line or collateral line, as long as one is a member of the Qi family, they can all compete. As long as more than 2/3 of the Qi family's top brass support it in the end, it can become the next head of the Qi family. Even the current head of the Qi family can be removed if he can get more than 80% support from the Qi family's top management. Xiang Lao continued his introduction. Because of this rule, every head of the Qi family has been very capable, and although the Qi family hasn't been established for a long time, it's already a very powerful big family in Jiangbei province. When you listen to it like that, the Qi family is indeed different. Even Chen Fan was a bit emotional. Being able to compete for the position of family head regardless of collateral lineage, direct lineage, or even personality, this initiative of the Qi family could indeed select the best of the best in each generation. But when you listen to it like that, the Qi family is less like a family and more like a big company, where those who can do it are the ones who can do it. The Qi family is indeed an anomaly among all the powerful families. Of course, there are pros and cons to the Qi family doing this, Xiang Lao said with great emotion. The good thing is that every head of the Qi family is very capable of leading the Qi family to grow by leaps and bounds, but the bad thing is also obvious. The downside is that the Qi family's internal strife has reached a terrifying level, and the Qi family's conflicts are so intense and abnormal that they are almost several times that of an ordinary powerful family, especially since the current head of the Qi family is from the sideline, and after she came to power, she vigorously supported the sideline, allowing the power of the Qi family's sideline to greatly increase, which caused the Qi family's direct line to be strongly dissatisfied. The infighting within the Qi family is horrific, even more so than outside. When the Qi family did this, it would lead to a thinning of kinship, fighting, and being quite ruthless, which was unacceptable to many of the great families, which was why they said that the Qi family was an anomaly. If Mr. Chen has a fight with the Qi family, you can carefully study what I just said. Finally, Xiang Lao spoke to Chen Fan with deep meaning. Chen Fan thought about it for a little while and instantly understood what Elder Xiang meant. Since the competition within the Qi family was so fierce, one could completely utilize this against the Qi family, regardless of whether Chen Feiming's girlfriend was from the Qi family's collateral line or the first line. When the time came, he could contact someone from the other faction. After all, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. In this way, dealing with the Qi family will be much simpler and easier. It was thought that this other faction, too, would be happy to cooperate with Chen Fan. Thanks for reminding Elder Xiang, Chen Fan said purposely. Ha, what is Mr. Chen thanking me for? I didn't say anything, we were simply having tea and chatting. Xiang Lao began to play dumb. If it wasn't to the point of necessity, even Xiang Lao wouldn't be willing to clash with the Qi family. Chen Fan understood what Xiang Lao meant and smiled mysteriously at him without pointing it out. In the evening, Chen Fan returned home and once again received a message from Chen Wenjing. This time, Chen Wenjing brought Chen Fan an important intelligence. According to her investigation, Chen Feiming's girlfriend's name is Qi Sisi, the daughter of the current Qi family head. Qi Sisi, the daughter of the current Qi family head. So the one who cooperates with the Chen family will be the Qi family sidekick, Chen Fan muttered in a small voice. In this way, he could find a chance to contact the direct lineage of the Qi family's lineage. Now that the Qi family's family head was in the hands of the sideline's lineage, the Qi family's direct lineage must be eager to take back the family head position. At that time, if he helped the first line of the Qi family's lineage, and directly escalated the Qi family's internal escalation, so that the Qi family's side lineage would be left to fend for themselves, and then Master Chen would still want to count on the Qi family. Wouldn't that become a joke? Just as Chen Fan was thinking, Zhu Lingyu had just finished her work and returned to the Xu family. Lingyu, it's been a long time. Zhu Lingyu had just returned when an acquaintance appeared that she never expected. It was a 22 or 23-year-old, slender and extremely beautiful-looking woman with long legs. Raven? Looking at the long-legged woman, Zhu Lingyu was pleasantly surprised. This long-legged woman was named Qi Wenwen, a classmate of Zhu Lingyu's at the capital university, as well as a good girlfriend. However, since the beginning of their senior year, because of their careers, as well as internships, etc., Zhu Lingyu and Qi Wenwen had not seen each other for a long time. Zhu Lingyu division really did not expect to see a good girlfriend at home. What brings you here, Raven? Zhu Lingyu excitedly took Qi Wenwen's hand and asked happily. I missed you, so I came to see you. Why? Won't you let me? Qi Wenwen smiled and replied. Only her words were only half spoken. The other half, she didn't explicitly say. She had also just arrived at Zhu's house less than an hour ago. That's great. The two had dinner together and talked about a lot of little problems between girlfriends. In the evening, the two of them were resting together, chatting, when Qi Wenwen suddenly invited. Lingyu, why don't you come and help me? Ha? Zhu Lingyu was confused and didn't understand what bosom friend meant. Lingyu, our Qi family's internal situation is complicated. Now that I've taken over one of the family's industries, I've encountered something. I can't handle it alone. So come and help me. When the time comes, I'll be the president and you'll be the general manager. And when things come up, the two of us will discuss them, no matter how big or small. Kai Wenwen invited again. Wenwen, you're late. I've already interned at Confronting Group. Our boss is very nice. Xu Lingyu shook his head. Then quit your job. And I promise, when the time comes, I'll give you 10 times what you're getting now. Kai Wenwen invited again. Sorry, Raven. Xu Lingyu was once again determined. If her best friend had said this before, Xu Lingyu would have agreed. But now, she had already made a deal with Mr. Chen, and she couldn't go back on her word. Well, we'll talk about it another time then. Shi Wenwen changed the subject, not wanting to embarrass her best friend. Shi Wenwen has another way. Since it doesn't work from Lingyu's side, then she will change her mind. She can go to Lingyu's boss. Let Lingyu's boss dismiss Lingyu. Then won't all the problems be solved? How simple. Shi Wenwen felt that with her status as a direct descendant of the Jiangbei Qi family, this boss of Lingyu's should give herself this face. After chatting for a while, the two rested together. A new day arrived, and in the morning, Shi Wenwen left from Zhu's house and went to look for Chen Fan. Chapter 172 can easily pin down Chen Fan, the first family of the Qi family who took the bait. At the same time, in the Chen family, Chen Feiming excitedly came to find Elder Chen. Grandpa, the Qi family has agreed to help us. As soon as he saw Elder Chen, Chen Feiming said excitedly. Thanks to the fact that his girlfriend is a relationship brain, she agreed as soon as he asked. Then the girlfriend rubbed her mother the wrong way all night, and that's how Z finally agreed. Really? Elder Chen was overjoyed. It was only a mere day that had passed, and the grandson had already convinced the Qi family to help them in the same way. This speed was too fast. Fei Ming's efficiency was just high, worthy of being his most loved, favorite grandson. Dump Chen Fan a little 10,000 times, but Grandpa, specifically, Auntie wants to talk to you about. Chen Feiming adds. The aunt in Chen Feiming's mouth was naturally his girlfriend's mother, the current Qi family head Qi Yenying. No problem. Elder Chen nodded. Chen Feiming dialed the phone number of his future mother-in-law, Qi Yenying, and handed it to his grandfather. Hello family head Qi, I am Feiming's grandfather and the current family head of the Chen family in Zhangzhou. As soon as he came up, Elder Chen introduced himself. Good day family Master Chen, I already know the matter. To our Qi family, that Chen Fan is a joke. The trouble he created for you guys, I can easily solve it by lifting my hand, Qi Yenying said in a domineering manner. A brat with no hair on his head. Even if he got rich temporarily, he wouldn't be able to get into her eyes. Your Chen family can't deal with a junior who has severed ties with you. It's because you don't have the means. You're too much of a waste. If our Qi family helps you, Chen Fan is just meat on the board to be slaughtered. It can be easily taken and pinched by me. Qi Yenying nonchalantly taunted the waste of the Chen family, as well as Chen Fan. Listening to Qi Yenying say this, although he was unhappy inwardly, having begged others, Master Chen had no choice but to smile. I only have one condition, and that is that you identify Fei Ming as the next heir of the Chen family in the near future and make it public. Qi Yenying opened the door. She did this, naturally, for the sake of her love-brain little daughter. Her son-in-law became the future head of the Chen family, and her daughter would be the head of the family's wife. Her son-in-law became the head of the Chen family, and with this relationship, the Chen family, in the future, would also listen to her orders. No problem, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Elder Chen immediately agreed, which was what he had thought before anyway. It's a deal. I'll send my menders to Jiangzhou to help you. Just wait. Qi Yenying opened his mouth. Dealing with a mere Chen Fan was not enough to make her the titular Qi family head. Take action. A random member of her inner circle could easily pin down Chen Fan. Okay, thank you family Master Qi. Elder Chen was also happy that he had gotten help from the Qi family for almost nothing, with the help of the powerful family in the next-door Jiangbei province. This time, Chen Fan that little is going to be finally finished. On the other hand, underneath a teaching building at Zhangzhou University, Qi Wenwen stood there dashingly wearing sunglasses. The men and women coming and going looked at Qi Wenwen, who had a set of long legs, and were envious. Last night, she sidestepped the unsuspecting Zhu Lingyu and learned a little bit about Chen Fan and that Chen Fan was a student at Zhangzhou University. In order to keep Lingyu from knowing, Qi Wenwen didn't go directly to Confronting Group, but came to Zhangzhou University to look for Chen Fan. Having said that, Qi Wenwen was also curious about this boss of Lingyu's. Chen Fan, the boss of a $10 billion company, was actually a college student. This boss of Lingyu's was indeed not simple. A few minutes later, class ended and more students emerged from the building. When many of the boys saw Qi Wenwen's, each of their eyes glazed over. Holy, those legs are longer than my life. What a valiant young lady. I love it. The crowd was talking. Suddenly, Shi Wenwen saw Chen Fan in the crowd and immediately walked over and took the initiative. "Hello, Mr. Chen. Ling Yu asked me to come." Shi Wenwen greeted very politely. "You are? I'm Ling Yu's best friend and her friend from the capital university. My name is Shi Wenwen." Shi Wenwen introduces herself. "Zimmerman? Surname Qi?" After hearing this surname, Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. "Are you related to the Jianbei Qi family?" Chen Fan inquired. "Ha?" This time it was Shi Wenwen's turn to be incredibly surprised. Although Shi Wenwen did not answer explicitly, but looking at her reaction, Chen Fan was certain that she was definitely related to the Jianbei Qi family. He was still thinking about how to contact the Qi family in the morning, but he didn't realize that it was really a no-brainer, and the Qi family took the initiative to come to his door, save him the trouble of contacting the Qi family. Seeing that Chen Fan did not answer herself, Shi Wenwen directly invited Chen Fan to dinner. "Could be." Chen Fan agreed. Afterwards, the two went to a nearby restaurant. "Mr. Chen, I'd like to ask you to fire Ling Yu," Shi Wenwen said directly. "You've also guessed that I'm a member of the Jianbei Qi family. As long as you expel Ling Yu, count me as owing you a favor. And in the future, if you need any help, you can come to the Qi family to find me." Shi Wenwen opened her mouth. "Are you a member of the Qi family's collateral line? Or are you a member of the first line?" Chen Fan didn't answer Shi Wenwen, but asked specifically, "The first family, what's wrong?" Shi Wenwen replied, "She's a direct descendant of the Qi family." "That's even better." Chen Fan smiled slightly and spoke. "Zhu Lingyu is a talent that I have my eye on, and she's good at her job. I'm not going to fire her." Hearing Chen Fan say that, Shi Wenwen's face changed slightly. "Why did you ask me to fire Zhu Lingyu?" Chen Fan asked rhetorically. Shi Wenwen hesitated. "I'm in a bit of trouble over there. I want Ling Yu to help me. She's my most trusted friend." Xivan didn't say anything specific. "If you can fire Ling Yu, and you have any conditions, you can mention them and I'll try to oblige. There's no need to say more about how strong my Qi family is." Vivian Qi has a bossy look about her. "The Qi clan is indeed very powerful, but you keep saying how my Qi clan is so and so. The question is that your Qi clan? Or rather, Qi clan, do you call the shots? Now that the Qi family is clearly the world of other people's collateral lineage, I'm afraid that you, a person from the first lineage, don't have much say in the matter." Chen Fan opened his mouth, purposely using this stimulating method. As expected, after hearing Chen Fan's words, Shi Wenwen's face became even more unsightly, with frost on top of her pretty face. This was the fact that she was most unwilling to accept. Their hallowed Qi family, now they were actually controlled by a sideline, their direct line instead doubly sidelined. A strange shame. Seeing Shi Wenwen hooked, Chen Fan once again dug a hole. Chapter 173, drawing a snake out of its hole and taking control of the Patek Philippe company for good. To put it another way, even if I agree to expel Zhu Lingyu and let you take her away to help you, but if you run into problems, especially if there's a clash with your Qi family's collateral lineage or something like that, then will you be able to keep her? Chen Fan inquired again. Hearing Chen Fan's question, Shi Wenwen was speechless and fell into deep thought. She hadn't really considered this kind of situation before, but now that Chen Fan had asked this, Shi Wenwen thought carefully and the answer was no. Now that she was having trouble with that industry in her hands, Shi Wenwen was a bit suspicious that it was the sideline that was messing with her. In the future, they and the sideline, that lineage, will definitely have a bigger conflict. If that's the case and Ling Yu is involved, it's impossible to keep Ling Yu by her alone. As for the lineage of the Qi family's first lineage where she is from, it's also impossible to do anything for the sake of Ling Yu as an outsider. Forget it, I give up. Shi Wenwen agonized for a while and finally made a decision. She was doing this for Ling Yu's sake as well. Since this was the case, Shi Wenwen had no reason to stay, and just as Shi Wenwen was about to get up and leave, Chen Fan's words immediately caused her to stop moving. Do you, the first line of the Qi family, want to take the position of the Qi family head from the sideline? Chen Fan looked at Shi Wenwen. Nonsense, that's natural for sure. Shi Wenwen nodded her head. I have a way to help your Qi family's first lineage and reclaim the Qi family headship. Chen Fan once again spoke in a shocking manner. Helped us take over the head of the family? Shi Wenwen looked at Chen Fan and expressed her deep skepticism. After all, Chen Fan was too young. He seemed to be a little bit younger than her. And more importantly, Chen Fan was nothing more than the boss of an ordinary company in Jiangzhou. How could he possibly have such a terrifying strength? How can you help us? Shi Wenwen inquired. How to help you? That would require your father, or the elders of that line of your Qi family's direct line, to come and beg me personally. You don't have enough status in the Qi family. Chen Fan replied calmly. Even if he cooperated with that lineage of the Qi family's direct lineage, Chen Fan would still want to take the initiative into his own hands. so that lineage of the Qi family's direct lineage would have something to ask for. It was in this way that things were much easier and most favorable to Chen Fan. Qi Wenwen was in deep thought, looking at Chen Fan's stance of strategizing and deciding. It didn't seem like he was blowing off steam, but then he said that he wasn't qualified enough and that he wanted his elders to come and talk about it in person, which was a bit of a big deal. So Qi Wenwen didn't know for a moment if she should say yes or not. After considering it for a while, Qi Wenwen spoke up. I can invite the elders of our lineage here, but I have a small request? Oh, say? Chen Fan opened his mouth. Although what Mr. Chen said just now is very appealing to me. I'm not sure how strong Mr. Chen is. It's fine if Mr. Chen has real material, but if Mr. Chen is always talking big, then if I rashly invite the elders of my family, the elders will chastise me. As it happens, I have a little trouble here. If Mr. Chen can help me solve it, I immediately go and ask my elders to come to Jiangzhou and pay a visit to you. Mr. Chen. Qi Wenwen replied very politely. Although Qi Wenwen somewhat didn't trust Chen Fan, Qi Wenwen didn't want to give up even if there was the slightest possibility. So she wanted Chen Fan to show his strength so that she could see it clearly. That way, she could go back and ask her elders to come with confidence. Chen Fan instantly understood Qi Wenwen's thoughts. She was trying to let herself show her strength. Only before Chen Fan could speak, the system's voice came out of nowhere. Ding! Special mission issued, promised Qi Wenwen to solve that trouble in her business. Show strength and let the people of the Qi family take the initiative to come and pay their respects. Taking the initiative in their hands. Mission time, within 50 hours. Mission reward, 10% of the shares of Patek Philippe Company. Take control of Patek Philippe Company completely. Mission reward, 145 experience points. Ha! This time it's a special assignment? Chen Fan was instantly energized. Now, he already had 45% of the shares of Patek Philippe Company in his hands, and he was just one last step away from taking control of Patek Philippe Company for good. Chen Fan thought that he would have to wait for a few more days before the system could appear again with the shares of Patek Philippe Company, but he didn't expect it to come today. As long as he accomplished his mission and received 10% of Patek Philippe's shares, Chen Fan's shares in the Patek Philippe Company in his hands would instantly be as high as 55%. At that time, Chen Fan would be able to completely control Patek Philippe and would not have to worry about any problems within the company. That's great. What kind of trouble are you in? Tell us about it. Chen Fan looked at Qi Wenwen. That industry in my hands. There are often secret information leaks. I suspect that there is an internal problem, but I cannot find out who it is. Qi Wenwen explained. Because of this problem of leaked information, several important orders of their company were snatched away, making Qi Wenwen lose a lot, making her very annoyed. Qi Wenwen also conducted many company self-checks, wanting to find out the company's internal spies, but because she also just took over the company not long ago, there is nothing in the company's inner circle. Several internal investigations, all ended in failure. It was for this reason that Qi Wenwen wanted to pull her most trusted BFF, Zhu Lingyu, into her company. I think what is the problem is not just to find the mole. This is simple. Chen Fan opened his mouth. It looked like this system mission would take less than 50 hours to complete. Seriously? You're not kidding? Qi Wenwen said with incomparable skepticism. She had investigated several times and hadn't been able to find out who the traitor came to be, but it turned out that Chen Fan said that it was very simple to find the spy? Naturally, it's true. Chen Fan nodded. Unfortunately, the Qi family is in the next-door Jiangbei province, not in their own Zhonghai province. Otherwise, by virtue of the Lightfeather private detective agency alone, it is estimated that in at most 1 hour, Chen Fan will be able to investigate that mole. Brightfeather private investigators' territory in the province of Zhonghai. Out of the province of Zhonghai, there is not so much energy and network of contacts, but it was just investigating a spy. Using Chen Fan's plan, it would take at most a day and a half to come up with an answer. What's your idea? Qi Wenwen asked excitedly. It's simple. Lure the snakes out of their holes. Chen Fan smiled faintly. Didn't you just say that your company's secrets were leaked and you were robbed of a lot of business? Which means that the main goal of that spy hiding in your company is to rob you of your business. If now, all of a sudden, you have a superb project in your hands, do you think the spy will act on it? Chapter 174, Severing Relationships Day 36. Rewarding 10 buildings. As soon as he makes his move, that's when things will get a lot easier. Qi Wenwen nodded her head, feeling that Chen Fan had a point. However, if the other party is making a bigger move, we might be able to detect it quickly. But if it's just a small move and then it's hidden, we really won't necessarily be able to detect it right away, right? Qi Wenwen told Chen Fan what she was worried about. That's easy, then we'll make him move big. Chen Fan shrugged. Qi Wenwen didn't understand what Chen Fan said for a moment. If right now, Your company has a super large order with profits in the billions. Do you think the other side will make a big move? Chen Fan asked rhetorically. In an instant, Qi Wenwen understood. In that case, Mr. Chen's fading group won't work. Qi Wenwen shook her head. I hadn't planned to use my flying group to execute the plan. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Listening to Qi Wenwen's tone, it was very likely that this mole was related to that lineage of the Qi family's collateral lineage, and since that was the case, it would be even more important for Chen Fan to not act with his own name's industry. In that case, it was likely that the Qi family's sidekick would guess that this was a trap designed by Chen Fan and would not take the bait. Right now, we need a company that is not explicitly related to me and has to be a large company to go along with it. Otherwise it wouldn't be as high stakes. Chen Fan was caught up in thought. 2 minutes later, Chen Fan's eyes lit up as he had a suitable choice. Thinking about it, Chen Fan directly dialed a phone number. Boss, why are you calling me all of a sudden? On the opposite side of the phone, a young man asked with immense excitement. This young man was no one else. It was before, the little brother that Chen Fan had taken in, the top son of Zhenghai Province, the crown prince of Zhenghai Province's big conglomerate Yuan's group Yuan Anping. Not many people know about Yuan Anping's being a junior to himself, and Yuan Anping's Yuan group is just the most suitable choice. First of all, on the bright side, Yuan's group had no semblance of relationship with himself, and his headquarters was not in Zhangzhou. Secondly, Yuan's group is big enough that it has a large order with a sizable profit and within reason. Chen Fan briefly spoke to Yuan Anping. I understand, boss. I'll go talk to father now. Don't worry, this matter is on me. Yuan Anping patted his chest and assured him. Just wait for my good news, boss. After hanging up the phone, Yuan Anping went to seek help from his father, the chairman of Yuan Group. A few minutes later, Chen Fan got a reply. Boss, my father has agreed to cooperate with you, but he has to go to Jiangzhou for a bit in a while for something, and he would like to bring a gift to visit you at that time, so I hope you will agree. Yuan Anping opened his mouth. Visiting me? Little things. Chen Fan nodded. Even if there was no such thing, Yuan Anping's father had brought a gift to pay a polite visit. Chen Fan would have definitely welcomed it. Thanks, boss. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan looked at Qi Wenwen. It's done. You'll be contacted by someone from a large company in a few moments, so you'll pretend to work together and put on a show to lure the spy out. Done. Next to her, Qi Wenwen was astonished that so quickly, Chen Fan had taken care of it. What's that big company you were talking about? Qi Wenwen asked curiously. The Yuan Group in the Central Sea Province. Chen Fan replied calmly. What did you say? It's the Yuan Group from the Central Sea Province. Qi Wenwen was shocked and instantly became nonchalant. Yuan's group she is aware of. The behemoth of Zhenghai Province. The strength is very strong. But now, Chen Fan a phone call over. Just wait a few minutes. Things are done? This is too unbelievable. Was Chen Fan's network of contacts so terrifying that even the hallowed Yuan Group was willing to cooperate with Chen Fan? Qi Wenwen's heart was filled with emotion. At this moment, her suddenly felt that perhaps Chen Fan's words about being able to help them take back the position of the family head could possibly be true. The more she thought about it, the more Qi Wenwen felt shocked. After all, Chen Fan was too young. A few minutes later, Qi Wenwen received a phone call. It was really Yuan's group called. Qi Wenwen quickly discussed with Yuan's group of people to discuss the specifics. Next to him, Chen Fan leisurely ate his food. Ding! On the 36th day of severance, 10 buildings will be rewarded. The 10 buildings are located in high-grade districts, with the total value of each building ranging from about 450 to 470 million. Please go to the relevant departments to get the real estate certificates. The system has already processed all the formalities and documents. Ha! Rewarded yourself with 10 buildings? 10 residential buildings located in upscale neighborhoods. One building is worth more than 400 million. 10 buildings together. That is more than 4 billion. Another 4 billion or so came in. A smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. It was a great feeling to have billions of dollars in his hands every day. From now on, I'll be a rent-a-guy. It's just that the real estate license needs to be picked up by yourself from the relevant department, which is a slight hassle. You see, it's not so easy to be a rich man. You think it's great to be rich and happy? No, no, no. Being a rich man is very, very cool, very, very happy. The rich man's simple and unadorned life. You simply can't imagine. The plan is pretty much discussed. We're just waiting for Yuan's group to make a formal move an hour later in the back. Thank you, Qi Wenwen said thankfully. Seeing as you're supposed to be working out a lot, right? Looking at Qi Wenwen, Chen Fan suddenly asked. That's natural. Qi Wenwen raised her arms with immense pride, showing off her muscles to Chen Fan. You must be very strong then, and it's just as well. You did me a favor. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Do you a favor and do what? Chi Wenwen asked in disbelief. Help me carry something. Chen Fan opened his mouth. The real estate certificates for 10 buildings are definitely a big pile, and it's probably more tiring to go get them all by yourself. Chi Wenwen always works out and shows off her muscles, so it's not a waste to have such a good hard worker. What? You're going to make me work as a laborer and carry your stuff? Seeing Chen Fan say that, Chi Wenwen was speechless. Who was she? She was the first line of the Jiangbei Qi family. What an honorable status. But as a result, now Chen Fan was even asking himself to move things and be a hard laborer. Your sister. However, Chen Fan had just helped himself, so Chi Wenwen couldn't refuse, so she could only agree unwillingly and reluctantly. She would like to see Chen Fan to move exactly what things, and also Chen Fan the boss personally go. Their own Qi family lineage is hard labor. She just didn't believe it. Chen Fan could still bring himself along to move the gold bars? After dinner, Chen Fan brought along Chi Wenwen, the hard laborer, and went to move things. Chapter 175, Mountains of Real Estate Certificates. Scared silly Chi Wenwen. More than 40 minutes later, when the two arrived at their destination, Chi Wenwen froze. The housing authority? What did you bring me here for? Aren't you moving something? Chi Wenwen asked in an extremely puzzled manner. Isn't this the place for the real estate license? What can you move here? The real estate license? What a joke. The real estate license, so a small book. So light. Even if there are dozens of books, a person to take is also easy to take. Still need to move? Mr. Chen, what exactly are you moving? Chi Wenwen didn't know what Chen Fan was up to. Follow up and you'll see. Chen Fan responded softly, then took the lead in getting out of the car and walking towards the housing authority. With a hint of curiosity and a hint of complaint, Chi Wenwen followed suit. After coming inside the housing authority, Chen Fan and the staff explained his identity and showed his ID card, and the staff immediately led Chen Fan to a closed office. Those property deeds of yours, sir, are in here, the staff said. Real estate license? Did Chen Fan really ask himself to move the real estate license? It's just a little bit of real estate license. Why do you have to move it yourself? Chi Wenwen had a helpless look on her face. However, as the staff opened the closed office door and saw the scene in Rima, Chi Wenwen's jaw dropped. At the moment, what met her eyes was a mountain of real estate licenses piled up into a small hill. For a moment, even as a direct descendant of the hallowed Qi family, she looked stunned. This, a large pile of real estate certificates, estimated to be at least a few hundred. Not all of them are Chen Fan's, right? No way. No way. Chi Wenwen subconsciously shook her head. She didn't believe that Chen Fan alone could own such a large pile of real estate certificates. It was just that what she never expected was that she had just denied it in her mind. And the staff's next sentence directly hit her in the face. Mr. Chen, your 1,130 real estate certificates. They're all here. You count them. The staff looked at Chen Fan. Chi Wenwen was filled with disbelief. There are surprisingly more than 1,100 real estate licenses here. More than the big few hundred, as one would have guessed. What's even more outrageous is that the 1,000 or so real estate licenses are all Chen Fan's alone? This means that Chen Fan, alone, owns more than 1,000 houses. Chi Wenwen was horrified to the core. Good. Chen Fan nodded his head slightly. Those 10 buildings, there were about 100 households in one building, but these buildings had different types and sizes of houses, so they added up to 1,130 real estate certificates. In fact, if it is an ordinary house in Jiangzhou, 10 buildings, it is estimated that there can be 2,000 or 3,000 real estate certificates. That is even more horrible. However, this time, the system rewarded 10 buildings in Jiangzhou's high-grade district, where the price of housing is almost 2 or 3 times the price of ordinary housing, which is why there are only 1,000 or so books. But that's already a huge exaggeration. Next to him, Chi Wenwen's eyes almost went wide. Mr. Chen, this is the pile of real estate certificates you want me to come and move? Chi Wenwen looked at Chen Fan with a shocked tone. Yes. Chen Fan nodded. Gollum. Chi Wenwen swallowed hard a few times. Until this moment, she was still a bit not quite convinced that this was true, so she pinched her thighs violently, and a gush of pain came to her before she was completely convinced that she wasn't dreaming. For a while, Chi Wenwen's heart was complicated to the extreme. At the very beginning, she even laughed to herself that Chen Fan wouldn't take herself to move gold bars. If that was the case, she would still be willing to move. But told her, Chen Fan wants to move is the real estate license, which can be more valuable than gold bars. The price of gold is a few $100s a gram, and a piece of gold bar, even if it's a bigger one, a kilogram, is just a few $100,000, and a house, at the very least, is worth millions, if not millions. You start counting from the left, I'll start from the right, and we'll take inventory. Chen Fan said to Qi Wenwen. Good. Qi Wenwen agreed dementedly. Qi Wenwen came to the left and began to count up a book. The more she counted, the more Qi Wenwen was in a trance. She did not feel like counting real estate certificates, but like counting cabbage. More than 1,000 real estate certificates. Chen Fan bought more than 1,000 houses in one breath. Chen Fan, this is to buy a house. How so like cabbage you? Eventually, Qi Wenwen couldn't take it anymore, so she curiously asked Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, how much did it cost you to buy the 1,000 or so houses? Chen Fan replied casually. 4 or 5 billion. 4 or 5 billion. Gollum. Qi Wenwen gulped again. Spending $4 to $5 billion on thousands of houses in one go. What kind of hoity-toity impersonal approach is that? Instantly, Qi Wenwen realized that Chen Fan was definitely not as simple as she thought. After all, to be able to shell out billions of dollars to buy a house in one breath was something that many great tycoons could not do. After both of them counted and made sure it was okay, they started moving the real estate license out. At this moment, Qi Wenwen didn't have half a complaint anymore. Instead, she was a bit excited. Where was she being a hard laborer? This was clearly moving box after box of money. The trunk of a supercar is usually in the front of the car, so it is also called the front trunk, but usually the front trunk of a supercar has very little space. Chen Fan's supercar had some other things in the trunk, so only half of the real estate license was held, and the remaining half was placed in Qi Wenwen's car. This is also one of the reasons why Chen Fan asked Qi Wenwen to be the hard laborer. Thousands of real estate certificates were carried on the car. Chen Fan led the way in front. The two came to the garage of Chen Fan's villa, and put these thousands of real estate certificates, put them in Chen Fan's study. Where to store this huge mountain of real estate certificates afterward? Chen Fan really had to think about it. Sometimes it's a struggle to have too much house and too much money. It took over 2 hours to count the real estate deeds, add the moving, and the back and forth, etc. Yet, having just finished moving, Chen Fan was about to take a sip of water when he suddenly received a message from someone from Light Feather Private Investigators. Boss, there's news. Although the sphere of influence of the Light Feather Private Detective is in the province of Zhanghai, but in the province of Zhangbei, there are also some manpower. After Chen Fan had finished arranging for Yuan Group and Qi Wenwen to pretend to cooperate, Chen Fan ordered the people in Zhangbei province where Light Feather Private Investigators were working to start paying attention to the movements of all the top management of that industry in Qi Wenwen's hands. After all, this kind of top secret information can only be known by the top management, so the traitor must be in the top management. Sure enough, it's only been a little over 2 hours and there's news. Chapter 176, easily digging out the spy and grasping the initiative to negotiate with the Qi family. Boss, 3 of the top brass have made a move, but we can't be sure yet. Which one, or which ones are spies? We'll continue to follow up later. We will notify you, boss, at the first opportunity when we have definite news. The people from Light Feather Private Investigations reported to Chen Fan. Now they've narrowed it down considerably from the dozen or so Kaimanwen Company executives, but they'll have to keep following up on which of the 3 it is. After all, it's been too short a time. Good. Chen Fan nodded. After moving her things, Qi Wenwen left from Chen Fan's villa. In the evening, when Zhu Lingyu came back from work, Qi Wenwen sidestepped and asked Zhu Lingyu about the specifics of Chen Fan. Yesterday, the first day, Qi Wenwen subconsciously treated Chen Fan as an ordinary boss and didn't care too much about it. But today, especially after moving those thousands of real estate certificates, Qi Wenwen realized that she was wrong. Very wrong. Zhu Lingyu also discovered Qi Wenwen's intention. She thought for a moment and only replied, Mr. Chen is indeed very extraordinary. Tengfei Group is only an insignificant company under Mr. Chen's name. Mr. Chen has many more powerful industries. As for what exactly these industries were, Zhu Lingyu did not explicitly say. Although she and Wenwen are BFFs, she is also an employee of Mr. Chen, and she can't say it explicitly if she doesn't know what Wenwen is going to do. Sure enough, Zhu Lingyu's words sideways verified Qi Wenwen's guess. Instantly, Chen Fan's status in Qi Wenwen's heart violently elevated. The next time he saw Mr. Chen, he had to be very polite. Time flew by, and the next morning, Chen Fan received a call from the Light Feather Private Investigation Agency. Boss, we've established that the mole in Qi Wenwen's company is their company's general manager, Sun Shuqiao. The people from Light Feather Private Investigations reported to Chen Fan. Just in case, we've got this Sun Shuqiao under control. It's the general manager? Chen Fan muttered in a small voice. The general manager is considered to be the second, or third, most important person in a company, and in such an important position, there is actually a spy, so no wonder so many important secrets have been leaked from Qi Wenwen's place. Boss, that Sun Shuqiao wants to have a word with you, the man from Light Feather Private Investigations said again. Could be. 20 seconds later, a middle-aged woman's voice came over the phone. I assume you're the helper Qi Wenwen found? Sun Shuqiao opened her mouth. Yes, Chen Fan graciously admitted. You helping Qi Wenwen was your worst decision. The Qi family's direct line, where Qi Wenwen is from, has become more and more trashy, and now the Qi family's head of the family, as well as a few other important positions, are all from the Qi family's collateral lineage. If you help Qi Wenwen, then you're going against the current head of the Qi family, as well as the Qi family's collateral lineage, and it won't end well. Sun Shuqiao directly threatened Chen Fan. In that case, you're from that lineage of the Qi family's sideline? Chen Fan asked directly. Right. When it came down to it, Sun Shuqiao no longer pretended and directly admitted it graciously. She wanted to use the Qi family's collateral line behind her, as well as the Qi family's head to scare Chen Fan. If you let me go and pretend that nothing happened, I can report it and have the family head let you off the hook. Otherwise, you'll become a thorn in the side and a thorn in the flesh of the Qi family head, as well as the Qi family's collateral line. Sun Shuqiao had an air of generosity and could spare Chen Fan. Ha! Let me off the hook? You take a message to the Qi family head that she has already taken the desperate path of certain defeat by choosing to cooperate with the Chen family. Chen Fan indifferently returned a sentence and hung up the phone, getting the Qi family head to let herself go. Ridiculous. She was working with the Chen family and she had no intention of letting her go? After that, Chen Fan contacted Qi Wenwen, and let the people of the Lightfeather Private Detective Agency to Sun Shuqiao to Qi Wenwen. How to dispose of Sun Shuqiao later. It is Qi Wenwen's business. Find it? It's been less than a day. Ha! Qi Wenwen was both surprised and taken aback. She didn't know how much time and effort she had spent looking for this mole, and the result was nothing. But when it came to Mr. Chen, it took less than a day to find the mole. Mr. Chen, this is too strong. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you so much. Qi Wenwen opened her mouth. This was her way of thanking Chen Fan on her own behalf. Mr. Chen, I'll go back immediately now, meet with my father, and ask him to personally come to Jiangzhou and pay his respects to Mr. Chen. Qi Wenwen opened her mouth. At this moment, she was representing the direct lineage of the Qi family's lineage. After yesterday and today's events, Qi Wenwen had already seen Chen Fan's terrifying wealth, connections, and abilities. Qi Wenwen truly believed that Chen Fan had the ability to help their Qi family reclaim the position of family head. As long as she told her father about the matter, he would definitely be willing to take the initiative to come to Jiangzhou to pay his respects to Mr. Chen as well. As for how the two sides will work together, we will have to meet and talk about it in detail. Good. Chen Fan nodded. After hanging up the phone, Qi Wenwen went straight to Jiangzhou Airport. With Qi Wenwen's action, the system's voice came. Ding! Promised Qi Wenwen to solve that problem of her enterprise. Show strength. Let the people of the Qi family come to pay their respects. Take the initiative in their own hands. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on acquiring 10% of the shares of Patek Philippe, and taking complete control of Patek Philippe. The contract for the acquisition of the shares has been placed in your study. Please pay attention to receive it. Congratulations on gaining 145 experience points. Mission accomplished. 10% of the shares in Patek Philippe Company are in good hands. In an instant, Chen Fan owned more than 50% of Patek Philippe's shares in his hands, reaching a staggering 55%. From this moment on, Chen Fan took absolute control of the Patek Philippe Company. He is in complete control of the Patek Philippe Company and is not afraid of any problems. Chen Fan had a satisfied smile on his face. The day had just begun and it was going so well. What a wonderful day. The Chen family in Jiangzhou. The Chen family also welcomed several important guests. The person sent by the Qi family had arrived. Elder Chen, along with several important figures of the Chen family, greeted them together. Elder Chen invited a few people from the Qi family inside. Don't worry, Elder Chen. That Chen Fan is nothing in the eyes of our Qi family. We, the Qi clan side clan, can easily solve him with the touch of a finger. These few Qi family members swore with conviction. They were all the heart of the Qi family head. That's great. Thank the Qi family master for me. Hearing this, Elder Chen was thrilled. Not a moment after he had just finished speaking, the representative of the Qi clan, who was in the lead, suddenly saw a message. The message came from the group chat of their Qi family side clan, and it was exactly about Chen Fan. But when this Qi family representative read the content of the message clearly, his face immediately changed abruptly. Chapter 177, Severing Relationships Day 37. Rewarding Southern Ranking Number 5 in Lan Winery. Just a moment ago, Qi Wenwen, with the help of Chen Fan, scooped up an important pawn we had worked so hard to arrange in the Qi family's direct line of industries, causing us to lose a lot of money. That pawn, which was arranged by the Qi family's sideline focusing on the Qi family's direct line's lineage, was hidden very deeply, and they had originally counted on this direct lineage to play a more important role and sit on a higher position on the Qi family's direct lineage's side. In order to cultivate this pawn and support her to her current position, the Qi family's sideline had spent a lot of money and effort. As a result, such an important piece was suddenly unearthed by Chen Fan, catching the Qi family's sideline off guard. Damn it! The Qi family representative cursed. He had just crotched his mouth here at Elder Chen, saying that Chen Fan was nothing at all, but as a result, he turned his head, and before he could make a move and give Chen Fan a downward spiral, Chen Fan gave them a downward spiral. Qi Peiyuan, Chen Fan has given us the slip. This breath must not be endured. I hope you can quickly let Chen Fan know what happens when he offends our Qi family. The important people of the Qi family's sideline commanded it. Qi Peiyuan, the very name of this Qi family representative who had come to the Chen family. Yes, Qi Peiyuan nodded and made a note of it. After that, Qi Peiyuan began to ask Elder Chen about Chen Fan. In the morning, the system's rewards came early. Ding! 37th day of severance, rewarding the 5th in the southern rankings, 100% ownership of Chateau and Lawn. The acquisition contract has been placed in your villa's study. Please pay attention to receive it. Chateau d'Anelin? Chen Fan hadn't really heard of it. After all, he hadn't dabbled in wineries or anything like that before. With curiosity, Chen Fan googled Lawn Winery. Chateau and Lawn, one of the top 10 wineries in the south, is ranked 5th among the top 10 wineries in the south. Chateau and Lawn has an underground cellar that covers an area of up to 6,000 square meters, as well as thousands of acres of vineyards. In addition to that, Lawn Winery also has a variety of top quality wines, liquors and so on, with a total asset of more than $4 billion. With this private winery that ranked 5th in the south, it would be much more convenient for Chen Fan to organize high-level banquets and so on in the future. Just as Chen Fan was studying in Lawn Winery, he suddenly received a call from Zhu Lingyu. Boss, there's a bit of an unexpected situation here in the company that I can't handle, and after discussing it with a few of the company's executives, it's still important for you to make up your mind. The phone was connected, and Zhu Lingyu said very helplessly, okay, I'll be there in a bit. Chen Fan nodded. More than 20 minutes later, Chen Fan rushed to Fading Group and met Zhu Lingyu, who had long been waiting downstairs in the group. What's wrong? Chen Fan inquired. Zhu Lingyu pulled Chen Fan aside and whispered, Boss, Tao Kaiyu, the owner of our raw material supplier, the Juchuan Group, is in your office at the moment. Oh, so what happened? Chen Fan inquired. Boss, Juchuan Group has always been a stable supplier for the company, and the two sides have been cooperating very well. As a result, yesterday, I don't know what Tao Kaiyu was thinking, but he suddenly asked to raise the price of raw materials by 1/3. Zhu Lingyu said angrily. From yesterday, I started negotiating with him, trying to get Tao Kaiyu to lower the price. And in the end, although Tao Kaiyu agreed to lower it, he still wanted to raise the price by 1/5, and no matter how I, or a few other executives of the company, talked to him, he just didn't agree. Until just now, Tao Kaiyu came to the company and asked to talk to you in person. By raising the price by 1/5, the profits of the Fading Group will be much less. I understand. Chen Fan nodded. Go, take me to meet this Tao Kaiyu for a while. With that, Chen Fan walked towards the elevator, followed closely by Zhu Lingyu. A few minutes later, Chen Fan was in his office and met a man with a slightly chubby body and in his 40s. Who was Tao Kaiyu? The chairman of Juchuan Group. Chairman Tao, this is our boss, Mr. Chen. Once they came up, Zhu Lingyu took the initiative to help introduce the two. Oh, it's Mr. Chen. Nice to meet you. After knowing Chen Fan's identity, Tao Kaiyu only gave a perfunctory greeting and didn't even stand up. Chen Fan sat down on the boss's seat and looked at this Tao Kaiyu. On the elevator, Zhu Lingyu told Chen Fan in detail about this Juchuan Group, which seemed to be just that strong. Now that Tao Kaiyu is so emboldened and even dares to take the initiative to raise prices, I'm afraid there is a problem. Mr. Chen, I've raised the price by only 1/5 instead of the initial 1/3, already for the sake of our long-term cooperation. Look, Mr. Chen, how about signing an agreement? Tao Kaiyu spoke. Signing the agreement would be fine, except that instead of raising the price by 1/5, it would be lowered by 1/5. As soon as he came up, Chen Fan answered Tao Kaiyu with a strong attitude. What? Tao Kaiyu was stunned. He didn't expect Chen Fan to dare to say that. Now that the cost of labor, transportation and so on is rising, I have no choice but to raise prices, and even if I raise prices by 1/5, I'm still not making money. Mr. Chen, if you not only don't raise the price, but also lower the price of the raw materials, then I'm sorry, our cooperation can only end here. Tao Kaiyu responded just as forcefully. Mr. Chen, I advise you to think about it. If you don't cooperate with us, I'm afraid that your Fading Group won't be able to find a suitable raw material supplier in Zhonghai province. In fact, Tao Kaiyu said so many reasons. The most important point he did not say. The fundamental reason why he dares to ask for a price increase directly is still because he has a backer. Not long ago, he recognized a big brother. And this big brother of his was very powerful. In the entire Central Sea province, with such a big backer, Tao Kaiyu naturally drifted. And that's how the price hike happened. If I can't find a suitable one in Central Sea province, then I can go to Jiangbei province and look elsewhere. If Boss Tao also insists on a price increase, then our cooperation ends here. Chen Fan replied directly. There is no way he will agree to a price increase. If this Tao Kaiyu couldn't maintain the original price, then Chen Fan didn't mind changing partners. With Chen Fan's connections now, it was only a matter of time before he could find a partner outside of Zhonghai province. Seeing Chen Fan say that, Tao Kaiyu panicked a bit. From the bottom of his heart, Tao Kaiyu wanted to continue working together. Once the cooperation ended, not only Phaeton Group, they also had to find a new partner. Tao Kaiyu didn't have the same confidence that Chen Fan had to find the next one. Tao Kaiyu hesitated for a while, and finally decided to bring out his big brother, his backer, to intimidate Chen Fan. Chapter 178, a special gift to make amends to Chen Fan as a big shot pays a visit to him. Mr. Chen, this matter of price increase is something that my big brother signaled, so you'd better think about it. Your big brother? Yes, my big brother is a big shot in the Central Sea province, Zhang Yunliang. Tao Kaiyu spoke his big brother's name with incomparable pride. Just when Tao Kaiyu thought that he would startle Chen Fan after saying this name, Chen Fan's reaction, however, confused Tao Kaiyu. Zhang Yunliang? Never heard of. Chen Fan shook his head. Tao Kaiyu stayed. His elder brother was so famous in Zhonghai province. Chen Fan had never heard of him. My elder brother Zhang Yunliang is a big shot in Zhonghai province, not to mention in the tiny Jiangzhou. Even if you look at the entire Zhonghai province, that's a powerful figure. Seeing this, Tao Kaiyu was incomparably proud as he flaunted his big brother's greatness. Yes? Chen Fan calmly asked back. Seeing that after his introduction, Chen Fan still didn't put his big brother in his eyes, Tao Kaiyu was quite angry. Just wait. I'll call my big brother right now so he can talk to you personally, Tao Kaiyu said as he took his cell phone out. Chen Fan leisurely leaned back in his boss chair. Casually, Tao Kaiyu got up, went to the side, and dialed the phone number of the leaner. Big brother Zhang. It's me, Xiao Tao. When the call was answered, Tao Kaiyu whispered a greeting. Yes, it's you. What's wrong? On the other side of the phone, Zhang Yunliang's voice came. Big brother Zhang. It's like this. Tao Kaiyu told Zhang Yunliang the general picture of what happened. Big brother Zhang. I would like to ask you to speak to that Chen Fan for me, and after it's done, I'll be sure to thank you heavily. Tao Kaiyu explains why. Small problem. Isn't it just a small Fading Group, boss? This matter is wrapped up in me. As long as I step in and open my mouth, I don't believe that Chen Fan would dare to not agree, Zhang Yunliang said in a spirited manner, having absolute confidence in himself. Other than that, in Jiangzhou, not many people would dare to deny themselves. You put it on speakerphone. Okay, thank you big brother Zhang. Tao Kaiyu was so excited that he said. He opened the hands-free of his cell phone and then put it in front of Chen Fan. Tao Kaiyu stood proudly, ready to watch the show, waiting for Chen Fan to voluntarily agree to his price increase. Chen Fan is not very arrogant. Ha! See now, after running into his boss, Chen Fan still dare to fool around? You're Chen Fan? On the phone, Zhang Yunliang's voice came. You're that what's his name Zhang Yunliang? Chen Fan asked rhetorically. Just as Zhang Yunliang was planning to reveal his identity and make Chen Fan immediately agree to Tao Kaiyu's price increase, a knock on the door suddenly came. Enter. Chen Fan opened his mouth. The office door opened and a staff member walked in. Boss, the chairman of the Dongxin Group, Guo Minfu, and his father and son are seeking an audience, the staff member said respectfully. The Eastern Group? Upon hearing this name, Zhang Yunliang, who was about to scare Chen Fan, immediately forced back the words he was about to say. His ears hadn't misheard him. Guo Minfu, the chairman of the Dongxin Group, father and son, both sought to meet with Chen Fan? My god, Dongxin Group, that is who? That is their Zhonghai province behemoth. And as the boss of Dongxin Group, Guo Minfu father and son too, is their Zhonghai province big shot? He, what a big brother, was nothing in the eyes of the other two. Guo Minfu's father and son. It is not right. The boss of the hall of the Eastern Group, Guo Minfu father and son. Why would they visit a small Chen Fanyu? It should not be. No, it's not even a visit. It's a visit, which is even more humble. No. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Yunliang felt that it might be Chen Fan trying to use the name of Dongxin Group to scare himself, And it wasn't really the boss of Dongxin Group who had gone to pay a visit to Chen Fan. After all, the chairman of the Dongxin Group is how honorable, how high and mighty. On what grounds to visit Chen Fan? Ah, Chen Fan has that qualification? Let them in. Chen Fan opened his mouth. After 10 seconds or so, waiting outside the office door, Guo Minfu and Gui Guangsheng, the father and son of the Dongxin Group, walked in. Guo Minfu with his ungrateful son, Guo Guangsheng, pays his respects to Mr. Chen. As soon as he came up, Guo Minfu greeted Chen Fan with incomparable humility. Guo Guangsheng was the one who had previously come to the door to teach Chen Fan a lesson, only to be severely reprimanded by Chen Fan's future mother-in-law, Xia Ruoshui's mother. An hour ago, Guo Minfu's father and son arrived at the Royal View Villa, wanting to personally apologize to Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui's mother. As a result, Chen Fan was not there, and Xia Ruoshui next door told them that Chen Fan had gone to Fading Group. So after apologizing to Xia Ruoshui's mother again, the father and son came to Fading Group. In the face of the future son-in-law of the Xia family of Magic City, Guo Minfu's father and son naturally did not dare to be slow. I'm really sorry about last time. Guo Minfu took the initiative to apologize to Chen Fan. Is it Guo Minfu? Old Mr. Qua. Before Chen Fan could open his mouth, Zhang Yunliang's voice came from his cell phone. I'm Guo Minfu. Who are you? Guo Minfu asked in surprise. Receiving an affirmative answer, Zhang Yunliang man was dumbfounded. It is not that Chen Fan lied to himself. The opposite side will really be the founder of the Eastern Group. Guo Minfu Gualawa. Zhang Yunliang's heartbeat suddenly accelerated and he was nervous. Hello old Mr. Gua. I am Xiao Zhang. Zhang Yunliang ah. Zhang Yunliang hurriedly greeted him in a fawning manner. At this moment, Zhang Yunliang is humble to the extreme. Just like the posture of Tao Kaiyu when he curried favor with Zhang Yunliang just now. Ha! See their biggest dependents. Zhang Yunliang Zhang big brother in front of this what Mr. Guo called himself small Zhang. Tao Kaiyu's heart fell directly to the bottom. It's not good. It's not good. Tao Kaiyu's exclaimed that it was not good. Oh, it's you, Zhang, but I don't have time to talk to you right now. After indifferently responding to Zhang Yunliang's sentence, Guo Minfu once again looked at Chen Fan. Take your cell phone and go out for a while. I'll take care of things and you can come back in. Chen Fan looked at Tao Kaiyu. Good. Tao Kaiyu swallowed a mouthful of water, then immediately and obediently picked up his cell phone and went to wait outside the office. In the office, seeing that there were no more outsiders, Guo Minfu was incomparably serious and took out an item from the bag he was carrying. This was the special gift that Guo Minfu had carefully prepared to make amends to Chen Fan. Chapter 179 10-figure annual profits and unexpected phone calls. That's a special profile. Mr. Chen. This is the contact information of the people in charge of those large entertainment venues in the next city over. Lin City. Guo Minfu introduced. Mr. Chen sent his men to Linchang to contact these people in charge. And when the time comes, they'll hand over control of all those large entertainment venues to Mr. Chen's men. From now on, the #1 underground big shot in Lin City will be Mr. Chen. Because of the matter of the turf of the #1 underground big shot in Jiangzhou, Chen Fan and his son Gui Guangxing clashed. So Guo Minfu gave Chen Fan the turf next door to Linchang as a gift of atonement. Next to him, watching his father give away the territory he had worked so hard for to Chen Fan, Gui Guangxing was incomparably distressed. He had spent 4 whole years, as well as countless amounts of money, connections, resources, and so on, before he managed to take the position of the #1 underground big shot in Lin City. As a result, now, his 4 years of hard work is going to be given to Chen Fan for nothing. But although Guo Guangxing was incredibly reluctant to give up, he also knew that this was something that had to be given. The future son-in-law of the Xia family, they couldn't afford to mess with him. Most of the underground industries in a region make 10 figures a year. Anyhow, and the beginning figure of 10 figures is not small. Guo Minfu did apologize to Chen Fan with sincerity. In the future, if Mr. Chen has anything, you can contact us at any time. We, the Eastern Group, will not hesitate to do anything about the mountains of daggers and seas of fire. After handing over the things to Chen Fan, Guo Minfu also gave a promise that they would do whatever Chen Fan wanted in the future. Mr. Chen, what happened before? It's because I have no eyes, don't you mind? Next to him, Gui Guangxing also apologized to Chen Fan with incomparable humility. Just as Chen Fan and Guo Minfu's father and son were talking, the office door, Tao Kaiyu was holding his cell phone, beads of sweat already covering his forehead. At the moment, he was so frightened that his heart stopped. What had just happened? He had seen it with his own eyes. Although he did not recognize Guo Minfu father and son, but clearly heard, he just recognized the big brother, his biggest backer Zhang Yunliang, in front of others, calling himself small Zhang. That posture, even more than their own face Zhang Yunliang, are humble. His own boss is so. This Guominfu father and son two identity, how powerful, needless to say, but it is such a powerful big man, but personally come to see Chen Fan, and a look of begging for forgiveness. They obviously do not dare to mess with Chen Fan, even such a big man, but they, thinking about it, Tao Kaiyu's face put on a mask of pain. Xu Lingyu stayed not far away, looking at Tao Kaiyu's apprehensive appearance, feeling amused. Boss, look at, Tao Kaiyu was out of ideas on his own, so he asked his oldest brother Zhang Yunliang with a trembling voice. You're sick. What's wrong with giving me a call? Beat your ass. Zhang Yunliang directly cursed. You are damned. Tao Kaiyu didn't dare to retort, so he stood there and obediently listened. It had been cursing for a while, and only after Zhang Yunliang's mouth was dry from cursing did he stop. That is, Zhang Yunliang is not in Jiangzhou right now, otherwise, he was afraid that he would have rushed over, swung his fist, and beat Tao Kaiyu, the ungrateful guy, to death. It's because of this asshole that he almost provoked a terrifying big shot himself. Luckily, the words he wanted to scare Chen Fan had made him swallow back when Guominfu, boss Gua, arrived, otherwise, he had already gotten into a huge trouble. Do you want to add more money now? Zhang Yunliang's sarcastic voice came out. Don't want to. Zhang Yunliang shook his head repeatedly and did not dare to say anything about the price increase. I'll tell you what to do. Zhang Yunliang and Tao Kaiyu discussed it. A few minutes later, Guominfu father and son left with ease. Mr. Chen took the things. This beam, finally solved. Seeing Guominfu's father and son leave, Tao Kaiyu rushed in. Xu Lingyu walked into the office right after him. Mr. Chen, it's me who has eyes to see. It's me who has a rat's eye. I apologize to you. As soon as he came in, Tao Kaiyu bowed deeply to Chen Fan. Oh, aren't you going to raise the price? Chen Fan asked indifferently. No, Mr. Chen. I actually said the wrong thing just now. I don't want to raise the price. I want to lower it. Tao Kaiyu hurriedly explained. I'm willing to lower the price by a fifth. Afraid of making Chen Fan angry, Tao Kaiyu took the initiative to lower the price. When Tao Kaiyu finished, Chen Fan did not reply. Seeing this, Tao Kaiyu clenched his teeth. No, Mr. Chen. I'm willing to drop the price by a quarter. A quarter. That's a lot. However, Chen Fan still didn't open his mouth, and in the end, Tao Kaiyu opened his mouth with a ruthless, incomparably needy voice. Mr. Chen, I'm willing to lower the price by a third. 1/3 of the price is already the limit. Not only does he have no profit, he even has to lose some money. Mr. Chen, you can hold a boat in your prime minister's belly, so don't be general with me. At first, he wanted to increase the price by 1/3, but he did not expect that he would end up hitting himself on the head with a rock, and instead, he reduced the price by 1/3. Aha! Chen Fan nodded his head, more satisfied with the price. Vice President Zhu, go resign a long-term contract with Boss Tao, Chen Fan ordered. Yes, boss. Xu Lingyu smiled and agreed. At the moment, she adored Chen Fan, or the boss is great himself and the company's other several senior, and Tao Kaiyu said so long. The result is that he just want to increase the price, but now the boss came. Tao Kaiyu not only did not increase the price, but instead reduced the price by 1/3. This Tao Kaiyu really deserved it. This wouldn't have happened if he hadn't suddenly wanted to raise prices. Thank you Mr. Chen. Goodbye Mr. Chen. Tao Kaiyu and Xu Lingyu left. After fixing the new contract, Xu Lingyu returned. Chen Fan briefly talked to her about the Patek Philippe company. Although he already owned more than 50% of the shares of Patek Philippe company and completely controlled it, it was still important to cultivate and arrange a few of his inner circle. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your trust, Xu Lingyu said with incomparable gratitude. Afterwards, she can enter the management of the headquarters of the Hall Patek Philippe company, even if she is some kind of college entrance examination scholar, some kind of genius, which she did not dare to imagine before. After all, the country is so big, whether it is a scholar, or a genius or quite a lot. Now, but Mr. Chen had given himself this opportunity. Xu Lingyu was incomparably grateful to Chen Fan. Do it right, Chen Fan encouraged. When the matter was settled, Chen Fan left the company, but as a result, he had just walked to the downstairs of Fading Company when he suddenly received an unexpected call. Chapter 180, The Good Days of the Qiclan sideline came to an end. Coming to visit Chen Fan with a special purpose. The call was from Xia Ruoshui's mother. Hello auntie. After the call was answered, Chen Fan greeted politely. Little Fan do you have time this evening? Come over to the house for a meal together. Xia Ruoshui's mother invited. Brother-in-law, tonight my mom is going to cook herself. which is something that even Dad and I can't enjoy. After Xiao Ruoshui's mother finished speaking, Xiao Mengming's excited voice came back over the phone. It was thanks to her brother-in-law's blessing that she was able to eat her mother's cooking again this time. Aha! Tonight it's Ruoshui's mother herself who's cooking for herself. Through Xiao Mengming's words, Chen Fan got a very important conclusion that Ruoshui's mother should have thoroughly recognized himself. Xiao Mengming had just said that normally, even Ruoshui's father, and her daughter, could not enjoy such treatment. His own previous efforts had not been in vain. I have time tonight, Auntie. Chen Fan agreed. After making the appointment, Chen Fan hung up the phone. Later on, Chen Fan contacted Wei Jingxiong and asked him to pick some trusted hands and send them to the next-door city of Linchang to take over the control of those large entertainment venues. The number one underground big shot in Lin City is also young Chen? Wei Jingxiong guessed. Aha! Chen Fan nodded. Chen Xiao was awesome. Wei Jingxiong was overwhelmed with emotion. At this moment, he was truly glad to have followed Chen Xiao. In a short period of time, Chen Xiao had already taken control of the underground worlds of both Jiangzhou and Linchang. This was too powerful. In the evening, Chen Fan came to Xiao Ruoshui's house. At this moment, Xiao Ruoshui's mother had already prepared a hearty meal and was waiting for Chen Fan. Little Fan, last time Auntie tasted your handiwork. How about you try Auntie's handiwork this time too? Xiao Ruoshui's mother asked with a smile. Auntie's cooking, needless to say, it must be colorful and delicious. Chen Fan replied without hesitation. Hearing Chen Fan say this, the smile on Xiao Ruoshui's mother's face became even brighter. Chen Fan picked up his chopsticks and tasted it, and immediately brightened up. Auntie's cooking is too good, Chen Fan said with emotion. This time he was telling the truth. Auntie's cooking was really good. This is Chen Fan did not think. After all, Ruoshui, which point is good? Is the cooking well? It is difficult to say. Before coming here, Chen Fan guessed that Ruoshui's cooking skills were so bad evaluation, and Auntie's cooking skills, I'm afraid, were also very general, but I didn't expect that Auntie's cooking skills were actually so good. Ruoshui, you have to learn more from Auntie. Auntie's cooking is so good. I envy Uncle. Chen Fan looked at Xiao Ruoshui and said with emotion. Little Fan is right. I asked Ruoshui to learn a bit of cooking with me before, but it turned out that Ruoshui just wouldn't learn. Xiao Ruoshui's mother strongly agreed with Chen Fan's words. I learned. Xiao Ruoshui gave Chen Fan a flavorful blank stare and promised her mother. Just as Chen Fan was a guest at Xiao Ruoshui's villa home, in Jiangbei province, the Qi family. In one of the villas of the first family of the Qi family, Qi Wenwen found her uncle because her father had gone out of town on a business trip. Her uncle, who was also an important figure in the direct line of their Qi family, was no less important than her father. Qi Wenwen told her uncle about the fact that Chen Fan could help their lineage and take back the position of the Qi family head. And he also told his uncle the news that Chen Fan had bought thousands of houses worth $4 to $5 billion in one go, as well as owning many awesome industries. This Chen Fan is indeed something. After hearing this, Qi Wenwen's uncle was a bit emotional. For Chen Fan, Qi Wenwen's uncle attached great importance. He believed that Chen Fan was unusual and powerful, but expressed deep skepticism that Chen Fan could help them reclaim the position of Qi family head. Reclaiming the position of the Qi family head is not that easy. It is not something that can be done just by relying on money or something. There are too many different kinds of involvement in this. As for him personally visiting Chen Fan in Jiangzhou, Qi Wenwen's uncle could also consider it. Even if Chen Fan couldn't really help them take over the family headship, it wouldn't be a loss to make a trip to Jiangzhou to be able to make friends with such a big shot. The problem was, he didn't understand why Chen Fan wanted to help them. Just because his own daughter's classmate is an employee under him? This reason is too far-fetched. Uncle Qi Wenwen was a bit suspicious of Chen Fan's purpose. Ding dong. At that moment, Uncle Qi Wenwen's cell phone rang. He picked up his cell phone and looked at it, and was instantly refreshed. In their lineage, they had just pried out important news that the Qi family's sideline, because of the youngest daughter of the family head, was now helping the Chen family of Jiangzhou to deal with Chen Fan. Upon learning this news, Uncle Qi Wenwen's suspicions dissipated. He understood why Chen Fan wanted to help them. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. No matter what Chen Fan's purpose was, as long as he helped their Qi family's direct lineage, he was their good friend. Qi Wenwen's uncle agreed to take care of the matter at hand and immediately go to Jiangzhou and visit Chen Fan. If everything goes well, with Mr. Chen as an ally, the good days of the Qi family's sideline will come to an end. On the other hand, after staying in Xiao Ruoshui's villa for an hour or two, Chen Fan then left. The next morning, Chen Fan, who was at home, suddenly heard a knock on the door. Chen Fan went forward to open the door, only to see a smiling, chubby man in his 50s standing in front of Chen Fan's villa. Following the man around was his secretary who was carrying all kinds of big bags of gifts. May I ask if this is Chen Fan? Mr. Chen, the chubby man asked politely. It's me, Chen Fan. And you are? Chen Fan nodded. He had never seen the person in front of him. Hello Mr. Chen. I am Yuan Lahong, the chairman of the Yuan Group. And Yuan Anping is none other than his canine son. The chubby man introduced himself. Chen Fan instantly had an impression. Before, when he contacted his little brother Yuan Anping to help Chi Wenwen pretend to cooperate, Yuan Anping did say that his father wanted to get to know him. Oh, it's Boss Yuan. Please come in. Chen Fan politely invited the other party in. Thanks, Mr. Chen. Yuan Lahong walked in politely, looking around curiously at Chen Fan's villa. This time he came to get to know Mr. Chen. In fact, it was only incidental. He came to see Chen Fan this time for a more important purpose. Chapter 181, sending Chen Fan $20 billion in profit. Rewarding new skills. I know Mr. Chen is rich, but does Mr. Chen want to be richer? After a little bit of politeness, Yuan Lahong suddenly asked with deep meaning. That goes without saying? Chen Fan asked rhetorically. Chen Fan certainly want to be more rich. The value of higher. If he has hundreds of billions, or even trillions, what Chi family? What Su family? He blew a breath on the other side, immediately finished. But also to such a trouble. Mr. Chen, I have a way to get rich here. Is Mr. Chen interested in listening to me? Yuan Lahong asked again. This was the most important purpose of his visit to Chen Fan. A way to get rich? This time, Chen Fan didn't say anything because he wasn't sure what exactly Yuan Lahong was trying to do or what purpose he had. Does the world drop pies? Unlikely. There is really any way to get rich. The way to get rich. Yuan Lahong, why not own a person alone? That earns more. People are selfish. Even if he doesn't enjoy it all by himself, he can go and make his friends and family rich. He and Yuan Lahong had never even met before, and only had a little relationship because of his son. And now that we are meeting for the first time, Yuan Lahong said so, it is the best choice for Chen Fan not to take a stand, not to show whether he is interested or not dare to be interested, so that the other party is not sure. Seeing Chen Fan's delay in speaking, Yuan Lahong was somewhat unable to sit still, so he took the initiative to introduce himself. Mr. Chen, I know a big boss from the southwest, a very powerful kind, and during this time, he came to our Zhonghai province, wanting to establish a business in Zhonghai province, but after all, he's an outsider, unfamiliar with the world, so he wanted to find a powerful, well-connected and powerful person to work together to create this new company. As the saying goes, the strongest dragon does not suppress the snake. The big boss from abroad is also clear. He first came to the country, suddenly built a company, to compete in the central China Sea province market. A piece of the cake is not so easy, so he thought of looking for a central China Sea province has connections, has the energy of the snake, the two sides to cooperate. In this way, it is much more convenient. I understand what Boss Yuan means. Chen Fan nodded. But why did Mr. Yuan himself come to me instead of working with this big boss from the southwest? Chen Fan then asked. Hearing this question, Yuan Lahong was embarrassed to stay. Of course he wanted to cooperate with the other party himself, and for this reason, he even took the initiative to visit the big boss a few times. But in the end, he did not reach his goal. Yuan Lahong was not the only one of the rich and bigwigs in Zhonghai province who knew about this news, and there was a bigwig who was even more powerful than Yuan Lahong, Xue Beishi, who also threw an olive branch to this southwestern big boss. Yuan Lahong knew that he could not fight against Xue Beishi on his own. He needed an ally. In the end, after thinking for half a day, Yuan Lahong thought of this boss that his son had just recognized, Chen Fan. After knowing from his son that Chen Fan was very powerful, Yuan Lahong came to find Chen Fan for cooperation. Yuan Lahong briefly talked to Chen Fan about his thoughts, as well as Xue Beishi's matter. As long as the company is established, if the development behind it goes well, there will be a guaranteed revenue of more than $20 billion. And this is still the most conservative estimate. There is a possibility that there is more. In the face of so much gain, isn't Mr. Chen impressed? Yuan Lahong laid out the profits to attract Chen Fan. That's a significant profit indeed. But Chen Fan is not someone who is impulsive and easily confused by profits. The higher the profit, the higher the risk, the more prudent you have to be. What industry is this new company created to be in? Chen Fan inquired. Working in the new energy industry. Yuan Lahong replied. After that, Chen Fan asked a few more questions, and Yuan Lahong's answers made it okay. Mr. Chen, this big boss from the southwest, is currently in Jiangzhou next door to the city of Lin, and not far away. If there is time, I can take Mr. Chen to meet that big boss. We chat a little bit. Exactly how? Mr. Chen will know at a glance. Yuan Lahong spoke again. Going to meet that big boss in person was indeed more useful than him and Yuan Lahong talking here. Just as Chen Fan was thinking, the system's voice came. Ding! Temporary mission issued. Go with Yuan Lahong to Linshur City to meet that big boss from the southwest to determine the feasibility of the matter. Quest reward, top instrument proficiency ability, can be proficient in 10 instruments, including piano, violin, guzheng, guqin. Mission reward, 139 experience points. Ha! Looking at the system's mission, Chen Fan was instantly moved. Zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. For skills that one was finally going to get together. As long as this task was completed, Chen Fan would be able to become proficient in 10 different Chinese and foreign musical instruments in one go. This reward could be What's more, even if there was no reward from the system this time, Chen Fan would still go with Yuan Lahong to visit Lin City. After all, more than $20 billion of profit was at stake. And besides, the #1 underground big shot in Linchang was now him. Under Chen Fan's arrangement, Wei Jingxiong had also sent people to Linchang to take over the control of those large entertainment venues, which also included some of the bodyguards from Chen Fan's Nine Heavens security group. Linchang was also considered Chen Fan's territory, and he didn't worry about what would happen when he went to his own territory. It just so happens that I have some time today, so let's get going. Chen Fan agreed. Mr. Chen has time today. That's great. I'll book the high-speed train ticket now. With that, Yuan Lahong was ready to ask his secretary to buy the tickets. Book high-speed rail tickets without. Chen Fan directly refused. Mr. Chen would like to drive there. Driving would be a bit of a hassle. It would take several hours to travel. Yuan Lahong inquired. And no driving. Chen Fan shook his head. It was too slow and delayed to drive there. So how does Mr. Chen want to get there? Yuan Lahong inquired with a bit of dissatisfaction. Not buying train tickets. Not driving. So how are they going to get there? Walking? He thought that Chen Fan was playing with himself when he promised himself to go to Linchang. Going by private jet. Of course. Chen Fan replied indifferently. How fast it was to take a plane. Not to mention, since getting a private plane, Chen Fan hadn't taken a ride yet. And now it was the right time to take advantage of this opportunity to experience what it felt like to take a ride on his own private plane. What? Mr. Chen has a private jet? Yuan Lahong was very surprised that even he didn't. Let's go. Let's go to the Guangzhou airport. After saying that, Chen Fan left the villa with Yuan Lahong and his secretary and headed straight to Jiangzhou airport. On the way, Yuan Lahong was very curious and guessed what Chen Fan's private jet would be like. Mr. Chen's private jet. 80% would be the more ordinary kind. The kind that was a bit more popular. More than an hour later, they arrived at the Jiangzhou airport, and under the guidance of the staff, Yuan Lahong followed Chen Fan and came to his private airplane. Upon seeing clearly what Chen Fan's private jet actually looked like, Yuan Lahong's jaw was dropped on the spot. Chapter 182, Day 38 of Severing Relationships. Reward gain limit increase card. Yuan Lahong looked ahead with a dull gaze. This private jet of Mr. Chen's was literally twice as big as any private jet he had ever seen before. Yuan Lahong curiously observed this private airplane of Chen Fan for a while. Mr. Chen, what model is this private jet of yours? Out of curiosity, Yuan Lahong twisted his head and asked. It's a Gulfstream G650er. Chen Fan replied casually. What? This is the world-famous Gulfstream G650er private jet? Yuan Lahong was surprised. He had heard of the Gulfstream G650er's great name, and it was said that this private jet was loved by all kinds of big tycoons in the international arena. And he didn't think that Mr. Chen even had one. Mr. Chen is really powerful, Yuan Lahong said with emotion. Approaching Mr. Chen for cooperation on your own is definitely the right choice. Let's go, Boss Yuan. Chen Fan took the lead in boarding the private jet. The crew, who had already waited, immediately greeted Chen Fan and helped him with his jacket. Before coming, Chen Fan had contacted the captain and told him about going to Linchang. Soon, the plane took off and headed straight for Lincoln City. At noon, Chen Fan and Yuan Lahong simply ate a bit of Auslese dragon, Alba white truffle, pearl sturgeon caviar, premium French foie gras and so on the private jet. In order to cope with sudden travel plans like today's, Chen Fan's private jet was always stocked with a variety of top-notch ingredients for easy consumption. This is the simple and unadorned life of the rich, tasting a variety of incomparably fresh top-quality ingredients. Even Yuan Lahong was a bit emotional. Mr. Chen really knows how to enjoy life. At noon, Chen Fan had just eaten his meal when the system's voice came. Ding! On the 38th day of severance, one intermediate revenue cap enhancement card will be rewarded. Once used, the revenue cap can be enhanced by $5 billion. Can only be used by yourself and cannot be given to others? Interesting, Chen Fan lamented in his heart. This intermediate revenue cap boost card is a bit of an awesome effect as it can directly raise the cap on a certain business's revenue by a whole 5 billion. Chen Fan thought for a moment and instantly had an idea. Now that I've got it, I'm not keeping it. Chen Fan clicked into the system's backpack and found this intermediate gain limit increase card. Ding! Whether to activate the intermediate profit limit enhancement card. Yes. No. Elevate. Chen Fan did not hesitate to choose to promote. And this time, Chen Fan promoted. Not the new energy company that Yuan Lahong said he would jointly establish, but his own software company. After all, the software company is Chen Fan alone. And this new energy company, not to mention whether it is reliable or not, even if it is really reliable, in the future, when it is established, the $5 billion, but also need to be divided among the 3 people together. Why would Chen Fan want to cheapen others? It was his own system. Was it bad for him to have it all to himself? Ding! Intermediate gain cap card boost success. A few seconds later, a message came from the system that the boost was successful. The cap on software revenue has been raised by another $55 billion. Now, Chen Fan's basic work before this software is ready to go on the shelves has been completed. Waiting for the publicity work to be completed. Then it can immediately go on the shelves. At that time, there is no need to do anything. The revenue of this software will flow into Chen Fan's wallet. And it is Chen Fan's wallet alone. How cool is that? Time flew by as Chen Fan and Yuan Lahong arrived in Lincheng City. At this moment, outside the airport, there was already a Rolls-Royce Gust waiting there. After getting in the car, the two of them went straight to that big boss's mansion in Lincheng City. According to Yuan Lahong's introduction, the big boss in the southwest region is called Jin Yongming, who made his fortune in the energy business in the southwest. Only that the energy business is not doing well now, but the new energy industry is developing vigorously. Jin Yongming felt that this was a perfect opportunity to get rich, so he came to Shanghai with the intention of co-founding a new energy company. When they arrived at Kim Yongming's mansion and explained their intentions, the nanny respectfully invited them to the parlor. Gu, if it isn't our Yuan Lahong Yuan boss, why did you condescend to come in person again? Just as he entered the parlor, a conspiratorial voice came out. This sarcastic Yuan Lahong is not someone else. It is Yuan Lahong himself who cannot deal with Xue Beishi, the tycoon of Zhonghai province. The two men's schedules collided again. Previously, Yuan Lahong was silent in the face of Xue Beishi's sarcasm. After all, Xue Beishi's strength was higher than his own. But this time was different. Yuan Lahong did not hesitate to retort. Humph, Boss Xue, aren't you here in person too? So don't laugh at anyone? This time, he had Mr. Chen as an ally. So he wasn't afraid of Xue Beishi finding things. Oh, seeing that Yuan Lahong dared to refute himself directly, even Xue Beishi was a bit surprised. Soon, Xue Beishi's gaze shifted to Chen Fan's body. With an arrogant gaze, Xue Beishi swept Chen Fan up and down and continued sarcastically. How come Boss Yuan came to visit Mr. Jin and brought a junior with him? Don't you know that Mr. Jin hates this kind of behavior the most? Surnamed Xue, speak with respect. This is Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, my partner, not some junior of mine. Yuan Lahong immediately corrected. What? This guy is your partner? Ha 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 ha. Laughing my ass off. Xue Beishi pointed at Chen Fan and laughed as if she had heard some funny joke. Yuan Lahong, if you really don't have any partners, I can help you find How did you find such a brat? Crooked to Xue Beishi didn't put Chen Fan, a youngster, in his eyes at all. If Yuan Lahong had gotten other big, rich men in Zhonghai, maybe he wouldn't have had much of an advantage in the matter of General Jin. As a result, Yuan Lahong didn't know if he was out of his mind. But he even looked for a brat around 20 years old to be his partner. It really laughed him to death. It looked like he was a sure thing to become Mr. Jin's partner this time.